Family, I was hit by a phone while in a VR hall and got transported to the world of One Piece, also smashing Kanjuro and the others. I absorbed cards and became a 3-fruit user, and with a swift motion, I cut down Momonosuke, gaining Conqueror's Haki and more. Now I've arrived at Kabuto Village, planning to recruit Otama as my subordinate. How should this adventure unfold? Just wait and see. Let me tell you, you absolutely won't guess what amazing thing I just did. Just now, when I opened my eyes, there was a little kid in front of me with a ridiculously ugly hairstyle. Yes, it was that little pervert Momonosuke. He had just regained consciousness and was about to scream when he saw the knife in my hand. No, don't. I'm from the Kazuki family. Who understands? I have no patience to listen to him finish his family tree. With a swift motion, I cut down, and the world instantly became quiet. All right, I know you're completely confused, so let me start from the beginning. This all began an hour ago. I was still on Blue Star, just back from a trip to Northeast China, feeling extremely frustrated. So I went to a newly opened VR experience hall to vent. Just as I was wearing the VR goggles and wildly chopping carrot heads with the controller, a couple next to me started arguing. It was a shocking scene. The girl smashed her boyfriend's newly bought iPhone 16, and when the guy saw his phone smoking, he panicked and threw it away like a hot potato. It flew in a perfect parabola and bam, hit me right on the head. With a loud bang, everything went white, and I lost consciousness. When I woke up again, I was no longer in a VR hall, but in a green and empty space. I touched my head and found blood, ready to curse the VR goggles for exploding, when I heard several screams. Then, I watched as 3 people exploded in front of me like shattered glass, turning into a pile of bloody mush. I was dumbfounded what was happening. Then I noticed there were 2 people standing still like wax figures in this space. I focused, and holy crap, wasn't that Momonosuke and that traitor Kanjuro? Looking back at the 3 piles of mush on the ground, the more I looked, the more they resembled Kanjuro and the others. I instantly understood the VR goggles exploded and sent me straight into the world of One Piece. And by some twist of fate, I crashed into the time portal that sent them here. Kanjuro and the others were smashed by the spatial turbulence caused by my unexpected arrival. What's even more absurd is that the phone that hit me didn't break, it was just floating in the air, smoking, and on the screen was the interface of Chow Pai from 3 Kingdoms Kill. Those screams I heard were from Chow Pai activating the Xing Shang skill. Several glowing energy cards floated out from the 3 corpses, circling around the phone. Isn't this a beginner's gift package delivered right to my face? I couldn't care about anything else. My heart was pounding like a drum as I stepped closer. I didn't even feel sympathy for those samurai from Wano anymore. I had no good feelings towards them after my trip to Ice City. I nervously grabbed the first card. With a swish, a massive amount of memories surged into my brain, almost making me pass out. A few minutes later, I recovered. Oh my god, it was Kanjuro's memories. Not only did I instantly understand the language of the One Piece world, but I also began to absorb his skills. Seeing that the phone was about to explode, I didn't care about anything else, and like grabbing a buffet, I snatched all the cards and slapped them onto myself. Unknown energy card. Bam! I felt my body grow rapidly, shooting up to 2 meters and 5. Physique card. Bam! This feeling was armament Haki, or flowing cherry. Rule power card. Bam! Holy crap! Observation Haki. The entire world became clear in my mind. Then I absorbed 2 cards of devil fruit abilities. One was Kanjuro's Fuku no Mi, and the other was Reizo's Jutsu no Mi. At first, I was quite excited, but then my face turned pale. Wait, 2 devil fruit abilities? Oh no, I'm going to explode. I just crossed over. I collapsed to the ground, despairing as I waited to become a firework. But several minutes passed, and nothing happened. I actually survived. I became a dual fruit user. Ha ha ha. I don't know if it's because Chow P's skill is too overpowered or if the crossover god opened a VIP channel for me anyway. I'm the chosen one. Calming down, I began to assess my gains. Kazuki Odin's 2-sword style, Kanjuro's Foxfire technique, Kiku's residual snow, swordsmanship, and Reizo's Jutsu no Mi, which he used like a circus trick. Let me tell you, Reizo is really bad at developing his powers. This Jutsu no Mi is basically a mobile warehouse and spatial prison, with infinite potential. Using this to catch Kaido's dragon breath is just a waste, bro, is not cooking with this insane power. Just as I was feeling good, that phone was sparking and about to completely break down. My heart raced, my golden finger was about to go offline. No way, I can't waste it. I dashed over, picked up Kanjuro's 2 swords, and without hesitation, I swung at the still, time-frozen Kanjuro. I had no psychological pressure against this traitor. I treated it like chopping monsters in a VR game. Born with nothing, die with nothing. Chow P's voice echoed again, and a bunch of cards burst out from Kanjuro. I absorbed them at lightning speed, and I now had the pen fruit ability. Now I was a 3-fruit user. I turned to the little pervert Momonosuke. Next to me, the phone was shaking like a vibrator. There was no time to hesitate. Your retainers are all dead. Living is meaningless. Go down and accompany them. I chopped down, and perhaps because the space was about to collapse, Momonosuke actually regained a bit of consciousness. He just opened his eyes and saw the knife coming down. No, don't. I am from the Kazuki family. He didn't have a chance to finish his sentence. As he fell, several cards popped out from him, 2 of which were shining gold, clearly not ordinary. I greedily absorbed them all. Almost simultaneously, the phone exploded with a bang, and Xiaopi's death line echoed in the void, causing the entire time portal to collapse. Amid a whirlwind, I was violently thrown out along with a bunch of corpses, landing in a pile of ruins. My boss Xiao was gone just like that. However, when I got up from the ground and checked my body, I couldn't help but smile widely. Kanjuro's resilient physique truly was no joke. I was fine even after that explosion. More importantly, the 2 golden cards that popped out from Momonosuke were actually the unawakened Conqueror's Haki and the ability to listen to all things. What a ridiculously good start. 3 fruit abilities, dual Haki, kingly potential, plus a bunch of top-tier swordsmanship. Looking at the corpses on the ground, I suddenly had an idea. Kanjuro's pin fruit can draw living things, right? I directly pulled out his pin sword, used their blood and flesh as ink, and drew puppets of the 5 of them on a scroll, injecting a bit of thought with the pin fruit ability. Wow, this is no worse than Big Mom's homie's army. After dealing with the corpses, I stored all their famous swords in the storage scroll created by the Jutsu no Mi convenient. Then I looked around. I was in the ruins of Odin Castle in the 9 Red District. Where should I go next? With Jinwaiman's memory, I know the way. Let's go to Yanagasa Village. There is Tengu Mountain's Fly Che, also known as the famed dead Komatsu Sukiyaki, who holds the 2 great swords of Odinema and Aim no Habakiri. And there's also the 2nd generation of Anakin. This must be planned out. As soon as I said it, as soon as I flew, I directly used the pin fruit to draw a huge white crane, jumped on its back, and soared into the sky. I'm coming to the Pirate King's world. The feeling of flying in the air was absolutely exhilarating. Soon, I spotted Yanagasa Village, but the scene TSK. There was black smoke from factories everywhere, and the air had a toxic smell like a fairyland, the kind that could send you to paradise just by inhaling it. I landed on the outskirts of the village and dismissed the crane. I immediately saw a dirty little girl kneeling in front of 2 new graves, crying, with a small lion-like guardian dog beside her. That must be Yamato. It seems that Tengu Mountain's Fly Che hasn't adopted her yet, which means Ace hasn't come away no. Timeline got it. I noticed an old man wearing a Tengu mask sneaking a look over here from a distance. He must be Komatsu Sukiyaki. I ignored him and walked directly towards the little girl. The villagers saw me, a stranger, and ran off as if they had seen a ghost. I approached the little girl, trying my best to smile kindly. You must be Yamato, right? Let me ask you something. Can you make a dumpling from your face and give it to this guardian dog? Let me tell you, as soon as this little girl heard my question, she flinched, hugging her little guardian dog protectively, and timidly replied, "Yes, sir." How did you know? Family, who understands? Isn't this just an SSR that fell from the sky? I immediately made my decision, showing her what I thought was my kindest smile and said, "Come with me from now on. I can't promise you anything else, but you will definitely be well fed." This little girl, Yamato, her ability is simply incredible. She can make a dumpling from her face and feed it to any beast, even those who have eaten artificial fruits, and bam, they're tamed right away, recognizing their master, with the effect lasting for a month. Isn't this even more like a beast king than Kaido? I just reserved a future beast queen as my subordinate. It's simply a destined start. Yamato. Tears started to fall at that moment. She was probably too hungry to think straight, repeatedly asking me if it was real. I tell you, this child is so pitiful. She has never had enough to eat growing up, and even clean water is rationed. Without a second thought, I activated my pin fruit ability, and with a few swipes, a big red apple appeared in my hand. Here, give it a try. Xiaoyu was dumbfounded and even worriedly asked me if transforming things would be tiring. I thought to myself, what a little physical effort for me. For my future capable assistant, I could conjure up an entire fruit market. On the spot, I also created some meat and fruits. And watching her and the little Shiba Inu gobble it up made me feel so satisfied. After saying goodbye to her parents' graves, I casually used the fufu fruit to transform her into a clean little dress, which made her incredibly happy. Then, I took her into the village. The villagers, seeing me, an outsider, acted as if they'd seen a ghost, tightly shutting their doors and windows. This time I came with the main objective of finding the blacksmith Fei Che at the mountain behind the village called Tiango Mountain. To keep Xiaoyu from getting involved in the upcoming dirty work, I made up an excuse and created a clone to accompany her back to her dilapidated house. My main body directly took the flying crane to the tree house on the back mountain. When I arrived, the old man was packing his things, preparing to run away. As soon as he saw a shadow at the door, he quickly drew a knife and pointed it at me. But when he took a closer look, he was stunned, because I had directly transformed into the appearance of Jean Wayman from the Red Scabbard 9 Heroes. Jean Wayman, he shouted out at that moment. I was overjoyed inside, but my face maintained a righteous expression. I drew my sword and pointed it at him. Who are you? Why did you steal my lord's sword? Behind me stood a figure I had drawn, Joe no Joe, fully showcasing my confidence. This old man, Tengu Mountain Hichiro, was actually the former shogun of Ueno, Kazuki Sukiyaki. When he saw Kinemon and Akiko return, he was so excited that tears streamed down his face, thinking that the prophecy of 20 years was about to come true, and the hope of Ueno had returned. I didn't care about him. I just went up and acted. I pointed at the second-generation ghost mask hanging on his wall and angrily accused him of being a thief, then with one move of the Yutian two-sword style, I slashed at him. He wasn't a fighter to begin with, and, being older, my strike sent the knife flying from his hand, and his Tengu mask shattered into 2 pieces, revealing a face like a general. General? I shouted in shock, quickly rushing over to help him. That acting was so good, I wanted to give myself an Oscar. For the next 2.5 hours, I used all my memories of Jean Wayman, going through the script with him, completely bewildering the old man until he was utterly convinced. I told him that Momonosuke and the others were doing well, and that we were here to retrieve Lord Yutian's sword. The old man was deeply moved and said the sword was originally meant for Momonosuke and should be handed over to us. Seizing the moment, I then asked him where the secret entrance to the Red Historical Document Room in the Flower Capital's General's Mansion was. Although he was a bit puzzled, he still told me. After that, he led me and Aju into his secret room. The moment I saw the swords Yanma and Tianyu Yuzhan on the rack, I knew the old man's usefulness had come to an end. The disguise on me instantly faded away, revealing my true self. Shabu Shabu was petrified on the spot, his eyes wide open like copper bells. I placed my hands on those 2 big knives and laughed as I mocked him. Seriously? Is the intelligence of the Kazuki clan hereditary? You were deceived by Orochi. Your son Odin was also deceived, and now you are being deceived by me. He completely broke down and, in fear, asked me who I really was. I couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush with him. So I asked directly, you guys from the Kazuki family are stonemasons, right? You can carve historical text, so you should have a way to open those sea prism stone handcuffs, right? I'm just preparing for the future when I go to Onigashima to recruit Odin. He was still quite tough, saying why should he tell me? I threw out my trump card. I can take you to meet your granddaughter, Kazuki Hayori. He froze on the spot, taking advantage of his days. My puppet Aki and I stuffed Enma, Aim no Habakiri, the second-generation Kitetsu, and a bunch of other famous and not-so-famous swords into my storage scroll like we were restocking. Who wouldn't be dazzled by such overwhelming wealth? SHK was trembling with anger, but when he heard about his granddaughter, he didn't dare to act. I told him that his granddaughter is now the courtesan of Flower Capital. The old man completely broke down, his fists clenched tightly, and I could tell his heart was shattered. In the end, he had no choice but to compromise, saying he was willing to teach me masonry skills in exchange for me to save his granddaughter. I don't have time to negotiate with him. I just kicked him over and pulled out a prison scroll, sucking him inside. Old man, take a good look at reality in there. After cleaning out the old man's base, I returned satisfied to find Xiaoyu. The next day, I took Xiaoyu and left this poor place, heading toward the Rabbit Bowl district. On the way, I even took a swim in the sea. Wow, my golden finger removed the curse of the devil fruit, and the seawater felt just like my private pool, making Xiaoyu envious. As soon as we entered the territory of Rabbit Bowl, my outfit immediately attracted the attention of the local gangsters. A few samurais with swords surrounded me, shouting, "Hey kid, where are you from? Not wearing a topknot or kimono. Are you looking for death?" I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, watching those little lackeys slowly draw their second-generation ghost slashers. I said a line that they would remember for a lifetime. I'm the son-in-law of Kaido of the 100 Beasts. What do you count for? As soon as the words left my mouth, the flash of the sword struck, and before those samurai could react, they were knocked to the ground by me. The crowd erupted, buzzing with discussions, questioning where Kaido got a daughter from. I didn't care about that. I just wanted to make a big scene. I made Xiaoyu remember that these warriors were accomplices in her parents' deaths, and there could be no mercy for the enemy. After finishing this practical lesson with her, I collected her into the scroll, preparing for a massacre. Soon, more and more gang members and minions of the Beast Pirates surrounded me. They yelled at me, "Bastard! You dare impersonate the Governor Kaido's son-in-law." I stood in the middle of the circle, laughing wildly, and then announced my new title. Listen up, everyone. I am Golde. Roger. A man who will overturn this sea. The crowd was stunned for a moment, then erupted into thunderous laughter, calling me a fool for imitating the Pirate King. I raised the second-generation Onigiri, wrapped in the fierce flow of cherry blossoms, and charged directly into the crowd. The scene was nothing short of a slaughter feast. The sword techniques I used were a hodgepodge, incorporating styles from various schools, even bearing the shadow of the Yutian two-sword style, which left them all dumbfounded. In less than half an hour, over 100 people lay on the ground, blood flowing like a river, before the fat guy Quinn and his men could arrive. I had already slipped away, disappearing without a trace. Quinn, furious, cursed loudly on the spot and ordered a city-wide search for me, but after 3 days and nights, not even a hair of mine was found. In the end, he could only curse as he returned to Onigashima, because Kaido was already prepared to set sail with the main force of the crew to take on the red-haired pirates. At that moment, in the fortress of Onigashima, the Beast Pirates were holding a mobilization meeting before the expedition, with all the calamities and the Flying Six present. Even the 2 young members, Runty and Page 1, who had just recently joined the Flying Six, were eager to make their names known in this expedition. I tell you, these young folks are just pumped up. All they think about is stepping up by riding on the coattails of the red-haired pirates, taking a leap to success. But to be honest, at that mobilization meeting, the real big shots didn't take that guy named Roji seriously at all. That fatso Quinn just mentioned him in passing, saying that guy is just a clown, kill a few minions, and he wouldn't even know his own name. Leaving a few guards at the mine could easily deal with him. But who understands? In the corner of the banquet, a mysterious person wearing a mask had eyes that sparkled with intensity. I could tell this was no simple matter. She must have been thinking, Gordy Roji? From the South Blue? Interesting, I must meet him. Who knows? I might be able to escape to sea like Kazuki Odin did back in the day. The scene shifts to me, Roji, having already slipped away. 3 days is enough for me to run from that port to Flower Capital. Let me tell you how overpowered my devil fruit ability is. After killing, with a sweep of my brush, I transform into an ordinary passerby, blending into the crowd, maintaining a stable emotion. I watched that fatso Quinn swagger in, knowing that the Beast Pirates hadn't even set off yet. So what am I waiting for? I decisively made my exit, avoiding that troublesome rabbit hole for now. Once their main force leaves, the entire Wano country would just be my buffet, right? Anyway, I know this expedition will take a long time. Even that kid Ace has time to learn how to weave straw hats in a village. I have plenty of time to pull off something big in Flower Capital. My plan is simple. First, get my hands on that red historical text. Second, let that old man Kazuki Sukiyaki see his precious granddaughter become a courtesan, completely breaking him down so he obediently hands over the stonemason techniques and sea prism stone craftsmanship. That way, when I go back to Onigashima to find Yamato, I'll have an extra card on my sleeve to unlock those explosive handcuffs of hers. On the busiest flower street in Flower Capital, I was holding little Tama, standing next to that masked old man, Sukiyaki. Wow, that scene, the courtesan Kamurasaki parading through the streets, it was a spectacle that drew a crowd. Was that really her? Sukiyaki's voice trembled like he had Parkinson's. I tell you, he watched his granddaughter being adored by thousands and felt utterly humiliated. The princess of the Getsu family. How could she engage in such a public display? This old man was so traditional that he completely lost his composure on the spot. What he didn't know was that a loyal retainer named Tsuranasuke had been secretly protecting his granddaughter all along. I hand over what I want, and if I'm in a good mood, maybe I can let you two talk face to face. What I said was a precise strike, not to mention the old man. Even his granddaughter Hikari and herself looked down on the identity of Kamurasaki. Otherwise, why did she immediately cooperate with Toki after Momonosuke and the others returned, playing a fake death scene to completely bury the lair of the courtesan? Think about it. If the people of Wano and the retainers knew that their noble princess was actually that Kamurasaki who used to despise the poor and love the rich, making money everywhere, wouldn't it cause an uproar? Even if she made money to help the common people and restore the country. The label of courtesan in this broken place is original sin. Prejudice between people, let me tell you, is like a mountain that you can't move no matter how hard you try. If I expose Kamurasaki's identity now, even if she regains her princess status later, she would still be drowned in spit. No, absolutely not. Let's go. Shoyuki was immediately scared, crying and begging me, afraid that I would ruin his granddaughter with a single word. Now that the old man's psychological defense line has collapsed, he has become completely submissive to me. The techniques of the stonemason family, the secret maps of the shogunate's hidden rooms, various ancestral secrets, all poured out to me in a rush, just to ask me to keep his granddaughter's secret safe. I secretly rejoiced in my heart, and when I got the historical text and my mood improved, I might tell him that his granddaughter is actually still a pure girl. The old man returned to the prison scroll with a look of despair, preferring not to see it. As for me, I looked at the departing courtesan and thought, hey, it's time to do something serious. I started robbing the rich in the flower capital, while looking for that familiar fruit user, Shinobu. I found a gangster's mansion, went in and cleaned it up, took away the money, and then enjoyed a lavish life with Komurasaki while waiting for the news of the Beast Pirates setting sail. A few days later, the news finally came. The Beast Pirates officially set sail for an expedition. I was laughing so hard at that moment. My ambition was through the roof. The opportunity has arrived. I immediately used my ability to change my face, and then, following the map provided by Sukiyaki, I stealthily made my way into the general's hidden chamber along the route he had escaped years ago. Outside, that guy, Black Charcoal Serpent, was holding an open conference, with a multitude of singers and dancers making a deafening noise. He was quite confident, believing that Kaido was invincible and that no one would dare to raid his home. Under the cover of this alluring music, I found the secret passage to the ancient land of Wano. Let me tell you, that passage is incredibly deep, probably several thousand meters. However, once I went down, I realized that the legendary ancient weapon, Hades, isn't as exaggerated as it seems. It definitely isn't as grand as the Golden Emperor's massive ship that spans 10,000 meters. But this actually excited me even more. If it's smaller, it's more likely that I can steal it. This scroll of mine can hold even the seawater from Ghost Island. Stealing a ship is just a piece of cake. When I reached the underground palace, I immediately spotted the red historical stone tablet. Huh, the one from Fishman Island was taken by that burned guy. But this one from Wano is mine. I pulled out a huge scroll, placed it over the stone tablet, and just like that, I collected this stone tablet that was about the size of a small room. Done. I grinned and leisurely made my way back. Now that I had the item, the next step was to see if I could sneak away with Hades. When I returned to the general's mansion, the banquet was at its peak. Black Charcoal Snake had jumped into the group of dancers, dancing wildly. I looked at the ninjas and samurai around him and suppressed my impulse to attack for the moment. After all, painting an 8-headed serpent with his blood would definitely boost the combat power to the max. I'll note it down in my little notebook. And when I bring my people back, I'll cause a great commotion. I didn't look any further and quietly slipped away. It wasn't the time for me to turn the table yet. After leaving the general's mansion, my next target was S.H. Rin. I directly used the secret signal of the Red Scabbard 9 heroes and sent a few of Kinder's puppets to create chaos. Let me tell you, this move was like precise fishing. Not only did S.H. Rin receive the message, but even the undercover Tajiro was so excited, thinking that an old comrade had returned. Kazuki almost cried, feeling that hope had arrived. Unfortunately, what they awaited was not hope, but me, the old sixth. I set up a trap, lured Sajiro away with a fake signal, and then focused on dealing with S.H. Rin. This woman had been cautious for over a decade, but she still couldn't resist and plunged headfirst in my trap. I used water release to weaken her completely and then captured her in the scroll prison. If it weren't for her ability still being useful, I would have eliminated her long ago. Once I captured S.H. Rin, I immediately left the City of Flowers. As for Tajiro and Kuzuki, let them continue to lurk there. After all, the person they were waiting for would never come. I happily boarded the drawn flying crane, heading straight for Ghost Island. My strongest crew member, Yamato, that fierce one with the 3-color Haki and mythical Zoan fruit, must be brought on board. Right now, she is completely focused on going to sea and hasn't even thought about protecting Wano, taking advantage of the Beast Pirates' main force being absent. This is simply the best time to abduct her. Just as I was flying towards Ghost Island, on the other side, in the waters off Wano, a ship also arrived. At the bow stood a clueless young man, Fire Fist Ace. He excitedly shouted at the waterfall, "Brothers, this time I'm going up alone. Wait for me. If I don't come back, Doze, you will be the new captain." Wow, his crew below was almost laughing hysterically. Doze smiled and said, "Ace, come back soon." As Ace drove his flaming little boat up the waterfall, his crew couldn't hold back any longer. "Doze, you're still amazing. Otherwise, that fool Ace would really be going to his death." Let me tell you, Ace's crew is truly worried sick. They can be called the best babysitter team of the year. They had already known about the Beast Pirates expedition and deliberately hid all the newspapers. Then they obediently rushed to Wano country for the first time, just to let him have a little adventure while Kaido's main forces were away, satisfying his desire for a challenge without putting his life at risk. At this moment, Ace had just rushed into Wano country and got stranded in Kibi village. He originally wanted to find out where the beast pirates were, but when he saw the villagers in dire poverty, he softened his heart and gave away all the food on his ship. And I finally crossed the inner sea and successfully landed on Onigashima. Come out, fire preacher. Without hesitation, I drew a huge flame ghost, creating a grand scene to announce my arrival. On Onigashima, Yamato, who was wandering around, heard the commotion and her eyes lit up like a light bulb, rushing out with her kanabo like an excited puppy. Outsider, how strong are they? Can they unlock my handcuffs? Can I go out to sea? The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, sprinting towards the center of the chaos. I watched as the flame ghost made the miscellaneous soldiers of the beast pirates scream, feeling quite satisfied. This physical immunity move was simply a dimensional reduction strike against the minions. Then, standing on the flying crane, I flicked my right hand, and a scroll unfurled in the wind, growing to several dozen or even hundreds of meters in size. Elemental scroll, water magic, ocean fall. Boom! Endless seawater gushed out from the scroll, creating a localized tsunami at Ghost Island. The pirates below were stunned. What the hell? He can summon a tsunami. Quick! Call back the real boss of the rabbit bowl. What kind of fruit user is he? He can summon fire and water. Fire the cannons. Use plague shells to take him down. Countless cannonballs and poison gas shells shot towards me. I drew my pen sword, flicked out a cloud of ink, transforming it into a mass of dark clouds. Ink cloud, ink arrows. Countless ink arrows rained down, detonating the cannonballs in midair. Amid the thunderous explosions, screams mixed in. Governor Kaido won't let you off. Come down and fight me one-on-one. The people below were furious and cursed loudly. I couldn't be bothered to deal with them and pulled out a scroll. Il montage scroll, rock technique, fighting stones. Huge boulders rained down like hail, causing the pirates to panic and flee. Just then, a voice shouted, "Hey, is bullying small fries all you can do? Come and fight me." A tall figure wearing a ghost mask charged over, swinging a spike club. Thunderous 8 trigrams. With a thunderous roar, the figure dashed past, and the sky full of boulders was instantly shattered into pieces. It's Master Yamato. The people below cheered as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Finally, he's here. I smirked, drew my twin blades, and dove down from the flying crane, crossing my blades and unleashing the flow of cherry blossoms with a fierce slash. Yutian two-sword style, Peach Blossom 10 fists. GOLD. Yutian two-sword style? Yamato exclaimed, even more excited. You share the same surname as the Pirate King and can use Yutian swordsmanship? She seemed to see hope for setting sail. Take me out to sea. Goldie. Roke. Just like how Whitebeard took Yutian away back then. As she shouted, the spike club crackled with lightning and smashed toward me. Mingyao. Boom! The clash of blade and club sent a terrifying shockwave, causing the surrounding minions to roll their eyes in shock. So strong. I was taken aback. Even with sea stone handcuffs, he was this formidable. What would happen if they were removed? I was knocked back and fell to the ground, while Yamato also took several steps back. The force was a bit weaker, but as long as I can unleash the Sakura Haki, it's fine. Her eyes were shining with excitement, feeling that I was her destined captain. The minions around were still shouting, "Young Master Yamato, hurry up and take him out. Get lost. Don't come any closer." Yamato turned around and roared angrily. Are you kidding? This is the captain who is going to take me to sea. Why would I want to kill him? With one shout, she scared everyone away. Once the place was cleared, Yamato looked at me with anticipation and asked, "Hey, can we still fight? Where's your ship? How many crew members do you have?" I'm amused. Let's start my bluffing technique. A ship? The thing is easy to get. Right now, there's just one crew member and a pet on the ship. Since you seem pretty capable, how about being my first mate? I'm telling you. The Fishman Island at 10,000 meters deep, the Sky Island at 10,000 meters high, and the Thunder God Island full of lightning. Sailing with me will definitely be just as exciting as with Roger. Every time I speak, Yamato's eyes shine a little brighter. Isn't this the adventure she has longed for in the diary of Yuta? Yes, I want it. Please let me on your ship. Please take me out to sea. Captain. She was so excited that she immediately bowed down. Welcome aboard, my partner. I was overjoyed inside. The strongest fighter was so easily in my grasp. My name is Yamato. Captain, when are we setting sail? She couldn't wait any longer. Don't rush. We need to unlock your handcuffs first, I said with a smile. Right? Right? She rubbed her hands together, having waited for this day for over a decade. I drew a flying crane and took her to a secluded beach. We changed into the stylish uniforms I transformed using my abilities, and she was as happy as a child. Then, I took out the professional tools I got from the sukiyaki place and began to examine the bomb handcuffs on her wrists. Yamato, there really is a bomb inside this thing, and it's extremely powerful. Once you open it, you need to throw it away quickly. I warned her seriously. She seemed a bit skeptical, asking, is that true? I thought Kaido was just trying to scare me. I didn't say much, focused my mind. Unleashed a burst of Sakura's domineering aura, and with the help of tools and masonry techniques, precisely destroyed the internal detonator. With a crack, the handcuffs shattered, and I immediately snatched them up and threw them away. Boom! A huge explosion created monstrous waves, and even those far away in Rabbit Bowl could see the smoke rising from here. It's actually real. Damn Kaido. Yamato was knocked to the ground by the shockwave, tears streaming down her face instantly. What kind of father would put a real bomb on his own daughter? Don't cry. From now on, I will be your family. I patted her head to comfort her, then quickly helped her remove the other handcuff. Another loud bang, and a mushroom cloud erupted on the water surface. I am free. Yamato felt the surging power within her, excitedly hugged me tightly, and cried out loud, releasing all the grievances and repression she had endured over the years. I drew the giant crane, taking her to fly up into the sky, leaving Ghost Island. Captain, are we going to set sail? Dea looked excitedly at the ocean below. After so many years, she had finally escaped that cage. I told you, going out to sea is a must, but before we go, shouldn't we do something big first? Think about it. Your dad Kaido is not home, and that guy called Black Charcoal Snake is just a watchdog. If we don't raid his place, it would be a shame to miss this rare opportunity. As soon as Yamato heard this, her eyes lit up, and she got so excited that she was bubbling with enthusiasm. Yes, I've been fed up with that despicable little man Black Charcoal Snake for a long time. Let's go, Captain. Let's go beat him up. My little plan was already clicking in my mind. Beating up the snake is secondary. The main thing is that he has money. After being a general for so many years, the gold and treasures he has hoarded should be our startup capital for going out to sea, right? Moreover, let me tell you, from Onigashima to Flower Capital, we will just pass by the Rabbit Bowl area, which is a sea stone mine. That stuff is hard currency. We must go and grab some for free and conveniently free all the slaves inside, giving the beast pirates a hard time so they won't have time to chase us. Yamato is simply my perfect echo. Whatever I say, she agrees. Yes. We also need to save people. That little expression of hers was so thrilling. Let's go. Let's make the whole Wano country lively. Our laughter felt like it was shaking the entire sea surface. And guess what? Someone was even more eager than us. By the time we flew over Rabbit Bowl, the situation below was already a mess. A guy engulfed in flames was being overwhelmed by a group of minions armed with sea stone weapons. I focused my gaze and thought, oh my, isn't that Fire Fist Ace? Family, who understands, this luck is incredible. Fortunately, I acted quickly and got Yamato on the ship first. Otherwise, if those two met first, who knows what would happen? Yamato was already rubbing her fists together. Do you know him? His flames are so strong. I smiled meaningfully. The captain of the Spade Pirates. The grandson of the Navy hero Garp. I heard he is preparing to challenge all 4 emperors to become the Pirate King. Upon hearing this, Yamato's eyes nearly turned into searchlights. Not only is he the grandson of a Navy hero, but he also wants to be the Pirate King. This character really strikes a chord with her. Let us go. Let us join the fun. I took Yamato and directly descended from the sky. Without saying a word, Yamato unleashed her Conqueror's Haki, clearing the entire scene of the minions in an instant. Wow. She didn't wear a mask today and changed her clothes. The Beast Pirates didn't recognize their young master for a while. The people below were panicking. Another enemy attack. Hurry, called Babanuki the guard captain back. Let me tell you, these guys are really unlucky. Just as Kaido took his main forces away, trouble broke out at home. Those who were really fighting had just received a call saying that Yamato had been kidnapped by me, and they were rushing to Onigashima in a panic. But halfway there, they got another call saying that the family mine had been robbed. They were all confused, wondering whether to pursue the young master first or to secure the mine. In the end, they had no choice but to split their forces into 2 routes. Ace was initially quite vigilant, thinking that we were reinforcements for the enemy, but when he saw us also fighting against the Beast Pirates, he finally relaxed. Especially when he looked at Yamato. The expression in his eyes was filled with deep wariness, probably sensing that overwhelmingly strong aura. I didn't have time to be polite with him, so I charged straight into the Sea Stone factory and spoke to those prisoners. Listen up, if you want to live, quickly pack all the Sea Stone weapons and artifacts. The faster you work, the sooner you can leave. Then I spotted Hanasaki Goro and several other gang leaders in the crowd. Goro, you guys come out. Help me organize the work, and I'll tell you a shocking secret. As soon as they came over, I dropped a bombshell. Your beloved General Kazuki Oden is not dead at all. Want to know where he is? Get to work quickly. What? At that moment, the entire mine exploded with excitement. All the samurai started packing like they were on adrenaline. Their efficiency was even faster than a professional moving company. One fishman wearing a straw hat was so excited that his hands were shaking. Later, I found out that he was Komatsu, one of the Akazaya 9. When he saw me using scrolls to gather boxes of sea stone, he almost thought his comrade Reizo was dead, and my ability had taken over, concocting a dramatic scene in his mind. Yamato was fighting fiercely over there and shouted to me, "Luffy, what are you doing? Come help save people," while I was crazily receiving goods. I replied to her, "Just take care of this small matter. We still have important things to do in Flower City later." Just then, Ace came over, probably thinking we were too intense and wanted to get close to us. "Hey, friends, are you pirates too?" I glanced at him and started with a bombshell. Port Gas D. "Ace, I know you. Your good brother Sabo is actually not dead. Want to know his whereabouts? If you do, work for me for a few days." Ace was instantly petrified, his eyes wide as saucers. "What? You say Sabo is not dead? Who exactly are you?" "I'm Luffy, a person who can see parts of fate," I said, trying to sound profound, while not slowing down my pace of collecting goods. "By the way, your brother Monkey D. Luffy is going to be an incredible person in the future." At this point, Ace was completely at a loss for words. He even knew Luffy? It seemed that this fate ability was real. He hesitated for a moment and asked me what exactly I wanted to do. I saw right through him. "You want to challenge Kaido, right? Don't bother. He's already set sail for an expedition and won't be back for at least 10 days to half a month. Just come with me honestly, and I'll take you to take down the evil general of this country." Ace completely believed me. Just like that, under the suppression of Yamato and Ace, the rabbit bowl mine was swiftly taken over by us. I casually released my portrait puppet of Kazuki, Sukiyaki, and good grief, when those samurai saw the old general resurrected. They cried like babies and immediately rallied, forming a restoration army of thousands. I can hardly contain my laughter. I just want to use them to escalate the situation and turn Wano upside down. That way, when Kaido returns, he'll have his hands full and won't have time to manage me and Yamato going out to develop. By the time Babanuki and his crew bring back reinforcements, it'll be too late, and we'll be directly taken down by the excited Ace and Yamato, as if we're just experience points to be farmed. I cleaned out the Sea Tower stone and immediately rushed to the Flower Capital with 2 super fighters. Along the way, let me tell you, Ace and Yamato were practically stripped bare by me. I had them constantly unleash their ultimate moves, like the Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor, and the No Servant's Ice Fawn. I stored them all in scrolls. Ace was almost drained dry by me, his face pale as he begged for half a day's rest. I didn't team mistreat them. With their blood, I even drew out stronger flame spirits and ice white wolves with impressive combat power. Meanwhile, the entire Wano country was in complete chaos. The news of Kazuki Oden's resurrection spread like wildfire, and warriors from all over responded. Even the mountain bandits came down, with tens of thousands of rebels marching towards the Flower Capital. Far overseas, Kaido, who was fighting with red-haired Shanks, had no idea what was happening. In the Flower Capital, the Black Charcoal Orochi was so anxious that he was jumping up and down in the Shogun's mansion, cursing Kaido as a fool, trying to call him, but no one picked up. By the time the 3 of us arrived at the Flower Capital, a fierce battle was already underway outside. "Let us go. Don't bother with the minions. We'll go straight for the decapitation." I took them both, riding the giant crane, and directly airdropped into the Shogun's mansion. "Go, Yamato! Wreck Black Charcoal Orochi!" I shouted to Ace as well. "Once we catch him, I'll tell you about Sabo." The 2 gods of war charged in directly, wreaking havoc. I summoned the newly drawn flame spirits and ice white wolves and bombarded the Shogun's mansion relentlessly. I transformed myself into a ninja and sneaked into the mansion to find the treasure room. I randomly grabbed an unlucky person, transformed into a black charcoal giant snake, and commanded him to lead the way, easily finding the location. I just stuffed piles of golden treasures into the scroll when, suddenly, a figure came tumbling in. We both froze when our eyes met. Yes, it was the real deal, the black charcoal serpent. It turned out this guy had faked his death using one of the 8-headed serpent's lives and had just escaped from Daehan Ace, only to crash right into my arms. I grinned widely and thought, truly, when there's a road to heaven, you one T take it. When there's no entrance to hell, you barge in. Without saying a word, I use an ice scroll to freeze him in place, and with a swift motion of my sword, I chop down, crack. To prevent him from resurrecting, I tossed his entire ice sculpture corpse into a prison scroll, sealing him completely. Meanwhile, those two clowns outside were still fretting, panicking about how they were supposed to capture him alive, but instead, he was knocked dead with a single blow. Ace was extremely anxious. He wouldn't withhold information about Sabo from me now, would he? Oh, I could hardly contain my laughter. They still didn't know that the main character had already been packed up and taken away by me. These people were still gloating over there. And let me tell you, the flower capital was in a festive uproar, drums beating and firecrackers ringing, celebrating victory and preparing to welcome the old general back. But little did they know, the old general had already been optimized out by me. On the other side, Yamato was truly fierce. As she saw those ninja warriors surging in like a tide, she didn't hesitate and unleashed her Conqueror's Haki. Was seen it was like cutting wheat. A large number fell at once. Ace stood dumbfounded beside her, mouth agape enough to fit an egg, probably thinking, who understands family? How is this girl even more of a protagonist than I am? His own Conqueror's Haki had only been showcased once in his childhood, and he had long forgotten it since no one taught him anymore. Now, seeing this, the gap between people felt wider than that between humans and dogs. This shout of Conqueror's Haki not only stunned Ace, but also left the recently arrived Azura and the old veterans like Hyoguru dumbfounded, hiding in the shadows. Saranosuke and Kushiro saw this situation and thought, great, a golden opportunity. They calculated that the unfortunate Kaido had already been dealt with by Yamato. So what were they waiting for? No need to pretend anymore. Time to reveal the truth. The courtesan identity of Komurasaki was abandoned, and the undercover identity of Kanjuro was also dropped. They announced to the outside world that Kanjuro and Komurasaki had tragically perished amidst the chaos of war, then returned under their real names, kings returning. This stirred the Restoration Army into a frenzy. Another member of the Kazuki family had returned. It was Fate. Azura, Saranosuke, and Kawamatsu, the brothers of the Red Scabbards, hadn't seen each other in 20 years, and tears of joy flowed freely. All their grievances and endurance were captured in a single glance. Just as the world was celebrating, far on the other side of the New World, Kaido's Grand Fleet was engaged in a fierce battle with Shanks. Suddenly, a din-din mushy rang, and guess what? The brother who was on the phone with Kaido, possibly a chosen genius, directly made a server-wide broadcast. Report to Lord Kaido. Our homeland has been stolen. The Kazuki family has rebelled, and the flower capital has been occupied. Kaido has probably met his end. Young Master Yamato has run off with a wild man named Gold. Roger. I told you when this broadcast came out. The whole place fell silent. The red-hair pirates were laughing like crazy, and Jesus Burgess was dodging Quinn's attacks while shouting, Hey, Quinn, did you know your house is on fire? With such a big scandal, you're still broadcasting it publicly? You really know how to do live streaming. Quinn's big fat face was so angry it looked like it was about to explode, cursing the messenger 1,000 times in his heart. Can't you just message me privately? Now look, the beast pirates have lost face in front of the whole world. Kaido himself was so furious his eyes turned red, veins bulging, almost suffering a stroke on the spot. Seeing this, Red-Haired was amused. Hey, you want to leave? No way. You slaughtered the island I protect. And we haven't settled that score yet. Kaido, also known for his bad temper, was provoked by Red-Haired and thought, fine, I'll chop you up today and then go deal with those scum. So the two emperors clashed violently, completely blocking the way home for the beast pirates. However, this broadcast wasn't without its benefits. At least the Navy's spies heard it. The surname Gold instantly made the high-ranking officers of the Navy tense up. Wow, another member of the Roger family? To dare poke at Kaido's lair right away, this newcomer is quite bold. Back in Flower Capital, everyone was preparing to support Kazuki Sukiyaki to become the general again, but they couldn't find him anywhere. Finally, they found a letter in his room, stating that, as the deposed king, he was too ashamed to be a general again, and being old, he would let his granddaughter Hiyori take over for now. If Momonosuke could come back, he should inherit the position. As for him, he would find a place to live in seclusion. The people were stunned, but had no choice but to follow the old man's wishes and elevate Hiyori to the position of acting general. To their surprise, Hiyori turned out to be quite capable, immediately starting to appoint officials and rewarding loyal subjects like Ashura, Transcend, and Kawamatsu with titles of nobility, allowing 5 underworld brothers to jointly manage the Rabbit Bowl, temporarily stabilizing the situation in Wano country. But they all knew that as long as that monster Kaido was alive, everything was as fragile as a sandcastle, washed away by the tide at any moment. Of course, none of this had anything to do with me. I used Sukiyaki's puppet to spread a false message and easily lured Shimazuki Nibitani as pet fox, called Nekomaru, over. Under the unstoppable onslaught of the invincible rice dumplings from Yamato, this legendary Kamenu ended up becoming Yamato's new pet in a daze. I casually drew a large tube of its blood, securing the genes of a mythical beast, feeling quite pleased. When Yamato saw I was done, she couldn't hold back any longer. Roku Jioku, can we set sail now? I've already helped Wano restore itself. She was quite proud, thinking she accomplished a feat that even Odin couldn't. I couldn't help but laugh inside. Silly girl, you just pushed Wano further into the fire. At this moment, Ace also came over, insisting on recruiting us. I waved my hand to refuse. I could see his fate clearly. He was just a fuse for igniting the war at Marineford. Teaming up with him would only bring trouble. However, since he had given me 2 Flame Emperor bullets, I told him about Sabo. Your brother Sabo is now with the Revolutionary Army, hanging out with your dad. No, with your Luffy's dad. He's doing quite well, the future second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army. But back then, he lost his memory due to the Celestial Dragon's explosion and doesn't remember you guys. When Ace heard this, he was so excited he almost flew up. As long as he's alive, that's good. What's there to fear about memory loss? He'll remember sooner or later. He had no idea that the trigger for Sabo's memory recovery would be his own death notice. Ah, forget it. No spoilers. We exchanged life cards and transponder snails, adding another source of information, and who knows, maybe we could intercept Blackbeard's dark fruit. After saying goodbye to Ace, I took Yamato and returned to the rabbit bowl, using scrolls to collect several beast pirate ships as backups. Before leaving, I had one big thing to do. Go catch the king of the underworld. I plunged into the sea, and Yamato on the shore stared in envy, her eyes wide. Luoji, you're not afraid of the seawater. How did you do it? What could I say? I could only tell her it was a gift from the gods. I asked her and Xiaoyu to wait on the shore while I dove into the deep sea. According to my memories of Shabu Shabu, the underworld king Pluto is sunk over here in Julie. To bring it out, the entire national defense wall of Wano must be destroyed and the water of the inner sea must be drained, achieving a literal opening of the country. The project is enormous. Kaido and the others also know this thing is there, but their strength is insufficient, so they don't dare to act. I tell you, I've really given it my all, spending a full 5 days going up and down repeatedly just to figure out the outline of this super battleship. In the end, I held my breath and stuffed this giant along with tons of surrounding seawater and silt in my oversized storage scroll. When it comes to fighting, I just smash people with Hades. So I ask you, are you scared? This fighting style is way ahead. All right. After that, I was completely exhausted and swam back to the shore, collapsing right there. It took me several days to recover. During those days of recovery, the situation in Wano country was changing rapidly. The Neon Gang actually organized a team to take down Onigashima and were holding a victory banquet. On the other side, Kaido and Shanks were also worn out and decided to temporarily cease fire. The beast pirates were seething with anger and rushed towards Wano country. Once I regained my strength, Yamato urged me to hurry up and leave. I drew a giant crane to carry them out of Wano, and we set down a ship on the sea. Yamato excitedly tore down the beast pirates flag and replaced it with our own flag, a skull flag with a death pin and a hell scroll crossed. I stepped on the wine barrel and shouted boldly. I declare the establishment of the Luo G pirate crew. Yamato was so excited that she jumped up and down, saying, "We will definitely become a great pirate crew like the Roger pirate crew." Little Jade also hugged her 2 pets and announced loudly, "I want to become the Beast Queen under Brother Luo G." I laughed heartily. My dream is to trample all 4 emperors, the admirals, and the 5 elders underfoot. Just a day after we confidently left Wano, Kaido returned. He and his first commander, King of Flames, both capable of flight, flew ahead of the main army, crashing back into Wano like 2 meteors. Over in the flower capital, Nico and the others had just finished a meeting, planning one to go to Zou for reinforcements and another to seek help from Whitebeard, when a ninja burst in, rolling and crawling. "It's bad. Lord Nico. Kaido. Kaido is back." As soon as the words were out, a terrifying, world-destroying aura descended from the sky. Ashura shouted to run, drawing his sword and charging out to buy them time. Kaido, in his azure dragon form, couldn't be bothered to look at him and unleashed a wave of heat, directly leveling the Shogun's residence. Ashura charged at Kaido in anger, but was kicked away by King of Flames, instantly gravely injured. This so-called restoration uprising was as fragile as a joke in the face of Kaido's absolute power. In less than half a day, nearly 5,000 rebels were slaughtered. 3 of the 5 underworld bosses from Rabbit Bowl were dead, and Ashura was captured and seriously wounded. Nico, Tanjiro, and Kawamatsu escaped by luck, their whereabouts unknown. And that Fukuro Kuju, let me tell you, This old guy is all about dodging. Seeing the situation turn bad, he immediately knelt before Kaido to stabilize the situation. Kaido even appointed him as the acting general of Wano. From then on, Wano entered a true hellish era, with the common people's lives becoming even harder. And they even began to resent the Kazuki clan for creating this mess and disappearing without a trace. And us? The Straw Hat Pirates were aimlessly drifting on the seas of the New World. Although we had stolen a log pose, I didn't recognize most of the place names. In the end, I chose a familiar one, Dressrosa, and headed that way. Yamato, just out at sea, was as excited as a hyperactive child. Want to go to Sky Island one moment and Fishman Island the next. I could only deal with her while urging her to train quickly and store more ice-style attacks in the scrolls. The weather in the New World is truly absurd. One moment there are hailstones the size of houses, and the next, a hot water ball the size of small island pops up. But guess what? While we were complaining about the terrible weather outside, everything had already exploded into a mess because of us. Let me tell you, those bastards from the Beast Pirates are really quick to react. They immediately put a bounty on all of us in the underground black market. Me, Ace, Nika, Tsuneshiro, and Kawasong. Every single one of us, starting at 300 million berries. The most outrageous is Yamato, whose bounty skyrocketed to 1 billion. Who understands this, family? This worth just leveled up overnight to be on par with Jack the Drought. The entire underground world exploded. Everyone is trying to find out what these kids did to provoke Kaido like this. This news spread like wings, instantly reaching the New World. On a certain winter island, the red-hair pirates were on vacation. Shanks was holding my bounty notice, looking at the name Gold. Roger. His eyes lit up. His first mate, Ben Beckman, analyzed that not many people know Roger's full name is Gold. Roger, and we are definitely part of the D family. Upon hearing this, Shanks was delighted and said that the D family is born to cause trouble, also mentioning that Captain Roger's era has finally produced good seeds. And then, can you believe it? He actually announced a feast to celebrate us. These newcomers he has never met. Goodness, I was just amazed. The reason for the feast was something else entirely. On the other side, aboard Whitebeard's ship, the atmosphere was completely different. The moment Old Man saw Nika's name on the bounty notice, he exploded, his gaze cold enough to freeze. Let me tell you, Nika is the little one he watched grow up. Kaido is simply stepping on the toes of a sacred being, right? Aizu immediately knelt down, crying and begging Old Man to save her. Marco and the others were all indignant, saying they absolutely cannot let Nika come harm. Whitebeard waved his hand and directly warned the underground world. Anyone who dares to touch even a hair on Nika is an enemy of the Whitebeard pirates. The momentum was impressive, showing the full power of the Yonko. Now, the entire New World thought Whitebeard was going to clash with the Beast Pirates. The old men of the world government, however, were calm. They took a glance at my name, muttering about another D, then got busy with the relocation of Vegapunk's lab, completely disregarding us kids. The Navy headquarters turned into a large comedy scene. Old Man Garp laughed out loud upon seeing the intel, joking if I was another illegitimate son of Roger, technically Ace's brother. This made Admiral Sengoku's forehead bulge with veins, telling him to get lost. Sengoku himself was puzzled, especially about Yamato's billion bounty, scratching his head in confusion, but with too much on his plate, he could only send spies to investigate. As for that flamboyant Flamingo, Doflamingo, he initially wanted to get involved and sell Kaido a favor. But when he heard Whitebeard was stepping in, he immediately backed off, saying he wouldn't wade into such murky waters. What a coward. Anyway, while the outside world is in chaos, our ship is at peace. I was planning our next stop to Dressrosa, conveniently swinging by Punk Hazard to arrange a big job for Kin Eamon, getting that artificial dragon fruit sorted out. Just think, in the future, I could ride a big dragon out, and that would instantly raise my profile, right? Kin Eamon was overjoyed, happily slurping up noodles. Just then, Yamato on the lookout shouted, "An island!" That excitement was like a husky seeing a sled, determined to land, and no one could stop her. All right, let's charge ahead then. As the ship approached, it turned out to be another Wano-like island, with the Beast Pirates flag flying at the port. This island was incredibly poor, surviving solely on paying protection fees to Kaido, while the royal nobles lived in luxury, leaving the common people and samurai struggling to fill their bellies. When we arrived, the island was just staging an 8 o'clock melodrama. A samurai named Husai had fallen in love with the noble lady Kikaheim, whom he was tasked with protecting, but the lady was about to marry a prince. This guy was heartbroken and on the verge of losing his mind. As soon as our unfamiliar little boat docked, the group of warriors at the port stared with wide eyes. Seeing only the 3 of us on the ship, Yamato, Xiaoyu, and me, plus 2 pets. They immediately took us for rich kids out for a life experience, playing pirate family games. The greed in their eyes was completely unmasked. I noticed Yamato's naive excitement and thought, great, the opportunity has come. Today, I must teach her a lesson and let her see what human malice looks like. I deliberately placed 2 chests of shiny treasure on the deck, then pretended to be harmless and politely approached them. Brothers, could you do us a favor? We just want to go ashore to resupply. Those fools took the bait. More than a dozen of them came aboard with knives drawn, their eyes turning green at the sight of the gold, and without a second thought, they rushed at us. Yamato looked confused. Hey, why are they attacking us? But the mace in her hand didn't hesitate, swinging it down to take out one kid after another with solid hits. As for me, I didn't bother with words. I threw out 2 scrolls, summoning the 8-headed serpent and a giant to clear the enemies. In less than a minute, the deck was spotless. This caused an uproar in the entire port, with screams rising and falling. Everyone thought we were there to massacre the city. We swaggered ashore, and I even casually rolled up the boat into a scroll. When the royal nobles on the island heard about our fierce arrival, they were so scared that they fled with their bedding, causing chaos throughout the entire country. The samurai named Suji saw this as an opportunity and tried to elope with his young lady amidst the confusion. But in the end, he was caught by the prince's guards and was left badly injured. It was only when the young lady threatened her own life that he was spared, left alone severely wounded and fainting by the seaside. Yamato, with her sharp ears, transformed into her wolf form and insisted on checking out the commotion in the distance. To satisfy her insatiable curiosity, I reluctantly climbed onto her back, opting for a companion-style adventure. And guess what we found? A half-dead blonde samurai. And next to him, a strangely patterned fruit. I tell you, my eyes went wide at that moment. Fortune had finally come my way. I lunged forward and snatched that devil fruit, with its snake tail-like stem, the shape clearly indicating it was of the Zoan type. As for that unfortunate fellow, Yamato and Koju immediately set to work with some hardcore treatment. No anesthetic, no sanitation. Pulling out arrows was like pulling radishes, and they stitched his wounds with the technique of sewing straw hats, waking him up in agony. I shuddered at the sight, thinking that we needed to arrange for a ship's doctor as soon as possible. Once he managed to catch his breath, he opened his mouth and put on an annual tragic drama for me. I told you this guy's called Husai. He is a warrior, and he said their young lady is named Juheim, who has caught the eye of a prince named Kula, who insists on forcibly taking her. He also mentioned something about the royal family oppressing the people, making their lives miserable, and he begged me to step in to uphold justice, even offering to be my little brother. When I heard this, I thought, wow, this script sounds so familiar. As I ponder over these names, Juheim, Prince Kara, my mind buzzes. Isn't this a plot from a certain small theater? Looking down at the devil fruit in my hand, I gasp. It's a mythical Zoan type, new form. So that's how it is. I directly rejected him at that time. I said, dude, your combat power is roughly 0, and you're just an ultimate love-struck fool wanting to board my ship? What gives you the right? Just because you can cry? And to be honest, this fruit should have been yours according to the original plot. After eating it, you would take off, heroically rescue the beauty, and reach the peak of your life. But I just can't stand your deep and sorrowful samurai vibe, so I directly intercepted it, playing for reversal of fate, just for fun. As a result, Tora was there crying and lamenting, while Yamato got excited, her eyes sparkling, shaking my arm, and saying, come on, Prince rescuing the princess. Isn't this exactly like a hero saving a beauty in a story? Let's go. Plus, they even allied with Kaido, so we must fight. Family, who understands? The self-deceived dog must be pampered even on its knees. I thought Tora's words were probably exaggerated. What forced abduction of a maiden? It could just be his unrequited love. But since Yamato wanted to play, I thought I'd join her, treating it as a large immersive script-killing game. All right, since the first mate has spoken, let's play it well. I smiled and agreed, then turned around and directly handed that phantom beast fruit to Inuki Chiyo. I said, here, little darling. I originally wanted to give you the pink dragon form, but this new is also good, with flying abilities, straight to graduation. Little Jade was so happy she clung to me. Inuki Chiyo took a bite, and wow, transformed right on the spot. Her face was a monkey, her body was a tiger, her tail was a poisonous snake. And she was standing on a cloud, taking off. The special effects just popped up, so cool. Tora next to us was completely dumbfounded, watching his opportunity being eaten by a dog. That expression was like, what? My big chance. The emptiness was just unreal. Little Jade was flying in the sky on Inuki Chiyo, laughing like crazy. I put my hands on my hips and thought, look at this lineup. 3 Phantom Beast users. There's probably no second team this extravagant in the whole new world. Yamato couldn't wait any longer, brandishing her wolf-tooth club and shouting, "Quick, quick! Let's save the princess. This time, I must be the main character. All right, as long as you're happy." I directly let Nyojaono transform into a giant monster form over 10 meters tall, and I sat on one shoulder with Yamato, while Tora was just casually held in Nyojaomaru's hand, like carrying a little chick. We were walking when we suddenly ran into a group of black-clad warriors. Tiger recognized them at a glance and said, "Sir, they are the royal pursuers." Yamato glanced over with a look of disdain, saying they were too weak to bother with, and decided to go straight for the main target. I said, "All right, leave it to me. It's a good opportunity to test my newly learned skills." Illusion B scroll activate. Let me tell you, whoosh, 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 I threw out several scrolls. Yamata no Orochi, the great mouth divine flame phantom. All the divine beasts I drew came to life, and with 100 demons marching, they tore through that group of warriors, finishing the battle in no time. When we found the lair of those noble lords, they were already scared out of their wits. Looking at the Waikai flying in the sky and the Ushioni walking on the ground, followed by a bunch of monsters, the old king turned pale. Yamato jumped down from the shoulder of the Ushioni, wielding her wolf-tooth club, and with a bang, she created a huge pit, pointing at the prince and shouting, "Prince Kara!" in broad daylight, abducting innocent women. Today, this heroine will uphold justice. The prince trembled in fear, saying, "Please spare me, sir. That's my fiancée." Yamato wouldn't listen to that, and said, "You dare to make excuses? Serving Kaido as a lackey is a death sentence." Then, she opened her mouth and unleashed an ice tooth spell, shooting an ice pillar forward. I covered my face at that moment, thinking, "Sister, are you really using a big move on a newbie village monster?" With a bang, the king, the prince, and a large number of guards were all turned into ice sculptures. The scene was incredibly quiet. Yamato herself was stunned, scratching her head and saying, "It seems I might have overdone it." I quickly stepped in to smooth things over, leading the applause. "Well done, Yamato. You are the hero who liberates this nation." Then I turned to glare at those nobles. "What is wrong? Aren't you applauding? Do you want to end up like the king?" The next second, thunderous applause erupted. I pulled Yamato along and said, "Heroes always leave after accomplishing their tasks, concealing their merits and names. We just need to focus on looking cool." As soon as we left, that tiger guy took advantage of the situation, using a dead signal transponder to push his father-in-law onto the throne. And he became a prince himself. Goodness, isn't this just the hottest villain story of 2025, while I'm stuck with the silly, sweet script? P.S. The biggest winner. Not long after we set sail, we ran into the Beast Pirates fleet. Isn't this a gift? Yamato and I both unleashed our big moves, one with a fiery fist and the other with an ice fong, taking down 6 ships in just 1 second. But not even 2 days later, we were stopped by a pirate ship. 2 one-eyed men jumped down, calling themselves the Daicalban brothers, with a bounty of 440 million. I thought, aren't these the guys Ace later recruited? Perfect, I'll practice on you. Just as Yamato was about to go in, I stopped her and said, "Wait, let me try my new sword technique." I used dual blades, one ice and one fire, and we exchanged blows. Those two were pretty cocky, and when I got angry, I unleashed my ultimate move, almost destroying my own ship. They were scared out of their wits and quickly ran back to their own ship. But Yamato froze them and their ship on the sea with a blast of freezing breath. Only then did they realize, "You are the Luo G pirates with a bounty on the underground black market." I found out that Kaido had already put a bounty of 500 million on me and won 2 billion on Yamato in the black market. Well, our worth just skyrocketed, didn't it? In the end, we gave those brothers a beating, exchanged transponders, and made some friends. A few days later, the headlines exploded. Ace took down a warlord. His bounty skyrocketed to 500 million. Yamato was not happy about this and said, "No way. You can't steal all the spotlight. Luo G, let's go take down a warlord too." I'm thinking about it. If Ace takes down this warlord, then the next target, Don Quixote da Flamingo, will be on the horizon soon, right? Perfect timing to stir up some trouble in Dressrosa. Speak of the devil. Suddenly there's a loud booming cannon sound coming from afar, and it's clearly a big scene from the Navy. I directly drew a crane and flew over with Yamato to eat some melons. Goodness, the Navy fleet had surrounded a small island so tightly that not even water could leak through. The one being surrounded was covered in injuries and in a sorry state. Wasn't he just the unlucky warlord who had been defeated by Ace? Navy Vice Admiral Ghost Spider was holding a loudspeaker and shouting, "Hanafsa, you have been disqualified. Surrender now." And I guess what this guy said? Even though he was almost beaten to a pulp, he was still making tough talk. saying that he would take revenge on society once he escaped. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Buddy, you're in this state, and you're still trying to act tough? I slapped my thigh and exclaimed, hey, isn't this a coincidence? I said to Yamato, do you want to become famous with one battle? The opportunity has arrived. Yamato was so excited that her eyes sparkled, almost ready to perform a thunderous right then and there. I quickly assigned her a task. Do you see those 3 rear admirals down there? Pick the one with the longest hair and take him out with one move. Send him straight into the sea. I'll handle the rest. Then I turned to Xiaoyu and said, you, take Inugami Chiyo and Nuklavi and pack up that half-dead warlord for me. I'll draw a fire barrier to assist you. Xiaoyu nodded seriously and promised to complete the task. Let me tell you, Yamato is really obedient. With a roar, she transformed in her beast form, unleashing her Conqueror's Haki like it was free. Black and red lightning crackled, darkening the entire sky. The navy below was dumbfounded, staring up at the sky like they were watching a UFO. In the next second, Yamato shot down like a white meteor, exuding a devastating aura. Divine Wolf, Ice Slash. Goodness, that Vice Admiral Spider Demon didn't even have time to react. Forget about using any techniques, he didn't even have a chance to blink. Both him and the warship beneath him were smashed down into the deep sea. The warship shattered like it was made of paper, splintering into wood chips, while the surrounding navy was sent flying like dumplings by the shockwave. As for the Spider Demon himself, he turned into a human-shaped cannonball. Who knows how many thousands of meters under the sea he was sent. This operation showcased precise airdrops, and I was pumped. I thought to myself, I can't fall behind. I pulled out 2 large scrolls and aimed them at the remaining 2 vice admirals, the flying squirrel and the fighting dog, unleashing a barrage. Elemental Scroll, Flame Emperor. Elemental Scroll, no samurai ice fawn. A fireball comparable to a small sun and a massive ice pillar emitting chilling air crashed down. The 2 vice admirals turned pale with fear, barely managing to dodge for their lives. On the island, the hapless Hanafusa was in worse shape. He was already half-cooked from Ace's flames, and when he saw my fireball, he was terrified, thinking Ace was coming back for him. He tried to escape, but Xiaoyu and my Phantom Beast team had already surrounded him. A flame ghost, a flaming monster, and Nuklavi wielding a big sword chased him down relentlessly. Family, who understands? A former warlord being chased and beaten by a few newcomers, it was quite a sight. I rushed towards the flying squirrel with my second-generation Ghost Slash in hand, slashing at him while speaking into the mic. Hey, make sure to jot this down. We are the Luo G pirate crew. Just set sail. Please take care of us. That guy named Hanavza, I've taken him. Remember to tell Sengoku to raise the bounty on me in Yamato. Also, my title is Yama King. With the soul-catching pen in my left hand and the book of life and death in my right hand, that Yama King. This person beside me is Resetsu Yamato. And our little cutie, Beast Princess Xiaoyu. Did you hear that clearly? If you didn't, I'll show you the Flame Emperor to open your eyes. While I was talking, Yamato flew back, her body wrapped in black and red lightning, radiating an intense aura. The flying squirrel and the fighting dog turned pale. Haki wraparound. This woman can actually use Haki, and she called me captain. Yamato's imposing presence triggered an eruption of power within me. A stronger aura exploded from my body, and with a bang, all the elite Navy personnel who weren't knocked out fell down. Yamato's eyes lit up. Luo G, you finally awakened your Haki. I laughed heartily, of course, seeing you so fierce. How could this captain be any worse? The flying squirrel and the others were completely devastated. Who understands the family? 2 Haki users on the same ship. That is a luxury configuration. What is the point of fighting now? Looking at their terrified faces, I nodded in satisfaction. All right, remember this? If the bounty is lower than Fire Fist Aces, I'll come back to exchange feelings with you next time. I'm leaving. After saying that, I jumped onto the crane with Yamato and headed straight for the small island. The Navy was completely terrified and quickly called for headquarters to request a vice admiral for support while sending people to retrieve the Ghost Spider. They knew very well that if they continued fighting, their 3 fleets would be wiped out today. We flew to the island, and that unlucky guy Hanavza was already screaming for being burned by my Phantom Beast. When he saw us, he even wanted to negotiate with me, saying something about being recruited and how he would repay me in the future. I just laughed. Recruit you? You're thinking too highly of yourself. Your only value to me is as my blood ink printer. After saying that, I pulled out a prison scroll and kicked him inside, sealing him directly to the wall of the scroll. The next day, this made headlines, and the whole sea exploded. The Luo G pirate crew emerged, snatching food from the tiger's mouth, and smashing a Navy rear admiral. Especially the phrase Conqueror's Haki made countless people drop their jaws. The Navy headquarters held an emergency meeting, and Sengoku was overwhelmed. In the end, they had no choice but to send out Carp, who kept shouting about catching his grandson. The 5 elders in the Holy Land also learned about it, and when they heard my surname was Gold, and that I was mingling with Kaido's daughter, they immediately put me on the must-kill list. On the 3rd day, the bounty we had been eagerly anticipating finally arrived. I took a look and was directly triggered. Yamato. The Rasen Yamato, bounty of 399 billion berries. Shiu, the Beast Princess, 20 million berries. And me, King of Hell Luo 550 million berries. Why is that? I told the Navy I wanted to be higher than Ace, and they actually just made me slightly higher than Ace. I'm nearly 3 times lower than Yamato's bounty. Is the Navy practicing gender discrimination? Yamato was there enjoying herself, looking at the bounty notice from different angles. Haha Luo, mine is higher than Jean and Quinn. I rolled my eyes at her. This consolation is worse than no consolation. Right then, I swore that my next target must be something big. If I take down a celestial dragon, I refuse to believe my bounty 1T reached 2 billion. Alright, let us put the bounty issue aside for now. The next step is Dressrosa. Let us go get a permanent log pose. That Doflamingo, after hearing about us, actually had some crooked thoughts. Wanted to take me down and snatch Yamato away. Naive. We changed into new clothes, aiming for a low-key infiltration, and quietly flew up to Dressrosa on a crane. However, as soon as we entered the city, I felt something was off. The toys walking around the streets, I could actually hear them screaming and crying inside. Damn, is my observation, Haki, awakening to listen to all things? Yamato also found it strange and asked me what those toys were. I calmly told her, they're people. The 2 girls instantly had goosebumps. I wouldn't explain much, just heading straight to the underground black market. I'm like a wealthy tycoon, making purchases, getting all the permanent pointers I want like Thunder God Island and Punk Hazard, wrapping it all up. Having money is just that enjoyable. After buying everything, it's time to spend. I took 2 country girls straight to the gladiator arena to experience the local customs. The fights were brutal, with blood and guts flying everywhere, and the audience was roaring like a tsunami. Then I noticed that the entire audience was furiously insulting a female swordsman wearing a helmet, and the insults were as harsh as they could get. Even Yamato got into it, nudging me and asking, "Hey, who is that girl? Why does it seem like she is the target of the whole arena's ridicule?" I hadn't had the chance to respond yet, and the 2 big guys next to me were like they were competing to answer, spitting everywhere, directly exposing this girl's dark past. Wow. It turns out this helmet-wearing girl is named Rebecca, the granddaughter of the former king of this country, and now she's a sinner. The whole of Dressrosa hates her and says she deserves it. I have to tell you, Xiao Yu's sympathy just flooded out at once. She quietly said, "Sister, how pitiful." As a result, those 2 big guys reacted as if their tails had been stepped on, turning around and yelling at Xiao Yu. Hey, with my bad temper, who dares to yell at me? Without saying a word, I swung my fist, and those 2 immediately started foaming at the mouth, rolling their eyes and slumping in their seats. Now I had stirred up a hornet's nest. The audience around was just about to stand up and scold me. But with a cold glare, I instantly silenced them all. Family, who understands? That circle of people didn't dare to breathe. The sound of swallowing saliva rose and fell like a symphony, and then each pretended nothing had happened, continuing to watch the match. I just wanted to give them a little shock. You know, Rebecca really can take it, despite the booing from the crowd. She fought until the end and won the prize. As soon as the match ended, we quietly followed her. I was pondering, another princess burdened with national grievances and family hatred, with decent talent, but too many worries. To be honest, on my ship, we prioritize being unencumbered, orphans first. Carrying the whole country's burden is a bit troublesome. We were munching on skewers while watching her collect the money, a sum that was earned at the cost of her life. This girl was really unfortunate. Almost no one in the entire country was willing to sell her anything, except for one kind old lady who sold her some bread. She bought the food, but didn't dare to stay any longer, fearing she would burden the old lady, and quickly turned to leave. Dave was so excited, with his mouth full of meat, he mumbled, "Luo, gee, I smell the taste of adventure. I can smell it." This must be the work of Doflamingo, usurping the throne and shifting the blame onto the royal family. I'm familiar with this script. Right now, all she could think about was taking down Doflamingo. After all, he was the strongest and had the highest bounty among the 7 warlords. I chuckled and thought, that's right. We're like a dragon crossing the river now. Why should we fear a local snake? We must create some excitement. Following Rebecca through twists and turns, we entered a stunning sunflower field. Xiaoyu and Yamato were immediately captivated by the beautiful scenery, running around like wild dogs. As a result, Yamato, with her observation Haki activated, exclaimed, "Wow, there are so many powerful little creatures in the flower field." Then she, a young lady, directly laid down on the ground to start sniffing, and her actions were simply unbelievable. I am clear in my heart that those are not small animals, but the legendary little people. Following Rebecca, we indeed found the fastest path to them. Just then, a toy soldier with a broken leg suddenly jumped out of the flower field, holding a toy gun and shouting at us. "Hey, who are you? Leave here immediately." But he jumped 3 feet high, his eyes shining. "Wow, a talking toy. That's so cool." Rebecca quickly ran back, drawing her sword with a vigilant expression. I crossed my arms and looked at the man and the toy, directly speaking up. "Cyrus, are you just going to watch your daughter fight to the death in the gladiatorial arena?" Then I turned to Rebecca. "And you, Rebecca, do you want to become stronger? Do you want to take down Doflamingo? I can help you." As soon as I said this, the toy soldier, Cyrus, was stunned, his eyes wide open like saucers. You actually remember me?" "Of course, I do. I have the divine perspective." Rebecca was even more excited, completely ignoring the daughter issue, and immediately asked, "Can you help me defeat Doflamingo?" "Of course," I threw out my conditions, "but you have to completely sever your royal identity and become my crew member, exchanging this identity for a chance at revenge. Are you in?" "I'm willing," she answered without any hesitation. The toy Cyrus panicked, shouting, "No, Rebecca, you are the last bloodline of the royal family." As a result, Rebecca exploded with emotion, crying as she yelled at him, "Enough, soldier. If we can't defeat Doflamingo, what royal family is left? I want to avenge my mother. And you're just a toy. What do you understand? I'm really tired and lonely. Who understands my family?" This is the reaction of a normal person. A teenage girl being scolded every day, fighting for her life in the arena, seeing no hope. How could she not break down? Now that she finally sees a lifeline, could she not grab it? Looking at her expectant yet resolute eyes, I didn't waste any more words and directly tossed over the bounty notice for me and Yamato. This thing is more persuasive than anything else. 10, 13,990,000,000, 550,000,000. Rebecca stared at the bounty notice, stunned. We transformed back to our original forms with a bang. I smiled slightly at her. "Join now. The strength package takes effect immediately. Please take me to sea." She took a deep breath and jumped onto my pirate ship. The toy Cyrus looked at his daughter and could only smile wryly in agreement. He himself was covered in blood. What right did he have to decide his daughter's path? "Welcome aboard." The 3 of us warmly welcomed the new member. I immediately pulled out a scroll, and with a flourish, a feast appeared all around us. Rebecca's eyes lit up, probably wondering what kind of magical devil fruit this was. While we were eating and drinking, a group of little people from the flower fields couldn't sit still anymore. Seeing that Rebecca and Cyrus had become friends with us, they decided to come out and greet us. I had long noticed the colors around me. Hee, and a mischievous idea suddenly popped into my mind. I tossed a gold coin, and with a bang, a chestnut-shaped hat appeared on my head. The next second, a large group of thumb-sized little people rushed out from the flower field. Upon seeing the chestnut head on my head, they all went crazy. "Lord Norland, the great hero Norland has returned. Norland, please help us." Goodness, these little people were seriously face-blind, mistaking me for their legendary great hero. Cyrus and Rebecca stood by, stunned and completely confused about the situation. As for me, I played the information gap card, accepting this setting without a change of expression, clearing my throat. My name is Luo Ji, a warrior who aims to liberate the whole world. This caused an even bigger uproar. Liberation warrior Luo Ji Lando. Great hero Luo Ji Lando. The little people were so excited that they instantly deified me. Deha was frantically writing in his diary beside me, excitedly declaring himself the vice captain of the great hero. Only Rebecca looked confused and asked, "Captain, are we pirates or heroes?" These enthusiastic little guys insisted on inviting us to their kingdom. And of course, I wouldn't refuse, as it was a good opportunity to meet Princess Mancheri, who possesses the healing fruit. I directly summoned a giant flying crane and took everyone soaring into the sky. Upon arriving at the little people's kingdom of Greenbit, the scene was one of drums and gongs, with firecrackers going off. King Ganxiao cried and complained to me about Doflamingo's atrocities. I patted my chest and assured them that once I gathered more people and built up some strength, I would come back and take down Doflamingo completely. To support my great cause, The little people decided on the spot to send an elite team to accompany me at sea, helping me recruit more troops. Reluctantly, I chose 5 individuals. Leo, who has the Stitch fruit, Princess Mancheri, who has the healing fruit, along with 3 scouts and a pilot, all of whom were talented. Before leaving, I left them a scroll of food and provided a bunch of battle plans and suggestions, clearly laying out everything for these innocent little guys. The next day, we no longer hid our identities. The pirate ship boldly sailed into the port of Dressrosa, the pirate flag flying high, officially announcing Rebecca's joining us. This caused another uproar among the citizens on the shore, with all sorts of ugly insults directed at Rebecca. Her face turned pale, and she tightly gripped the hilt of her sword. I stepped forward, unleashed my Conqueror's Haki, and shouted, "Shut the hell up! From now on, Rebecca is my person, and anyone who dares to disrespect her will be at odds with the entire Luo G pirate crew." Instantly, a large number of people fell to the ground like cut wheat, scared out of their wits. This news spread like wildfire to the royal plateau, and when Doflamingo heard it, he actually laughed maniacally. Fufufu. They actually dare to come. Looks like they are afraid of Kaido and want to slip back to the Grand Line from here. Let's go and entertain our distinguished guests. He turned to his subordinates and said, "Toripole, bring sugar along." Goodness, he was planning to use his secret weapon related to his childhood fruit. He thought that since I had little you with me, I would definitely be unprepared for a little girl like Sugar. Meanwhile, we were leisurely making our way to the Colosseum. Rebecca quietly asked me, "Captain, is my grandfather really in the Colosseum?" I nodded and told her that her Aunt Violet had voluntarily joined Ming Ji's side to save her and the king's lives. Our purpose this time is to rescue her grandfather first, so her aunt can gain her freedom as well. Rebecca was so moved that her eyes turned red, and she kept thanking me. I just smiled, but what I was thinking was quite different. It's still too early to go all out against Ming. I don't have enough manpower, but it doesn't matter. I'll let him continue to develop. Once he and Caesar have worked hard to expand the artificial devil fruit business, I'll come back and take everything he has as my own with interest. So for the next step, I didn't play by the usual rules at all. I tell you, I swaggered in there with Yamato and the others into that so-called arena. When Brother Ming's subordinates saw us, their legs went weak, and they didn't even dare to stop us. Goodness, when Brother Ming heard about this, he thought I was crazy from poverty, wanting to fight in underground matches to earn some extra cash and make a name for myself. He was so happy, saying it was perfect. He originally wanted to invite us for a meal and set us up, but now he could just watch the show. Watch the show? He wouldn't understand the performance I'm putting on. As soon as we entered the contestants backstage, the smell hit us. It was all sweat and despair. Right next to it was the prison for inmates, keeping a bunch of unfortunate souls to liven up the matches. Let me tell you, everyone there looked at us as if we were monsters, their eyes practically saying, "Who understands? A pirate from a population of 1.3 billion comes to a beginner's village to fish? Isn't that insane?" I couldn't be bothered with him at all and walked straight to the dark prison entrance. A match? Who has time for a match? I swiftly drew out my second-generation Ghost Slash and with a swing, split the steel railing in half. I shouted at the top of my lungs, "Li Kuwang, come out and follow me." Stop dawdling. Inside the prison, an old man wearing a helmet slowly raised his head. Rebecca also got anxious and shouted Grandpa from the side. I had no time to watch them play out their family drama, so I walked in and coldly urged him to hurry up. The commotion here reached Ming Ji's ears in an instant. He was holding a glass of red wine, and upon hearing that I wasn't there for a match but to break someone out, his face turned dark immediately. Damn it, he must have forgotten about this. His block-faced subordinate, Diamanti, also had a grim expression and said, "See, I told you this kid was up to no good." Another one, Toribole, who had a runny nose, seemed quite confident and said, "So what if you save him? Who still recognizes that useless king in this country?" I have to tell you, the most exciting part was Ming Ji's reaction. He suddenly stopped being angry and instead smiled in a particularly creepy way. He turned to look at a female subordinate of his, the one named Violet. His voice was like a snake's tongue, saying, "You don't want to leave too, do you?" The girl was so scared that she almost lost her mind, her back covered in cold sweat, and hurriedly expressed her loyalty. Only then did Ming Gu smile in satisfaction and say, "Let's go entertain our esteemed guests and celebrate your father's newfound freedom." Ah, celebrate. I think it's more like a banquet of death. Over at the gladiatorial arena, King Liku had already removed his helmet, revealing an old, guilt-ridden face. Weeping in front of Rebecca, saying how sorry he was for the country, for his daughter, and for his granddaughter. I really didn't have time to listen to his confession, so I directly stuffed him into the scroll I had with me, and that was that. Just as I was about to leave, the prisoners in the surrounding cells erupted. each one clinging to the bars and shouting that they were once part of the king's army, begging Princess Rebecca to save them. I thought to myself, well, it's not bad to give Ming a bit of trouble. I sent a few more sword energies over, and with a whoosh, all the prison cells opened. I tossed out a line, "Whether you can survive is up to your own abilities," and turned to leave. The group behind me cheered like it was the new year and rushed out. Just as they exited the prison door, a sneering voice came down from the sky. You just arrived on my turf and smashed my business. What does this mean? I looked up, and good heavens, Doflamingo was floating in midair in his flamboyant pink flamingo coat, looking like a flower butterfly, with a fake smile on his face as he said to me, "If you fancy any prisoner, just say the word, right? Am I not giving you that face?" "Oh really, giving me face?" I couldn't help but laugh and directly retorted, "Sure, then hand over Violet to me, you night demon." When Yamato heard this, he slammed his spiked club on the ground, his eyes ready to crack open Doflamingo's skull. The veins on Doflamingo's forehead bulged, but he surprisingly held back and actually smiled as he replied, "Want her? That's not impossible. I wonder if the King of Hell and the Rakshasa Queen would be willing to have a meal and befriend each other. I tell you, his scheme is so obvious that I can hear it all the way from the East China Sea. He just wants to trick me into letting that little girl named Sugar touch me, turning me into a toy, playing the unexpected, right? Unfortunately, I've already seen the script. Let her come over first, and we'll be good friends." I grinned, my expression like a wolf seeing meat. Brother Ming stared at me for a long time, and finally waved his hand, letting Violet come down. Violet was so conflicted, looking back 3 times with each step. On one side was the devil, and on the other was the unknown. The stakes were too high. Rebecca cheered her on from below, and after gritting her teeth and stealing her heart, she walked over to us. If we lost the bet, the Liku royal family would completely disappear from this world. But if we won, it would be a rebirth. Joker truly has a grand vision. I laughed heartily, putting my arm around Violet, calling Brother Ming my buddy. "Your friend, I'm keeping for sure." Just like that, our group set off with him to the royal heights. At the long banquet table, delicacies were piled high, and Brother Ming's subordinates sat like lords. Looking at us the same way, they looked at the dishes on their plates. Brother Ming raised his wine glass, saying something about how we were young and accomplished and would cooperate more in the future. "Acting, keep acting." Just then, a little girl in a red hooded cloak came running over to me, holding a plate of grapes. Her big, cute eyes sparkled, and her voice was sweet and cloying. "Big brother, did you really defeat the Vice Admiral? You're amazing. Can you give me an autograph?" Here she comes. The final boss has made her entrance. Sugar, the user of the toy fruit, can turn people into obedient toys with just a touch and erase everyone's related memories. This ability is simply a tool for dark schemes. If I weren't from another world, I might have really capsized in this gutter today. I watched her run over innocently, while Violet beside me was so anxious that she was almost cramping from giving me hints. I pretended not to see and instead shouted to a maid next to me, "Excuse me, this beautiful lady, I need you to help me refill my drink." "Are you calling me? Do you need me?" The maid named Baby Five's eyes lit up instantly, as if a switch had been flipped, and she excitedly grabbed the wine bottle and rushed over to me. Minggu and the others were momentarily stunned, and just as Sugar's little hand was about to touch me, Baby Five perfectly blocked her in the middle. After Baby Five poured the wine for me, Sugar finally ran up to me, happily handing over the paper and pen. In that moment, I could feel the corners of everyone's mouth in the Don Quixote family starting to rise crazily, just as Sugar's finger was about to touch me. I quickly reached out, and a small black handcuff, not much bigger than a wrist, clicked precisely onto her hand. "See Prism Stone." The cute expression on the little Loli's face instantly froze, and then she went limp, collapsing into my arms like a marionette with its strings cut. Little cutie, causing trouble is not what a good child does. I held her up, laughing brilliantly. The entire venue fell silent. In the next moment, Doflamingo's face twisted directly, veins bulging, and an invisible line blade shot towards me with a whoosh. Sugar was his lifeline, the cornerstone of his rule over this country, and she absolutely could not be harmed. "I knew you guys were not good people," Yamato yelled excitedly, swinging his club in a wide arc, Thunderbagwa. With one swing, he shattered that line blade, followed by Conqueror's Haki attack aimed directly at Ming Ji's face. With a loud bang, half of the banquet hall collapsed. "Rorinoa, what kind of skill is it to attack a little girl?" Minggu dodged the attack, shouting at me fiercely. "Oh, come on." I shook the unconscious Sugar in my hand, pretending to be confused. "You really think I don't know her ability? Do you want me to completely knock her out right now and restore all the toys in this country to their original state?" At these words, Ming-Ji's pupils trembled instantly. He couldn't understand who had leaked the secret. I haven't been idle either. With a flick of the scroll, various phantom beasts like Nyogue-wan and Komichio burst out like they were being churned out, instantly entangling his group of cadres. The stone man Pika had just emerged from the ground when he was punched back by the giant transformed from Nyogue-wan. Ha ha ha. I stood amidst the chaos, laughing loudly. Just a moment ago, I was talking about making friends, and now I'm going all out. Since you generously gave me Violet, then this may be mine too. I pointed at the confused Baby 5, who had already transformed into weapon form beside me. Baby 5, I really need you. Come with me, will you? Why you need me? Baby 5 instantly broke down, her weapon transforming back into human form. Her face flushed, almost crying with excitement. Young master, does he really need me to do this? I looked at Mingo's face, which was about to burst from anger, and I couldn't help but feel exhilarated. He was being beaten down by Yamato, while my phantom beast army held down his subordinates, and now the crucial sugar was still in my hands, making him completely under my control. And you? I directed my attack at the stone giant Pika, raising my hand to unleash a powerful move. Elemental scroll, ice magic, no servant ice fong. A wave of extreme cold surged out, and crackling sounds echoed as the hundreds of meters tall stone giant was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Stop it! Mingo finally broke down, letting out a desperate roar. I promise you, Baby 5 will be yours from now on. Yamato, stop. I smiled and gave the order. Yamato was clearly not done having fun, but still obediently halted, though before retracting her attack, she landed one last blow, sending Mingo flying and causing him to spit blood, plowing a long trench in the ruins. TSK, watching him struggle to rise from the rubble, the horror, humiliation, and unwillingness in his eyes were simply overwhelming. Once beaten up by Kaido, and now again by Kaido's daughter, the psychological trauma must be enough to cover a 3-bedroom apartment. There is no escape. In this sea, weakness is the original sin. After that, it was time for the victor to negotiate. I locked Mingo in a small dark room, and clearly told him that I wanted both Violet and Baby 5. As compensation, I kindly informed him that Punk Hazard had Caesar, artificial devil fruits, and even mentioned that Wano had the red historical text and ancient weapon Pluton. I painted a grand vision for him, just to keep this tool of mine working hard for me and Kaido, making the business of artificial devil fruits grow stronger. Once he has painstakingly grown the peaches, I can just come back and pick them. Of course, before I left, I extorted a hefty sum of money and conveniently borrowed 2 insect-type flying fruits from his warehouse, planning to use them for our little crew. Watching Doflamingo's face turn darker than a pot bottom, I swaggered away from Dressrosa with my victorious crew. On the ship, the addition of new members made the pirate crew lively. Baby 5 became our professional cook, Violet was the perfect lookout, and the Little People's princess, Mancheri, played the role of ship's doctor. 3 little warrior women from the tribe ate the fruits and turned into adorable butterfly fairies, dragonfly fairies, and bee fairies. Flitting around the ship, Yamato, gnawing on barbecued meat, laughed so hard at all of this that her eyes turned into crescent moons. Our next stop is Punkasad. As soon as we arrived in that toxic gas-filled sea area, Yamato frowned. I told all of them to go into my scroll world first, and I would go in alone. Once they entered, they started shouting and making a fuss inside, as if Lu Lao had entered the Grandview Garden. Xiaoyu, the old resident, was proudly explaining to them how amazing my scroll world is. I put on a gas mask, sat on my crane mount, and plunged straight into the purple toxic mist. My goal was clear, the failed product left by Vegapunk, the artificial dragon fruit. It was the one that Peach Boy, that little pervert, accidentally ate later on. After searching the abandoned research facility for a long time, I finally spotted the fruit under a glass dome in a storage room. I smashed the glass with a punch and took it out. I looked at the pink dragon fruit in my hand, feeling incredibly pleased. It has the same ability as Kaido's, although it's a budget version, but it smells so good. But let me tell you, I have no intention of eating this myself. Were you kidding? This ability given to me by my cheat is the genuine article, with no side effects, and it doesn't even fear sea prism stone. Am I crazy to give myself a fatal debuff that would leave me paralyzed in the sea? That would just make me a fool. In the future, I could easily draw a dragon, and it might even be stronger than Kaido's. I could drag my enemies with abilities into the sea for a bath. Just ask if they're scared, the future king of sea battles, okay? So, I've already chosen who to give this pink dragon fruit to. Hee, Rebecca with her pink hair, paired with this pink dragon, is just too perfect. The Dragon Knight training plan is officially launched. Yamato is the white wolf, Rebecca is the pink dragon. My left, and right guardian beasts are all set. After wandering around Caesar's broken laboratory, there wasn't much good stuff to take. However, looking at the purple poisonous gas filling the room, in the spirit of not leaving empty-handed, I pulled out a huge scroll and, like collecting a fishing net, quickly gathered all the poisonous gas into it. Goodness, it's another sneaky tactic, although it won't be much use against real big shots. It will definitely be enjoyable for bullying weaker opponents. Just as I was about to leave, suddenly, a loud roar came from afar. Upon hearing it, I thought, oh, isn't that the famous silly lizard dragon from Punk Hazard? I immediately hopped on my crane and flew over. Let me tell you, this dragon is no small fry. It was created by Vegapunk and has the genes of the Lunarian race, which is the same race as King. So it can withstand a lot and can survive in any environment. Later, Akainu and Akiji fought here for 10 days and nights, turning the island into a place of ice and fire. Yet it was still lively and kicking. But it has a fatal flaw. Its intelligence is a hard setback. It's just ridiculous. The celestial dragons initially wanted to keep it as a pet, but they found it too stupid and hard to control, posing a risk of backlash against its owner, so they threw it back. But being stupid is good, right? Family members, who understands? Stupid ones are easier to control. I directly transmitted a thought into the scroll world. Xiao Yu, put on the gas mask, get your little team ready. It's time to bring out the new pet. As soon as Xiao Yu heard there was a new pet, her eyes lit up, and she quickly changed her gear and came out. When she saw that several dozen-meter-tall red dragon, her mouth was agape in an O shape. Is that a dragon? I didn't have the energy to bother with it. I was too lazy to even hit it. I directly pulled out a large piece of sea beast meat from the scroll, stuffed it into little U.S. dumpling, and threw it at the dumb dragon that was in a daze. When the dragon smelled the meat, it swallowed it in one bite without thinking. The next second, a miracle happened. Little Yu shouted in a baby voice, "Stand up." The giant dragon stood up with a loud boom. Little Yu shouted again, "Fly up." The big guy flapped its wings and really started to fly, swaying a bit, which was totally unscientific. "Let us go. Ride the dragon." I picked up Little Yu and jumped onto the dragon's back. Under Little Yu's command, we broke through the purple poisonous mist and saw the light of day again. I had her command the giant dragon to breathe fire, and wow, that fire column was huge and looked quite intimidating. But it felt like the temperature wasn't quite enough. But never mind, it was a free mount. What more could I ask for? I released Yamato and the others from the scroll, and wow, they all acted like they had never seen the world before, shouting and making a fuss. Yamato was especially excited, immediately pulling out her precious sailing diary to start writing a little essay, saying she had also acquired the legendary giant dragon mount. While everyone was still caught up in the excitement, I handed the pink fruit to Rebecca. "Rebecca, this is called the sea dragon fruit, just like Kaido's. It's for you." Of course, I didn't mention that it was artificial. Confidence is the best buff, after all. The girl couldn't hold back her emotions and started crying, hugging me tightly and saying I was the best person for her. Sigh, she's such a pitiful child. Under everyone's gaze, she tearfully took a bite of that awful-tasting fruit. With a scream, she transformed into, a pink little dragon about the size of a crocodile. Violet quickly picked her up, both surprised and delighted. Rebecca was a bit dazed herself, trying to breathe fire but only producing a wisp of smoke. Feeling aggrieved, she asked me, "Brother Luffy, why do I feel like this ability is so weak?" I quickly comforted her, "Don't worry, this is just the new player experience version. It will be gradually developed and upgraded later, and it will definitely be stronger than this silly dragon." Everyone was having a great time playing on the dragon's back. But this fat dragon's endurance was really poor. It was panting after not flying for long. I had no choice but to put it back into the scroll world, letting Xiao Yu and the others continue playing while I sat on my crane and continued my journey alone. The next target, indicated by the permanent pointer, was exactly what I was looking forward to the most, Thor's Island. Let me tell you, the Navy has been busy. While I was unaware, they had already set up a trap on 2 islands. These 2 islands are called Byliskalid and Mistrelia, serving as gateways to the New World, similar to the Shambadi archipelago. To reach Fishman Island, one must pass through this area. Therefore, the Navy concluded that I would definitely pass by. Peach Rabbit and the T-Pig are guarding one island, while the other island is even more outrageous, with Navy Hero Carp personally stationed there. They're just waiting for me to walk into their trap. The beautiful Peach Rabbit polishes her famous sword, Kanbaira, every day, eager to fight with Yamato to prove who is the strongest female warrior. As for Carp, he has no patience to wait for me. Meanwhile, I arrived at Raijin Island. Folks, the scene, it's incredible. The entire sky above the island is filled with golden and silver lightning pouring down like rain. rumbling and creating a net of thunder and lightning. This overwhelming lightning is finally my turn. Without hesitation, I took out my special elemental scroll and began to absorb it madly. This is an inexhaustible source of natural energy. It's much stronger than the few big moves that Ace and Yamato use, which leave them exhausted. My crew watched me collect lightning like a mad scientist, completely stunned. Yamato even said sourly that I relied too much on my fruit abilities, and if she got close to me, she would definitely beat me. Calling it reliance? That's strategy. By the time I had collected enough and was completely exhausted, I returned to the ship, and a piece of news came in. Goodness. Fire Fist Ace had fought against the warlord Jinbei for 5 days and nights in the New World, with no clear winner. This news exploded in the New World, and even Whitebeard became very interested in him, wanting to take him as a son. When Yamato saw the news, she immediately became unhappy. That Ace is making headlines again. He's stealing our thunder. It's all your fault for not letting me kill Doflamingo that day. Otherwise, it would have been us on the news. Looking at her aggrieved little eyes, I felt a bit embarrassed and grinned. Don't worry, this time I'll take you to do something big, much more thrilling than fighting the warlords. Yamato's eyes lit up. Really? Are we going to fight the Navy headquarters? It might be even more exciting than that. I started to laugh ominously, scaring the little people beside me into huddling together. Meanwhile, Carp saw the news about his grandson Ace in the newspaper and couldn't sit still anymore. No more waiting. That bastard Sengoku. I'm going to bring Ace back. He was afraid that Ace, that hard-headed kid, would really go challenge Whitebeard and get killed. His aide Bogart tried to stop him, but Carp was determined to set sail. Tontada and the others thought I had probably flown straight over the red line. After waiting for so many days, they were about to give up. But what they didn't know was that just when they relaxed their vigilance, the dark forces on the island received a message. The celestial dragons were coming down to fetch their goods in person. A few days later, our ship finally saw the outline of Mistelia Island. Yamato stood at the bow of the ship, excitedly shouting, "Charge! To Fishman Island!" I ignored her and directly asked Violet, "Use your ability to see what is happening on the island." Violet activated her ability and, after careful observation, said, "There are a lot fewer pirate ships in the lawless area S-Port. While on the other side, there are 12 warships and 5 special battleships flying the world government flag." I raised my eyebrow, intrigued. Is there a luxurious battleship that shines with golden light? Upon hearing my question, Violet instantly felt a chill down her spine. She understood. She hesitantly asked, "Captain, you don't mean to do something to the celestial dragons, do you?" I looked at her and nodded with a smile. Violet was on the verge of tears. "Ooh. Captain, is it still possible for us to get off the ship now? You got on my pirate ship and you still want to run?" She wanted to persuade me, but I interrupted her directly, looking out at the distant sea, and said in a voice full of magic, "Do you believe that the world government will completely collapse within 10 years? No, maybe 5 or 6 years." Violet was stunned by my words, her mouth agape, with a look of disbelief. But guess what? The people on my ship are all even more fired up. As soon as I finished speaking, the girl Xiaoyu was the first to jump up, her little fist clenched tightly, and she shouted in a baby voice, "I believe in Brother Loaji. If he says it will collapse, then it must collapse. If it doesn't, we'll go and make it collapse." Wow, what determination. Right after that, they also raised his wolf fawn club and shouted, "Count me in. Before we take down the world government, let's take down my dad Kaido first. We are the strongest. Family who understands." This atmosphere instantly ignited me. Rebecca, baby 5, and those little dwarves looked at me with eyes almost sparkling. Each one seemed like they had just been pumped full of adrenaline, as if I was about to ascend to the throne in the next second. Rebecca, even more so, just a second ago thought I was crazy, and the next second was almost swearing to the heavens, saying that even if I said we were going to attack the moon, she would be the first to charge forward. I looked at this group of fervent believers, feeling extremely comfortable in my heart, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. A surge of Conqueror's Haki erupted uncontrollably. Guess what happened next? This wave of energy crossed the sea and floated to the island of Mistelia, which we were about to visit. There happened to be a naval girl on the island named Peach Rabbit Shurjen, who was immediately stunned by my aura. Let me tell you, Miss Peach Rabbit is quite annoyed right now. Those heavenly dragon folks above are acting like lords, giving her ridiculous orders to release all the human traffickers and slaves she just captured, while dangling a vice admiral position in front of her like bait. It's downright blatant workplace PUA. She's there questioning her life, wondering what justice in the Navy really is. Suddenly, she feels my overwhelming Conqueror's Haki. Her first reaction was to think that red-haired Shanks had arrived, and she hurriedly pulled out her snail phone, calling her subordinates to assemble while also notifying another Vice Admiral, T-Pig, to ensure the safety of the heavenly dragons on the island. But then she thought, wait a minute, Shanks is in the second half of the New World. How could he be here? Then a light bulb went off in her head. Could it be Rorschach Day and King Yin Luo? That's right, it's me. Over here, the ship is almost docked. Violet has already used her clairvoyance to see the situation on the island thoroughly and nervously reported to me. Captain, the Navy has gathered on the island. And there really are celestial dragons. As soon as I heard it, I couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this just a coincidence? I was originally planning to just get a coating and leave, but now, with the wealth of those celestial dragons thrown right in my face, I have to make a big scene. All right, everyone, are you ready to make a name for yourselves? I stood at the bow of the ship and drew my second-generation Ghost Slash. Our ship didn't even dock at a proper port. We directly crashed into a coating factory in an illegal zone. I slammed a few bundles of berries on the table and shouted with great bravado, "Coat it for me as fast as you can." The owner nodded and bowed, not daring to utter a word, and immediately made arrangements. I also requested a few personal bubble corals, just in case. Once we got our stuff, I led everyone straight into the dark side of the island. Just as we set foot on the shore, Peach Rabbit brought a large naval force charging in, looking like they were out to eliminate bandits. Her deputy was beside her advising, "Admiral, do we really want to break the rules and enter the illegal zone? The celestial dragons are still inside." Peach Rabbit shot her a fierce look. "This is the highest order from the 5 elders and the marshal. Capture the pirate crew of Luo Ji. Move out." With a single command, the Navy surged into the illegal zone like a tide, scaring all the gangsters into closing their doors and hiding to watch the show. And us, our target was clearer, heading straight for the human auction house where the celestial dragons were. At that moment, the T-Pig, Cha-Fun, who was negotiating with the celestial dragons for Peach Rabbit, was being treated like a bodyguard, sitting on pins and needles in the auction house. He had just received a call from Peach Rabbit, saying we had landed on the island and to be careful. He hurried to report to the celestial dragons. And guess what happened? That celestial dragon with the glass dome, pointing at him, started cursing. "A mere pirate dares to lay hands on this saint? You Navy hound, hurry up and catch them to serve as slaves for this saint. If you can't catch them, forget about ever getting promoted." Cha-Fun was so angry his face turned green. But in the end, he could only clench his fists and endure it. Just then we arrived. Violet shouted, "Captain, it's the elite Navy Vice Admiral, Cha-Fun." Without a moment's hesitation, I shot a glance at Yamato. "Yamato, go, Thunderbagwa." Yamato instantly transformed into her hybrid form, and that Wolfong club wrapped in black and red lightning swung down with earth-shattering momentum towards Cha-Fun. I haven't been idle either. With a flick of my scroll, "Come forth, my Pokemon army." Charizard was the first I threw out, opening its mouth to unleash a flame as thick as a house, directly blasting towards the group of CP agents and guards at the auction house entrance. Following that, I summoned my entire Phantom Beast Legion in one breath. Yamada no Orochi. QB Nyogue Wan. Just asking if you think I'm cool. Komichio transformed into the flying divine Beast Neurona, carrying Little You and the others into the sky, gaining control of the overall view. Boom! That guy Chibuta had the foresight of observation Haki and narrowly dodged Yamato's Thunderbagwa, but the terrifying shockwave couldn't be avoided, directly collapsing a large part of the auction house. The wealthy nobles inside were thrown into chaos. Many were knocked unconscious, and some were even turned to dust. That celestial dragon, named Gyrud, was directly knocked to the ground by the shockwave, his glass headpiece shattered, blood all over his head. Quacking like a duck with its tail stepped on. Who dares to attack this saint? Kill him. As soon as I saw it, the opportunity had come. I raised my hand and summoned another scroll, elemental scroll, Thunderbolt Thunderstrike. A bolt of heavenly thunder struck down towards that pig. When Chachuan saw that things were going wrong, he didn't dare to dodge this time and could only brace himself to rush forward to block the knife for the celestial dragon. But just as he moved, Yamato charged in front of him. "Your opponent is me." At that moment, whoosh, a sharp golden sword aura shot through the air, aiming directly at Yamato. "Your opponent is me," the Rakshasa woman exclaimed. Tao too arrived. She and Yamato instantly engaged in battle, with blades clashing and waves of energy surging. Behind them, a large group of Navy soldiers also charged forward, howling. As soon as I saw it, I was amazed. 2 top vice admirals were here. Now, this is interesting. Navy, just because there are many dozen T mean they are strong. I let out a wild laugh, unleashing my Conqueror's Haki. And I'm definitely going to take down this celestial dragon today. Let's see how he fares against my new move. Elemental Scroll, Thunder technique. 99 Heavenly Thunder. As soon as I finished speaking, countless scrolls flew toward the Navy forces, and in the next second, thunder rained down from the sky like a downpour, causing the Navy officers to be thrown into chaos, smoke rising from their bodies. Rebecca and the others also engaged in battle with the CP agents and Holy Land Guards, with Rebecca even transforming into her half-dragon form, swinging her sword and venting all the grievances of these years. The mob bosses watching from afar were dumbfounded, jaws dropping to the ground. What kind of ability does this Luo Ji have? Summoning monsters and thunder? The Demon Queen can fight evenly with Peach Rabbit? No. It seems like she's even dominating the fight. On the battlefield, that T-Pig saw me raining down chaos from the sky and got anxious, rushing towards me with a moon step, trying to play the assassin and get close to cut the mage. Close combat against a mage? Not a bad idea. I let out a cold laugh, but I also know a thing or two about swordsmanship. I swiftly drew out the second-generation Guiche and Tianyu Yuzhan, and the flowery aura instantly wrapped around me. Yama's dual sword style, Hell's Elegy. Clang! Chibuta was directly struck by my blade, spitting blood and flying backward. His eyes were filled with shock, probably unable to comprehend how I could master both magic and swordsmanship, and have such overwhelming aura. Can I give him a chance to catch his breath? No. Roast Piglet. I raised my hand again and unleashed a scroll, elemental scroll, Fire Mage, Flame Emperor. A gigantic flaming sun smashed down towards him and a celestial dragon behind him. Chibuta turned pale. If he dodged this move, the celestial dragon behind would turn to ash. There was no choice. He could only grit his teeth, cover himself in armament Haki, and charge towards the flaming sun, trying to detonate it early. Boom! With a loud roar, endless flames consumed everything around, and Chibuta fell from the sky like a charred lump. Gaki! Tita shouted desperately. Yamato didn't care about that, laughing as he swung down a heavy blow. Don't get distracted. Your opponent is me. The two clashed fiercely again, and the terrifying shockwave toppled a large number of surrounding buildings. Tita was forced to retreat repeatedly. She looked at Yamato, who had top-notch strength, recovery, and Conqueror's Haki, and for the first time, her eyes revealed a desire for the powerful devil fruit. Probably thinking, is it really impossible to compete with these naturally gifted beings with just hard work and Haki? I have to say, Peach Rabbit's idea really isn't wrong. Some people are born in Rome, and no matter how hard you try, you can't even touch their heels. Take Yamato, for example. She was having a blast over there, pressuring Peach Rabbit while also mocking her on the mic. You're strong, but still a bit lacking. And guess what happened? Just then, that charcoal-burned T-Pig heard the goddess fighting nearby, and, like a zombie, started to crawl up from the ruins little by little, almost cooked through, still clenching its fists and shouting to the sky. Guion, with your love and encouragement, I won't fall. Dude, your spirit of being a sycophant is truly heartbreaking for those who hear it and tearful for those who see it. But our captain, Luo Ji, doesn't he indulge in your pure love battle god act? He let out a cold laugh, pulled out a lightning scroll, and declared, today, I'm going to take down this celestial dragon. Even him can't stop me. As soon as he finished speaking, with a move of divine retribution, several bolts of lightning seemed to have eyes, striking not only at T-Pig, but also at the shivering celestial dragon. T-Pig was almost driven mad, cursing the despicable act while dragging its severely injured body to rescue the celestial dragon. However, the celestial dragon's butler turned out to be a loyal servant, pushing his master away and taking the lightning hit himself, turning into a piece of charcoal on the spot. T-Pig took the chance to grab the celestial dragon and started to run, feeling really bitter inside. Let me tell you, if it weren't for this dead weight. With his observation Haki, how could he have been beaten so badly? Want to run? No way. Luo Ji personally chased after them, and the surrounding summoned beasts surged forth like a tide. T-Pig was pushed to the limit, carrying the celestial dragon, and with his arm Haki, he punched a fire monster in front of him, smashing it into a puddle of ink. Just as his eyes lit up, thinking those summoned creatures were nothing, a terrifying icy aura colder than Kuzan shot over, instantly freezing the path in front of him into an ice sculpture. Carrying someone, how can you fight me? Luo Ji's voice sounded like a death warrant behind him, and he slashed at the celestial dragon on T-Pig's back with his ice-fire dual sword style. T-Pig could only forcibly twist his body, taking the blow on his own back, and both of them were sent flying like tumbling gourds. The celestial dragon screamed in fear, crying out in pain. Save me. That voice sounded like a pig being slaughtered. At this moment, I have to say, The importance of teamwork was evident. Our people moved all at once. The CP agents and the Navy lieutenant wanted to save the celestial dragon. No way. Rebecca sprayed a weakened version of her heat breath for the first time, directly pushing back a CP squad leader. Our small humanoid soldier, Leo, with incredible speed, stitched T-Pig's deputy to the ground in just a few swift moves. Family, who understands? This is simply a dimension-reducing strike. Gyuki Maru transformed into a giant, stepping on the little ones, preventing Peach Rabbit's deputy from getting close at all. The entire battlefield was instantly segmented and surrounded by us. Finally, the three dragon heads of Yamato no Orochi stretched out, roaring, and picked up the still screaming celestial dragon. The whole place went dumbfounded, especially those CP agents. Their faces turned pale. If their master died, their whole family would follow to the grave. T-Pig was completely panicked, shouting at Luo G. Luo G, why are you doing this? Do you know the consequences? Luo G laughed, and let me tell you, that laugh sent chills down my spine. He slowly said, my current bounty is actually lower than my first mate's. Are you guys mocking me? I heard that bounties are mainly based on harmfulness. Well, today I'll take down a celestial dragon and let you see if my harmfulness is enough. He paused and added, by the way, if my bounty is still lower than my first mate's after this, you will see a second celestial dragon die. Yamato no Orochi, with its keen sight, directly brought the terrified celestial dragon to Luo G. The celestial dragon, with snot and tears all over his face, cried out, let me go. I'll give you whatever you want. Luo G gently placed the tip of the second-generation Okit's blade against his neck. The celestial dragon immediately roared, wait, 50 billion. I'll personally raise the bounty for you when I get back. 50 billion berries, is that okay? After hearing this, Luo G nodded seriously. That's a pretty good suggestion. Then his face darkened. But that would make me look weak. Don't suggest that next time. With a poof, a head wearing a bubble helmet flew into the sky. The whole place fell silent. Luo G used the sword tip to pick up the head, laughing wildly. It's over, it's really over. T-Pig was trembling all over. This madman, he really killed a celestial dragon. What was even more extreme was that Luo G posed for several reporters hiding in the dark, shouting, make sure to take some cool shots, or I'll smash Morgan's lair. Damn, killing someone and still posing for the camera. This guy really understands how to play the madman's persona. Just as he tossed the head aside and prepared to deal with T-Pig, Komichio flew over with Violet and the others, hurriedly shouting, Captain, Carp is here. Luo G, hearing this, didn't even blink, decisively ordered, retreat. Before leaving, he didn't forget to turn back and launch 2 attacks toward T-Pig, then with a flick of his hand, sent a huge fire sun slowly drifting toward the unconscious Navy. He sneered at Peach Rabbit, are you here to catch us, or to save your subordinates? Peach Rabbit's eyes turned red with anger, letting out a reluctant roar, but ultimately chose to turn around, gathering all her power to slash that fire sun in midair. Meanwhile, we had already rushed to the coating factory. The owner, with a mournful face, said that because we were fighting, half the workers ran away, and the ship wasn't finished coating. Luo G was quite displeased, suddenly looked up at the distance, and his expression changed drastically. That aura was terrifying. Get in. Without saying a word, he instantly pulled all of us back into the scroll world, while he himself donned a bubble coral and dove headfirst into the sea without looking back. The factory owner was still shouting, Luo G, your ship. In the next second, a figure rapidly descended from the sky. It was Carp. He roared, kid, what do you think you're running? A punch wrapped in black and red Conqueror's Haki came crashing down from above. Boom! The entire port, along with our pirate ship and that underground factory, was instantly leveled. Even the sea surface sank down into a large pit. Luo G, watching all this from the deep sea, cursed, that old guy Carp really went all out. Luckily, he ran fast. Otherwise, he would have been done for. Alone in the bubble, he quickly headed towards Fishman Island, 10,000 meters deep in the sea. Halfway down, he suddenly heard some intermittent, huge voices conversing, mentioning something about their king, an abnormal change in the future. And he was so scared he thought he was hearing things. Is there a broadcasting station underwater? Fortunately, he caught a ride on a deep-sea current and soon rushed to the entrance of Fishman Island. The guards at the entrance were dumbfounded. A human actually dared to coat alone and charge into 10,000 meters of deep sea? This guy is really a warrior. Luo G calmly landed, paid the entry fee, acted like a good citizen on vacation, and then found a secluded corner to take out the scroll and release us all. Little ones, we're at Fishman Island. Come out and have fun. He directly pulled out a big bundle of berries and distributed them to us. Ready to play hard today? Yamato excitedly rushed out first, howling with joy. We all happily went out for a stroll. Luoji, meanwhile, found a coating factory and took out a new ship from the scroll for them to coat. Just as we left, the guardroom at the entrance exploded into chaos. A lazy fisherman, who was reading the newspaper, suddenly pointed at a wanted poster, his voice changing pitch. That human. It's the king of Hell Luoji with a bounty of 550 million. At this moment, the entire king's army of Fishman Island became tense. An urgent news was immediately reported to King Neptune in Dragon Palace. Meanwhile, on Mystoria Island, the atmosphere was at its peak of oppression. Carp frowned as he looked at the leveled port. After receiving the report in his office, Admiral Sengoku was so angry that he smashed his desk. When the news reached Mariewa, all the celestial dragons were in an uproar, clamoring to tear the God Slayer apart, and even the Knights of God received orders to mobilize. Only at the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency, the big News Morgans, looking at the photos and information returned by his subordinates, was so excited that his feathers were trembling. He went crazy right there, shouting at his pale-faced editors like a crowing rooster. Front page. It has to be front page. Write it to death. Print millions of copies. We're going to get rich, folks. His subordinates were almost in tears, saying, "President, this is dirt on the celestial dragons. If we publish it, our newspaper will be leveled." And guess how Morgans responded? The celestial dragons are nothing. At worst, I'll just move again. No one is going to stop me from making money. Goodness, this Birdman was willing to risk his life for traffic and money. Truly a king in the journalism world. Of course, this news couldn't be kept under wraps. Before Morgan's newspaper even hit the press, the entire underground world was already in an uproar. After all, there were quite a few big shots observing on the island at that time. Let me tell you, when Doflamingo from Dressrosa heard the news, he laughed louder than anyone else, but his back was drenched in cold sweat. He was terrified inside. Luckily, he didn't go all out against that Bratlaw back then. Otherwise, his little fortune wouldn't be enough to withstand a single strike from him. On the other side, on Onigashima in Wano country, the old drunkard Kaido was chugging down alcohol when the Plague Queen rushed over to report, and his wine gourd stopped midair. What? That little con man who kidnapped my daughter killed a celestial dragon? Kaido suddenly became interested. He had previously despised him, but now he appreciated him, thinking this kid had guts. Queen, that fat guy, with his little eyes spinning wildly, started dreaming aloud. Boss Kaido, think about it. If we can invite this great god Law back and bring Miss Yamato along, wouldn't our beast pirates soar? Those red-haired and white beer guys would have to step back. He analyzed like a scientist, saying Law could summon the Yamata no Orochi and the great god of the mouth. Isn't that power a bit too overpowered? Maybe he can even replicate other people's devil fruit abilities. Kaido suddenly got enlightened. His eyes lit up, as if he could already see an invincible army made up of mythical and ancient species. This was not just recruiting a talent. This was practically a mobile mythical species production line. While these big shots outside had their own schemes, what was our protagonist Law doing? He was on Fishman Island, enjoying himself in a mermaid CAF with a boat full of girls. It was a world of indulgence, surrounded by beautiful mermaid ladies. And Law was completely immersed in this paradise. Who understands this blessing? Who can withstand it? Yamato was like a curious child, scribbling furiously in a notebook, while muttering that although these mermaids were pretty, their combat power was lacking and they couldn't be partners. Violet was like a worried mother, always on guard, fearing someone might launch a sneak attack, internally complaining about Law, saying he's too carefree as a captain. Baby 5, like a protective little cat, held food and pulled Law away from the group of mermaids. Rebecca, looking at the impressive figures of the mermaids, fell into deep anxiety about her own figure. And Hiyori was even more extreme, conducting experiments with her dumplings everywhere, only to find they were useless against the intelligent merfolk wasting a dumpling. Just as this peace reigned, the CAF owner, the beautiful mermaid Madame Charlotte, sensed something was off. She felt an aura from Law that was similar to that of the Pirate King, Roger. So she took out a crystal ball, preparing to divine and see Law's future. Goodness, when she looked, she was shocked. At first glance, the crystal ball was empty, showing nothing. Unwilling to accept this, she channeled more magical energy, and the next moment, the image exploded. She saw a man in magnificent armor, surrounded by countless divine beasts, each capable of devastating destruction, battling a huge dark shadow. The scene was apocalyptic. Even the red line was shattered. Madame Charlotte was instantly terrified. pushing the crystal ball away and collapsing to the ground, gasping, muttering, "Impossible. This absolutely cannot be." The crystal ball rolled to Law's feet. Curious, Law picked it up. As soon as his hand touched it, a terrifying energy surged into his brain like a full-strength 5G signal. It felt as if someone was force-feeding him hundreds of terabytes of future images. In an instant, Law understood. It turned out that Haki could be stored on a USB drive. What was stored in this crystal ball was an extraordinarily powerful foresight of future observation Haki. He tried to resist, but his body couldn't move at all, and he could only instinctively unleash his three-colored Haki to resist. With a loud bang, everyone in the CAF, except Yamato, was knocked unconscious by this overwhelming force. Seeing Law's contorted, twitching face, Yamato panicked. She had never seen such a scene and thought Law was being controlled by some demon art. Without hesitation, she swung her kanabo, infused with Conqueror's Haki, and smashed it against the glowing crystal ball. Bang! The crystal ball shattered. But something worse happened. All the stored Haki surged into Law's body like a flood breaking through a dam. Law felt like his brain and soul were about to explode, and his consciousness instantly faded away. These two terrifying Conqueror's Haki directly stunned the entire Fishman Island. King Neptune of Ryugu Kingdom, frightened, rushed over with his 3 sons and a team of elite soldiers. On the lowest level of Fishman Street, a fishman named Hody Jones felt this power and turned green with jealousy. "I'm telling you, this guy is genuinely vile, full of bad intentions," and immediately thought this was a great opportunity to stir trouble, leading his gang toward the CAF. When King Neptune arrived, he saw Yamato holding the unconscious Law, almost crying in panic. This country bumpkin from Onigashima, besides fighting, knew nothing else. Seeing the king, she looked like she had seen a savior and quickly shouted, "Hurry! Find a doctor to save him." Neptune and the others were also dumbfounded after hearing Yamato's explanation. What? He got taken down by a crystal ball? That's ridiculous. But human life is at stake, so they hurriedly arranged for a doctor to come to save him. Amid this chaos, Hody Jones, seeing Law's crew down and only Yamato still conscious, hatched a sinister plan. He signaled to a fishman named Jiao to sneak over and take advantage of the confusion to kill Law. He thought it was a beautiful plan once Law was dead. The furious Yamato would surely turn the entire Fishman Island upside down, and he could take the opportunity to kill King Neptune as well. To create an opportunity for the assassin, Hody and his gang started stirring up trouble among the onlookers, spreading rumors that Law and his crew were human traffickers, inciting the crowd to rage. In no time, the misunderstanding fishmen were actually fighting against Neptune's army, causing chaos. Yamato, annoyed by the uproar outside, saw that Rebecca and the others had slightly recovered and decided to step out and use her Conqueror's Haki to knock out the troublemakers. But just as she left the doorway, an invisible shadow slipped into the CAF, holding a dagger aimed at Law's heart as the doctor was trying to save him, and stabbed forward. The just awakened Nika sensed the danger with his nose and rushed forward with a roar. Rebecca panicked and transformed into a pink divine dragon, spewing dragon flames. Yamato's eyes widened with rage, shouting Law, as she rushed back, but it seemed to be too late. Just as the dagger's tip was about to pierce Law's heart, the most outrageous thing happened. Law's body suddenly shifted half a meter to the right, as if he had activated a teleportation. The dagger stabbed into the bed with a thud. Law, with vacant eyes, suddenly smiled slightly and whispered, "This feeling isn't bad. Is this what foresight feels like?" The assassin named Jiao was stunned. He had never seen anything so bizarre in his life. He tried to turn invisible and escape, but Nika stepped on him. And then Yamato and Rebecca, rushing back, rained down punches on him, turning him into mush. "Brother Law," Rebecca cried and leaped into Law's arms. Yamato also reddened her eyes, feeling guilty, saying, "It's all my fault for leaving you." Law comforted Rebecca by stroking her head, then smiled at Yamato and lifted his shirt. To everyone's surprise, underneath his clothes, he was wearing a thick layer of armor. He calmly said, "It's fine. This is called being cautious. This operation is simply me from 2025, focusing on listening to advice and cherishing life." They couldn't help but burst out laughing at the sight, trying to hold back tears. Luo Ji's eyes instantly turned cold as he looked at the corpse on the ground, revealing a cruel smile. "However, daring to ambush me. The time for my revenge has come." At this moment, the startled Madame Chalifer rushed back, and upon seeing the scene, she was so scared that her soul almost flew away, fearing that Luo Ji would, in a fit of rage, flatten Fishman Island. She quickly distanced herself from the situation. claiming that the assassination was a personal act, unrelated to Fishman Island. Luo Ji ignored her entirely, instead seeing through her background at a glance and curiously asking, "Your spiritual power is quite special. Is it innate observation Haki?" Madame Shalafu, not understanding, could only say that she indeed had a special power that could activate the crystal ball. Luo Ji clicked his tongue twice, looking regretful, feeling that she, like Princess Odoheim, had top-tier talent but lacked the accompanying equipment and level, which was a pure waste. Upon hearing this, Madame Shalafu thought Luo Ji was interested in her abilities. And since she also predicted that Whitebeard was nearing his end, Fishman Island needed a new backing. She gritted her teeth and boldly proposed, "As long as you do not hold Fishman Island responsible, I am willing to join you and serve you." Loy smiled faintly, but his gaze was sharp as a knife. "Revenge will definitely be taken. But I'm a person who values principles. Debts must be settled with the right person. Perhaps I can also help you clean up the garbage on Fishman Island." As soon as I finished speaking, I turned my head to take a good look at the mermaid, Shaylee. Let me tell you, I have a knack for judging people, and with her abilities, trying to get on my ship was like coming to a nautical-themed summer camp. I mean, I'm not saying anything against you, but I clicked my tongue and said, "Isn't your combat power a bit too eco-friendly?" And guess what happened next? This girl straight up played the rogue. She pointed at the pile of broken crystal balls on the ground and boldly said, "You destroyed my means of making a living, so you have to take responsibility. No money? How about a spot on the ship instead? I want to see for myself how you grew into the person I predicted." Hey, when I heard this, my interest was instantly piqued. Family, who understands? A prophet encounters someone like me. This is just a collision of destiny and metaphysics. What did you see that made you so determined? Shaylee's eyes lit up as if ignited, burning with intensity. "I saw you shattering the red Earth continent with one punch. That scene, you looked like a true god descending to Earth. It was incredible. Wow, shattering the red Earth continent." Nearby, Yamato's eyes lit up like 2,000-watt light bulbs, and she jumped up on the spot, excited like a monkey. "Cool. So cool. This is 1,000 times cooler than my dad's prophecy about the liberation of a land of harmony." While saying this, she eagerly pulled out her treasured notebook and started scribbling, afraid that the prophecy would escape if she was even a second late. Let me tell you, the way the girls on my ship looked at me changed instantly, with admiration flaring up like little flames. I stroked my chin and pondered destroying the red Earth continent. It did sound like something I could accomplish. After all, if the foolish old man can move mountains, then I, Luo Ji, could connect the four seas, break through physical barriers, and set a precedent that's far ahead of the game. All right, I shrugged and thought, since you have such good insight, I'll reluctantly take you on as my little sidekick. But settled, once you're on board, you have to practice hard and not hold me back. Who's a little sidekick? Just as I finished saying that, Sherry exploded in anger. The cool, domineering vibe she had just a moment ago vanished, replaced by the fierce aura of a street boss from Fishman Street. My strength is 10 times that of an ordinary person. If it weren't for maintaining the elegance of a mermaid, I could take on 10 of those little thugs outside. Her two little sharp teeth were bared, and when I saw that, I couldn't help but laugh. Not bad. I like this contrast. This is not a mermaid. It's clearly a spicy shark dressed in a mermaid's skin. Great. I like this spirited attitude. I nodded in satisfaction. Sherry flicked her tail with pride and huffed. The little waitresses at her CAF were almost in tears, pulling her to say it was dangerous outside and that she could be kidnapped. Sherry patted their heads with a commanding air. "Don't worry. I trust this man can protect me." Just then, she suddenly remembered that the chaos outside hadn't calmed down yet and hurriedly asked for our help. I curled my lips into a cold smile. Just in time. Those little pests who want to kill me need to be cleaned up. I waved my hand to the crew and said, "You guys, let's go cause some chaos." The next moment, let me tell you, the scene was something even AI couldn't draw. We burst out of the CAF riding a giant flame dragon that was 70 to 80 meters long, with a roar that echoed like a dragon's cry. The entire square fell silent. The group of fishmen who were fighting, the king's soldiers, including King Neptune himself, were all dumbfounded, staring up with their mouths agape, wide enough to fit a fist. Their mount, the giant whale, AI, was so frightened that it backed up several hundred meters. We stood atop the dragon, looking down at them from a high vantage point. I slowly spoke, my voice not loud, but everyone could hear me clearly. "I heard someone wants to kill me." Before I finished speaking, my Conqueror's Haki pressed down with a bang. Those thousands of fishmen causing a ruckus didn't even have time to react, and all knelt down. Let me tell you, my control over this Haki is truly refined. I pressed down on them, making them vividly feel fear, but I didn't let them faint. King Neptune's old face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down as he tightly gripped a snail phone, probably wanting to call for help. The scoundrels hiding in Coral Hill, led by Hody Jones, were even more terrified when they saw the assassination plan fail, and me still alive and kicking riding a dragon. They didn't dare to stay and immediately turned to flee. Let's go. We need to get out of here. But if they wanted to leave, they had to ask for my permission. Let me tell you, after absorbing that divination orb, my observation Haki upgraded directly to version 2.0. Now equipped with the ability to listen to everything. It felt like having full map visibility. Every movement in Fishman Island couldn't escape my ears. I softly asked the distant coral mountain, where did they run off to? Guess what? Those corals actually responded to me. A thought directly entered my mind. Wow, this is amazing. I felt a surge of joy in my heart. I briefly told Yamato, and not Suri, I'll leave this to you. Then with a push of my toes, I jumped directly off the dragon's head. Instantly, a flame monster appeared beneath my feet, carrying me as I transformed into a blazing meteor, chasing after the direction where Hody Jones and the others had fled. The little guys on my ship, as soon as they saw a fight breaking out, all seemed to be pumped up like they had been given adrenaline. Rebecca turned into a pink sea dragon. Little Yu rode on a Shisa dog, and Baby 5 transformed herself into a missile, zooming right after them. Hody Jones and his gang ran away at lightning speed, even popping several pills to boost their speed, diving into the waterways, hoping to evade their pursuers by relying on their swimming skills. How naive. I stood in midair, looking at the waterway below, and smirked. Time to electrocute some fish. Elemental scroll, thunder magic, lightning strike. Boom! Thick bolts of lightning fell from the sky, precisely striking into the waterway. The water instantly bubbled as if it were boiling, crackling with electricity. Those fishmen were convulsing from the shock, jumping out of the water like dumplings. And that octopus man was directly fried into grilled squid, emitting a savory aroma. Hody Jones, struggling to endure the paralysis, still tried to act tough. How dare you slander us? I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him, and let out a cold laugh. Others may need evidence to take action, but I only need the list. The second-generation Ghost Blade was drawn, and in a flash, I charged forward. Those guys still wanted to resist with their Fishman Karate and deadly 8-blade technique, but in front of me, they were as slow as a PowerPoint presentation. Fire Fist, Ice Blade. I casually threw out 2 scrolls, and upon contact, Hody's 2 subordinates transformed. One became a fragrant grilled octopus, while the other turned into a crystal-clear ice sculpture of a shark, shattering into pieces on the ground. You're already dead. I instantly appeared behind Hody Jones, and the blade had pierced through his chest. Until his death, he couldn't understand why, despite taking so many drugs, he was still killed in one strike by me. I kicked him away and casually dealt with the last survivor. I searched their belongings and found a prescription, as well as a few phone bugs. Just as I finished cleaning up the battlefield, my upgraded observation Haki suddenly caught sight of a sneaky figure sneaking out from Hody Jones's territory. I took a closer look and thought, wow, isn't this the Vanderdecken 9 who has been constantly harassing Princess Whitestar? Truly, there's a way to heaven that you refuse to take, and you barged into hell without a door. I was originally planning to use Hody's corpse to set a trap to lure you out, but now it's great. You've come right to my doorstep. Without saying a word, I chased after him. This was an excellent opportunity to make Princess by Xing Omi a huge favor. That guy was cursing and running away when suddenly, with a whoosh, a sword chi flashed by, and one of his legs flew off. Who is it? He turned around in terror, and when he saw me, his face turned pale with fright. With one kick, I knocked him out and stuffed him into the prison scroll like a little chick, feeling quite pleased with myself. Now, I had successfully dealt with Hody Jones and Vanderdecken 9, the 2 major nuisances of Fishman Island, a buy one, get one free deal. By the time I returned to the square with my crew after looting the new Fishman Pirate's lair, the chaos had been completely quelled by Yamato and her team. When King Neptune saw me, his expression was complex, filled with both gratitude and wariness. He personally came over to entertain us, being very polite. However, I could tell the old king was probably nervous, fearing I might be an undercover agent sent by Kaido. After all, with Yamato's identity, who wouldn't be confused? As a result, that goofy Yamato, suffering from social anxiety, spotted the big guy Neptune and her eyes lit up. She rushed over to get friendly, saying, "Hey, you must be King Neptune, right? My dad wrote about you in his sailing diary." I tell you, Neptune turned pale at that moment, probably thinking to himself, "Your father? Isn't your father Kaido?" Luckily, he reacted quickly and remembered. "Odin, that samurai from Roger's ship? Yes. Yamato slapped her thigh and said, I tell you, our Straw Hat Pirates are going to surpass Roger's Pirates. I also want to surpass Kazuki Oden. It was so passionate, it felt like a rally. Neptune looked at her, his eyes filled with concern, wondering if this child was a bit too naive. I just got back, and it was quite a scene. Sherry was the first to rush over, extremely anxious. Captain, Hody Jones, and the others. You didn't make things worse, did you? I raised my eyebrows at her and directly revealed everything to her and the old king. Don't worry, everything that needed to be handled has been taken care of. And I even caught the pervert who harassed Princess Shirahoshi every day. Oh, by the way, I also have some new leads regarding the truth behind the murder of Princess Odoheim back in the day. As soon as I said this, Neptune's expression changed dramatically, and he was so anxious that his beard almost stood on end. You said you caught Vanderdecken? There's more to Odoheim's death? That's right. I dropped the bombshell. Vanderdecken is in my hands, and Princess Shirahoshi will be free from now on. As for the matter of the queen, that would need to be asked directly to Princess Shirahoshi. I wonder if it would be convenient for me to meet her. Well, this is the moment of truth. If I want to secure command over the Sea King type, I have to start by winning her over. Neptune hesitated for a moment, but eventually gritted his teeth and agreed. Great. To Ryugu Palace. Yamato, who had just been sulking because I didn't take her out to play, was now excitedly jumping up and down. With a wave of her hand, our Charizard let out a roar and took off, following behind Neptune's giant whale mount. Let me tell you, our mounts were on a whole different level. Ours was twice the size of his whale, and as we flew over, the entire Fishman Island looked up at us like we were deities. Upon arriving at Ryugu Palace, we were all stunned. That wasn't just a palace. It was like a real dragon coiled up there, even larger and longer than Kaido in his full form. Yamato almost couldn't help but shout Dad. The resemblance was so uncanny that it could only be described as flawless. At that moment, I pondered whether this mythical beast type, the Azure Dragon Fruit, came from here. Next came the grand banquet to celebrate our victory over the new Fishman Pirates and to celebrate Princess Shirahoshi's newfound freedom. Shortly after, the main character arrived. Who can understand this? A little giant girl with pink hair timidly stepped out. She was only 12 years old at the time, but was already nearly 9 meters tall. Although she hadn't reached world-class proportions yet, her beauty already hinted that she would compete with the Empress for the title of the most beautiful in the future. All the women on our ship were mesmerized. Seeing that she had arrived, Neptune couldn't bother with pleasantries anymore and went straight to the point. Captain Luffy. The truth about Odoheim. Without saying a word, I threw Vanderdecken's grandson and Hody Jones' corpse to the ground with a loud smack. White Star, I brought you the pervert who keeps throwing axes at you, I said, pointing at Hody's body. And it was this fishman who shot at your mother back then. You and your pet shark, Megalo, saw it, right? As soon as I said this, the whole place fell silent. White Star was so scared that she hid behind her father, and Prince Sharkstar's eyes turned red. What? Hody killed my mother. He has been hating humans all these years, only to find out that the real culprit was one of his own. His worldview shattered completely. White Star, with a choked voice, said softly, Mother said, don't hate the murderer. Well, once this was said, it was equivalent to solid proof. The truth was out, and the entire royal family was engulfed in a mix of sorrow and anger. With her defenses down, White Star finally mustered the courage to say she wanted to go to the Sea Forest to pay respects to her mother. I had to take charge of this matter. I readily accepted the escort mission. As time went by, I became White Star's most admired brother Luigi, and our relationship progressed by leaps and bounds. Upon reaching the Sea Forest and paying respects to the Queen, I got straight to the point, looking for the historical texts. I wasn't interested in Joy Boy's apology letter. I was after the hardness of these things. Just think about it. If I stood 2 pieces of historical text in front of me, creating a double Rashomon, whose attack could penetrate it? It would be like a defense of holy sword level in physics. Neptune couldn't refuse when he saw me asking for it. After all, the other red piece had already been taken away by that burn man, so giving me this ordinary one wasn't a loss. I was still not satisfied and asked him to help me find the other piece in the lair of the sea monster Minja nearby. Outside in these past few days, the news of me taking down the celestial dragons had already exploded. The big news was Morgan's, who was truly ruthless under the pressure of the world government. He spread the newspapers all over the world. The 5 elders were so furious that they jumped up and sent CP agents to threaten and bribe him, offering $1 billion as hush money. In the end, Morgans didn't even bat an eye and swiftly took down the agents, then fled with the entire headquarters of the newspaper into the sky, making it all quite thrilling. My reputation has overshadowed the 4 emperors in the past few days. As soon as the latest bounty was issued, the entire sea was in an uproar. I, Luoji, have a bounty of 55 billion berries. Wow. It skyrocketed by 2 billion directly. Those celestial dragons got anxious and secretly added 3 billion in dark funds. Are they trying to kill me? But guess what happened? That old guy Kaido withdrew the bounty on me. It seems he appreciates my reckless attitude, shifting from wanting to eliminate me to wanting to recruit me. What a love-hate storyline. The others on our ship are also benefiting from the spotlight. Rebecca's ability as a mythical Zoan-type serpent dragon earned her a bounty of 1 billion right from her debut. Xiaoyu is even more outrageous. Thanks to taming that fire-breathing dragon and a bunch of pets, her bounty skyrocketed to 1 billion, making her the youngest supernova in history. Baby Fi's expression was like getting caught slacking off at work by the boss, completely stunned. After mixing in this world for over 10 years, her bounty is still not as high as those two young girls. I brought White Star and charged directly into the territory of the sea monster Mianjin. When I unleashed my Conqueror's Haki, that massive creature, over 80 meters tall, trembled like a sieve. I gave it a punch on the head, creating a bump, and it cried out, acknowledging me as its new master. Just then, White Star suddenly called out to me, "Brother Luoji, I can hear their voices." I looked up and was taken aback. Several mountain-like shadows surrounded us, all super giant sea kings. Let me tell you, the sense of pressure made me feel like a sesame seed. Relying on my ability to listen to all things, I quickly greeted them. These big guys were murmuring, saying that my ability was reminiscent of the legendary Joy Boy, and a bit like those two from over 20 years ago. I didn't care about that. While White Star was present, I shouted directly, "Respected leaders, if I encounter any issues in the future, can I ask for your help?" The Sea Kings looked at me as if I were a fool. Then White Star spoke up, and her voice resonated in their minds. "Gentlemen, if Brother Roji needs help, please assist him, as commanded by the king. Family, who understands? I, Roji, am now the deputy commander of the Sea Kings. As long as White Star doesn't step down, I'm the toughest guy in these waters." Right then, I promised White Star that within 5 years, I would ensure the fishmen could live freely on the sea surface. Mianjin, seeing that the silly guy was doing well, soon found that piece of historical text. With 2 pieces in hand, my shield became thicker. After staying on Fishman Island for a few more days, I completely turned White Star into my little fangirl. Neptune and the others looked at me as if I were a plague god, fearing that I would run away with their princess or that the celestial dragon incident would implicate them. When our ship was ready, they practically sent us off with drums and gongs. As soon as the ship submerged into the deep sea, Yamato, that big dog, lay on the bubble, shouting at the increasingly distant Fishman Island, "I will be back." 3 minutes later, she wanted to coat herself and go swimming, completely forgetting that she was an ability user. Charlie held my new bounty notice, her hands trembling, Captain 2, 55 billion. I felt like I had boarded a pirate ship. Rebecca and Shiyu looked at me with admiration, while Baby 5 stood by, feeling sour about her own bounty of 99 million. I looked at my bounty notice, extremely satisfied. This is what a captain should look like. As for saying my bounty is inflated, that's a joke. Holding 2 ancient weapons, and you tell me it's inflated? My one-on-one combat ability may not be the best, but when it comes to destructive power, I think they underestimated me with this too. 55 billion. I'm telling you, I'm having a blast here. The whole ocean just blew up for me. Goodness, the world government seems to have gone crazy. The Navy is out in full force. With Carp, Akiji, and those 2 admiral candidates, Momonosuke and Tsuru, all out there like they're fishing, searching for us everywhere. They guess we went to Fishman Island and set up an elaborate trap around Sabaody. But they have no idea, with the coded ships, we can appear and disappear at will, popping up wherever we want. Do they think they can block us with their heads? Let me tell you, right now on this sea, it's a complete chaos. All kinds of pirates, even the old foxes from the 7 warlords, are shrinking back, afraid of being caught up in it and becoming cannon fodder. Old San in Alabasta is so angry that he's about to bite his cigar in half because my commotion has completely cut off his conspiracy supply chain. And he's there cursing and swearing. Sister Robin is probably sneaking a laugh on the side, definitely thinking, You still want to mess with Luffy? You can't even beat Yamato." As for the Empress, looking at my bounty notice, her expression is quite complicated. She's probably both admiring my audacity to challenge the celestial dragons and fearing that the world government will wipe me out. Who can understand this feeling of both respect and fear? It's incredible, but who would have thought? At this moment, I am sitting in a coded ship at a depth of 10,000 meters, slowly floating up while casually chatting with 2 giant sea kings that are thousands of meters long by the side of the ship. "Hey bro, fish bro, help me out a little. Just act as bodyguards. I absolutely won't let you lay a hand on anyone. I'm gonna try and persuade them like crazy. Come on. With these two gods providing escort, wouldn't I just be able to sail smoothly? This presence, this momentum is simply unmatched. Moreover, my mind is racing, already plotting how to persuade the future two monstrous admirals, Fujitora and Green Bull, to come aboard. These two guys are currently in prison in the South Blue and working as bodyguards in a casino in the West Blue. It's quite miserable. I'm thinking, as long as I extinguish their last bit of hope for the world government and paint a big picture for them, won't this work out? Then I'll bring Bartolomeo and Law on board too, and my team will take off. I was there imagining the future, laughing like a villain, while Duh and the others looked on in shock. Brother Luo was laughing so wickedly, but I really liked it. The captain can actually command sea kings. Violet has already been stunned, and I guess her worldview is about to shatter. I made a deal with two sea kings, and with a wave of my hand, full of spirit, I said, guys, let this vast ocean witness our might. With a pop, the membrane burst, and our ship surged out of the sea. The ocean. Here I come. The mermaid Sherry was so excited she was almost in tears. After 25 years, it was the first time she saw the sun above the sea. Yamato was even more thrilled, shouting as soon as he came up, Luo. Next, we're going to Sky Island. I want to go to the sky and die. As soon as I heard it, I thought, hey, this is exactly what I want. I briefly explained the history of Sky Island to them, and my mind was racing with calculations. I've had my eye on that ship, the Argo proverb, for a long time. I have to get my hands on it. With my identity, I can't keep sailing on that broken ship stolen from Kaido. Can I? Meanwhile, we were having a great time, but Violet's face suddenly turned pale. Captain, there's a warship to the east. The world government's flag. It might be CP0. Oh no. To the southeast is Peach Rabbit. To the northeast is T-Pig. Wow. We're being attacked from 3 sides. They're gonna wrap me up like a dumpling. Even Yamato was getting anxious. Luffy, there's so many Navy ships. Should we strategically retreat? Retreat? What a joke. When I heard there were no admirals or Garp, I was thrilled. This is the opportunity I've been waiting for. Charge. Let's rush to the east and confront CP0 head-on. I ordered directly. Violet was shocked, but she followed orders. Our ship charged straight toward the most magnificent warship to the east. On the opposing ship, 3 well-dressed guys stood there, their arrogant gazes treating us like we were nothing. I took a closer look, and wow, this ISNT-CP0, this is the Knights of God, the elite enforcers among the celestial dragons. This is a big catch. I got excited instantly. You guys stay in the scroll. I quickly gathered the crew into the mountains and rivers map, leaving only Yamato and Violet. The 3 Knights of God didn't even regard us, and seeing that we not only didn't run but dared to charge over, they directly ordered, use maximum firepower to sink them. Boom, boom, boom. The dense cannon fire instantly covered us. Yamato and I just casually blocked a few shots, letting the shells blast our ship into billowing smoke. The 3 Knights of God on their ship sneered. Is this it? That old man Garp said they were strong? I think he must have been holding back. They don't understand a thing. I was waiting for this moment. I quietly communicated with the 2 big brothers at the bottom of the sea. Brother Dai, brother you, did you see that? They hit me. The ship is about to sink. Come on, help us out. Then I gave a wink to Day, and the 2 of them jumped onto the flying crane I drew. Rising into the air, I just watched as our pirate ship was blown to pieces. I stepped on the back of the fire giant beast, and flew into the sky, pointing at the luxurious battleship across from me. My voice is cold as ice. So you are the divine knights of the world government, huh? If you dare to destroy my ship, then prepare to face the judgment of the Sea King. Were you even? Bring him down. The several divine knights were furious, drawing their swords and guns. I laughed. I hope you can still be so tough later. I took a deep breath, unleashed my Conqueror's Haki, and roared at the sea. Super giant Sea King, destroy them for me. The 3 Knights of God looked at me as if I were a fool. In the distance, Peach Rabbit and T-Pig turned pale upon hearing my shout, probably praying frantically in their hearts. But the next second, a scene that would terrify them for life unfolded. The sea beneath our feet began to rise wildly, and a sea mountain larger than an island burst forth from the water. The luxury battleship, which looked like a toy in front of it, was instantly tossed around by the towering waves. A gigantic head suddenly emerged from the surface, exuding a destructive force as it crashed down towards the battleship. No! At that moment, both the proud Knights of God and the cold-blooded CP0 agents let out desperate screams, frantically trying to escape, but it was too late. Boom! With a loud bang, the luxury battleship was smashed into countless fragments. I landed steadily on the head of the giant Sea King, watching the sea surface swept by the tsunami around me, feeling incredibly at ease. I patted my big brother beneath me and said sincerely, "Thank you for your help. If White Star knew that you saved me, she would definitely be very happy." I felt countless shocked, fearful, and incredulous gazes directed at me from the distant Navy warship. On Tao 2's beautiful face, it was probably filled with horror. Who exactly is this man? I know that from today on, no one will dare to underestimate me on the ocean anymore. Just when I was thinking of showing off a bit more, the Sea King beneath me suddenly transmitted a thought. "Friend of the king, your danger has been lifted. Please leave as soon as possible. We cannot linger on the surface of the sea." It seems that these big guys are still very wary of the world king named him. Moreover, they seem to be waiting for some special moment for another king to appear. Let me tell you, after these big guys left, I finally felt a bit more at ease. The goal was achieved, and I even managed to collect a few trump cards, so this round isn't a loss. Before they left, they mentioned something about looking forward to your second meeting with Wong, making it all sound mysterious. All right, the big ones are gone. It's time to clean up the battlefield. I quickly called and the others to prepare to scour that broken ship to see if there are any survivors. The Knights of God, CP0, one by one, they all have to leave me some souvenirs. We need to hurry and make a haul before the Navy's main force arrives. And what happened? Just as I sighed in relief, Violet's keen observation suddenly sounded an alarm, screaming, "Captain, it's bad. The fleets of Peach Rabbit and T-Pig are charging through the waves from the east to the south. Good heavens, a large area of the sea has been frozen over, and Akiji is riding his broken bicycle over to the west. Their S.A. flying warship. Does anyone understand? It's Carp's dog-headed ship. It's flying over here." Violet was about to lose her voice, and with this commotion, I was completely taken aback. Did the Navy poke a hornet's nest? It's one thing for Akiji to get anxious when something happens with the Knights of God, but why is even the great Carp so worked up, flying over in his airborne warship? As soon as I saw the situation, I realized that today's opportunity was lost. I aimed directly at a lucky guy floating several kilometers away on the sea and unleashed a powerful strike. That guy probably just struggled out of the water and hadn't even caught his breath when I sent a bolt of divine retribution his way, zapping him back into the sea to feed the fish. Want to survive? Did you consult me first? Without a second thought, I stored Yamato and Violet into the scroll, jumped on the flying crane, and turned to flee. Even if I didn't wipe out the Knights of God this time, taking out one or two would be enough to give those celestial dragons a headache. I'm the kind of person who holds grudges. Before I leave, I must give old man Carp a big gift. I shouted at the top of my lungs, "Carp, the will of D will be carried on by me and your son, Dragon. You just keep being your hero in the Navy, don't send intel so frequently, and tone down the leniency a bit. Take care, old man. I'm off." After shouting, I made a quick getaway. Let me tell you, Carp was so furious behind me that smoke was coming out of his ears. He was about to blow the dog-headed ship up with his roar. But his ship didn't have enough power to catch up, so he could only watch me run far away. He has to bear this black pot, whether he wants to or not. Not long after, Akiji rode his bicycle across the ice and looked in the direction I disappeared, helplessly saying, "Oh dear." He ran away again. Flying is such a hassle. Peach Rabbit and the others arrived as well, and a group of high-ranking Navy officials looked at the mess, their faces turning pale. Catch me? Right now, saving people is the top priority. Otherwise, if the celestial dragons get angry, their salaries will be deducted completely. Carp was angry, but he was also pondering. My ability to control Sea Kings is even more formidable than Roger's back in the day. The little girl, Peach Rabbit, even came over to ask him what the secret of D is, and Carp just laughed it off, saying D means freedom, doing whatever one wants. Well, you can't deny, that explanation is brilliant. The Navy hurriedly rushed to rescue people, but when they finally emerged, everyone fell silent. 3 God Knights, 2 drowned on the spot, and although one was rescued, he had been deprived of oxygen for too long and turned into a vegetative state. Whether he could wake up was debatable. The CP0 agents suffered almost total annihilation. Within the Navy, some even began to suspect whether I had colluded with Carp. Seeing the situation, Carp directly shifted the blame to Akiji, saying he was going to chase after me, tossing this hot potato to his disciple. Akiji also felt overwhelmed and could only grit his teeth and report back to headquarters. Let me tell you, that day at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the marshal's office was blown up again. Sengoku saw the report, 2 dead and 1 seriously injured, and nearly had a heart attack on the spot. He slumped in his chair, despondently telling Admiral Tsuru, "Little Tsuru, it's over. I want to retire early." Being a marshal has just been about cleaning up after the celestial dragons. Admiral Tsuru was also having a headache, saying that I'm more troublesome than Rox and Roger combined, specifically targeting the celestial dragons for their wool. Who can handle that? In the end, Sengoku played a hand of retreating to advance, submitting his resignation letter along with the battle report, letting the 5 elders deal with it themselves. As for me, I had long run far away. Now I don't dare to approach the red line. Who knows what tricks and the 5 elders have up their sleeves? I've killed celestial dragons and supposedly controlled sea kings. I'm definitely on their hit list. I can't keep letting Yamato and the others stay in the scroll, right? No way. I need to get proper ship. The target is Skypiea. First, I need to get Enel S Arc Maxim. The next day, Morgan's big news blew up across the world. My photo, standing on the head of Sea King, made countless people's eyes nearly pop out. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters, Dragon looked at the newspaper, his eyes shining. This was simply a God-given ally. Kaido immediately made the decision on Onigashima that as my son-in-law, anyone who dares to touch him is against my beast pirates. He emphasized family values, forcefully claiming kinship. In a casino in the West Sea, a blind bodyguard, who would become the future Admiral Fujitora, listened to the gamblers' discussions and fell into deep thought. In a prison in the South Sea, the future Green Bull was serving time for offending a noble woman, irritably absorbing prisoners as nutrients. In Dressrosa, Doflamingo looked at the newspaper with a complicated mood, feeling both jealous of my abilities and secretly pleased that the celestial dragons were suffering. In the New World, aboard Whitebeard's ship, Ace, who was still failing his daily challenges against his father, was stunned when he saw the news. Damn, their bounty skyrocketed like a rocket. Shocked, he told Marco and the others, I think I can see the future. Unfortunately, this was overheard by a toothless, chubby figure nearby, who would become Blackbeard Teach. Teach's heart skipped a beat. He had been lurking for over 20 years for the dark fruit, and now seeing me rise so quickly, his ambition was growing wildly like weeds. Whitebeard himself looked at the newspaper, filled with emotion, feeling that the climax of the era Roger awaited was finally coming. He looked at Ace and decided to give the long-vacant position of 2nd Division Commander to this kid with unlimited potential. A few days later, the news slowly reached the Calm Belt's Amazon Lily. The pirate empress, Boa Hancock, was stunned upon seeing the news of the fall of the God Knights. She was completely dumbfounded. Let me tell you, it wasn't just shock. It was as if her entire worldview had shattered. Her whole body trembled, unsure if it was from fear or excitement. Family members who understand, that was the God Knights. When she was a slave in Mary Geos, she had seen them with her own eyes. Even her powerful celestial dragon master had to obediently step aside when the God Knights passed by. These people hold the power to directly execute celestial dragons. They're the elite among the celestial dragons, the fighting machines. It is said that if one of the 5 elders dies, the leader of the God Knights can directly take over. And what happened? Such a top-tier existence was taken down by Roger. Hancock's mind began to play out an 800-episode idol drama. Her eyes sparkled, saying if Roger came to Amazon Lily, she would directly give him the country without him needing to fight, claiming her people would surely forgive her for everything because of her beauty. Wow. As soon as those words came out, the nearby grandma nearly choked, so furious she almost ascended. She looked at Hancock, who was head over heels in love, and felt a stir in her DNA. Wasn't that just her from back in the day? Does the daughter country have some ancestral curse? Each successive queen either ran off chasing men or died of lovesickness. It's ridiculous. The grandma immediately decided to cut off the internet physically, absolutely forbidding Hancock from seeing any news about Roger, fearing that she might do something irrational and run away too. But while the whole world was in an uproar over this, what were we doing? Let me tell you, the scene was quite unique. We are having a pool party at sea. A huge fishman battleship, along with our red dragon, are swimming side by side, with the dragon's wings comfortably draped over the fishman's back, creating a piece of artificial land for us. The girls with abilities on our ship, who usually fear the sea, are all wearing floaties today, squealing and splashing in the water under the protection of Luoji and Xiali, feeling both scared and excited. Luoyi, like an old father, keeps saying swimming is great and everyone should learn, but his eyes are honestly glued to the bikini-clad beauties, showing that sincere expression one has while learning a foreign language. The black and white outfit from Yamato, Rebecca's golden outfit, and Baby Five's wine-red outfit are simply delightful to behold. Captain, I'm out of energy. Come carry me up. Baby Five pouts on a giant yellow duck float, her cheeks flushed and acting cute. Luo Ji is quick to respond. rushing over with a whoosh, his speed showing his sense of duty. He scoops Baby 5 up, and the two of them stick together. The scene is so sweet, it almost spills over the screen with the scent of spring. Unfortunately, we don't even have a proper ship right now, let alone a dormitory. So Luo-ji can only help the girls reapply sunscreen for fun, while silently roaring in his heart. For the happiness of the brothers, we must conquer the Sky Island. After playing around for several days, we finally started flying up into the sky. My Charizard was so exhausted that it couldn't fly anymore halfway through, especially at an altitude of 10,000 meters. This was just too much for our fat tiger. Luo-ji had no choice but to put all of us into his scroll, and he rode on the drawn crane, continuing to soar upward. In just a few days, the whole world was in an uproar because of us. Luo-ji's latest bounty notice came out, skyrocketing from 2.5 billion to 4.05 billion berries. Can you believe it? It's even higher than red-haired Shanks. Of course, everyone knows it doesn't mean his strength has reached the level of the 4 emperors. It's purely because he took down the Celestial Dragon and the Knight of God, which posed a significant threat to the world government. Now, there are people all over the world trying to capture us, and just providing effective information can earn them a bounty of 100 million to 500 million. The Celestial Dragons were even more furious, directly offering a bounty of 5 billion in the underground black market, no matter the cost. This is big news. Not to mention bounty hunters. Even the 4 emperors are probably tempted. The heavyweight news Morgans even went so far as to label us as the 5th emperor in the newspaper. However, at that time, we had no idea about these news. Even the news bird couldn't catch up with us. Luo-ji, all by himself, rode the crane through the clouds and reached the 7,000 meter high White Sea. As soon as he got up there, he encountered a carnivorous sky shark. With a glance from his Conqueror's Haki, the shark immediately backed down and obediently became his new mount. Wow, awesome. Luo-ji rode the sky shark through the sea of clouds, exhilarated, directly entering illegally without even going through the gate of heaven. Such a commotion naturally attracted the attention of the local emperor of the Sky Island, Enel, who called himself a god. He was munching on an apple when he sensed an extraordinarily strong invader approaching and immediately got excited, thinking finally, a new toy that could provide him some fun. When Luo-ji arrived at Angel Beach, he released all of us from Scroll. It was the first time for the group to see clouds on the island that looked like cotton candy, and everyone was thrilled, especially Yamato, who rolled on the ground like a silly dog. So soft. Luo-ji, I want this. Just as we were getting used to the environment far away on God Island, Enel was completely stunned. Through his mind network, he clearly saw that it was originally just one person, but suddenly a whole bunch of people appeared. What kind of divine ability is this? He instantly became interested, even too lazy to send his 4 divine officers, deciding to come personally to meet us. We were walking down Lovely Avenue towards the city when the police from Sky Island surrounded us, seemingly treating us as illegal intruders to arrest. Yamato, the battle maniac, was already getting excited, gripping her Wolfong club and eager to fight. However, Luo-ji merely smiled and looked up at the sky, saying, "It seems the Lord of Thunder is getting a bit restless." Just as he finished speaking, a thunderbolt thicker than a barrel came crashing down from the sky, aiming directly at us. The surrounding angelic residents were terrified, screaming that the gods were angry and fleeing in panic. Yamato let out a roar, ready to charge in. But Luo-ji was faster. He casually pulled out a scroll and unfurled it towards the sky. That immensely powerful thunderbolt vanished instantly, as if it were sucked into a vacuum cleaner. Once the scroll was rolled up, the calm returned. Not bad. It could barely compete with a thunderbolt from Thunder God Island. Luo-ji was still there commenting on it. In the distance, Enel was completely dumbfounded. He had never seen such a maneuver in his life. Not believing in evil, he began to unleash electric attacks frantically, with divine punishments striking down one after another like rain. And what happened? Luo-ji just stood there, leisurely pulling out one scroll after another, absorbing each strike. Goodness, this round was all about having a full charge. Enel was generating electricity, and we were responsible for charging. After dozens of strikes, Enel was nearly out of breath, realizing it was all for nothing, and finally broke down. Impossible. A mere mortal. He roared and transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging directly at us. He couldn't believe it. In close combat, how could you have time to pull out scrolls? Coming? Luo-ji smirked, his eyes seemingly saying, "I've been waiting for you." With a crack, a man wrapped in a headscarf, bare-chested, with absurdly long earlobes appeared in front of us, slamming his golden staff onto the ground with a thud, acting all high and mighty. "Qinghai man, how do you want to die?" Before Luo-ji could say anything, Yamato was already overly excited. Luo Ji, let me handle this. Enel didn't even regard the woman. He raised his hand and unleashed a 6 million volt Thunder Dragon. Thunderclap. Bagua. Yamato shouted explosively, swinging her wolf fawn club, wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, and smashed the Thunder Dragon apart with a single strike. Enel was stunned, but still stubbornly said, useless. No one can hit this god's electric body. I saw Luo Ji's expression change at that moment. This guy really didn't know what Haki was. He actually didn't dodge. He just stood there watching as Yamato swung that devastating blow toward his face. This was textbook-level self-sabotage. Yamato, leave him alive. Luo shouted anxiously, but it was already too late. Boom! With a loud crash, Enel's self-satisfied handsome face was instantly smashed into a deformation, and he was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through a building made of clouds. The entire place fell silent. The Sky Island police had their jaws dropped. Their invincible god just got taken down in one hit by a girl? Oh my goodness. Little AI, please don't die. My thundercloud baby. Luo Ji wailed, grabbing our little healer, Manchueli, and dashed into the ruins to rescue him like a shadow. Yamato scratched her head a bit awkwardly. I really didn't mean to. Who would have thought he wouldn't dodge, and took my stick to the face. When Luo Ji dragged the unconscious Enel out of the rubble with his eyes rolling back, we finally understood that this god of the Sky Island, due to being invincible for so long, had no idea that there was something called Haki in the world that could hit elemental users directly. Well, as long as he is not dead, that's good. Luo Ji quickly handcuffed the unconscious Enel with sea stone handcuffs and turned to announce to us, from today on, this Sky Island is our territory. Let's hide out here for a bit. Saying this, he summoned a fire-breathing dragon, grabbed Enel by the ankle, and led all of us in a grand procession toward Goddess Island. Next up was to take over Enel's legacy and clean up his few priests. I have to tell you, those priests have quite a bit of spirit. They refused to surrender no matter what and insisted on bringing that god, who had already been taken away by me, with them. Fine, at that moment, I waved my hand and said, all right, girls, go. Practice your skills. Rebecca, baby 5, and the others charged straight at those 4 priests, while Yamato and Shuyu took the cow demon and the others to suppress those minions. At that moment, the guy under our feet, Enel, woke up. Goodness, as soon as he opened his eyes, he was about to explode in anger, only to realize that his whole body was as limp as a noodle. Not to mention generating electricity, even moving was a struggle. He lay on the ground, his eyes wide open, filled with both anger and fear, shouting, what have you done to me? Let me go. I couldn't help but laugh at his unwilling expression. I said, poor kid, let me open your eyes and show you what the real world is like. Then, boom, I started throwing things out like they were free. Yamada, no, Orochi, the great god of the mouth, ancient giant lizards, one after another, all lined up beside me. Creatures that only exist in myths. The scene was so shocking that Enel's eyes almost popped out. He was completely dumbfounded, watching these monsters breathe fire and spit ice. I bet his worldview collapsed. I'm not done yet. I released the flame spirit from the fire front, showing off to Enel. See, this fire element is much purer than your lightning. But don't rush. Next, I'll create one that can use lightning right here on the spot. Creating a divine beast out of thin air. Who do you think is more like a god between us? As soon as I said this, Enel was completely stunned, staring at me in disbelief as I pulled out a blank scroll. He couldn't understand how his proud power of thunder could possibly be controlled by something that was just drawn. I raised an eyebrow, and my expression practically shouted how pitiful it was that he had never seen the world. I said, just because you haven't seen anything doesn't mean you don't have eyes. Let me show you yourself. With that, I quickly sketched a mini version of Enel on the ground. When that little drawing crawled up from the ground and even started to speak in a babyish voice, Enel was completely petrified. He finally believed it. I could really bring drawings to life. Then came the most thrilling part. I said to him, next, it's time for my Thunder Nimbus to make its entrance. In front of him, I pulled out the Suji Shimi and gently stabbed it into him, dipping it in his so-called divine blood, and began to concentrate on drawing on the scroll. The energy and spirit I infused into it were incredible. Finally, with a touch of finesse, I used my own soul consciousness to give it thought. With a crackle, a small, cute cloud glowing with faint red lightning, complete with facial features, floated out from the scroll. From now on, you shall be called Nimbus, my exclusive thunder steed. I patted it with satisfaction. Then, I grinned mischievously and gave the little cloud a command. Come on, let our Lord of Thunder taste what your first bolt of electricity feels like. Oh, family, who understands? With a thunderous crash, Enel, the mighty user of the Rumble fruit, was directly zapped by the lightning produced by his own power, turning him into a charred figure with a wild, black explosion-like hairstyle. That hairstyle looked like a middle-aged woman who had just walked out of a failed perm at the hair salon. There was nothing divine left about him. I burst out laughing. Oh, it's a natural curl. Enel was puffing black smoke from his mouth, shaking with anger, almost losing control, and glaring fiercely at that silly and cute Kintown, but just looked at him innocently. I sat down with a thud, and the Nimbus flew behind me, transforming into a soft lightning sofa, incredibly comfortable. I crossed my legs and said, "How does it feel to be electric? Think about those people you've struck down, and the hometown you've personally destroyed." This guy still had the nerve to argue. The divine governs the lives of mortals. This is the power of the gods. He felt that this time he had been careless and didn't dodge. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost. I'm too lazy to waste words with him. This extremely arrogant frog in a well can only learn how to be a person from the outside world. As a result, this guy is still here negotiating with us, saying, "People from Qinghai, since you won't kill me, just let me go. This empty island is yours. I want to go to the infinite land." I was so angry that I laughed and said, "Have you gone crazy thinking you're God? This Sky Island has long been my territory. Do you still think you can claim it? Also, that broken ship of yours, the Ark Maxim, which isn't even finished yet, I'll take that too. Don't touch my Ark." When Enel heard that I was going to take his ship, he struggled like crazy, the handcuffs and shackles clanging loudly. I couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. Sitting on my new mount, the Nimbus, I leisurely flew into the air to watch my girls fight. Yamato had already used her Conqueror's Haki to stun most of the divine soldiers, leaving the rest to Xiaoyu and the monsters to handle, while she stood by to support our girls. Let me tell you, as soon as I went to watch, they were like they had been injected with adrenaline. It was like they activated a berserk buff. Rebecca transformed into a pink half-dragon, shattering the iron sword of that priest with a single punch and violently knocking him out. Baby 5 was even more ruthless. To show off in front of me, she turned herself into a giant bomb and with a loud bang, blew up the enemies, leaving them half dead. Although she was panting and exhausted, her little eyes were full of excitement, seeking praise. The other battles ended at lightning speed as well. Violet and Leo cooperated to pin one priest down like a ball, while Charlie and the 3 little fairy warriors took care of their opponent. Brother Roji, we won. Rebecca turned into a pink dragon, and Baby 5 turned into a cannonball, flying towards me from the left and right. I held a big treasure in each hand and laughed, saying, "No wonder you're my crew, well done." After taking care of everything, I brought this group of excited girls directly to raid Inaru's lair, the Golden Temple. Before leaving, I turned back and shouted at the fallen priest and soldiers on the ground, "If you want to live, go to the Golden Temple and assemble obediently. From now on, I'm your new boss." Upon entering the temple, wow, it was dazzlingly magnificent. Rebecca and Xiaoyu, 2 girls who were scared of being poor, had their eyes wide open, and the symbols of money filled Carcelin's big eyes as she rushed up to hug the golden pillars tightly. Violet was even more excited. She said, "Captain, with this gold, the plan you mentioned before about reversing the bounty on the Navy and the Celestial Dragons might actually work." I carried Enelu and led them towards the shipyard by the giant vine. I said, "What is gold compared to that? That guy is still building a flying ship, and that will be our new ship." Upon hearing this, Enelu started to roar again. I found him annoying and had Leo sew his mouth shut, even tying a heart-shaped knot for good measure. The world instantly became quiet. When we arrived at the shipyard, everyone was curious about the round flying ship that was still under construction. However, Sherry's focus was different. She pointed at the gigantic vine that pierced through the clouds and exclaimed in shock, "Look at that vine. Where's it trying to grow to? Is there heaven up there?" I looked up and smiled. There are good things above, a huge golden clock and a piece of historical text. Let me tell you, that bell can carry its sound from 10,000 meters high to Qinghai. It's simply a natural show-off artifact. From now on, when my Luaji pirate crew makes an entrance, we'll first ring the bell to announce the arrival of the King of Hell. How cool. Both stylish and impressive. I want that golden bell. Without saying a word, I took the girls and flew up the vine. At the top, there stood a huge golden bell covered in moss, next to a black historical text. The bell must have been about 20 meters high, shining brightly. Rebecca and Xiaoyu were so excited that they immediately wanted to clean it. Just as we were happily cleaning the big bell, a fight broke out below. It turned out that the Sandia warriors had come back to seize the territory while taking advantage of Enelu's fall, and they were clashing with the priests who had just decided to surrender to me. Dama had sharp ears and heard the commotion first. I used my observation Haki and laughed, saying, "The natives are really quick to act." Just in time, I could try out my newly acquired artifact. I casually struck the golden bell with my armed-colored Haki, not even using my full strength. The sound of the bell instantly spread across the entire island of gods. The Sandia people who were fighting below all stopped, their eyes filled with tears of excitement, believing that their ancestors had manifested. Let's go down and take a look. I pulled out a huge scroll and directly swallowed the entire golden bell into it, forcefully storing it away. The ultimate show-off artifact is in my hands. When we descended from the sky on the fire dragon, the situation below was already in chaos. The Sandians, remnants of Enel, and even the former God Fall had brought their angel troops over, and the three factions were in a standoff. As soon as we appeared, the group of priests shouted excitedly as if they had seen their own father. It's the new god. The faces of the Sandians and the Gone Fools turned ugly as they realized that this pirate of mine was not just here to steal gold. I was here to take everything and directly occupy Sky Island. The war demons of Waya quickly regarded me as a new enemy, all of them on high alert, ready for battle. I stood on the dragon's head, feeling the hostility from the two groups below, and laughed easily. Oh, it seems we're not very popular, huh? But that's okay. Let me show you what it means to have divine might like a prison. I winked at the crew. Hey, watch closely. This transformation is pretty cool. As soon as I finished speaking, I jumped onto the Nimbus and dove down faster than a Charizard. With a buzzing sound, I unleashed my Conqueror's Haki recklessly, and the entire island trembled. Nimbus. Thunder rumbled. Fire before the storm. The ground blazed fiercely. In an instant, lightning flashed across the sky, and fierce flames blazed on the ground. I was surrounded by thunder and fire, looking just like a deity descending to the world. But that's not all. Battlesuit Great Sage Armor. The stunningly magnificent and radiant armor instantly covered my body, and the sense of oppression was off the charts. The girls on my ship have gone crazy. Yamato is dancing and shouting at the bow. Luffy, how can he be so cool? Baby 5 has hearts in her eyes, eager to offer herself right on the spot. Rebecca and Shiryu, two little fans, have flushed faces, jumping up and down in excitement. Meanwhile, on the ground, the Shandya and Angel troops are staring in horror at the deity descending from the sky. This momentum, this thunderous divine power, is many times more terrifying than Enel. The priests, who were initially hesitant, completely abandoned their last shred of loyalty to Enel when they saw my appearance, prostrating themselves and fervently shouting, "Welcome, my god!" The people on Gone Fall's side also couldn't hold back. The captain of the beret troop was the first to kneel, followed by all the angel soldiers who laid down their weapons and surrendered at the feet of the new god. They couldn't even defeat Enel, let alone resist me, a being capable of controlling thunder and fire with overwhelming might. Only the hard-headed warriors of Shandya, filled with fear and unwillingness, were trying to drag their leader, Waipar, away. How could he be so strong? Stronger than a human should be. I tell you, that warrior named Waipar usually acts all tough, claiming to be the strongest in the tribe, but when I unleashed my Conqueror's Haki, he immediately went weak in the knees, looking like he had seen a ghost. His guerrilla fighters were even worse, running away faster than rabbits, completely scattering. I thought to myself, since I'm already here, I might as well finish it in one go. I stepped on the Nimbus and chased after them, zapping them in the rear. Goodness, the scene was like dropping dumplings, with a large number falling in a flurry. And guess what? That Waipar actually has some backbone. Seeing his tribesmen fall one by one, his eyes turned red, and he broke free from his teammates' grasp and charged at me. He was desperate, directly pulling out his last resort, a pair of sea prism stone shoes, intending to kick me with them to determine the outcome, and then use at what Essit called reject shell for a finishing blow. The idea was nice, but unfortunately, he picked the wrong person. I couldn't even be bothered to use lightning or flames. I just wrapped my armament Haki around my fist and threw a punch at his incoming face. Hilarious. My dude, I'm a main character, but my side gig is all about delivering solid punches. This punch sent him flying, and just like that, the war ended dramatically. Then, I held a meeting in the Golden Temple. The 4 high priests and a group of divine soldiers stood straight, looking at the higher-ups of the Angel and Sandia tribes as if they were traitors. They probably couldn't understand why I didn't just eliminate all of them. I directly announced in front of everyone, the war is over. From now on, you two families can live wherever you want on this island and develop it freely. But you must send your best craftsmen to build my warships. Anyone who dares to make a move will taste my Thunderfire special. The chieftains on both sides nodded eagerly, like chicks pecking at rice, and hurried back to deliver the good news. Once the people left, the girls on my ship erupted in excitement. Rebecca and Little Jade, two little fans, showered me with compliments. Yamato, being more substantial, directly hugged me from behind and insisted that I make her a set of the Great Sage's armor, saying it was so cool. Sherry was teasing me, asking if my grand entrance was premeditated. I laughed and directly asked them, am I cool or not? They all went wild, shouting louder than anyone else. I was so happy that I activated my Fruit of the Devil ability and opened a big clothing store for the Great Sage. Yamato was the first to rush in, and with a bang, she put on the full set of the Phoenix Wing purple gold crown, the golden armor, and the lotus silk cloud shoes, looking incredibly imposing. The little kids went crazy and all turned into mini Great Sages. When it came to Violet and Sherry, I had a mischievous thought. Haha. One transformed into a female Bodhisattva, and the other into Bainyanzi. Who understands, the contrast was just perfect. The two of them were pouting, but it seemed like they found the outfits quite charming. Yamato was showing off her battle armor nearby, shaking her feathers to provoke them. It was too much. Watching them being all flirty made me feel so satisfied, and I thought it was time to kick off the uniform development plan. Just like that, a month passed by with fun and games. The two tribes on the Sky Island were really helpful. My flying battleship, the Arc Preamble, was built at lightning speed and looked way cooler than the previous one. I replaced the ugly human face at the bow with a powerful golden dragon head. During this month, I didn't slack off either. I personally took Baby 5, Violet, and Sherry for special training, and of course they understood my little intentions. The best part was when I had Shinobu use the ripening fruit on Sherry, and just like that, her fishtail transformed into two stunningly long legs. Let me tell you, that scene was mesmerizing. Sherry, the big sister, even blushed and scolded me for staring with those charming little eyes. Who could resist? The ship was finally completed, and I stood at the bow, full of spirit. Strength, money, girls, and a ride. All set. Yamato hugged my shoulders, yelling that she was tired of staying on the Sky Island and wanted to go out to fight. I patted her on the backside and told her not to rush. It was time to show our faces. Everyone was discussing where to go. Dressrosa, Zo Island. Everything was arranged. Before we set off, I handed over the defense of the Sky Island to the priest and the leaders of the two tribes, and I brought along the naturally perceptive little girl Aisha to keep company with Xiao Yu and the others. As the Arc Preamble flew away from the Sky Island, we officially returned to the Blue Sea. I released Enel, Hanafusa, and a few other captives from the scrolls and locked them in a sea prison cage on the deck so they could see the world. Enel was still tough-talking, shouting that I had stolen his ship. Hanafusa next to him directly retorted, "Come on, both of us are prisoners now. Stop acting like you're something special." The two prisoners started arguing in the cage, which was just too funny. Poor Kaido. He became the girl's exclusive punching bag, getting dragged out every day for a beating and then thrown back in. The mythical Zoan type is tough. Yamato looked at Enel and Hanafusa in the cage, itching to fight, insisting that I quickly bring out the scrolls for the decisive battle space so she could practice with them. Just then a few newsbirds flew by, and Violet bought up all the newspapers and bounties. Suddenly, Baby 5 let out a scream, her voice almost cracking, trembling as she held up a bounty notice. Yamato snatched it away, her eyes wide as saucers. "Luffy, 405 billion. Did your bounty take a rocket ride? For billion." Hanafusa in the cage was almost in shock, thinking my previous bounty of over 2 billion was already outrageous. Enel the bumpkin even asked what a bounty was. Hanafusa was speechless, explaining it to him. Enel was busy converting it into Sky Island currency and then went dumbfounded, mumbling, "What the heck? Over 400 billion. Now the ship was in an uproar. Everyone was as excited as if they had just been injected with adrenaline. Sherry and Violet looked at me with eyes that could melt steel, and Yamato was even more excited, shouting that we could take down Kaido within 2 years. Baby 5 clung to me, her little face flushed bright red. "I'm really happy. I killed 2 God Knights, and the Celestial Dragons are indeed furious. Now that we have this flying battleship, we finally have some security on the sea." I flipped through the newspaper, and that kid Ace really went to Whitebeard and even became the 2nd Division commander. Yamato got excited at a glance and insisted that next time she would take down Ace to prove she's stronger than Odin. I began to think about how to use Ace's line to create some trouble for Blackbeard. Just then, Violet pointed to the newspaper and said that the world government had found a new warlord of the sea. I squinted my eyes, knowing full well that it was most likely Bartholomew Kuma. The pacifist plan was about to start, and Bonnie would probably be taken hostage. I thought that when I went to the South Sea to find Green Bull, I might be able to intercept Kuma as well. Right now, the strong ones are scattered all over the world. Fujitora, Kid, Law, But my primary targets are still the two already formidable Vice Admiral level powers, Akainu and Kazuru. Not recruiting them now would be a waste of a golden opportunity. I said to Violet, keep a close eye on the news about this new warlord of the sea. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Bartholomew Kuma. I'll tell you, I'm well aware of what's going on with Kuma. Once he becomes a warlord, the world government will definitely send Bonnie back to the South Sea. Just in time, when I go to rescue the wild rancher, I can conveniently intercept Bonnie, killing two birds with one stone, and it'll also save Kuma from being turned into a heartless AI robot. This operation is simply perfect, right? After the plan was set, I glanced at the map, chuckled, and suddenly thought of a brilliant scheme. Let me tell you, in the month I've been missing, the outside world has nearly exploded. The Navy has been pressured by the celestial dragons and is searching for me everywhere like crazy. But they haven't found a single trace of me. The information brokers in the underground world are almost going mad. They haven't earned a single cent in bounty. And there are rumors saying I encountered a storm and ended up feeding the fish, which is just hilarious. They could never imagine that not only am I alive and well, but I'm also planning a big operation for them. Let us go. I directly sifted through a pile of permanent pointers and found my target, flying over in my Arc Maxim, zooming right over. We're playing a surprise air raid. Destination, Water 7. Goodness, as soon as my ship appeared over Water 7, it caused an uproar below. What the hell? A flying ship? Is that Shiki the Golden Lion? Run. The people down there were in a panic, while some fearless pirates got excited, thinking about whether they could hitch a ride on the Golden Lioness coattails. I'll tell you, at that time at a bar, there was a bartender with a hairstyle like horns, acting all cool. But as soon as he stepped outside and looked up, his face turned green. Who is he? It's Bruno from CP9. He had been lurking for years. I just went straight to him like I had some sort of wall hack. Family, who understands the joy of pinpointing the enemy like this? At first, he thought I was the Golden Lion, but when he looked closely at our pirate flag, my goodness, his pupils shrank to pinpricks. It's the Straw Hat Pirates. He must have had a million thoughts racing through his mind, like, how did this big bad guy, who disappeared for over a month, just show up in a spaceship? The first thought that crossed his mind was definitely that he had to destroy my ship. So he immediately ran back to gather his crew and inform Lucci and Spandam and those useless guys. I didn't care about him, and directly stood at the bow of the ship, shouting with all my might, "Ha ha ha, where's the best bar in the city of Seven Waters?" This caused even more chaos below. It wasn't the Golden Lion. It was the King of Hell, Luo G, the one with 4 billion. The entire island heard it. Lucy from the Carrera Company and Iceberg were also startled. Iceberg's brother was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. But when he heard I was looking for a bar, he finally relaxed. As long as I wasn't here to steal the underworld blueprint, it was all good. I directly let Xiaoyu release the Charizard, and we all sat on the dragon, which was really cool, spiraling down. The people below were dumbfounded like, wow, it's a dragon. They even tamed a giant dragon. As soon as I opened my perception, I instantly locked onto Bruno's location. Hey, I saw the future. And it was right there in that Horn Tavern. I directed Charizard to fly straight towards the tavern. The crowd gathered at the tavern entrance became even more excited, shouting, "He's coming. He's coming to our place." Some people had already taken out their phones, ready to sell information for money, all relying on their wits. As soon as we landed, I jumped off the dragon's back and stepped onto the Nimbus cloud. The scene was incredibly lively, with a group of little pirates acting as if they were seeing their idol. "Lord Law, please accept me." "Mr. Law, aren't you afraid of retaliation from the celestial dragons?" There was also a guy who looked like a reporter shoving a din mushy in my face. I waved my hand dismissively and said to the one wanting to join, "You're too weak." Then I turned to the reporter and grinned. "Remember this, I'm not only unafraid, but I'm also going to make this sea even livelier. Give them a little shock like the celestial dragons. Today, there will be news that will shock the world." The fans were even more excited, crowding around me for autographs. Meanwhile, that horned-head Bruno pretended to be harmless, bowing respectfully. "Welcome, Lord Luo G." He must have been panicking inside, but on the surface, he was as steady as a rock, thinking I couldn't possibly know his identity. I walked up to him, smiling as I sized him up. "I'm glad you can welcome me, but I don't like your hairstyle." As soon as I finished speaking, let me tell you, without even greeting him, I delivered a powerful punch infused with Haki right to his stomach. That guy Bruno reacted quickly, instantly trying to open a path with his iron fruit, but unfortunately, it was too late. He didn't even have time to escape using his fruit. His eyes rolled back, filled with a huge question mark of why I was hitting him, and he passed out right there. The surroundings fell silent in an instant. The fans who were once enthusiastic suddenly scattered, looking at me as if I were a lunatic. I picked up Bruno and laughed at those fake fans. He scared you. Huh. It seems you really like the CP agent. I added, you little haters are not professional at all. Only at the peak can hypocritical support arise. It's at dusk that true believers can be witnessed. After saying that, I lifted Bruno and jumped onto the flying Nimbus, flying back to the dragon's back and leaving gracefully. The moment I left, the place instantly erupted. The boss is a CP agent? Impossible. I believe in Lord Luo. Then those people started arguing about it. And as the arguing escalated, they even started fighting, eventually splitting into Luo fans and G fans, which was simply ridiculous. Some clever ones even rushed into the tavern without the boss and started a zero-cost shopping spree. Back on the dragon's back, Yamato pouted and asked me why I caught such a weakling. I explained directly. This guy is a Mumin fruit user, great at escaping, so he had to be taken out quickly. So what's next? Are we going to rob the gold exchange? Yamato looked excited. I gave a charming smile. Don't worry. Everything today will definitely make headlines tomorrow. Xiaoyu, go to the bottom-level shipyard. As soon as I moved, the intelligence network of the whole world moved as well. Iceberg realized that CP9 had been exposed, and Califa quickly notified Lucci. Lucci decided to take action early and force Iceberg to step down. Meanwhile, on Mariehua, the Gorosei and the leader of the Knights of God, St. Charlos, held a brief meeting. Upon hearing that I appeared in Water 7, they immediately sensed something was wrong. He must be captured. The Gorosei issued a death order. That old man, St. Charlos, who initially looked down on taking action, ultimately decided to lead the team himself to avenge the 2 knights I had killed. The Navy also went crazy. Akiji, Garp, and Tantata, along with a fleet of Demon Slayer ships, were heading towards Water 7 in full force. When the eyes of the world were focused on this, I had already arrived at Frankie's hideout. I got straight to the point and directly invited him. Iron Man Frankie, how about being my boatman? Frankie, that guy is quite the personality. He struck a super pose and refused. I won't leave the city of 7 waters. His little buddies were cheering for him. Our boss is so cool. I nodded. All right, you have some spirit. Since we can't be partners, I can't tolerate your perverted obsession with underwear anymore. With a flash of my cloud, I struck him down with a bolt of lightning, leaving him paralyzed and sparking all over. That thing will only bring disaster upon you. I walked over and, amidst the terrified screams of his little brothers, directly pulled out a stack of yellowed blueprints from his belly. Pluton's design. You can't take it away. Frankie shouted, convulsing all over. I held the blueprint, flew back onto the dragon's back, and let Manchelli feed him a bit. Then I laughed out loud at him. Don't worry, I'll spread the news about this thing and let the whole world know. Just watch how I use it to help your teacher take revenge and how I will blow up the celestial dragons. Frankie broke down on the spot, kneeling on the ground and crying. Back on the Ark, Violet and the others were dumbfounded. We got our hands on the design of the ancient weapon, Hades. Just like that, even Yamato came over to take a look, curious. I explained to them that this thing could blow up an island with one shot, but we had no resources to build it. Then what do you want it for? If the news leaks, won't we become targets for the whole world? Violet and the others were worried sick. I held up the design blueprint and walked to the bow of the ship, feeling ecstatic. I'm going to use this Pluto design to put a bounty on the celestial dragons. As soon as I said that, everyone on the ship was stunned. Even the imprisoned Inavza looked at me as if I were crazy. At that moment, Sherry poured cold water on me, saying, Aren't you afraid that others won't target the celestial dragons and will turn around to rob us instead? I'm afraid. What am I afraid of? Let me tell you, under the 4 emperors, I'm not scared of anyone. Even if we really run into one of the 4 emperors, we're not easy targets. With Violet's clairvoyance and my ability to predict the future, this combination is basically a human radar. If they can't beat me, can they outrun me? Besides, that red-haired guy can't fly, and the other 3 are all like ducks out of water. Our ship can go to the sky and the sea, folks. This advantage is on my side. Moreover, I'm going to use the design of the Pluto to put a bounty on the celestial dragons. I want to see who really calls the shots in this world. As soon as I finished speaking, Violet and Charlie, who had been worried just moments ago, instantly looked like they had taken a calming pill, their eyes lighting up. As for Yamato and the others, they were my die-hard fans. They would believe me if I said I was going to throw a party on the moon tomorrow. In the next moment, I drove the ship directly over the most bustling exchange in Water 7. Goodness, as soon as the people below saw our golden flying ship, they scattered in all directions like they had seen a ghost. Without saying a word, I aimed straight at the largest and most impressive building with the world government flag on it and shouted at the top of my lungs, Robbery! Instantly, the scene below erupted. Everyone went crazy. Damn, the red-hair pirates. They really dared to rob the world government's bank. The reporters with cameras had their eyes green with envy, rushing up like dogs, smelling a scent, desperate not to miss a single shot. Yamato and Baby 5 could no longer hold back and dove right in. Yamato's combat power goes without saying, and Baby 5 is even more heavyweight. She has been with Doflamingo since childhood and is a professional at robbery. The person in charge of the exchange was still there making threats. You will face sanctions from the world government. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Standing at the bow of the ship and sneering, sanctions? Now I'm the one sanctioning you. As I spoke, I swiftly used a Phantom B scroll, and a large group of monsters appeared out of thin air. The scene was simply spectacular. Those below, who had never seen anything like it, were left with their jaws nearly dropping, each guessing what kind of devil fruit ability I had. Say my moves were like I was cheating. Just then, Mayor Iceberg rushed over with his crew of shipwrights, and when I took a closer look, hey, wasn't Lucci and Kaku mixed in with the crowd? They were probably still looking for a chance to take down Iceberg, but with my commotion, their plan was completely ruined. Iceberg's face turned pale with fear as he waved his hands at me, shouting, Captain Luffy, please show mercy. Don't destroy Water 7. He was genuinely afraid that if I got unhappy, I would unleash that thunderstorm and fireball combo on him again. I told you, I just want to wait for him to come. I gave him a charming smile and directly pulled out a stack of yellowed blueprints from my pocket, waving them in front of him. The Ice King's eyes instantly tightened like they were pricked by a needle. Everyone, especially my journalist friends, listen up. I gathered all my authority and my voice echoed throughout the entire block. What I have in my hand is the legendary ancient weapon, the design blueprint of the Underworld King. Boom. As soon as those words came out, the crowd erupted. The 3 CP9 agents from Lucci were about to pop their eyes out. They had been undercover here for years, aiming for this, and I ended up getting it first. I looked at their expressions as if they had eaten shit and laughed even more happily. Ha ha ha. Iceberg, you still don't know, right? The few people next to you, your most trusted Secretary Califa, and your 2 best foremen, Rob Lucci and Kaku, are all undercover agents from CP9. Your mayor's office is simply a den of spies. Iceberg was immediately stunned, taking a tactical step back, 8 feet away from those 3. The other foremen under him were also dumbfounded, pointing at Lucci and Kaku, their faces full of disbelief that someone with such thick eyebrows and big eyes had also betrayed them. Lucci and the others looked pale, probably still wondering if Bruno had sold them out. How could I let them off so easily? I added another knife. Stop guessing. It's not that your bartender brother is weak. It's your useless boss Spandam. With just a little scare, I sold you out completely. You see, now their glances at each other are different. I just wanted to mess with their mindset. All right, you little characters, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you go this time. I cleared my throat, raised the design drawing in my hand to all the reporters, and said, listen up. This design of the Pluto cannot be more real. Who wants it? Simple. Exchange it for the life of a celestial dragon, 1 elder star, or 2 god knights, or 10 pig-like celestial dragons. Whoever can do it, I will give them a copy of the design. Young ones, publish my words verbatim on the front page of the newspaper. Let those 4 emperors, Revolutionary Army, and Underground Emperors see that the rules of the game in the new era are set by me. After I said this, everyone was petrified, offering the design of Pluto as a bounty for celestial dragons. Is this something a human can come up with? This is simply poking the heavens to death. I find this not stimulating enough. In front of everyone, I ripped down the world government flag from that building, and with a loud sound, I set it on fire. Today I, Trafalgar Law, officially declare war on the world government and the celestial dragons. The violent Conqueror's Haki instantly swept through the crowd. Crazy. This man is completely insane. The people below screamed. Rob Lucci might have been provoked. He roared and transformed into a leopard, charging straight at me. Want to steal the blueprints? Still want to maintain the world government's face? Naive. Little kitty. Are you a bit too confident? I grinned, increased the pressure of my Conqueror's Haki, and with one hand wrapped in armament Haki, I threw a punch at the air. A scream echoed as Rob Lucci, who had just become a flash of lightning, was sent flying through the air, crashing into several buildings like a broken sack, instantly buried in dust. Califa and Kaku were stunned, scrambling to rush over to save him. One move and it's over. This is the difference. I looked at the group of journalists and dropped a few bombshells. From now on, I'm offering a bounty of 500 million for a CP0 agent, 100 million for a celestial dragon, 1 billion for a god knight, and 3 billion for the Gore CI. The bounties can stack with the design blueprints. And go back and tell your boss, especially Morgan's. I have a good relationship with Old Man Carp, so make sure not to report on him cursing the celestial dragons behind their backs. My dislike for the celestial dragons is all because of him. I'm also on good terms with Akainu and Akiji. I promise I won't leak their past destruction of O'Hara. Oh, and by the way, don't write anything crazy about Fleet Admiral Sengoku adopting Doflamingo's brother as his godson. Oh, and the most important thing, you must not report that Admiral Kazuru is an undercover agent for the Revolutionary Army. Don't say I told you. I can only say that this information is far ahead. I was like a chatterbox, dragging the high-ranking naval officers down one by one, mixing true and false information together, making those reporters so excited that they were shaking all over, almost writing sparks with their pens. They didn't care about the truth. As long as it was juicy news. The few rescued by Lucy stumbled at my words, almost falling back again. I guess they've already given me countless nicknames in their hearts, like the King of Provocation and the King of Lies. After grabbing enough money and saying my piece, I jumped back onto the ship with my people, leaving amidst the dazed gazes of countless onlookers. Iceberg and the hurriedly arriving Frankie could only watch us disappear over the horizon with the designs of Hades. On the ship, Yamato still seemed a bit unsatisfied. Is that it? Whereas the grand battle that was promised, there wasn't a single fighter. Violet and the others looked at me speechlessly, their expressions seemingly saying, "With your antics, the enemies are everywhere. Are we going to be floating in the sky from now on?" I proudly posed with a Dragon King smirk and said, "Don't you think I just looked amazing?" Yamato was quite excited and replied, "Luo G, you're so arrogant. Is the bounty going to increase again? It won't surpass my dad's, right? Hard to say, but there's a good chance." I stroked my chin, holding the design of the Underworld King, and thought, given the level of threat, it should definitely be priced higher than the 4 emperors. So where are we going next? Yamato was practically drooling. How about heading to the Boeing Islands, which are full of food? I shook my head and revealed a more interesting smile. Aren't you looking for a fight? Come on, let's go take care of one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Let me tell you, just when I decided to go to Alabasta for some fun, the entire new world was thrown into chaos because of the bounty I issued for the design of the Pluton. The scene shifts to Onigashima. The beast pirates were collectively stunned. Both Yamato and Queen were trembling with newspapers in their hands, probably thinking that Luffy had gone crazy, getting a flying battleship and directly challenging the world government. Queen, that fat guy, was so anxious he was jumping up and down. Rand and Kaido, "Boss, we must get our hands on the Pluton blueprints. What if there's something wrong with that old battleship that's been submerged for 800 years? We can fix it according to the blueprints." This guy was filled with thoughts of applying Pluton's technology to his cyborgs, constantly pondering how to turn himself into an ultimate weapon. Kaido initially didn't take it seriously, but after hearing Queen's ramblings, he got fired up and slapped his thigh. "Then let's steal it back." He suddenly remembered that after Jack found Pluton, it seemed they hadn't checked on it in a long time. "Jack, take a few fishmen and go check it out, see what condition that thing is in. Once I get out, we need to fix it quickly." Our honest drought Jack, upon hearing the boss's command, immediately nodded and hurried off. Years ago, he had made a significant contribution by finding the Pluton battleship, which was why he had his current status in Kaido's crew. He took 2 fishermen subordinates and plunged into the inland sea of Wano. What happened next? The 2 fishermen swam around for a long time, and they didn't see a giant battleship, not even an anchor. When they returned to report, Jack panicked, thinking, "This can't be right, my memory isn't that bad." If he weren't a landlubber, he would have jumped in himself to search. In the end, with no other choice, he braved the weakness of being a devil fruit user and let the 2 fishmen drag him as they scoured the seabed again. Now, a harsh reality lay before them. The Pluton, that massive ancient weapon, had vanished. Jack scrambled back to Onigashima, throwing the news in front of Kaido. Let me tell you, in that moment, the air on Onigashima solidified. The next second, an overwhelming Conqueror's Haki erupted that could pierce the heavens. Kaido's eyes turned bloodshot, and he grabbed Jack, his anger more intense than when he was captured for experiments and beaten by Whitebeard. Such a huge ship, you say it just vanished. Jack felt like a little chick in his hands, barely able to speak. "Be boss. I really didn't know." Yamato and Queen were also dumbfounded. This was one of their lifelines. Queen, the clever one, quickly connected the dots, furiously puffing on his cigar, suddenly slapping his forehead and screaming, "It's him. It must be that bastard Luffy. His devil fruit ability can definitely carry Pluton away." But he couldn't figure out how a single devil fruit user could possibly take such a massive thing underwater. Could it be that seawater has no effect on him? Luffy. Kaido snorted 2 puffs of white air, and all his old grudges surged up. He could tolerate the incident of his daughter Yamato being taken. But stealing his Pluton? Absolutely intolerable. "All troops mobilize." Kaido roared, get back the Pluton battleship and the blueprints for me. If Shanks dares to block our way, we'll fight to the end. Well, once Kaido moved, the entire new world erupted. On Shanks' ship, he was already troubled by that bounty, and the next second, he received news that the Beast Pirates were mobilizing in full force. He and Beckman thought Kaido was only after the blueprints and had no idea that his ancestral home had been stolen by me. Shanks' face darkened, thinking, this Luffy is going to poke a hole in the sky. There was no choice but to brace himself and prepare to intercept Kaido again. On the other side, at Whole Cake Island, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin saw the news and was overjoyed, nearly drooling. Upon seeing that Kaido had also mobilized, she quickly rallied her forces, preparing to seize the blueprints. She was calculating, thinking that since she had a past with Kaido, no matter who snatched it, she could get a piece of the pie. Even if it was just a copy. Back on the Moby Dick, the atmosphere was much more cheerful. Ace was practically bragging about me, like I was his own brother. Marco was educating everyone on how amazing Pluton was, leaving the whole crew dumbfounded. Blackbeard, Teach's little eyes were filled with greed, thinking that this thing was much more exciting than the dark fruit. He leaned over to Ace, pretending to be sincere, and asked Ace, can you introduce us to your buddy Luffy? He's so powerful. Ace, hearing this, got even more excited, boasting about how amazing I was, how I could predict the future and all that. Teach, upon hearing this, started to scheme in his mind, thinking that if he could connect with me, maybe he could get a heads up on the location of the dark fruit. As a result, egged on by Teach and the other captains, Ace, the pure social terrorist that he is, directly revealed my snail phone number. Now, I bet my phone is about to get blown up. Of course, the most affected would have to be our old friend, Crocodile. I tell you, this guy's been plotting in Alabasta for over a decade, dreaming of becoming the king of the underworld every day. As a result, I directly made the blueprints public and put them on the bounty board. Now the whole world knows about it. Does he think he can take advantage of the chaos? No way. In the casino office in the rain, Crocodile was so angry that he smashed everything, his veins bulging, raging in frustration. Damn it. Why wasn't I the one to get the design plans? This time, it's all about a supportive breakdown. Next to him, Nico Robin appeared calm on the surface, but inside, she was already in turmoil. She looked at my actions in the newspaper and thought to herself, no wonder he's from the D family. This is the kind of person who can change the era? She suddenly felt that following me might be her only way out. Meanwhile, at this moment, none of them knew that I was piloting my golden ark, the Poneglyph, flying towards Alabasta. Our ship is lively now, with the newly captured CP 9-member Bruno, and the female ninja, Sharon, whom I've recruited as a cleaner. Yamato was so excited to hear that I was going to take on the 7 warlords, pestering Violet with questions. Violet, after all, used to be the intelligence chief under Doflamingo, so she knows all about Crocodile. She explained to Yamato, Crocodile is one of the earliest 7 warlords, and his strength is definitely not weak, but he lost badly when he challenged Whitebeard and even lost a hand. She also casually dug up the dark histories of Doflamingo and Moria. Violet analyzed. This guy appears to be a national hero, but he must have his own little schemes behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could he afford so many weapons? I listened and gave her an appreciative glance. She's quite sharp. That's right, I revealed the answer directly. The mastermind behind the Baroque works is him. Violet suddenly understood, and Rebecca innocently asked, brother-in-law, does he want to become king too? I smiled and shook the design of the Pluto warship. Becoming a king? That has too small a goal. His target is the Pluto battleship. Then I dropped another bombshell. The historical records detailing the whereabouts of Pluto are in Alabasta. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone on the ship was stunned. Violet and Charlie looked at me differently, probably thinking that my foresight ability is too overpowered, calculating everything perfectly step by step. Even the captives Hanazawa and Bruno were dumbfounded. Bruno was as anxious as someone with constipation, knowing so many shocking secrets but unable to share them. It felt like it was costing him his life as a spy. Hanazawa was even more furious, trembling all over with adrenaline. The Pluto design, the Pluto battleship. These are things that can dominate the world. And now they were all going to fall into the hands of this kid in his eyes, who seems to be surrounded by women every day. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Why should that be? The heavens are unfair. Charlie swallowed hard and nervously asked me, if we really get the Pluto battleship, what do you plan to do with it? I chuckled and joked. What else can we do? Use it to smash someone, of course. Puffed. I felt Hanafsa almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood, his eyes starting to bleed from anger. What a waste. That fool. He probably wanted to rush over and give me a friendly little greeting by choking me. Violet and Sherry looked speechless, Their expressions seemed to say, "Bro, this joke isn't funny at all." But guess what? Yamato was the first to applaud. "Wow, Roji, you're so clever. Using Hades to smash people must be super cool." Baby 5 nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes. If Lord Roji does this, he will definitely scare the enemies to death." Goodness, with these two leading the charge, Rebecca, Shiyu, and the others joined in with enthusiastic praise. Who understands at that moment? Violet and Sherry's silence was deafening. They probably wondered if their IQ had been dragged down to our level and then defeated by our rich experience. Thus, amidst the joyful atmosphere on the ship, we spent 3 days and finally arrived in Alabasta. At that moment, in Alabasta, in the Rain Diner, Crocodile and Robin were at a loss over my intel. Old Sand was irritably chewing on a cigar. "This kid is like a ghost. We can't even catch a shadow. How do we steal it?" Robin suggested that maybe they could first find a way to get my contact information. Old Sand got angrier, complaining about the unfairness of fate. The thing he treasured like a gem, I treated as a bounty, simply not taking it seriously. Just when they couldn't figure anything out, suddenly there was a commotion outside the office, and a subordinate came rolling in, panic-stricken, and knocked on the door. Old Sand's face instantly turned murderous, a sandstorm starting to swirl around him. "Boss, bad news. It's that Roji pirate crew's flying battleship. I tell you." The faces of his subordinates turned pale with fear, and they struggled to speak. Lao Sha's expression changed instantly, a mix of shock and joy, as if he had opened a blind box. He was shocked that these ruthless characters had come to his door, and delighted that the design blueprint of the underworld king he had been longing for was practically delivered to him. Goodness, Lao Sha was both scared and enamored. He shouted to treat them well and not to cause trouble, giving them money to play with, while simultaneously issuing a deadly order to Robin: prepare the Seastone prison cage and the seawater trap. This maneuver highlighted a double-edged strategy. On Robin's side, everything seemed fine on the surface, but inside, she was overjoyed. Who understands of family members? After waiting so long, the opportunity to switch jobs finally came. She was calculating in her mind how to discreetly sell out Lao Sha and ride on the coattails of Luo Ji. "Sorry, Crocodile. Your employee is applying for a new boss." On the other side, our giant spaceship, the Arc Maxim, hovered domineeringly over the casino plaza. The people below, like they were watching a UFO, all ran out to gawk. Luo Ji stood at the bow of the ship, peering down for a long time, frowning. Where are those sand crocodile people? They wouldn't have heard the news and run away early, would they? But he wasn't worried. Using his observation Haki, he scanned around and found everyone was there, not a single one missing. It seemed this old fellow was also reluctant to part with the design blueprint in my hands. "All right, let us see who is the hunter and who is the prey." We just walked down from the painted ladder, and that aura scared the onlookers away by 800 meters. "This is the presence of the 5th Emperor." The casino manager rushed over, sweating profusely, bowing and scraping, and directly offered us chips worth 1 billion belly, allowing us to play as we pleased. Luo Ji casually asked, "Where's your boss?" "Let me tell you." The manager immediately broke into a sweat. His back was so what it could raise fish, and he stammered an explanation that the boss was preparing a feast. Luo Ji smiled with a hint of mockery and said, "Oh, I thought he didn't take us seriously." Wow. The pressure was so intense that I felt like the manager was about to have a heart attack. Once we entered the casino, Luo Ji waved his hand and said, "You guys, play freely. Someone is picking up the tab." Let me tell you, Luo Ji is really something. While accepting 10 billion chips, he had my Violet and Shaylee go all out. With Violet, stare fruit. What card can't she see through? Shaylee is even more powerful, directly foreseeing the future. Playing dice is like looking at the correct answers. The two of them were slaughtering left and right, winning money like a printing press. The casino manager turned pale. If this continued for another 10 minutes, the casino would go bankrupt on the spot. Luo Ji was fanning the flames beside them. "Is your casino even capable? You can't possibly not have 100 billion to spare, right?" At that moment, in the surveillance room, Old Shah was watching the rapidly rising numbers on the screen, his face as dark as a pot bottom. Sister Robin was fanning the flames beside him. "Mr. Zero, if you don't go out now, we're going to have to close for good." Old Shah snorted coldly, finally unable to sit still. "Is the trap ready? Get him up here." He thought to himself, if Doflamingo could survive in Luo Ji's hands, he could too. First, lure him up, and once he yes in the trap, wouldn't it be easy to handle him? Sister Robin was almost laughing out loud. With this, still wanting to scheme against Luo Ji, she elegantly stepped out and extended an invitation. "Lord Luo Ji, our boss's banquet is ready. Please do honor us with your presence. But Luo Ji didn't even look at the banquet. His gaze fixed intently on Robin. Son of the devil, Nico Robin, I know you. Are you interested in joining us? I have everything you want. Wow. Directly poaching in front of the vice president. Robin was also a master. She smiled slightly and played it cool. If you can convince our boss, I will naturally obey. All right, then I'll go have a good business talk with him, Luo Ji said as he walked upstairs, passing by Robin while adding with a sly smile. By the way, the money my crew won, can it be exchanged? Robin couldn't help but smile. Anyway, it wouldn't be her money soon, so she generously replied, of course, we're in the business of honesty. Once we left, the casino manager's legs went weak. He hurried to pack all the valuables in the vault, preparing to either spend money to avoid disaster or wait for the boss to win back the money. Upon arriving at the so-called luxurious banquet hall, they finally met the main character, the sand crocodile. He sat in the main seat, forcing himself to stay calm and trying to act impressive. In less than half a year at sea, you've come this far. You're even more terrifying than Roger back in the day. Luo Ji was completely uninterested in his act, found a chair to sit down, crossed his legs, and looked amused. Aren't you afraid, sand crocodile? Old Shah's face turned cold, and he laid his cards on the table. Speak. What do you want? Money? Beauties? Or the throne of this country? I can give you all of that. I just want a copy of the design blueprint for the Pluto. Luo Ji laughed outright. This little bit of chips? You might as well go kill a few celestial dragons to trade for it. Oh, I forgot. You don't have the guts. This directly blew old Shah's top. Luo, you're too young. He roared, directly triggering the trap. Let me tell you, the scene was simply unbelievable. When Rogia sat down, a bunch of sea prism stone mechanisms popped out from the chair with a snap, and the entire banquet hall floor disappeared in an instant, sending all of us falling down. Below was a huge sea prism stone cage filled with seawater. The most outrageous part was that the ceiling started to sprinkle sea prism stone powder like it was snowing. Lao Sha stood above, laughing loudly, orchestrating everything. This world is not just about fighting. You have to use your brain too. And you, Nico Robin, don't think I don't know your little tricks. I'll settle the score with you after dealing with them. And what happened next? Let me tell you, Rogia seemed to be cheating, locked in sea prism stone, and not moving at all. With a flick of his hand, a scroll whooshed open above our heads, catching all the sea prism stone powder. Immediately, a thundercloud appeared out of nowhere beneath us, supporting all of us steadily. Lao Sha's eyes were about to pop out. How is this possible? You can still use devil fruit powers. Crack. Rogia broke the sea prism stone mechanisms off his body with his bare hands. Yamato, like a silly dog, frantically shook her head to get the powder off her hair. This little bit of sea prism stone was nothing to her, merely an accessory, not affecting her at all. Just when Lao Sha was still in shock, Rogia pulled out another scroll and unleashed a powerful move. With a whoosh, a massive amount of seawater gushed out from the scroll, drenching Lao Sha and turning him into a soaked crocodile. Elementalization? Not anymore. Too slow. Yamato charged forward with her kanabo, delivering a solid hit infused with Conqueror's Haki right to Lao Sha's face. Rogia was even more ruthless. He casually threw the broken sea prism stone mechanism like a brick, directly embedding it into Lao Sha's back and thigh. Boom! Lao Sha was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through the wall and landing on the sand outside, blood spewing everywhere in a spectacular fashion. He struggled to pull the sea prism stone off his body to regain his strength and escape. But Rogia wouldn't be given the chance, leisurely walking over, pulling out a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs and snapping them on him. After thinking for a moment, he pulled out a sea prism stone collar and put it on him too. Now, he couldn't even run if he wanted to. Guess what happened next? Rogia took out a brush, dipped it in the blood flowing from Lao Sha's wounds, and started painting right there. While painting, he said, "Your natural type ability user's blood is a good thing. It's just right for ink." Lao Sha was trembling with anger, his eyes turning red. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. Yamato was even more extreme. To take revenge for getting powder all over her, she squatted down, grabbed a handful of sand, and built a peculiar sand tower on Lao Sha's head. Every time Lao Sha shook his head, she would just build another one, having a blast. At that moment, the playful princess Mang Shuili grabbed a handful of sand and tossed it onto Lao Sha's face, chanting, "Calm down. Fine sand drives away evil." Goodness. The king of the desert was blinded by sand, tears streaming down his face as if he was crying. Sister Robin watched this scene from the side, her eyes filled with sympathy and a hint of wanting to laugh. Once the painting was finished, Roji pointed at the scroll, and a cute sand raccoon jumped out, affectionately rubbing against Rojia's leg. This was the new partner drawn with Lao Sha's blood, Sand Crane. Roji pointed at Lao Sha, who was still crying, and ordered Sand Crane. Use sand pellets on him. Just after Mang Shuili had healed his wounds, Lao Sha hadn't even regained his composure when he was being hit by the very power he was most familiar with, howling in pain as more blood holes appeared on his back. After dealing with all this, Roji turned to Robin and smiled, saying, "Looks like your boss has been successfully persuaded by me. What do you think?" Sister Robin, being a sensible person, slightly bowed and smoothly changed her wording. "I have met the captain." Just like that, Lao Sha's Baroque works, which he had painstakingly managed for over a decade, became our dowry overnight, including both the people and the organization. We took the money and the people and set sail towards the capital, Albana, to find that historical text. Once this news spread, the whole world exploded. Admiral Sengoku was so furious that he probably suffered from high blood pressure, and another one of the 7 warlords of the sea was taken down by us. Now, even the top brass of the world government, the 5 elders, couldn't sit still and sent a guy named Saint Mars to personally lead the Knights of God to chase us down worldwide. Over here, it's quite leisurely. Let me tell you, Captain Luo is a bit mischievous. He just caught that old sand user, Crocodile, and immediately threw him into a sea stone cage. The key point is that he specifically placed the cage next to Hanavza, saying he wanted to hold a hometown meeting for the 7 warlords. Goodness, this move is all about companionship. Low on damage but high on insult. That old fox Hanavza had a knowing expression, probably calculating in his mind that with the historical text in hand, the king of Underworld would definitely belong to them. Crocodile, with his dead fish eyes, scanned the other inmates in the cell and ended up locking eyes with Enel, that long-eared guy. I'm telling you, these two are practically cut from the same mold. Their arrogant aura could be sensed even through the bars. Enel opened his mouth. "What are you looking at? Do you believe I can strike you dead with a lightning bolt?" Crocodile didn't back down. "What are you? I can turn you into a dried corpse in a minute." Luo, sitting on his nimbus cloud, petting a little raccoon, was smiling like a villain, fanning the flames. "Oh, one is a sand fruit user, and the other is a thunder fruit user. Both are Logia types. Who do you think is stronger?" I was thinking, what's so interesting about these 2 chickens pecking at each other? Aren't they just our captain's prisoners? Hanavza was laughing on the side, saying that with both Logia types captured, this world is truly interesting. But then Crocodile and Enel shouted in unison at him, "Shut up. What are you, an ancient species? Making a fuss about? Family, who understands? There's even a hierarchy of disdain in this prison." Just as they were talking, Luo directly unleashed a big move. He pulled out 2 scrolls, and with a whoosh, Hanavza's ancient giant lizard and the black carbon giant snake were brought to life, jumping out of the scrolls and glaring at the prisoners. I'm telling you, in that moment, the faces of the 4 prisoners turned green. This ability is just unreasonable. It means that as long as I draw your blood, your abilities are mine. What is there to fight about? The newly arrived Robin's eyes lit up, probably thinking this is even more outrageous than Big Mom's soul fruit. Yamato and Shinobu were there showing off madly, listing off their abilities like a menu. I also have Ace's Flame Ghost. I also have the Great God of Mouth, and my Kamena Chio, which is a mythical Zoan type, you know? This made Crocodile and the others' worldviews collapse. When did mythical Zoans become as common as cabbage? Rebecca saw this and got anxious, feeling a bit emo, yelling at Luo. "Brother Luo, what about my dragon fruit? You could draw my blood and draw a dragon too." Luo was so doting, patting her head and saying, Okay, I'll draw you a big divine dragon." Without hesitation, he drew blood and started painting. It was a perfect finishing touch. A red divine dragon roared out from the painting, its momentum surpassing that of the previous mythical Zoans combined. Crocodile and Hanavza were completely speechless, probably thinking, this guy's going to create an army with just 1 person. After handling this, our art proverbs hit the gas and sped straight to the capital of Alabasta, Alyabarna. The king, Cobra, and his 2 guards, the Falcon of Bel and the Jackal of Gaka, turned pale when they saw our ship. With an army of 600,000 on high alert, it looked like a nation was about to fall. Cobra, however, stood firm, refusing to hide, insisting on sharing fate with his people. Just as tensions were high, Luo made a call to him, sounding exceptionally casual. "Hello? King Cobra? Don't be nervous. I'm here to collect my reward. By the way, the mastermind behind your country's troubles has already been dealt with, and you'll have rain in a few days." Cobra was stunned, both surprised and delighted. Luo shifted his tone. So, since I've done you such a big favor, it's not too much to ask for something in return, right? If you dare refuse. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 waves of Conqueror's Haki crashed down from the ship. Goodness, it was absolutely devastating. Among that 600,000 army, over 100,000 fell like wheat being cut down. King Cobra had never seen such a scene before. He broke down immediately, shouting, "Captain Luo-Ji, stop. I'll give you whatever you want. I'll tell you, this king is quite sensible. Knowing he can't win, he decided to part with his wealth to avoid disaster. Luo-Ji was also straightforward and directly demanded half of the treasury, plus that piece of historical text from the royal tomb. Kobula didn't say a word and quickly delivered everything, fearing we would stay even a second longer. Once we flew away from Alabaston, Sister Robin looked at the new piece of historical text on the ship, so excited that she couldn't speak. She had never seen so many pieces of historical text appear together in her life, let alone that we also had a red milestone text. Luo-Ji stroked his chin and suddenly said, "I remember there seems to be another piece in this desert." I was stunned at that moment. "How did you know this?" He closed his eyes, and after a while, smiled mysteriously, saying, "I heard its voice." Everyone on the ship was shocked. Luo-Ji then began to show off, explaining what the D family is, saying that the Pirate King Roger's full name is Gold, Roger, and that the world government has hidden his surname. He also mentioned that the D family is the enemy of the gods, and each member is a significant figure stirring up storms. The key point was that he said Roger was able to find the final island thanks to a power called Haki of observation, which allows one to hear everything. At this point, he puffed out his chest. Sister Robin was the first to react, exclaiming, "Could it be that, Captain, you also?" Now it all made sense. He had the same kind of cheat as the Pirate King. No wonder he was so powerful. Yamato and the others were so happy they jumped up and down, while the prisoners in the cage looked as black as the bottom of a pot. Hanafsa didn't forget to stab a knife, mocking Crocodile. "Sand Crocodile, did you hear? They can find things with cheats that you've been plotting for half your life. Useless." Crocodile was so furious that his veins were popping. Luo-Ji completely ignored them, directly steering the ship, following that mysterious guidance, and flew to a desolate desert ruin. He jumped down from the sky and punched a large rock, and with a loud bang, a pit appeared. After a while, he came back up holding a new piece of historical text, as if using a map sheet, pointing and hitting exactly where he wanted. The stone had writing on it that was about the prophecy of the sun god Nika, saying something about the evil dragon being defeated and the true dragon appearing. After reading it, Luo-Ji scoffed, saying the Kazuki family really knows how to flatter themselves, and that the true dragon is our little dragon girl Rebecca, which made me laugh uncontrollably. Then, the most spectacular scene came. Luo-Ji laid out all 5 pieces of historical text we had collected in the desert. Sister Robin was so excited, she looked like she was touching a rare treasure. Luo-Ji also took the opportunity to use his ability to hear everything and listen to the information from these stones. Guess what? He actually uncovered a shocking scoop. The stone retrieved from the deep-sea ruins recorded some allies of an ancient giant kingdom. Luo-Ji speculated on the spot that the deep-sea ruins were likely once a country on land, and because it was an ally of the giant kingdom, the world government moved it entirely to use as cannon fodder against Fishman Island. Let me tell you, this speculation gave me goosebumps. And those celestial dragons are truly capable of anything. Sister Robin hurriedly took rubbings of all the content, starting to translate it obsessively. Luo-Ji kept 4 of the stones, saying they could be used as 4 layers of Rashomon for attacking or defense. Crocodile and Hanafsa looked at that red milestone text, breathing heavily, probably already considering whether to join us, but their pathetic pride was still holding them back. We were just about to discuss where to go next, but we had no idea. Meanwhile, in another part of the sky, Master Saint and the Knights of God were flying towards us at full throttle, like they were on afterburners. However, some of his subordinates were clearly struggling to keep up, looking exhausted like dogs. To be honest, it's not just them. The whole world is going crazy. I'm telling you, the yellow monkey from Egghead Island is rushing to the G1 branch. Over at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku is almost going bald from worry. Why? Because Kaido and Big Mom, those 2 old geezers, brought over 200 ships in a super fleet and almost clashed with the Navy headquarters in the New World. If it weren't for Shanks showing up to stir things up, it would probably have turned into a chaotic battle by now. Sengoku had no choice but to issue a mandatory summoning order for the 7 warlords of the sea just to deal with these 2 madmen. And guess what? Big Mom, that old lady, still had her wits about her. She directly yelled at Kaido, "Kaido, you idiot, with such a big setup. The Navy will definitely fight us to the death. This isn't worth it." Let's pull our subordinates back and just fly over to capture Law and grab the blueprints ourselves. I must say, this line of thinking is not wrong. Who can stop two flying emperors? Kaido, with his hot temper, initially wanted to yell at her. He was itching to tear Akainu apart. But his subordinates, like Queen and Jack, also advised him, saying, "Boss, don't get carried away. Our target is Law, not starting a war with the whole world." At this time, Katakuri handed over the latest intel, saying that we appeared in Alabasta and took down Crocodile. Finally, Kaido managed to hold back and slapped his thigh, saying, "All right, Queen, Jack, you guys take the crew back to Wano. Jin, you come with me." Big Mom saw this and thought, "Hey, you want to hog all the fun?" "No way. Kaido, I've been playing with you for so long. I must have a share of that Pluton blueprint." Saying this, she stuck to him like a piece of chewing gum. Kaido was so angry his face turned green, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he owed her a favor for the fruits, and he would always be at a disadvantage. So he could only agree begrudgingly. Thus, the two massive fleets of emperors withdrew in a grand manner, just after Sengoku finished making calls to the warlords. And before he could gather them all, he received news that the two emperors had run away. He was dumbfounded, but quickly realized that these two were definitely planning something sneaky. They must have sent elite teams, or even gone themselves to capture me. Now great, the world's top combat powers, the five elders and the emperors, all targeting me. Who understands this situation? It directly turned into my personal exclusive hunting game, focusing on a high-end match. As for that old Mars Saint, he led the God Knights in Alabasta and ended up with nothing, screaming in frustration. Cobra even deliberately pointed them in the wrong direction, making them chase in vain, getting further and further away. Luckily, Cobra called me with that life-threatening call. When I heard the five elders were personally coming after me, my hair stood on end. Damn, this treatment, even Pirate King Roger never had, right? Going to Magnetic Drum Island or Little Garden. Forget it. I immediately decided that I couldn't stay in this broken place of the Grand Line for even a second longer. Flooring the accelerator and directly cutting through the comm belt, heading straight into the South Blue. Mars Saint and his crew chased at sea for half a day. And without even seeing a shadow of our ship, they could only return to Alabasta exhausted and defeated to deal with Crocodile's mess. 2 days later, when our Arc Maxim entered the comm belt, I finally relaxed my tense nerves. Come on, let's throw a banquet. Give our new partner Robin a welcome party. I slumped into a sun lounger, feeling utterly comfortable. The girls on the ship were dumbfounded. Yamato couldn't help but ask Law, "What's going on? You were causing a ruckus in Wano and stealing from Water 7 without blinking an eye. But now you look like you've seen a ghost after just one phone call." Enel, with his usual over-the-top attitude, started yelling from his cage. "Coward! Even the goddess Arc Maxim is running away. Let me out, and I'll unleash a lightning storm to blow away all your pursuers." I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids, so I had the Nimbus bring him a Thunder King electric therapy package, shocking him to the point of howling like a ghost. I cleared my throat and decided to give these inexperienced guys a serious lesson. Who do you think is after me? A Marine Admiral? Naive. I glanced at them, including Crocodile and Hanavza, and they all perked up their ears. Listen carefully. The ones chasing me are the five elders, the highest authority of the world government. Those five old men, each one is a mythical Zoan Devil Fruit user, with each having maxed out their Haki in all three forms, and their Conqueror's Haki is almost like a basic attack. As soon as I said this, the whole ship went silent. But that is not all. I continued to pile it on. They have a ridiculous teleportation magic array among them. Hitting 1 equals hitting 5. They can summon reinforcements, and it's the kind that opens teleportation gates, focusing on smooth little combos. The craziest part is they can't be killed. Even if you chop them into minced meat, they can piece themselves back together. Hiss! I could hear a collective gasp. Crocodile and Hanavza looked like their eyes were about to pop out. 5. Conqueror-level powerhouses. Mythical Zoan. Can teleport. And can't be killed. Yamato stammered, his face filled with disbelief. Shirley and Violet looked ashen, feeling that the world government was simply unbeatable. How is this possible? How could they be so strong? Robin couldn't help but ask. Because I threw out the final trump card. Each of them has lived for hundreds of years. They possess the ability of immortality. What? Now even Crocodile couldn't sit still. All his talk of the underworld and ambitions became meaningless in the face of immortality. Hanavza was so excited that his face turned red, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Rajan, how did they achieve immortality?" I looked at their frenzied expressions and found it amusing. Want to know? I deliberately stretched out the tone. Want? Several captives chorused. I won't tell you. I chuckled wickedly, watching their excitement turn into frustration. It was simply too entertaining. Then I turned to our girls and started painting a grand picture. But, if you follow me, I can promise you not only immortality but also eternal youth. Unlike those old men who live long but look ugly. Wow. Long live Brother Luo. Captain, you are amazing. In an instant, the atmosphere on the ship shifted from despair to wild joy. You see, what is at the end of fear? It's an even greater temptation. Hanafsa and Crocodile, those guys, looked at us with our cheerful chatter, their eyes overflowing with struggle and greed. Just like that, spurred on by the brand new vision, we crossed the doldrums and smoothly entered the South China Sea. Our goal is clear, the Sorbet Kingdom. This place is the hometown of the newly appointed warlord, Tyrant Bartolomeo. The newspapers have painted him as black as coal, saying he burned down the country and is a downright tyrant. But the truth is completely different. I am here to rescue a little girl, a key figure who can change Kuma's tragic fate, Jewelry Bonnie. According to my intelligence, Bonnie should now have been sent back to a church in the southern part of the Sorbet Kingdom, guarded by agents from CP8. In the dim church, a little girl with pink hair stands by the window, sunlight shining on her, unable to cause any harm. She is Bonnie. She is mumbling, saying she has recovered from her illness and wants to become strong to defeat the nasty woman guarding her outside, and then set sail to find her father Kuma. Outside the church, a blonde woman coldly tears up the letter sent by Kuma. She is Alpha from CP8, the younger sister of Khalifa, a tool who is emotionally detached. She has no idea that a massive flying battleship is silently hovering 10,000 meters above the Sorbet Kingdom. I stood at the bow of the ship, looking down at the clearly divided land below, feeling a bit emotional. That guy, Big Bear, is truly one of the most unfortunate men in the world of One Piece. This time I came here hoping to pry open a ray of light in his dark fate. Yamato excitedly asked me beside me, "Luffy, what are we doing here? Is there any thrilling adventure?" I smiled and said, "It's nothing, just saving a little girl." Then I turned to Robin and said, "Robin, get the map of the Taya Kingdom ready. Once we're done here, we'll leave immediately." Robin replied instantly, "The map has been prepared long ago. The next destination is the Taya Kingdom. I have to tell you, time is tight and the task is heavy. I must catch the big fish before that Mars Saint arrives in the South Sea, so I can't afford to waste a single second. Our ship, the Ark Phrases, is practically my exclusive express." The two former warlords on board, Crocodile and that Hanavza, look at me with very complicated expressions. They must be wondering how I managed to catch a warlord like this. Since I can't touch the Navy and the world government, I'm targeting these former colleagues, right? That Hanavza guy, though he complains, probably feels pretty good inside after all. He has Crocodile to keep him company in the slammer, so he's not lonely. I even feel like he wishes I would catch the rest of the warlords. Especially that Moonlight Moria. It seems he's been annoyed by that weakling for a long time. As for Crocodile, he's just full of question marks. He must be scratching his head, trying to figure out why I would throw out the design of the Pluton as a bounty for the Celestial Dragons. To him, it seems like I'm just making things harder for myself. And as for Enel's sour face, let us not even mention it. It feels like I turned his beloved Golden Ark into a ride-hailing car, and he's there grumbling about something like Infinite Land. I couldn't care less about their little schemes. Once Violet's gaze fruit opened, it was like turning on a map for me, directly guiding me. Luo, see that Church of the Holy Mother. I smirked and thought, all right, this is it. Violet immediately reported, there are quite a few CP personnel in the church. I thought to myself, what is the big deal? They're not CP0. To me, they're just cannon fodder. Good grief, I hadn't even landed yet. And a melodrama was unfolding inside the church. An agent from CP8, codenamed Alpha, was stepping on a letter that Big Bear had written to Bonnie, threatening into a din mushy. "Mr. Bear, if you call again, I'll tear up the ticket." Seriously, who understands? In front of the girl, she acted like a gentle nurse big sister, but behind her back, she showed this kind of face. This sister was all about that contrast of being two-faced. In the corner, little Bonnie covered her mouth, her eyes wide open, furious. She was filled with hatred, wishing she could transform into the Liberator Warrior Nika and knock this bad woman away. Just at that tense moment, there was a sudden explosion outside. Alpha was startled and rushed out to see what was going on. When she looked, her soul almost flew away. A huge golden airship was in the sky. And who else could it be but our Roger pirates? I really don't have time to watch her act. The Ark's admonition descended directly, and without a word. I unleashed my Conqueror's Haki to the max, and with a buzz, it overwhelmed everything. The scene was like a server crashing. A large group of men in black suits fell down, all foaming at the mouth and rolling their eyes. Yamato was next to me, praising, "Roji, Your Conqueror's Haki is improving really fast. That alpha surprisingly held on well, not going down immediately. She got scared and turned to run back to grab Bonnie as a hostage. I narrow my eyes. All right then, let me give you a bit more intensity. I unleashed my Conqueror's Haki in a pinpoint explosion, and with a scream, this woman couldn't last even 5 seconds before she obediently fell down. Sigh. It seems my Conqueror's Haki is still lacking compared to Shanks. He can clear out vice admirals directly. Little Bonnie in the church saw this scene through the window and was dumbfounded. Oh no, what kind of fierce and terrifying pirate has come? She quickly hid, planning to wait for these people to leave so she could take the opportunity to escape and find Dad Kuma. I walked directly into the church with a person, and Violet made a gesture of cutting her throat, asking if I wanted to silence them. I waved my hand, pulled out a prison scroll, and just packed everything in. Then, I activated my observation Haki and shouted into a small corner. Bonnie, stop hiding. I'm taking you to find Big Bear. The little girl was caught off guard by me and had no choice but to come out, looking wary as she asked me, do you know my bear dad? I'll get straight to the point without any nonsense. I know Big Bear and I also know your mom, Jenny. Your mom was killed by the celestial dragons, and your dad made a deal with the world government to treat your illness, but he is about to be turned into an emotionless robot by Vegapunk, and he won't even be able to keep his memories. This series of bad news completely stunned Bonnie, and tears started flowing. Is that lightbulb old man really going to kill my bear dad? I nodded and reached out my hand to her. These people are the ones sent by the world government to guard you as a hostage. Come with me, and you will be safe. Only then can your dad escape. The little girl didn't hesitate this time and grabbed my hand tightly. I led her outside, and as soon as we stepped out of the church, she saw the art proverbs floating in the air. Her eyes lit up. Is this your ship? That's right. I smiled, and it will be your home too. Bonnie then realized and pointed at me, shouting in shock. I remember now, you are the notorious pirate crew that made the news. I patted her head and said the stronger we are, the easier it will be to rescue your dad from the world government, right? This instantly awakened her, and the little girl's eyes sparkled. Yes. Captain, you must rescue my dad, Bartholomew Kuma. Then she darted off like a little cannonball to say goodbye to her friends before rushing onto my ship. The art proverbs set sail again, and on board, Bonnie was so excited that she ran around, greeting everyone. Soon, Violet came over with a snail phone in hand. Rogers. I found this from that CP agent. It can contact Bartholomew Kuma. I was taken aback and thought it was brilliant. I immediately turned to Bonnie and said, Bonnie, if you want to take revenge for your mom and defeat the celestial dragons, you'll need your dad's strength. You have to convince him to join us. Just think about it. He's currently working for his enemies. How frustrating is that? The young girl instantly clenched her fists and said, okay, but Brother Luffy, you have to take me to kill the celestial dragons in the future. No problem. Violet immediately dialed the Den Den Mushi. On the other end, it was picked up in an instant, and a worried voice came through. Is Bonnie in trouble? Bonnie snatched the Den Den Mushi and spoke rapidly like a machine gun. Dad, it's me. I escaped. Don't listen to the world government anymore. And don't be that damn warlord. On the other end, Bartholomew Kuma was shocked, happy, and worried. Bonnie, how could you run away? You're still sick. I've been fine for a long time. That bad nurse tricked you. Brother Luffy has a healer on his ship. Bonnie quickly explained, then added, by the way, I'm on Luffy's ship now. What? Luffy? Kuma's voice instantly changed, and I could imagine his hands starting to shake. Gol di Luffy. Yeah, the pirate with a bounty of 4 billion. Bonnie earnestly pleaded, Dad, join us. Let's kill the celestial dragons and avenge Mom. There was silence on the other end of the line. I could imagine the struggle Kuma was facing at that moment, torn between his promise to his daughter and his oath to the Revolutionary Army. Seeing her dad silent, Bonnie cried out, Dad, I don't want to be separated from you. This cry broke through Kuma's psychological defenses. Bonnie, I promise you. Yay, that's great. Bonnie was so happy that she jumped up. Kuma calmed himself down and said he wanted to talk with me. I took the Den Den Mushi, and my voice turned serious. Bartholomew Kuma, it's an honor. As a descendant of the Bacanian tribe, don't be weak and run away anymore. Stand up and resist. The end of the celestial dragons is here. Do you know how terrifying the celestial dragons are? Kuma's voice was extremely grave. I laughed directly. How could I not know? Not only do I know about the 5 elders, but I also know that above them, there's a world king who has lived for over 1,000 years. You and Long probably don't know about this, right? But I do, and am I afraid? Don't use the terror of the celestial dragons to cover up your own cowardice. This shocking revelation left Bear stunned, and I bet everyone else on the ship was equally taken aback. We're heading to the kingdom of Taya in the South Sea. So hurry up and meet us. I didn't say much more and hung up the phone. With Bear joining us, our combat power skyrocketed, and our chances of dealing with Huangmu increased significantly. The arc's proverb sped forward, heading straight for the kingdom of Taya. At this moment, in the royal prison of the kingdom of Taya, Huangmu suddenly shivered. He was leaning against the stone bed, feeling frustrated. It had been over a year, and that tiger woman still hadn't calmed down? Was it just because he made a careless remark to the princess? Come on, if they don't let me out soon, I will. I have to tell you, there are dirty dealings behind this matter. While Huangmu was in prison, the Grand General of the Taya Kingdom, a count named Harada Yukikawa, was having a victory banquet with a group of noble officers. After a few rounds of drinks, one captain revealed the truth about how they framed Huangmu, bribed people, and used the princess to keep him in prison for life. Goodness, these people were playing dirty, particularly with their schemes of using others to do their dirty work and diverting blame. To put it simply, Huangmu, this civilian hero, was too capable and obstructed the path of these nobles, so they set him up and took him down. Now their eldest son Inchan even came up with a more vicious scheme to continue fabricating charges against Huangmu, completely turning him against them, using his hands to eliminate the royal family, and then the Harada family would step in to clean up the mess and ascend to the throne seamlessly. When Count Yukikawa heard this, he thought the plan was feasible and immediately decided to have someone continue to whisper in the princess's ear, pinning all sorts of false charges on Huangmu to ensure he could never rise again. Meanwhile, in the palace, the naive Princess Takemi was truly being misled by her maids. Listening to their exaggerated accusations, she asked in confusion, "Is Huangmu really that bad? Then why not just execute him directly?" One maid quickly explained, "Your Highness, this guy is too strong. We fear he might violently resist. Our army can't handle him." The princess was even more worried. "Then why not hand him over to the navy? Is he really stronger than the navy?" I tell you, as soon as the princess finished speaking, the nearby little maids went pale, stammering for a long time, their expressions practically shouting were the spies on their faces. In the end, one brave soul leaned over and whispered, "Your Highness, the king's army and the garrison can't do anything about him, sending him to the navy." Isn't that like sending a meat bun to a dog? These people were clear in their hearts. In this country, the old king is lying in bed, gasping for breath. The eldest prince is a good-for-nothing who only knows how to indulge in pleasures. And the princess is as naive as a little bunny. The real decision-maker is that Count Xiongchuan. These little maids have long been coerced and tempted by that old fox, becoming his eyes and ears placed next to the princess. Moreover, the trivial matter of Huangmu was simply him making a flippant remark to the princess. Sending him to the navy? The navy wouldn't even bother with it. Were these nobles truly afraid of? They fear that once Huangmu enters the navy, he might come back wearing a major general's coat to take revenge. By then, Count Xiongchuan and the others would all be in deep trouble. Therefore, they would rather keep Huangmu locked up in prison or even force him to become a pirate than let him shine in the navy. The princess was confused but felt something was off. Why was a count and a chief judge ranked higher than her own elder brother? However, her thought process was simple. If she couldn't figure out, she would just not think about it and turn to go party with her plastic sisterhood. She was pondering that if this matter couldn't be resolved, it would ultimately have to be handed over to the navy. Well, this situation became a stalemate. The princess wanted to throw this hot potato to the navy for safety, while Count Xiongchuan adamantly opposed it, insisting on coaxing the princess to order the execution of Huangmu, trying to use him as a pawn to attack the royal family. The two sides kept pulling back and forth, resulting in poor Huangmu having to continue sitting in prison, waiting for an uncertain future. While they were bickering over this trivial matter in their country, our boss, Luo Ji, had already been flying the Ark Prophesy for who knows how many days and finally arrived above the kingdom of Taya. Originally, the Tyrant Xiong was supposed to come along, but he was discovered by the old tongue from the five elders, and after just a couple of words in the phone bug, he was exposed. Furious, Saint Satan almost had a stroke on the spot and could only let him handle the mess in the Sol Kingdom first. With no choice, the boss decided that we would go ahead ourselves. This time we were playing stealth, and the ship was stored in a scroll. Everyone passed through the disguise door and, whoosh, changed into new outfits. I tell you, given the generally concerning level of face blindness in the One Piece world, our disguise was top-notch. The boss waved his hand and began assigning tasks. Robin, Violet, the information twin stars, go find out everything about Huangmu. Leo, and you four little dwarves, assist them. After arranging the professionals, the boss took us family members out to stroll around the streets. As a result, Yamato was unhappy. The princess dress she was given made her feel uncomfortable, as if ants were crawling all over her. Insisting on changing into the flying fish suit of the genie Wei, carrying a wolf-tooth club, saying she wanted to be a bodyguard. Who understands the family members? This genie Wei, with such developed chest muscles, is afraid that others won't see she's a woman? She was practically a walking attention grabber. Baby 5 and Shari also joined in, one changed back into a maid outfit, and the other cosplayed as an iceberg butler. Fine, the boss let them be, as long as they were happy. The kingdom of Taya is known as the Forest Kingdom, and it really is quite prosperous, looking even wealthier than Alabasta. While strolling around, the boss casually threw out money to ask a few passersby for information. The news he heard was all over the place. From heroes of the capital to lecherous men teasing the princess, with good and bad reputations flying everywhere. I thought it was ridiculous at the time. Just because of a few flowery words, a heroic police officer was sentenced to life imprisonment? That's too childish. The depths of this country are so profound they could support whales. Sure enough, not long after, Robin and Violet returned. The information they dug up was truly explosive. Violet's was even more substantial. She directly accessed the mind of a military commander. Wow, the mastermind behind it all was quickly identified. Count Haruta Yukikawa from the kingdom, who was full of himself. I said it. After hearing this, the boss sneered, saying that a civilian hero climbed too fast and got in the way of the noble lords. As he spoke, he playfully kissed Violet on the cheek and ruffled Bonnie's hair, teasing us. Look, I have a whole bunch of princesses here just for fun, and no one has locked me up. That night, we stayed in the most luxurious hotel in the royal capital. The boss was analyzing intelligence, preparing to take action once the big bear arrived, but unexpectedly, the fun came looking for us. The behind-the-scenes owner of this hotel turned out to be Count Xiongchuan's second son, Haruta Tamakawa. This kid probably heard that foreign nobles were inquiring about the Wasteland Ranch and specially came to probe. When the door opened, let me tell you, that kid's acting was amazing. He had a face full of honesty and a smile like a Mithra Buddha, starting off with a round of mutual flattery. But as soon as he saw the boss and Yamato, his expression changed instantly, filled with a primal fear. No matter how well he hid it, he couldn't conceal the aura sensed by strong individuals. He immediately judged that our group was definitely not any proper nobles. Which noble is as strong as a monster? But he was also a smart guy. He didn't expose us on the spot and instead became even more humble. He was probably calculating how to use us fake nobles to deal with his father and brother, hoping to reap the benefits. Unfortunately, while he was busy calculating, the boss didn't play by the rules. Haruta Tamakawa? The boss smirked. I know you, the second son of Count Xiongchuan. You've hidden your strength pretty well. This sentence directly shook Tamakawa's pupils. After pretending to be a fool for so many years, even his own father and brother didn't know he had martial arts skills. But the boss saw right through him. He was still trying to laugh it off, wanting to change the subject. But the boss had lost patience and teasingly asked, the second son of the Count must know quite a few secrets, right? Tamakawa's scalp went numb. Just as he was about to say we could cooperate, Yamato's spike club was already whistling through the air, crackling with black and red lightning. His 4 bodyguards hadn't even reacted before a bunch of petal-like arms sprouted from their necks, and with a few crisp sounds, they were all taken care of cleanly. Tamakawa's eyes widened like saucers, and his mind was probably left with 1,000 questions before he was knocked out cold by Yamato's club, effectively silencing him physically. We quickly dragged the person into the room, and the boss used the painting fruit to create a puppet of Fuchuan to deal with the situation. And the people outside didn't notice anything unusual at all. Then it was time for Violet's special show. He opened his heavenly eye and read his mind. Wow, I was shocked to pieces when I read it. This Fuchuan was actually the hidden 6th child of their family. His father, Count Xiongchuan, wanted to usurp the throne, and he was plotting how to kill his brother to become the future king himself. And Haomuku was the most crucial and unfortunate pawn in this conspiracy. Count Xiongchuan deliberately fabricated charges to drive Haomuku insane, using him to attack the royal family. On the princess's side, she was worried that Haomuku might go out of control and wanted to hand him over to the navy. But these nobles were most afraid of this. They would rather Haomuku be a wanted criminal for life than let him have a chance to come back and take revenge. All right, you all wait for me here. After the boss listened to the whole plan, his expression became extremely serious. And I'm going to meet this Haomuku. He took Fuchuan's token and, with the puppet of Fuchuan, headed straight for the royal capital's prison. With the identity of the Count's second son clearing the way, it was like a VIP passage, smooth sailing all the way. In the deepest part of the prison, we met the legendary Haomuku, He was lying in the cell, getting moldy, and when he sensed a powerful aura, he thought a new, heavy criminal had arrived. But when he saw a young nobleman in splendid attire, his eyes brightened instantly, like a dog that just saw a bone, excitedly asking, "Hey, hey, hey, are you here to let me out? Has the princess finally forgiven me?" The boss crossed his arms, expressionless, and spat out 2 words, "No." Haomoku's face instantly fell. "What the hell? If you're not here to let me out, what are you doing here?" The boss chuckled lightly and delivered a sharp line. "You don't really think you're in prison just because you tease the princess, do you?" "What do you mean?" Haomoku's eyes suddenly became sharp. "The implication was that you, a commoner, were too strong enough to block the noble lord's paths, you understand?" The boss's words were like a knife stabbing into Haomoku's heart. The positions of the king's army general and the garrison commander were all 1 carat per pit. Why should a muddy-legged person like you sit in one? Who are you? What nonsense are you talking about? Are those nobles behind this? Haomoku was furious. Even he, no matter how dull, realized what was happening. Nonsense? The boss continued to pile on. Count Xiongchuan has even prepared fabricated evidence against you, such as accepting bribes and oppressing good women, just waiting for the crown prince to convict you. You still expect the royal family to help you? The old king is about to kick the bucket, and the crown prince is just a fool, completely listening to Xiongchuan. As for the princess, she now sees you as a pervert and finds you disgusting. How dare they? Haomoku was trembling with anger, his eyes bloodshot. How dare they? The boss continued. You drank a little, boasted about becoming a general, and since that day, you've been on the nobles' blacklist. If it weren't for your strength, you'd be 6 feet under by now. How is that possible? I've bled and sweat for this country. How could they treat me like this? Haomoku was completely shattered. He couldn't understand how his loyalty had resulted in such an end. The boss looked at his frantic expression and added another knife twist. By the way, your reputation is already in tatters outside. Hero cop? That's so outdated. Now you're known throughout the capital as a perverted criminal, a bad cop, a rogue. Before he finished speaking, Haomoku's face turned as green as his abilities, his 10 fingers instantly transforming into sharp vines, his aura so violent it seemed ready to destroy the entire prison. But he ultimately backed down, staring at the boss with red eyes. Who are you? What do you want with me? The boss, seeing his mix of anger and fear, couldn't be bothered to waste time with him anymore and directly mocked. Don't you believe in the supremacy of the strong? How can you be trampled underfoot by a count and not dare to resist? The Taya Kingdom is a member of the world government. If you mess with them, you'll be wanted by the Navy. You're afraid of this, right? This sentence hit Haomoku's soft spot completely. All his vines instantly wilted like a deflated balloon. All right, then you just sit here and be a good prisoner. The boss saw his useless appearance, turned around, and left, throwing down another bomb before leaving. All right. I heard Count Xiongchuan's second son will soon get a batch of sea stone torture devices to deal with you. I hope you don't die by then. Hey, don't go. Who are you? Haomoku panicked, and the vines shot towards the boss. The boss didn't even look back, countering with a swift move that shattered his vines into countless fragments, leaving Haomoku stunned on the spot. For a long time, he couldn't come back to his senses. Let me tell you, at that moment, Haomoku's face was as green as his powers. His heart was in turmoil, bouncing back and forth. Should he rush out? He would immediately become a globally wanted criminal. If he didn't rush out, he feared that those nobles might really do as I said, intensifying the pressure, and bring sea stones to completely lock him down. He knew full well that these bastards just wanted to use him to eliminate the royal family. They were treating him like a pawn. But just thinking about being a natural ability user and potentially being shackled by sea stones made him feel like a fish on a chopping board. No one understands that feeling of helplessness of putting one's fate in someone else's hands. In the end, he gritted his teeth and thought, fine. If you really dare to bring sea stones, I'll revolt. Here on my side, with my helper Fuchuan, I casually returned to the hotel. As soon as I walked in, that little girl Bonnie rushed over like a cannonball, hugged me, and shouted, Brother Luo G, my bear dad is coming. Well, I couldn't help but laugh when I heard that. The Tyrant Bear, this is a heavyweight fighter, and if he comes, not to mention the Wild Shepherd. Even if we confront him head-on outside the prison, with me, Dai, and Daxiong, we can definitely take him down. Of course, it also depends on how the Wild Shepherd chooses. The scene shifts to the Earl's mansion. My clumsy Fuchuan handed over that batch of Sea Tower Stone torture instruments to his brother, Inchan. Inchan, you see, is an ambitious man. His eyes lit up as soon as he saw these things. He immediately gave his brother a lesson, saying something like, it's not us who will deal with the Wild Shepherd. It's the princess who will deal with him. His pretentiousness was just like that old fox, his father. He took the items and sent my tool brother away, claiming, "This situation is too deep for you, second brother. You can't handle it. So you still have to rely on your brother." Then he happily went to find his father to take credit. Guess what? That old fox, Earl Xiongchuan, is even tougher than his son. After hearing the plan, he nodded in satisfaction and then directly proposed an upgraded version. He said, "Sons, you first find a place to hide and let your father take care of things for you." He turned around and offered the Sea Tower Stone to that foolish prince, giving him a good talk, saying this was a great opportunity to showcase your princely authority. He suggested taking the princess and the head of the guards along to equip the wild shepherd with new gear on the spot, making sure he knows who the real boss is. Let me tell you, this old man is full of schemes, killing multiple birds with one stone. His real target is the commander of the garrison. He wants to use Huangmu to take him out and then smoothly absorb the garrison. If Huangmu loses control and takes out the prince and princess as well, that would be even better. He could directly go after the old king on his deathbed. The plan is so clear that I can hear it ringing even from the hotel. I'm on the top floor of the hotel, shaking my wine glass and watching everything unfold. To be honest, I haven't done much. I just handed over a knife and they started stabbing each other on their own. The murky waters of the Taya Kingdom are even more interesting than I imagined. A few days later, two things happened simultaneously. On one side, that silly sweet prince actually marched into the prison with the princess and the general, determined to re-examine Huangmu. On the other side, our big bear finally arrived. When that nearly 7-meter-tall figure appeared, even Yada was shocked. The oppressive aura was absolutely that of a top-tier powerhouse. Bonnie dashed over with a cry, tears streaming down her face. Daddy Bear, Big Bear, a tough man, also held his daughter with tearful eyes. This scene completely broke down the defenses of several girls on my ship. Yoda bit her sleeve, teary-eyed, and said, "This is what family is. Unlike that bastard Kaido, who started beating me when I was 8. Baby 5 and Robin also recalled their sad memories, each one lost in thought. The father and daughter cried for a long time before Big Bear finally came over and solemnly bowed to thank me. I quickly supported him and said, "Big Bear, don't mention it. I like to go against the celestial dragons. Besides, I need your strength. Are you ready for a life that's 100 times more thrilling than before?" Big Bear looked at me, his eyes filled with admiration and worry. After all, in the eyes of the world government, my ship is just a moving powder keg. But for Bonnie, he was willing to take the plunge, saying that as long as Bonnie is happy, that's all that matters. All right, that's enough. Our Rocky Pirates just gained another formidable warrior. Elder Stars, you could just say if you're afraid or not, with Big Bear's mochi fruit. Do you think you can catch us? In your dreams. Now that everyone is here, it's time to get down to business. Bonnie wiped her tears and asked me, "Brother Rocky, now that Daddy Bear is here, what are we going to do?" I smiled and said, "Let's go watch the excitement. Let's see what choices our future new partner will make." I released the Ark of the Covenant and flew everyone up into the sky, heading straight for the prison above the royal capital. At this time, the trial had already begun below. Count Xiongchuan, that old schemer, had even mobilized public opinion, gathering a crowd of onlookers to publicly tarnish Huangmu's reputation. In his view, today would yield one of 3 results. First, Huangmu would back down, put on the Sea Prism Stone, and allow himself to be slaughtered. Second, Huangmu would get angry but choose to flee, becoming a wanted criminal, which would still allow him to usurp the throne. Third, Huangmu would completely go berserk and eliminate the royal family on the spot, allowing him to step in and pick up the pieces, donning the yellow robe. In short, he was bound to win. In the prison, Huangmu was brought out. Having not seen the sun for over a year, his face was terrifyingly grim. He knew that the larger the spectacle, the more dangerous it was for him. Right off the bat, the head judge, who couldn't even be bothered with pleasantries, directly announced, "Police number 8766, Huangmu, multiple crimes combined, sentenced to 20 years in prison. Bring him the new torture devices." What the hell? 20 years? Huangmu exploded on the spot, shouting at the prince and princess on the high platform. "This is a conspiracy. It's Count Xiongchuan's conspiracy. Only I can protect you and this country." But what about the prince? He had already been fooled and looked disdainful. "You pervert. What qualifications do you have to say you can protect the royal family?" Huangmu's heart sank. He could only place his last hope on the princess. She spoke gently, but her words nearly made Huangmu furious. "Mr. Huangmu, why don't you put on the new torture devices first? I could persuade my brother to reduce your sentence." "Family? Who understands? Isn't this just a classic routine of put down the knife first, and I promise not to kill you?" Huangmu was completely stunned. It was over. Everything that man said was right. As he saw 4 guards approaching with shiny sea prism stone handcuffs, his whole body trembled. To resist was to go against the world. To not resist was to be slaughtered. Half. Even half would mean 10 years. The head judge was still there feigning sympathy. Huangmu finally couldn't hold back and shouted to the heavens, "Pa, I won't play with you anymore. If you don't keep me here, there will be a place for me somewhere else." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly pulled his hands, and the steel handcuffs broke apart with a snap. Swish, swish, swish. 4 vines shot out instantly, piercing the 4 guards like candied hawthorns. With a clang, the sea prism stone torture devices fell to the ground, and the entire venue fell silent. The guard captain was so scared that he stood up and yelled, "Huangmu, are you going to rebel?" Huangmu's eyes were icy, and another vine shot out, piercing the captain's shoulder and hanging him high up. "Protect the royal family. Protect the royal family." The prince was so scared he rolled on the ground. The entire venue instantly turned into chaos. At that moment, a unit of the royal army suddenly charged out, indiscriminately firing at Huangmu's side. I saw clearly that one bullet precisely hit the captain, who was hanging up. Goodness, these people weren't here to protect the royal family. They were here to silence him. At this point, Huangmu was completely bewildered. He had originally held back, but now someone had died on his vines, and it was killed by his own people. This blame fell squarely on him, killing the kingdom's great noble and the guard captain. This crime couldn't be washed away even if he jumped into South Sea. The Haruta family. "I'm going to slaughter you." Huangmu completely went berserk, transforming into a giant tree man, with countless vines crazily strangling the soldiers of the royal army. I watched from above, shaking my head. Count Xiongchuan was too ruthless, killing even his own for the sake of usurpation. After Huangmu took down a batch of soldiers, he grabbed the slowest-running fat judge, wanting him to clarify the situation. But that scared prince was already hysterical, pointing below and shouting, "Fire! Fire! Blow them all to bits!" The royal army received orders, and with Xiongchuan's secret command, they didn't care about the judge anymore. Hundreds of guns and cannons fired simultaneously. Boom! The entire trial venue was instantly engulfed in gunfire, and the scene was like a small-scale massacre. Everyone on my ship was stunned. Yada asked me, "This firepower is too fierce. Can that guy named Huangmu survive?" I chuckled, watching the thick smoke below. If such a small attack could take him down, I wouldn't have needed to come all this way. Big Bear nodded and said in a deep voice, "Very strong. This person's strength is probably not inferior to mine." When the smoke cleared, there was only a huge deep pit left on the ground. The chief referee was gone, and those unfortunate spectators and the security forces were also gone, of course. So was Huangmu. The crown prince looked at this scene and laughed wildly with pride. He's dead. Finally dead. How could one person's power possibly fight against an entire army? However, the princess beside him was trembling in fear, knowing that things had escalated. Just as he was still laughing, the next second, the slap in the face came faster than a tornado. In that pit turned to ruins, a small sapling suddenly shot up. Watching it change from a seed to a sapling, from a small tree to several meters high, and finally, it transformed back into that big figure of Huangmu. My goodness. The king's army commander was nearly wide-eyed, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Damn, that monster isn't dead. Open fire. Blast him to pieces." The crown prince and princess were so scared that their souls nearly left their bodies, scrambling backward for several miles, fearing that Huangmu would come to settle the score with them. I was standing at the position of the Barren Pasture at that time, and let me tell you, my eyes were all red. The chief referee, who was the only one who could possibly clear my name, just disappeared like that. Now it's good. The entire Taya kingdom probably won't believe me anymore. Killing Count Ko and the chief referee, these 2 big black pots are welded onto my back. Want to clear my name? No way. Xiongchuan, you old bastard. And that stupid prince. I gritted my teeth, cursing those 2 1,000 times in my heart. But the most hateful one is still that Xiongchuan Boju, who is hiding behind the scenes pulling the strings. At the same time, in some basement in the royal capital, that old fox Xiongchuan was watching the live broadcast with his 3 sons. His eldest son, Rin Chuan, was laughing wildly. "Huh? That fat man is dead too. Dad, when that brat from the Barren Pasture runs away, I'll take over the garrison." His second son, Fu Chuan, was also flattering him. "That chief referee position is mine now. From now on, who's black and who's white in this country? We'll decide." Xiongchuan was extremely pleased, waving his hand. "Good. Yichuan, the Earl's mansion will be handed over to you from now on." This old guy was already starting to dream, feeling like the entire kingdom was his to take. He was even bragging to his sons, The Navy is coming soon. Since that brat from the barren pasture 1T be our dog, let him be a wanted criminal for life, hiding everywhere. His eldest son, Rin Chuan, was even more confident. Exactly. He dared to kill the king's army. I don't believe he still dares to touch the Navy. Those legendary pirates back in the day all fell to the Navy, right? What is he, the barren pasture, worth? Goodness, this family was already celebrating with champagne. Xiong Chuan took a sip of liquor, feeling like the throne was beckoning him. But didn't he notice that his second son, Fu Chuan, had a strange glint in his eyes? The camera switched back to the scene, and I was completely enraged. Thousands of King's soldiers started firing at me again. And behind them came tens of thousands more. They probably mobilized half of the capital's military. But these people, to put it bluntly, were all my former colleagues. Soldiers of this country. How could I really kill them all? They were just following orders. My enemies were only the Xiong Chuan family and that stupid prince. In the Forbidden Forest, I directly transformed into a giant wooden figure dozens of meters tall, knocking down soldiers one by one, tying them up with vines. But I didn't kill them. As a result, a captain who couldn't see the situation dared to shout at me. Barren Pasture, you killed General Ko, killed the chief referee, and now you want to kill General Xiong Chuan? You sinner. I was so angry that I laughed and shouted back at him. Shut the hell up. This is all a scheme by Xiong Chuan. Coke was killed by his people, and the referee was ordered to be blown up by that stupid prince. I didn't kill anyone, but who would believe me? The captain pointed at the hundreds of dead warriors I had drained and said, "Stop making excuses. Those hundreds of corpses are enough to sentence you to death." I was at a loss for words. I was definitely going to bear the blame today. Damn it. You idiots can believe it or not. I was too lazy to argue anymore and directly used vines to grab those captains in front of me, fiercely asking, "Tell me, where's that old bastard Xiong Chuan?" Since no one believed me, I decided to go to sea. But before I left, I had to kill that group of conspirators led by Xiong Chuan. As a result, these weaklings were so scared that they were peeing their pants, repeatedly shouting that they didn't know and begging for their lives. At that moment, the useless big prince got bold again. Seeing the crowd and gaining confidence, he shouted into a broadcasting phone, "Huang Mu, the Navy is here. You better surrender." The Navy? My heart sank. No matter how strong I was still a bit intimidated by the Navy and the world government. These bastards had really planned this perfectly. I will definitely come back. I roared, and a large flower sprouted from my back, its petals spinning rapidly like a propeller, lifting me into the sky. But once I was up, I was confused about where to go. At that moment, let me tell you, the scene instantly became surreal. With a loud bang, a long bell rang from the sky. A golden battleship appeared, floating alongside a cloud that held a massive golden bell, descending from above. Everyone below was dumbfounded, including me, who had just taken off. What the hell is that? A ship flying in the sky? My God, that bell must be pure gold. Clap, clap, clap. At the bow of the battleship, a young man walked out, clapping his hands, followed by De He, De Xiong, and others. With such strength, yet being forced into this state, the young man looked at me and smiled. "Huang Mu, do you want revenge? I can help you." A terrifying presence of Conqueror's Haki instantly pressed down. I recognized him at a glance. Wasn't he the noble young man I met in prison that day? "If you have nowhere to go, how about coming on my ship?" The young man named Luo Ji formally invited me. My family, who understands this kind of aura, this momentum, this level of wealth, it's simply amazing. Someone below was already scared to shout. It's the Luo Ji pirate group. It's one of the 5 emperors. Pirates? I frowned. Although I was forced into a corner, I never thought about becoming a pirate. Luo Ji seemed to see through my thoughts and said with a smile, "I'm a pirate who specializes in dealing with evil nobles. Do you want to join?" Those words struck a chord with me. I currently hated these nobles to the core. Seeing that I was still hesitating, Luo Ji waved his hand, summoning a massive golden pillar that crashed down onto the ground with a bang, almost hitting me. My eyes widened. This was also pure gold. He jumped directly onto the golden pillar, unleashing her Conqueror's Haki, stunning a large number of people again. She held a wolf fawn club, excitedly looking at me. "Hey, Luo Ji says you're strong. Do you want to have a fight?" Another Conqueror's Haki. Moreover, her Haki even made my elemental body feel a sting. This woman is ridiculously strong. I hadn't reacted yet when she suddenly rushed over with a loud roar. "Hesitate all you want. Take this first." Thunderous gossip. Hey. I didn't say I wanted to fight. Before I could finish my sentence, that spike club hit me squarely. With a bang, I was sent flying. Ouch, that hurts. What kind of power is this? I crawled up from the rubble, clutching my arm and crying out in pain. This woman could hit me so hard that I even felt the threat of death. Yamato, wielding the spike club, proudly boasted to me. This is called Conqueror's Haki. Let me tell you, we have the Thunder Fruit and Sansan Fruit users locked up on our ship. If you don't agree, you'll be the third natural type captive. What? Even someone like Crocodile, a warlord of the sea, was captured by them? I was shocked at that moment. Just then, Law floated down on a cloud, and that Tyrant Bartolomeo Kuma appeared next to Yamato in a flash. Looking at these three, I felt immense pressure. Someone below recognized him. Isn't that the new warlord of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma? He also joined the Heart Pirates? Now I was sweating profusely. Just dealing with Yamato was tough enough, and now with Law and Kuma, how could I possibly fight? Law saw that the timing was right, crossed his arms, and a pile of scrolls appeared behind him, summoning huge phantom beasts that instantly filled the entire sky. Huangmu, given your current situation, there's no escaping the bounty. Don't you want to take down that mastermind with your own hands before setting sail? Besides, look at my ship and its treatment. Am I treating you unfairly? I'm completely convinced. These pirates are even more ruthless than those nobles, focusing on physical persuasion. I'm just a little police officer trying to climb up. Why is my fate so rocky? I can only choose a new career path with great determination. And I grit my teeth and ask, do you know where Xiongchuan is? Luo Ji smiled faintly. Of course. That old rascal might even be watching us through a live broadcast right now. Then let's hurry up and take him out. As soon as I heard this, my anger flared up. That old bastard, throwing all the blame on me. If I don't take out his whole family today, I won't share his surname. Luo Ji confirmed one last time. It'll be very dangerous to board our ship. Are you sure? As long as we can take down Xiongchuan. That's all that matters. I said anxiously. Besides, aren't you specifically dealing with evil nobles? As long as you don't cross my bottom line, being a pirate is fine. With the four of us here, even if a naval admiral comes, we can take him down. Then welcome aboard, Huangmu. Luo Ji grinned. Without saying a word, I directly flew onto that golden battleship. The people below were dumbfounded. The whole kingdom was in an uproar. My goodness, the monster, Huangmu, has joined the Luo Ji pirate crew. It's over. Now they've truly become the fifth emperor. The crown prince and princess turned pale with fear, worried that we would turn back and take down their royal family. That foolish prince even hurriedly wanted to send troops to rescue Xiongchuan, but unfortunately, they didn't even know where Xiongchuan was hiding. Meanwhile, in the underground secret chamber, the Xiongchuan family, who had just thought the situation was settled, panicked when they saw me boarding the Luo Ji ship. Father, it seems they are coming to find us. His son, Rin Chuan, was so scared his legs went weak. Xiongchuan forced himself to stay calm. Don't worry. No one knows we are here. Once they can't find anyone, they will naturally leave. His third son, Yichuan. Echo, right? The world government is wanted for them. They won't dare stay too long. Only that one called Fuchuan looked increasingly strange. As soon as I boarded the ship, I was amazed. The ship was filled with beautiful young ladies, and it was made of pure gold. A pink-haired girl named Bonnie jumped on a bare shoulder and curiously asked me, Uncle, I heard you were a natural type. Is your branch stronger than thunder and sand? I proudly replied at that moment, What branch? I am a forest. I am the source of life. In response, the little girl squinted her eyes and smiled mischievously. Then, as this source of life, do you dare to jump into the sea for a bath? Do you dare to touch the sea stone? Are you unable to do it? You little dog? I was taken aback by her response. How could I not be afraid of seawater? She actually said that Luo Ji wasn't afraid and even encouraged me to shake hands with him. I thought, what could possibly happen? Defiantly, I shook hands with Luo Ji. The next second, I'm telling you, that feeling of weakness instantly drained me, and I collapsed to my knees in front of Luo Ji. High purity, sea floor stone. I was sprawled on the ground, staring at the pile of rings and bracelets on Luo Ji's hands, completely dumbfounded. This guy was actually wearing a bunch of sea floor stone accessories. Isn't he a supernatural being? Luo Ji smiled and helped me up, even using a strange ability to change my clothes. That S when I realized this guy was not only a supernatural being, but also a monster who wasn't afraid of sea floor stone. Then I learned that apart from a prophet, everyone else on this ship was a supernatural being. When I saw Luo Ji's bounty notice of 4.05 billion berries, I was completely stunned, feeling like I had boarded a pirate ship within a pirate ship. Just as I was in shock, the golden ship flew over a noble district. That old fox, Xiongchuan, had actually dug an underground palace beneath this small noble's territory. His family saw us coming through the surveillance and was so scared they were panicking. Xiongchuan was shouting, Why? How could they find us? They're a traitor. Before he finished speaking, I activated my ability, and countless sharp vines burst through the ceiling with a bang. I emerged from the vines, grinning at them, hiding pretty deep. Huh. Xiong Chuan. Xiong Chuan was so scared that he turned and ran toward the escape passage, shouting for his son, Fu Chuan. Run. But Fu Chuan just gave him a strange smile, and then he turned into a puddle of ink and disappeared. Goodness, it turns out the traitor had already been swapped. Want to run? I plunged my hands into the ground, and countless vines instantly ensnared Xiong Chuan, his two other sons, and several loyal subordinates, lifting them into the air, and within seconds, they were drained into dry corpses. Just then, a thunderbolt shattered the entire dome of the underground palace, and Luo Ji and the others jumped down. Huang Mu, have you taken care of it? Luo Ji asked leisurely. The girls on the ship had already started rummaging for treasures, and Bonnie even huffed at me. Who would complain about having too much money? I watched them empty out Xiong Chuan's home, my eyelids twitching. These people are even more ruthless than I am. The news of our activities here has already been transmitted back to the Navy headquarters in Mariehua at lightning speed. Admiral Sengoku received a call, and let me tell you, the other side was almost exploding. What? Luffy went to the South China Sea, and he recruited Aramaki? Tyrant Kuma is also on his ship. Admiral Tsuru's expression was grave. It's over, Yamato, Kuma, Aramaki. With these three together, the strength of the Straw Hat Pirates has completely reached the level of the four emperors. Sengoku felt that things were becoming increasingly bizarre. Why could that kid Luffy always seem to predict the future and accurately find these hidden strongmen and secrets? Meanwhile, in the holy land of Mariehua, the five elders urgently contacted St. Mars, who was near Alabasta. After hearing the report, St. Mars's eyes were filled with rage. These rats are really quick to escape. And let me tell you, this isn't the end. On the other end of the phone came another thunderbolt, saying that Luffy had recruited a monster comparable to a Navy admiral. Good heavens, I was completely stunned at that moment. They said it was an officer named Aramaki, a user of the Forest fruit, whose strength was even more formidable than the Vice Admiral candidates Momonosuke and Chopper. And that's not all. Bartholomew Kuma, the last bloodline of the Barcanian tribe, also got on board. Now, it's good. Luffy's gang has directly expanded to a level where they can wrestle with the four emperors. St. Mars immediately made a decision, saying that these people must be eliminated immediately, and he set off for the South China Sea without delay. The five elders were also going crazy, quickly ordering all the information on the powerful beings in the South China Sea to be gathered, analyzing them one by one, trying to predict Luffy's next target, preparing to catch him in a trap. They had issued a death order this time, not only to eliminate Luffy, but also to completely eradicate the unstable factor of Kuma, who had escaped control multiple times. But little did they know, while they were having their meeting, we had already emptied that Count's secret palace. Luffy didn't care at all about how chaotic things were behind in the Taiyak Kingdom. With the newly recruited Aramaki, he took the art proverbs and slipped away directly. I tell you, this ship is really interesting. Just as we flew halfway up, the newcomer, Huang Mu, suddenly blew up, yelling, "What the hell? Are you being chased by the world government? And you killed a celestial dragon." His expression was like the sky was falling, cold sweat pouring down. What the hell? Is it still too late for me to get off this ship? Family. Who understands? This guy thought he was on a Robin Hood-type pirate ship, only to find out he directly boarded Liangshan, and it's one that's about to be hunted down by the court. Luo Ji was lying in a chair, crossing his legs, looking completely indifferent. Tomorrow your bounty notice will be all over the world. Stop thinking about it. Huang Mu completely collapsed, pointing at Luo Ji and cursing. You tricked me. You deceived me. Why didn't you say it earlier? Finally, exhausted from cursing, he could only slump down, looking up to the sky and sighing. Feeling like life was dim, Luo Ji was still fanning the flames. Relax, relax. What are you afraid of? We can take down even admirals, and besides, we're flying in the sky. How can they chase us? Huang Mu then calmed down a bit, listlessly picking up a newspaper to catch up on the major news he missed over the past year. At this moment, Luo Ji waved his hand, releasing Analu Crocodile and a few other old friends from the scroll, locking them in a sea stone cage in the corner of the deck. Huang Mu's eyes widened. 2 former warlords as captives? And 1 thunderfruit? You guys are really impressive. He looked us over and suddenly blurted out, "If I hadn't agreed to join just now, would you have beaten me up and locked me in too?" Luo Ji raised an eyebrow, amused. "What do you think? I have trump cards you can't even imagine. Want to try?" Huang Mu, being clever, noticed that Yamato and Bartholomew were completely submissive to Luo Ji and immediately backed down, waving his hands. Forget it, Captain. You're so charming." The little scheme he had to take the captain's position was instantly extinguished. On the other side, Crocodile and Hanafsa in the cage also noticed the new face. They recognized Bartholomew at a glance. After all, he was the newly appointed warlord. Tyrant Bartolomeo, how could the new warlord be on your ship? The two's minds buzzed as they instantly connected the dots. Bartholomew joined too. Huangmu saw these two warlords only staring at Bartholomew and completely ignoring him, and he was instantly displeased. Here I am, a huge natural type ability user, standing right here. Are you blind? He quickly transformed his 5 fingers into vines, piercing through the cage to tightly bind Crocodile and Hanafsa. TSK, I really want to drain you two warlords of all your nutrients. Crocodile and Hanafsa could not take this kind of humiliation and immediately started cursing. Bastard. Get lost. Filthy thing. Huangmu got even more excited. Licking his lips, one vine suddenly stabbed in a crocodile's forearm, instantly sucking it dry. I heard your sand fruit can suck moisture. How coincidental. I can also drain nutrients. We complement each other well. He retracted the vine, smugly introducing himself. Listen up. I'm the user of the Force fruit. Hero Officer Huangmu. Much stronger than you two. Let me tell you, the newly arrived Aramuk is really something else. He was cooped up in the Taya Kingdom before, but now he finally found a place to let loose and is eager to make a name for himself. The nearby CP-9 Agent Bruno was dumbfounded, thinking, did the Roger Pirates stumble upon a rare fruit's nest? How come they have both a Logia and a mythical Zoan? Hanafsa, with his temper, sneered, Aramuk? Never heard of him. Just another bumpkin that popped out from some mountain ditch, right? Just wait. My name will echo throughout the world. Aramuk shot back. You're just a prisoner stripped of your title. After saying that, he coolly put on a pair of sunglasses, exuding arrogance. Roger originally wanted Aramuk to set an example and persuade Old Shah and the others to surrender, but these two directly clashed, creating a very awkward atmosphere. Just then, Roger suddenly spoke, Aramuk, lend me some blood. Aramuk was taken aback. What do you need my blood for? Bonnie, who understood perfectly, brightened up and shouted, Brother Roger is going to paint. Aramuk, hurry up. If you're afraid of pain, Mancherry can heal you. Who is afraid of pain? Aramuk was provoked by the little girl and immediately extended his arm, looking like he was ready to be slaughtered. Roger chuckled and, without hesitation, used his armament Haki to cut, filling a cup with blood. Little Princess Mancherry immediately jumped onto Aramuk's shoulder, and a dandelion floated down, instantly healing the wound, leaving Aramuk stunned. Family, it's time to witness a miracle. Roger took out a scroll, dipped a brush in Aramuk's blood, and painted a small treant. In the astonished gazes of everyone, that green little treant actually crawled out of the painting. It shook its head, opened its arms, and in a cute voice shouted, I am Groot. It can use my force fruit ability? Aramuk's eyes were about to pop out. Roger was equally surprised. The quality of your blood is really high. This little guy's intelligence and vitality are stronger than anything I've painted before. Creating life. This is the power of a god. Aramuk used his observation Haki to sense frantically. This little treant was indeed a living being. The newcomers were completely amazed. Bonnie and little Yuzuki screamed and rushed over, hugging little Groot and giving him a good rub, while the nearby guard Crane instantly felt neglected. Even Bartholomew Kuma couldn't help but exclaim, what a powerful ability development. I always thought my pawpaw fruit was outrageous, but Roger's scroll fruit is even more unreasonable. 2 days later, news spread throughout the world. Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma joined the Roger Pirates, and his bounty skyrocketed to 596 million. At the same time, the bounty for newcomer Aramuk was also issued, with the charge of taking down a bunch of high officials from the Taya Kingdom, starting at 660 million. Now the whole world was in an uproar. How could an unheard of newcomer have a bounty higher than many of the Yonko's officers? Aramuk himself was quite displeased, holding the newspaper and cursing. What the hell is this bandit police nickname? I'm a heroic officer. And 660 million? Do they think so little of me? Roger couldn't be bothered to deal with him and started arranging serious matters. He had Robin and Kuma contact the Revolutionary Army, and had Violet reach out to Morgans from the big news, preparing to spend a large sum to expand their intelligence network. After seeing everything was arranged, Aramuk came over, rubbing his hands and said, Captain, when are we going to pull off a big heist so I can make a name for myself too? Roger glanced at him and smiled. Want to become famous quickly? Kill a celestial dragon. Aramuk immediately shrank back, awkwardly laughing. Let's think about that one. Aren't you supposed to be going to the West Sea? Why don't we take down the biggest mafia in the West Sea and that flower country? Then we'll definitely get famous. Seeing his timid demeanor, Roger understood. This guy's fear of the celestial dragons was deeply ingrained. After thinking for a moment, he agreed. Anyway, kids 2 guys won't find them anytime soon. All right, let us not waste time. We'll head directly to the West Sea. Great. Aramuk immediately agreed. Bonnie excitedly transformed into a 20-year-old beauty, waving her fists and shouting. This time I want to get the bounty too. The Arc Maxim changed direction and flew straight toward the Red Continent. At that time, Ma Saint had just entered the South Sea on a warship, only to hit a dead end. Let me tell you, the 5 elders over there are still guessing about the South Sea map. We've already outplayed them and flown to the West Sea. As they crossed the Red Continent, everyone on the ship was shocked by the magnificent sight. Once they entered the airspace of the West Sea, Roger immediately ordered, Robin, Violet, get ready with a map of the West Sea's twin Snake Island. We're heading there directly. Let me tell you, this kid Luo Ji is all about predicting your predictions. He has already thought it through. After dealing with Aram, his next target is the future Naval Admiral Fujitora. Right now, that future admiral is working as a bodyguard in a casino because he lost all his money gambling. Luo Ji analyzes that monsters like Aram and Fujitora must have already caught the attention of the world government. It's just that the timing hasn't been right for them to act. His goal now is to get ahead of the world government and intercept their future admiral. He wants those old geezers from the Gains3 to have wasted years of surveillance, only to end up with nothing in the end. Let me tell you, the 5 elders are completely confused right now. It's like they have 100 question marks above their heads. They can't figure out how that kid Luo Ji managed to activate the full map hack, with Bonnie restraining the big bear and the imprisoned Aomaki, plus this hidden Ishiao from many years ago. 1 or 2 could be called coincidences, but this is the 3rd one. Is this still a coincidence? It's like taking an exam with the answer key. If they knew that Luo Ji could actually foresee the future, their murderous intent would probably break through the stratosphere and might even reach Lordum. After all, this ability is too outrageous. The gross speed of the Luo Ji pirate crew is like riding a rocket, even scarier than a madman of rocks back in the day. At that time, Ma Saint was still floundering around in the South China Sea like a headless fly, so angry that his beard was almost curling up. After being the big shot in Mary Geo's for so many years, he ended up being walked around by a pirate crew like a dog, nearly losing all his face. His old buddies couldn't find Luo Ji's trace either, so they could only give him bad advice. Just stop looking blindly. We've filtered 2 target islands. You go there and wait for a rabbit. It's better than what you're doing now. Ma Saint felt extremely frustrated, but had to accept it. There's nothing he could do. After all, the other side has a spaceship, and their mobility is too strong, especially now that the Big Bear is also on board. What he fears the most is that as soon as he shows his face, the other side will just use a bear impact, and everyone will disappear in an instant. Who would he go to reason with then? However, this old man still had a little scheme in his heart. He believed that Luo Ji and the others definitely didn't know the secret of the teleportation between the 5 elders. He thought it would be great. As long as he caught the opportunity and Luo Ji didn't run away in time, he could immediately call in the others, and the 5 old men would arrive on the scene instantly, directly wrapping them up. But this move was a trump card, only usable once. If he used it and still couldn't catch them, then there would be no more chances in the future. So it had to be a one-hit kill. But little did he know, Luo Ji was even more aware of their skill cooldowns and ultimate effects than they were. And it was simply impossible to give them this opportunity. Anyway, Luo Ji didn't care about the mess in the South China Sea at all. The Arc Maxim was heading west, straight for Snake Island. He was calculating in his heart that as long as he got Ishiao on board, the strength of the entire pirate crew would soar instantly. By then, forget about being the first among the 4 emperors. He could directly go to Cake Island and wrestle with Big Mom, and that would definitely be no problem. Aomaki, who just boarded the ship, was still a bit unconvinced and asked loudly, "Captain, why don't we go deal with that 8 treasure navy in Flower Country first? Those guys are famous and have a lot of people. If we take them down, our bounty will increase significantly, right? Messing with these mafia types is boring. I tell you, this guy Huangmu is a battle maniac. All he thinks about is fighting and raising his status. In his eyes, the tens of millions of bounty on Capone Beach is simply not enough." Luo Ji laughed when he heard this, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Don't be anxious. On Snake Island, there's a blind swordsman as strong as you, and I want him to be our partner." "As strong as me?" Huangmu's eyes instantly lit up, like 200-watt light bulbs. "Wow, another monster is coming? That's great. By then, we won't even be afraid of 1 Marine Admiral. If 2 come, we can handle that too. We can even go to the New World to farm the 4 Emperor's dungeons." Thinking of this, Huangmu got all excited, rubbing his hands together, eagerly looking forward to meeting this legendary blind master. Soon, we arrived at Snake Island in the West Sea. The most famous thing on this island is a big casino, with people coming and going like a bustling market. Everyone who goes and thinks they are possessed by the gambling god, ready to dominate. But those who come out, 9 out of 10 are dejected, and one was thrown out by security while crying and shouting for help. Right at the entrance of this casino sat a blind man who was as strong as a bear, leaning on a cane sword, expressionless like a statue. This man is Xiao. He usually doesn't need to lift a finger. The ordinary gamblers and small-time thugs are handled by the regular security. He is only responsible for maintaining order against those real troublemakers. Previously, when Capone Beach unified the underworld of the West Sea and came here to collect protection fees, he was scared off by a single move from Xiao's swordplay, and from then on, Snake Island became a no-go zone for the mafia. Why does Xiao work as a bodyguard here? Who understands the situation? This guy lost himself to gambling and is deeply in debt. With his strength, no one can stop him if he wants to leave, but he is a person who values righteousness, and he refuses to run away and default on his debts. Moreover, he himself is a wanted war criminal from a fallen nation, having wandered for many years, mentally and physically exhausted. So, he simply uses the excuse of paying off his debts to find a place to hide here, with food and shelter provided, and occasionally indulges in gambling, living a relatively comfortable life. But deep down, he also suffers, watching these gamblers ruin themselves for money, selling their children and families. His righteous heart is tormented. He wants to change this world, but feels powerless, so he can only be a doorman, sighing in despair. Today, as he sat as usual, suddenly, his blind eyes trembled violently, and he stood up abruptly, looking up at the sky, muttering 2 words, so strong. In his abnormal observation, Haki perception, he sensed several absurdly powerful auras flying toward the casino. Strong beings that can fly? Could it be the Golden Lion? No, this aura seems to be the recently infamous Luo Ji pirate crew. Xiao's face instantly darkened. He felt that he couldn't handle any of the incoming people. One of the auras was on par with him, while the others were also not far behind. He felt that dealing with 2 of them at the same time would be quite a challenge. The nearby security guard was startled by his reaction. "Mr. Xiao, what's wrong?" Without lifting his head, Xiao solemnly replied, "Tell the boss, very strong people are coming. I can't guarantee the safety of the casino." The young security guard was dumbfounded. In his mind, Xiao was an invincible being in the West Sea. He can't guarantee it? He scrambled inside to inform the boss. Soon, the casino owner rushed out with a large group of people, nervously asking, "Xiao, what kind of enemy? Pirates or assassins?" Xiao pointed at the sky. "They are coming. A flying ship. If I'm not mistaken, it's either the Golden Lion or the Underworld King, Luo Ji." Upon hearing this, the casino owner and the bodyguards all gasped in unison. The owner was so scared that his legs went weak, collapsing onto the people behind him. "The Golden Lion? 5 Emperors Luo Ji?" His voice trembled. If either of these names were mentioned, they could crush their little casino to dust. He had only one thought in his mind. Run. Run fast. Just as they were in disarray, Luo Ji's Ark of the Covenant appeared above the casino. Luo Ji stood at the bow of the ship, a smile at the corner of his mouth. "It seems our target has found us." This observation Haki is truly absurdly strong. On the ship, Luo Ji explained to everyone. He is blind, so his observation Haki is honed to perfection, even able to sense meteors in space and then use his fruit ability to pull them down as cannonballs. Huangmu, this monster, couldn't help but exclaim, "Sensing space? What kind of divine operation is this?" Even Enel was a bit incredulous. His mind network couldn't do that. Yamato was more direct. "Luo Ji, how do we invite such a strong person? Should we beat him up first?" Luo Ji waved his hand, smiling like a fox. "Don't rush. We are reasoning pirates. Didn't he lose himself to the casino? That's simple. Let Esco redeem him and buy him over." Wow, this operation is simply smooth as silk. Luo Ji wants to play a bright scheme. "Isn't Xiao someone who values righteousness and principles? Fine, I'll pay off your debts, and I'll become your new creditor. Let us see if you acknowledge it." Without further ado, the Ark of the Covenant slowly descended, and then, let me tell you, the most flamboyant scene unfolded. Yamato transformed into a giant pink divine dragon, extending its body from the ship, turning its back into a magnificent dragon ladder directly connecting to the entrance of the casino. This entrance made everyone below dumbfounded, with mouths agape, nearly dropping their jaws to the ground. Luo Ji led us down step by step along the dragon's back. Seeing this momentum, the casino owner quickly suppressed his fear, putting on a smile that was more difficult to bear than crying, rushing over like a lapdog to bow. "Welcome, Lord Underworld King." Luo Ji didn't even look at him. His gaze locked on Yi Xiao in the crowd, speaking gently. "Don't be nervous. We are just passing through. I have a partner who lost some money here, and I'm here to redeem him." "Redeem someone?" The casino owner broke into a cold sweat. "My lord, you must be joking, let alone redeeming someone. If you want this casino, I will gladly hand it over." "Haha, paying off debts is only right." Luo Ji waved his hand, directly pulling out a mountain of gold and silver treasures from scroll. "My good partner Yi Xiao, how much did you lose here? Take whatever you want. Also, I'll cover all your living expenses during this time. Our Luo Ji pirate crew repays kindness. Thank you for taking care of Yi Xiao." When Luo Ji mentioned that Yi Xiao was his partner, Yi Xiao was completely stunned. "What? When did I become your partner? I don't know anything about it." The casino owner and the bodyguards were also shocked, realizing that this blind bodyguard was from the Five Emperors. My God, luckily they hadn't offended him before. Luo Ji was still there praising Yi Xiao. "Make sure not to take less. I don't like owing favors. I also don't want Yi Xiao to go against his own righteousness and principles." As soon as these words came out, Yi Xiao was about to explain, but the casino owner was quicker than anyone. Fearing Luo Ji would be unhappy, swiftly took out the corresponding gambling debts from the mountain of gold, then pulled Yi Xiao out of the crowd, his attitude obsequious. "Brother Yi Xiao, if I had known you were Lord Luo Ji's person, we would have waived your gambling debts long ago. We've even made you work as a bodyguard for so long. Please don't hold it against us." Saying this, he was going to stuff the money into Yi Xiao's hands, his tone almost pleading as if he would kneel down. The surrounding bodyguards also begged for mercy. "Mr. Yi Xiao, please forgive us." Yi Xiao was now at a loss for words, unable to argue. He looked at Luo Ji and asked in a deep voice, "Captain Luo Ji, what do you mean by that?" Luo Ji had an innocent look on his face and replied, "I'm helping you redeem yourself. Aren't you the one who values righteousness and principles the most? It's perfectly normal to repay debts. Could it be you want to default and then eliminate them all? No way, have you changed?" At this moment, the casino owners were so frightened that they wet themselves and all knelt down with a thud, crying out, "Mr. Yi Xiao, we haven't treated you poorly. Please don't kill us." Yi Xiao looked at the chaotic scene and felt overwhelmed. He knew that he couldn't wash himself clean of this mess today, having been tied to the pirate crew by Luo Ji's words. Just then, Luo Ji spoke again, his voice not loud but striking Yi Xiao's heart like a heavy hammer. "Yi Xiao, you wouldn't want them to live in fear forever, right? This world needs us to change it. The Celestial Dragons Human Hunting Tournament, the slaves of the Holy Land, are all waiting for us to save them." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao let out a long sigh. He knew he had no choice. If he didn't go with Luo Ji today, there would surely be a river of blood here. He waved his hand at the casino owners and said, "You can keep the money. That's my ransom." Then he turned and walked toward Luo Ji, toward that pink giant dragon, and said seriously, "I will repay your money." He realized he had fallen into Luo Ji's trap. Unless he fought Luo Ji's pirate crew to the death right now, he would never shake off the label of being a partner of the Five Emperors for the rest of his life. Luo Ji looked at him with a sincere smile. "I know Mr. Yi Xiao has a kind heart and has been looking for ways to change the world. I just don't want someone like you to waste your talents in a place like this. You know me well?" Yi Xiao was confused, feeling that Luo Ji seemed to be targeting him. Luo Ji looked him in the eye and revealed a shocking secret. "I can see a part of the future. Mr. Yi Xiao, you think you can change the world through reform from the top, but that's impossible. Among the celestial dragons, there's a world king who has lived for 800 years, and even the five elders are ancient monsters who have lived for hundreds of years. Unless you overthrow them, even if you become the Marine Fleet Admiral, you will just be a dog under their command." With these words, not only Yi Xiao, but even our own people were greatly shocked. A king who has lived for 800 years? The depths of this world are too profound. Yi Xiao's blind eyes trembled violently as he felt his long-held beliefs shatter completely at that moment. His ideal of nonviolent reform was a joke in the face of absolute, eternal power. Luo Ji led him back step by step to the Ark Pledge, his voice filled with power. "Join us, Yi Xiao. Once we grow stronger, we will have 5 Admiral-level powerhouses. By then, we can join forces with the Revolutionary Army and completely end the Celestial Dragon's rule." 5 Admiral level? Goodness. The grand vision being painted here was enough to stir Yi Xiao's blood, and even Kuma began to doubt whether he was truly that strong. I tell you, this really left the big shots present dumbfounded, especially that blind-eyed uncle who smiled. He is a guy full of justice. He directly stood up. clasped his hands towards Luo-ji, and said, "Captain, can we change the title of pirates? I really don't want to associate with that bunch of scum who burn, kill, and plunder." Good heavens, this statement directly poked a hornet's nest. That green-haired wild priest also jumped out to echo, right. How can I, a dignified hero officer, be called a pirate? Wouldn't my old colleagues laugh me to death if they heard that? Immediately, Bear also silently raised his hand as big as a fan. I looked and thought, great, aside from Yamato and Bonnie, the two middle school girls who thrive on chaos. Everyone else on this ship is a rebel. But guess what? This kid Luo-ji really has some skills. He quickly turned his mind, waved his hand, and decisively announced, "All right, I'll go with you. From today on, we won't be called a pirate crew anymore. We'll be called the Luo-ji World Crew. Our primary identity is that of liberators freeing all the slaves in the world. Pirates? That's a label the world government forced on us. Let them call us whatever they want. Let me tell you, just these 3 words, liberator, instantly raised the cool factor." Uncle Ishiao laughed right away, and Huangmu was as happy as a 200-pound child. At this moment, it seemed like the hearts of these big shots were completely captured. Family members who understands. Just because of a name change and unified thought. That guy Luo-ji's aura exploded. A terrifyingly overwhelming Conqueror's Haki burst forth from him, with black and red lightning shooting out like it was free, crackling and directly stunning several weaker girls on our ship, like Bonnie and Rebecca. Yamato was dumbfounded, shouting in shock, "Luo-ji, your Conqueror's Haki, even more outrageous." That kid Luo-ji acted like it was nothing, stretched out his right hand, and directly caught those chaotic black and red lightning in his hand. Like he was playing with an electric ball. Wow, is this Conqueror's Haki rapping? A moment of enlightenment on the spot? Isn't this more exciting than Boruto? When he was stopped by Bear and regained his composure, this guy directly held a strategic press conference for the future, announcing the next steps for troublemaking. First, go to the New World and recruit the world's #1 scientist Vegapunk. Second, kidnap the world's #1 billionaire, the Golden Emperor Tezzalo. Third, bring the world's #1 beauty, Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, into the fold. Finally, casually take down that Don Quixote Doflamingo to vent Uncle Ishiao's anger. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the newly arrived big shots on the ship lit up. The captives in the cage nearly dropped their jaws. The lizard man Hanavza was immediately intrigued, his eyes sparkling, just short of handing over a letter of allegiance to shout for a big brother to take him along. Old Shah, however, remained his usual proud self, turning his head away and closing his eyes, pretending to be deep. The funniest was Enel with his long ears, still acting like a god, completely oblivious to what we were saying, just a pure electronic pet. Meanwhile, let me tell you, the world government stronghold, Mariehua, was in an uproar. The 5 elders received the intel and turned pale. One of them slammed the table and shouted, "What the hell? That kid Luo-ji not only mysteriously appeared in the West Sea, but he also took our designated vice admiral candidates, Ishiao and Huangmu, with him." They were genuinely anxious. If this momentum wasn't curbed, the next Rocks pirates would emerge. So they held an emergency meeting overnight and came up with a ridiculously malicious plan. Sponsorship killing. They directly ordered to raise Luo-ji's bounty to higher than Whitebeard's. 5.05 billion berries. This put him at the top of the living bounty list. The meaning was very clear, telling all the 4 emperors of the world, brothers, stop competing with each other, go hunt Luo-ji. His head is the most valuable. As soon as this news came out, the entire world went crazy. Previously, Kaido and Big Mom were chasing us in the South Sea, and upon receiving the news that we had run to the West Sea, Kaido was so furious he nearly destroyed an island. The next day, when the newspaper arrived, both of them were dumbfounded. Kaido's eyes widened like copper bells when he saw Luo-ji's bounty, roaring, "Why? Why is this little brat's bounty higher than mine?" Big Mom was different. She was an old hand. When she saw Luo-ji's new recruits, Ishiao and Huangmu, whose bounties had soared to over 1.39 billion, directly surpassing the top of the 3 disasters, she immediately backed down. She waved at Kaido. Kaido, I suddenly remembered I haven't had my afternoon tea on Cake Island, so I'm heading back now." After saying that, she turned and ran, probably already calculating which daughter to marry off for an alliance. When we got the newspaper on the ship, it felt just like the new year. Bonnie screamed excitedly while holding the bounty notice. "Daddy Bear's price has gone up. 1.296 billion. Aramu, with a toothpick in his mouth, looked pleased and said, "Not bad." Finally surpassed Ember, but still lower than Yamato. Not enough. Yamato pouted angrily. "Why hasn't T-Mine changed? They're catching up to me right away." Of course, everyone was dumbfounded by that 505 billion number for Luo. I tell you, being the living bounty king is something else. Luo, on the other hand, was calm, holding the bounty notice with sparks of electricity crackling from his hand, and said calmly, "It seems the 5 elders have developed the greatest intent to kill me." This news eventually reached the Whitebeard pirate's ship, and Fire Fist Ace was the first to jump up, shouting angrily, "Why? Dad is the strongest in the world. Are these Navy guys blind?" In response, old Whitebeard laughed heartily, saying that the bounty doesn't represent strength. But we all understood. The look in Marco the Phoenix's eyes clearly told me that old Dad was definitely feeling a bit sour about it. And let me tell you, it wasn't just old Dad who was sour. His captains were practically breaking down on the spot. One by one, they were howling, asking why. After all these years of bloody battles in the New World, their bounties were still not as high as those 2 newcomers from Luoji's ship, a smile and Aramu. Where's the justice in that? Who understands this? Among the 16 division commanders of the Whitebeard crew, most only had bounties of 4 to 600 million. Even Ace, a supernova, was just 550 million. But on Luoji's side, those 2 newcomers came in and directly crushed our 13 commanders. Who could take that? No wonder they were unhappy. Of course, top fighters like Marco the Phoenix, Diamond Jozu, and Flower Sword Vista were still firmly in the Billion Club, as they were comparable to the highest-ranking members of other Emperor crews. But with the atmosphere reaching a boiling point, it was Marco the Phoenix, the big brother, who remained steady. He quickly stepped in to mediate, saying, "Brothers, calm down. The Navy must have their reasons for offering such a high price." ISNT Ace always saying that Luo has prophetic abilities? These 2 newcomers are probably hidden bosses he dug up from some corner using that bug ability. Once Marco said this, it temporarily calmed everyone's emotions. He knew clearly that now was not the time to fall out with Luoji's crew, especially since they still needed their help to treat old Dad. But who understands? The one most affected on the whole ship? You guessed it. It was that guy hiding in the corner pretending to be a fool, Blackbeard Teach. He was clutching the newspaper, his eyes nearly popping out with envy, jealousy, and hatred overflowing the screen. Why? Why are all the good things yours, Luo? In such a short time, you've built such a powerful crew and even become some so-called 5th emperor. That is even more absurd than Shank's face fruit. The more Teach thought about it, the angrier he got, feeling that the fruit he had waited so many years for was simply out of reach, and the future looked bleak. Just as he was feeling emo, my 2 undercover brothers, the Dicarbon duo, made their entrance, bringing over drinks. "Teach, let us drink." They strictly followed my instructions and got very familiar with Ace, the 4th Division Captain Sachi, and the old trickster Teach. Teach, on the surface, seemed incredibly honest. But after 3 drinks, he started to pry, asking the Dicarbon brothers if they could get Captain Luo to help with the prophecy. I told you, isn't this just right on target for me? The Decalban brothers pretended to be drunk and leaned closer to his ear, whispering, "Let me tell you quietly, Captain Luo said that to cure old man's illness, besides the healing fruit on his ship, there's also a legendary surgical fruit, located in the North Sea." North Sea? Teach's eyes instantly lit up. He had seen the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, and the surgical fruit's immortality surgery was the ultimate temptation. But he still suppressed his excitement and casually asked, "So, can you ask Captain Luo again if that most evil fruit from the legends still exists?" Wow, isn't this basically a self-explosion? This directly matched my secret signal. The Decalban brothers readily agreed, already laughing in their hearts, finally understanding why I wanted them to get close to this black fat guy. In fact, not only Teach, the entire Whitebeard pirates are now aligned with me. I revealed several methods to cure Whitebeard to Sachi and Ace, and even promised to help Sachi find the vitality menu from the Okama Island for old man's nourishment. This directly put them in my hands, each one feeling grateful. So, regarding the bounty issue this time, it's just a matter of some sour words, which won't affect the overall situation at all. On the other side, Shanks and his crew couldn't sit still either. Their crew had only been established as one of the 4 emperors for a few years, and my rise as the 5th emperor was like a rocket, putting them under immense pressure. Even the first mate Ben Beckman had his brows tightly knitted, feeling that my subordinates Yamato, Aramaki, and the others were fiercer than their 3 main officers. Shanks was feeling overwhelmed with the design of the Pluton in my hands. I was even using it to bounty the celestial dragons, turning the entire world structure upside down. The 5 elders and the Knights of God were mobilized, and Kaido and Big Mom secretly slipped out of the New World, making the sea a complete mess. What worried him the most was that in less than a year, his godson Luffy would set sail. The rookie village would directly turn into hell mode, right? If the East Sea gathered the 5 emperors, the 5 elders, Kaido, and Big Mom, what risks would Luffy even take? He would start with a grand finale. Therefore, without saying a word, Shanks set sail to leave the New World, deciding he must personally step in to clean up this mess. As for us, we had long stopped caring about those disturbances and directly flew to the West Sea. Initially, I wanted to conveniently take down Capone Beach, who had the stronghold fruit, but Aramaki directly looked down on him, saying, "That little punk is even worthy of me making a move? If we're going to fight, let's take down the strongest in the West Sea." He was referring to the 2 tyrannical pirate nations in the West Sea, the Flower Country and the Mulberry Country. Wow, legal pirates. This system is even more ironic than the 7 warlords of the sea. Uncle Ishiao and Bartholomew Kuma also thought these 2 countries should be dealt with. So I waved my hand decisively and decided to strike first against these 2 countries. I even specifically told Kuma to notify the Revolutionary Army that once we finished, they could come directly to take over the victory fruits. We quickly found out that the 2 countries were in a fierce battle, and that the country of Sang had recently acquired a large batch of new weapons from somewhere, causing the country of Hua to retreat steadily. Uncle Ishiao's eyes squinted as soon as he heard this. I smelled a familiar scent of trouble. No need to guess. Violet and Robin directly named him. This arms dealer was almost certainly the underground Emperor Joker, Doflamingo. Mentioning Doflamingo instantly chilled Uncle Ishiao's expression. He hated such people who instigate wars and sell arms, reminding him of his own tragic past of national destruction. I was shocked. Did Doflamingo poke a hornet's nest? Not only Uncle Ishiao, but Violet and Rebecca were looking to him for revenge to restore their country. The little people had hundreds of years of deep-seated hatred against him, and even the Revolutionary Army wanted to take down his arms transit point. This was simply Doflamingo's exclusive period of bad luck. Everyone was focused on him, just waiting for a signal. All right, it's settled then, I announced on the spot. After dealing with these 2 pirate kingdoms, the next target is Dressrosa. Upon hearing this, Rebecca was so excited that she jumped into my arms. Meanwhile, our enormous flying battleship had quietly reached the airspace over the country of Sang. Yamato was incredibly excited, already rubbing his hands together. How do we attack? Should we charge straight into their capital or go to the front lines? Uncle Ishiao was more cautious. He said, "Soldiers are just pawns. We should first take out the upper echelons who instigate the war, then destroy those arms and gas bombs." Hu NGM was more direct. Holding a stack of bounty notices, he grinned and said, "Who cares about that? Just kill according to the bounty notices. Not a single one on the list can escape." I looked at the buildings below that resembled the style of Wano and smiled. I turned directly to Uncle Ishiao and said, "Uncle Ishiao, stop hiding it. Give them a big show. Let's have 2 meteor fireworks to liven things up. Let these local bumpkins from the West see if your billions in bounty are really worth it. Yes, just aim for those 2 places, that shrine and that palace. And hit them hard. Who told them to disregard martial ethics and dare to use gas shells? Let me tell you, this is quite a coincidence." At that time, the group from the 8 Treasures Water Army was sneaking towards the port of the Kingdom of Sang. The leader, a kid named Kai, suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. He looked up and saw, good heavens, there were 2 big oranges in the sky, and they were getting brighter. His eyes almost popped out, and cold sweat immediately broke out. His grandfather, a once notable figure known as the Green Pepper of the Cone, saw his grandson's frightened expression and looked up too. Upon seeing it, the old man turned pale. Those weren't oranges. They were 2 red-hot iron lumps heading towards the Kingdom of Sang. Meteorites. The younger brothers below were so scared they nearly wet themselves. And guess what? That kid Kai, after the shock, actually became excited. He said that it didn't smash down here. Family, this is divine retribution. Heaven can't stand them using gas bombs, and has sent down punishment. This is our opportunity. Look at that thought process. It's a shame he isn't writing novels. His grandfather, the Green Pepper, saw this and thought, "Wow, my grandson is impressive, unflinching in the face of disaster. He has the demeanor of a great general." He immediately handed over command to him, saying from now on, "You make the decisions, Grandpa will listen to you." Kai was so excited he almost knelt down, and he immediately led his men, taking advantage of the natural disaster, to rush towards the port, ready to loot and make big news. On the other side, in the palace of the Kingdom of Sang, it was complete chaos. The nobles, including the newly appointed king, were almost driven mad by the sight of those 2 fireballs in the sky. "Run. Protect the king. Quickly get those warriors to chop up the meteorites for me." Didn't they boast about being able to split the heavens? The new king shouted while running, his voice nearly hoarse. A large group of warriors rushed out to protect him, but could two legs outrun a falling meteorite? A few hard-headed warrior elites even drew their swords, shouting things like, "For our king," and "May the jade shatter," and each one unleashed their ultimate moves. With names like Flying Slash and Double-Twisted Swallow Cut, they unleashed sword energy towards the sky. You wouldn't believe it, but it actually worked a bit. One of the meteorites was forcefully split into several pieces. Just as the people below were about to cheer for their success, their faces turned green the next second. Who understands this? This operation precisely avoided the only correct answer. The large meteorite was gone, but it turned into a bunch of smaller meteorites, spreading out like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden. After all, not everyone has the eagle eye to slice it to dust. Boom, 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 boom. The shrine suffered the worst. It couldn't stop a full meteorite and was directly flattened, leaving a giant pit in its place. As for the palace, although it wasn't completely destroyed, it was battered by those fragments, riddled with holes, and everywhere was on fire, looking like it had been bombed. However, fortunately, the new king and a core group of nobles survived. We survived. We survived. No, my palace. Why, oh heaven, why do this to me? The new king cried heart-wrenchingly while holding onto a pillar. Just as he was howling to the sky, a mischievous voice floated down from above. Ha ha! Look, your meteorites are no good. How could they be split so easily by a few random cats and dogs? All the survivors below, including the king, were dumbfounded. They looked up and saw a gigantic flying battleship slowly descending. Everyone's minds buzzed. This isn't a natural disaster. It's man-made catastrophe. Uncle Yixiao stood at the edge of the ship, looking a bit embarrassed. Oh dear, it seems innocent civilians got caught up in this. His ability, you see, is an area of effect, and he can't guide it precisely. He was quite helpless about it. I patted him. Cut the crap. There are no innocent enemies. Next, let's watch the performance of us young people. As soon as I finished speaking, that kid Huangmu shot out a big golden flower from his back, spinning like a propeller, and zoomed straight towards the group of survivors in the ruins. Wait for me. Leave me a billion. Bonnie was also anxious, instantly transforming into her mature form, and jumped down with a roar. Just as Big Bear was about to teleport over to protect her, Uncle E smiled and created a gravity circle, making her float down gently. We can't let Huangmu take all the glory alone. We're going to. Yamato, holding her wolf fawn club, jumped down as well, and Rebecca transformed into a pink dragon, following closely behind. Baby 5 was even more straightforward, transforming her hands into cannons and blasting away at the people below. Let me tell you about the people on my ship. What we focus on is a strong sense of martial virtue. Robin, Violet, and the other mature ladies are leaning against the side of the ship watching the show, while Xiaoyu is directing her pet. Gyuki go, Komichio charge. Even Hanafusa and Old Sha, who are locked in a cage, are dumbfounded. They murmur, these guys actually have their eyes on the kingdom of Sang? This is a well-known pirate-affiliated country in the West Sea, a tough opponent. In the ruins, the people of Sang also recognized us. Oh no, it's the 5 emperors of the Luaji pirate group. Aramaki lands with a toothpick in his mouth, grinning wickedly. Hey, from now on call us the Luaji World Group. Remember, I'm Hero Officer Aramaki. After saying that, he unleashes his ultimate move, Natural Punishment. 10,000 vines piercing. Countless sharp vines burst forth from the ground, skewering a group of samurai and instantly turning them into dried corpses. Let me tell you, ever since he unlocked the skill to absorb people in prison, he seems to have become addicted to it, even neglecting his meals. A samurai leader from some 7th Water Army swings his sword wildly at those vines, only to find that they are harder than steel and they are wrapped in Haki. Getting touched means being drained. He is completely stunned. Monster. Aramaki grins. Strong, right? I think I'm pretty strong too. A mere bounty of over 3 billion doesn't even reflect how awesome I am. He charges directly at that samurai leader, engaging in hand-to-hand combat, fists against sword, sparks flying. Goodness, it's like a thin veil, simply a thin veil. In less than 10 seconds, that samurai leader with a bounty of 280 million is beaten to the point of vomiting blood, then pierced through the chest by a vine, instantly turning into a mummy. This amount of energy is still decent. After absorbing, Aramaki turns his attention to the new king and a group of nobles. On the other side, Yamato has also smashed a samurai leader from the 6th Water Army to death with one hit. Bonnie and Rebecca team up to beat up the pirate captain from the 8th Water Army. Although the two girls are still figuring out how to use their bravado and aren't gaining the upper hand for now, the samurai on the opposite side is feeling the pressure. Seeing 2 of his colleagues taken out in seconds, he starts to get anxious. At this moment, reinforcements from the kingdom of Sang finally react, and thousands of troops unleash a fierce barrage of cannon fire at us and the flying ship. Bartholomew Kuma steps forward, claps his hands, and countless bear paw air cannons fly out, deflecting all the cannonballs and even floating into their ranks, causing a massive explosion. Uncle Li Chao also steps forward at this time. Upon seeing that there are actually poison gas bombs mixed in with the cannonballs, his expression darkens, and he slowly draws his sword. Let me tell you, the most explosive moment of the whole scene has arrived. With a smile and a draw of the sword, a huge purple halo instantly enveloped the entire ruins of the palace. Then, in the astonished eyes of everyone, the entire ruin, yes, you heard it right, the entire shattered palace, bricks and tiles, even the foundation, was all lifted into the air like a broken, floating island. Our crew on the ship was dumbfounded. Even the big bear stared at it for a while. Then, with a smile, the uncle faced the artillery troops of several thousand people below and gently waved his sword. Gravity Blade City crash. The sky was filled with ruins, and a pile of rubble as big as a small mountain came crashing down directly onto those thousands of people. Before any screams could be heard, those thousands of people were buried alive, creating a large mound made of rubble right there. The wild shepherd was stunned and complained, "This blind man, all talk of righteousness, but his actions are really ruthless." With a slow sheathing of his sword and no expression on his face, the smiling uncle said, "The destruction of these pirates is to hope that this country can return to being a normal country." I looked at him and smiled. This guy has really changed. He actually dared to take down thousands with one move. Well said. The world is in tatters, with bad people everywhere. We really need to stitch it back together. Ishao sat down on the spot with his eyes closed and said, "That's right, my kindness is only for good people." Hanafusa and Lao Sha in the cage were completely petrified. Hanafa suk Lao Sha cadet then, Lao Sha. Have you thought it through? Hurry up. Let's get on the ship together. If you hesitate any longer, it'll be too late. Although Lao Sha still had a cold expression, his eyes clearly wavered. Before long, the battle was completely over. The last warrior leader was taken down by Bonnie and the others working together. That guy had just been dragged in front of me, looking hopeful as if I was going to recruit him, and was about to say something flattering about surrendering. However, I glanced at him and directly said to Huang Mu, "Finish him." That guy was stunned. "Wait. Captain Luo Ji, I'm willing to surrender. I'm very strong." Huang Mu acted swiftly, and with a puff, he drained him dry, casually explaining to me, "You look too sleazy with those rat-like eyes. You don't fit our crew's aesthetic." Once I was sorted out, I directly ordered, "Get ready. We're setting off to the battlefield of the Flower Kingdom and the Mulberry Kingdom." Robin and the others had already emptied the treasury of the Mulberry Kingdom. As they were about to leave, Uncle Li Shao seemed unsatisfied and summoned a meteorite, targeting the port of Dongjing Renda where they were transporting weapons. Goodness. Just as Qing Jiao and Kai Yi's group had barely escaped the port, they turned around to see the port evaporate right before their eyes, nearly making them wet their pants in fear. It was only then they realized that this meteorite was no natural disaster. It was the flying battleship of the Luo Ji pirate crew. Their subordinates shouted in terror while holding binoculars. Qing Jiao quickly told everyone to hide, not daring to breathe. They watched our ship fly away before they dared to check the situation over at the ruins of the royal capital. Upon seeing it, they gasped in horror. It was so tragic. The Mulberry Kingdom had been completely devastated this time. However, amidst the shock, they felt immensely satisfied since they were the sworn enemies. Suddenly, Kai Yi reacted. "Grandpa, look at the direction their ship is heading. It seems to be the battlefield of Luo Island. They wouldn't be planning to attack our Flower Kingdom too, would they?" Old Qing Jiao was also startled, realizing that they had no ties with the Luo Ji pirate crew. Who knew if they were planning to wipe both sides out? "Quick, immediately notify the king and the people on the island. Tell them to be cautious of the Luo Ji pirate crew." Unfortunately, at that moment, the naval forces of the Flower Kingdom on Luo Island were busy chasing down the remnants of the Mulberry Kingdom, thoroughly enjoying the slaughter, completely unaware that an even greater storm was about to sweep in. And guess what? A few hours later, these crazed 8 Treasure Navy forces finally received a frantic call from the king. Let me tell you, the informant was so pale with fear as he rushed over, shouting that the Mulberry Kingdom was not a natural disaster at all. It was wiped out by the newly appointed 5th Emperor, Luo Ji. The royal capital was in ruins, and the king himself was so terrified that he fled overnight, urging them to retreat quickly. The Luo Ji crew was flying toward this island. Goodness, when this news broke, Wu and T normal people hurried to pack their things and flee. But what happened? These so-called pillars of the community, all of them were bloodthirsty and couldn't hear anything. Especially the head of the Second Treasure Navy, a Mediterranean uncle named Hua Xiaofeng, whose temper was worse than athlete's foot. Before the informant could finish speaking, he was directly shoved away by Hua Xiaofeng, who cursed, "What Luo Ji? Get lost. Don't waste my time killing." Does anyone understand? This guy was clearly thick-headed. The king's orders went in one ear and out the other, and he didn't even seem to hear the name of the fifth emperor, just focused on chopping off his old enemy's head. Let me tell you, this guy wasn't without skill. After all, he was someone who had made his daughter defeat 25 husbands. He had the strength, but his brain was pure muscle memory. His subordinates were the same. Though they were called a navy, they were actually a band of pirates. When the boss didn't move, they just charge along, continuing to chase down the remnants of the Mulberry Kingdom. The informant, who had been shoved away, was almost in tears, shouting hoarsely, "Pillars! The Luo Ji pirate crew is really strong." Useless. No one paid him any mind, except for the most stable First Treasure Navy, who, after hearing the order, turned around and left immediately to protect the king, while the remaining squads were all caught up in the fray. Now, great, you forced them to the brink. Can they not fight back? Those 8 Treasure Navy forces, driven nearly mad by the chase, simply stopped running and pulled out their hidden treasures. Guess what? Virus bombs, personally concocted by the Plague Queen. Goodness, each of those things was worth tens of millions of berries, and they threw them out as if they were free. Boom! Several purple-green bombs exploded among the Second Treasure Navy, and the scene was something else. Those hit fell instantly, with strange smoke rising from their bodies. And the key was that this stuff was contagious. Help! I can't move. It was a disaster. Even Hua Xiaofeng, this tough guy, was too scared to get close, watching helplessly as his subordinates fell one by one. Now he was completely mad, letting out a roar as he wrapped his right fist in Haki, smashing through the poison gas and bombs in front of him, charging into the enemy ranks like a cannonball. "I'm going to kill you, sneaky bastards." He was going to take on a whole group. The pirate leader on the opposite side saw this and thought, "Hey, you're delivering yourself to me, so I want to be polite." The two immediately clashed, igniting a chaos on the battlefield. At that moment, our Ark of the Covenant arrived in the sky. On the ship, Uncle Ishao looked down at the rising smoke from the island and sighed, wondering why these people, who clearly didn't lack money, still fought and killed. Let me tell you, our Captain Luo Ji's vision is already on a different level. He stood at the bow, casually saying, "Human desires are infinite. If you don't get stronger, just wait to be robbed by others." Then he shifted the topic to the universe, discussing the true origin of the world. Huang Mu and Xiong were dumbfounded, while the He's eyes sparkled, feeling that his time on Ghost Island had been a waste. Quickly pulling out a notebook to take notes. What did Luo Ji say? He said our journey is to the stars and the sea, that this world has yellow spring fruits, and there might even be real hellish divine realms, or even aliens. Goodness. While Yi Shao was still pondering how to achieve world peace, our captain was already considering interstellar communication. This level of thought was on an entirely different dimension. As everyone was stunned by this grand blueprint, Luo Ji suddenly laughed. "Haha, thinking too far. Let us first deal with these little shrimp before we talk." He looked down at the chaotic battlefield and decided to give them a surprise. With a wave of his hand, that pure gold giant bell appeared on the nimbus. But he was the first to cheer. "It's the golden bell. Our golden bell." The girls on the ship, Bonnie, Aisha, and others all lit up, rushing to touch that shining golden bell, wishing they could chip off a piece. "Come on, anyone who wants to ring it, go ahead." Luo Ji waved his hand, striking it to let the people below know that their father had arrived. "All right, I want to play too." The next second when, zong, the majestic bell sound instantly spread throughout the entire sea area. I tell you, that sound is a battle song for us, but for those below, it's the death knell from the King of Hell. The two groups engaged in a fierce fight were all stunned. When they looked up, a massive flying ship was hovering in the sky, alongside a gleaming golden bell. The Luoji pirate group really came? This was everyone's first reaction. The few relatively smart pillars of the 8 Treasure Water Army were so scared that their souls nearly left their bodies. They didn't care about their rivals anymore and turned to flee. The people from the Kingdom of Sang were also dumbfounded, thinking it was over for them. Their hometown had been wiped out, and now this calamity had chased them down again. Yixiao, Huangmu, Daxiong, don't let them escape. Everyone charge. Luoji stood at the bow of the ship, waving his hand, and dozens of giant scrolls behind him unfurled with a rustling sound, floating in the air. Today, Let us give them a little shock from the 5 emperors. He drew the second-generation Ghost Slash and suddenly waved it downwards. Let the name of our Luigi World Group be heard. As soon as he finished speaking, I tell you, that scene was simply like a deity descending to Earth. From the scrolls, several giant fireballs, like small suns, flew out and smashed directly into the 8 treasure water armies formation. Following that, dozens of thunder columns, thicker than water barrels, descended from the sky, unleashing a barrage on the entire island. Then, a horde of monsters charged out from the paintings. Great Mouth True God, Guardian Crane, Yamata no Orochi, Pink Divine Dragon. Luigi single-handedly summoned a legion of monsters, launching a calamity. The pirates below completely collapsed. Run, jump into the sea, they cried for their parents, holding their heads and fleeing, and the entire Luluo island instantly turned into a hell on earth. Ha ha ha, Captain, this move is quite spectacular. Huangmu was dumbfounded on the ship. This scroll ability is too overpowered. A small rotating flower sprouted from his back, and with a whoosh he flew down, shouting, I hate the nickname Bandit Cop. Today, let you know, I am the guardian of nature. Yixiao also activated his ability, floating down with the goal of ending this meaningless war. Yamato was the most straightforward, swinging his wolf fawn club and jumping down with a bang, creating a big pit on the ground. Then, as if nothing had happened, he howled toward the fiercest battlefield. Daxiong also disappeared without a word, heading straight for a samurai leader who had previously killed his revolutionary army comrades. The remaining members on the ship were not to be outdone. Robin, Sherry, Rebecca, and the others all jumped down. In their words, they had to go down and show their faces to mix in a bounty reward exclusive to the Luigi World Group. At this moment, the unlucky Hu Xiaofeng and his lifelong enemy, Li Hua Zhengren, had just been hit by Luigi's calamity and were still dazed when Huangmu came charging over. I tell you, Huangmu is also a tough guy, with vines flying around and explosive martial arts. He was single-handedly chasing after 2 water army groups, still handling it with ease. The proud punch technique of Hu Xiaofeng collided with Huangmu's armed color fist, resulting in a crack as his fist bone shattered. The samurai named Li Hua Zhengren swung his sword at Huangmu's vines, sparks flying, but he couldn't cut through. Both were stunned, with one thought in their minds. Is this guy even human? This is number 1. 3 billion bounty criminal. He is clearly a Navy admiral. While fighting, Huangmu also promoted himself. Remember, I am the hero officer of the Luigi World Group, Huangmu, and we are now called the Luigi World Group. Pirate Group is no longer worthy of our identity. Just as the battlefield was heating up, an unexpected person appeared. It was that reckless reporter, Pulitzer, whom they had encountered in Water 7. This guy was actually here as a war correspondent. Seeing Luigi was like seeing his own father, as he rushed over holding a den mushi. Captain Luigi, you are now a 5 emperor. May I ask what your purpose is in this war? Luigi looked at this madman, and not only did he not get angry, but he actually smiled, taking the microphone from his den mushi, and said with a laugh, You have great courage. I like it. Then, in front of everyone, he pulled out stacks of cash from the scrolls and stuffed all of Pulitzer's pockets full, probably worth several million berries. The reporter was so excited his face turned red, and Luigi patted his shoulder. This money is a reward for your pursuit of truth. By the way, can we apply for global live broadcasting? This exciting battle must be shared with the whole world. Goodness. When Pulitzer heard about global live broadcasting, his eyes turned green, and he immediately contacted his boss Morgans. Morgans was sharp. Upon hearing that Luigi wanted to go on television, he immediately agreed with excitement. Thus, the live broadcast screens around the world instantly switched to the battlefield of Luluo Island. Luigi, holding the den mushi, began his performance in front of the camera. Ahem. Since the live broadcast has started, I'll say it again. From today, we are renaming ourselves to Luigi World Group. The name Pirate Group is too small for our ambitions. Our goal is to liberate the entire world and overthrow the celestial dragons. That's right, those garbage in the Holy Land who consider themselves gods. Sooner or later, I will take them all down one by one. And the 5 elders, you old monsters who have lived for hundreds of years, don't hide. I will take you all down sooner or later. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole world exploded. Everyone watching the live broadcast was stunned. This new 5 emperor was too bold. Pulitzer seized the opportunity to ask professionally, So, is the Luigi World Group similar in goals to the Revolutionary Army? Exactly. Luigi snapped his fingers. I am allies with Dragon. Since we are allies, I will give some free intel to the brothers of the Revolutionary Army. Then, I tell you, the most powerful moment of the entire show arrived. Luigi faced the cameras of the world, and unveiled the truth. He exposed the 5 elders' true identities. The 5 elders were all wielders of Conqueror as Haki, and were all mythical Zoan users. Mercury is the beast of the seal, Venus is the horsebone, Jupiter is the sandworm, Mars is the heavenly emperor, and Saturn is the bull demon. Each of them is a true monster who has lived for hundreds of years. Boom! This news was even more explosive than the earlier thunderstorm. The whole world went crazy. The highest authority of the world government turned out to be 5 monsters. This news, even the Navy Admiral Sengoku didn't he know. The old man from a Mercury of the Holy Land watched the live broadcast, his face dark as a pot bottom. He knew Luigi had to possess the ability to foresee the future, otherwise he wouldn't he know such classified information. He was so angry that his Conqueror S. Haki leaked out, wanting his subordinates to shut down the broadcast, but Morgan's, that fat bird, completely ignored him. The live broadcast continued, and the camera showed various battlefields. The audience watched as Xiao used the gravity fruit to lift tons of ruined weapons into the air, easily suppressing 2 water army groups. Watched as Huangmu single-handedly turned the elite troops of 2 countries into dried corpses. Watched as Yamato and Daxiong charged into the sheep herd like tigers. All the kings of the allied nations were dumbfounded, trembling in fear, with only one thought in their minds. It's over, the world is about to change. The powerful countries like the Flower Kingdom and the Kingdom of Sang were like paper in front of them. What are we worth? Where's the Navy? Why hasn't the Navy rescue arrived yet? While those kings were still in a daze, I tell you, Luigi was truly unconcerned about anything. The live broadcast hadn't ended, and he directly lambasted the whole world. He started by defining the world government, saying what? He said that the pirate allied nations and the 7 warlords of the sea were the 2 most shameless things created by the world government. A pure official endorsement that made robbery reasonable and legal. When I heard that, goodness, this guy really dares to speak. He stripped them bare, saying in plain terms that the world government is the largest pirate group in the world. They have planted their flags all over the world, and that gold from the heavens they collect is nothing more than protection money, right? What about the Navy? The Navy is just the top henchman under this biggest mafia. The justice they shout about is not the justice of the common people. It is the justice of the celestial dragons. Once these words were spoken, the whole world exploded. At Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku was so angry that his beard stood on end, slamming the table and cursing, saying that Luigi was simply twisting the concept. But beside him, Admiral Tsuru, let me tell you, her face turned pale. She knew very well, fearing that a cultured rogue is the most dangerous. Luigi's few words were 1,000 times more damaging than the Revolutionary Army's daily slogans of equality and freedom. This directly shattered the Navy's underlying logic, striking at the root. Just think about it. Those new recruits who joined the Navy with dreams of justice would doubt their lives upon hearing this, right? So I joined the Navy just to be a little brother to the biggest pirate crew? That Doflamingo from Dressrosa must be laughing his head off in front of the TV, surely thinking, oh, finally someone who understands. And there was even more shocking news. In the end, Luigi shouted to the camera, openly inciting the 7 warlords. He told those who became warlords out of necessity, like Kuma, not to be afraid, to wait for them and join them in overturning this world. This was clearly directed at Hancock and Jinbe. Sengoku frowned at the time. This kid had just taken down 2 powerful nations in the West Sea, and his next target is the 7 warlords? Admiral Tsuru's eyes lit up, saying this is an opportunity. Since he exposed his itinerary, let's set up ambushes in places like Amazon Lily and Fishman Island and catch him like a turtle in a jar. They thought their plan was beautiful, but they had no idea that the 5 elders couldn't wait any longer. That guy named Saint Mars had transformed into a monstrous bird blocking out the sun, desperately flying this way. The scene shifts, and on the battlefield, we were still cleaning up and the live broadcast was about to end. Let me tell you, that crazy girl Bonnie was really not doing anything, rushing in front of the camera to cause trouble. Unsatisfied with her bounty, she burned the Navy flag in front of the whole world, and after that, feeling unsatisfied, she took out the Celestial Dragon's exclusive flag, the Celestial Dragon's footprint, and trampled on it for a while before finally setting it on fire. In the end, she made a fierce statement, saying if her bounty wasn't satisfactory, she would learn from Luigi and kill a few Celestial Dragons for fun. Good heavens, Kuma beside her turned green. Who understands the pain of raising such a rebellious daughter? It's really exhausting. While this was going on the other side, we were dealing with the captives from the Flower Country. Those beasts from the country of sand that used poison gas had long been turned into dried corpses by the abandoned shepherd. However, the people from the flower country made Uncle Kuma feel a bit pity. Ishao thought they still had some sense of morality. And Uncle Kuma even received a call from Dragon, saying the Revolutionary Army wanted to make contact with the flower country, as it's always good to gain a friend. In the end, Luoji made the decision to spare their lives. Although the abandoned shepherd was unhappy, feeling that his self-service buffet was missing a main dish, there was nothing to be done. The people from the flower country were grateful for their lives and agreed to cooperate with the Revolutionary Army in the future. And they could even swallow up the territory of the country of sand, which was simply a win-win situation. But the problem arose. We had stayed on the island too long for this trivial matter. Just as Luoji was on the phone with Dragon, suddenly he felt a shiver. His eyelids were twitching wildly, and his observation Haki was fully activated. Seeing the future, the 5 elders are coming. His expression instantly changed. Conqueror's Haki erupted on the spot, and he shouted to everyone, "Top-level alert! First evacuation plan." The group of us girls who were still laughing and joking, upon hearing the commotion, were almost scared out of our wits and ran desperately towards the Ark Proverbs. Luoji didn't forget to shout at the captives from the flower country and that reporter Pulitzer, "You all better run. If you don't want to die, get moving." That reporter named Pulitzer was also quite experienced. Seeing the situation, he packed his things without a word and rushed towards the seaside, slipping into a diving sea snail to escape. Once we all got on the ship, Luoji started to operate frantically, retracting the captives from Enola back in a scroll, stuffing the crew in one by one. And in the end, he even planned to directly retract the entire Ark Proverbs. Huangmu and the other 3 flew back, still a bit confused. Huangmu looked particularly displeased. "What is there to be nervous about, Luoji?" Luoji's face turned dark as he shouted, "Nervous? It's the 5 elders coming. They have teleportation abilities. One coming is like 5. Do you want to fight against 5 users of Conqueror's Haki with mythical beast abilities?" As soon as those words were out, Huangmu stuttered. Big Bear shuddered all over, recalling the fear of that entity called Saint Satan, which was carved into his bones. A smile also turned into a frown. That ability was just too unreasonable. "Only Day, that silly girl," mindlessly muttered. "Is that it? We got scared off just like that? So unsatisfying. I told you." It seemed like this sentence awakened Luoji. He glanced at the expressions of fear and apprehension on the faces of Big Bear and the other 2, and suddenly his gaze changed. While he was putting the ship and the people into the scroll, he suddenly spoke. "I made up my mind. Let you experience the power of the 5 elders." Huangmu immediately panicked. "Big brother, Captain, please don't mess around. Didn't you just say they are very dangerous? What are you afraid of?" "Lo yismirket." With Big Bear's meatball running away, "I can stuff all of you in the scroll. What is there to be scared of? Besides, I have a trump card. Let's give them a little shock from the 5 elders today. Do you want to beat up the 5 elders? Beat up the 5 elders?" Huangmu's eyes were about to pop out. Big Bear was dumbfounded. Only that he was excitedly shouting, "Ha ha ha, it's settled. Listen to my command in a bit." In the distance, the gigantic monster bird had already appeared on the horizon. Ma Sheng looked at us and was quite excited that we hadn't run away. Finally, he had caught this group of rats. He had already notified the other 4 people, ready to teleport over at any time to take them all down in one go. The 5 of us stood on the flying Nimbus, staring intently at the increasingly approaching strange bird. "You guys, what are you waiting for?" Luo suddenly shouted excitedly. "Are we waiting for him to land and summon us? Let's take him down first. Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of scrolls flew out of Luoji's hands, and countless thunder pillars roared forward. Daiha, Yixiao, Daxiong, and Huangmu didn't hesitate either. They unleashed their strongest ranged attacks in an instant, there to take the initiative to attack. Ma Saint was dumbfounded. These ants have gone crazy. He opened his mouth and let out a piercing scream entwined with Conqueror's Haki, forcefully dispersing Luoji's lightning. But he couldn't withstand the following attacks, and could only awkwardly dodge in the air. Seems like he is not that strong. Daiha was the first to shout. At that moment, everyone's confidence soared. It turned out the 5 elders could also be hit and could also flee in embarrassment. Daxiong was even more excited. He had finally attacked a celestial dragon, and it was one of the 5 elders at that. The shadow in his heart instantly dissipated by more than half. The strange bird was being chased and attacked by us, covered in wounds, but still desperately charged towards the island's shore. As soon as it landed, it immediately drew 4 enormous magic circles on the ground, preparing to summon help. "Come out, my Before it could finish its sentence, the sky suddenly turned dark. Ma Saint looked up, nearly losing his eyes. Boundless seawater poured down from the sky, as if the heavens were collapsing. "Huh, want to come out?" Luo-Ji laughed maniacally on the flying nimbus. "Take this, boundless sea." The 4 teleportation magic circles that had just lit up were engulfed by the seawater and disappeared with a splash. "Old man, anything is possible." Luo-Ji, wearing sea stone gauntlets, surrounded by Conqueror's Haki and lightning, took advantage of the chaos and struck right on the bird's head with a bang. This time, real blood splattered out. Ma Saint was stunned and screamed as he fell into the sea. He realized he had been careless. This time he was really going to capsize in the gutter. At that moment, a cold, ethereal voice echoed in his mind. "Waste. Lordum, save me." Ma Saint was overjoyed, using his last bit of strength to summon a gigantic black magic circle in mid-air, inscribed with a single number, 0. A wave of energy that made Luo-Ji's scalp tingle emanated from it. "Run." Without thinking, Luo-Ji flicked the nimbus's tail, instantly pulling the other 4 into the scrolls, and then dove headfirst into the sea. The next second, countless black shadow arrows shot out from that magic circle, turning the spot we had just occupied into rubble, creating countless holes in the sea surface. One of the shadows wrapped its tail around Ma Saint, pulling him up from the sea. Immediately after, the 4 extinguished magic circles on the shore lit up again, and the remaining 4 of the 5 elders descended in various monstrous forms. Im's cold voice echoed in their minds, "Search." The 5 old monsters charged towards the sea without a word, crazily determined to dig us out. Let me tell you, that reporter named Pulitzer in the distance is so excited he's about to lose it. The filming phone in his hand has recorded that earth-shattering scene. He knows that this time the reward will be tenfold or even 100-fold. But right now, he doesn't care about the reward at all. In the next second, he almost lost his life. Goodness, I tell you, that dark magical array in the sky suddenly opened like a floodgate, and a downpour of black arrows rained down, covering the entire island and the nearby sea. This is a plan for indiscriminate extermination. Anyone who saw the 5 old stars and that broken formation won't survive. Pulitzer was so scared he almost collapsed, scrambling into his diving snail boat and diving into the sea without daring to look back. That scene left him with a lifelong psychological shadow. Witnessing an island just vanish like that was too thrilling. I was so scared that I lost my mind and quickly released Shaylee in the deep sea. Family, who understands? In critical moments, you still need a mermaid-powered underwater thruster. Powerful and fuel-efficient. I put on an oxygen mask and let her take me out as fast as she could. Let me tell you, is a molding out of practice after not making a move for 800 years? Is he learning from the outline master Kizura? That rain of arrows was quite lively, but not a single one hit us. Of course, if he can't even handle Sabo right under his nose, how does he expect to catch me in the sea? It's common knowledge that seawater counters ability users. I was running while feeling a wave of fear, thinking to myself how lucky I was not to get carried away just now. If I had greedily rushed over to drown that dead bird in the sea, I would probably have been caught by that ancient immortal M by now. It seems that my title as one of the 5 emperors, along with the design of the Underworld King, really holds significant weight in their eyes. I ran aimlessly in the sea all day, and the next day, the whole world exploded. The world government's newspapers were everywhere, with headlines scarier than the last. Shock. The newly promoted 5 Emperor, Luo-Ji, has gone insane, destroying Luo Island for his own selfish desires. Goodness, they dumped this huge black pot right on me. They said I slaughtered the entire island, annihilated the navies of the Flower Kingdom and the Sang Kingdom, and even razed the capital of the Sang Kingdom. The mud they slung was outrageous, turning me into a supervillain more brutal than the 4 emperors. When Dorag and the others received the news, their eyes nearly popped out. What's going on? Wazati had agreed that we would cooperate? How did the 8 Treasure Navy get wiped out too? Now, with Kuma also unreachable, everyone was bewildered. Do we really go crazy and slaughter everyone? Meanwhile, the one who truly witnessed everything, Pulitz, was in a tavern on some small island, trembling as he read the newspaper. He was clutching his chest, torn between his pounding conscience and the huge sum of money I had given him. This guy was conflicted. If he revealed the truth, the world government would hunt him down to the ends of the earth. But if he didn't wouldn't my kindness and the money be wasted? Who would clear my name from this great injustice? In the end, he slapped his thigh and decided that only children make choices. He wanted it all. He wanted his life, his conscience, and he wanted the money even more. He promptly gave himself a new alias, calling himself the Rapid Photo Hero, even changed his appearance. Got a new phone bug, and sent all the photos and information to Morgans in one go. When Morgans received this information, his beak was wide open, able to fit an egg inside. He knew how dangerous the situation was, but who was he afraid of? I'm a man who wants to be the king of news. Danger? What the hell is danger? Printed overnight. He wanted to use the facts to slap the world government hard in the face. I led everyone to escape to the surface, reboard the Ark of the Covenant, and headed straight for the doldrums. The people on the ship were still shaken and asked me if that last overwhelming aura was indeed the legendary world king. I had a very serious expression and explained to them. That's right. That is the ancient monster who has lived for 800 or 900 years. The ancestor of the celestial dragons, Imu-sama. At that moment, Frankie exclaimed, 800 or 900 years. His expression was like he was on a pirate ship and couldn't get off, filled with terror. Bonnie was more concerned about another matter. Nika, is the sun god? He was defeated? She looked at Bartolomeo in disbelief. Robin added softly from the side, in the historical text of Fishman Island, there is indeed a letter of apology left by Joy Boy. Bonnie immediately became emo, saying, my idol has fallen, everyone. My idol is actually a loser. I quickly explained, don't rush to panic. There are multiple Nika users, and Big Bear's ancestor might be one of them. Joy Boy was the last to awaken. And then the 800-year legacy was severed. After hearing this, Xiao felt even heavier. With the 5 elders plus a world king, it's so terrifying. Can we really change the world? I looked at him and said decisively, don't worry. The sun god and the sea king of this era will rise. And don't underestimate ourselves. We are strong too. We can change everything. Come on, what's him? A god scared by Joy Boy's domineering presence. He has weaknesses. As long as I can become stronger and pull him down from his pedestal as a stepping stone, it's not a problem. Just as I was inspiring everyone, Violet rushed over with a freshly bought newspaper, looking anxious. Luo G, we've been framed by the world government. Everyone gathered around to take a look, and they were all shocked. What? Luluo Island has been destroyed. The 8 treasure navy is also dead. These old geezers are too ruthless. Xiao tightly gripped his staff, shaking with anger. Big Bear was even more silent. He understood all too well the feeling of being slandered. He took out his din-din mushi and quickly contacted Dragon, fearing that our cooperation with the Revolutionary Army would fall apart because of this incident. I finished watching the news, and my face turned dark. Is suffering a blessing? Screw that. I was furious on the spot. What a world government. Since you don't play by the rules, then I won't play with you either. If you want to slander me, fine, then I'll give you a little bit of a 5 Emperor shock. I was originally planning to take it step by step. First dealing with the 7 warlords, and making steady progress. Now, the plan has changed. Let's go. We're heading straight to the new world. I shouted at Bartholomew Kuma. Give me the permanent pointer to Egghead Island. Upon hearing this, Bonnie's eyes lit up. Is Big Brother Luffy going to deal with that old light bulb? That's right. I'm going to take down the most important technological island of the world government all at once. Vegapunk, I'm claiming you. Kuma was taken aback. Captain, you want to recruit Dr. Vegapunk? Even Dragon couldn't do that. I chuckled and said, that's hesitation for you. But this is decisiveness for me. We have money in a place, and that old guy is carrying the world's government while researching historical texts. Sooner or later, he'll be silenced. Coming with us is his only way to survive. I'm ready, using both carrots and sticks, half persuading and half forcing. I will invite him onto the ship. I specifically reminded Bartholomew, don't tell Dragon about this. I don't want to compete with him for talent. I had already planned it in my heart. Doing it alone is a bit tiring. I need to recruit some people. Who to recruit? That's right, it's the Whitebeard Pirates. We're always looking to cure their old man. I'll bring them along to share the pressure. And besides, Whitebeard isn't interested in Vegapunk himself. He just wants to heal his injuries. This is called a win-win cooperation. Bartholomew thought for a moment and agreed. He might also feel that dealing with someone like Vegapunk requires more decisive methods than Dragon's gentlemanly approach. My ruthless tactics are more effective. With the plan set, the Arc Maxim immediately changed direction and sped towards the new world. The Gorosei and him thought they were surprising me. Huh? All right. I'll prepare an even bigger surprise for you. Just as we were speeding ahead, the New Day's newspaper was released. The entire world was left dumbfounded. The newspaper featured high-definition photos taken by Morgans, showcasing the 5 monstrous figures, the sky-darkening black magic circle, and the earth-shattering black rain of arrows. That sly old man Morgans didn't directly name the Gorosei, but he included a photo of one bald old man transforming into human form while stepping on a moonwalk. At this point, everyone understood. This clue was just a step away from revealing the Gains3's ID numbers. Once this news broke, the whole world erupted. But all major powers fell silent instead. Dragon was sweating profusely in Baltigo. It was the first time he realized how terrifying the world government's trump card was. The king of Flower Country was so terrified that he didn't even dare to hate. The four emperors were also intimidated. Big Mom raced back to Whole Cake Island at lightning speed, deciding to team up with Kaido for warmth. Kaido and King also felt that this situation was too deep to mess with, so they gave up on pursuing me and returned to Wano. On the red-haired pirate side, Shanks looked at the newspaper and murmured, they destroyed another island. Beckman took a deep puff of smoke and said that now no one would dare to provoke the celestial dragons. That kid Law had really dug his own grave. Finally, Shanks waved his hand and said retreat. Back to the new world. Everyone thought I was scared out of my wits and would definitely find a place to hide for a year or so. But they never expected that I not only didn't hide, but instead charged straight into the new world and sent a team-up invitation to the Whitebeard Pirates. On the Moby Dick, Ace rushed into the conference room with a transponder snail in hand, excitedly shouting to Marco and the others, brothers, I have great news. Law contacted me. He said he wants to steal Vegapunk. That old man's medical skills are the best in the world, combined with the healing fruit. There's a great chance he can heal Dad's internal injuries. He asked if we want in. Upon hearing that they could heal Dad, Sachi got anxious. Where? Is it dangerous? Ace confidently replied. What are we afraid of? With the two of our Yonko crews teaming up, even if all three admirals were there, we'd still take them down. Diamond Jozu pounded his chest. That's right. For Dad. We'd even dare to storm the Marine headquarters. Marco, as the ship's doctor and chief steward, thought for a moment and also felt this was feasible, decisively making the call. All right, let's discuss it with Dad. Whitebeard was initially a bit hesitant. After all, confronting the world government at this critical moment was too risky. But he couldn't resist the emotional appeals from his sons, who were earnestly persuading him. After a long internal struggle, looking at his dutiful sons, he finally steeled his heart, slapped his thigh, and agreed to this action. The operation was incredibly swift. I tell you, as soon as Morgan's report was released, the entire world erupted. The people of the world government turned pale, especially the Gains3, whose eyes turned red with rage, wishing they could crush Morgan's, that fat bird, into ashes on the spot. Well, in order to hide his little secret, had just personally destroyed an island, and now Morgan's had turned around and exposed their magic circle and the Gains3's transformed forms, complete with high-definition images. Now the whole world was speculating about what kind of divine being was behind that dark magic circle. One of the Gains3, Saint Vobis, even had his human form photographed. And now several kings from affiliated countries recognized him, instantly linking the Gains3 to those monsters. This time, Im truly broke through his defenses and directly ordered, put a bounty on Morgan's. Right now, immediately, on the Gains3 side, they were also in a state of panic. Their encirclement of Law had failed, and once the teleportation array malfunctioned, they were all reverted to their original forms. The two old men lurking in the North Sea and East Sea, Saint Nashiro and Saint Peter, figured that waiting any longer would be pointless. That kid Law had a sea water scroll, which was simply their nemesis for the teleportation array. There was no point in setting an ambush. So before slipping away, they went through the CP organization's monitoring list, tried to recruit anyone they could. If they couldn't recruit them, they eliminated them directly, firmly adopting a stance of, if I can't have it, neither can you, resolutely not giving Law the opportunity to expand his crew. On the side of Saint Satan, he was still on Egghead Island, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Bartholomew, this crucial piece, was taken away, and he was already unhappy about it. Now he felt that there was something unclear between Vegapunk, Kazuru, and Bartholomew and Bonnie. I tell you, he despised such melodramatic plots, fearing that Kazuru was really a Revolutionary Army undercover agent. So he decided he must give these two a warning. The command authority must firmly remain in the hands of the Gains3. St. Vobis also took the time to call and remind him, Old Satan, be careful. That traitor Bartholomew knows the location of Egghead Island. Don't lead those madmen of Law onto the island. Satan replied defiantly, Don't worry, if they dare to come. I'll instantly open the teleportation door and bring you all over, not giving them a chance to splash water on us. But he was also a bit apprehensive. After all, Egghead Island was full of treasures, and he really couldn't afford to lose them. On the Marine headquarters side, Fleet Admiral Sengoku had already fallen into despair. Just yesterday, he had held a press conference, sternly condemning Law's heinous crime of destroying islands, and today he was slapped in the face by Morgan's, the sound echoing. The credibility of the Marines? Shattered into pieces. Many Marine generals felt embarrassed, realizing that the true devil was actually their superior. Now, Law's theory of the world government being the biggest pirate crew was starting to gain traction within the Navy. Morale was scattered, and it was becoming harder to lead the troops. Vice Admiral Tsuru, the chief advisor, sighed in frustration. Even her granddaughter came to ask questions, and the faith in justice was beginning to waver. Akiji was even more affected. After reading the newspaper and recalling O'Hara from years ago, he directly entered work avoidance mode. Missions? What missions? I don't want to do it anymore. On Amazon Lily, Empress Hancock looked at the newspaper, feeling quite pleased. I knew that man would disdain doing such dirty work. She didn't believe this news yesterday, but now seeing it, she was convinced. Meanwhile, her mother-in-law next to her was anxiously jumping up and down. My queen, that's the sworn enemy of the celestial dragons. You must not get carried away and rebel with him. Hancock kicked her away in annoyance, then held the newspaper, her cheeks flushed as she began to daydream. Oh dear, if Law really came to Amazon Lily, would I resist? Or would I half-heartedly join him? He is so handsome. What if he proposes to me? Should I agree? Or should I agree? I was thinking to myself, girl, your imagination is incredible. You haven't even gotten started, and you're already thinking about what surname the child will take. In Dressrosa, Doflamingo held the newspaper, his hands trembling. The Knights of God, the Gorosei's monstrous forms. He looked at these cards that once belonged to his family, his veins bulging with anger. Why? Why can't I go back? After all, he had returned with his father's head back then. Now looking at Law's target of action, the pirate allied nations and the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo felt a chill. Wasn't he this just pure stacking? Who understands the pain of family? The buffs are filled to the brim. Is Luo Ji's next target me? He panicked, torn between wanting to collaborate with Luo Ji to deal with the celestial dragons and not wanting to give up his position as one of the 7 warlords. Just as he was conflicted, the call from the 5 elders came in, ordering him to find an opportunity to take out Morgans. Doflamingo laughed out loud in response. But in his heart, he thought, am I crazy? I'd rather Morgans spill more information. I'll just play along for now. On the other side, Stussy, the queen of the Pleasure District, received the same assassination mission. Let me tell you, this woman has a complicated identity. On the surface, she is the underground emperor. But in reality, she is CP0, and fundamentally, she is a clone and undercover agent of Dr. Vegapunk. After hanging up, her expression turned cold. Assassinating Morgans? That guy is terrified right now, constantly changing hideouts. Where'd she find him? This mission is as difficult as climbing to the sky. While the world was in chaos over this report, Morgans himself was not idle. The world government issued a bounty of 1 billion on him, nicknamed the Rumor Monger. Morgans exploded with anger upon seeing this and immediately had his subordinates take a handsome photo of him, then rushed to print a new bounty poster with the nickname News King, which he spread all over the world using his distribution channels. As a result, the official Rumormonger version was completely buried, and everyone was holding the News King poster. In this battle of public opinion, Morgans won decisively. And what about the Luo Ji pirates at the center of the storm? They had quietly crossed the calm belt, heading straight for Egghead Island. On the ship, Luo Ji directly asked Kuma and Bonnie, have you seen a huge robot on Egghead Island? His target this time was clear. He was going for that robot. Luo Ji then began to explain to everyone, saying that the robot was impressive because it hid a great treasure, the Conqueror's Haki compressed package left by Joy Boy. It was sealed in the knot of its belt. This thing is like a one-time nuclear bomb. Whoever unseals it can use it. Kuma was stunned. The doctor mentioned an abandoned ancient robot to me, saying he had been researching its energy source. That's right. It's the one. Luo Ji's eyes lit up. As long as we get our hands on it first, this trip to Egghead Island is guaranteed to succeed. Don't even mention one of the 5 elders. Even if all 5 of them come over, plus him himself, we won't be afraid. Once this was said, everyone on the ship got excited. A robot can take on the 5 elders? And him? What kind of black technology is this? Luo Ji chuckled and revealed another piece of information. This robot climbed up to Red Line 200 years ago and single-handedly tackled Mariehua. He continued, saying that in the original script, it was the sudden explosion of the Conqueror's Haki left on this robot that scared even I'm to his knees, indirectly saving the Straw Hat crew. But now, Luo Ji smiled like a villain, and I'll graciously accept this trump card left by Joy Boy. If I can absorb this Haki, my strength will definitely take off. Upon hearing this, everyone realized that this robot was Joy Boy's partner, and they were all energized. Bonnie and Yamato eagerly asked what the trump card was, but Luo-ji kept them in suspense. We'll tell you once we get the robot. At this moment, Yamato interjected. Did we also call Ace and the Whitebeard pirates this time? Luo-ji nodded. That's right, having another Yonko crew to share the pressure is great. However, this was overheard by Crocodile in the cage, and his face immediately turned dark. He was almost persuaded to join, but upon hearing about cooperating with Whitebeard, all his motivation vanished. Come on, one of his life goals was to personally take down Whitebeard. The crew was also a bit worried. After all, Whitebeard was an old senior with a big reputation, and they feared he might look down on these young ones. But Luo-ji calmly reassured everyone, don't worry. Whitebeard is old now, with injuries and ailments, and he needs our little princess Mamsh to treat him, along with Vegapunk as technology. The initiative is in our hands. They need us, so they can act tough. But on the other side, the old men of the world government were quite tough indeed. I'm telling you, the atmosphere on Egghead Island right now is simply crazy. One of the 5 elders, Saint Saturn, has been wandering around the island like a supervisor every day. What's he here for? 2 things. First, to pressure Kizaru. Our captain, Roji, has been spreading rumors that Kizaru is an undercover agent for the Revolutionary Army, leaving old Kizaru speechless. Second, is to deal with Vegapunk, that slippery old guy. Goodness, Vegapunk is quite a heavyweight. Back in the day, the world government invested heavily to create a counterfeit version of a dragon fruit, but this guy just tossed it into the trash, saying it had defects and the color was wrong. Guess what? It was picked up by Rebecca on our ship. Now Rebecca has a bounty of over 100 million and is using the dragon ability like a pro. Can you imagine how mad the 5 elders are? A color defect is a flaw. Come on, who understand this? It's like judging a cyber Dingjun skin. As long as it can fight, a pink dragon is still a dragon. So Saint Saturn watches closely every day. Kizaru can't argue back, and Vegapunk is scared out of his wits. I'm telling you, this old guy has so many hidden bombs in his heart. He's secretly researching the history texts, has connections with Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and has even infiltrated the CP organization with Stussy as a spy. Just one of these could be a crime punishable by extermination of 9 clans. The longer Saint Saturn stays, the closer he feels to his own demise, living every day on edge, feeling like he's sitting on pins and needles, with a sense of danger lurking. Saint Saturn checked around and found no major issues, but he just won't leave. Why? Because he's wary of us. He even gave Vegapunk a death order, telling him to hurry up and research something called the Mother Source, saying it relates to some National Treasure's energy core. Vegapunk pretends to understand, but he's almost crying inside, wondering when this big Buddha will finally leave. Just when the atmosphere on Egghead Island was tense enough to pull a thread, on the other side, Whitebeard's big ship, the Moby Dick, was foolishly heading this way. As soon as they arrived at Sabaody, the people on board exploded with questions. Marco and the others asked Ace, "Hey Ace, what's up with Roji? We agreed on an alliance. Why hasn't he even shown his face? Shouldn't a junior come to visit his old man first? Actually, we can't blame our captain. Think about it. When 2 Yonko crews meet, they would have to clash their Conqueror Haki first, causing the sky to crack as a greeting, right? That would make too much noise. We're here to steal, not to hold a concert, so we need to keep a low profile." Ace could only explain awkwardly. Roji said we can't alert the snakes, or else we might get wiped out by the 5 elders. Although Marco and the others felt a bit aggrieved, they realized that Whitebeard's health really couldn't handle too much commotion, so they accepted it. Thus, this huge white whale ship sailed in the direction Ace pointed, heading towards a mysterious sea area that wasn't even marked on the record pointer. Meanwhile, we, the Roji pirates, had already sneaked to the outskirts of Egghead Island. Our captain stood at the bow of the ship, calculated the time, and said to Kuma, "Let's go. We'll go in first and get that ancient robot. This wave will be secure." But the others on the ship disagreed. Haramaki and Ishiao said they could fly too, so they wanted to join. Yamato even suggested, "Why don't we all enter your scroll world? If there's danger, you can summon us like beasts." When our captain saw everyone's enthusiasm so high, he said, "All right, let's take action together." With a wave of his hand, he pulled all of us, along with the Red Poneglyph, into the scroll in one go. As for what to do if Whitebeard and the others showed up, let them figure it out themselves. We don't have time to entertain them. After gathering everyone, Law also gave himself and Bear a quick outfit change, turning into CP agents, wearing masks so no one would recognize them. Then, with Bear's meatball fruit ability activated, the 2 of them instantly teleported to Egghead Island. Upon landing, they were shocked to see the harbor filled with warships. It was clear that a big leader was present. Law's heart sank. Could it be that the Gains3 were actually on the island? They had to be more careful now. They couldn't afford to be caught. Just as Law and Bear began their infiltration far away on a happy street, Queen Stussy received intel about the Whitebeard pirates' movements. Upon seeing the direction of their voyage, she almost crushed the information in her hand. Isn't this the direction of Egghead Island, where Dr. Vegapunk is? She broke into a cold sweat, wondering if Whitebeard had stumbled in or was specifically coming for them. If a fight broke out, wouldn't the doctor be in danger? She quickly pulled out a din mushy and called Vegapunk first. Vegapunk had just finished a conversation with Saint Saturn and was feeling annoyed when the phone rang, startling him. Upon hearing that Whitebeard was coming, he was surprisingly less panicked. Why? Because there were Kazuru and Saint Saturn, the big boss on the island. No matter how powerful Whitebeard was, would he dare confront the Gains3 directly? He would probably get beaten up on the spot. When Stussy heard that those two were on the island, she also breathed a sigh of relief, but still warned Vegapunk to be cautious. Then she passed the news to the CP organization. This information quickly made its way up the chain, soon reaching the ears of the other Gains3. They were puzzled as to why Egghead Island had been exposed again. It seemed that they couldn't stay there any longer and needed to prepare to move. At the same time, orders were sent to Saint Saturn and the Navy to keep a close watch on Whitebeard and to strike hard if he dared to make a move. On Egghead Island, upon receiving the news, Saint Saturn frowned, thinking it was truly a troublesome time. He immediately ordered Kizaru, take some people to guard the coastline. If you see Whitebeard, warn him to get lost. Kizaru's face fell, feeling like a bitter melon. Was he really being sent to chase off Whitebeard? What a joke. He hoped his old man wouldn't get angry and knock him out with one punch. Just when most of the island's military force was being dispatched to the coastline, Law and Bear found their opportunity. They knocked out a team of CP agents, changed into black suits. And Law even used his ability to transform himself and Bear into other people's appearances, though Bear's size was impossible to change. The two of them headed against the flow of people directly towards the ruins where the ancient robot Emmet was stored. This scene was all captured by Vegapunk in a monitoring room. He was puzzled, wondering what these CP agents were doing. Why weren't they defending the front lines and instead running towards the junkyard? Were they after that robot? He quickly redirected more surveillance toward that area. Saint Saturn also sensed something was off and began to scan the entire island with a powerful observation Haki. Meanwhile, guided by Bear and using his foresight ability, Law safely made his way to the front of the robot Emmet. Without a word, he activated the power of observation, instantly locating the Conqueror's Haki that Joy Boy had left hidden within the robot's core. Treasure in hand, Law carefully stowed it away and casually stuffed the entire robot into the scroll. In the next moment, he unleashed a big move with the scroll, and all of us were released in one go. Brothers, it's showtime. Today, I'm going to take down that Gains3. As soon as we appeared, that powerful aura was instantly captured by Saint Satan. Vegapunk, seeing Bear and Bonnie on the monitor, almost had his eyes pop out. It's actually them. Saint Satan, instead of being surprised, laughed. You choose not to walk the path to heaven, yet you barge into hell. I didn't expect to find you here. He quickly realized that the Whitebeard pirates were just a decoy summoned by Luo-G. Without hesitation, he activated his ability to contact the other 5 elders, while a huge teleportation magic circle began to manifest on the ground. All officers below the rank of major, get to the port. Do not look directly at the descent of the gods. Saint Satan roared, instantly transforming into a giant bull spider, his crimson eyes scanning the entire area. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 4 differently colored magic circles appeared out of thin air, summoning a giant wild boar, a monstrous bird, a sandworm, and a skeletal warhorse, all descending with a destructive Conqueror's aura. The surrounding Marines and agents who hadn't had time to escape and dared to steal a glance had their heads explode on the spot. In the ruins of the factory, we felt the 5 terrifying auras, and even the usually fearless Huang Mu was a bit weak in the knees. Captain, can we really fight this? But Luo-G burst into laughter. Let loose and fight. Break through yourself in this desperate situation. If anyone can't hold on, I have a backup plan that can kick all 4 of them back. And in the end, we'll take him down 5 against 1. Hearing there was a backup plan, everyone instantly gained confidence. Luo-G directly began assigning roles. Bear, you go deal with Saint Satan. He's the one who killed Jinny. Go take your revenge. Uncle Xiao, you deal with that bird. Pull it down from the sky with gravity. Huang Mu, that sandworm is yours. Overcome your fear of the celestial dragons. Yamato, that skeletal horse uses ice powers, which is a perfect match for you. Go take it down. As for the strongest wild boar, Luo-G's eyes sharpened. He wanted to confront it himself. All right, Yamato was the first to respond, filled with fighting spirit. Upon hearing about Jinny's death, Bear's eyes instantly turned blood red. Little ones, the war has begun. With Luo Ji's command, countless scroll beasts appeared out of nowhere, overwhelming the area. In an instant, 7 Conquerors' auras erupted from Egghead Island. Splitting the sky, the Whitebeard pirates, who were confronting the Yellow Monkey's fleet, were left stunned. The Yellow Monkey was first taken aback, then ecstatic. The 5 elders have all come. That kid Luo Ji is doomed. Old man, Luo Ji and the others have been ambushed. We need to save them. Ace was sweating profusely with anxiety. The Yellow Monkey immediately called out sarcastically, Whitebeard, think carefully. Are you willing to go to war with our world government for an outsider? He is not your son. Ace wanted to shout again, but was stopped by Whitebeard. Quiet, Ace. Whitebeard's expression was uncertain. To be honest, he hesitated. This was no longer a simple treasure hunt, but a direct confrontation with the highest authority in the world. Was it worth it to sacrifice hundreds of sons to heal himself? His current body could not sustain such a level of war. Other captains on the ship also held back the impulsive Ace, feeling that it wasn't worth risking everything for the Luo Ji pirates. Meanwhile, at the back of the crowd, Blackbeard Teach's eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was plotting in his heart. I tell you, this old guy's mind is working overtime. He looks at the towering light beam on the island, and his heart is filled with mixed feelings. On one hand, he feels schadenfreude, thinking that this arrogant kid, Roji, deserves to be hammered. Look, he hasn't even warmed the throne of the 5 emperors, and he's about to be gone. On the other hand, he feels a pang of regret, wondering how such an incredible prophetic ability, so many powerful subordinates, and that legendary design of the underworld king ended up in the hands of such a reckless youth. If it were in the hands of Teach, he would definitely play it better than anyone else. Destiny is really unfair. Just as Teach was feeling this way, on the bow of the ship, Whitebeard finally spoke up. I tell you, the old man is really feeling his age now. His sharpness isn't is strong, and he has thinking more. He doesn't want Ace to feel disheartened, but he doesn't want to risk his entire family of sons for a pirate crew that he doesn't have a deep connection with. After all, they're the 5 elders, not just any random people. So he can only advise Ace, son, the island is too dangerous. We can't just barge in. But we can help hold off that flash from the outside, relieve some pressure for them. He even brought up Roji's own ability. Didn't you say he can predict? Then you have to trust him. Maybe he has already arranged a way out, and we don't need to worry. After hearing this, Ace's expression was a mix of frustration and helplessness. He hated himself for not being strong enough. If he had the strength of an emperor, he wouldn't need to care about his father's feelings. He could rush in alone to save his brother. But he can't be so selfish as to drag the entire Whitebeard pirates down with him. Beside him, Marco quickly came over, patted his shoulder, and whispered, Ace, trust Roji and trust Dad. He was also anxious. He was counting on the healing fruit user on Roji's ship to help Dad, but now that S all gone. Ace took a deep breath, turning all his unwillingness into flames, suddenly raising his head and glaring fiercely at Kizuru's fleet. All right, then let us do it. We'll relieve some pressure for Roji and the others right here. Goodness, the people on Kizuru's side were stunned. He originally just wanted to drag things out a bit, but now Whitebeard's crew was fired up again. His old face instantly fell, looking like a bitter melon. As long as Whitebeard himself didn't make a move, it was fine for him to put on a show with these captains, but if it got serious, he couldn't handle it. As a result, Whitebeard directly gave the order, Marco, Ace, you two go and meet that Kizuru. It's just right for you to be sparring partners. All right. As soon as the words fell, 2 flames, 1 blue and 1 orange, shot toward Kizuru's face like cannonballs. The Navy fleet immediately sounded alarms, and powerful captains like Diamond Jozu and Flower Sword Vista shouted as they charged up, the 2 sides instantly colliding with a thunderous roar. Meanwhile, on Egghead Island, the real hard battle was just beginning. The 5 monsters transformed from the 5 elders marched heavily toward the factory level. But to their surprise, Roji and his 4 companions were actually standing there, waiting for them without running away. This left the 5 old monsters dumbfounded. What's going on? These ants really want to clash with their 5 immortal deities? Roji didn't even regard these 5 old monsters. He turned to Bonnie and the others and said, you guys take Robin and those summoned beasts I drew and go capture Vegapunk for me. I tell you, Roji is truly arrogant. This time he plans to use the 5 elders as a whetstone to specifically train his Haki and swordsmanship. And he doesn't even need those summoned beasts, so he simply lets the women's army clear the small monsters. Bonnie and the others knew that this was not the time for sentimental matters, so they nodded heavily and rushed toward the upper level of the research facility. Not running away. The boar-shaped Yorkie Saint's voice was like muffled thunder. Roji licked his lips and drew the two swords Yinma and the second-generation Onihira from his scroll, with black and red lightning instantly wrapping around the blades, the Haki practically tearing through the air. Hold on, everyone. I don't want this fight to end so quickly. His four companions instantly entered battle mode. Yisheng drew his staff sword, and the purple gravity halo spread out in circles. Yamato transformed into a half-human, half-beast form, wielding a wolf fawn club thicker than herself. Kuma took off his gloves, his iron fists radiating a rich Haki like black gold. His eyes filled with hatred that almost became tangible, locking onto the spider-shaped Satan Saint. Even the wild shepherd turned his whole body into trees, rooting into the ground, preparing for a prolonged battle. You lot, kill! Roji roared, the first to charge out, aiming directly at the high-temperature boar. Two-sword style, twin dragon strangle the sun. Oomph, kid, too tender. The wild boar's tusks were wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, directly crashing against Roji's blade. Boom! The entire sky seemed to be torn apart by this collision. On the other side, Yamato also roared as she charged toward the skeletal horse-shaped Nasu Shuru Saint. Great Wada, thunderous 8 trigrams. Nasu Shuru Saint drew the first-generation Onihira, also wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, and the sword and club clashed violently. A terrifying chill instantly erupted, causing ghostly blue snow to fall around them. Yisheng was even more heavyweight. I tell you, he is really not adhering to martial ethics. He came up without saying a word. A gravity blade directly pinned the flying bird-shaped Moss Saint to the ground, and then a massive meteorite came crashing down from the sky. Moss Saint was furious, charging out despite the gravity, clawing at Yisheng, only to have his attack firmly blocked by Yisheng's counterblade. Meanwhile, Satan Saint was distracted by the meteorite, and in the next second, Kuma's figure suddenly vanished before him. In the next moment, a punch full of endless hatred slammed solidly into his face. Return me Jinny's life. With a loud bang, Satan Saint was blasted away like a cannonball, crashing through 10 buildings, half of his body completely destroyed. You despicable slave. Satan Saint turned red with rage. He was actually hit by his former slave. It was a tremendous humiliation. On the other side, the wild shepherd was also engaged with the deadly sandworm. The sandworm burrowed into the ground and bit off half of the wild shepherd's body, causing him to scream in pain. But these two were practically bugs. One was the immortal forest, the other was infinite regeneration. You bite me once, I'll smash you once, and then everyone instantly returns to their original state, focusing on mutual scrapes, neither able to kill the other. In the research facility, Vegapunk was watching the surveillance footage, his jaw nearly dropped in shock. He originally thought Roji and his crew would be annihilated in an instant, but what happened? 5 people were actually blocking 5 deities, especially Kuma, who was chasing and beating Satan's Saint, completely overturning his worldview. The battle situation was thus stalemated. Roji faced the most defensively strong Yorkie Saint. Although he couldn't break through the defense, relying on his speed, he kept dodging and frantically learning the opponent's Conqueror's Haki wrapping technique. I tell you, Roji is truly cunning. He is basically attending a live class, taking the old monster's hundreds of years of combat experience as his own nourishment. Yamato faced the second strongest Nasu Shuru Saint, and was slightly suppressed due to lack of experience. On the other hand, Ishiao was at a significant advantage. The gravity fruit completely countered that Birdman, leaving him without the ability to fight back. Bartholomew Kuma and Saint Satan were purely venting their frustrations through mutual brawling. Kuma was covered in blood, but Saint Satan wasn't faring any better, nearly losing control due to the beating he was taking. Saint Jorel noticed that this stalemate couldn't continue, so he secretly transmitted to Saint Satan, "Take down Kuma first. Don't let him use the pawpaw fruit to bounce people away." Upon receiving the order, Saint Satan's attacks became even more frenzied. The battle on the island was earth-shattering, and the battlefield in the open sea was equally intense. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates were indiscriminately slaughtering. The 9 marine vice-admirals were being held back by Diamond Jozu and Flower Sorvista, who managed to restrain 4 of them while forcing them into retreat, leaving the rest unable to withstand the fierce assaults from the other captains. Kizaru was being suppressed by Marco and Ace working together, only able to send a few light clones for support, which was utterly futile. His long face was nearly dripping with sweat. He couldn't fight back, nor could he retreat, and he could only watch helplessly as his subordinates were beaten up while he had to spar with Ace. He even tried to sow discord, asking Marco if he was truly willing to give the air position to the newcomer Ace. However, Marco wasn't buying it at all and shot back. Cut it out. Ace's potential is greater than mine. He can lead the crew further. I'm actually happy about it. Whitebeard stood at the bow of the ship, watching the 7 Conquerors Haki clashing fiercely on the island, his expression growing more serious. These youngsters from the Roger Pirates were truly full of surprises. He began to ponder whether he should personally step in, risking drawing out that unknown entity to lend them a hand. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the battle between the 5 Elders and the Roger Pirates at the upper levels of the Research Institute, Bonnie and the others had already reached the entrance of Vegapunk's lab. Aisha's observation Haki seemed to be operating at full capacity, providing early warnings. Charlie's prophetic ability was precise to the second. A heavy-set man with an axe would appear from that door in 3 seconds. It was Bartholomew. Bonnie immediately recognized this bodyguard of Vegapunk. Don't be afraid. Let's go together. Rebecca shouted with high morale. She also released her 2 mythical beasts. Bonnie looked down at Kuma fighting valiantly, her heart aching, and with a roar, her body suddenly expanded into a small giant, charging ahead. For the sake of the Roger Pirates. Charge! Twisted Future, Giant's Fist. Just as Bartholomew peeked out from the door, a fist larger than his entire body came flying toward him. Instinctively, he raised his giant axe to block, unleashing all his Conqueror's Haki, but he was still sent flying, along with his axe, crashing heavily against the wall. And guess what? It was Bonnie who struck. I'm telling you, this girl is incredibly fierce now. She sent Bartholomew flying with a single punch and was jumping up and down in celebration. You have to understand, previously, watching Bartholomew was like witnessing a deity descend. But now, under Roger's guidance, she truly understood how to use the SS fruit. Her explosive power was off the charts. However, Bartholomew was also a tough guy. Shaking his head, he got up as if nothing had happened. His ability to take a beating was max. He glared at Bonnie, furious. Bonnie, are you trying to kidnap the doctor? Let me tell you, this guy is really straightforward. To Vegapunk, that's a benefactor, a boss, even like a father. He protects him with his life. As a result, Bonnie, that girl, really doesn't treat us as outsiders. With her hands on her hips, she boldly declared, that old man studying history is guilty. If you don't want him to be killed by the world government, you better get out of here quickly. Even if you don't leave, we're going to take you down. Goodness. I was sweating for Vegapunk in the monitoring room. Cold sweat started pouring down that big light bulb on his forehead. He must have been thinking, it's over, I'm done for, now the whole world knows. This girl seemed afraid that the Gains3 wouldn't hear. My escape plan hasn't even been figured out yet, and now I might be held accountable early. Without giving Bartolomeo any time to react, our group of ladies, Robin, Violet, Baby 5, charged in like a wave. The scene was chaotic, with various devil fruit abilities flying toward him like they were free. It was like gods fighting. Bartolomeo took it all on by himself. But 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. In the end, he was still knocked over by Kaishiro with a single slash. And then Leo from the Little People used his sowing fruit to pin him down to the ground, unable to move at all. Bonnie transformed back in her little girl form and jumped on Bartolomeo's stomach, patting his face and saying, I told you, I would take you down. Bartolomeo was quite unconvinced. If it weren't for Uncle Kazura not being here, would you guys be so arrogant? At this moment, Vegapunk walked out of the monitoring room himself. The bodyguard had fallen, and he knew he couldn't hide anymore. He looked at Bonnie with suspicion. Does her Captain Lodge have a backup plan to deal with the Gains3? No wonder he didn't believe it. We rushed into the monitoring room, and the screens on the wall showed a fierce battle outside. The Whitebeard pirates were indeed fierce, with Diamond Jozu and Vista chasing and slashing at a Marine Vice Admiral. The Marine defense line was about to collapse. But on our side, Kuma and Yamato were obviously being pressured by the Gains3, and it looked like they were about to break. Bonnie saw her father Kuma covered in blood. Her eyes turned red with worry, and she shouted at Vegapunk. My brother Lodge said it's okay. Looking at our Captain Lodge, that was thrilling. He was crazily predicting the future to help Kuma and Yamato block attacks, while also stealing techniques from that Gains3 who had turned into a wild boar. Goodness. That Gains3 used Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki to create something called Conqueror's Armament, as tough as a moving fortress, and Lodge was going head-to-head, learning while taking hits. The Gains3 looked dumbfounded, probably thinking, this kid's talent is truly monstrous, but he's also ruthless. He is willing to risk his life to learn techniques. Just to wear me out. Lodge truly dared to learn. He took a direct hit from the Conqueror's Haki roar, was sent flying and coughing up blood. Yet he laughed wildly. Got it. This will be my weapon to take you down in the future. Just as he was about to be taken away by a combo attack, he pulled out a scroll and shouted, "Water release. Who repairs the dam?" Let me tell you, a torrential flood instantly submerged the entire battlefield. A devil fruit user using seawater as cover. Who understands this operation? Everyone was stunned by this move and rushed to the sky to avoid the water. Lodge took advantage of the chaos, moved like a snake in the water, and directly circled behind another Gorosei, Saturn, preparing to ambush him together with Kuma. At that moment, something truly big was about to happen. A cold voice suddenly echoed in the minds of the Gorosei. It was him, the king of the world. He was watching the live broadcast from Mary Geos, and seeing the battle going so poorly, he was furious, cursing the Gorosei as useless, and then ordered, "All of you get out of the way. I will personally execute this D-clan." Hearing their master speak, the Gorosei were incredibly excited. Saturn took a direct hit from Kuma, bracing his decaying body, and opened a massive black teleportation portal in midair, shouting frantically, "Welcome my god's descent." The momentum was, let me tell you, earth-shattering. The entire island trembled, and black-red lightning was flashing everywhere. In the monitoring room, Vegapunk turned pale, cold sweat pouring down like rain, grabbing Bonnie and shouting, "Where's your captain's backup plan? If you don't bring it out, we're all finished." Bonnie was also a bit shaken by the situation. At the critical moment, it was still Shirahoshi who stepped forward, shouting, "Believe in Lodge. I've divined that he is the man who will collapse the Red Line in the future." On the battlefield, Yamato was already cornered by two Gorosei and was prepared to fight to the death. Ikkaku and Aramaki wanted help, but were too late. In the sky, countless shadow arrows rained down from Im's portal toward Lodge and Kuma. Just at this critical moment, our Captain Lodge finally pulled out his trump card, a seemingly ordinary night. He shouted to the sky, "Im, Joy Boy calls you home to kneel." Then he tore the knot apart. In that instant, the whole world fell silent. A force that did not belong to this era, a world-destroying Conqueror's Haki, erupted. The four powerful Gorosei couldn't even maintain their mythical beast forms and were directly reverted to their original state. Then, poof, they disappeared. They were forcibly sent back to their homeland by this Haki. The cool teleportation portal in the sky shattered on the spot. On the Holy Land side, Im himself fell to his knees with a thud, eyes bloodshot, trembling all over, muttering, "Why? Why is there that bastard's Conqueror's Haki?" Looking back at Egghead Island, the battlefield was left with only Saturn, standing there all alone, stunned. Where are his teammates? Where are my big teammates? They were all gone. Lodge tied that rope around his waist, grabbed his twin swords, and charged forward, laughing wildly. Who was so arrogant just now? Kuma, Yamato, Ikkaku, Aramaki, everyone, rushed to surround Saturn. The tides of fortune had turned. Now it was his turn to experience what despair truly meant. In the monitoring room, we were all shaken by that Haki to the point of confusion. All the screens went black, and the Den Mushi were all dizzy. Vegapunk was completely stunned, getting up and asking, What happened?" Bonnie and the others were so excited, shouting that it was Captain Lodge's backup plan. And then they all rushed to the battlefield, wanting to drag Vegapunk, this valuable prize, along with them. As for the battle outside the sea, it had long since stopped. Whether it was Kazuru or Whitebeard, they were both stunned by the two consecutive eruptions of terrifying Haki, their expressions completely out of control. Both probably thinking the same thing. Who the hell? Whose Conqueror's Haki is this? I tell you, Whitebeard's eyes were bulging out, bigger than the rings on his massive Naginata. Inside, he was feeling a storm of emotions. This Conqueror's Haki, what red-haired, what Roger, what Rocks, all had to step aside. This was no longer just strong. It was outrageous, a monster among monsters. On the other side, Kizaru was sweating profusely, his lewd, old face nearly wrinkled into a mess. Frantically calculating in his mind, something was off with the situation. How did a favorable situation turn into a deadly one in an instant? As a yellow monkey, should he go back to save the surrounded Satan Saint, or continue to struggle against Whitebeard and his crew? It's over, it's a disaster. That foolish ace was all excited, acting like a fool, shouting, "Dad, it's Roger's backup plan." I knew he had a way. He only noticed the teleportation portal disappeared, and didn't he realize that along with it, four of the Gorosei as Conqueror as Haki also vanished. Whitebeard looked at Ace, feeling a mix of emotions. He understood now. The D-clan that Roger mentioned, which could topple the world, was probably this kid, Luffy, and had little to do with his foolish son. Forget it. Ace is a child lacking paternal love, so let him be a happy good boy with me. Saving the world is best left to the professionals. As for that black fat guy named Teach on the ship, Let him continue to eat and wait for death. Having figured it out, Whitebeard was also a decisive man. Kizaru had already ordered the Navy fleet to retreat, and he transformed into a beam of light and rushed towards the island, probably to see if he could salvage something. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates asked, "Dad, are we chasing?" Whitebeard laughed heartily and waved his hand domineeringly. "Chase what? Let us go onto the island. I want to meet that Luffy and see what kind of god can stand up to the Gains3. I tell you, Whitebeard really sees Luigi as a peer now. And Luigi even promised to treat his illness, so he must go." Thus, the entire Whitebeard pirates set off towards Egghead Island with great momentum. Meanwhile on the island, over at the factory area, Saint Satan has been surrounded by my brother Luigi and his 4 companions, and he is so scared that his face has turned pale. He desperately tries to contact his companions outside, but it's of no use. The signal is completely blocked, and he can't even transform. He is probably cursing in his heart. Is this Conqueror's Haki equipped with directional GPS? Why is it specifically targeting us 5 elders? That brat Green Bull is the most arrogant, cackling away. "Captain, we're about to capture a 5 elder as a hostage. The entire pirate world will have to pay homage to us." Saint Satan panics and starts his dying struggle, painting a rosy picture for Green Bull and Xiao. "You too, don't hang out with pirates. Join our world government, and I guarantee you'll become admirals immediately." Brother Xiao, expressionless, replies, "I am a liberator, not a pirate. You parasites are not worthy of discussing justice." Goodness, Green Bull completely lost it, pointing at him and cursing, "Damn, why didn't you come to recruit me when I was in prison? Now my bounty is 13 billion, and you just thought of it? Too late. I just want to kill you now." My brother Luo, G, couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. With a cold glance, he said one word, "Go." Instantly, 5 people charged forward like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey, delivering a beating to Saint Satan. By the time Bonnie and the others arrived, they witnessed this spectacle. The 5 elders, the highest authority in the world. They were being pressed down and rubbed against the ground like a broken sandbag. Bonnie was so excited she was about to pop open champagne, shouting, "Brother Luo G is awesome. Beat this old monster to death." That brat Green Bull wanted to join in on the fun, so he went up and took a bite of Saint Satan's flesh with his vines, only to vomit immediately, saying the taste was even worse than a devil fruit, like a pair of stinky socks that had been left out for 100 years. My elder brother saw that the old man couldn't squeeze out any more profit, so he directly took out a high-purity sea tower stone handcuff and snapped it on. Saint collapsed on the spot, trembling like a winnowing basket. He knew that once Lord M found out he had been captured, his remote execution would not be far behind. Just then, a golden light flashed. Kizaru had arrived. As soon as he entered, he saw Saint being drained like a dead dog, and he was stunned. He forced himself to shout, "Everyone, don't harm Lord Gains3. We are willing to pay for his release." Saint clung to this lifeline like crazy and shouted, "Yes. 1 billion. No, 5 billion berries. Let me go." My older brother Luo Geely ignores him and focuses intently on painting with that old Deng's blood. Meanwhile, Huang Yuan is still there advising, "Captain Luo G, this is the highest power in the world. You must think it through." My elder brother didn't even lift his head and suddenly laughed, throwing a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs at Kizaru. "All right, a life for a life. Kizaru, you cuff yourself, and I'll release him immediately." Kizaru's face turned green at that moment, cursing Luo in his heart 1,000 times. Isn't this a pure trap? Satan didn't care about that and directly issued a death order. "Borsellino, I command you, immediately bind your own hands." Kizaru's face was a mask of pain. Just as he was struggling, Satan suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream from the ground, desperately shouting, "Lord M, spare me." Before he could finish, black flames erupted from his body, instantly turning him into a skeleton. Remote termination activated. My elder brother was so angry that he was stomping his feet. Damn. We were so close. That damn him. He is not upset about the death of a person. He is upset about his nearly completed god-level painting being ruined. Kizaru also lost his composure, pointing at Luffy and shouting, "You killed the Gains3? What the hell are you talking about, yellow monkey?" My elder brother retorted, "It was him who did it. The king of the world, M, granted them immortality, so he could take their lives away at any time." This was too much information for Vegapunk, who was like a curious child asking questions. Bonnie immediately jumped out to answer, like a proud little peacock, revealing all the secrets about him being an ancient monster who has lived for 800 years and the immortality surgery from the op fruit. My elder brother's eyes changed again after listening, staring intently at Kizaru. Goodness, The blood used to draw the bull demon is gone. But using the blood of the glint fruit to make up for it isn't bad. What kind of person is Kizaru? His observation, Haki, instantly alerted him, and he swiftly flashed far away. As soon as my elder brother saw that he was about to run away, he immediately activated his verbal escape mode, trying to persuade him with reason and emotion. Hey, Kizaru, don't run. Your friend Vegapunk and your nephew Bonnie are here with me. You'll get punished when you go back anyway, so why not stay? I'll give you 10 times your salary and cover your retirement, and you can just be Vegapunk's bodyguard, with paid vacations. Kizaru initially wanted to slip away, but upon hearing this, he turned to look at Vegapunk and hesitated. As a result, Vegapunk, the honest man with touching emotional intelligence, shouted, Borsellino, don't worry about me. Go pursue your own justice. Bonnie, furious, jumped up and smacked him on the head. Shut up, you lightbulb head. Don't hinder my brother Luigi from recruiting people. Just as Kizaru was about to have a mental breakdown, a thunderous gulalala suddenly echoed from afar. Luigi brat, let me see what big things you've done. It was Whitebeard. The Whitebeard pirates had arrived. Upon hearing this, Kizaru's face changed. If he didn't run now, he would really be in trouble. He shouted to Vegapunk that he would find a way to save them, then instantly transformed into a beam of light and fled without looking back. My eldest brother clicked his tongue in regret, but immediately shifted his focus to Vegapunk. Old Vegapunk, do you have any blood samples of the yellow monkey in your lab? Vegapunk hesitated for a moment and nodded. Yes, I have a little. Great. My eldest brother was delighted. This was a win. At that moment, Whitebeard's overwhelming presence had already descended. My eldest brother stood before everyone, his aura fully unleashed, confronting it head-on. You guys, show some spirit. We're the emperors. We can't lose face. Ace was the first to rush over. Seeing the tense atmosphere, he was startled and quickly shouted, Hey, don't fight. We're here to collect our reward. My big brother laughed heartily, easing the tension. But Whitebeard had already charged forward, wielding his Naginata, and laughed with fighting spirit. Rogers, dare to go to war with the elders? Let me test your mettle. Just what I wanted. My big brother is also a battle maniac. He drew out the second generation of the ghoul and wrapped it in Conqueror's Haki, with black and red lightning crackling. Marco grabbed Ace, who wanted to mediate. Watch closely. Learn well. This is the greeting between kings. In the next moment, my big brother's Conqueror's Haki surged like a floodgate bursting open, and the blade in his hand extended into a translucent 40-meter blade of light. He shouted, Roger has the divine avoidance, and this move is called divine mourning. Even if a god comes, they must die. Whitebeard looked at the terrifying blade of Conqueror's Haki. His pupils suddenly constricted, and he exclaimed, Gururara, good kid, but that even more outrageous Conqueror's Haki. Wasn't it yours? I tell you, that thing belongs to Joy Boy, but I swear, I will surpass him sooner or later. That kid Luo-G, with both hands gripping the 40-meter-long Conqueror's Haki sword, had his aura reach its peak. His gaze was like a hungry wolf spotting meat, fixated on the charging Whitebeard. Upon hearing Joy Boy, Whitebeard was momentarily stunned, but then he erupted with his signature laughter. Gururara, good. I hope you can surpass everyone. Come, take my attack. Man, let me tell you, that scene was incredible. Whitebeard leapt into the air, and that sword called Sonyan Xie was actually pressed into an exaggerated crescent shape. This was no joke. He had layered on armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki, and even the powers of the Tremor fruit. With this strike, it felt like the entire island was about to disappear. Luo-G wasn't backing down either, roaring divine death, as the 40-meter-long sword shot forth like a laser cannon, aiming straight at Whitebeard's blade light. Boom! I was dumbfounded at that moment. Their blades didn't even touch. It was just a clash in the air, and the entire ground was instantly blown away, turning the stones into powder. The clouds that had just drifted by were once again shattered, and black-red lightning was darting around as if it were free. Ace's mouth was agape, big enough to fit an egg, shouting, the blades didn't clash. No kidding, we all saw it. Bonnie and the other girls were clinging tightly to the bear, their bodies being blown around like kites behind it. Yamato was so excited, planting a stick into the ground to steady herself, her eyes filled with stars, probably wondering if her father Kaido fought like this too. The over there was screaming, monsters! They're all monsters! He must have been in shock, unable to comprehend that not long ago, it seemed like Luffy wasn't this outrageous. How did he suddenly seem to be on par with the five elders? As if he was cheating? Is this how Conqueror's Haki works? I tell you, the look on his face was one of envy, almost drooling. Vegapunk was stomping his feet in distress. My factory. My hard work. But then he thought, since he was going to run away anyway, it was all just left behind. And his mood improved just a little bit. The captains on Whitebeard's side were also dumbfounded, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Luffy actually blocked one of Pop's strikes? In their minds, Whitebeard was the embodiment of invincibility, and now suddenly there was a young guy who could match him. Who could handle that? I have to say, the one who feels the most uncomfortable in the crowd is that black and chubby guy, Tiki. His honest face is about to crack, and his eyes are almost turning green. That expression, who understands it among the family? It's as sour as drinking a vat of vinegar. As the smoke and dust cleared, Luo-Ji and Whitebeard stood firmly in place, looking at each other. Whitebeard took a breath and then let out his trademark big laugh. Gulalala. Kid, you're stronger than I and Roger were back in the day. When we were your age, we were still playing in the mud. His praise is absurdly high. You have to know that Roger only became famous at 25, and Whitebeard only formed his crew at 36. Kaido was still an intern back then. Luo-Ji, not modest at all, directly replied, if I weren't stronger than you, how could I have toppled the world government and rubbed the Gains3 and that guy named him into the ground? Gulalala. So bold. Whitebeard laughed even more happily, probably thinking to himself that if Ace had even half of this kid's ambition, it would be great. However, he was also a bit puzzled. Who is that world king? Him? Luo-Ji saw that the atmosphere was just right and smiled, saying, thanks for coming to help hold off Kizaru this time. Otherwise, we would really be in trouble. This was true. Without the Whitebeard pirates holding them back, how would they have the chance to level up one-on-one with the Gains3? Luo-Ji himself would have learned so many Conqueror's Haki techniques from them. Once the conversation opened up, both sides gathered around. Ace and Marco turned into two flames. One orange and one blue, instantly flying to Whitebeard's side, looking incredibly cool. Whitebeard's over a dozen division commanders all surrounded them, each resembling an iron tower, their imposing presence creating a dense atmosphere. Of course, we can't lose here. Yamato jumped beside Roji while carrying a kanabo, and both Maki and Ishao floated down. Deshiong brought the rest of us forward. Wow, the two major Five Emperors crews are officially meeting. Both sides are secretly competing, focusing on not losing their momentum. On Whitebeard's side, everyone is like little giants, with Ace, who is 185 meters tall, surprisingly the shortest among the captains. Bonnie immediately transformed into her giant form upon seeing this, matching Deshiong's height to make a strong impression. Nakaimaru and Komichio also transformed, each more imposing than the last, and even Rebecca turned into a half-dragon form. The opposing side was also whispering. Those two pets are actually mythical Zoans? That pink-haired girl looks so much like Kaido's dragon. Maki and Ishao's presence is also quite powerful. I tell you, we are also shocked to see them here. 16 division commanders. The title of the world's strongest pirate crew is not just for show. The number of strong fighters is terrifying. After Whitebeard assessed the people on our side, he spoke again. Garara, Luo-Ji, your crew is stronger than that red-haired kid's Iron Wall crew. How about it? Are you interested in snatching the Red Poneglyph from Kaido and Big Mom and finding the one piece left by that bastard Roger? Upon hearing this, Luo-Ji remained incredibly calm. One Piece is of no use to me. It's just some history and prophecies. However, my archaeologist on board wants to see it, so we can go take a trip. My ultimate goal is to take down him. As soon as this was said, Teach couldn't hold back and almost shouted out. When he saw everyone looking at him, he quickly put on a naive smile, sweating profusely. He probably had his mind full of ancient weapons and world domination, only for Luo-Ji to tell him that there were no treasures there. Whitebeard glanced at this foolish son, probably feeling disappointed again. Luo-Ji also gave Teach a meaningful look. This kid hasn't even grown that iconic big beard yet. In fact, it wasn't just Teach who was nervous. Ace was also anxious. He dreamed of having Whitebeard become the Pirate King, completely overshadowing his bastard father, Roger. Now hearing that Whitebeard wanted to pass the title of Pirate King to Luo-Ji, how could he not be anxious? Do you know the news about Laugh-Tale? Whitebeard asked curiously. Let's put that aside for now. Luo-Ji waved his hand. First, let's get to the main matter. Treating you is a priority. Right. Let's treat Dad first. Ace quickly chimed in, fearing that if they continued talking, Dad would really hand the title of Pirate King over to someone else. Marco also joined in to persuade, as he understood Dad's feelings and sympathized with Ace. It was difficult being caught in the middle. Thus, under the enthusiastic push from Ace and Marco, the treatment officially began. Luo-Ji had Princess Man Shirley take the lead, with Vegapunk assisting, formulating a complete treatment plan. While Whitebeard was being treated, Luo-Ji was thinking quickly. Under the pretense of needing blood samples to create a healing dandelion, he began to fleece them openly. Man Shirley demonstrated her healing ability on the spot, and the effect was outstanding. Whitebeard's division commanders saw that this was reliable, so they all volunteered to donate blood. Without hesitation, Luo first drew a few tubes from Ace and Marco, and now he had all the material for the Flame Spirit and the Phoenix. I tell you, this was a huge profit. Vegapunk was even overjoyed, having received blood sample from Whitebeard's Gura no Mi, Diamond Jozu's Sparkling Fruit, various Paramecia blood samples until his hands were sore. His Seraphim Project S material library was instantly full. Luo was even already planning to create an artificial Azure Dragon, then an artificial Phoenix, and an artificial Kaido. He was going to get rich. This trip to Egghead Island was simply worth it. The most outrageous part was that Luo, under the guise of donating blood and showing filial piety, forcibly drew almost half a bucket of blood from Teach. In front of all the division commanders, if Teach didn't give it, he would be seen as an unfilial son. His face turned as dark as a pot bottom. Watching as Baby 5 drew several large tubes, not daring to utter a word. He probably couldn't understand how he could be targeted by Luo despite hiding so deeply. In the laboratory, Vegapunk provided the final plan. Time was too tight, so only a simple treatment could be done. However, Princess Man Shirley's ability had already repaired most of the internal injuries. The remaining functional degradation was a natural law, and there was nothing I could do about it. Whitebeard was quite bold. Garara, as long as I can drink and eat heartily again, that's fine. He made the decision right away, knowing full well that if the Gorosei came back, the two crews combined would be in big trouble. Just as we were in a friendly atmosphere, I tell you, Mary Geos was in chaos. In the world's highest power office, a cool old guy wearing sunglasses, dressed in the Gorosei's black suit, walked in directly, sitting down in Saint Saturn's position. The other 4 Gorosei were shocked. Gallon, you, that cool old guy, Gallon Saint, took off his sunglasses and smiled slightly. From now on, I will replace Saturn and become the new god of scientific defense. Colleagues, I look forward to working with you. Good heavens, the commander of the Knights of God directly parachuted into the Gorosei. The 4 old men instantly understood. Saint Saturn was not dead, but had been eliminated by Lord M. Gallon Saint's tone was full of arrogance. That incompetent waste has already fallen. It seemed he had long been displeased with Saturn, especially since Saturn was the one who lost the Azure Dragon Fruit back in the day. The 4 Gorosei didn't dare to utter a word. Who would dare to question Lord M's decision? Gallon Saint put his sunglasses back on. Looking at the mess in front of him, feeling a headache, Egghead Island has gone dark. Lord M has ordered that Vegapunk must be retrieved. Let's discuss how to proceed. Who could answer that question? Luo and his crew were as slippery as eels, not to mention that flying ship, and let alone that terrifying Conqueror's Haki that could nullify teleportation. Would those 5 old men personally go out to encircle and eliminate them? Would Lord M personally go out to chase after them? Meanwhile, in a certain sea area of the New World, Kizuru, leading the remnants, spoke gravely on the phone with Sengoku, revealing the fall of Saint Saturn and the existence of the World King M. On the other end of the line, Sengoku and Akainu were stunned after hearing it. An immortal being who has lived for 800 or 900 years. The ultimate secret of the surgery fruit? A king who surpasses the Gorosei? Sengoku's mind buzzed. He thought of his adopted son, Razanani, who died because of the surgery fruit. He immediately realized that this was a bottomless pit. He felt unprecedentedly that he did not know this world government at all. Borsellino, Sengoku's voice was incredibly grim. Not a word of this information is to leak out. I tell you, how can this matter be kept under wraps? One of the 5 elders is dead. And this news is like a nuclear bomb. The Holy Land is probably in an uproar. Sengoku must be feeling the pressure, cursing under his breath about how his term as commander seems to be filled with events that could go down in history. But let's not worry about the chaos at the Navy headquarters. I was right there on Egghead Island watching, and that scene was something spectacular. Old Whitebeard was injured, right? Well, after a round of scientific treatment from Vegapunk and a bit of Princess Man Shirley's tears, even the big bear came to help, using the Mochi fruit to bounce all of old Whitebeard's injuries away in an instant. I tell you, it was a massive pink bear paw bubble, filled with all the hidden injuries and ailments Whitebeard had accumulated over the decades. That kid Law is really something. He insisted that Whitebeard's captains all experience it. Ace, Jozu. One by one, they all reached in. And the result? They all grimaced in pain, sweating like it was raining. The funniest was that Blackbeard, that big guy. As soon as his hand touched it, he screamed and fell to the ground, convulsing like he had been electrocuted, rolling all over the place. Old Whitebeard was laughing, saying, "Blackbeard, are you overacting? Who understands, right?" Most of the damage was absorbed by Marco the Phoenix, and, as a result, little Marco was drained to the point of reverting to human form, looking as pale as paper. Even so, Blackbeard was still in that much pain. It was unbelievable. Is his body structure naturally equipped with a damage-doubling buff or something? After healing Whitebeard, let me tell you, the most outrageous part came. This guy Law wasn't there to fight. He was there to move. A literal physical relocation. He had Kizaru use the gravity fruit to uproot all the important research facilities and laboratories on Egghead Island, foundations and all, just like pulling up carrots. Then Law opened a giant scroll entrance right on the ground, and in a flash, Kizaru stuffed those hundreds of meters tall buildings inside. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates were all dumbfounded, jaws dropped. Their 6th Division Captain, Blamank, has a bag fruit, right? Usually, he just pulls out a hammer for snacks. Now, he was publicly executed by his brothers. Look at Captain Law, and then look at you. Is that what you call spatial ability? I tell you, that's the difference between a QQ show backpack and an enterprise-level cloud storage. It's a dimensional strike, all right. By the time we were preparing for the banquet the next day, old Whitebeard emerged from the treatment room, striding like a dragon and tiger, feeling 20 years younger, shouting to start the banquet. Law happily invited him out, and then casually uprooted that last treatment room to take it away. When we left, we looked back. An Egghead Island? What Egghead Island? That place is cleaner than my face. It was just a bare patch of yellow earth, with big holes left from pulling up the carrots. Whitebeard couldn't hold back, pointing at Law and laughing heartily. "Garara, you little brat, you still say you're not a pirate? You robbed cleaner than any pirate. Not a single hair left for the world government." Law proudly puffed out his chest. "Of course. Dr. Vegapunk said he wanted this and that, so we took it all. Not only the buildings, but even the team of scientists was taken away in one fell swoop. The world government took a huge loss, left with nothing." Whitebeard sighed, saying that Law might really be able to overthrow the world government. But Law shook his head. I tell you, his perspective has broadened. He said his goal was never the empty shell of the world government, but the celestial dragons, the Knights of God, the 5 Elders, and the king hidden behind the scenes. As soon as those words were spoken, the atmosphere instantly changed. However, Whitebeard was not interested in any of this. He just wanted to spend peaceful days with his sons. Thus, the 2 great pirate crews held an all-night banquet on that pockmarked wasteland. By the 3rd morning, we parted ways with the Whitebeard Pirates, each setting sail. Just after we left the sea, the news bird arrived. I tell you, as soon as the newspaper was in hand, the people on both ships exploded. On Whitebeard's ship, a group of captains gathered around the newspaper, shouting, "What's going on?" The newspaper says Law killed one of the 5 Elders. Satan's Saint? Damn. This bunch from the world government directly blamed Law. Look at the new bounty. This ISNT fair. Why did they get such a huge increase while we got nothing? Don't we deserve a bounty increase for fighting Navy Vice Admirals? Ace held his new bounty, his face dark. Only 100 million increase. Who are they insulting? Now it's 650 million. Although it surpasses a certain general from the big MOM crew. Looking at Law's increase, his eyes turned red. Marco and the other top captains looked at their unchanged bounties of over 10 billion, feeling disgruntled, as if they were being outshone by their peers. As for our ship, it was like a champagne celebration. Yamato held her bounty, jumping in excitement. It increased. It increased by 1 billion berries. I'm now Yamato, the Oni princess, with 399 billion. Ionagi was similar at 396 billion, but was very dissatisfied with the nickname Bandit Police. Mr. Kizaru had the worst luck. The world government labeled him a national traitor with a bounty of 395 billion. Even Kuma saw a huge jump of 1 billion, reaching 296 billion. We 4 cadres have directly crushed the 3 disasters and the 3 generals with the bounty. Then, the main event arrived. Law's bounty notice was held by Baby 5 like a treasure. The title on it was stunning, God Slayer. The bounty amount. Let me tell you a number that will shock you. 605 billion berries. Family, what does this mean? The bounty of over 5 billion that Pirate King Roger had back in the day has been trampled underfoot. This world has gone completely crazy because of him. The captives in the cages in the corner of the deck, Crocodile, Hanavza, and the others, upon hearing this number, nearly dislocated their jaws, looking petrified. Just when the whole ship was celebrating, Law pulled Vegapunk aside and started showcasing his prophet identity. He directly pointed out that he knew the ancient weapons, Uranus's fuel, which the 5 Elders had Vegapunk researching, was actually the mother source. Vegapunk was stunned on the spot, his eyes wide open. Law continued to reveal calmly that in the future he saw Vegapunk successfully research the mother source, and then to test its effects, casually wiped out a member country called the Lelutia Kingdom with Uranus. Even the seabed was obliterated, just because it was close to Mariehua, and wanted to see some fireworks quickly, and, just like that, a country of over 1 million people was gone. Hiss, let me tell you, when these words came out, everyone on the ship gasped in shock. That old monster is simply a demon disguised as a god. Vegapunk was sweating profusely in fear. He had researched that thing to benefit the world, but unexpectedly almost became a partner in world destruction. Law patted his shoulder and said, "Don't panic. Now that you're with me, that future has already changed. But next, and the 5 elders will stop at nothing to hunt us down and take you back." He sharpened his gaze and said fiercely, "We must become stronger until we can strike back at them." At that moment, everyone on the ship felt an unprecedented unity. Just then, the captive Hanavza couldn't hold back any longer. He looked at the limitless potential of Law, at this group of monstrous cadres, and thought about the design of the Underworld King and the world's top scientist being here. He suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, "Captain Law, give me a chance to join you. I've long been unhappy with those celestial dragons. If you're going to take down the world government, take me with you." When Aramaki heard this, he laughed and approached the cage to mock. "Oh, finally willing to bow down. A mere warlord. Do you really think you are that impressive? Any cadre here could easily crush you." Hanavza's face turned red from being retorted, and he stubbornly argued, "Let me out, and I'll catch up with you." "Ha ha ha, catch up with us? You can't even see our taillights." Aramaki laughed even harder. Just as Hanavza was about to get so angry that he would take back his pledge, Law waved his hand to stop Aramaki. He slowly walked to the sea prism stone cage and looked deeply at Hanavza. "Are you sure you want to join us? Once you join us, there's no chance to back out." I told you, when that big lizard Hanavza heard this, its nose was about to spew fire, and it let out a roar, shouting, "I know the rules. I'm well aware of the matters on the street." Our captain, Luo Ji, was incredibly calm, with a laugh. He casually went up and, with a snap, opened the sea prison stone cage, as if it were a can, and even effortlessly removed his handcuffs and shackles. The big lizard's eyes were about to pop out. "Why you? How are you not afraid of sea prison stone?" It was completely stunned. This captain not only wasn't afraid of the sea, but treated the sea prison stone, the natural enemy of ability users, like a toy. How could this even be played with? It was simply outrageous. As a result, our captain lightly said, "Oh, the demon in the fruit. I accidentally took care of it. So the curse is gone." At that moment, I was like, family, who understands? As soon as those words came out, the whole ship exploded. Yamato directly lunged at Luigi, demanding an explanation, while Vegapunk, that old man, was even more outrageous, pulling out a small notebook in a flash. His eyes glinting with laser-like intensity, muttering about super research topics. Let me tell you, not only our own people, but even Crocodile and the others in the nearby cage were dumbfounded, their jaws dropping to the ground, thinking if this were true, how extraordinary must Luigi and his crew be? When Luigi saw things getting out of hand, he quickly backtracked, saying he was an exception and that it was basically impossible to replicate. But guess what? The look in Vegapunk's eyes, I swear. It was like he was ready to lay my captain on the operating table and dissect him for research, making my scalp tingle. His implication was, as long as there's one, I can get you to N. He was practically the center of attention in the scientific community. In the end, Luigi had no choice but to agree to cooperate with him for some research to satisfy everyone's dream of diving into the sea. Once this was over, the ship immediately held a banquet to welcome the new members. Hanavza was a real character, stuffing his face while trying to outdo Aramaki, threatening to surpass him sooner or later. Aramaki, with his usual cheekiness, chuckled and said, "You might want to think about how to surpass the bounty of your subordinate, Ace." That one sentence made Hanavza so furious that he devoured 3 big bowls of rice, swearing to outdo these guys. But it got even more interesting. After getting humiliated by Aramaki, Hanavza turned around and took out all his anger on the captives. He volunteered to personally take care of Crocodile and Enel. And let me tell you, he was relentless, torturing those 2 proud guys in various ways. Old Sand's face turned blue with anger. He was probably calculating how many times he could join us and then fight Hanavza. Our captain watched this scene, smiling without saying a word. He called it the catfish effect, thinking it might just energize those 2 tough nuts. Anyway, things on the ship were arranged chaotically, and our ship, the Argo Prophecy, turned its bow directly toward the place called Baldy. Meanwhile, let me tell you, things outside exploded. We took down a celestial dragon, kidnapped Vegapunk, and the bounty skyrocketed to 6 billion. The news spread across the world like a virus. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters, Dragon looked at the newspaper, his face turning green. Excitedly, he thought, Luigi once again rubbed the celestial dragon's faces in the dirt, even took down a celestial dragon. How satisfying. But he was also upset that such a big deal, and Kumahen T told him a word, and that Luigi would rather collaborate with Whitebeard than with him. He felt sour, calculating how to use Kuma's connections to snatch Vegapunk from us. He believed that we pirates, having no base, couldn't afford scientists. But the Revolutionary Army could. I could even hear his scheming from the ship. On the other hand, Big Mom and Kaido were so scared they immediately formed an alliance, fearing we would team up with Whitebeard and come after them next. But Kaido, this old brother, had a uniquely bizarre thought process. Just after agreeing with Big Mom to unite against external threats, he started thinking, hey, this son-in-law is not bad. He got guts. Much better than my foolish daughter. He actually thought what we did by taking down a celestial dragon suited his taste perfectly and regretted missing out on the fight. Then, he had his subordinate Queen quickly contact my captain, saying he wanted to discuss cooperation to do something even bigger. This made the middleman, Doflamingo, very happy. Let me tell you, it was like a festival for him, dancing on the table, celebrating the death of the celestial dragon. But then, joy turned to sorrow when he realized our relationship was terrible, and he was worried about how to save his own skin. The next second he received Queen's call. His survival instinct kicked in. He patted his chest, saying he would handle it, and immediately passed along our captain's contact information, while constantly trying to bribe Queen to persuade Kaido to speak a few good words for him later. The whole world was thrown into chaos. The red-haired crew looked at our crew's bounties averaging over 2 billion and fell silent. Hancock, the Empress, directly hugged the newspaper, crying tears of joy, not sadness, but excitement and relief. Then she started to swoon, wondering when Lord Luigi would come to invade them, leaving the old lady next to her utterly bewildered. As for Mihawk, looking at the photo of the smiling uncle in the newspaper, his eyes lit up, not looking at people, but at swords, murmuring about the supreme blade, itching to get his hands on it. Only someone like Moria, who was lying low in the Devil's Triangle, remained oblivious to the outside world. This storm lasted several days, and the world government even unprecedentedly announced that Vegapunk Galland would take over as the new celestial dragon. It was said that a secret weapon resembling the red-haired was dispatched from the Holy Land to look for us everywhere. When this uproar finally settled, our ship had long vanished without a trace. When we finally reappeared, family, guess what we saw? A giant elephant as big as a continent, alive, wandering on the sea. Yamato was so excited, shouting that this was the legendary Elephant Lord, with a country called Zo on its back. At that moment, I thought to myself, this world is just too cool. There's everything. I tell you, those little girls on the ship went crazy at that time. Bonnie and Sherry were clinging to the ship's railing, their mouths wide open enough to fit an egg, shouting that this was way more exciting than any Sky Island or Sea King. Sister Robin was a bit different. She kept murmuring the name Saul, saying she would see him soon in Elbaf. But let me tell you, Elbaf is a place where the waters are too deep. Vegapunk also wanted to go there to rebuild the research facility, but could I tell him? That old and buried some traps there, set up a teleportation array. Sending old Vegapunk, there would be like delivering his head on a platter. So folks, our new home is settled on the back of this giant elephant. A moving continent. ISNT that way safer than any fixed island? From now on, I'm the landlord of this giant elephant. You ask me why? Well, you've come to the right person. I'm wearing the Conqueror's Haki bracelet left by Joy Boy, and I've awakened the superpower to listen to all things. I'm basically the officially designated soul contact of the Elephant Master. So, I sailed straight up to its face. That old guy, the Elephant Master, has been wandering the sea for hundreds of years, probably bored out of its mind. As soon as it saw me and sensed Joy Boy's aura on me, its eyes, bigger than mountains, instantly lit up with a green glow. The next second, a booming voice exploded in my head. It's you, the partner that Joy Boy spoke of. It got so excited that the island on its back shook like an 8.0 earthquake, and many houses collapsed. Those furry creatures on the island, I guess they're the fur tribe, were all scared and running around in a panic. The king of the day, a dog named Inazuma, charged towards the elephant's head with a group of followers. The king of the night, a cat named Viper, was also awakened by the commotion, cursing and grumbling. I don't care about them. I need to take care of this big baby first. I directly show it the Conqueror's Haki rope around my waist and loudly tell it. That's right, it's me. The king of the underworld is in my hands. The Sea King is my friend, and I've just taken out one of Emu's people. Now it's just you left, old buddy. Do you want to join me in turning this world upside down? As soon as I said this, the people behind me turned pale. That guy Crocodile looked like his eyes were about to pop out in prison, I tell you. His expression at that moment was like a real-life version of the heavens have finally bestowed this fortune upon me. He must have been calculating how to switch jobs in his mind. CP9's Bruno turned purple with anger, feeling miserable. Not being able to send out such significant intelligence was more painful than being killed. After hearing my words, the Elephant Lord trembled with excitement, its huge nose blowing out 2 gusts of wind like a typhoon. It directly told me its name was Norida, and that it had been waiting for me for over 800 years. Finally, it had found a partner who could give it orders. Haha, Norida, I'm called Luffy. From now on, we are partners. I was so happy that I almost went crazy. This was simply like finding a treasure. In the future, the 4 emperors and their commanders wouldn't be enough for Norida to deal with a single blow. Norida was also thrilled, letting out a howl that shook everyone on our ship, making them cover their ears. Just then, the furry tribe on the elephant's back rushed over. The leading dog, Duke Dogstorm, saw our formation and his legs went weak. At first, when he saw the pink divine dragon and the green phoenix I summoned to play with Yamato and the others, he thought Kaido and Marco had arrived, and he nearly fainted on the spot. But as he got closer and felt our presence, he didn't even dare to breathe. He trembled and asked us if we were the legendary men of the Golden Lion. I haven't even spoken yet, and that guy Hanavza, let me tell you, is simply a born sycophant. He dashed out in one step, acting all arrogant. Golden Lion? That old man is nothing. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. Standing in front of you is the bounty of 6.05 billion berries, the leader of the 5 emperors at the pinnacle of the world, the God Slayer, Lord Roji. When the dogman heard this name, his eyes almost popped out, stuttering, 60 billion? Higher than Captain Roger? Hanavza's jaw nearly shot up to the sky, licking his lizard-like tongue, and sinisterly laughed. Now, I officially inform you. This elephant, Nalida, is already our captain's partner. This means that this island, Zo, is now the territory of our Roji world group. You 4 tribes either submit or get lost. Impossible. Nonsense. Zo is our home. As soon as Hanavza finished speaking, the fur tribe opposite exploded, baring their teeth and drawing their swords, all fired up. Hanavza turned back to me with a smirk. Captain, it seems they don't believe it. We have a talk with our fists. Yamato, the battle maniac, heard there was going to be a fight, and her eyes lit up. She howled and ran back from the edge of the elephant's head, excitedly clenching her fists. Woo! It's on. But before she could move, I tell you, that lizard man Hanavza let out a howl and dashed out, stealing the show. He shouted, Yamato, give me some face. Let me do it. Goodness. This guy's pride has really been hurt recently. Always feeling like the shame of the 7 warlords. Even Bonnie dared to confront him. Now that he has a chance, he wants to show off in front of us, proving he is not a weakling. He wants to take on the entire fur tribe by himself. Talk about being eager to prove himself. Seeing this, Duke Inulan was shocked. Wow, this lizard man is an ability user. He quickly drew his sword, and the rifle squad went on full alert. The next second, clang clang, Hanavza clashed with Inulan, claws against longsword, sparks flying. And guess what? Just one exchange. That lizard man turned green. I saw it clearly. His eyes were full of shock, probably roaring in his heart. How is this native so fierce? Inulan's dominance. That power was electrifying completely on another level. Hanavza instantly froze. Let me tell you, his expression was that of someone who boasted too soon. This was a public execution of his career, but for the sake of his pride, he forced himself to go all out, roaring as he pushed Inulan back several meters with a claw. Inulan also wore a serious expression, probably panicking inside. Is one of their officers this strong? What level must those big shots behind them be? This pirate crew is even fiercer than Whitebeard and Roger. Here, it feels like watching a play. Yamato is over there cheering with a little fist. Woohoo! Hanavza, go for it. Bonnie is so excited, pointing across and saying, wow, furry. It looks like I want to pet it. Sister Robin remains calm and starts to educate us. That's the fur tribe. Good at using electricity, and during a full moon, they can transform into moon lions. Xiaoyu's eyes light up, pondering whether her dango counts as a subhuman animal that could be useful here. But then, the scientific man Vegapunk douses her hopes with cold water. Most likely not. They're a wise race. He then pulls out a small notebook and starts frantically taking notes, mumbling about genes, bloodlines, and moonlight reactions. I feel like his CPU is about to overheat, muttering that he must quickly create a clone, or he won't be able to keep up with his inspirations. Just as we were chatting excitedly, a new wave of people arrived from afar. Uncle Yixiao sensed it and said, "Oh, another batch has come. Their strength is about the same." Luo Ji smirked and said, "All right, everyone is here. We can announce that the new master has arrived. This new group consists of a leader of the cat Viper Snake and his band of heroes. Someone named Pedro seems to recognize Hanavza, exclaiming, 'Isn't that the king of the lizard from the Seven Warlords?' The cat Viper Snake looks up and, upon seeing the pink dragon and green bird in the sky, is further terrified. Kaido and Marco, the Beast Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates are here." Green Bull, seeing the newcomers, was about to stretch his muscles and said, "Leave this batch to me." But before he could finish, Yamato dashed out faster than anyone. "Let me handle this." While running with her Wolf Fawn Club, she shouted loudly, "Hello, Fur Tribe. We are partners of the Elephant Lord. Would you like to join us?" Upon hearing this, the cat Viper Snake, seeing Yamato's Devil Horns and Wolf Fawn Club, immediately got fired up, thinking she was one of Kaido's people, and angrily thrust his trident forward. Arrogant. Yamato chuckled. "You've got quite the temper, big yellow cat. Then let me see your strength." Thunderbagwa. I tell you, that move, that posture, when the cat Viper saw it, its eyes turned red, and it roared. "What is your relationship with Kaido?" Bang! A huge sound. The Wolf Fawn Club and the trident collided, and a shockwave exploded. In the next second, the cat Viper was sent flying like a ball, rolling on the ground for who knows how many times. Yamato, still quite innocent, asked, "Do you know my bastard old man? Kaido is your father." As soon as this was said, the cat Viper went berserk, jumping up from the ground, disregarding its injuries, eyes filled with hatred, even throwing away its weapon. Charging at full speed, Yamato saw this and realized, great, another one seeking revenge. She got serious, activating her Conqueror's Haki, and the black-red lightning crackled on the Wolf Fawn Club. The cat Viper's subordinates, including Pedro, saw their leader was about to go all out and rushed to help. As a result, Green Bull moved, grinning, "Don't disturb our princess's battle." Just as the words fell, countless vines burst from the ground, instantly binding all of Pedro's group, hanging them in midair, unable to intervene. Then, there was no then. The berserk cat Viper, under the pressure of Yamato's Conqueror's Haki, was still not enough, and was once again smashed away by a club, blood spraying high, fainting directly in the pile of vines. At this moment, the whole place fell silent. On the Inuarashi side, the gunmen were nearly wide-eyed. The cat Viper was supposed to be evenly matched with Inuarashi, yet was defeated so quickly. If they dared to interfere, they would probably meet the same fate. One by one, they were scared and gulping. Green Bull was even more arrogant, vines forming a throne beneath him, lifting him into the air, crossing his legs, holding a toothpick, looking down at Hanazuki, who was still entangled with Inuarashi, laughing wildly. "Ah, little lizard, see? This is called a gap." Hanazuki's face turned green. He originally wanted a good debut, but now all the spotlight was stolen, and he was still here fighting a dog-headed man. His status was about to drop again. Just then, Luffy stepped forward. He stepped out from the top of the eight-headed serpent, and the Nimbus cloud flew to his feet, carrying him into the air. Everyone's attention instantly focused on him. "All right, now that both kings of Zou are here, you can listen to me quietly." Luffy's voice was not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. "I officially announced that the Elephant Lord has become my partner and joined our Luffy World crew. This means that from today on, Zou Island belongs to us. You fur tribes can choose to join us and continue living here, or choose to leave and fend for yourselves at sea." The cat Viper, still bound, was roaring, "Impossible. How could the Elephant Lord listen to you, a human? You're lying." Luffy's gaze turned cold, and his Conqueror's Haki pressed down, directly crushing the cat Viper to the ground from the vines. "You, a retainer of the Kazuki family, what qualifications do you have to question me?" Then he shouted, "Nalada, bring some wind, cool them off, let them see our friendship." In the next second, I tell you, that scene was unforgettable for a lifetime. The Elephant Lord's enormous ears slowly flapped, and a gentle breeze blew through. All the fur tribes, including Inuarashi and the cat Viper, were dumbfounded, their eyes glazed over. The god they had worshipped for 1,000 years was really listening to this human. Luffy was not done yet. He said to the Elephant Lord, "All right, Nalada, head toward the North Sea." Then, the enormous Elephant Lord really began to turn. At this point, no one doubted anymore. The cat Viper was still stubbornly insisting, claiming it must be the power of a devil fruit. Luffy directly mocked. "Ha, you fat cat, how dare you say that? After returning with Inuarashi, you've split the country apart, with day and night at odds, and you dare claim to be king? As the new ruler of Zou Island, I officially dismiss you both from your thrones. You are the sinners who have divided the fur tribes. As soon as these words were spoken, the fur tribes below began to murmur, many showing expressions of agreement. After hearing this, Inuarashi felt guilty for the sake of his people. He actually said, "As long as you don't destroy Zou Island, I'm willing to give up the throne and leave here." His gunmen were anxious, shouting to go with him, but he refused them all. The cat viper was still cursing. "Inuarashi, you coward." Inuarashi, with red eyes, retorted, "You're the reckless one. Besides dying, what else can you do?" Families, who understands? The two kings were just hurling insults at each other in front of the entire nation. It was simply unbearable to watch. Just then, a small white figure jumped out. It was the rabbit Galette, who bravely asked Luffy in the sky, "What are you going to do on Zou Island? Why do you have to drive away both kings?" Luffy saw her and surprisingly made a 180-degree turn attitude, his cold expression instantly becoming warm. Smiling as he explained, "We're going to build a research institute. It won't affect you. As for the two of them, they must leave because in their hearts, the Kazuki family is more important than your fur tribe." Galette looked puzzled. Then, Luffy looked at the cute little rabbit and suddenly said something that shocked everyone. "Why not? You become the new king of the fur tribe. I'll send someone to teach you." "Me?" Galette pointed at her own nose in disbelief. She had just finished eating a carrot and hadn't even brushed her teeth yet. "You want me to be king? Are you serious?" "Let me tell you." Luffy didn't give anyone time to react, directly standing on the Nimbus cloud, launching into his personal stand-up routine for all the fur tribes below. His mouth was like a Gatling gun, shooting off rapidly. First, he named Inuarashi and the cat viper, saying these two old guys were filled with thoughts of the Kazuki family and were no longer pure fur tribesmen, unworthy of being kings. Then he pointed at Pedro, dropping a bombshell, saying he had his lifespan cut by Big Mom and wouldn't live much longer. So what king? He should hurry home to retire. The members of the warrior crew exploded instantly, surrounding Pedro, their expressions as if the sky was falling. Pedro himself, silently smoking a cigarette, said nothing. His face, Tsuke, was not pretty at all. Next, Luffy criticized the gunmen, saying they were die-hard fans of Inuarashi, not thinking clearly. If Inuarashi sent them to be cannon fodder for the Kazuki family, they would probably run faster than anyone. I thought at the time, this guy was hitting all the right notes, stripping all potential opponents down to their underwear. Finally, he pointed at our little rabbit Galette, who had just finished her carrot. He said, "This little rabbit is brave enough, pure enough, only caring about the fur tribe, most suitable to be the new king. Most importantly, he, Luffy, as the partner of the Elephant Lord and the actual ruler of Zou Island. Whoever he says should be king will be king." All right, I'm done. Who's in favor? Who's against? Let me tell you, that scene was something else. He directly threw down a harsh statement, saying that if they wanted to leave with those two old guys, fine, but they had to leave all their life papers behind and could never return to Zou in this lifetime. Those who stayed had to faithfully serve the little rabbit as king. He even specifically pointed out Inuarashi and Ashura Doji, saying it was their life papers left in Wano that nearly sunk Zou Island, bringing Drought Jack to their doorstep. Didn't they have any self-awareness? As soon as these words came out, the crowd instantly became chaotic. Those from the fur tribe who originally wanted to follow the old king hesitated upon hearing they had a hand over their life papers, which meant saying goodbye to their homeland forever. Who understands what family means? Abandoning the whole family for the sake of the leader isn't a good deal. Upon hearing this, Inuarashi broke into a cold sweat, knowing that what Roger said was true. But Ashura's temper couldn't take it, and he immediately cursed, saying he would never acknowledge a king supported by humans. What happened next? Roger couldn't even be bothered to act. The nearby Reizo directly used vines to deal with him, making him scream in pain. Roger coldly threw out a command. Search him, confiscate all his life papers, immediately throw him out of Zou, never to return. What was even more ruthless was that he had a word with the Elephant Master, saying that if this cat dared to come near again, it would be dealt with on the spot. Roar! The Elephant Master responded with a low growl, and the faces of the fur tribe turned pale. This was really a mess. Not only were they expelled, but they also made it onto the Elephant Master's blacklist. At this point, forget about following Ashura. Even those who wanted to follow Inuarashi started to have second thoughts. That Reizo was also a tough guy. With a sneer, he grabbed Ashura and took him away, even asking Bonnie to restore Ashura to his youth before leaving. Let me tell you, those fur tribes down there thought they were being kind, allowing Ashura to have the strength to survive outside. How naive. Little did they know, Reizo was just tired of the old one and was preparing for something fresh. After dealing with one, Roger smiled and looked at Inuarashi, presenting him with a choice. Inuarashi, if you swear never to serve the Kazuki family again and only fight for the fur tribe, I will let you stay. Damn, this is simply heart-wrenching. Inuarashi blurted out without thinking. Impossible. I have sworn loyalty to the Kazuki family. As soon as he said it, he regretted it, because he saw the looks of disappointment in the eyes of his subordinates and all the clansmen. He wanted to explain, but after opening his mouth for a long time, he couldn't say a word. Fine, the opportunity was given to you, and you don't want it. Law spread his hands and directly issued an eviction order. Inuarashi felt completely defeated, walking away like a beaten dog, dejectedly heading towards the edge of the island. The warlord named Hanavuza, who had been beaten by Inuarashi before, saw his chance and directly blocked him, disdainfully demanding that he hand over all his life papers. Inuarashi's hands trembled as he handed over the ticket home. Before leaving, he turned back to Sicilian and the others, forcing out a smile that looked worse than crying, telling them to assist the new king, Galat. Well, and that in the future, Zou would no longer be divided into day and night, only one king. After saying that, he pretended to be carefree as he climbed down from the elephant. Some warriors cried on the spot, reluctant to let him go. Law scoffed, and with a display of Conqueror's Haki, the entire place fell silent. Sicilian and Pedro dared not say a word and immediately knelt on one knee, expressing their obedience. Just like that, our bewildered little rabbit, Galat, under Wanda's reminder, became the new queen of the fluffy principality in a daze. This grand coup ended just like that. Meanwhile, on the sea under the elephant's feet, Reizu was sucking the venomous snake dry while cursing. The venomous snake was tough, still shouting even in that state, claiming that someone would avenge them. Reizu found it amusing and directly stabbed a vine into his heart. Just then, Inuarashi descended from the sky, cutting the vine and saving the venomous snake. And what was the result? The venomous snake not only didn't thank him, but also cursed at Inuarashi, calling him spineless. Inuarashi was already in a bad mood and retorted on the spot. These two idiots were arguing even when death was imminent. Reizu was delighted to see this. Perfect. A buy one get one free deal. Both could be absorbed together as nutrients. Inuarashi knew he couldn't win, so he grabbed the venomous snake and dove into the sea, abandoning the ship in a desperate scramble. Later, I learned that they were rescued in the water by someone named Kawasu. Kawasu came looking for them to help, only to find that these two good brothers were worse off than him, having lost their homes. Inuarashi recounted the events on the island, and Kawasu was bewildered because he said that this law had recently helped them overthrow Kaido and Wano, making him a benefactor. I was dumbfounded listening to this. What kind of character is Luoji? He helped the Kazuki family, but also drove their loyal fans out of their homes? I can't wrap my head around this logic. In the end, these three unfortunate brothers decided to go find the Whitebeard pirates to see if they could borrow some troops, as they needed to fight both Kaido and us. Little did they know that Kazuki Hiyori had already found Whitebeard first. The Whitebeard crew treated Hiyori like their own daughter, throwing banquets and celebrating. But as soon as they heard about the war with Kaido, Whitebeard just laughed it off and said he would think about it. Of course, who would want to risk their families' lives to fight another emperor head-on? Even more hilariously, the world government, humiliated by Luoji on Egghead Island and looking for a place to vent their anger, turned their sights on the Whitebeard pirates, who also participated in that battle, planning to take them down to establish their authority. On the Revolutionary Army side, Dragon was also having a tough time, having chased Vegapunk for over 20 years, only to be intercepted by Luoji, with even Kuma running away. It was really a case of misfortune striking out of nowhere, leaving him feeling disheartened. The next day, a grand coronation ceremony for the new king was held on Zou Island. Luoji personally placed the crown on Germa 60 SX's head. Our little rabbit, Queen adorably asked, "Isn't the king just an ordinary rabbit?" The whole audience burst into laughter. Then came the grand banquet, where everyone sang, danced, and rapped until dawn. In the following days, the Elephant Master started heading north, with Luoji's goal set on Germa 66 in the North Sea, claiming he wanted to steal some technology and materials to upgrade Vegapunk's equipment. A week later, in Whale Forest, a futuristic tech town sprang up. Vegapunk's efficiency was frighteningly high. During these days, Luoji was also busy, scoring high in the Japanese server's gaming area and pulling Yamato, Robin, and others into his gaming squad. Just this morning, I heard that Vegapunk had changed the highest authority of the Pacifista to Luoji, and he discovered that Shinobu's ripe fruit could actually hasten the maturation of the Pacifista and his clones. as long as the nutrition was sufficient. They could be produced in bulk quickly. Goodness, once this technology is in place, Vegapunk's first task will be to uninstall that increasingly large head of his with one click. Otherwise, he won't be able to keep going. It's simply ridiculous. I have to tell you, just as we were about to set off, Violet came over with a look in her eyes that was quite meaningful. She must be thinking about how our sisterhood has expanded yet again. She came to report that Trafalgar Law and his crew seem to have vanished with their submarine. Even Morgans can't find them. However, the Germa 66 modified army has resurfaced in the Kingdom of Oi in the North Sea and is actually getting involved in their civil war. Upon hearing this, Luo made the decision on the spot. Let's take on Germa first. This time, we are still on the art proverbs, that flying golden ship, which is quite impressive. But the isn't idle either. It's following us not too far behind. After all, once we empty out the Vinsmoke family treasures, we will need it to help transport the goods back to Zou. In the days leading up to our departure, Zou Island has turned into a large martial arts tournament. The monsters on our ship have been sparring daily with the Fur Tribe's firearms team and knights. The new addition to our crew, the warlord Hanafusa, was left dazed after their match, constantly lamenting, "Is my warlord status a bit inflated?" The Fur Tribe is also getting pumped up. Pedro is being pressed hard in a fight, but still stubbornly replies, "Just wait. Tonight, when the moon is full, you'll witness our Fur Tribe's complete form." The moonline form. Our little Queen Gallet, the little rabbit with a crown, was bursting with confidence as she shouted with her hands on her hips, "Tonight, I will completely master the moonline form." She wanted to prove to everyone that Lord Raj was not mistaken in his choice. Yamato was also hyped up. After finishing with the Fur Tribe, he went to challenge Aramaki and Ishiao, pure battle maniac. As for Hanafusa, after being schooled by Duke Inland, he had been harboring frustration. And this time at the North Sea, his mind was filled with thoughts of showing off, wanting to make a name for himself, using Jelma 66 as a stepping stone. Oh, and Pedlo, that guy, after hesitating for several days, finally mustered the courage to apply to board the ship, and Raj approved it in an instant. This made the brothers of the heroic gang envious. Raj also promised to help him reclaim the lifespan taken by the ant, and even if he couldn't get it back, he would find a way to extend it. I tell you, at this point, Pedlo was completely devoted, and the way the heroic gang looked at Raj was full of admiration, like looking at their own father. Soon, night fell, and a full moon hung in the sky. Who understands the family dynamics? The atmosphere on Zou Island instantly changed, becoming restless and excited. All the Fur Tribe children were locked inside, forbidden from looking at the moon, fearing they would transform uncontrollably and tear the house apart. Then, the real highlight came, the Moon Lion Training Conference. Raj was invited by Gallet and the others to be a special guest. As the full moonlight poured down, those elite warriors who had already mastered the moonline form were the first to look up at the moon. Wow, what a scene! In an instant, dozens of Fur Tribe warriors' bodies swelled. Their fur turned snowy white and elongated, crackling with electric currents, their eyes as red as gems, each one looking stunning. Hanafusa was watching beside them, eyes wide, muttering, "Goodness, this fighting power, just pulling one out would be at least a rear admiral level, right? If it's a full moon every day, the Fur Tribe would dominate the world." Next came the adult tribe members who hadn't fully mastered it yet. With a command from Pedlo, over 100 people all looked up at once, and then the scene got out of control. One after another turned into rampaging moon lions, howling and attacking wildly, while the elite warriors rushed in to play security, separating them and subduing them. Raj looked at the chaotic scene and directly sent Aramaki and Ishiao down to help. Just imagine, with a force fruit and a gravity fruit, they were practically control techniques. Those out-of-control moon lions were quickly brought under control. He even turned to Vegapunk and asked, "Doctor, do you have any technology or methods? Give them some medicine to stabilize their mindset, preferably something that allows them to transform anytime, anywhere without needing to look at the moon." Vegapunk's eyes lit up, furiously taking notes and muttering, "Breaking the moon limitation, eliminating dementia side effects. I like this topic." After those older Fur Tribe members with lesser talent were exhausted, it was finally the turn of the younger generation. The focus of the entire event, of course, was our Queen Gallet. The little rabbit looked up at the moon, her eyes instantly turning crimson, and her body began to change dramatically. Her short golden hair suddenly grew down to her heels, transforming into fluffy, snow-white long hair, and her body shot up significantly, those long legs, wow. She let out a roar towards the sky, but the next second, her crimson eyes turned towards us, and she tilted her head with a sweet smile, completely not out of control. In that moment, she transformed from a cute girl to a cold, elegant lady. The contrast was off the charts. One of her little friends couldn't hold back and lost control, pouncing towards her. As a result, Gallet executed a spinning kick in place, her movements clean and precise, directly kicking that guy away, then chased after him to give him a good beating until he calmed down. She even shouted to the others, "Everyone, step aside, let me handle this." Wow. She was chasing after a group of out-of-control companions, playing the role of a king among bronze players. Xiao floated over to Raj's side, marveling, "Captain, your eye for talent is truly sharp. This little rabbit is extraordinary. Let me tell you, this is no exaggeration. Mastering the Moon Lion perfectly at the age of 13 is a talent that comes once in a few hundred years in the entire history of the fur tribe." The celebration lasted until the moon set at dawn. The next day, we boarded the Argo Proverb and officially entered the North Sea. Gallet was persistent in begging Luo Ji and finally got the qualification aboard, also bringing along her best friend Wanda. The two little girls were going out to sea for the first time, and they were on a spaceship, chattering away and finding everything new and exciting. However, things were not so harmonious on the ship. Hanavza was still grumbling, begging Huangmu and Dei not to steal his kills. Huangmu was quite the character, cheekily saying, "Call me brother, call me big brother, and I won't lay a hand on you." Hanavza was so angry he nearly exploded on the spot. He had no choice but to run to persuade the imprisoned crocodile and Enel, earnestly advising, "Old Sand, can't you see the situation clearly? Our captain is going to take the Pluto and Poseidon in the future. If you keep being so proud, be careful of being brainwashed and modified by the doctor." Crocodile, with a cigar in his mouth, didn't even lift his eyelids. Instead, it was Enel, the guy who claimed to be a god, who slowly raised his head and looked at Hanavza with his dead fish eyes. "Let your god come over, and I'll talk to him about a deal." Just as he finished speaking, Luo Ji suddenly appeared in front of the cage like a ghost, wearing a transparent battle suit, which startled Hanavza and the others. Luo Ji looked at Enel and asked him what deal he had in mind. Enel replied, "I'll be your subordinate for 5 years. After 5 years, you let me go and return the Argo Proverb to me." At that moment, I thought to myself, is this guy crazy? He still dares to set conditions? As a result, Luo Ji smiled and said, "Sure. As long as you wholeheartedly work for me for 5 years, I will not only give you a new arc, but also take you to find the infinite land you've been longing for." Enel was stunned on the spot, probably not expecting Luo Ji to agree so readily. He suddenly stood up and stared fiercely at Luo Ji, saying, "It's a deal. In these 5 years, whoever you want me to kill, I will kill." With a clang, the sea stone chains fell to the ground. Enel's body instantly flickered with electric light, and his power returned. In a flash, he transformed into lightning and appeared on the ship's railing, feeling the long-lost power. Yamato nervously shouted from behind, Hey, you're not thinking of running away, are you?" Enel snorted, a god never breaks his word. He knew very well that without this ship, he wouldn't be able to reach the infinite land, even if he ran to the ends of the earth. Luo Ji casually tossed him an apple, which Enel caught and bit into, signifying his tacit acceptance of the new boss. Now, this stirred up a hornet's nest. The first to disagree was Aramaki, who shouted that he wanted to have his strongest natural-type competition with Enel. Yamato also excitedly swung his spike bat, wanting this newcomer to know what it meant to be stronger than others. "Family, the level of internal competition on our ship is simply intense." Luo Ji saw the situation and waved his right hand, unfolding a scroll out of thin air, revealing a huge blank world, like a mirror space. "All right, everyone stop shouting. Go in and fight. Whoever wins gets to decide." Aramaki was the first to rush in, turning back to make a beckoning gesture at Enel and Hanavza. Yamato, Big Bear, and others all charged in as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Enel finished his apple, transformed into lightning, and rushed in, shouting that he wanted to be the second strongest on the ship. Hanavza, knowing he couldn't win, still followed in for the sake of face. In an instant, only Luo Ji and a few people left in the cage remained on the deck. Luo Ji glanced at Crocodile, who was still hesitating, smiled, and turned to go in as well. Wait, just as Luo Ji was about to step in, Old Sand finally spoke up. His voice not loud, but very imposing, like, "Enel, 5 years, let me go after 5 years." He had to wait until everyone had left, and there were no spectators, before he would lower his pride. Luo Ji turned around, smiling meaningfully. He wasn't worried about these two running away. Vegapunk had long extracted their blood, and their life cards were ready. If they dared to run, they could expect to be hunted down worldwide. Luo Ji personally unlocked his shackles, and Old Sand was also a person of principle. The first thing he did was find a cigarette, light it, and then look at Luo Ji. The two of them seeming to play a game of charades. I have a grudge against Whitebeard, you know? I know. So, feel free. With just a few sentences, the matter was settled. Luo Ji smiled and asked him, do you want to go in and have some fun? This is a ranking match that will determine your position on the ship. Crocodile grabbed a plate of meat, eating while following him inside. No matter how clever he was, he understood that in this world, strength was the ultimate truth. Once they all entered, the entire deck fell completely silent. The few small minions left in the cage were utterly dumbfounded. Another warlord of the sea. 2 natural type ability users have joined. What kind of monstrous pirate crew is this? Monstrous? Let me tell you, that term is already flattering them. Family, who understands, we just boarded the ship, and instead of celebrating with champagne, Luo G's crew directly pulled us into a place called the Scroll Duel World, starting an internal ranking competition. I was completely stunned at the time. What kind of corporate culture is this? Starting with an open book? Wow, that scene was something else. In the sky, Enel was unleashing lightning like it was free, with all sorts of effects like thunder dragons and thunderbirds. And what happened? The Marine Admiral Akiji was just standing there among the vines, sprouting a few wooden limbs and fully recovering. Enel zapped for ages, panting from exhaustion. And not a single drop of blood was shed from Akiji. What is this? It's like a gua sha master encountering an invincible opponent. Law was shaking his head on the side, saying this guy had been a homebody on Skypiea for too long. His stamina was too low. And he didn't even know Haki. Purely a version trap. On the other side, Yamato was even more fierce, wielding a wolf fawn club and chasing after Hanifsa, smashing the ground like the surface of the moon. Hanifsa was a straightforward guy. After taking a couple of hits and realizing they were in completely different dimensions, he yelled, I'm not fighting anymore, and surrendered at light speed. But Yamato wasn't satisfied and turned to challenge Bartholomew Kuma and Trafalgar Law without a hint of fear. Kuma couldn't withstand his daughter Bonnie cheering him on, so he had to step down and fight her. Let me tell you, that was true, godly combat. Kuma's shockwave against the Wolf Fawn Club. It made my and Hanifsa's eyes nearly pop out. As fellow Shichibukai, why was Kuma so impressive? The most outrageous thing was that these monsters fought for 2 whole days and nights. 2 days and nights. Was their stamina welded to their bodies? After losing to Akiji, Enel was not convinced and went to challenge Crocodile. In the end, both of them ran out of stamina and fought to a draw. Then he went to pick on soft targets and beat up Hanifsa, lowering Hanifsa's status by 1 point. Hanifsa, feeling wronged, turned to me for a tough fight. And in the end, we both ended up exhausted, barely maintaining the last bit of phase for the Shichibukai. Once our group of newcomers had been thoroughly educated and gained a clear understanding of our strength, the next target arrived. North Blue, Germa 66. The king, Judge, was just dreaming on his throne a second ago about how to get the Pluton blueprints from Law to restore his family's glory. The next second, alarms went off, and we went straight in for the attack. Law directly ordered Enel, me, and Hanifsa. The 3 of us would be the first to go. This was the first battle to restore the bounty, and it had to be spectacular. Enel, this guy, was all about lightning, going online to teach. Transforming into a bolt of lightning and rushing down, unleashing an AoE clear screen attack, making those clone soldiers fall down in droves like wheat. As for me, I unleashed a sandstorm to obscure their vision, turning them into mummies. Hanifsa couldn't fly and was anxious, yelling, until Kuma slapped him down like a cannonball. Judge S. Modified Sons rushed up, and what happened? The one named Niji was electrified, daring to play with electricity in front of Enel. Wasn't he that like showing off a big knife in front of Guan Yu? Enel was immediately displeased and retaliated with a 60 million volt shock, making him kneel and beg for mercy. Another one named Ichiji came at me, engulfed in flames, kicking me into sand, but found it useless, and I countered with a few sand blades to take care of him. Just as we were rubbing Germa 66 into the ground, the most outrageous operation came. I looked up and was stunned. Law S Group was actually doing a global live broadcast. The beautiful women on the ship each had a phone bug, and Violet directly became the host. Family, let me introduce our new member, the natural type Rumble Fruit user, the Thunder God Enel. Robin chimed in, this is my former boss, now one of us. The King of the Desert, Crocodile. Charlie followed up, and this is the Lizard King, Hanifsa. Let me tell you, once this live stream started, the whole world exploded. At the naval headquarters, Sengoku was so angry he smashed the table. Doflamingo and Dressrosa must have turned pale, hurriedly packing his bags to escape overnight. Even the Revolutionary Army was watching. I bet Dragon was stunned, wondering if he could ask us for some techniques. And on the battlefield, Enel transformed into a thunder god dozens of meters tall, grabbing Niji and using him as a toy. Hannibal also turned into a giant lizard, sweeping away a bunch of clones with his tail. The three of us completely surrounded the Germa army. Gaji stood there, looking at the sky at the thunder god, smiling, while the others like Ashura Doji had cold sweat dripping down their chins, not even daring to transform. After the fight had gone on for a while, the voice of the thunder god came down from the sky. That's enough. Shut down the live stream. Once the live stream ended, let me tell you, some people couldn't hold back anymore. Yamato, that girl, wielding a kanabo, her eyes lit up, howling. It's my turn now. That guy in a yellow robe looked pretty annoying. On the thunder god side, it was casual. He waved his hand and said, "Go for it." Goodness, Yamato got the signal and was so excited. She jumped down with her club, charging straight for Gaji, the old king. Ashura followed suit, muttering, "I wonder how the nutritional content of these clones differs from ordinary people." Family, who understands? He was eyeing the pile of ingredients that Enel had knocked out. Little Chio was even bolder. She had her eye on the moving snail island, flying down on her mythical beast, Kamena Chio, saying she wanted to tame some big snails to create a new mobile home for the fishmen and mink tribes. Gaji was dumbfounded, watching the demon princess Yamato charge over. His face turned green, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Wait. We surrender. We surrender." But guess what? Yamato ignored him completely. For her, wanting to negotiate? First, take a hit from my club. If you can't even withstand a greeting gift, how could you qualify to sit at the table? Thunderous roar. With a bang, Gaji was sent flying by a single swing, crashing into his own palace like a cannonball. Yamato even curled her lip in disdain. Is that it? I can't even be bothered to use my Conqueror's Haki on you. I tell you at this moment. Luoji also came down on the Nimbus, originally wanting to study that combat suit, but coincidentally Luo, the older sister with pink hair, was just slapped away by Enel. Luoji was quick-witted and caught her in his arms. Oh, that scene, let me tell you. This old brother Luoji knows how to research. He immediately started an in-depth exploration while saying, a combat suit is still a suit. No problem. Luo was stunned at that moment, her mature demeanor completely gone, feeling both shy and anxious, starting to unleash her poison in a panic. After Luoji finished his research, he nodded in satisfaction, casually tossed Luo aside, and tied her up tightly with a lightning rope, making her feel numb and unable to move. The next second, the real magic happened. Luoji suddenly transformed, producing an identical set of purple venom combat suits. I was shocked at that moment, dude. Is this the suit fruit or the copy-paste fruit? He wasn't done yet. Right there. He let the Nimbus and the Guardian Crane unleash a fierce attack on him to test the performance. After testing, hey, it got even more exciting. Luoji casually tossed a handful of gold coins in the sky. He shouted, "Hey everyone, come in exchange for new skins." Yamato was the first to rush up, touched a gold coin, and with a bang, a pink combat suit appeared on her, complete with jet boots to fly. This made everyone else envious. Those without flying abilities scrambled to grab gold coins for new outfits, and soon the sky was filled with people wearing colorful combat suits flying around like a mecha party. Luo was dumbfounded on the side, slumped on the lightning cloud, her eyes filled with shock. The pinnacle technology her father, Judge, had spent his life creating, Luoji just touched her and mass-produced it? Where's the reasoning in that? Judge had crawled out of the ruins at this point, bruised and battered, and upon seeing his own combat suits flying in the sky, he instantly broke down. Impossible. Memory metal is so rare. How did he produce it? Luoji completely ignored him. After finishing with Luo, he had Enel throw over that blue Niji. This guy Niji was also tough, with no feelings or pain. Still dared to attack Luoji even when charred black. Luoji retaliated with 3 armed color attacks, directly dislocating his jaw and twisting his neck. After finishing his research, Luoji tossed another handful of gold coins in the sky. Hey everyone, new lightning-type suits, who wants to exchange? Yamato and Bonnie, the 2 active babies, immediately got into the experience and swapped outfits. Hanafusa also contributed by throwing over the green Yuji, boasting to Crocodile. See, old sand, I'm faster than you. Luoji also encouraged him, complimenting his performance, which made him feel good, and he happily ran off to taunt Crocodile again. After researching the green Yuji suit, Luoji found the ability a bit underwhelming, as it only increased strangulation power, but since Yamato wanted to try it, he tossed another handful of gold coins. You wouldn't believe it, but that blue lightning combat suit was a perfect match for the Mink tribe. Galette and Wanda charged into the clone army like they were in a hack-and-slash game, shocking everyone in their path. On the other side, Crocodile was still stalling with the last one, the red EG. Hanafusa, now in the electric suit, went over to provoke. Old Crocodile, are you even capable? Crocodile's face darkened. Just as he was about to unleash a big move, Enel couldn't stand it anymore. A flash of lightning struck, directly frying EG, and he arrogantly remarked, "Trash. Too slow." After that, he went back to munching on an apple. This infuriated both Hanafusa and Crocodile. Old Sand, furious, used a sandstorm to pull EG over, and he also returned to the ship with a dark face. Yamato saw EG coming and got excited again. Luo G, hurry, I want to play with fire. Luo G indulged her, quickly researching the spark red combat suit, and tossed out another wave of gold coins. Yamato and Bonnie swapped into their new skins, one using fire punches and the other unleashing shockwaves, having a blast. After all the combat suits were researched, Luo G finally pulled Lugio aside, instructing her to order all the clone soldiers to stop. That guy, Aramaki, had almost drained a whole legion during the chaos. If he didn't intervene, it would truly be a waste of resources. With Lugio's command, the battlefield instantly fell silent. On Xiaoyu's side, she had tamed a large number of snails and was having fun. Luo Ji took Lugio and flew toward the clone base, calling Baijapank on the way to start a live broadcast. "Old Bay, if you see anything you like, just say the word, and I'll pack it up for you." From today onward, these hundreds of snail ships, along with the entire Germa kingdom, would be the spoils of Luo Ji's world team. In the end, Luo Ji looked at Lugio, who was filled with despair, and smiled, asking, "By the way, don't you have a brother named Sanji? The one who hasn't lost his emotions. Do you want me to help you find him back?" A few days later, this incident directly exploded worldwide. The 5 emperors annihilated the North Sea evil army Germa 66, and Hanafusa and Crocodile, 2 warlords, switched sides. This gossip was bigger than anything else. Soon after, new bounty notices were released. Crocodile, 681 million, Enel, 650 million, and Hanafusa suffered the worst with 540 million. This caused an uproar. Hanafusa was so furious that he tore up his bounty notice on the spot, shouting, "Why? Why is Old Sand's bounty higher than mine?" Enel also looked displeased, feeling that the number didn't match his divine status, and went to ask Aramaki how to quickly increase his bounty. Aramaki, being sly, pointed him to a clear path. "It's simple. Go take down the celestial dragons, take down the elders, and that number will shoot up." As for Crocodile, he was even angrier, feeling that his worth couldn't even compare to that of Big Mom's subordinates, which was a great humiliation. And he was already plotting how to create a big news event to retaliate against the world government. The Ark Maxim, carrying a mighty fleet of snail ships, sailed slowly. Judge, the old man, watched as his life's work was packed away, his face ashen. His 3 modified sons were also locked up, with only Lugio, now a part of Luo Ji's crew, able to move freely. At the clone base, Kuma suddenly appeared, saying that his old boss, Dragon from the Revolutionary Army, wanted to buy some snail ship technology. Luo Ji was amused and asked him, "Aren't they interested in clone technology?" Kuma looked troubled and said that some people in the Revolutionary Army thought it was inhumane and rejected it. Luo Ji laughed at that, saying these people were still too narrow-minded, unable to achieve great things by being overly cautious. However, he still agreed to the trade. After all, nurturing another force that could give the world government trouble was a good thing. Kuma sighed in relief and quickly stated that he wouldn't be the intermediary anymore. Whoever wanted to do it could do it. A few days later, the fleet met up with the Elephant Master. Baijapank personally came down to make purchases, acting like a bandit raiding a village, taking everything he could see, not giving Judge any face at all. Judge watched as his life's work was being emptied bit by bit, and he finally couldn't hold back, pointing at Baijapank's nose and cursing, "You cowardly fence-sitter. Bastard, you don't deserve to be the world's #1 scientist." Baijapank, being scolded, felt a bit embarrassed, but his skin, let me tell you, was thicker than the walls of a castle, and he recovered in a second. He cleared his throat and turned to lecture Judge, saying that scientific technology was meant to benefit the world, not for creating an evil army. Oh my, just listen to this, how grandiose. While he spoke, his men didn't stop for a second, like locusts sweeping through, emptying the Germa kingdom clean. Goodness, it was efficient and decisive. At this moment, Gaji is regretting deeply. He seriously suspects that it was that old cunning Bajapink who instigated Raj to target him. Otherwise, how would a rough pirate like Raj understand high technology? And why would he specifically set his sights on Germa? Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now. His homeland has already been taken away. Those snail ships, grandly following the symbol of the elephant, passed through the doldrums, and established a third base for us in the New World. Even the Mink tribe can come down to experience seaside properties. It's unbelievable. On our side, we have settled the matter with Germa, and the main force hasn't left. They are still in the North Sea, doing what? Looking for someone. Looking for Trafalgar Law from the Heart Pirates. Once this news spread, the entire underground world of the North Sea was set in motion. Just think about it. Now that both Crocodile and Hannibal, the former warlords of the sea, are with us, along with Morgans from the Big News and the Sea Trade King, who would dare to disrespect us? Everyone is energized and helping us look for him. But there is one person who didn't receive our commission, and now he's panicking. Who? Don Quixote da Flamingo. Let me tell you, Ming over there can't sit still. It's like he has got nails in his butt. As soon as he heard we were looking for Luo, the alarm bells in his head just wouldn't stop ringing. He thought to himself, it's over, the entire underground world has received the mission, and I'm the only one left out. ISNT, this clearly aimed at me? Does Luo G know about my issues with that kid Luo? This matter needs to be taken back to the beginning. The feud between Minggu and Luo is quite serious, all because of his younger brother, Corazon. Back in the day, Corazon risked everything to obtain the Ope no Mi fruit to save Luo, who was on the brink of death from a disease. But in the end, Minggu killed his own brother. So for these years, Luo has been hiding from him in the North Sea. Minggu guesses that Luo probably knows the truth now, but he is not giving up. He still wants to bring Luo back to inherit Corazon's position. Why? Because he is still eyeing that ultimate secret of the Ope no Mi, immortality. He dreams of eternal life. Now, we've barged in and are also looking for Luo. Minggu is anxious and restless. He is scared that Luo might side with us, which would not only add a serious threat to him, but also completely ruin his dream of immortality. Damn it, why is this happening? Minggu is furious in his palace. He was originally thinking about how to get closer to us, but now it's turned out that we are specifically targeting his Achilles heel. Rebecca, Violet, and now adding Luo. This grudge can't be resolved. Who understands this mentality of wanting to destroy what one cannot have? It's simply infuriating. Minggu's eyes turned, and a plan formed in his mind. He shouted at his secretary Monet, immediately leak the news. Tell the world government that the 5th Emperor Luo G is searching for the Ope no Mi user in the North Sea. Also, anonymously spread rumors in the North Sea that Luo G wants to hunt down Trafalgar Luo. This move is truly vicious. He wants to stir the waters completely, dragging the world government into the mess. First, to scare Luo, making him hide from us and not dare to show up. Second, to let us and the world government fight each other in the North Sea over who gets to recruit him, allowing him to benefit as a fisherman and secretly abduct Luo. Once the news spreads, guess what happens? The 5 old men and Mary Gios immediately held an emergency meeting. What? Luo G is still in the North Sea? He actually dares to covet the Ope no Mi. This is our target. This is an opportunity. Let us go to the North Sea and eliminate them. Good heavens, these old men are more excited than anyone, and they immediately want to discuss with Lord M, preparing to form a team to come to the North Sea to clear our dungeon. On the Navy's side, Admiral Sengoku also received the intelligence. His brows furrowed so tightly that he could crush a fly. He always felt something was off, that there was a hint of conspiracy behind it. Vice Admiral Crane understood the situation clearly, saying that someone wanted to see us and the world government clash. But there is nothing to be done. The temptation of the Ope no Mi is too great, and no one can resist it. Sengoku sighed. His adopted son, Razanandi, died for this fruit. Now, the Luo he retrieved with his life has become the center of a storm for the whole world. We received the news here as well. Robin and Violet rushed over to report that the whole world is now saying that the boss is going to hunt down Law and steal his fruit ability. Guess what our boss Law is doing? He is lying on a sun lounger, being fed fruit by Baby 5 and Reiju, looking completely relaxed. After hearing this, he didn't even lift an eyelid and lazily asked, "Have you found out who spread the news?" This guy is all about strategy. He had already anticipated this would happen. Robin said the intel came from Stussie's side, confirming that it was the Don Quixote family behind it. Doflamingo not only spread the news in the North Sea, but specifically leaked it to the world government. Upon hearing this, Law laughed. He wasn't interested in that so-called immortal surgery at all. That thing could only save one person, and the user would have to die, making it not worth it. What he wanted was to achieve immortality for everyone around him. So why go through all this trouble to find Law? Let me tell you, this is the most cunning part. Law from start to finish is just bait. This kid, Law, ISNT fishing for Law. He using law as bait to lure in the big sharks, the top-tier forces of the world government and the Navy headquarters. What is his real goal? It's to lure the Gains3, the Knights of God, and the Marine Admirals out of their lairs and into the North Sea. Then what? He plans to pull a trick to divert the tiger from its mountain lair and directly raid the underwater prison, Impel Down, to grab a batch of high-quality experimental subjects for Vegapunk's Seraphim project. When Enel heard they were going to clash with the world government, his ears perked up, and he instantly flashed over, eager for a fight. Uncle Smoker was a bit worried, thinking that going to war with the world government over a fruitability wasn't worth it. Law waved his hand, stood up, stretched, and chuckled. Stay calm. My target has never been Law. Let us find an island to land on, and we'll have some fun, fully exposing our whereabouts. And then publicly announce that I want to recruit Law, giving him a week to think it over. You can't catch big fish without dropping some big bait. Once this was said, both Romaku and Yamato's eyes lit up, knowing something big was about to happen. They went right to it. Our Law's world team appeared directly in the North Sea's most prosperous tourist country, the Eiffel Kingdom. Not only did they stroll around with swagger, but that little girl Bonnie also casually burned the world government's flag, practically writing on the world government's face. Law even publicly announced to the whole world that he wanted to recruit Trafalgar Law, saying they would wait for him in the North Sea for a week. This caused an uproar around the world. The four emperors personally recruiting an obscure little pirate? Everyone went crazy, thinking Law was after the immortal surgery. In no time, not only the world government, but all kinds of powerful figures flocked to the North Sea, hoping to get a piece of the action. The North Sea instantly became the focus of the entire world. Meanwhile, on a remote little island, the Heart Pirates were nearly dumbfounded. They had disguised themselves and gone ashore to gather information, only to bring back such shocking news. The crew was excited. This was Law's world team. Clinging to this big leg, they were about to take off. But Law himself, sporting two big black circles under his eyes, had a serious expression that could drip water. He knew that whether it was Law or Doflamingo, both were after his life. Now he had become the target of the entire world, practically an enemy of everyone. In despair, he instead calmed down. He thought, since death is inevitable, if he could use his life as a bargaining chip to have Law help him take down Doflamingo and avenge Corazon, they would be worth it. Maybe even in this transaction, he could extend his life for a few more years, delaying the awakening of his ability. Or even never awaken at all. Wouldn't that be a huge gain? With his thought, Law's eyes grew increasingly resolute. He made up his mind to accept the recruitment. But then came the problem. Law didn't leave any contact information. Where could he find him in this vast sea of people? What he didn't know was that our boss, after making his announcement in the Eiffel Kingdom, didn't actually wait there. The fleet turned around and left the North Sea, heading straight for the Red Line. 5 days later, in the North Sea's Eiffel Kingdom, the atmosphere in the Navy's secret base was terrifyingly oppressive. Admiral Akainu and Admiral Akiji were stationed there, along with Garp, Tsuru, and Smoker. On the other side, the four Gains3, along with the Knights of God and CP0, all had dark expressions. They had assembled an all-star lineup, but what happened? After waiting 5 days, not to mention Law's world team, they had even seen a shadow of the Heart Pirates. Everyone felt they had been played. At this moment, our big ship, the Ark Maxim, had quietly flown into the calm belt of the Grand Line. Only then did Law reveal the real destination. Upon hearing it, Hanafusa nearly jumped off the ship in shock. Wow, Captain, your target is actually Impel Down. That is too exciting. Bartholomew Kuma trembled with excitement. He finally had a chance to rescue Ivankov. Ryomaku's eyes sparkled. How many scum could he feed on and Impel Down? Only Yamato felt a bit disappointed, thinking raiding a prison wasn't thrilling enough. Crocodile's eyes flickered. He had to admit that Law's tactic of diverting the tiger from its mountain lair was truly impressive, manipulating the entire world in his hands. Law looked at the excited crowd and smiled. Don't underestimate Impel Down. Once we take it, the big news for the next week will all be ours. Anyone wanting to raise their bounty better perform well. Robin, Violet, get the cameras ready. Let us send some exclusive intel to Morgan's. This exclusive intel couldn't wait. Let me tell you, as soon as we finished speaking, the operation was fully underway. I was still pondering whether the murderous Warden Shiryu of the Rain was around, thinking it would be a good opportunity to test him out, but we had already taken action. Ryomaku, Enel, and Kuma shot out like arrows, each equipped with an enhanced transponder snail, completely covering the skies above Impel Down. Let me tell you, that thing is just like Doflamingo's birdcage. It blocks signals, turning you into a lost child in an instant. But that wasn't tea enough. Law was afraid of any mishaps and brought Enel along too. Goodness, Enel was flamboyant. He transformed into a bolt of lightning and dashed down to the low altitude of Impel Down, creating a massive net of lightning that enveloped the entire prison. With this double insurance, now don't even think about making a phone call. You can't even post on social media? The guards on the ground went into a frenzy. What the hell? It's the Thunder God Enel. Over there. In Ryomaku, in Enel. ISNT Law S World Team, supposed to be in the North Sea? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and notify Director Magellan. What happened next? The communication soldier turned pale and reported, Warden, the transponder snail has no signal. We're cut off. The warden was also a tough one. He made a quick decision. Sound the alarm. Close the gates. Everyone prepare for battle. Just then, our Arc Maxim descended from the sky, and Law drew his second-generation sword. Pointing at the copper walls and iron gates below, grinning wildly. Boys, let us crush through the front. Stealth? What the hell? Taking everyone down is the perfect stealth. Before his words were finished, Hanafusa, dressed in flashy electric blue battle gear, jumped down with a roar, smashing through the gates of Impel Down like a cannonball. Following that, Yamato, also in fiery red battle gear, charged and wielding a spiked bat, creating a scene of ice and fire, fierce as can be. Enel, seeing his spotlight stolen, couldn't he hold back any longer, turning into a bolt of lightning and charging in as well. I'm telling you, the guard on the first level are simply no match. They were instantly fried and knocked over by the spike clubs. Hanafusa laughed wildly, regaining some face as one of the 7 warlords. Enel scoffed, dismissing them as mere fodder. And with a sweep of his mind, he located the elevator to the 4th level, heading straight for the big boss Magellan. Just as he stepped into the elevator, Huangmu and Old Sha followed him in. One with vines and the other with sand, they squeezed onto this ride. Enel's face darkened. Don't steal my kills. Huangmu, with a toothpick in his mouth, casually said, Aren't we just worried about you being taken out, young man? Old Sha was more direct. He simply wanted to visit the 6th level's infinite hell to see some old acquaintances. Poor Bear, when he teleported over, the elevator doors just closed, leaving him waiting outside for the next one. At this moment, Luo Ji and Yi Xiao also strolled in. Luo Ji had no intention of wasting time with those little minions. With a wave of his hand, he sent Bonnie, Xiaoyu, Rebecca, and the other female warriors to fight head-on, calling it team-building training. Pedro, feeling uneasy, followed them in. Uncle Yi Xiao was even more interesting. He wanted to see the 6th level hell with his own eyes and walked in with a sword on his back. Only Luo Ji and Bear were left in front of the elevator. Bear was silent for a while before suddenly saying, Thank you. He probably didn't expect that one day he could so easily break into Impel Down to save his brother. Luo Ji just smiled. Just don't let Ivankov convince you to join the Revolutionary Army. Bear was moved and immediately pledged his loyalty. My life belongs to Luo Ji's world team for this lifetime. Luo Ji waved his hand. All right, stop with the formalities, work hard, and aim to be able to take on a Gorosei one-on-one in the future. As they spoke, the elevator arrived, and the two charged into the 4th level's scorching hell. At that moment, the 4th level was already in chaos. Enel, with his violent temper, unleashed a devastating move, and several thunder dragons knocked the 4 jailer beasts flat. Deputy Warden Hannibal was terrified, shouting for Warden Magellan to come out quickly, while secretly thinking, if Magellan makes a mistake, could I rise to power? Oh, family, who understands? The workplace competition has even reached hell. Huangmu looked at the scene and was speechless, thinking, is this it? The world's #1 prison is at this level? It can't be another makeshift crew. The scene shifted to the 2nd level, Beast Hell, where Hanafusa was in the thick of battle. But he didn't know that a real freak had his sights set on him. Rain Shiryu, the killer, heard there were intruders and rushed up first, excited as if it were New Year's. Goodness, Rain Shiryu snuck up behind Hanafusa like a ghost, and without a word, stabbed him, leaving him chilled to the bone. Hanafusa screamed in pain and instinctively clawed back. Rain Shiryu jumped back, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he looked at the bloodied Hanafusa. Holding his stomach, Hanafusa recognized the wound. Is that the demon blade? Just then, Yamato charged in. Hanafusa, what are you screaming about? Seeing him injured and the cold-faced man with the knife opposite him, Yamato's eyes lit up. You're Rain Shiryu? Kume, let's fight. Yamato unleashed his Conqueror's Haki and charged in with his spike club. The two clashed with a loud clang, sending shockwaves that rattled the surrounding cells. The heavily wounded Hanafusa rolled and crawled away, running straight into Bonnie and her main force. shouting, "Mancherry, help me!" Bonnie, while having Mancherry heal him, teased, "You rushed in so fast, and now you're the first to come back lying down. How embarrassing." Uncle Ishao also strolled over, casually saying, "That jailer was indeed full of malice." After Mancherry's healing, Hanafusa sprang back to life, becoming arrogant again. "Haha, I'm back. Shiryu. With so many big shots on our side, how could we lose?" Xiaoyu was particularly interested in those beasts, her eyes sparkling. So Bonnie, Rebecca, and Gallo T directly moved into action, quickly knocking out those strange birds and human-faced lions, kicking them in front of Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu started feeding them dumplings one by one, and soon she had tamed an army of beasts. The prisoners in the cells went crazy, shouting and cheering wildly, while some foul-mouthed ones were turned mute by Bonnie and Rebecca's fireballs. Seeing this situation, Shiryu thought that just dealing with Yamato was enough for him. Now, with Ishao, who was unfathomable, and a fully healed Hanafusa, it was impossible to fight. He faked a move and turned to run downstairs, just as Yamato was about to chase. Ishao made his move, applying a gravitational force on ranged Shiryu that turned him into slow motion. Yamato and Hanafusa yelled and charged up to finish him off, and it was brutal. But Shiryu didn't know that the battle on the 4th level he wanted to seek help from was 100 times fiercer than his side. Enel, Old Sha, and Huangmu, 3 natural-type powerhouses, unleashed their full power, turning the scorching hell into a true battlefield. Deputy Warden Domino was electrocuted, Warden Saldeus was drained dry, and Little Suddy and the 4 jailer beasts were tied up by Huangmu to serve as power banks. Deputy Warden Hannibal was almost in tears, screaming towards the bathroom, "Warden Magellan, if you don't come out, we're going to be wiped out." Bang! With a loud noise, the bathroom door opened, and Magellan emerged with a constipated expression. Without a word, Enel unleashed a lightning dragon with 60 million volts. Magellan summoned 3 purple venom dragons to block it. As the venom and lightning made contact, they instantly evaporated into a cloud of poisonous mist. Old Shot turned green. "Hey, your lightning accelerated the spread of the poison." Magellan sneered, "It's useless. From the moment I stepped out, the colorless and odorless poison has already enveloped the entire area." Old Shah felt dizzy, having been affected, but Enel didn't care, transforming into a towering lightning god, evaporating all the poison with intense heat. Huangmu laughed wildly. "Haha, luckily I don't need to breathe." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a massive treant, standing shoulder to shoulder with the lightning god. Magellan, seeing this, didn't hold back either. He unleashed a bright red toxin, transforming into a giant toxic warrior of the same height. Goodness, it was like a dream back to Godzilla battling King Kong. The 3 giants, each several dozen meters tall, prepared to clash in that scorching hell, and the scene was simply incredible. Enel, the reckless one, charged straight in to grapple with the toxic giant, while Huangmu was much smarter, controlling countless vines, wrapping them around the domineering aura, aiming straight for Magellan's true body. Let me tell you, it's a fierce battle here. And there's someone next to me who has completely lost it. Who is it? Crocodile. Seriously, who understands? He's the only one who can't transform into a giant form. And he's the only one who got poison in the whole venue. How awkward. Old Sand's face couldn't hold up at that moment, and he felt incredibly dissatisfied. Why is my sand fruit inferior to thunder and forest? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and he slammed his hand on the ground, roaring erosion rebirth, and the surroundings instantly turned into a desert. Immediately, I watched him gather a sky full of yellow sand and create a giant desert treasure sword. Then he delivered a powerful upward strike right at that poisoned giant soldier. Magellan was currently grappling with Enel's thunder god when he suddenly got cut in half by Old Sand. But that's not all. The countless overbearing vines from the wild shepherd also arrived, piercing straight towards Magellan's main body like a homing missile. Let me tell you, Magellan was used to being the boss and impelled down, and he had never seen such a scene. Right from the start, he was being overwhelmed by 3 powerful Logia users, and he was instantly dazed, especially the wild shepherd, who had genuine Vice Admiral level combat power. Magellan actually thought he could take on his attack, which was simply unbelievable. With several piercing sounds, the wild shepherd's vines pierced through Magellan's poisonous Haki-covered arm and began to suck his blood. As a result, the wild shepherd cursed out loud. Damn, how can even the blood be poisonous? It was hilarious, sucking blood while complaining, but this move indeed hurt Magellan. It seems this guy, aside from the poison bug, has average attack and defense speed. Just as the battle was getting intense, let me tell you, the elevator door dinged open, and the main characters arrived. Law and Bartholomew Kuma strolled out as if they were shopping. Law glanced around and noticed that Rangi Shilio was missing, probably already locked up. Surprisingly, he was quite happy, thinking that the dungeon would be easier to clear now. But when Magellan saw Law and the Tyrant Kuma, his pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinheads. Come on, who doesn't know the name of the Godslayer Law now? He took down the 5 elders, cut the Knight of God, and has the highest bounty in the world. When Enel saw Law arrive, he was not pleased at all, fearing that he would steal his kills, and quickly shouted, God, leave this to us. Kuma, you're not allowed to make a move. Law was happy to relax, waved his hand, and said, all right, then it's up to you. He turned to Crocodile and asked, Old Sand, you're poisoned, right? Do you want Kuma to help you get out? Old Sand, being his proud self, stiffened his neck and replied, no need. All right, dying for face and suffering in silence. Law didn't care about him and directly led Kuma downstairs. Then we'll head to the 6th floor. When Magellan saw Law was about to leave, he became anxious, filled with a strong sense of responsibility. Despite being attacked by 3 people, he still wanted to stop Law. Stop. Godslayer Law, I will never let you release those villains. Hey, this angered the Wild Shepherd and the others. Hey, are you looking down on us? The Wild Shepherd exploded on the spot, unleashing countless giant tree fists wrapped in Haki, smashing down towards Magellan's main body like a game of whack-a-mole. Enel's Thunder Giant also unleashed a flurry of punches, and even Crocodile set up a quicksand trap under Magellan's feet. Law turned back to take a look and nodded in satisfaction. Looks like my crew is really strong. Magellan, see you later. After saying that, he disappeared with Kuma at the stairway leading to the 5th floor. Magellan was furious, shouting loudly, but he truly had no way out, being pinned down by the Wild Shepherd and the others, who were rubbing him into the ground. Law and Kuma arrived at the 5th layer of the extreme cold hell, where all the characters locked up had bounties over 100 million, but they were all frozen like popsicles. As they walked, Law pointed the way for Kuma. Didn't Dr. Vegapunk tell you that there's a hidden map here, the 5 layer, a paradise for transgenders? Ivankov should be inside. You look for the entrance here, and I'll go solo to the 6th layer, the infinite hell. Let me tell you, as soon as the legendary monsters of the 6th level are mentioned, Logi gets so excited that his eyes light up, feeling like he's about to open a blind box. Big Bear watches Logi leave and then starts looking for the entrance in the freezing cold. He's a straightforward guy, directly shouting Ivankov's name at the top of his lungs. This startled all the prisoners on the 5th level, as well as the patrolling military wolves, who all rushed over at the sound. The prisoners in their cells looked at Big Bear as if he were a fool. Is this big guy crazy? PLL regretted when the military wolves come. And what happened? Big Bear slowly took off his gloves, revealing his pink bear paw, and unleashed a bear paw shockwave at the wolf pack. Boom, boom, boom. There was an explosion, and the wolf pack was instantly torn apart, the rest scared and running away with their tails between their legs. Now the prisoners in their cells were no longer calm, each one excitedly clinging to the bars. He can use devil fruit powers. He's not a prisoner. Big brother, save us. An experienced prisoner suddenly recognized him. I've seen him. He's the Tyrant Bartolomeo Kuma from the South Sea. As soon as this was said, the place erupted. But then another newcomer doused them with cold water. No. When I came in, he had just become a warlord of the sea, a lapdog of the world government. Does anyone understand? The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. The prisoners who had just shouted for help were now looking as if they had eaten flies, sitting back down with faces full of gloom. Phew. Turns out he's a lapdog. Big Bear completely ignored these people and continued calling Ivankov's name. Meanwhile, Lozi had already kicked open the door to infinite hell. That place was dark and silent, filled with some of the most heinous death row inmates. Once Logi entered, without saying a word, he threw a fire fist to light up the entire passage, and then shouted loudly, "It's dawn, time to get up and work like beasts." This stirred up a hornet's nest, as a reckless inmate was blinded by the firelight and shouted, "You little brat, are you looking for death?" Logi squinted, smiled. "You dare insult me? Kneel down." As soon as he finished speaking, the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki exploded forth, crushing down like a mountain. That unlucky guy didn't even have a chance to react. His legs went weak, and he felt his knees, veins popping on his neck. Unable to even lift his head, Logi shook his head. "With that brain of yours, you don't even have the qualifications to be a prisoner. Be careful in your next life." After saying that, the Conqueror's Haki pressed down again. With a crack, the inmate's bones were brutally crushed, his body pinned to the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, dying on the spot. This display stunned all the unruly monsters in infinite hell. causing cold sweat to pour down their faces. To crush a notorious pirate with a bounty of over 200 million using Conqueror's Haki? What level of monster is this? Loji clapped his hands, as if nothing had happened, and began to introduce himself. My name is Loji, captain of the Loji World Pirates, nicknamed God Slayer. My current bounty is 6.05 billion, just a little higher than Roger and Whitebeard. Oh, by the way, I've already broken through and impelled down his front door. That means everyone, you are now my trophies. The entire infinite hell fell into dead silence, and after several seconds, it exploded. 6 billion, higher than the Pirate King. What kind of deeds could generate that? The first to react was the notorious female inmate, Katarina Devon, who excitedly clung to the bars, shouting, Muru Muru, Captain Loji, I request to join your crew. At this moment, everyone else reacted, all of them going crazy, pledging their loyalty. Captain Loji, let me out. I have a bounty of 340 million. Captain, as long as you give me alcohol, I'll follow you for life. Goodness, these people started competing for an offer, with some ruthless ones even starting to attack their cellmates to prove their strength. Loji frowned, and the Conqueror's Haki swept across the room again. Everyone, stop it. You are my trophies. Did I allow you to kill each other? These seasoned prisoners immediately stopped, but their little schemes were already brewing. Let us take advantage of him breaking out. Once we're at sea, the sky is high and the birds can fly. Who will listen to you? Loji saw all their expressions and sneered inwardly. With this level of intelligence, they think they can play with me? He ignored those blustering guys and walked straight to the deepest part of the prison. A muscular man, Barrett, spoke with a battle-ready gaze. You've learned to coat your Haki now, right? Loji looked at his eager eyes and smiled slightly, clearly in control. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Barrett snorted coldly, proud and silent. Loji didn't care, continuing deeper until he reached an older legend, Red Earl Leadfield. Little brat, how did you earn your title and bounty? The Red Earl looked at the young Loji in disbelief. Loji casually replied, It's nothing much. Just took down a few celestial dragons, 2 knights of God, and forced the king of the world, to personally eliminate Agora CI. Then he dropped a bombshell. That king of the world is a monster who has lived for nearly 1,000 years. What? Nearly 1,000 years? Leadfield's eyes widened in shock, a strong desire bursting forth in his gaze. Loji didn't wait for him to think, turn around, and walk to a frozen cell nearby, where the world destroyer Bondiwald was imprisoned. Without hesitation, Loji directly pulled the ice block and the person into the scroll space. Leadfield was dumbfounded, even more shocked when Loji broke the sea prism stone bars without a scratch. You, a devil fruit user, are not afraid of sea prism stone. The Red Earl felt like he had wasted decades in prison. The outside world was too chaotic. Loji walked up to him and extended an invitation. Leadfield, join my crew. I'll help you regain your youth, and even find a way to achieve immortality. The Red Earl's eyes shone red, trying to use his natural observation Haki to see through Loji's heart. But then, bang, it felt like hitting a wall. Loji smiled, his eyes also flashing red. Red Earl, peeking into my heart is an act of declaring war. Leadfield instantly withdrew his Haki, looking at Loji as if he were a monster. You've even trained your observation Haki to foresee the future? You truly are a monster. What do you think of my invitation? Loji asked again. The Red Earl pondered for a moment before finally speaking. Regaining youth is a tempting condition. I also want to see what that nearly 1,000-year-old king of the world is like. However, I need my freedom. Don't bother me with trivial matters. He can't stand seeing the filthy thoughts of others with his observation Haki. All right, you can move freely. Loji readily agreed. No yoke, he has so many women on his ship. He doesn't want this old man peeping around all day. Loji stepped forward with a few clangs. He directly crushed the pile of sea prism stone chains on the Red Earl, which were as big as a small mountain. Leadfield broke free from his restraints, barely managing to stand up with the help of the wall, having been so hungry for so long. Loji waved his hand like opening a blind box, dumping out a huge pile of delicious food. The aroma of the food instantly spread. Leadfield, not caring about his noble demeanor anymore, grabbed the food and devoured it like a beast. The smell wafted out, driving all the prisoners in the 6th level crazy, stomachs rumbling one after another. Even Barrett couldn't help but swallow hard. One prisoner could no longer hold back, clinging to the bars and shouting wildly, Captain Loji, I also want to join you like the Red Count. Hurry up and give me food. I tell you, his shout stirred up a hornet's nest. The remaining prisoners went crazy, howling and wanting to board the ship. In the end, Luo Ji didn't even raise an eyelid. Goodness, He released his Conqueror's Haki in a wave, and the entire 6th level instantly quieted down like a library. You could hear a pin drop. Only then did he slowly speak. What are you shouting about? You're now my trophies, got it? If you want to get on my ship, you're not qualified. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. But Luo Ji changed his tone. However, since you are mine, I can't just watch you starve to death. With a wave of his hand, a huge scroll appeared out of nowhere, and a mountain of food rained down into each cell. The entire infinite hell instantly turned into a battlefield for food, with the sounds of fighting and cursing echoing everywhere. Luo Ji gave a cold laugh, his voice sharp as ice. Listen up, I don't want to see my trophies die. If any cell dares to cause a death, the entire cell will go down together as a burial. This was too ruthless, and the noise in the cells immediately decreased by half. But the law of the jungle still applied. The strong gorged themselves while the weak starved, simple as that. After dealing with these little minions, Luo Ji finally turned around and fixed his gaze on the fierce man bound tightly with sea prism stone. Barret, the devil's heir. He directly made an offer. Barret, here's your chance. Serve me for 5 years, and I'll teach you Conqueror's Haki. After 3 years, I'll give you a chance to challenge me once a year. If you win, you can leave anytime. How about that? I'm telling you, this condition is simply a precise strike. The Red Count wants youth, and the battle maniac Barret wants power. This kid Luo Ji is all about targeted solutions. Barret was lying there like a dead man, but when he heard the words Conqueror's Haki and challenge, his eyes instantly lit up. 5 years for a chance to reach the top of the world. This deal is a blood profit. Back on Roger's ship, those 2 old guys kept it to themselves and didn't teach him anything, and now the opportunity is right in front of him. Refuse? The outcome of refusal is either death or rotting away in this damn place for a lifetime. He only thought for 3 seconds before coldly spitting out a sentence. 3 years later, I will definitely take you down. I'm waiting, Luo Ji said with a smirk, walking over and throwing a few punches at the sea stone shackles on Barret, which were thicker than my thighs. To his fists, that thing shattered like a crispy ice cream. The chains tied around him were also torn apart by him in one go. Barret's eyes were about to pop out, his face full of disbelief. A devil fruit user can really overcome sea stone? He had been dreaming of breaking free from this curse. As a result, Luo Ji shrugged and casually said, I can't teach that, because I even took down the demon in the fruit. Good lord. That sentence not only fried Barret's CPU, but also made the Red Count, who was focused on eating, suddenly lift his head, his eyes filled with shock and fervor. Take down a demon? It can be done this way? Both of these legendary figures had the same thought in their minds. If you can do it, I can definitely do it too. The liberated Barret didn't say a word and dashed over to the pile of food, starting to devour it like a wolf. The appetites of these 2 legendary figures were like bottomless pits, eating faster than an excavator. Seeing the Red Count and Barret both submit, the remaining prisoners went completely crazy, each one clinging to the bars, displaying themselves like peacocks, fearing that Luo Ji wouldn't take notice of them. Akatfasa bij manshota, mua, luoyi. Besides those old guys, I'm the strongest here, come recruit me. This is the Tyrant King Pizarro. Immediately after, a apologetic-looking big lady kicked away her cellmate and ominously shouted, Murumuru, are you strong? I'm not bad either. The Crescent Moon Hunter, Catherine Butterfly, making her entrance. A silly voice came from one cell. I'm so hungry. There's not enough to eat. The giant battleship Saint won the evil wolf. And a nosy clown with a red nose eagerly asked, Captain Luo Ji, can I have some wine? The big wine barrel busker chode. His cellmates have already been beaten half to death by him. I tell you, these people are nothing like the Red Count and the others. They are heavyweight contenders, and their crimes are numerous and serious. Luo Ji is well aware that these folks are not fit to join his crew. Their only way out is to be brainwashed and transformed into pacifists. He watches with interest as the few who are jumping the most excitedly respond. Are you devil fruit users? The first to answer is the big drunk barrel, Captain Luo Ji. I am a user of the sake fruit. Saint Juan the Wolf also raises his hand foolishly. I'm also a user. Can I have more to eat? Luo Ji glances at this giant, who is only 18 meters tall at the moment, completely different from the legendary 180-meter giant warship. What ability do you have? I am a Paramecia-type user of the Expand fruit. I can grow 1 to 10 times bigger, and when I'm full, I can get even bigger. They all call me the giant warship. The wolf honestly reveals everything. Luo Ji hears this and understands. This foolish giant was captured for accidentally stepping on the ancestral land of the celestial dragons while looking for food. Compared to others, his crime seems as innocent as that of a child. All right, you can come out. Luoji declares, but don't turn into that silly giant unless it's for battle. Also, develop your ability well, don't waste it. Strive to become a 1,000-meter giant for me. Okay, thank you, Captain. The wolf is so excited he acts like a child over 90 years old, ready to grow, but then remembers Luoji's warning and reluctantly holds back. Luoji unlocks his shackles, and the wolf immediately comes over, looking pitiful. Captain, I'm hungry. Luoji is amused. I think you should stop being called the wolf. Let us call you Husky instead. Saying this, he throws him a mountain of food. The foolish guy eats while mumbling, Husky? Does it sound good? Can I change? This IQ is something else. Seeing that the foolish wolf has been recruited, Catherine Butterfly is anxious and quickly shows off. Captain Luoji, I'm also a user, and I'm a mythical Zoan-type nine-tailed fox. She thinks this will secure her spot. Mythical Zoan, how rare. Luoji's eyes light up, but doesn't respond to her. Instead, he looks at the evil King Pizarro, who hasn't spoken yet. Catherine's smiling face stiffens immediately. What about you? Do you have abilities? Luoji asks Pizarro. Meow haha, you've discovered it. The evil king laughs arrogantly. I'm a Paramecia-type user of the Island fruit. Quickly release me. If you give me the captain's position, I'll lead you to the peak. Ah, perfect. Luoji laughs heartily, and suddenly summons a huge world scroll. When the scroll opens, it looks like the entrance to hell. Come on, everyone, get into my scroll. I'll take you away. He starts to violently break down doors, opening all the cells. However, here's the key point. He didn't remove the sea prism stone shackles from these people. The evil king and the moon hunter, who are quick-witted, instantly feel something is off. What's going on? A test? What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and get in. Luoji's expression turns cold, and the prisoners don't dare delay. Whether genuinely or pretentiously, they all rush into the scroll world. Once inside, seeing the small world, they become excited again, finally leaving that hellish place. Only the evil king and the moon hunter feel increasingly uneasy. They sense that their identities as Loot Haven changed yet. After all the prisoners have entered, Luoji finally puts away the scroll. The well-fed Red Count walks elegantly to his side, watching this scene and can't help but admire it. Luoji casually throws him a gold coin, and with a bang, the prison attire on the Red Count transforms into a magnificent red noble outfit. He throws another coin to Barrett, who waves his hand and directly uses his fusion ability to combine the prison attire and the steel of the cell into a cool black military uniform. Nice ability. Luoji smiles, relieved that he drew blood from these two before taking action. Otherwise, they wouldn't let him draw it after they recover. I can't wait to get out. Barrett is filled with power and fighting spirit. Let us go. Luoji begins to give him spoilers. The Knights of God in the Holy Land and the 5 Elders have been busy these past 2 years, and there's also a nearly 1,000-year-old old monster named him. Wow, this intel is shocking. The Red Count and Barrett are amazed. The foundation of the world government is so terrifying. Barrett is even more excited, trembling. 5 Conqueror Haki users? Great, that is plenty of opponents. Just as the situation on this 6th level settles, the other levels are bustling with activity. On the 5th level, the bear has finally been found by Ivankov. When Ivankov hears that Luoji's world team has captured Impel down and that the bear has joined them, he is shocked to the point that his jaw almost drops. What kind of celestial pirate crew is this? They are stronger than the revolutionary army that has been developing for over 20 years. On the 2nd level, Rain Shiryu has been captured by Smile, Yamato, and Hanavza. Shiryu's gravity fruit is simply his nemesis. He is suppressed severely and eventually gets smashed by Yamato, coughing up blood. This bloodthirsty chief guard not only doesn't get angry, but instead smiles, seeming to see an opportunity to leave this boring prison. The most intense battle is still in the 4th level Scorching Hell. Magellan has unleashed his full power to deal with the 3 Logia users. The entire 4th level is filled with venom and toxic gas. Old Sand is poisoned, his lips turning purple, relying on a muscular man, Huangmu, to hold the front. Enel is having the time of his life, battling Magellan's poison giants and even having the leisure to electrocute the deputy warden Hannibal until he charred on the outside and Tinder on the inside. Huangmu roars, "It seems that you, the warden of Impel Down, are not even as good as me, a senior officer from the Taiya Kingdom. I tell you." That guy Huangmu got fired up right away and started cursing Magellan, saying if he had known the world government was this useless, he should have recommended himself back then. At least he would be a Navy admiral now, and wouldn't have to be a pirate. When Magellan heard this, his face turned green, and he was panicking inside. He knew that my brother Luoji had been down in the 6th level for so long, Who knows how many ancient giants he might unleash? If he dragged this out any longer, the entire Impel Down would be doomed. He was trying to hold on while also using his sense of justice to manipulate Huangmu. However, Huangmu wasn't buying it at all and shot back. I want to be an official too, but did those celestial dragons give me a chance? The way I ended up today, they are partly to blame. As soon as he finished speaking, Huangmu unleashed all his power without holding back. Goodness. The entire 4th level was almost swallowed by his forest in an instant, with countless vines crazily competing for territory against Magellan's poison. He had no choice. If he didn't hurry, that proud sand crocodile nearby would really be poisoned to death. If that got out, it would be said that the 3 of them from the natural system took down Magellan and lost a head in the process. Where they put their faces. The commotion was incredible. From the hungry hell above to the extreme cold hell below, the entire Impel Down was buzzing, as if it were an earthquake. Just then, my brother Luigi came up from the 6th level with Red Count and Barret. When Barret, the battle maniac, heard the chaos above, he got excited and asked Luigi, "Do you have such fierce fighters under you who can take on Magellan?" Red Count, being more perceptive, scanned with his observation Haki and directly said, "Strong, extremely strong, not inferior to a Navy admiral. Let me tell you, my brother Luigi is about to show off. He is so casual about it, starting to count on his fingers. Oh, up there are my 3 natural type cadres. 1 is the forest fruit at the admiral level. 1 is the sand fruit, your old acquaintance crocodile. And there's another one with the thunder fruit, probably at the level of a Shichibukai. All right, there are also 2 upstairs, both at the admiral level." Barret and Red Count were dumbfounded at that moment. 2 subordinates that are not inferior to a Navy admiral. What kind of divine configuration is this? No wonder he dares to confront the elders directly. Barret's pride of being a lone beast vanished in an instant. This is not just a gathering of lambs. This is a meeting of Godzilla. Barret couldn't sit still and shouted that he wanted to go take a look, especially when he heard that Crocodile was also there. He got even more excited. He always felt that the news back then saying he and Old Sand were evenly matched was a huge humiliation. So today was the perfect opportunity to teach this useless crocodile a lesson. My elder brother is quite clever as well. Fearing that these 2 battle maniacs might start fighting amongst themselves, he immediately created a clone to lead them while he stayed on the 5th level, preparing to clear out the prisoners here. As soon as he unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, all the prisoners in the extreme cold hell were instantly awakened. He opened the entrance to the scroll world and shouted, "Anyone who doesn't want to die, come in." The prisoners, frozen like popsicles, rushed in as if they had seen their long-lost father, shouting and scrambling. Of course, there were always a few fools who couldn't see the situation clearly and dared to ask Roji to free them from their sea stone handcuffs. Well, Roji responded with a swift slash, directly cutting them into 5 equal parts. At that moment, everyone became obedient. And then, the most exciting part came. Families, who understands? The entire Impel Down started bustling. On the battlefield of the 4th level, people began pouring in like dumplings. First, the cross-dresser king Ivankov and his crew from level 5. 5 crawled out from a secret passage, and upon seeing the scene, they exclaimed, "Wow, the 3 natural type users are ganging up on Magellan. What a chaotic scene." Before he could recover, more people came from upstairs. Yamato and Izo, with a half-dead Shiryu of the rain in hand. Ivankov's eyes were about to pop out. But that is not all. The climax of the climax arrived. More people came from downstairs. Barret, the Red Count, and my elder brother Roji's handsome clone. Ivankov was completely dumbfounded, his brain practically overheating. How could legendary pirates appear like cabbages in a wholesale market? Bartholomew Kuma calmly introduced, "Oh, that young man is my new captain, Roji." The 2 legends next to him were just recruited. Ivankov immediately thought, does the Revolutionary Army still have a future? Maybe I should jump ship too. On the other side, Magellan, seeing the situation, directly lost his composure. He released the monsters from infinite hell, and with Shiryu captured, now a bunch of deities appeared. What was there left to fight for? He steeled his heart, a flash of determination in his eyes, ready to unleash a big move. "I'll take you all down with me." His venom erupted like a tsunami, aiming to corrode the walls of Impel Down and let the sea flood in, leading everyone to doom. But guess what? The most dramatic scene unfolded. The captured Shiryu, the traitor, was the first to jump ship. He shouted, "Hey, that idiot is about to unleash his move. Stop him quick. I don't want to die in this damn place." Magellan angrily cursed him for betraying them, while Shiryu simply shrugged, "Betrayal is betrayal. I've long wanted to get out of this hellhole." Now it was all-out war. Izo applied gravity, causing vines to fiercely attack, while Barret, in a heavyweight move, landed a powerful punch, sending Magellan crashing into the wall, stuck and unable to get out. But even so, Magellan wasn't willing to give up, still spewing venom and insisting on dragging all the prisoners down with him. Just then, my brother Roji's true form made a dazzling entrance. His clone quietly dissipated, and he walked out from the entrance of the 5th level. As he spread the scroll at his feet, it was like opening a black hole, sucking in all the raging venom. Sorry, but you're also our loot. Roji swiftly threw a sea stone dagger, hitting Magellan's shoulder precisely, causing him to lose all strength. Next, a giant pink dragon flew out from the scroll, grabbing him and shackling him with a full set of sea stone, directly tossing him into the single-person prison scroll. Before being locked up, Magellan shouted at Roji, "Releasing these criminals will make you the world's sinner." Roji coolly replied, "Don't worry, I'm a person of principles." With Magellan taken care of, the scene turned into a party. Roji casually tossed a captured military wolf to Xiaoyu as a pet, and Xiaoyu also took a liking to the 4 regenerating prison beasts. Barrett, growing impatient, radiated an aura of wanting to fight. Yamato, the battle girl, wouldn't let him off easy and stepped forward. "Hey, I heard you're strong. Want to fight?" The two clashed their Conqueror's Haki, sparks flying everywhere. Barrett, feeling cocky, looked at Roji and said, "If you don't teach me Conqueror's Haki after beating her, I won't forgive you." I told you. Lao Sha was almost laughing out loud beside me, thinking to himself, "You silly fool. Do you know that the girl opposite has already mastered the use of Conqueror's Haki?" Luoji also found it amusing and directly opened a dual scroll, letting them go in for a one-on-one fight. The others, including Lao Sha, also rushed in to watch the excitement. The Red Count passed by Luoji and meaningfully said, "That white-haired woman is your woman, right?" Luoji shot him a warning glance to tell him not to look around carelessly. While they were fighting, my brother Luoji, with a smile, quickly led to Xiong and the others to pack up the remaining prisoners from the upper levels. Thus, after being cut off from the outside world for a full 3 hours, the Navy headquarters finally sensed something was wrong. Admiral Sengoku put down the Den Mushi, feeling an inexplicable jolt in his heart, a very ominous premonition rising within him. I tell you, his intuition must be like quantum entanglement. When something happens over there, his heart immediately starts racing over here. Sengoku's heart was pounding, thump, thump, thump. He felt that something big was about to happen. So he hurriedly called Granny Crane over to discuss it. While they were calculating, who is Granny Crane? The first strategist of the Navy. Her brain's CPU spins faster than anyone else's, and suddenly she slapped her thigh. Her face changed. "No, Sengoku, how long has that group, led by Law, been missing?" Sengoku was stunned, and then cold sweat instantly poured down. "Right? It's been 5 or 6 days. At this time, who understands of family members? Sitting on that flying battleship. It's enough to drift from the North Sea directly to the advanced city of the Great Route. Goodness. Just goodness. This is not a one-on-one duel with Law. This is a feint, playing the whole world for a fool. Our Navy, the world government, hundreds of top-tier forces all diverted to the North Sea by a false message. And as a result, they turned around and went to dig into our most core stronghold, the underwater prison, Advanced City. His target is those prisoners." Sengoku's voice was almost hoarse. "This is it. It's completely over. What kind of monsters are locked up in Advanced City? If all of them are recruited by that kid Law, what is the point of fighting? They could directly ascend on the spot and establish the 5th Celestial Dragon." Now, the entire Navy headquarters was in an uproar. Sengoku was sweating profusely, shouting for Granny Crane to hurry and send Kizaru over, while tremblingly pulling out a golden transponder snail to directly contact the overall commander, Steel Bone Kong. In Mariehua, over 90 years old, Steel Bone Kong, upon hearing this, tensed every muscle in his body, and his blood pressure probably shot up to 180 instantly. His mind was filled with images of legendary monsters like Red Count and Barrett, if they were released. The consequences were unimaginable. "Don't wait." Steel Bone Kong roared directly into the transponder snail, not waiting for the reconnaissance fleet. "Sengoku, you immediately gather all available personnel. The entire army is to launch an attack. Head towards Advanced City. Remember, if necessary, I authorize you to directly activate the Demon Slayer order. Sink the entire Advanced City to the bottom of the sea, and not a single one of those demons is allowed to escape. I tell you, once this command is given, the entire Marineford alarm is raised to the max, the sound sharp enough to pierce eardrums. Countless naval generals are still in a daze, only to be kicked onto the warship by their own marshal dressed in a coat of justice. That scene, St. Mary Joa, Naval Headquarters, Judicial Island, 3 armies marching vigorously, rushing towards Impel Down like dumplings. At the same time, the news reached the ears of the 5 elders. Good heavens! Those 4 old men, waiting to pick up scraps in the North Sea, turned pale after hearing the report. The newly appointed Garling Saint felt like his IQ was being rubbed into the ground by Roji, so angry that his beard stood on end. What are we waiting for? Teleport. Back. In a flash of light, the 5 elders directly parachuted back to the Holy Land from the North Sea, without saying a word. They took Steelbone, and along with the elite of CP0 and the Knights of God, headed straight for Impel Down. They were also anxious. If Roji succeeded this time, where would the face of their world government go? They were trying to play a game of information disparity, but ended up being the biggest disparity themselves. However, what they didn't know was that while they were rushing back in a hurry, Roji had already finished the job inside Impel Down. The prisoners on the first 3 levels were packed up and taken away in scrolls. The Revolutionary Army members led by Ivankov got a free ride thanks to Kuma's influence, directly delivered to the Revolutionary Army's base using the pawpaw fruit. Before leaving, Roji casually drew a vial of blood from both Ivankov and Lightning, claiming it was to expand Vegapunk's ability library, a classic example of feathering the nest. And in that scorching hell of a scroll world, it was truly lively. Yamato was fighting Barrett, the devil's descendant, with earth-shattering blows, each punch hitting hard. Barrett was stunned, thinking to himself, I've been locked up for 20 years. And the women in the outside world are this fierce. They can even use Conqueror's Haki? Crocodile was watching the show nearby, frantically commenting, no way, no way. Who just said they were going to cripple our vice captain? Why are they now gasping like a broken accordion? Yamato enjoyed the fight, swung the kanabo, and went to challenge Red Count. Just as Barrett was about to take a break, Crocodile came over, insisting on having a go with his old rival. 2 top-level battles were unfolding simultaneously, and it was spectacular. Just when the Navy's advanced troops had just caught a glimpse of the giant thunder, net-shrouded outline of Impel Down, Roji was already preparing to wrap things up and escape. That stubborn deputy director Hannibal actually trembled and jumped out to block the way, shouting, Roji, if you release these demons, you will become a sinner of the sea. Roji didn't even look at him, countering with a punch that knocked him out cold, leaving only one sentence. You're brave, but I'm in a hurry. I'm telling you, the most outrageous operation is here. Just as they were about to leave, Enel dispersed the lightning net, and the signal-blocking snail was also retrieved. Law suddenly asked Robin to open the live broadcast snail. Yes, you heard it right. He went live in front of the whole world. The screens across the globe were instantly hijacked, and the first scene everyone saw was Law, who was curiously looking at someone. That person was wearing the warden's uniform from Impel Down, with blood at the corner of his mouth. It's Shiryu of the Rain. Law casually asked, do you dare to kill the celestial dragons? The whole world fell silent in an instant. Shiryu grinned, revealing a smile more sinister than a demon's. Broadcasting to the 4 seas. Why wouldn't I dare? Boom! At that moment, everyone went crazy. Law not only broke into Impel Down, but he was also trying to recruit the warden in front of the whole world. In the footage, Magellan, being dragged like a dead dog by Enel, was shaking with rage, cursing, Shiryu, you traitor. Shiryu took a demon's sword, basking in the long-lost sunlight, laughing wildly. Justice? Can that thing be eaten? I've spent over 10 years in this hellhole. What's the difference from being in prison? Now I'm free. From now on, I'll follow Captain Law and kill a few celestial dragons for fun. This operation was simply a top-tier betrayal. The live broadcast shifted, and former Navy member Akiji casually put his arm around Shiryu's shoulder. Bro, lighten up, follow us, and I'll take you to find some beauties. Even more explosive developments were yet to come, as the camera swept over 2 figures, Count Redfield and Douglas Bullet, when these 2 legendary monsters appeared in Law's crew. Rayleigh from the Sabeti archipelago dropped his wineglass with a clang. He knew the world sky was truly about to change. At this moment, whether it was a Kainu in the North Sea or the Gains3 fleet rushing over, everyone was watching this live broadcast. Their faces were as dark as the bottom of a pot, feeling like clowns being played with by Law. On the side of the 4 emperors, Big Mom and Kaido fell silent, while the atmosphere on Shank's ship became extremely tense, because everyone understood that from today onwards, a super pirate crew that had recruited countless monsters from Impel Down, even including the Warden, and possessed 2 legendary pirates, had officially been born. The Whitebeard pirates had a relatively decent atmosphere on the ship due to their slight connection with Law's crew. Whitebeard Newgate found it hard to believe this live broadcast. How could even the arrogant Redfield stand with Law's crew? Had he really lost his pride and Impel Down? Resigned? Among the world government fleet. Fleet Admiral Sengoku looked at the live broadcast with a grim expression. Accelerate. Accelerate even more. Sengoku ordered the CP agents and Holy Land Guards. Even if Kizaru reached Impel Down now, he wouldn't be able to stop such a powerful crew. All they could do was hope the Gains3 would arrive in time. The Gains3 had already left the fleet and appeared on the giant bird created by Saint Mars, rushing over at full speed. Sengoku, being a non-celestial dragon, even as fleet admiral, did not have the right to stand on Mars' body. Even the Knights of God, who were also celestial dragons, did not dare to. They could only obediently travel, with those capable of flight following closely behind the giant bird. Despite the extreme urgency of the situation, the status and rules of the celestial dragons could not be violated. Sengoku did not dare to suggest standing on Mars to intercept Law's crew. That would be an act of rebellion, trampling on the precious body of Mars. Redfield. Sengoku looked at that familiar figure, his expression grave. Had he known these pirates had a chance to escape, it would have been better to sentence them to death back then. Now, they had all been released by Law. This sea was about to turn into a terrible situation. On the Navy headquarters fleet, Sengoku had fallen completely silent, staring intently at the live broadcast. Magellan and Shiryu still couldn't hold on, and Shiryu had even defected. Each of these facts left Sengoku feeling powerless. During his term as Fleet Admiral, the Gains3 had fallen. The Knights of God had fallen, and Impel Down had been breached. He was undoubtedly the worst Fleet Admiral in Navy history. At this moment, he was already considering retirement, completely beaten down by that bastard Law. Everything was irretrievable. Law shouldn't be able to recruit so many prisoners. We need to be prepared to suppress those criminals. Vice Admiral Tsuru helplessly squeezed out a few words to ease the tense atmosphere. Who would have thought Law dared to invade Impel Down? Law's crew had flying warships. Both the world government and the Navy knew that. But even the Golden Lion Shiki had a flying fleet, and after escaping from Impel Down, he didn't dare to invade it. It could only be said that they all underestimated Law. This guy didn't even know where he came from, a devil. He truly wasn't afraid of the world government, nor the celestial dragons. He attacked Impel Down, which had been established for 800 years, without any sense of reverence. This was something that countless pirates wouldn't even dare to think about. When encountering escaped prisoners, they were to be killed without mercy. Sengoku took a deep breath. They absolutely could not allow a prisoner to escape from Impel Down and the Calm Belt. He didn't believe Law could recruit so many prisoners in such a short time. Perhaps Law had only recruited those notorious pirates from the Infinite Hell. Now they could only see Redfield and Bullet. Perhaps Law looked down on those villainous prisoners, which could be considered a small piece of good news. As the scene of Shiryu joining Law's crew played out, the appearance of Redfield and Bullet also shocked the world. Enel and Hanavza flaunted their strength in front of the camera. They treated Magellan, the director of Impel Down, as a stepping stone and even threatened the world government and Navy headquarters for a bounty increase. Law, feeling that he had already branded Shiryu, Redfield, and Bullet with the Law crew tag, prepared to leave Impel Down. However, the swiftly approaching Kizaru made everyone's eyes light up. Kizaru, who had been on the way, didn't have time to watch the live broadcast or use the video snail. When he sensed those terrifying and familiar auras in Impel Down, he instantly transformed and slammed on the brakes. He knew this mission was about to fail. Hey, ISNT, this our good friend, Admiral Kizaru from the Revolutionary Army? Kizaru, thanks for your help last time. We managed to take down a Gains3. I'm really worried you might get exposed. Those idiots from the world government and celestial dragons might judge and kill you. Don't go back undercover anymore. Now you can directly receive 10 million berries a month as a retirement fund from Law's crew. Enjoy life. Law jumped onto the thundercloud and flew into the air, shouting at Kizaru. He began to feed Kizaru some hot news live. In the air, the characters Aramuku, Ishiao, and Inaru soared one by one. Even the members of the Loaji World Group stepped onto the pink dragon and blue phoenix of Loaji's super painting phantom beast and flew into the sky. Those wearing transformation battle suits could also fly on their own. Meanwhile, the three new members, Red Count, Barrett, and Shiryu, exchanged glances, their eyes flickering. Was this a way to bully them for lacking flight abilities? It made them feel out of place. Why wasn't Luigi making arrangements? Did he want them to step onto the moonwalk and hover in the air? Barrett had no choice but to activate his combined fruit ability, causing the ground beneath his feet to surge and form a towering stone pillar, elevating him to a higher position. Shiryu, what's going on with you? Magellan, you. Seeing these two heads of Impel Down, Kizaru realized that Impel Down had already fallen. How could he now block the Loaji World Group? Did he really have to carry out Saint Garen's orders and risk his life to confront these powerful figures? He simply couldn't do it. Remembering Saint Garen's threat, he realized he couldn't escape this military tribunal. I've joined the Loaji World Group. Do you want to join too? Rain Shiryu, having found a cigar from somewhere, lit it and casually responded to Kizaru. Kizaru, I was a high-ranking officer in the Taya Kingdom, and Shiryu is the warden of Impelled Down. You should join us too. The current navy is just the dogs of the celestial dragons. In the future, we'll form a new navy, and we'll be admirals together. You can even be a vice admiral. Then I want to be the admiral. After Rain Shiryu joined, Aramuku seemed to awaken some thought, determined to pull the senior officers of the world government to his side. If the warden of Impelled Down and the admirals of the navy rallied around him, he would be able to bring glory to his family, stand out, and make a name for himself. New navy? Kizaru's mouth twitched slightly. He had heard some rumors. His mentor, Zifa, seemed to have spread some ideas and concepts of a new navy among certain new recruits and old students. He didn't expect that this bandit officer, Aramuku, also wanted to establish a new faction and create a new navy. The nonsense from Loaji further fueled people's speculations and assumptions about Kizaru. Could it be that Kizaru was really connected to the deaths of the five elders? Was he an undercover agent for the Revolutionary Army? Or a good friend of the Loaji World Group? Even able to receive a pension from Loaji? With a serious expression, Kizaru had yet to react. He was currently live-streaming. A series of powerful auras made him extremely tense as he rapidly contemplated whether to intervene and block the Loaji World Group or turn around and flee. He didn't even have time to look at Robin and Violet behind him, holding the live-streaming transponder snail. The choice was too difficult. Both the Loaji World Group and Saint Garen were forcing him to his death. He just wanted to coast to retirement. Why was it so difficult? Borsellino, Vegapunk, and Sabaody all miss you. It's fine if you don't want to be an undercover anymore. Loaji began to approach Kizaru, completely acting like a good friend. This scene was broadcasted live, making the world genuinely believe that the relationship between Loaji and Kizaru was good. After all, the other four emperors were all acting aloof, completely ignoring the navy, unlike Loaji, who was so easy to talk to as a sea overlord. What are you talking about? I'm not an undercover. Kizaru shouted in his heart. Don't come any closer. He immediately transformed into light and flashed to a safe distance, giving Loaji, this fifth emperor, no chance to approach. Loaji had many tricks up his sleeve, and Kizaru was genuinely a bit anxious. At that moment, however, Eneru suddenly dashed in from the side and recklessly attacked Kizaru, unleashing a flash of lightning that scared Kizaru to flee even further away. Loaji could only helplessly raise his eyebrows at Eneru's reckless action. This guy from Skypiea really had no brains. Too reckless. Loaji wanted to use a few more schemes of deception and counter-deception against Kizaru, making his life difficult in the navy to facilitate future recruitment. After all, the sea was not just about fighting and killing. It involved human relations and various strategies. Now that Eneru suddenly attacked, the members of the Loaji World Group could only join in one after another, launching attacks at Kizaru. Kizaru decisively retreated strategically, flashing away. Forget Saint Garen's orders and the military tribunal. To hell with it. Whoever wants to block the Loaji World Group can come themselves. I can't stop them. Seeing Kizaru vanish, Henavaz quietly hid behind the others. It was he who had just encouraged Eneru a bit. As a result, the eager Eneru really dashed out, scaring away Kizaru, who was still talking to Loaji. Loaji wouldn't be angry, right? He mustn't vent his anger on him. Just punish that reckless Eneru. Kizaru, you're a good brother for sticking to your undercover work for the revolutionary cause. So, we'll pretend to attack to send you off. We won't expose you. Seeing that the live stream was still ongoing, Loaji could only shout at the fleeing Kizaru. It didn't matter whether such an obvious scheme would succeed. As long as someone raised suspicions, someone doubted, that was enough. After all, among the celestial dragons, there were plenty of brainless fools. Give them a reason, and they would dare to make things difficult for Kizaru, who had failed multiple missions. In short, Kizaru's life in the navy would no longer be easy or comfortable. At that moment, Saint Garen, watching the live stream, saw Kizaru fleeing directly, and his expression turned icy. He had already issued orders to Kizaru. Yet, Kizaru did not even try to block them. He did not even make a move, and just fled. This was clearly showing that he did not take his orders to heart. He knew that intercepting the Loaji World Group was dangerous, but Kizaru, at least he should make some effort, make some moves. Even pretending would be fine. Just talking would work, as long as it could buy some time. However, Kizaru was live-streaming while fleeing directly. If Garen didn't send Kizaru to the military tribunal for a round of judgment, Where would that leave his face as the new 5 Elder Stars? It was well known that red-haired Shanks valued face, but Garen valued it even more. Kizaru ignoring his orders was a direct affront to his pride. This Kizaru would not have it easy. Kizaru failed to block the Luigi World Group. Now it was troublesome. St. Waljuli looked at the high-tech broadcast from the transponder snail, his face darkening. He was very worried that this would once again be a futile effort. Meanwhile, the Ijin Tian strange bird beneath their feet flew even faster. Oof. Kizaru, this waste. Time and again, he fled the battlefield, time and again, failed to complete tasks. This time, St. Waljuli would definitely punish him. Even if Sengoku and Kong pleaded for him, it would work. St. Garen had already made up his mind to send Kizaru to the military tribunal for judgment. Previously, Saint Satan had investigated Kizaru. Had he thoroughly cleared it up? Was there any possibility that Kizaru was involved with the Revolutionary Army in Luigi? Saint Nezushiro looked at the live stream, and, hearing Luigi's nonsense, he actually began to suspect Kizaru a bit. After all, the last time Saint Satan investigated Kizaru, he was killed by him on Egghead Island, and the matter hadn't been reported yet. Now that the Luigi World Group's strength had skyrocketed, the investigation and punishment of Kizaru could be put aside for now. St. Peter coldly glanced at St. Nezushiro and St. Garen. It was one thing for the newcomer Garen to act impulsively, but how could the veteran Nezushiro also seem a bit less intelligent? Has practicing swordsmanship made him foolish, or has the aura of the first-generation Ghost Slayer invaded his mind? Can't he see such a simple scheme from Luo-Ji? If it really is aimed at Kizaru, it might force this Marine Admiral to side with Luo-Ji's World Group and the Revolutionary Army. Kizaru is a bit timid and afraid of trouble, but right now he isn't thinking about being judged. Our enemy is the Luo-Ji World Group. Waljuli Saint interrupted the conversation of a few people, his expression growing colder. If Luo-Ji's World Group escapes this time, Lordum might very well take action against them. How could Garen Saint and Nezushiro Saint still be thinking about Kizaru? Not good. They've cut off the live broadcast. St. Peter suddenly widened his eyes. They had lost real-time updates on the Luo-Ji pirates. This means the Luo-Ji World Group might be trying to escape from Impel Down. Immediately call Kizaru on the emergency Den Den Mushi and have him keep an eye on the Luo-Ji pirates. Waljuli Saint's expression changed dramatically, his breathing becoming heavy, with 2 streams of white mist coming from his nose. Kizaru couldn't delay them even a little, which made them very dissatisfied. Hopefully, the Luo-Ji pirates are leaving via a flying pirate ship. Then they might have a chance to catch up with these lawless villains. Garen Saint quickly took out a platinum Den Den Mushi and directly dialed Kizaru's exclusive Den Den Mushi. Kizaru, I order you to return immediately and keep an eye on the Luo-Ji pirates. I don't want to see you retreat without a fight again. Garen Saint's cold voice came through the Den Den Mushi to Kizaru, who had just escaped with his life. Kizaru paused for a moment, but quickly reacted. Those bastards from the Luo-Ji World Group must have started a broadcast, showing his strategic retreat. It's over. This time it's really over. Kizaru had thought no one knew, which is why he fled so freely. He had even been contemplating how to report to Garen Saint and Admiral Sengoku. Now Garen Saint tells him that all his actions were clearly seen by the 5 elders and the Marine High Command. Kizaru felt as if he was suffocating at that moment. Okay, Kizaru responded bitterly. After Garen Saint scolded him a few times and hung up the Den Den Mushi, he took a few deep breaths, his eyes filled with a sense of tragic determination as he returned to Impel Down. Meanwhile, Luo-Ji had summoned a batch of pre-prepared images, leaving them on the surface of the sea near Impel Down. After putting away everyone in the Ark Proverb, he used Kuma's Pawpaw Fruit ability to fly directly to the nearby judicial island, the island Kuma had visited. In a world of scrolls. Why is God leaving again? Aren't we supposed to wait for the 5 elders and the Marine headquarters strong ones to arrive? Enel muttered unhappily. He was eager for a big fight, but Luo-Ji turned and left. This shattered his plan for a skyrocketing bounty. Hanavza, who had just made a mistake, cautiously dared not speak, fearing Luo-Ji would notice him. To his surprise, this scroll ability was so useful, with such a large space that could hold so many people. The Red Count was truly astonished by Luo-Ji's ability. Luo-Ji had developed an ordinary scroll fruit ability to such an extent. He had opened up several scroll worlds, such as Dual Scroll World, National Land World, Prison World, Storage World. Each person creating several small worlds was something only a deity could accomplish. Could it be that Luo-Ji's scroll fruit ability has no limit? Could this be the enormous potential unleashed after defeating the demon within the devil fruit and breaking the curse of ability? This made the Red Count's desire grow even stronger. If he ate the vampire fruit and then defeated the demon in the devil fruit, breaking the curse, what would his vampire abilities mutate into? Would he become a true immortal vampire, eternally youthful? Barrett had the same idea. He also wanted to defeat the demon within the combined fruit ability, breaking the curse and weaknesses of seawater, evolving into a stronger super combined ability. Seeing Luo Ji develop such exaggerated and unreasonable scroll world abilities, transforming combat suit abilities, image abilities, the key was that the physical energy consumption was disproportionate. It was as if it operated on a rule system, making it stronger and more advanced than others' devil fruit abilities. Just like how the Golden Lion Shiki could easily lift dozens of islands without expending much effort to maintain it. This made the many powerful members of the Luo Ji World Group eager to defeat the demon within the devil fruit, enhancing their own devil fruit abilities to become stronger and more advanced. They could also eliminate the seawater curse and regain their swimming abilities. Although Luo Ji kept emphasizing that he was an exception and nearly unreplicable, these proud individuals did not believe they were inferior to Luo Ji. One day, they would defeat the demon within the devil fruit and become stronger ability users without weaknesses. To this, Luo Ji could only say, "You figure it out and work hard." However, Luo Ji also subtly guided them, suggesting that after awakening their abilities, they might have a chance to discover the demon within the devil fruit, which could lead to defeating the demon. This led everyone to believe that awakening their abilities was a prerequisite for defeating the ability demon. Although it was very difficult, at least they saw hope. Barrett, who had already awakened his ability, felt even more eager. He was a man most likely to catch up to Luo Ji. As for Crocodile and the other Logia users, they felt immense pressure. After all, Logia abilities were notoriously difficult to awaken. In comparison, ordinary Zoan and Paramecia abilities were easier to awaken. The Zoan mythical beast and Logia abilities were the hardest to awaken. Seeing those motivated members, Luo Ji could only smile slightly. Encouraging them to train hard and awaken their abilities was for their own good. As for whether they could defeat the demon within their abilities and break the curse after awakening, Luo Ji couldn't manage that. It merely offered them hope to swim again without weaknesses. Fortunately, Kuma, during his short months as a warlord of the sea, had already landed on some islands near the Marine headquarters and Judicial Island, allowing Luo Ji and Kuma to quickly fly to the vicinity of Judicial Island. Some of the images Luo Ji left behind surprisingly returned to the top 3 levels of Impel Down, releasing some criminals that Luo Ji completely disregarded, like rapists, fraudsters, and traffickers. When Kizaru cautiously killed his way back, he happened to discover that members of the Luo Ji World Group had entered the underwater levels, while some prisoners were rushing to the surface, seeking ways to escape. Although Kizaru sensed something was off, he immediately relayed this information to the 5 elders and Sengoku. The Luo Ji pirates had not yet left Impel Down. They were releasing prisoners from Impel Down, and now the entire surface of Impel Down had become chaotic. This news energized the 5 elders and Sengoku. As long as the Luo Ji group had not left, everything could still be salvaged, even if they released all the prisoners from Impel Down. Should I go deeper into the lower levels of Impel Down to stop them? Kizaru cautiously inquired of Gains3. No, let them recruit the prisoners from Impel Down. We can't scare them away. The 5 elders quickly responded, thinking that Luffy was reluctant to push the strong ones from Impel Down, still trying to recruit them. After all, it seemed that Impel Down had only been out of contact for a few hours. It would probably take a considerable amount of time for Luffy's pirate crew to defeat Magellan and Shiryu, as well as recruit the 2 unruly Haki users, Red Earl and Barrett. Luffy thought he had tricked the strong ones from the world government and Marine headquarters to the North Sea. Now he was so arrogantly lingering in Impel Down, continuing to recruit those villains. Yes, it must be this way. The 5 elders and Sengoku speculated and comforted themselves. Impel Down was like a treasure mountain to Luffy. How could he leave so quickly? This greed was their only hope to deal with Luffy. The 5 elders had even reported to him, hoping that would personally come to Impel Down to completely eradicate Luffy's pirate crew. After all, if Luffy could still use Joy Boy's Haki, things would be troublesome. The vast fleet of the world government and Marine headquarters had even loaded their cannons, ready to bury Luffy's crew at 10 times the demon-slaying order specifications, even if it meant destroying Impel Down. Good, Kizaru quickly agreed. He didn't want to delve deep into such a dangerous place like Impel Down. If he got surrounded by Luffy's pirate crew inside, would even his light fruit ability allow him to escape? Those auras really are Luffy and the others. Kizaru muttered to himself. When he had just returned, his observation Haki had sensed familiar auras and seen some figures. However, he didn't carefully identify them because of the large number of prisoners that appeared later. But the only ones who could release these prisoners must be Luffy's pirate crew, who were definitely inside Impel Down. Kizaru was anxiously waiting for the 5 elders to arrive. He had to get there before Luffy's crew finished recruiting to trap them under Impel Down and wipe them out. That way, he wouldn't have to go to a military court. Moreover, once Luffy's crew was eradicated, this sea would no longer have Luffy stirring up trouble. The world would definitely be able to return to its previous stability and balance. Then he could continue to slack off at work until a stable retirement. Kizaru briefly fantasized about the future of Luffy's crew being wiped out. In an air bubble, Luffy released Violet, the stare fruit user, holding her in his arms, enjoying the thrill of fast flight. Luffy, there are indeed 3 huge fleets in those 3 directions. The fleet flying the Marine flag had at least over 100 ships. The fleet flying the World Government flag had over 50 ships. The other fleet, also flying the World Government flag, had around 20 ships. Violet activated her power, looking at the situation in all directions from the center of Impel Down. Did that mean Mary Geos, Marine headquarters at Marineford, and Judicial Island were all defenseless? Luffy's eyes lit up. Was it a bit of a loss to target Judicial Island now? Shouldn't he go for Mary Geos? Luffy thought carefully. No, that old immortal M was always a hidden danger. Plus, with an 800-year foundation and the unknown Uranus, charging into Mary Geos could easily lead to Luffy's crew's downfall. He decided to abandon that thought. The road had to be walked step by step, and meals had to be eaten bite by bite. Having taken Impel Down, Luffy's crew needed to digest and develop a bit. Now going to Judicial Island would just be a chance to slap the world government in the face. However, the defenseless Marine headquarters seemed like a potential target as well. Which one should he choose between Judicial Island and Marine headquarters? Forget it. Marine headquarters was closer to Mary Geos, and he didn't know what he was up to. This time, he would still deal with Judicial Island, which was further from Mary Geos. Luffy decided to stick to the original plan and target Judicial Island. As always, Luffy's goal had always been the Celestial Dragons, not the Marines. Luffy, are we a bit anxious attacking Impel Down just now and then going for Judicial Island? Violet's heartbeat quickened. Attacking Impel Down was already a world-shocking event. Who would have thought Luffy wanted to do 2 major things in one day? To take down the 2 major institutions under the world government, Impel Down and Judicial Island. If he could successfully take Judicial Island as well, it would truly be a super event without precedent. At that moment, the short live broadcast of Luffy's crew in Impel Down had already sent shockwaves throughout the world. Big News Morgans was so excited he was about to faint. In addition to handling the previous live broadcast footage and the photos sent over by Luffy's crew, he had also dispatched a large number of newsbirds to the calm belt of Impel Down. He wanted to report the great event of Impel Down to the entire world. In the North Sea, Trafalgar Law, hiding and waiting for the 1-week appointment, had originally planned to rely on Luffy's crew to deal with Doflamingo. However, the invasion of Impel Down by Luffy's crew had created a huge uproar worldwide. It turned out that Luffy's crew had long left the North Sea and headed to the calm belt of the Grand Line. This news and intelligence made Trafalgar Law feel a sense of anxiety over his gains and losses. Did Luffy set a trap for him as a user of the Ope fruit? Had he unwittingly become a pawn of Luffy? So was the news of Luffy wanting to recruit him true or false? After thinking for a long time, Trafalgar Law decided to leave the dangerously swirling North Sea and officially enter the Grand Line to venture. He guessed that the bastard Doflamingo had definitely also come to the North Sea. This guy wouldn't give up on the Ope fruit ability. He intended to go to the Grand Line to find Luffy's crew and leave the North Sea, escaping from the pursuit of Doflamingo and other ambitious individuals. As Luffy and the others quickly flew toward Judicial Island, the 5 elders finally arrived at Impel Down after much effort. M did not personally fly to Impel Down, as he firmly believed in his judgment that Luffy could no longer use Joy Boy's Haki. However, he still had Saint Vegapunk summon him to Impel Down as quickly as possible. Kizaru looked at the black teleportation array in the sky and swallowed hard. They had finally blocked Luffy's pirate crew in Impel Down. Kizaru silently prayed in his heart that there would not be a repeat of what happened at Egghead Island. He hoped that Lord M and the 4 elders who had been in the North Sea would not be sent back by Luffy in some way. If that happened, he and the remaining Vegapunk would be surrounded by Luffy's pirate crew again. As a user of the Light fruit, he could escape. But if Vegapunk fell and Impel Down like Saint Satan at Egghead Island, Kizaru figured he would have to defect from the Marines. He really couldn't bear the huge crime of having killed 2 elders. Kizaru, Those scoundrels of Luffy didn't escape, did they? St. Garling asked Kizaru with a nasty expression. No, not a single prisoner has escaped from Impel Down. Kizaru quickly dodged to greet the 5 elders, as well as the black figure that appeared in the sky. It seems that Luffy has really become arrogant. This time, let them be completely buried in Impel Down. Vola Lee Saint's gaze was sharp as he transformed into a massive beast form, jumping onto the first level of the sea at Impel Down, instantly killing a large number of prisoners who were searching for ways to escape. The violent Conqueror's Haki erupted, causing all the escapees on that level to foam at the mouth and roll their eyes before collapsing. The other 5 elders descended onto Impel Down, quickly sealing off the entire first level of the sea. However, the illusory figure in the black teleportation array high above suddenly began to tremble violently, a terrifying aura rampaging. A group of useless fools. Useless. That brat isn't even here. 2 scarlet lights flashed from the illusory black shadow, as I'm furiously reprimanded, causing the black teleportation array to collapse with a loud bang, vanishing into the sky. The 5 elders, who were ready to take action, suddenly looked at each other, their faces gradually turning pale. Garling Saint looked at Kizaru with a murderous intent. Is this the so-called Luffy pirates still in Impel Down? Garling Saint couldn't help but draw his supreme sword, pointing it at Kizaru, this useless fool. They, the 5 highest authorities in the world, worked hard to come here. Even him had made an appearance, and yet they ended up with nothing. I don't know, they really didn't leave my sight. Kizaru, covered in cold sweat, looked at Garling Saint and couldn't help but raise his hands and take a few steps back. The overwhelming Conqueror's Haki left Kizaru terrified. He knew he had been tricked by Luffy again. Everyone had been tricked by Luffy. It's over. This time it's really over. He had offended the 5 elders, the highest authority in the world, and even the king of the world, him. Forget about his career. He couldn't even ensure his own life. Do I still have a chance? Should I directly defect? Kizaru swallowed hard, his throat moving, and his entire back was soaked. He really wanted to escape this oppressive atmosphere. Sengoku, Admiral Kong, help me. The terrifying murderous aura from Garling Saint and the furious presence of the other 4 elders made Kizaru genuinely consider resigning from the Navy, or immediately defecting from the Navy and leaving the world government. That bastard Luffy has really ruined him. Wait. Vola Lee Saint suddenly spoke up to stop Garling Saint, who was really about to act, forcefully suppressing his violent aura. Just now, he used observation Haki to carefully sense Impel Down and discovered a terrifying fact. The entire underwater prison had almost been cleared out by Luffy. This means that the vicious prisoners in the infinite hell of Impel Down had already been taken away by the Luffy pirates. Once Luffy tames these thugs, the Luffy pirates will become a terrifying monster. This filled Vola Lee Saint with worry. If they execute Kizaru, the Navy Admiral now, it will be a huge loss for the world government. Moreover, he had already sensed Kizaru's little movements. If they really pressed him further, Kizaru might really defect in an instant. With the speed of the glint fruit, if he really wanted to escape, the 5 of them might not be able to stop him. Even if they want to capture Kizaru, they have to lower his guard and use other methods to take down Kizaru, who has already developed dissent. For example, let Kong and Sengoku, the leaders Kizaru trusts, persuade him to surrender obediently. Vola Lee Saint's voice made the extremely tense Kizaru breathe a sigh of relief. If Garling Saint and the other 5 elders were to act, he would really have to escape immediately. He couldn't risk his life for a bit of retirement pay and ambiguous justice. Even if he defected from the Navy, he could still go to Dr. Vegapunk to make a living. Perhaps life would be even more comfortable. Maybe the guy Luffy would even give him retirement pay. Why? You have to know, him is angry. Garling Saint still did not put away his supreme sword, casting a displeased glance at Vola Lee Saint, then glaring intently at Kizaru. Now he is also one of the 5 elders and will not be inferior to Vola Lee Saint. Impel Down is empty. Vola Lee Saint coldly looked at Garling Saint, the new 5 elder. A new 5 elder in his 70s is still young and cannot compare to the steadiness of Saint Satan. What? Garling Saint immediately erupted with observation Haki to sense down to the 6th level. They had just landed in Impel Down and had been startled by M's fury. Then they focused their attention and anger on Kizaru, this useless fool, and had no time to check the detailed situation. Luffy's crew not only escaped, but also cleared out Impel Down. Is Luffy's speed really that fast? Magellan and Shiryu didn't seem to have held on as long as the 5 elders imagined. Luffy probably didn't take much time to tame Red Count and Barrett. This is bad. Even the high-ranking 5 elders, including Moss Saint and Peter Saint, gasped at this moment. No wonder I was so angry just now that he directly shattered the teleportation array and returned in an instant. The now missing Luffy pirates are extremely dangerous. They might even attack the Holy Land, Mariewa. Immediately notify Kong and Sengoku to have their large fleets return and protect the Holy Land and the Navy headquarters. Let Sengoku send some commanders to handle Impel Down. Volally Saint was sweating profusely. This incident at Impel Down had already exceeded their control. The Luffy pirates, who now possess the prisoners of Impel Down, will become the most terrifying enemy of the world government. Once Luffy truly tames those prisoners, the war between the world government and the Luffy pirates will be inevitable. They must make adequate preparations. This will be the most dangerous era since the establishment of the world government 800 years ago. However, with Im's presence, they firmly believe that the final victory will surely belong to the Celestial Dragons. This time, I'll let you go again, but you must go to the military court. Garling Saint, with a pale face, retracted the supreme sword, casting a gloomy glance at Kizaru, then completely disregarding the expressions of the other 5 elders. He unraveled the effects of the teleportation array and instantly returned to the North Sea. Meanwhile, Nazshuru Saint's gold-framed glasses flashed with a dangerous reflection. And then he quickly rushed into Impel Down with a blank expression to check the detailed situation before canceling the teleportation ability. Kizaru, after this, make sure to face your punishment. If you dare to make a mistake again next time, I will definitely not spare you. Volally Saint also wanted to kill Kizaru, this ineffective old fox who caused them to be angrily reprimanded by him. If the world government possessed the technology to recover devil fruit abilities, he would definitely eliminate Kizaru, recover the Logia-type glint fruit ability, and hand it over to the Knights of God for use. It was Luffy who took away the criminals from Impel Down, making the world extremely dangerous, which allowed Kizaru, who still had some use, to survive under the anger of the 5 elders. Understood. Kizaru immediately lowered his head and respectfully responded, but inside he felt increasingly uneasy. Being secretly targeted by his superiors is more uncomfortable than having them confront him directly. Can Admiral Kong and Fleet Admiral Sengoku really protect him at the military court on Judicial Island? However, now he could only take one step at a time. He couldn't just defect, right? Besides, if the Roger Pirates were really destroyed by the world government in the future, he would definitely be held accountable by the Gains3. So the Roger Pirates couldn't fall. The stronger the Roger Pirates became, the safer he would be, because the world government still needed his admiral-level combat power. Kizaru never expected that his life would be tied to the Roger Pirates. It seemed he would have to secretly bide his time to ensure his own survival. Thinking of this, Kizaru's heart grew even more bitter. What kind of situation was this? This life was really unbearable, but it couldn't be helped. His sense of justice had become increasingly ambiguous, seeing that the Gains3 looked down on him and didn't assign him any tasks. He was at a loss for what to do. He could only think about how to deal with the trial at Eni's lobby and how to make the face of Galindo a little more bearable. What Kizaru didn't know was that the judicial island he feared was about to face its own crisis. At this moment on Eni's lobby, there were over 10,000 troops stationed on this island of judgment, including the Navy's stationed forces, world government officials, Eni's lobby's guard troops, and CP9 agents. With the orders from Admiral Steelbone and the Buddhist warlord, Eni's lobby dispatched over 20 ships and nearly 4,000 people to surround Impel Down. This left Eni's lobby's forces severely depleted. As the commander of CP9, Spandam, along with Rob Lucci, Kaku, and Khalifa, who were previously detained due to the failure of the Pluton blueprint mission in Water 7, were still under investigation and confinement. Meanwhile, Gaburo Wicca and the Eagle had gone with the support fleet to Impel Down. However, due to his high-ranking father Spandam had managed to avoid imprisonment through various connections. It's all because of you 3 useless fools that I got investigated. Spandam cursed Rob Lucci, who was imprisoned, while holding the elephant sword, Van Cleef. It was because the Pluton blueprint was snatched by the Roger Pirates, and Lucci and the others falsely accused him of handing over the CP9 undercover list to the Roger Pirates. This led to his reprimand and investigation by the world government, and he hadn't been released for a long time. This made him loathe these 3 useless agents. Rob Lucci, locked in a cell with sea-stone handcuffs, glared fiercely at Spandam, who was feasting outside. He thought of Bruno, who had been captured by the Roger Pirates, and wondered if his partner was still alive. At first, Lucci didn't believe that Bruno would betray them. But when Roger himself said that it was Spandam, this useless officer, who sold them out, Lucci immediately directed his anger towards this worthless fool with a power level of only 9. A useless person who couldn't even match an ordinary soldier had become their commander. as a rare genius among CP agents. Lucci had never accepted this commander. This position should have belonged to Lucci. Most CP9 agents had always looked up to Lucci as their leader. But unfortunately, this fool had a high-ranking father who had allowed Spandam to parachute in as the commander of CP9. Previously, Spandam had even placed Spandam in a CP5 as an officer. This guy had discovered information about the Pluton blueprint from Tom, and even used the battleship built by Frankie to attack judicial ships to threaten Tom in a handing over the Pluton blueprint. As a result, Tom took the blame for Frankie and was executed, as his achievements in building the sea train could not offset the crime of building ships for Pirate King Roger. Unwilling to give up, Spandam still pursued the information about the Pluton blueprint, targeting Tom's disciple, Iceberg. It was also because of the information about the Pluton blueprint that Spandam, with his father Spandam's help, became the commander of CP9, fully pursuing the Pluton blueprint. If he could successfully find the Pluton blueprint, Spandam could continue to rise in rank and wealth, reaching even higher positions. However, all of this was shattered by the emergence of Roger. Spandam not only hated Lucci and the others for falsely accusing him, but also despised these useless agents who had been lurking next to Iceberg for years without any leads. As a result, Roger appeared out of nowhere, made a trip to Water 7, and took the Pluton blueprint in just a few hours. These useless agents, who were supposedly the greatest geniuses in 800 years, were at a professional level that couldn't even match a pirate. Rob Lucci, you're just a useless fool with a genius title. Califa, you're also a fool. I heard that your sister Alpha in CP8 couldn't even keep an eye on a little girl. Now, she seems to have been captured by the Roger Pirates too. Your whole family is made up of fools. That long-nosed guy is also a fool. I even went through the trouble of preparing devil fruits for both of you. You fools don't deserve it. After cursing Lucci, Spandam went on to insult Califa and Kaku, making the three of them look at this brainless commander with increasing anger. Kaku hated that this bastard commander couldn't even remember his name, while Califa despised Spandam for humiliating her family. Lucci coldly stared at this useless commander who insulted him and his partners. What are you looking at? You still don't accept it. Spandam suddenly threw some leftover food at the three of them. If you had found the Pluton blueprint sooner, I would have risen in rank and wealth long ago. But instead, you got me investigated and imprisoned. Useless. Spandam drew his elephant sword and lunged at the three of them, stabbing Lucci in the shoulder. His eyes filled with displeasure. He genuinely wanted to get rid of these three guys so no one could accuse him anymore. Then he could have his father Spandam pull some strings, and he could be free again. Just then, Gabra, Wicca, and Eagle, who had been subtly protecting Lucci and the others, had already left Eni's lobby and headed for Impel Down. You dare to lay a hand on us? Califa shouted angrily. Her father, Lasky, had also been a CP9 agent and had now become an official of the world government. Although he couldn't compare to Spandam's high position, their family still had some connections and power. The world government wouldn't let Spandam have unchecked power. Your father can't protect you anymore. You lost the Pluton blueprint, and your sister lost Bonnie, who could restrain the warlord Bartholomew Kuma, leading both Kuma and Bonnie to join the Roger Pirates. Earlier, Kuma even dared to attack the Gora CI's Satan Saint. You two sisters are enemies of the world government, and perhaps your father will be implicated too. Spandam sneered. Previously, he had respected Califa as a colleague from family of agents, unlike orphans like Lucci and Kaku. But now, for the sake of his own career and future, he would let anyone who got in his way die. You. Califa trembled with rage, staring at Spandam in shock, but she didn't know how to retort. What could a mere agent say to someone like Spandam, who specialized in climbing the ranks? Hee, without those three ungrateful guys, Gabra, I will make you commit suicide in prison out of guilt. Go to hell and repent. How dare you accuse me? Useless. Fool. Spandam had already thought about how to deal with Lucci and the others, ensuring his own escape from blame and leaving prison. After the three people from Gabra were reassigned, he conveniently drove out the other CP agents from their cells as well. With a powerful and influential high-ranking official as his father, he can truly do as he pleases. Now, he can create a false impression of suicide for Lucci and his group. But just as Spandam was gleefully enacting his plan, Luffy and the others arrived at a nearby island close to Judicial Island using the traveling bear paw and directly drew the flying crane to head towards Judicial Island. Come out, it's time for our second performance. As Judicial Island came closer, Luffy released the art proverbs in the scroll world and arranged for the members of the Luffy World Group to appear. Luffy also threw Bruno, a CP9 agent, onto the deck so he could see how Luffy would conquer the CP9's stronghold, Judicial Island. The usual routine. First, a signal jamming package. And also, who wants their bounty to skyrocket? There's a chief judge on Judicial Island whose status is comparable to that of an admiral. If we take him out, the bounty will definitely soar. Luffy issued orders to the group, a meaningful smile on his face. He only mentioned that the chief judge's status is comparable to that of an admiral. But didn't he say anything about the chief judge's strength? Really? Is this chief judge as strong as Magellan, the warden of Impelled Down? Enel's eyes lit up, and he quickly teleported over to set up a lightning net to jam the signals before rushing to grab the monsters. The three major institutions under the world government, the Navy headquarters, Judicial Island, and Impelled Down, are all directly managed by the world government and do not belong to each other. Therefore, the admiral, the warden of Impelled Down, and the chief judge of Judicial Island are theoretically equal in rank and status. However, since the Navy is the strongest military institution, the admiral's power and authority are relatively higher. Seeing Enel so eager and knowing what a joke the chief judge is, Rainy Shiryu slightly twitched the corner of his mouth while biting his cigar. The chief judge as strong as Magellan? No way. It should be about a 30-70 split. Magellan could take down the chief judge with 3 punches. However, taking out the chief judge would indeed likely cause a significant increase in bounty, as he is the nominal highest authority on Judicial Island. Seeing that Enel had already made a move, Aramaki and Big Bear also took their horn snail phones to jam the signals of Judicial Island. This won't cause a huge uproar, right? Only One Smile looked a bit hesitant. Taking down Impel Down was due to Dr. Vegapunk's technology being able to control those prisoners. But attacking Judicial Island doesn't seem to benefit Luffy World Group. Our war with the world government is a fight to the death, and eliminating the forces under the world government is our necessary path. Moreover, Judicial Island claims to be fair and just on the surface, but they act solely according to the will of the world government. Anyone sent to Judicial Island is undoubtedly deemed a criminal. In 800 years of history, they have never issued a single not guilty verdict. Luffy watched everyone take action and explained seriously to One Smile. His attacks on Impel Down and Judicial Island are aimed at striking the authority of the world government and breaking the inviolable image of the world government. The courts on Judicial Island are just empty formal courts. Trial? Once you arrive at Judicial Island, you are guilty. There is no need for a trial here. Rainy Shiryu grinned, fully aware of what Judicial Island and Impel Down are like. There are quite a few prisoners in Impel Down who shout their innocence. Have Impel Down and Judicial Island both fallen to this point? One Smile tightened his grip on the knife handle. The major institutions of the world government don't seem as powerful and just as he imagined. They easily took down the famous underwater prison, Impel Down, and now it seems that Judicial Island also doesn't sense any dangerous aura. The world government is not as powerful as we imagined. Of course, it's also because we have become strong. Luffy looked at Judicial Island, this island of judgment, which is even more pathetic than Impel Down. Even a small crew like the Straw Hat Pirates can cause a ruckus on Judicial Island, which shows how useless it is. They might think that having direct sea currents connecting the Navy headquarters and Impel Down means they have no fear of any enemy invasion. Let us go. There might be devil fruits at Judicial Tower. Go get them. Luffy soared towards the front gate of Judicial Island on the Thundercloud, where 2 silly giants stood guard. Luffy summoned a head of flying phantom beasts and brought everyone down. When Enel's lightning net appeared, the entire Judicial Island was shocked, and they immediately sought help from the Navy headquarters. But it wasn't just Enel's lightning net jamming signals. Aramaki and Big Bear quickly set up horn snail phones, double jamming all snail phone signals. The entire Judicial Island, like Impel Down before, completely lost contact with the outside world. Actually, I once thought about becoming a judge. Aramaki flew directly to the courthouse in the middle of the island. That chief judge is my prey. Enel also teleported over, searching for this comparable chief judge to the admiral and the warden of Impel Down. As everyone descended from the sky, the seawater and terrain here seemed strange. Why are there such giant pits in the sea? Doesn't the seawater refill them? Look, this Judicial Island seems to be floating on island clouds. I didn't expect there to be island clouds in the sea pits. Could it be that Judicial Island also washed over from another place? The girls of Luffy World Group began chattering, showing no tension at all about invading one of the 3 major institutions of the world government. Luffy also observed the unique terrain and climate of Judicial Island. The massive sea cave where Judicial Island is located is almost like the destroyed Lelouchia Kingdom. Could the original site of Judicial Island have also been destroyed by Uranus? Vegapunk once said that the Great War back then hasn't ended. The super war involving the three ancient weapons sunk quite a few islands, raising the sea level of the entire world significantly. Uranus's bombardment seems to have some kind of power that prevents the seawater from refilling the blasted sea caves. It turns out that, in the timeline, it used national treasures to destroy the Lelucia kingdom just to experiment with the mother source species, causing the sea level of the entire world to rise slightly. Are the three ancient weapons the culprits behind the significant rise in sea levels? Is the apocalypse caused by rising sea levels that Vegapunk spoke of an irresistible natural disaster? Or the man-made disaster of restarting a massive war? Luffy pondered for a moment, temporarily casting aside these chaotic thoughts. He had arrived at the gate of the front island of Judicial Island and saw the two somewhat silly giants, Oimo and Kasi. At this moment, the entire Judicial Island was already in chaos. Even these two giant warriors from the giant pirate crew. Upon seeing the vast lightning net and the imposing figures of the Luffy World Group, couldn't he help but break into a cold sweat. Especially when they saw the God Slayer, Luffy, with the highest bounty in the world, flying toward them. The two giants nervously tightened their weapons. You are members of the giant pirate crew, right? Leave this place. You have been deceived by the world government. Your captain, Dory, and Broggy have not been captured. They have been fighting in Little Garden. Also, if you return with Dory and Broggy to Elbaf, remember to tell them that Elbaf has a special teleportation array of the world government. The world government, along with the Knights of God and powerful individuals, can invade the interior of Elbaf at any time. Luoji shouted at Oimo and Casey, leaving the two not-so-smart giants stunned for over 10 seconds. What? Captain Don Quixote and Captain Broggy haven't been captured? Then we've been guarding this gate for 50 years for nothing. Damn world government. Oimo and Casey began to curse angrily. After the giant warrior pirate crew disbanded, they had been separated from Don Quixote and Broggy for 50 years. They wanted to find Captain Don Quixote and Captain Broggy again to rebuild the giant warrior pirate crew, but were fooled by the world government into believing the two captains had been captured and didn't even go to Little Garden to rescue the captured Don Quixote and Broggy. They agreed to guard Justice Island for 100 years as a condition for releasing the two captains. You guys are so straightforward. Can't you investigate a bit or ask to see Don Quixote and Broggy with your own eyes? Forget it. Hurry up and leave Justice Island. Go to Little Garden to find Don Quixote and Broggy. Luoji didn't have time to waste with these two foolish giants and drove them away. Thank you for your reminder. Captain Luoji, we will definitely repay you well. Oimo and Casey felt Luoji's strong aura and quickly left Justice Island, not forgetting to express their gratitude. As the two giants paddled away on a wooden raft, the female members of Luoji's crew began to tease. Why are these two giants so silly? Guarding a gate for 50 years for nothing. Giants really do have long lifespans. Now, in Luoji's crew, only the Red Count and Yixiao are over 50 years old. This means that when these two giants started guarding the gate, the others hadn't even been born yet. Inside the Court of Justice Island, there was a fierce sound of battle, but it seemed that the fighting had quickly come to an end. Enel and Aramaki were both fighting for the position of the Grand Judge. In fact, it wasn't just Enel who wanted the bounty to skyrocket. Aramaki also wanted to surpass Yamato's bounty. He didn't want to be overshadowed by Yamato, even though the difference in their bounties was only 3 million berries. Yixiao and Bartholomew Kuma had no obsession with bounties. Right now, only Aramaki and Enel were competing here. Hanabza also wanted to get involved, but unfortunately, his strength wasn't enough to snatch the monster. Crocodile actually cared a bit about the bounty's face value, but it seemed he couldn't snatch food from the mouths of Aramaki and Enel. It was still Bonnie, this flag-burning fanatic, who was smarter, rushing to the Justice Tower to seize the flag, which was still the largest flag of the world government. I just passed through here back in the day. The Red Count said expressionlessly as he held his umbrella to the ground, waiting for a few more days to recover before leaving the Ark Maxim to find the mythical Zoan vampire fruit. They actually dared to judge me. I will tear down these two doors of justice. Barrett charged down, heading straight for the enormous door of justice behind the Justice Tower. The judge's back then said that once you passed through the door of justice, there would be no return. This represented the absolute justice of the world government. But now, he was back. Barrett jumped onto the door of justice, and a surging purple energy erupted. He actually intended to use his combined fruit ability to merge and destroy these two massive iron doors. Luoji also passed through the front island's main gate. Too lazy to care about the battle between Enel and Aramaki in the main island's court, heading straight for the Justice Tower on the back island. At this moment, in the prison inside the Justice Tower, Spandam, who was about to kill Lucci and the others, was startled by the loud noises and terrified screams from outside. Moreover, it seemed that many buildings were collapsing outside, and the ground began to shake. What is going on? What happened? Spandam, who had just stabbed Lucci again, turned pale with fear from the intense earthquake. Enemies are invading outside. Hurry up and release us. We will protect Justice Island. Rob Lucci, who had already received several stab wounds, retracted his strong killing intent toward Spandam and warned seriously. This was their chance to redeem themselves. Only by getting out could they have the opportunity to take revenge on Spandam. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if I die today or jump into the sea, I won't let you go. Spandam thought of Lucci's cold gaze from before and knew he couldn't let this strongest CP9, who wanted to kill him, go. Otherwise, before the enemies outside could take him out, Lucci would kill him. Not good, Commander Spandam. It's the Luo G pirate crew. The Godslayer has come knocking. We have lost contact with the world government and the Navy headquarters. A CP agent dressed in a black suit crawled and rolled into the CP prison, fearfully reporting to Spandam, the free criminal. What? What did you say? The Luo G pirate crew has come? Not good. Run. Spandam's eyes widened immediately, and the next moment he abandoned Lucci and the others, turning to flee. Hurry up and open the bridge of hesitation and the door of justice. I want to go to the Navy headquarters. Spandam shouted in panic. He couldn't be killed or captured by the Luo G pirate crew. He still had a wonderful life to enjoy. Even if he couldn't get promoted or make a fortune, under the protection of his father Spandam, he could still live comfortably. He didn't even waste a moment going back to the office to grab those valuable items and devil fruits. Everything is less important than my own life. Let's go. Otherwise, you will regret it. Rob Lucci shouted angrily at the fleeing Spandam and the CP agent. Commander, let you go my foot. Hurry up. Knowing Lucci's power, the CP agent was about to ask something, but was directly interrupted by Spandam, who kicked the CP agent. The CP agent had no choice but to ignore Lucci's voice and obediently follow Spandam away. Damn, Gabra and the others were not at Justice Island. That bastard Spandam. The shaking Justice Island made Lucci, Khalifa, and Kaku struggle in despair, not expecting that one day they would die so miserably. Perhaps they would quietly be buried in this cell. Meanwhile, Spandam, who rushed to the bridge of hesitation, also fell into despair, because at this moment, the door of justice had already been wrapped in purple energy, slowly disappearing, becoming a massive steel giant. Boom! The colossal and heavy steel giant stepped onto the back island of the Justice Tower, shaking the Justice Tower with every step. Wow, so cool. It's a steel robot. Bonnie, who was tearing down the world government flag at the top of the Justice Tower, excitedly shouted as she looked at such a gigantic steel giant. Hey, Barrett, I haven't finished looting the Justice Tower yet. You go play over at the court. Seeing Barrett about to take action against the Justice Tower, Luo G rushed over. He hadn't found the devil fruit and other treasures in the Justice Tower yet. Oomph. The steel giant formed by Barrett began to run, causing the Justice Tower to quake with each step. Barrett suddenly jumped over the waterfall abyss between the Judicial Tower of Justice Island and the trial court on the main island. Boom! A magnitude 10 earthquake erupted across the entire main island, causing countless courthouse buildings to collapse, and even the whole island began to tilt and shake. Countless people were startled by Barrett's giant landing, and the guard troops of Justice Island fell into utter despair. The sky full of lightning from Enel, along with the rampant vines from the outlaw Haramaki, had already left them feeling deeply powerless. As if that wasn't enough, there was now a steel giant that was several times larger than the giant race. I'm tired. Let it be destroyed. Inside the courthouse, surrounded by numerous guards, panic spread. How could this happen? Hurry and call for the Navy headquarters for rescue. Damn it. The signal from Justice Island has been blocked. It's over. We're done for. The three heads of the Chief Justice began to argue with each other, and a sense of fear spread. That ant is the Chief Justice. Enel grabbed a guard, and, spotting the three-headed figure, his eyes were filled with coldness. Is this the Chief Justice who is on par with the Navy Admiral and Magellan? How can he be so weak? I am once again disappointed in the world government. Magellan from Impel down still has some abilities, but I didn't expect the boss of Justice Island to be a useless person. Haramaki felt a bit disappointed. Indeed, the world government was just a huge sham. This statement's weight was increasing. Ha ha ha. If you don't want him, just give him to me. Hanava's eyes burned with intensity as he stared at the Chief Justice. If he could take down this head of Justice Island, his bounty would surely skyrocket. He is not the shame of the 7 warlords. He dares to take down a head of one of the 3 major organizations of the world government. Oomph. A useless person is still a useless person. As long as the bounty increases, it's fine. Enel suppressed his displeasure, but he also realized that this three-headed old fellow was actually three people. This only intensified his killing intent. Inside the senior office of the Judicial Tower. Found it. Violet and Robin quickly located the CP9 commander's treasury and discovered two devil fruits. One banana-shaped and one melon-shaped devil fruit. These were the Zoan-type giraffe fruit and the Paramecia-type bubble fruit. Robin, there are still many CP agents trying to escape over there. Robin's flower I had already spotted Spandam and the panicking CP agents fleeing. Although Robin didn't know Spandam personally, Robin had been told by Lucci that Spandam was Spandam's son. And Spandam was the CP9 commander who had summoned the demon-slaying fleet with the golden transponder snail to destroy O'Hara Island. This made Robin pay close attention to Spandam. She vowed to make this father-son duo pay for the souls of O'Hara. She didn't see Rob Lucci among the CP9 agents. Could he be on the fleets, supporting Impel down? Lucci casually passed the two devil fruits to the women to play with, feeling a little disappointed that he couldn't see Lucci. Previously, he had casually driven a wedge between Spandam and the CP9 agents, but he didn't know if it had worked. Then let's take them all down. Lucci ordered the women to apprehend Spandam and those CP agents. However, soon, through his observation Haki, he heard some interesting information. A white dove was actually seeking help from some fleeing CP agents, but those agents were too busy to pay attention to the dove. Lucci rushed towards the dove. How could you not follow your master? Tell me, where is your master? Lucci transformed into an afterimage and grabbed the white dove named Hidoli. As soon as Hidoli saw Lucci, it was scared and broke into a cold sweat. As Lucci's pet, a clever white dove, it certainly recognized this godslayer. Aren't you looking for someone to save your master? Hurry and take me there, or I'll make you into roast pigeon. Don't worry, I won't kill your master. Lucci threatened the dove in his hand with a fierce expression. Can you understand what I'm saying? Hidoli was a bit confused. It could cooperate with Lucci to perform some ventriloquism, but most sounds were incomprehensible to humans. Stop wasting time. Was your master captured? Lucci quickly thought of this possibility. He didn't expect that his casual rumor about Spandam had seemingly taken effect. Yes, my master has been stabbed several times by that bastard and now needs help. Under Lucci's powerful aura, the terrified Hidoli chose to trust this great pirate who could understand its words. Otherwise, even if Lucci didn't bleed to death, he would be crushed to death by the collapsing cell. Lead the way. Lucci released Hidoli. This dove was indeed quite clever. Moreover, it was unknown whether this dove was a different species, having followed Rob Lucci since childhood, now at least 20 years old. It had survived through numerous battles, indicating its good self-preservation ability. Lucci did not follow Robin and Rebecca to surround Spandam and those agents. He followed Hidoli alone to the prison below the Judicial Tower. At this moment, Lucci and the others were growing increasingly desperate. Without Spandam's orders, no one would come to rescue them. Even the keys to the Sea Prism stone handcuffs had been taken away by Spandam. No one in Justice Island could break the Sea Prism stone handcuffs. TSK, we meet again. The so-called most talented CP agent in 800 years. Lucci stepped into the cell, only to find that, under his interference, Lucci seemed to be in an even worse situation than before. It's you. Lucci was still bleeding, and upon seeing Lucci, his pale face was filled with shock. He didn't expect they would still have the chance to see this terrifying great pirate. Lucci had risen too quickly in the past year. This so-called genius, Lucci, was nothing but a clown in front of Lucci. Khalifa and Kaku looked at Lucci in terror. Could this Godslayer be here to erase them? What happened to that CP agent who was watching over Kuma's daughter in Sorbet Kingdom? Khalifa thought that she could no longer resist, so she began to ask Lucci. Her relationship with her sister Alpha wasn't great. The world government had separated them for training since childhood. But Alpha was still her sister, and she wanted to know her sister's situation before she died. I almost forgot. I actually have such a prisoner. Lucci thought for several seconds before finding a prison scroll among many scrolls, retrieving Alpha. As for the other CP agents and medical staff, they had long been dealt with. Those who should be released were released, and those who should be sent to Haramaki were sent to him for processing. Is Bruno still okay? Upon seeing a golden-haired beauty who looked 80 like Khalifa appear, Kaku quickly yelled at Lucci. He had a good relationship with Bruno during his time in Water 7. He was responsible for delivering information at Bruno's bar while having a few drinks. That guy isn't dead. Now I'm giving you a chance to work for me. I can give you freedom and make you stronger. Don't tell me about your loyalty to the world government. You can take a chance to commit suicide. Luoji dropped Alpha, not afraid of her escaping. He kicked open the prison door. In front of several people, he literally crushed the Sea Prism stone handcuffs. This scene made Rob Lucci and the others' pupils shrink. Not to mention the Sea Prism Stone's restraint on Devil Fruit users. Such a hard material was actually crushed by bare hands. Lucci believed he could never do that. His finger gun was definitely not as hard as the Sea Prism Stone. Alright, here's your chance to prove your loyalty to the world government. Luo Ji crossed his arms and looked at these CP agents calmly. He wanted to see if these guys would dare to attack him. The four who were released fell silent, cold sweat gradually appearing on their foreheads. This was the legendary 5th Emperor. If they made a move, they would probably end up worse off. The Dove Hadoli nervously flew to Lucci's shoulder, seemingly wanting to advise this master. At that moment in the courthouse, Hanafusa slyly suggested to Aomaki and Enel to open a world live broadcast to publicly execute these 3 judges. This way, their bounties would surely explode. As the proposer, he also wanted a piece of the big judge. Hearing Hanafusa's suggestion, Aomaki and Enel were very tempted. However, opening the broadcast still needed to be reported to and approved by Luo Ji. After all, starting a world live broadcast would expose their location and affect some of Luo Ji's plans. When the snail phone in Luo Ji's pocket rang, the nervous Lucci and the others all trembled. Okay, let's go. Start the broadcast. After hearing Hanafusa's report, Luo Ji's observation Haki erupted wildly. He saw that Robin and the others had already captured Spandam and those CP agents. He directly approved Hanafusa's application. Luo Ji wanted to make the invasion of Impel Down and Judicial Island a sensational event, shocking the world repeatedly and slapping the world government in the face. Luo Ji wanted to convey a message to the world. The world government has declined. Next will be the era of Luo Ji's world group. The celestial dragons are dead. Luo Ji shall rise. The conversation between Luo Ji and Hanafusa left Rob Lucci and the others dumbfounded. They couldn't have heard it wrong, right? Luo Ji's world group was going to publicly execute the chief judges? These were the most powerful people on Judicial Island. Even the admirals had to respect the head of Judicial Island. Gulp. Alpha swallowed hard, her heartbeat quickening, and a hint of fear appeared on her face as she unconsciously leaned towards her unfamiliar sister, Califa. Have you decided whether to commit suicide or seek freedom? By the way, I forgot to tell you, Impel Down has already been captured by Luo Ji's world group. The Warden Magellan has been captured by us, and the Chief Guard Shiryu has joined us. Luo Ji put away the snail phone and slowly spoke to the 4 CP agents. What? Even Chief Guard Shiryu has. Lucci and Califa's eyes widened. They knew the formidable reputation of Impel Down's impregnable fortress. Even such high-ranking officials had joined Luo Ji's world group. Make a decision quickly. I don't have much time to waste with you. The overwhelming Conqueror's Haki from Luo Ji pressed down on the 4. And he even drew out the ominous and imposing second-generation Kitetsu. The weakest, Alpha, was immediately pressed to her knees. Wait, Rob Lucci felt the huge gap between them, realizing there was no chance of victory. If he were to sacrifice himself alone, he might not hesitate. But now, Califa, Kaku, and Bruno's lives were in his hands, and he had to consider carefully. Califa's father was a CP agent. They needed to hide their identities. The CP9 agents abandoned by Commander Spandam, Rob Lucci, Kaku, and Califa were all dead. As Luo Ji's aura grew more terrifying, Lucci gritted his teeth and lowered his head. At least give us a new set of outfits and masks. Califa quickly added. She didn't want her and her sister's defection to lead to the death of their father, Lasky, who was still in the world government. They died and secretly worked for Luo Ji, which would be better. Kaku did not voice any objections and tacitly accepted Lucci's decision. In his eyes, his comrades were indeed slightly more important than the world government. Alpha also lowered her head, feeling the warmth and closeness of her sister's hand for the first time. It seems you all have made a decision. Poison powder, spark red, electric blue, wrench green. Which battlesuit do you like? Loy smiled lightly, and a series of transformation coins appeared in his hands. Could it be the transformation battlesuits of Germa 66 from the North Sea? Califa immediately asked in surprise. As CP agents, they certainly knew about the power of the Vinsmoke family's modifications and transformation battlesuits. The strength of the Vinsmoke siblings was comparable to the Flying Six and could even match the lower ranking of the 4 commanders, Snakeman. Transformation battlesuits? So cool. I've seen them in comic strips. I want the coolest flame transformation. Kaku, who usually referred to himself as this old man, suddenly shouted like a fan. His years as an undercover agent in Water 7 had softened some of his ruthless traits, making him more emotional and more like a normal person. Luo Ji directly threw a transformation coin to Kaku. In the astonished gazes of the others, Kaku completed his transformation. becoming a warrior in a red battlesuit with an armored mask. It was much cooler than the chaotic masks of CP0 agents. Cool. Kaku saw the flames in his hands and shouted excitedly. It completely matched his imagination from the comic strips. Cough. Then I want electric blue. The seemingly cold Rob Lucci, surprisingly, flashed a hint of greed in his eyes. It seemed that no man could resist the temptation of transformation armor. I also want spark red. X2 Calipha and Alpha surprisingly shouted in unison. They both liked the flashy flames. Okay. Luo G tossed the electric blue coin to Lucci and imagined a different design for the spark red battlesuits, giving them to the blonde sisters. As the transformation smoke rose, everyone completed their transformations. Even the dove Hadoli transformed into a thunder dove. Let's give ourselves code names. We're leaving. Luo G glanced at the graceful Calipha and Alpha and turned to leave. My new code name is Thunder Leopard. Rob Lucci, familiar with the lightning powers of the battlesuit, said lightly, but his tone seemed to carry a hint of heat. Then I'll be Fire Wind. Kaku quickly replied. He used to have a nickname called Mountain Wind Kaku in Water 7, and now that he could play with fire, he added the fire character. I'll be Fire Dance. I'll be Fire Dream. Calipha and Alpha looked at each other and announced their new code names. The four looked at their battle suits and unique masks, following in Luo G's footsteps. From now on, they would be Luo G subordinates, their identities completely hidden. Arashi Kyaku's storm. After Lucci left the cell, he suddenly unleashed waves of blue slashes, destroying the entire prison and burying the truth. These CP9 agents of Lucci are already dead. Now, they're transformed armor warriors under the command of Law. Lucci, this battlesuit can even fly. Kaku continuously explored the various functions of the battlesuit behind him, sharing them with others. Call me Raibao. Lucci said softly, it's just flying. All these CP9 elites can use moonwalk and shave. This battlesuit is really useful. Kaku kept chattering, turning into a chatterbox. Just then, Brother Law, we caught this Spandam. He is actually the commander of CP9. He is so weak. A pink-haired Rebecca rushed over to take credit, holding a beaten-up, ragged masked man. Brother Law, is this your newly recruited member? Bonnie, dragging the flag of the world government, saw the four wearing transformed battlesuits and showed a hint of curiosity. She seemed to sense a familiar aura from one of the figures. Spandam, Lucci said in a low voice, his expression full of murderous intent beneath the mask. Yes, for new members. Bonnie, Hanavza, and Inal, Uramaki, they're going to start a world live broadcast to publicly execute the chief judge of Judiciary Island. Hurry up and join the fun. Law saw Bonnie observing Alpha and directly attracted her attention with a live broadcast matter. Really, just in time, I want to burn the flag representing Judiciary Island in front of everyone in the world. Now my bounty will definitely surpass Rebecca's. Bonnie quickly activated the color spray flight function of the battlesuit and rushed towards the Judiciary Court. As a fellow pink-haired princess, Bonnie temporarily regarded Rebecca, this mythical Zoan supernova, as her small target. Her bigger goal is to surpass Hanavza, the disgrace of the Seven Warlords. Why run so fast? The live broadcast snail is still in our hands. Robin and Violet watched Bonnie's figure and chuckled softly. Everyone go over there. Law threw the barely alive Spandam to Lucci, leading everyone away from the Judiciary Tower to the main island's Judiciary Court. Don't kill me. My father is Spandane. He is high-ranking in the world government. Spandam was terrified, especially after being handed from Rebecca to Lucci. The cold, murderous intent made him tremble in fear. You're dead. Lucci leaned down and whispered in Spandam's ear, his tone filled with mockery and cruelty. Why you are? Spandam's eyes widened as he recognized the familiar voice, staring at the blue-armored man. ZZZ. Electricity erupted from Lucci's hand, while the other hand firmly grasped Spandam's chin and directly dislocated it, leaving the CP9 commander completely paralyzed and unable to speak. Aunt Violet, this elephant sword is for you. Rebecca presented the elephant sword Thank You Furdo, which she had seized from Spandam, to Violet. Since she acquired the mythical Zoan ability of the Jianglong, she rarely practiced swordsmanship. I don't really understand sword techniques. Does anyone want it? Violet took the elephant sword, feeling that as a scout. She didn't really need such a devil fruit weapon. I can transform myself. Baby 5 activated her weapon fruit ability, turning her right hand into a long sword. I don't need it either. Robin and Charlie both spoke up, with Robin needing some hand gestures for her Hana Nomi ability, so she didn't need a weapon. Charlie, using Fishman Karate and Fishman Jiu-Jitsu, might even go to sea to fight. The elephant sword would be rendered useless in seawater. Only the furry tribe members Galot, Wanda, and Pedro displayed eyes filled with admiration. After all, the elephant god is their faith, and a saber that can transform into a giant elephant is just too cool. If they could possess this elephant sword, they would surely be envied by everyone upon returning to Zou Island. Perhaps the elephant sword would even become a symbol of Zou Island. Law seemed to have noticed the furry tribe's desire for the elephant sword. Violet, hand me that elephant sword. Upon Law's request, Violet directly passed the elephant sword to him. From now on, this elephant sword shall be named Zou Glory, as a symbol of the king of the furry kingdom, and I now present it to you, Galote. With a burst of Conqueror's Haki, Law completely subdued the elephant sword Fujitora, renamed it, and bestowed it upon Queen Galote of Zou Island. Elephant sword Zou Glory. Thank you, Brother Law. Galote excitedly received the elephant sword, her eyes filled with reverence, as if this sword represented the will of the elephant god. Wanda and Pedro also showed a kind of loyal faith in their eyes. That day, the partner of the elephant god, Lord Law, bestowed upon the furry kingdom the king's sword representing the will of the elephant god, the elephant sword Zou Glory. This would completely surpass the alliance relationship between Zou Island and Wano. The furry tribe and Law's world group would forever be linked together. Law also didn't expect that a simple gift would be written into the history of Galote and Pedro's furry tribe. Seeing Law give the elephant sword to the furry tribe, Rebecca and Violet were indifferent. If they wanted a devil fruit weapon, they had the inventor and developer, Dr. Vegapunk, around. They could even get a mythical Zoan devil fruit weapon if they wanted. The excited rabbit queen Galote shared this joy with Wanda and Pedro. However, since Galote wasn't very skilled with the sword, after playing with the elephant sword for a while, she handed it over to Wanda, the royal guard, for safekeeping. Wanda instead became the furry tribe member who frequently used the elephant sword. As Law and the others returned to the main island's judiciary court, Bonnie and Hanavza were already fully prepared, just waiting for Robin and Violet's live broadcast snail. I want to burn the flag first. You guys can execute those 3 guys last. Otherwise, you'll steal all the spotlight. Bonnie had successfully negotiated with Aramaki, Enel, and Hanavza to be the opening act for this world live broadcast. Closing act is fine too. Hanavza grinned, and under his excellent suggestion, they finally managed to get a chief judge from Aramaki and Enel. Let that arrogant crocodile be envious and jealous. This time, his bounty would definitely surpass Crocodile's. Crocodile looked at Hanavza and the others, each holding a chief judge, and indeed, it made his face somewhat unpleasant. In truth, he really didn't care much about the height of the bounty, but he just couldn't stand seeing that scumbag Hanavza surpass him. After wandering around Judiciary Island, he seemed to have found no other big figures that could cause his bounty to skyrocket. Did he have to completely destroy Judiciary Island? Crocodile glanced at the massive steel giant Barrett, who was already violently destroying the Judiciary Court. Just the thought of Hanavza's bounty surpassing has made veins pop on Crocodile's forehead. The live broadcast has started. Everyone move aside. I'm the main character. Bonnie looked at Robin and Violet as they raised the live-streaming snail, quickly grabbing the world government flag to dominate the camera. This scene caused Tyrant Bartolomeo to twitch his mouth. How did Bonnie become so attention-seeking and so vain? Hey, everyone look at me. I am Bartholomew Bonnie, daughter of the Tyrant of the Revolutionary Army. Can you guess where we are? That's right. After our Revolutionary Army captured Dressrosa, we have now taken Judicial Island. You worthless world government and celestial dragons, you better clean your necks and wait. We will eventually storm Mariehua. The world government is destined to fall, and the Revolutionary Army will definitely overthrow the celestial dragons and liberate the whole world. Look at what I have in my hand. This is the world government flag of Judicial Island, and now it's under my feet, and I'm going to burn it. Soon, the celestial dragons will be destroyed by us, just like this flag. Bonnie excitedly declared under the 2 live-streaming snails, her fiery red combat suit igniting flames as she set the flag representing the world government on fire. This sudden live broadcast left viewers around the world wide-eyed. How is this possible? Just not long ago, they captured Dressrosa. How did they capture Judicial Island so quickly? What are the strong figures of the world government and the Navy doing? Are they sleepwalking or on paid leave? How could the Revolutionary Army take down 2 major government institutions in one day? For most allied nations, this feels like the sky is falling. With such weak combat power, what ability does the world government and the Navy have to protect so many allied nations? They can hardly protect themselves. Perhaps the next live stream from the Revolutionary Army will target the Navy headquarters at Marineford and the Holy Land, Mariehua. Forget about the heavenly gold. The world government can't even protect them. The forcibly initiated live stream filled viewers worldwide with fear and shock. Meanwhile, the world government and the Navy headquarters, which were always monitoring all information, felt incredibly horrified as well. They had fallen for the Revolutionary Army's trick to lure them away again. Steel Bone Kong and Fleet Admiral Sengoku's large fleet had just turned back towards Marineford and Mariewa to guard them, fearing that the Revolutionary Army would invade these two important places. As a result, the Revolutionary Army quickly captured the less guarded Judicial Island. These scoundrels deserve to die. They even initiated another live stream, spreading fear across the world and humiliating the world government and the Navy headquarters. That bastard Vegapunk's research on breeding snails is so overbearing and unreasonable. He treats the broadcasting snails under the world government and Morgan's like his own backyard, opening them whenever he wants, leaving whenever he wants. As the world government flag under the tyrant's feet burned to ashes, the world was in an uproar. However, the scene shifted to reveal three domineering figures, dragging three near-dead individuals. It was the pirate commander, Kuro, the thunder god Enel, and the king of lizards, Hannibal. Who are the people they have in hand? Could it be the chief judge of Judicial Island? After the capture of the director of Dressrosa, even the highest leader of Judicial Island has been caught? Countless viewers from allied nations were in a panic. In just one day, two major world government institutions fell, and even the highest officials were captured. Where can the world government save face now? Ha ha ha. I am Hannibal, and today we are representing the Revolutionary Army to judge the chief judge of the world government. From now on, when you world government and Navy personnel see us, you better run away. Eager to show off, Hannibal was the first to speak in front of the live-streaming snail. Just take this guy down in front of the snail, Enel said impatiently. The strength of these three chief judges disappointed him greatly, and he lost interest. If it weren't for the chance to increase that bounty number, he would have turned these three ants into ashes long ago. The bastards of the world government heard it clearly. Today we will publicly execute the chief judge of Judicial Island. Don't forget to raise our bounty a bit. Otherwise, next time, it will be your celestial dragons. Kuro also stepped forward to show his face, at least wanting to raise the bounty above that of Yamato, the nominal vice captain. As the live broadcast of these three figures went out, the world was once again dumbfounded. The Revolutionary Army actually intends to publicly judge and execute the chief judge of Judicial Island under the world government. Does this mean that the director of Dressrosa, Magellan, will also be executed? This news made countless citizens of allied nations cover their eyes, unable to bear to watch the live stream, feeling that chaos was about to descend upon the world. This scene made the five elders and the high-ranking Navy officials who had just seen the live broadcast clench their fists in anger. The Revolutionary Army had completely stepped on their faces. Just then, the figure of the Revolutionary Army leader appeared on the live stream. Everyone, don't be afraid. We're just clearing the garbage from this world. These so-called judges are all worthless scum, completely obeying the orders of the Celestial Dragons. Our enemies in the Revolutionary Army have never been the righteous Navy and those who wish for a better world. What we're dealing with are the fallen Celestial Dragons, and the mindless Navy and CP agents who blindly protect the Celestial Dragons. The Celestial Dragons are now completely corrupt. They squander wealth and are extravagant and brutal. They take the hard-earned money of the allied nations, using it like dirt. They should all be swept into the garbage pile of history. The Revolutionary Army leader felt that the words of Hannibal and the others might scare the world's civilians into leaning towards the world government. After thinking for a few seconds, he still decided to step out and correct the image of the Revolutionary Army. He needed to take a moral high ground to point fingers at the world government and the Navy headquarters. Additionally, sitting on the empty throne was the king of the world, Imu, a first-generation king who had lived for nearly 1,000 years. He considered himself a deity, viewing humans and all races as slaves and ants. He granted power to his servant and tightly controlled this world. His 5 servants are the highest powers of the world. The 5 elders. The 5 elders still have to kneel before Imu. They have received the eternal power and authority granted by Imu, but their lives are completely in Imu's hands. They have completely lost their humanity and become cold and heartless. Under their indulgence, the Celestial Dragons have become increasingly extravagant and incompetent, turning into a group of useless pigs, squandering the hard-earned money of the world's people. Every 3 years, they even hold a human purge contest among themselves, selecting an island to completely eliminate all life on it. The Revolutionary Army leader revealed the secrets of Imu and the Celestial Dragons to the whole world during the live broadcast. Some information was even unknown to some members of the Revolutionary Army. Hearing the Revolutionary Army's shocking statements, not only were the Navy and allied nations filled with horror, but even the four emperors and major powers became serious. The human elimination competition, perhaps some high-ranking officials and great pirates have heard of it. But the relationship between Im and the five elders, along with related intelligence, is known to almost no one. Im turns out to be an ancient monster that has lived for nearly 1,000 years. The highest authority in the world, the five elders, are merely servants pushed to the forefront by him. This top-secret information has left even high-ranking Navy officials like Steelbone Kong, Sengoku the Buddha, the three admirals, Iron Fist Carp, and Vice Admiral Tsuru in disbelief. In the Navy headquarters, an elderly man with purple hair and sunglasses clenched his massive sea stone mechanical arm tightly. Indeed, the justice of the Navy has already begun to rot at its roots. The idea of establishing a new Navy has become increasingly firm in his mind. His family was slaughtered by pirates, and Zifa's sense of justice did not collapse. His new recruits were slaughtered by pirates, and his sense of justice still did not collapse. However, the establishment of the seven warlords of the sea system has gradually distorted his sense of justice. He heard that the world government and Sengoku the Buddha were now in contact with that bastard, intending to recruit that scum as a warlord of the sea. That is the pirate murderer who slaughtered his students. This completely shattered Zifa's sense of justice, and he became utterly disillusioned with the world government and the Navy headquarters. He wants to establish his own new Navy and practice his own new justice. When the five elders heard that Luigi had completely revealed their relationship with Lord Im, they broke into a cold sweat. Lord Im must be extremely angry. At this moment, in the empty royal palace of Mariewa, Im watched the live broadcast, and his multifaceted eyes were filled with murderous intent. Unexpectedly, before the sun god Nika even made an appearance, a Luigi had already forced him out. It seems that he can only personally step into the spotlight and completely eliminate all those suspected of being prophetic or destined individuals. Luigi's words completely directed all the hostility toward him, the five elders, and those celestial dragons. Get to work. While Luigi's companions were still in shock, he issued execution orders to the three members of the Aramaki. While everyone was still reeling from Luigi's shocking information, the three chief judges were executed by Aramaki, Ainolu, and Hanavza. Some were drained, some were blasted to char by thunder, and some were slashed by chain sickles. Ha ha ha. We must raise our bounty, or next time, we will really go after the celestial dragons to kill. Hanavza didn't forget to remind again through the live broadcast snail to be as rampant as possible. If I am not satisfied, we will go to the Navy headquarters. Ainolu even began to threaten, with lightning flickering around him. Hee. At least I want a bounty of 3 billion berries. Aramaki even directly started a price with the world government, stating that he not only wanted to exceed Yamato's bounty, but also the 6 billion berries of Prince Loki of the giant race. However, Aramaki did not think he was comparable to the four emperors, but he definitely has a position as the strongest tier below the four emperors. After witnessing the pirate powerhouses like Whitebeard and the immortal Marco, as well as the Navy admirals like Kizaru and the director of Impelled Down, Magellan, Aramaki gradually gained a clearer understanding of his strength. 3 billion berries, how arrogant. Hanavza's eyes widened at Aramaki's price. He was already very satisfied with his bounty, exceeding the lowest of the four admirals, Snag and Fire Fist Ace. Unexpectedly, Aramaki dared to demand a bounty of 3 billion, which means he believes his strength is 5 to 6 times stronger than Hanavza. Then I want 3 billion too. Ainolu also spoke up in front of the live broadcast snail, admitting that he couldn't beat Aramaki right now, but he felt that he would definitely not be inferior to Aramaki in the future. Do you think this is a market? Bargaining here, old man of the five elders. Then I want my next bounty to be 300 million berries. Otherwise, I will burn the flag of Mariewa. Bonnie unexpectedly inserted herself into the free-for-all of the three, complaining about Ainolu and the others while wanting to raise her bounty. This murderous execution scene suddenly turned into a bounty negotiation conference for Bonnie and the others. This left Luigi and Kuma with a black line on their foreheads. Even the audience watching the live broadcast around the world was speechless. The expressions of the five elders and Sengoku, the Buddha, grew even darker. Enough. Luigi directly chased the four away, reclaiming the live broadcast camera. Next came the familiar time of sowing discord. Borsellino, Carp, we have already confronted the world government. You need to be careful and pay attention to your safety. However, Judiciary Island has been taken down by me, and they have no place to trial you. Impel Down has also been breached by me, and they won't imprison you there. What are you still worried about? I will help you take them all down. Also, Zifa. How much funding do you need to leave the Navy and establish a new Navy? I will supplement it for you. Kazan, I received top-secret information from Ariewa. The Five Elders will not allow you to become the next Admiral of the Navy. Akainu Sakazuki is the loyal good dog they believe in. You won't be able to rely on the support of Sengoku, Tsuru, and Carp either. You don't need to continue lurking in the Navy headquarters. When Zifa leaves the Navy, you should leave with him. The Just Navy has never been our enemy. Your belief in establishing a new Navy to resist the Celestial Dragons will definitely receive great support from our Luigi World Group. Luigi began to half-jokingly talk nonsense in front of the live broadcast, shocking audiences around the world. These big revelations left the audience and the Navy stunned. Could it be that there are really so many undercover agents and disloyal high-ranking officials in the Navy headquarters? In the Navy headquarters, Black Arm Zifa was stunned for a long time while watching the live broadcast. Did Luigi actually see through his thoughts? Teacher, it seems we have been exposed. We should leave Marineford quickly. The black-haired, short-haired user of the retreat fruit, Ein, anxiously suggested to Zifa. Now, while Fleet Admiral Sengoku's large fleet has not yet returned, they still have a chance to leave safely. Yes, teacher, if we don't leave soon, we might be interrogated by the world government and Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The ninja-clad user of the flourishing fruit, Binzi, was also sweating coldly. The act of betraying the Navy to establish a new Navy could lead to death and annihilation in an instant. There can be no hesitation. Let's go. Zifa's expression was conflicted for a long time, but soon relaxed. His gaze became exceptionally firm as he led his students and disciples to the Navy headquarters warehouse to seize a large amount of supplies to set sail. Sengoku the Buddha also did not expect that he had left Zifa to guard the home, only for Zifa to take a large amount of supplies and defect from the Navy headquarters. This added another crime to Sengoku the Buddha's record as Fleet Admiral. The Lieutenant General of the Longhand Tribe, who was proficient in armament Haki, Shiozwa, found a devil fruit weapon in the Navy headquarters warehouse, a cannon that had consumed the Zoan-type alpaca fruit, and also picked out 2 famous guns, and Binzi obtained a famous sword. Zifa took a large amount of documents and supplies from the Navy headquarters, especially top-secret information about the DYNA explosion rock. He took his willing students and sailors and boldly seized more than 20 warships, leaving the Navy headquarters. Some remaining Navy rear admirals could not dissuade Zifa, who was determined to leave Marineford. The returning Buddha of the Warring States was still contemplating whether to head towards Judicial Island or return to defend the Navy headquarters. After all, if they charged towards Judicial Island and the Roronoa pirates attacked the Navy headquarters, the Navy would truly be in a dire situation, like a dog being toyed with by Roronoa. The extremely irritated Buddha of the Warring States received news from the Navy headquarters about Zephyr's defection. Was Roronoa's nonsense actually true? Zephyr really left. Zephyr, how could you be so foolish? This news left Buddha of the Warring States in despair, knowing it would severely damage the Navy headquarters. With Zephyr's defection, the admirals mentioned by Roronoa, Kazu, Akiji, and Garp would likely be in trouble, even if they had no issues themselves. This would lead to a serious crisis of trust. The world government and the Celestial Dragons would be filled with distrust towards the Navy headquarters. Roronoa's scheme was truly ruthless. The Navy headquarters might really fall apart. After a long silence, Vice Admiral Tsuru could only let out a deep sigh. Ever since the world government and Buddha of the Warring States began to engage with Whitebeard II, Edward Weevil, Tsuru had noticed a significant change in Zephyr. In fact, there had been signs all along. Tsuru never expected Roronoa would know such internal information about the Navy. Now, Roronoa openly shattered the almost non-existent shackles in Zephyr's heart, leading to Zephyr's resolute defection from the Navy, becoming Roronoa's sword to sow discord between the world government and the Navy headquarters. Roronoa was truly a nemesis of the world government and the Navy headquarters. In the Navy fleet returning from the North Sea, Admiral Akainu Sakazuki and the hawkish generals only exchanged a few glances with the 2 named high-ranking Navy officers, Kazuru Kazan and Garp, after hearing Roronoa's broadcast. However, upon receiving the news of Instructor Zephyr's defection from the Navy headquarters, the hawkish generals of Akainu's faction stood up one by one, preparing for a confrontation with the Dove faction led by Kazuru and Garp. Kazan, tell me, is this true? Akainu Sakazuki's hand erupted with billowing magma smoke, his sharp gaze fixated on Kizaru and Garp. Even though candidates like Peach Rabbit Shiwan and T-Pig Kaki were also part of the Dove faction, Akainu never knew what fear was. If Kizaru and Garp were truly traitors, even if the Hawks were currently weaker than the Doves, they wouldn't be afraid to go to war. At the same time, He was very unhappy with what Roronoa said to the five elders about him being able to become the next fleet admiral because he was a loyal dog of the celestial dragons. He absolutely disagreed. He also had his own sense of justice. Are you filled with magma and shit? When I became a Navy hero, were you even in the Navy? Was Roronoa even born? Garp, picking his nose, looked disinterestedly at Akainu, muttering to himself. However, deep down, he felt a twinge of disappointment and powerlessness at Zephyr's departure. Even Garp admired Zephyr's justice of not killing. But this old friend had ultimately changed. Garp's justice was his own justice, still rooted in his Conqueror's Haki belief. Everything at will. Perhaps Zephyr could not become the first awakener of Conqueror's Haki. His justice of not killing was not as steadfast as imagined. For those without inherited bloodlines and the qualifications of a king, awakening Conqueror's Haki required higher talent and firmer beliefs. Otherwise, it would be impossible to become the first king. Like Charlotte Linlin, who was an aberrant human, both her parents were ordinary people. But her terrifying talent and firm belief in establishing coexistence among all races made her extraordinarily powerful. Your son, Monkey D. Dragon, is second only to the Godslayer Roronoa as a world criminal. I heard that Fire Fist, Ace, is your grandson? Akainu coldly stared at the often acting old and unproductive Garp. To teach a lazy student like Kizaru and produce a revolutionary criminal like Dragon and a pirate like Ace. Garp's title as a Navy hero is truly laughable. Do you want to try my Iron Fist? Garp looked at the aggressive Akainu, his expression darkening, his fists clenched, producing crackling sounds. Enough. It's obvious this is Roronoa's vile scheme. If you guys start fighting, Roronoa would probably laugh to death. Peach Rabbit Shuon pressed down on Garp, sternly shouting at Akainu. Akainu was iron-fisted and ruthless, Kizaru was lazy and slacking off, and Garp acted freely. These Navy admirals and heroes were truly a source of constant worry. We should hurry back and listen to the arrangements of the five elders and Fleet Admiral Buddha of the Warring States. Peach Rabbit Shuon gave Kizaru a look, signaling him to stop this quarrel. Kizaru was equally troubled by Roronoa's accusations and Zephyr's defection, especially after hearing he could not become the next Fleet Admiral. He felt a change within himself. He had indeed thought that if he became Fleet Admiral, he would implement significant reforms and fulfill his sense of justice. But now, it seemed he was getting further away from that position. Roronoa's words would likely make the five elders and the celestial dragons no longer trust him. As Kizaru's thoughts returned to reality, he was just about to advise Garp and Akainu when the live broadcast snail transmitted Roronoa's troublesome voice again. Fleet Admiral Buddha of the Warring States, I know you have long been dissatisfied with the celestial dragon's rule. Back then, you specifically adopted a discarded celestial dragon who was expelled from Mariewa. That year, when the surgery fruit appeared, to prevent the celestial dragons from obtaining the ability of the immortal surgery again and creating another immortal being, your adopted son secretly took the surgery fruit and gave it to a sickly little brat. I, Roronoa, applaud your actions of secretly resisting the celestial dragon's rule. Roronoa's mix of truth and lies, his serious nonsense, shocked the world once again. Damn it, even the Fleet Admiral is an undercover. The expression of Buddha of the Warring States changed dramatically while watching the broadcast. Vice Admiral Tsuru also felt a suffocating net descending upon them. Was this the rhythm of setting Buddha of the Warring States up for failure? Akainu Sakazuki's eyes widened. Sure enough, none of these Dove faction Navy officers were good people. That old fool Garp was actually colluding with Buddha of the Warring States. Even Kizaru, Garp, and Peach Rabbit were left dumbfounded. Is there really such a thing? As the five elders watched the live broadcast, their faces gradually turned pale, while other celestial dragons in Mariewa began to turn red, showing vicious expressions. They had placed a bounty of 5 billion berry on the surgery fruit, which was actually taken by Buddha of the Warring States' adopted son. Moreover, it was given to a lowly, sickly ant. Don't stop me. I must confront Buddha of the Warring States one-on-one. Several celestial dragons and family heads were ready to hold Buddha of the Warring States accountable. It was Buddha of the Warring States who had cut off their hope for immortality, and this enmity was unresolvable. Facing Roronoa's live broadcast revelations, the entire world was stunned. The Navy headquarters was truly a chaotic mess, a sieve where all kinds of people gathered. No wind, no danger, and it's time to end the live stream. But before we wrap up, I want to congratulate the Figureland family among the celestial dragons. Figureland Gallon has been promoted from the leader of the Knights of God to the new Elder Star. His son, Figureland Shanks, is also firmly seated in the position of the Four Emperors. Another son, who is also the biological brother of red-haired Shanks, is likely to become the new leader of the Knights of God soon. What a powerful family. Their strength spans both the world government and the pirates. They are our strongest opponents in the Roji World Group. Cheers to our formidable adversaries. Roji raised a glass of red wine high and drank it down. Then he had Robin and Violet close the live stream. Roji's concluding congratulations caused another uproar in the world. The 4th Emperor red-haired Shanks is actually a celestial dragon and the son of the new Elder Star? Are you kidding me? Today, Roji dropped too much information, and many people's minds are still overloaded. Only Morgans from the big news is excitedly arranging to edit the news headlines. This week's newspaper will have double or even triple updates in one day to fully capture the immense wealth Roji has thrown out. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Regarding the major events of the fall of Impel Down and Enies Lobby, there are also big news and various scandals involving high-ranking Navy officials and celestial dragons, which made Morgans extremely excited, as if he had reached the peak of his life. Roji, this good friend, he has made up his mind. This meal must be on him. As Robin and Violet put away the live phone bug, even the Red Count and Barrett looked at Roji in shock. Where did this captain learn so many secrets, or is he just talking nonsense? Roji, brother, is the Admiral really secretly fighting against the celestial dragons? Are Admiral Kazuru and Akiji really undercover? Is Zephyr going to betray the Navy? Bonnie jumped to Roji's side, grabbing his hand with an excited expression. True or false? Who can say for sure? Roji smiled indifferently, packed up his things, and said, "Let's go." With a wave of his hand, Roji officially announced the end of this journey to Enies Lobby. After all, there are dedicated sea currents between Enies Lobby, Impel Down, and Mariewa, allowing for very fast support. Perhaps the Elder Stars and strong figures from the Navy headquarters are rushing over right now. Today's gains are already substantial. The Roji World Group needs time to digest the results from Impel Down and Enies Lobby. There's no need to clash head-on with the world government at this moment. Once these big news items spread and ferment, the entire world will enter a great era of contention. The Navy and the allied nations will surely undergo significant changes. The world government is being pushed down the slope of history by this wave of times. Meanwhile, the Roji World Group will rise steadily, significantly closing the gap with the foundations of the world government. If a split occurs within the Navy, wouldn't my new Navy really be able to establish itself? Muku's eyes lit up. With Roji's big reveal, perhaps the Navy would indeed erupt in internal strife, and he could take the opportunity to bring in some strong Navy members. Wait, Captain Roji, did you say Zephyr is also going to establish a new Navy? Muku thought of Black Arm Zephyr establishing a new Navy faster than him and became anxious. He still wanted to be the Admiral of the new Navy. Probably. Roji replied casually while directing everyone to return to the Ark Proverbs, preparing to head to the next location. He didn't expect Zephyr to betray the Navy. The world was becoming more interesting. The Red Count wore a mischievous smile, recalling Zephyr's firm and righteous gaze from years ago, and found it very amusing. What kind of people are the world government and the Navy headquarters that they could force someone as righteous as Zephyr to turn against them? Does the king of the world, Emu, and the Elder Stars have immortality? Barrett seemed to see his ultimate goal. Taking down those old immortals is more thrilling than defeating Roger and proves his worth even more. But for now, he should recover his body first and learn to use Conqueror's Haki. Roji, help me pack my Iron Giant with your scroll world. Barrett jumped down from the Iron Giant formed by the Justice Gate, very satisfied with the material and hardness of the giant and reluctant to leave it on Enies Lobby. Such a massive Iron Giant could sell for hundreds of billions of berries, even as scrap metal. He didn't expect that there were so many secrets within the high ranks of the Navy. He had completely lost faith in the world government and the celestial dragons. But he didn't expect that there were already people in the Navy working hard to resist. However, it seems that becoming an admiral, or even the fleet admiral, cannot change the world government. It appears that his previous idea of reforming from the top down was indeed naive. Even high-ranking Navy officials like Admiral Akiji and Fleet Admiral Sengoku cannot change the world. Even if he becomes an admiral, it probably won't change much. Emu, who has controlled the world for 800 years, and the Elder Stars, who hold the highest power in the world, cannot be opposed even by the fleet admiral. Roji, where are we going next? Yamato, feeling like she hasn't had enough fun, eagerly inquired. Let's go capture the warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria. Roji did not hide the next target. Now that the Roji World Group has gained momentum, the world government and Navy headquarters will fall into chaos and can no longer do anything to the Roji World Group. Another warlord of the sea? Gecko Moria must be mine. Yamato's eyes sparkled as she announced to everyone that they absolutely cannot let their opponent escape this time. Ha ha! Are we finally going to take action against that guy Moria? I will prove that that dead fatso is the weakest warlord of the sea, the disgrace of the warlords. Hanafsa laughed heartily, already picturing the scene of Gecko Moria being beaten. Originally, Crocodile was a bit worried that Hanafsa, who took down a grand judge, would completely surpass his bounty. But now that Roji is going to deal with Gecko Moria, Crocodile doesn't have to worry about being at the bottom. He didn't expect that red-haired Shanks is actually a celestial dragon and the son of Galen. Kuma thought of Drago's son, who seems to have a significant connection with red-haired Shanks, and his expression became somewhat serious. He felt that Roji had seemingly listed red-haired Shanks as an enemy. It is likely that they will take action against the red-haired pirates in the future. Hopefully, Drago's son will not get involved in this terrifying war. Let's go. Roji helped Barrett pack away the Iron Giant and led everyone onto the Ark Proverbs, briefly introducing the fully armed members of the crew. The four of them intentionally lowered their presence and did not interact much with the others. They focused their attention on Bruno, who was imprisoned. They needed to persuade Bruno to join their transforming battlesuit team. Bruno never expected that even Rob Lucci and the others would join Roji's ranks. He knew that he had a trove of top-secret information about the Roji World Group in his mind, itching to relay it back to the world government. But now Lucci wants to defect, so he won't have to disclose all those secrets that make him itch. Bruno felt a sense of relief mixed with a bit of helplessness. No wonder Roji had never killed him and allowed him to overhear these secrets. It turned out Roji had long known that he would eventually join the Roji World Group. This made Bruno silently complain in his heart. Had he known this would happen, he should have joined the Roji World Group earlier and not wasted so much time in prison. After convincing Bruno, another Firebull Mask Warrior was added to this fully armed battlesuit team. Surprisingly, aside from Lucci who used electric blue, all the other agents preferred to use flames. After the Roji World Group left Judicial Island, the four elders and Kizuru quickly arrived at the devastated Judicial Island. Sengoku was ordered by the elders to return and guard the Navy headquarters to prevent the Roji pirates from launching another attack and to deal with the troublesome matter of Zephyr's defection. Now, even though the elders were very suspicious of Sengoku, Kizuru, and Akiji, they still had to rely on these naval powerhouses. If they forced them all out of the Navy, it would completely fall into Roji's trap. Before recruiting top powerhouses to replace these high-ranking naval officers, the elders, no matter how displeased, had to continue to use these people. However, the Navy was now in a state of panic. Even Sengoku and Kizaru were anxious, fearing that they would be held accountable by the elders and celestial dragons due to Roji's slander. They had to think of a way out for themselves or come up with a good defense. After the live broadcast ended, not only was there a huge trust crisis within the Navy, but even in the territory of the Yonko Shanks, there was great chaos. Some captains of the affiliated pirate crews in the Red Hair Pirates were shocked to learn that their big boss was actually a celestial dragon. Moreover, he was the biological son of a current elder. What kind of situation was this? If they encountered other Yonko's affiliated pirate crews, they would probably be laughed at. They, as pirates, were actually subordinates of a celestial dragon. This identity was too humiliating for pirates. Even though they respected Shanks as an emperor, they could not accept being labeled as the dogs of a celestial dragon. In no time, some affiliated pirate crews under the Red Hair Pirates withdrew from the crew. They would rather not have the protection of Shanks than be branded with the disgrace of being subordinates of a celestial dragon. In a certain sea area of the New World, on a pirate ship with a red dragon head, the crew of the red-haired pirates had fallen silent. Ben Beckman was quietly smoking, the smoke swirling around him, while Yasop lowered his head, expressionless, cleaning his sniper rifle. Lucky Roo chewed on some meat, but it had completely lost its former flavor. Dozens of din-din mushi on the Red Force were ringing nonstop. There were affiliated captains inquiring about the real situation, as well as those wanting to withdraw from the Red Hair Pirates. Sailor Bendick Sneck, musician Bonk Punch, Ship Dr. Bunkio, Fighter Lime Jones, and the Furious Gab were all answering calls, their expressions growing increasingly grim. The irritable Gab had already started cursing at the din-din mushi. Shanks tightly gripped his famous sword griffin, his eyes filled with anger. That bastard Roji, why did he have to set him up? Now that Shanks's identity was exposed, countless pirate crews would want to bring down their Yonko who had only been in power for 4 years. Perhaps soon, the Yonko structure would revert to the era of the four emperors. Did Roji want to enter the New World and eye their territory? Shanks thought back and forth. Aside from coveting the four emperors' territory, what else could Roji's actions mean? They seem to have never clashed with the Roji World Group or had any conflict. The Roji World Group likely aimed to knock the Red Hair Pirates down and restore the four emperor structure in the New World. Perhaps this was his first step to becoming the overlord of the New World, targeting not only them, but also the other four emperors. Beckman took a deep breath. Their red-haired pirates had already been put on Roji's table first. Just thinking about the terrifying lineup of the Roji World Group made his scalp tingle. He heard that the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates had officially allied to confront the world government and the Roji World Group. Moreover, Kaido of the Beasts and Yamato of the Roji World Group had a father-daughter relationship. The red-haired pirates had considered allying with Whitebeard, but were directly rejected. The Whitebeard pirates seemed to have some connections with the Roji World Group and did not seem worried about Roji making a move against them. Right now, it was indeed only the red-haired pirates that were most suitable to become Roji World Group's target and prey. What are we afraid of? At worst, we'll fight them. If Roji wants to take down the red-haired pirates, he'll have to lose a few big teeth. Gab shouted angrily after hanging up on a Den Den Mushi and then angrily picked up another ringing Den Den Mushi, continuing his tirade. Roji wants to dominate the New World? Shanks's expression grew serious. Luffy should be ready to set sail as well, but in such a harsh environment. He didn't know if he could grow smoothly. The Roji World Group was too strong enough that even the red-haired pirates needed to retreat. Moreover, now the foundation of the world government was fully revealed, and even the four emperors did not dare to leave the New World easily, fearing being besieged by the elders and the Knights of God. Perhaps they should give up those territories and affiliated pirate crews and return to their free sailing days. If only Shanks could successfully recruit Mihawk into their pirate crew. Beckman thought for a long time. Since most of those affiliated pirate crews did not want to stay under the red-haired pirates, they might as well give up entirely. After all, they were just some weak and sickly pirate crews. They had initially taken them in out of pity to bolster their reputation as the new four emperors. He instructed them to let those who wanted to leave go, as it was dangerous to follow them. Shanks told a few people who were still on the phone that he never forced anyone. After making the decision, his mood improved significantly. At worst, they could return to the days before becoming four emperors, which was also acceptable. As for Mihawk, he wanted to recruit him, but he simply wouldn't agree. Shanks shrugged. He had tried to recruit Mihawk before, even inviting Marco. Since Shanks had made a decision, they could just be like Mihawk and become a free five-emperor pirate crew. Yasopp also felt more open-minded after seeing Shanks and Beckman's mood improve. Anyway, they didn't care much about their affiliated pirate crews and territories. If the Roji World Group want to take them, then let them have it. Ha. 4 years of effort scattered in an instant. They might as well travel the world honestly. They could check out Yuta's concert while waiting for Luffy to grow. Lucky Roo also laughed heartlessly, and the meat in his mouth tasted good again. The other executives who were answering calls handled their affiliated captains at a faster pace. Although they felt a bit reluctant and displeased, they could only execute Shanks's will. Forget it. If they didn't want the territory, then they wouldn't take it. They would go play in Elbaf for a few months. Red-haired Shanks squeezed out a smile. He really didn't want to confront the aggressive Rock World Pirates head-on. Now that the Rock World Pirates had successfully taken down Impel Down and Enies Lobby, they were likely about to enter the New World, seizing and controlling a territory and fully opposing the world government. If Rock really wanted to dominate the New World, the free-spirited red-haired pirates would actually be safer. The Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates, who had their own bases, would probably be even more uncomfortable, constantly worrying about the invasion of the Rock World Pirates. The officers of the red-haired pirates could only comfort themselves this way. Moreover, the power of Elbaf was very strong, and red-haired Shanks didn't want to give it up. So he needed to communicate often and maintain a friendly relationship. 4 years ago, he helped the giant tribe defeat and capture Prince Loki, who had caused a ruckus at sea, and brought him back to Elbaf, gaining the friendship of the giants. At that time, Loki's bounty had already reached 6 billion berries. Red-haired Shanks' ability to firmly hold the position of an emperor was largely related to this battle. After leaving Enies Lobby, the Rock World Pirates flew straight towards the Devil's Triangle. Rock had long abandoned the idea of causing a ruckus at the Navy headquarters. After all, now that they had successfully captured Impel Down and Enies Lobby, their intentions would be too easy for the world government to speculate. The strong figures from the world government and Navy had likely already returned to Marineford to defend and wait for an opportunity. Let them guess. If they guessed correctly, then they are impressive. Now the Rock World Pirates were in a hurry to return and digest the results of their victories at Impel Down and Enies Lobby. Even if it was along the way, Rock would also take care of Gecko Moria, the Warlord of the Sea, and give the Warlord system a slap. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials at the world government and Navy headquarters would probably be thrown into disarray by Rock's serious nonsense for a while. Rock believed that the 5 elders should have some brains and wouldn't take action against high-ranking Navy officials like Fujitora and Kazuru. But those celestial dragons, who were enchanted by the immortality surgery ability of the Op no Mi, were another story. Even if the 5 elders helped suppress those celestial dragons, Fujitora would still have some trouble for a while. On the golden ship, the Arc Maxim, even during this travel time, Yamato and Barrett still urged Rock to open the dual world scroll. These warlike guys really didn't want to miss this small opportunity to become stronger. Barrett learned Conqueror's Haki from Yamato, and in return, he shared his methods of training the Devil's Body and massive armament Haki. Among this group, the Red Count and Yamato knew how to use Conqueror's Haki, while Ishao and the Red Count had profound mastery of observation Haki. Barrett and Kuma also had their own insights into training armament Haki. With everyone learning and sharing from each other, each person would undergo a qualitative improvement. It should be noted that among the pirate crews in this sea, there aren't many that can reach the new world and continue to grow stronger. New pirates setting out to sea without any inheritance, relying solely on passion, can only truly grow if they have strong talent. Because they can learn and awaken Haki in battle, ultimately defeating stronger opponents or safely escaping from the strong. Pirate crews that can't run away have already perished in this pirate graveyard or been defeated by the Navy and captured, locked up, and impelled down. Every year, countless new pirate crews come from the 4 Seas and the Grand Line, but only a few can reach the supernova level. In previous years, there were only a handful of supernova crews. This year, there are 11 supernovae alongside Straw Hat Luffy, breaking records and being referred to as the era of the worst generation. On the deck, Rock asked, "This is the Zoan-type giraffe fruit and the Paramecia-type bubble fruit. Does anyone want to eat them?" Seeing that Bruno had already integrated into this mass transformation team, he took out the 2 devil fruits he had snatched from Spandam. The ordinary Zoan-type giraffe? The bubble fruit ability seems quite useless. Califa was the first to voice her disdain. If it was a good ability, they would be willing to give up their swimming ability. But for such worthless abilities, gaining an additional fatal weakness was not worth it. Now that they had obtained transformation battle suits, their desire for devil fruit abilities had decreased a bit. They preferred to wait for the right one. Alpha and Kaku also looked down on these 2 abilities. Since you all don't want them, forget it. I'll help you find more suitable abilities later. Rock put away the 2 useless fruits and stored them in the reward vault, so someone could redeem them with achievements later. In fact, Rock felt that Kaku shouldn't eat this ordinary giraffe fruit. This guy has great talent. He managed to awaken a devil fruit in just 2 years. He is the fastest known person to awaken after eating a fruit. Lucci took 7 years to awaken his leopard fruit ability. Luffy took 11 years. And Law took 13 years. Kaku is 5 years younger than Lucci. This comparison raises the question of who the true genius of CP9 is. "Thank you, boss." Califa and the others responded respectfully with anticipation, as they genuinely wanted to acquire more powerful abilities. You all need to study hard and awaken your 2-color Haki. However, with your foundation, awakening Haki will be much easier. After all, the iron block and paper drawing from the 6 powers are the orthodox methods for training the 2-color Haki in Navy. Many Navy officers who train in the 6 powers are actually laying the groundwork for awakening and training the 2-color Haki. This is completely unlike the wild methods of those pirates. Most pirates awaken and learn Haki at the cost of their lives. And maybe only a few dozen out of hundreds of pirate crews manage to awaken Haki. The exaggerated death rate, compared to the orthodox training of the Navy, has an absurdly high elimination rate. This is also why the pirates that appear seem stronger than the Navy. Because the weaker pirates have long been buried in the sea. The pirates who can survive are basically elites. From the 4 Seas to the Grand Line, many weak pirates have already been eliminated. And from the Grand Line to the New World, most pirates have been further streamlined. After arranging this CP9 team, Rock also entered the dual world. Barrett's method of training armament Haki was worth learning for Rock. This Devil's Descendants externalized armament Haki could rival the effect of advanced Conqueror's Haki, crushing physical entities. Barrett's externalized armament Haki was like a tsunami, crushing everything in its path. This was more visually impactful than the internal destruction caused by Flowing Cherry's armament Haki. Perhaps Barrett's Conqueror's Haki could not grow to affect physical entities, so he used advanced armament Haki to achieve the effect of advanced Conqueror's Haki. Now Rock's observation Haki and Conqueror's Haki had reached a pretty good level, while his armament Haki still needed to become stronger. Currently, only Barrett's armament Haki could provide Rock with something to learn. Even Red Count's Conqueror's Haki was not as good as Rock's now. Rock wanted to advance with all 3 Haki types and couldn't fall behind in awakening the Devil Fruit ability. It seemed he could also learn something from Red Count regarding swordsmanship. In short, he aimed to excel in both literature and martial arts. mastering everything. This is how Capital and M, the ancient immortal, can engage in direct confrontation. With CP9 agents and Kuma's special guidance methods as a former warlord of the sea, the R Proverbs can head straight to the terrifying three-masted ship of Moonlight Moria in the vast Devil's Triangle, without wasting more time searching for this island ship. At this moment, Moonlight Moria, who has been a shut-in for many years, is completely unaware of the major events happening outside. He and his three-odd subordinates are just staying in their little corner of the Devil's Triangle, living their own lives. Additionally, there is a ghost ship wandering in this sea area, where Brook, in his skeletal form, is doing everything he can to regain a shadow. As the Straw Hat Pirates fly towards the Devil's Triangle, Sengoku the Buddha, back at the Navy headquarters, must organize the naval forces to prevent an attack from the Straw Hat Pirates, even if he is feeling terrible. He also has to deal with the mess left by Zephyr's defection. When Sengoku and Tsuru took a look at the Navy headquarters warehouse, Sengoku almost fainted from shock. That bastard Zephyr actually stole so many resources and military fund from the Navy headquarters. How dare you, the honest man Zephyr, take away the Navy's salaries and procurement funds for the next few months? How is Sengoku supposed to survive this? Now, Sengoku has also offended the Celestial Dragons over the issue of the surgery fruit. Such a huge financial gap is driving Sengoku to his limits. If salaries cannot be paid next month, the already anxious Navy will panic even more. The news of Zephyr wanting to establish a new Navy has already spread like wildfire among the Navy and even reached the world through the live broadcast from the Straw Hat Pirates. Will the Navy really split apart like this? With accusations from the Straw Hat Pirates, potential attacks, distrust from the world government, and betrayal from old allies. Even Sengoku, known as a strategic genius, is feeling mentally drained, and his hair is turning white under such internal and external pressures. Meanwhile, Kizaru, who accompanied the four elders to Judicial Island, was also hastily sent back to Marineford by St. Garling to quickly assist the Navy headquarters. It's better not to see. The five elders are filled with distrust towards Sengoku and Kizaru, whom they suspect of being traitors. If it weren't for their excessive concerns, they would want to dismiss the current Navy high-ranking officials and throw them in jail. Besides anger, the five elders are actually a bit anxious. After all, the Straw Hat Pirates have completely exposed him and brought him into the open. They don't know if Lord M is angry or how he would punish these incompetent servants. They certainly don't want to end up like Saint Satan, turned into a pile of bones. The five elders are too lazy to care about the ruined Judicial Island and return directly to Mariewa. They need to personally step in to suppress the turbulent world situation and pacify the affiliated nations around the world. The affiliated nations are the foundation that the world government absolutely cannot lose. This is the source of their wealth from the heavens. On White Soil Island, at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army in Baldy, after the Straw Hat Pirates conquered Impel Down and Judicial Island, causing a stir in the world, the Revolutionary Army quickly sensed a good opportunity. Coupled with Dragon receiving a message from Kuma via a transponder snail, Ivankov, Lightning, and some Revolutionary Army cadres have already been released and are on their way back. This prompted Dragon to immediately arrange tasks for the Revolutionary Army to mobilize fully. This is also a response to the Straw Hat Pirates. They aim to ignite the sparks of overthrowing the world government and the Celestial Dragons, letting the world see their weakness. The Celestial Dragon's self-proclaimed Divine Halo is further shattered. Such courage, I truly cannot match. Dragon looks at the black screen of the live broadcast and sighs softly. No wonder Kuma and Vegapunk are willing to join the Straw Hat Pirates. This man is indeed full of determination. He has done what Dragon has always thought about but never dared to act on. On Amazon Lily Island, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, who previously wanted to set sail to follow the Straw Hat Pirates, was truly stopped by Granny Nyan with her life. To comfort Hancock, Granny Nyan spent a large sum to have Shaki procure advanced large broadcasting transponder snails, specifically to follow the events of the Straw Hat Pirates. She also asked Shaki to update Hancock daily on the news and information about the Straw Hat Pirates, making the Pirate Empress feel more at ease. She earnestly analyzed for the Pirate Empress that even if she doesn't go out to find the Straw Hat Pirates, they will come to her. This made the Pirate Empress stay obediently in her country. Today, with the live broadcast from Impel Down and Judicial Island, the Pirate Empress is completely elated. She tightly hugs the Straw Hat Pirates doll with a flushed face. Straw Hat Lord, didn't you say you would deal with the warlords of the sea? When will you come to Amazon Lily? Boa Hancock rolls around on the bed with the Straw Hat doll, like a starry-eyed girl, full of childish excitement. Now that the Straw Hat Pirates can conquer Impel Down in the Calm Belt, Reaching the Amazon Lily in the same calm belt should be no problem at all. The Pirate Empress is waiting for the Straw Hat Pirates to come so she can throw herself into their embrace. After all, 3 warlords of the sea have already joined the Straw Hat Pirates. What is wrong with adding her to the mix? Let the world government and the celestial dragons go to hell. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat Pirates have indeed begun their conquest of the warlords of the sea. As everyone sees that terrifying 3-masted ship, even Yamato, the war hawk, is getting excited. Even Crocodile and Hannibal, the 2 former warlords of the sea, are starting to smile. The 2 exchanged knowing glances. They can finally drag another warlord of the sea down with them. They must make Moonlight Moria the shame of the warlords of the sea. With the contrast of a useless companion, their strength and status can be highlighted. Looking at the terrifying 3-masted ship, the Straw Hat Pirates. Under the influence of a punch from the Straw Hat, the penetrating sound of the bell suddenly spread throughout the sea area. Hopefully, Brook will come looking for them. This time, the Straw Hat Pirates went straight to the terrifying 3-masted ship without encountering Brook's ghost ship along the way. The Straw Hat has no time to specifically search for Brook. Hopefully, Brook, who knows a battle is happening on the terrifying 3-masted ship, will come to them for his shadow. I believe Dr. Vegapunk is very interested in Brook's Yomi Yomi Nomi abilities. After all, this concerns the demon fruit abilities related to the underworld and the realm of the dead. Whether or not he can enter the legendary underworld, Brook's abilities are crucial. I hope Vegapunk can research something useful. Let us go. Aside from not being able to kill the ability user, let the zombie amusement park adventure begin. With a wave of his hand, the Straw Hat lets everyone disembark onto the terrifying 3-masted ship. For the rookie pirate group on the Grand Line, the terrifying 3-masted ship is a dangerous hell. But for the Straw Hat Pirates, this is just a game. The Straw Hat, along with Yamato, Red Count, and Barrett, are too lazy to make a move. After dealing with Moonlight Moria, they will head back to Skypiea. I hope to find this guy, Shiki the Golden Lion. The power of the Seraphim cannot be without you. By the way, let's also visit Drum Island and capture Wapple, the user of the Munch Munch fruit. To create a true memory metal combat suit, we can't do without the mass-produced memory alloy from Wapple. As I watch Yamato and the others charging up the terrifying 3-masted sailboat, Luffy strokes his chin and begins to plan the next target. He won't miss Shiki the Golden Lion's Float fruit ability. This ability is even more important than Whitebeard's Quake fruit ability. In short, all the Devil Fruit users that were not captured during the first voyage must be taken down this time. The current Luffy World team is no longer the previous Straw Hat Pirates. Except for the Full Force Emu and the Gorosei. Anyone else who comes will be finished. Whether it's the 3 admirals or the 4 emperors. On the terrifying 3-masted sailboat, the sudden booming sound of bells awakens a large number of dormant zombies. Various zombies buried in the ground, hidden in castles, or lurking in forests emerge one by one. The sleepy Gecko Moria in the main castle is awakened by the bell sound and angrily bursts out, cursing. Dr. Hogback, who is performing surgery in the underground laboratory, is startled, and his hand stops suturing the corpse involuntarily. Meanwhile, the transparent Absalom patrolling Horror Island and the aimless Perona widen their eyes at the sky in different areas. Is that a flying warship? Absalom seems to realize something, and his relaxed expression instantly turns into panic. Even if their information in the Devil's Triangle is blocked, they have long known about the existence of the Luffy World team, not to mention the official notifications from the world government. Even the recently captured rookie pirate crews have plenty of wanted posters and newspapers about this 5 Emperors and Godslayer. This is bad. We're done for. Luffy is really going to take action against all the warlords of the sea. Absalom scrambles back to the main castle, wanting to report this terrifying news to Gecko Moria. They, hiding in this desolate sea area of the Devil's Triangle, can't even escape the targeting of the Luffy World team. Is the Luffy World team really so bored? The Ghost Princess Perona looks up at the golden flying ship in confusion. After the booming sound of bells, a large group of invaders in various colored combat suits actually flies down. Perona exclaims in surprise, like a naive princess who has never seen the world. Oof. Let you all fall to your deaths. Go. Negative Ghost. Perona, completely unaware of what fear is, since no one can hit her in her ghost form, summons a large number of white ghosts to charge at the descending crowd. Enemies. Violet immediately warns everyone. Is it a devil fruit ability? Watch my newly learned armament Haki technique. Armament Haki. External release. Ghost impact. Yamato doesn't use Conqueror's Haki, but instead employs the external release technique learned from Barrett. This is a different type of technique compared to the Haki flow of Wano. A massive amount of armament Haki rushes, like an energy wave, violently crashing into these white ghosts. The range is comparable to the Buddha's impact wave in the War of the Buddhas. Wherever the armament Haki passes, the white ghosts are all destroyed and dissipated, even slamming into the front of Perona, creating a huge, deep pit. The splintering stones and soil, along with the spreading shockwave, scare Perona so much that her eyes bulge out. So scary. Perona turns and escapes, vanishing into the ground. Thankfully, her body is a ghost. Otherwise, the splintered rocks would have smashed her to pieces. Don't let her get away. Chase after her. Yamato excitedly lands on the ground, kicking up a large pit and quickly pursuing towards the giant castle. Yamato, this monster is getting stronger. Bonnie looks at the deep pit and ruins created by Yamato, filled with envy and desire. She also wants to become as strong as Yamato. Free team activities. Luffy said that on this island ship, there are various zombies created by Gecko Moria using the Shadow Fruit ability. As long as they're not afraid, these zombies pose little threat. Robin and Violet start to organize the women to take action and train their abilities, with Yamato dealing with the warlord Gecko Moria. The remaining enemies are no match for the women of the Luffy World team. Alright, I heard Gecko Moria has 3 major executives. Let's defeat them. Bonnie charges ahead, and Rebecca and Shinobu quickly follow. Meanwhile, on the ground, in the forest, and in the castle, a large number of human and animal zombies surge forth to attack these outsiders. But these weak zombies are mostly more fragile than Marines, falling with a single strike and unable to stop the women, even though they can still move after being dismembered and can even repair their bodies. This does make some of the girls who have never seen such a scene feel a bit uneasy and scared. However, with the addition of Hannibal and Crocodile to this hunt against Gecko Moria, a large number of zombies are eroded into mummies and ashes by Crocodile's desert powers. A massive amount of black shadows emerge and fly towards the castle. Just as Absalom finds the still fuming Gecko Moria, these shadows arrive. What? The 5 Emperors Luffy has already reached Horror Island. Gecko Moria's irritable waking mood instantly dissipates, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He knows that Hannibal and Crocodile have joined the Luffy World team. Even the usually proud Sand Crocodile has been subdued by Luffy, indicating how strong Luffy is. Will the hard-earned assets he built up in the Devil's Triangle be wiped out again? At this moment, he recalls the great battle in Wano against the Beast Pirates. Quick, call Perona and Hogback. We need to retreat. Gecko Moria doesn't want to be stubborn and confront the Luffy World team head-on. After all, the Luffy World team is something even the world government and the Navy headquarters cannot deal with. How can he, alone with 3 executives, withstand the Luffy World team? Okay, Absalom quickly runs to find the overweight Dr. Hogback. But outside, the sounds of walls collapsing and the ground shaking violently continue. Gecko Moria, come out and fight me. Yamato swings her kanabo, crashing through walls, and directly finds Gecko Moria, who is about to leave. You are the biological daughter of Kaido the Beast? As soon as Gecko Moria sees Yamato, a brutal look uncontrollably emerges in his eyes, turning red with rage, and his desire to leave is drowned in anger. Although he doesn't want to admit it, that bastard Kaido is indeed my father. So, are you also his enemy? Yamato nonchalantly acknowledges it, looking seriously at this seemingly very angry Fire Scallion head. Years ago, Kaido killed all my partners, and today, his daughter will pay for the blood debt. Moonlight Moria, filled with rage, his eyes crimson, fiercely attacked Yamato, swinging a giant pair of scissors towards her. Kaido's matters have nothing to do with me, but if you want to fight, then I will gladly accompany you. Yamato helplessly bore the old grudge of that bastard father and swung her kanabo towards Moonlight Moria. The shadow scissors and the kanabo violently clashed, creating a whirlwind of energy, with shockwaves surging in all directions. However, in less than 2 breaths, the massive Moonlight Moria was struck back by Yamato, who used her smaller size to her advantage, smashing him through wall after wall. Dust billowed, and the sounds of collapse echoed continuously. Cough, damn it! So strong. Moonlight Moria coughed up a mouthful of blood in the ruins, his crimson eyes regaining a hint of clarity, filled with horror. How could this happen? Moonlight Moria was filled with unwillingness and anger. He couldn't even defeat Kaido's daughter. How was he supposed to take revenge on the Beast Pirates? You really seem to be not that great. It seems Hanafusa and Crocodile were right to say you're the weakest of the warlords. Yamato looked at Moonlight Moria in the ruins, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. This was yet another opponent who did not meet her expectations. Battling someone like Moonlight Moria was less satisfying than sparring with Barrett. You look down on me too. Moonlight Moria saw the disappointed look in Yamato's eyes, reminiscent of the same expression of disappointment and disdain on Kaido's face back in the day. This made Moria feel a tremendous humiliation. Both father and daughter regarded him as no threat at all, which truly enraged him. Damn it! Shadow gathering. Moonlight Moria's rage flared up again, his eyes turning red as the immense feeling of humiliation and desire for revenge clouded his mind. A vast number of shadows flew from Horror Island, rushing into his mouth. Over 6 meters tall, Moonlight Moria swallowed thousands of shadows at once, transforming into a colossal giant over 30 meters tall. Turned to a meat pie, Moonlight Moria's gigantic fist came crashing down towards Yamato. Haha, this state is powerful. Great Wolf God, Thunder, 8 trigrams. Seeing the imposing Moonlight Moria, Yamato became excited, her Conqueror's Haki erupting, wrapping around her Kanabo as she charged forward at high speed. ZZZZ. The Kanabo, splattered with black-red lightning, violently clashed with Moonlight Moria's massive fist. Boom! The terrifying shockwave caused the surrounding buildings to collapse wildly. Even the ground cracked and trembled. Blocked it? Moonlight Moria felt the terrifying power in his hand, filled with disbelief. This was the power of 1,000 shadows. Even ancient giants couldn't withstand his current strength. The destructive power wrapped in Conqueror's Haki caused Moonlight Moria to feel intense pain. He couldn't help but scream in agony. In the next moment, a large number of shadows flew out of his mouth, and Moonlight Moria's eyes began to roll back. His body couldn't bear the power brought by 1,000 shadows. Boom! Spitting out nearly half of the shadows. Moonlight Moria's size shrank by half as he was sent flying by Yamato's strike, crashing through the entire main castle, shaking the entire island ship. Ugh! Moonlight Moria spat out blood, his eyes filled with shock. He lost again. His strongest form couldn't even defeat Kaido's daughter. How could he be defeated in just one hit? Seeing Moonlight Moria's diminished spirit, still spewing out shadows, Yamato felt extremely dissatisfied. This massive giant turned out to be a useless figure. Moonlight Moria couldn't even control his own technique properly. This was too pathetic. Lord Moria, Perona, and Absalom rushed out from the ruins of the castle. They didn't expect Moonlight Moria to lose so quickly. This battle was completely one-sided. Run! Moonlight Moria shouted anxiously at his 2 subordinates, fearing that Yamato would take down these 2 partners. Absalom immediately went invisible, even pulling Perona along to disappear from sight. But a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting the invisible duo. 2 smoking figures were thrown out. A bolt of lightning flashed past the arc proverbs. No, Absalom, Perona. Moonlight Moria went berserk again, his 30-meter-tall body charging madly towards Yamato. Now, this momentum seemed like a worthy opponent. Yamato fearlessly charged towards the enraged Moria, ready to clash head-on with the furious Moria. Ha! It seems Moria is in worse shape than we imagined. His pirate crew was wiped out by Kaido, and with Yamato as the vice-captain, this guy would probably rather die than join the Rocks Pirates. Hanafusa and Crocodile appeared on the main battlefield. The Sand Crocodile frowned upon seeing the rampaging Moria. If Moria didn't join the Rocks Pirates, wouldn't they lose the weakest warlord? Then let Vegapunk modify his memory. I believe Captain Rocks won't let him die in vain. Hanafusa's long tongue licked his eye, narrowing it in a very sinister manner. In any case, Moonlight Moria must remain in the Rocks Pirates, even if he becomes a puppet. As Moonlight Moria withdrew a large number of shadows, Bonnie and the others lost a significant number of zombie opponents. However, some powerful zombie generals were not retrieved by Moria and continued to face them. Meanwhile, in the sea, a ghost ship was drawn in by the sound of the golden bell. On board, Brook saw his chance to reclaim his shadows. He jumped directly from the ghost ship onto the surface of the sea, quickly stepping on the water and stealthily approached the terrifying 3-masted ship. On the art proverbs, Rocks, and a smile, Red Count, and Enel all noticed the skeleton. A running skeleton? Enel thought of blasting it to ashes, as he had already seen zombies. And a skeleton didn't seem that extraordinary. Bring that skeleton here. I'm very interested in the abilities of the Yomi Yomi no Mi. Rocks waved his hand to stop Enel's action, while Red Count looked at the skeleton's hairstyle and attire, feeling a sense of familiarity. Riderfield, doesn't it feel familiar? He's your idol from the West Blue, Brook, the skeleton. Rocks teased Red Count with a glance. Red Count didn't expect that, with a slight obsession with cleanliness. His idol was a skeleton who constantly wanted to see women's panties. What? He's seen your Brook? Red Count was shocked. This was completely different from what he had imagined. He thought Brook had long since died. The Superman-type Yomi Yomi no Mi ability allows a dead person to be resurrected once, which is a very interesting ability. I wonder if this power can help Dr. Vegapunk uncover the secrets of the underworld. Law briefly explained it, and upon hearing about this ability, Count Red and the others, including Ikkyo, became serious. Could it be that the underworld is not just a legend, but really exists in this world? If the underworld truly exists, does it mean there are real death gods or other deities? This is serious. And are those deceased friends and powerful beings all in the underworld? Or can they be reincarnated? These thoughts made Count Red and Ikkyo question their lives. This world is presenting them with things they cannot comprehend. They are eager to understand the origins and truths of this world, yet feel a bit worried and fearful. Are there deities watching over them? After Brook boarded the terrifying three-masted ship, he felt the intense earthquake on the island, which terrified him. What kind of monster is this, to have such terrifying battle fluctuations? Brook couldn't even defeat a zombie horse, let alone the warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria. As Brook cautiously approached the battlefield, he suddenly noticed that the flying battleship in the sky seemed to be coming towards him. This scared him so much that he quickly pretended to be a bone zombie, lying stiffly on the ground with hollow eyes staring at the spaceship in the sky. Please don't notice me, Brook kept muttering to himself, still unaware of who these fierce people were. If it were a pirate crew even more terrifying than Gecko Moria, they could easily crush him to dust. No way, it's really coming over. Brook watched as the flying battleship stopped directly above him, cold sweat breaking out on his white bones. Brook, stop pretending. We recognize you. Law was sitting on the mast, amusingly watching the dead-acting skeleton. Oh, I've been found out. Brook quickly stood up, removed his top hat, and respectfully gave a noble bow to Law. Is that really you, Brook-senpai? Perhaps because Count Red's strength had reached a new height and he had experienced so much. Witnessing so much humanity, he looked at this skeleton with a sense of disillusionment. The Brook he admired back then was certainly not this weak skeleton, although the actions and tone were somewhat familiar. Who are you? On the island of Red Earth in the West Sea, Baroque. Refield. Is it you? Refield. I didn't expect you to be so old. I almost didn't recognize you. Brook's words directly broke Count Red's defenses. He had aged. But Brook turning into a skeleton without flesh was even more absurd. Brook, do you want to come aboard my ship? I can take you out of the Devil's Triangle and help you get your shadow back. Upon hearing Brook's jab at Count Red, Law chuckled lightly and directly invited this underworld resurrector. Brook's strength was not important to Law's pirate crew. What he and Dr. Vegapunk valued was the supposedly real underworld. Really? That's great, I'm willing. Brook immediately agreed to Law's invitation when he heard that Law would help him get his shadow back and take him out of the Devil's Triangle. He had been lost in the Devil's Triangle for decades and was about to go crazy. Initially, when he encountered the terrifying three-masted ship, he thought he had found a way out. But then Gecko Moria directly took his shadow and gave it to a swordsman zombie. This made it even less possible for him to leave the Devil's Triangle, because after losing his shadow, his body would directly disintegrate and disappear in sunlight. And with Refield, an acquaintance, on this flying battleship, this pirate crew shouldn't be too bad. Hearing Brook agree to board the ship, Law was not surprised. He was just wondering how to extract Brook's blood, thinking maybe he could extract bone marrow directly. As Brook boarded the Ark of the Covenant, he was shocked to see the extravagant golden ship, filled with gold everywhere, and a huge golden statue. What kind of wealthy pirate crew is this? Moreover, besides Law and Refield, the others also appeared exceptionally strong. The blind man with a cane, the muscular giant, the long-eared man with a golden staff, and one who was emitting thunder. Brook, you still need to eat, right? Law invited Brook to eat, wondering if he could still bleed. Law seemed to remember Brook getting beaten up, and he would bleed from the nose. It should be fine to take Brook's blood, if there wasn't enough. Extracting bone marrow could still be useful for Vegapunk's research. I've been hungry for so many years. I may look like a skeleton, but in other ways, I'm pretty much the same as a normal person. Brook started to eat heartily at the table, and various foods would enter his mouth and completely disappear, without entering his hollow chest or abdomen. These superhuman abilities are truly bizarre. Count Red used Kinbunchika Haki to observe Brook's eating, and the food seemed to have gone to another space, completely leaving no trace. This is too strange. Could it be that the food Brook ate went to the underworld? How wonderful the taste of food. It would be even better if he could get his shadow back. Brook devoured large amounts of food like a starving ghost and satisfiedly burped. When you have a chance, get us some of your blood. We want to see if the Yomi Yomi Nomi ability can take us to the underworld. Sure, but the Yomi Yomi Nomi ability seems to only work once. Brook agreed to Law's request without hesitation, as long as he could get his shadow back and leave this cursed place. these small matters were nothing. Boom! As the Ark of the Covenant reached the battlefield, intense sounds of fighting came through. Yamato didn't tee in the battle immediately, but rather seemed interested in having a fierce battle with the giant Moria, who had devoured 500 shadows. The destructive power of giant Moria was impressive, but he just couldn't hit Yamato and couldn't win in a direct confrontation. It was like playing with a mouse. So strong. That Moonlight Moria can't even defeat that white-haired woman. Brook's hollow black eye sockets widened. He felt that this Law's World crew was powerful, but he didn't expect them to be that strong. Hey, my shadow is on that samurai zombie. Brook saw the zombie general and the women of Law's crew fighting fiercely on the other side. At this moment, Rebecca was engaged in a fierce battle with the half-dragon and zombie horse, while Bonnie was battling an armored man in silver armor wielding a large axe. Baby 5 was in a fierce fight with a zombie holding a gun in one hand and a knife in the other. Silver axe? Captain John? Count Red seemed to see two familiar figures from his era. He didn't expect these guys to have been turned into zombies even after death. How tragic. Thinking about getting old and dying made the Red Count even more eager for the abilities of the Phantom Beast Vampire Fruit and the immortality powers of him. He could not die, and he did not want to become such an ugly corpse and bones. Captain Law, I've captured these two guys. Hanavza, dressed in electric blue battle gear, saw the arrival of the Ark Prophecy and immediately flew back with Perona and Absalom, looking like a sycophant eager for praise. Oof. Enel snorted disdainfully, slightly irritated by the flattering Hanavza, who had just casually struck down a divine punishment that forced the invisible duo out. Captain Law, I see that Gecko Moria hates the identity of a Vice Captain Yamato very much and is very difficult to recruit. Perhaps we can use Dr. Vegapunk's modification technology. Hanavza rubbed his hands and contributed a little suggestion. In short, Gecko Moria, this bottom-tier warlord, must be used to highlight himself in the Law World team alongside Crocodile. Captain Law waved his hand, instructing several portrait soldiers to put sea stone handcuffs on Perona and Absalom and lock them in a sea stone cage. Captain Law was very clear about Hanavza's little thoughts. After all, it was just Gecko Moria. Memory modification could be done. After all, Yamato was his woman. The current utility of Kaido the Beast was also higher than that of Gecko Moria. Perhaps this was still the best way for Gecko Moria to survive in this chaotic world. Whether Gecko Moria sought revenge on Kaido the Beast or might be hunted by Blackbeard Teach in the future was a dead end. Mixing under Captain Law might allow him to live longer. Captain Law casually nodded, which made Hanavza's eyebrows rise in joy done. If Gecko Moria could not adjust his mindset and continue to transfer his hatred towards Kaido, the Beast on Yamato, this memory modification was probably unavoidable. In the pirate world, the misfortune does not spare family. The world government hunted Roger's posthumous child to the ends of the earth, even killing many pregnant women. The family of VF the Black Arm was retaliated against by pirates, resulting in the death of his wife and child. The captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' subordinate pirate crew, Squard, always remembered the hatred of Roger's extermination of his crew. Upon learning that Ace was Roger's son, he directly transferred his hatred onto Fire Fist Ace. Some hatreds cannot simply be resolved by letting go. If Gecko Moria could not be subdued, then modification was the way to go. He was just a useless fat man. This posed no ideological burden for Captain Law at all. The former Dragon Slayer swordsman, Frostmoon Ryuma, was surprisingly defeated today by a young dragon. The Red Count and Ichao paid attention to the battle between the zombie Ryuma and Rebecca. Today's battle result was not the Swordmaster slaying dragons, but the dragons slaying the Swordmaster. Captain Law, I got a famous sword. The samurai zombie said this black sword was called Autumn Water. Rebecca, transformed into a powder dragon, excitedly flew back and presented the black sword Autumn Water to Captain Law. Previously on Eni's lobby, she had snatched it from Spandam, and now she had obtained a great sword. She really seemed to have a connection with famous swords. Unfortunately, after Rebecca gained the abilities of the Dragon Fruit, she had not practiced swordsmanship much. She preferred to use her indestructible dragon claws. The national treasure of Wano, the black sword Autumn Water. As a swordsman, Ichao was very familiar with the famous swords listed in the sword catalog. The supreme great sword in his hand. The Extreme Path Fire line was forged by Wano's Koyuki Kinsan. He paid considerable attention to the famous swords forged in Wano. Now several famous swords in Captain Law's possession came from Wano, such as Inma, Aim no Habakiri, and the second generation of Onamaru. A very good black sword. Good job, Rebecca. You've made great progress recently. Captain Law praised Rebecca without holding back as he held the heavy sword, making her little face blush. This time, Captain Law did not give away the black sword Autumn Water like the but kept it for himself. This black sword was famously hard and heavy. Even a giant dinosaur standing on it would not bend it even a little. Brother Law, I'm back too. That armored zombie said this axe is called Silver Axe Ripper, and it's a world-famous weapon. Bonnie was also very eager to take credit with Captain Law. She had to put in some effort to defeat this powerful zombie general. That armored zombie was called Silver Axe Eric. He used to be an officer of the Rocks Pirates and had been partners with Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido. Captain Law patted Bonnie's pink hair, praising the excited Bonnie with her little face tilted back. These two little girls are surprisingly strong. Brooke was shocked watching the two pink-haired girls. The little dragon girl who defeated the zombie Ryuma seemed to be under 15 years old. She actually defeated a zombie Ryuma that even Brooke couldn't beat. This seemingly 10-year-old girl also defeated that silver armored man. Are the newcomers of this era so powerful? Brooke, an old man in his 80s or 90s, felt severely impacted. Captain Law, I snatched a famous spear and a famous sword. Baby 5 saw that Rebecca and Bonnie had resolved their opponents. With a little help from Robin, she quickly dealt with the passive Captain John. This guy's remaining consciousness seemed unwilling to continue being controlled by Gecko Moria. That drunken zombie said this famous spear was called Shot, and this famous sword was called. Baby 5 reported to Captain Law seriously, completely unaware that she had been played by the ill-tempered Captain John. John's gun was called Shot X, and the sword was called Adolf. The Red Count expressionlessly added that during the era when Silver Axe and Captain John were active, even Yi Chao, Bear, and Barrett were still young. Probably not many people knew this information. That dead drunkard actually tricked me. I'll go back and blow his corpse to pieces. Baby 5 still did not grasp the meaning behind it, only feeling anger after being deceived. Captain Law did not stop Baby 5 from turning around to go back and desecrate the corpse. It's just a corpse. If it's gone, it's gone. Even if the first or second batch had Seraphim using the Shadow Fruit-esque green blood ability, the Law World team did not lack Captain John Zombie. At this moment, Yamato, feeling that she had played enough, finally began to take it seriously and violently beat Gecko Moria. Even the 500 shadows on Moria were beaten out. In his normal state, Gecko Moria was even less a match for Yamato. He still wanted to use shadow clones to shift positions and escape, but was caught off guard by the prepared Sand Crocodile, who dealt a diagonal slash with his Desert Blade, inflicting more injuries and knocking him down. Gecko Moria, welcome to become the bottom-tier warlord of the Law World team. Crocodile appeared expressionlessly amidst the sandstorm, biting his cigar. Impossible. As long as there's Kaido's daughter on the Law World team, I will never join under Captain Law. Gecko Moria, bleeding from his mouth and nose, gritted his teeth and glared at the ambushing Sand Crocodile. Unless Luo Ji deals with this woman. Moonlight Moria still wants to negotiate terms, but the returning Hanafza rushes over and swipes Moonlight Moria away with his tail. Weaklings shouldn't talk about conditions. We have already decided your fate. Put on the hat of shame for the 7 warlords. Hanafza chuckles, and the Sand Crocodile gives Moria a stab, while he gives Moria a tail swipe. Moonlight Moria officially falls at their hands, becoming the weakest of the 7 warlords. Moonlight Moria rolls his eyes, feeling disoriented and weak, unable to control the shadows he had gathered over the years. A large number of shadows fly back to their owners. Brooke, seeing his shadow return, excitedly thanks Luo Ji and the crew. The pirates hiding in the forest, seeing their shadows return, shout with excitement and weep with joy. They have finally freed themselves from Moonlight Moria's control. I hope the world government will like this little gift. Luo Ji looks at the fallen Moonlight Moria and smiles faintly. But tomorrow's big news will definitely be about Impel Down and Judicial Island. Little Moria probably won't even make the headlines. With Moonlight Moria also shackled with Sea Prism Stone and thrown into a Sea Prism Stone prison, the terrifying 3-masted ship is officially captured by Luo Ji's crew. Next comes the plundering of the spoils from this island ship. All the treasures accumulated by Moonlight Moria over the years, along with Dr. Hogback. The fish that slipped through the net are all taken. Of course, there's also Charlotte Lola, the daughter of Big Mom. Not to mention that Lola possesses Big Mom's special life paper, which can command most of the homies on Whole Cake Island. The command authority of Big Mom's life paper over the homies is even higher than that of Big Mom's biological children. Before leaving, Luo Ji forcefully recruits some pirates to guard the terrifying 3-masted ship and leads everyone directly out of the Devil's Triangle. This massive island ship holds little appeal for Luo Ji. As long as they find the Golden Lion Shiki, they can easily create several flying island ships. Charlotte Lola, imprisoned in the Scroll Prison, thought that after her shadow returned, she could finally free herself from Moonlight Moria's control. Little did she expect to jump from the wolf's den into the tiger's lair. Her life is so miserable. 5 years ago, to take control of her marriage and destiny, she fled from Tato land in the New World to escape her betrothal to Prince Loki. It is known that Prince Loki possesses ancient giant bloodlines, with horns and a much larger stature than ordinary giants, reaching 20 to 30 meters tall. It is said that the royal lineage of Elbaf also carries ancient giant blood, and King Harold is also a giant with horns. She has even heard from her mother that the Oni clan also carries a trace of ancient giant blood, which is why they also have horns. Lola cannot understand why Loki would be interested in her. She is only over 2 meters tall, not even 1/10 of Prince Loki's height. Unwilling to accept her mother's arranged fate and fearing being toyed with by Loki, Lola decisively chose to escape. She fled from Tato land in the New World, formed the Rolling Pirates, and traveled all the way back to the other side of the Red Line, the paradise of the Grand Line, far from Big Mom's influence, earning a bounty of 24 million berries. For years ago, she heard that the bounty of 2.6 billion berries on Prince Loki was defeated by red-haired Shanks and taken back to Elbaf. When she saw this big news, she was so happy and officially began her crazy proposal journey. 3 years ago, she accidentally entered the Devil's Triangle, encountered the terrifying 3-masted ship, had her shadow taken by Moonlight Moria, and became trapped on this island ship. Often hiding in the forest, Lola actually knows little about Luoji's crew, the strongest pirate crew that has risen rapidly in the past 2 years. Now, she can only pray for a better fate, hoping not to be sent back to Big Mom's crew. Even if she has to marry a member of Luoji's crew immediately, she would accept. If Luoji knew Lola's thoughts, he would probably laugh out loud. Which member of Luoji's crew will be interested in someone like Lola? They're not like Loki, the blind guy. Luoji also wants to modify Lola's memories to see if he can use this big-mouthed woman to win over Loki, the giant prince, or tempt Loki, this mythical beast giant. It is said that this guy has consumed a legendary mythical beast devil fruit passed down through generations of the giant clan, which possesses divine-level abilities comparable to the sun god Nika fruit. Loki is so powerful, yet he was defeated by the even stronger red-haired Shanks. Perhaps it is because he is too young. Loki is only 5 or 6 years younger than Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. However, giants are considered adults around 60 years of age, and this guy still wants to be Big Mom's son-in-law. This so-called cursed Prince Loki killed the royal family's lucky horse shortly after his birth. After that, disasters constantly appeared in Elbaf. Various natural disasters struck the land: blizzards, droughts, thunderstorms, floods. It was also this year that Charlotte Linlin killed the great warrior Yorlu of Elbaf. A year later, when Loki was 1 or 2 years old, the queen suddenly passed away. At the age of 10, Loki treated the underworld of Elbaf as a playground, using his overwhelming strength to slaughter and subjugate many beasts there. He even released the beasts from the underworld into the villages of Elbaf, setting fires and destroying villages. For Loki, this was merely a playful prank. Such a malicious and terrifying personality is a nightmare for the giant clan. Now, Luoji arranging for Hanafsa to capture Lola is merely a preparatory move. He wants to see what Loki's mythical beast powers truly are. Can this monster really genuinely love a woman? Or is he like Lola only as a lie? Loki is currently imprisoned by the giants on the War Tree in the underworld of Elbaf. The War Tree is the largest atom wood in the world. The realm of the giants, referred to as the underworld and upper world, is merely the icy land at the roots of the War Tree and the area where the giants reside on the tree itself. Many outsiders who reach the underworld at the roots are frightened away by the ferocious beasts and extreme cold, never making it to the upper world of Elbaf. Therefore, the outside world has always believed that this cruel place, with its frigid weather and brutal beasts, is Elbaf. The Rorqual World Group left the Devil's Triangle and continued flying toward the first segment of the Grand Line. However, the Navy headquarters at Marineford and the Holy Land Mary Geos did not receive the attack they had anticipated. The Rorqual World Group was not preparing to launch a surprise attack on the Navy headquarters and the Holy Land, leading to futile emergency preparations by the warlords of the sea and the Five Elders. This mixture of wariness and anticipation was incredibly frustrating. With the fall of Impel Down and Eni's lobby, the power of the Rorqual World Group surged, forcing the world government to consider a large-scale recruitment drive for soldiers. Preparing for a massive conscription, they aimed to expand the Navy's combat strength, and even the Holy Knights were to be expanded in the Holy Land Mary Geos. As time passed, the Five Elders did not see the appearance of the Rorqual World Group. Eventually, the teleportation ability of Saint Walpole disappeared, and the other 5 Elders returned to the North Sea. The four elders could only quickly return to Mary Geos from the North Sea. The Holy Knights, who were out on missions through the teleportation array, were urgently recalled to the Holy Land. Before the return of the four elders, they executed orders to guard the Holy Land. After Figureland Garling was promoted from the leader of the Holy Knights to a 5-elder. The current Holy Knights were temporarily led by Garling's son, Figureland Shamrock, who commanded the Holy Knights. The term Shamrock translates directly to 3-leaf clover, which is the national flower of Ireland. This may imply a metaphor for the Figureland family's 3 kings. Figureland Shamrock, like the red-haired Shanks, sported red hair and carried a western sword at his waist. Shamrock's long, flowing red hair was even longer and more majestic than red-haired Shanks, but his expression bore a mechanical coldness that was completely unlike Shank's warmth and humor. Shamrock, now that the Rorqual pirates have kidnapped prisoners from Impel Down, we need more power to maintain the world government's rule. You and the military must bring the giant kingdom of Elbaf under the world government's control. We need the strength of the giants. I grant you the authority to recruit Loki, the strongest of the giants, into the Holy Knights and to enjoy the rights of the celestial dragons. St. Walpole said solemnly to the acting leader of the Holy Knights, Figureland Shamrock. This decision had been discussed with the other 5 elders. After all, the threat posed by the Rorqual pirates was indeed significant, in addition to launching a massive conscription. The world government aimed to win over Elbaf, the strongest nation in the world. To this end, they were willing to grant this hidden enemy the rights of a member state, even bestowing Loki with the exalted status of a celestial dragon. Historically, the giants had once produced the sun god Nika, which is why the world government had never considered allowing the giant kingdom to join. Of course, the giants themselves had never thought of becoming a member state either. It wasn't until the emergence of King Harold, a benevolent ruler of Elbaf, that they sought to connect with the world, promote more exchanges, and better develop the giant kingdom. He began to seek opportunities to align with the world government. At that time, he had also heard that Fishman Island was striving for peaceful coexistence with humans. Coupled with Sister Carmel, who appeared to be a righteous human trafficker and briefly established an orphanage called the Lamb's House in Elbaf, the image was quite favorable. This led to more giants wanting to venture out to sea, either as pirates or as Navy members. If it weren't for Charlotte Lean's hunger pangs causing chaos and eliminating Yorkie, the Lamb's House wouldn't have been expelled from Elbaf so quickly. Furthermore, the later killing of King Harold by Loki resulted in another interruption of Elbaf's connection to the world. We will do our best, Shamrock replied coldly, his expression unchanged. The opportunity to allow Loki to join the Holy Knights was a divine blessing granted to him. Should he dare to refuse, I would directly eliminate him. The Holy Knight, military child, spoke coldly, her black and white heterochromatic eyes filled with indifference. The long sleeves of her clothing billowed, forming sharp arrows. Military child, a superhuman with the arrow fruit ability, could turn various inorganic materials into arrows. She particularly enjoyed transforming the bandages on her body into arrowheads, combining the sharpness of arrows with the flexibility and maneuverability of the bandages. Don't be too hasty, military child. As long as we find the enemy's weaknesses, we can turn them to our advantage, Shamrock said lightly. Aside from fighting, he preferred to exploit human weaknesses. We cannot force Elbaf to become our enemy unless absolutely necessary. St. Walpole warned with a headache, his face filled with frustration. If it weren't for the sudden emergence and strong rise of the Rorqual pirates, the world government would not need to recruit the troublesome Loki. Previously, they hadn't paid much attention to powerful figures like Aomao and Ishiao. It was only after these two were recruited by Rorqual that the 5 elders regretted their negligence. Had they known this would happen, they should have offered a little sweetness to Aomao and Ishiao earlier, exempting them from their crimes and allowing them to become good subordinates of the world government. But now, it was too late. These two, comparable in strength to admirals, had become enemies of the world government. Thus, under no circumstances should Loki and the Kingdom of Elbaf be allowed to become members or allies of Rorqual. Otherwise, the chaos in this world would worsen. Understood. Shamrock and Military Child performed a nightly salute before leaving the highest power office. Since the mission to track the Rorqual pirates was temporarily shelved, they would head to Elbaf to recruit Loki, the giant prince. In Military Child's eyes, getting Loki to become a holy knight would be the greatest blessing. What reason would he have to refuse? The two prepared well, and after the return of the 4 elders to the Holy Land Mary Geos, they would set off to Elbaf again. Unbeknownst to Figureland Shamrock and the others, after the red-haired pirates were tricked by Rorqual's world broadcast, Red-haired Shanks was also heading toward Elbaf to stay for a while. It remains to be seen whether these two brothers will have the opportunity to meet. Loki was captured by Shanks, and now Shamrock was going to recruit Loki. They truly were a pair of rivals. The next day, as expected, the news from Morgans once again set the world ablaze. Those islands without live telecommunication bugs, those people who couldn't watch the live broadcast in time, were all shocked by these huge news. The underwater prison, Impel Down, was breached, vicious prisoners were taken away, Director Magellan was captured, and Chief Warden Shiryu of the Rain defected. The City of Judgment, Judicial Island, was also attacked, the Chief Judge was publicly executed, and even the Gate of Justice was dismantled. The two major institutions of the world government were destroyed by the Revolutionary Army, which was a heavy blow to the world government. What amused all the bystanders even more were the high-level secrets revealed by the Revolutionary Army. Stories that had to be told about the immortal Emu and the Five Elders, the grudges between Admiral Fujitora and the Celestial Dragons, the betrayal of Black Arm Zephyr, and the deep bonds and conflicts with his 3 Admiral disciples. In short, the news was as explosive as it could get. It was thought that the serious nonsense of the Revolutionary Army was unbeatable, but it turned out that Morgan's fabrications and embellishments were even bolder. What the hell? The Celestial Dragons snatched away Sengoku's first love as a wife. That S.Y. Sengoku adopted the Celestial Dragon's abandoned child and took revenge on the Celestial Dragons during the surgery fruit incident. The Revolutionary Army looked at the latest newspapers, and the wine in their mouths suddenly spewed out. Amazing. When it comes to fabricating fake news and gossip, Morgan's is the best. On the Arc Maxim, heading to the Grand Line Paradise after leaving the Devil's Triangle, the members of the Revolutionary Army were all watching today's big news. The World Economic News had published 3 editions in one day, featuring yesterday's Impel Down incident and Judicial Island incident prominently. The news about Moonlight Moria being dealt with by the Revolutionary Army was specifically sent to Morgan's by Robin and Violet, earning them a nice sum of intelligence fees. However, under the massive events of Impel Down and Judicial Island, the news of the warlord Moonlight Moria was still not enough to see. It was estimated that tomorrow's news would feature Moonlight Moria's updates. Now, the Revolutionary Army's revelations were enough for Morgan's editors to write gossip news for several days. It must be said that Morgan's knows how to grab headlines and attract viewers' attention. In the intervals of the news about the big events of Impel Down and Judicial Island, various high-level gossip was continuously inserted, resulting in several more editions of the newspaper, making more money. Morgan's firmly caught the immense wealth thrown by the Revolutionary Army. This guy is capable of intercepting intelligence from the world government, even daring to eavesdrop on the telephone bug communications of CP0 agents. His skills and courage are top-notch. He also knows some information that even the Revolutionary Army is unaware of. This time, he smoothly integrated these exciting stories of high-level officials, captivating audiences worldwide as if they were watching a grand drama. Is this news true or false? Did the Celestial Dragons really forcibly marry Sengoku's first love? Even the elegant Red Count couldn't help but open his gossip-loving heart, wanting to confirm the truth of these rumors. So Kizaru often gets scolded and reprimanded by Zephyr? Seeing the newspaper state that Zephyr berated Kizaru as a waste and a cripple in martial arts made him laugh heartily. He remembered that the country's newspaper said that the 3 admirals were already regarded as monstrous existences in their rookie days. Why is Kizaru always scolded by his teacher? The reason why Iron Fist Garp refused to be promoted to admiral was actually that he secretly loved Sengoku's first love. What the hell? Sengoku chose to hide his hatred for promotion, while Garp openly expressed his displeasure towards the Celestial Dragons. Regarding the gossip in a newspaper, not to mention the Revolutionary Army, others were also dumbfounded. Morgan's was really bold in what he wrote. Is he not afraid of the world government and the Navy's strongmen coming to kill him? This news is not interesting at all. Where's my new bounty notice? Where's my money? Bonnie slammed the newspaper on the table, displaying her anger, her brows tightly knitted. She was really not interested in these old-fashioned gossip news. She just wanted to know how much her new bounty had increased. Among the 3 newspapers, she actually saw a small picture of her burning the world government flag in one corner, which made her very unhappy. Her act of burning the flag to declare war on the world government was actually overlooked like this. Even the space for those dubious gossip news was larger than hers. She was furious. Bigot, enjoy your melon. The Revolutionary Army handed a piece of watermelon to the angry Bonnie, expressing the captain's concern for his sister. Brother Revolutionary, how about we attack another Navy base? Bonnie said. Sister Robin mentioned that there is a G2 Navy fortress near the kingdom of Lycitia. There is also a G8 Navy fortress not far from Sky Island. Bonnie still wanted to create some big events to overshadow those gossip rumors. This was too infuriating. Morgans, this immoral news king, was actually making money off of this boring news. Bonnie, remember, those detestable celestial dragons are our real enemies. These Navy are not our targets. The Revolutionary Army patted Bonnie's pink-haired head, soothing this irritable little princess. Unexpectedly, Captain Revolutionary was actually the Sea Emperor, one of the 5 emperors, the God Slayer Revolutionary. Brooke, who was isolated from information, was once again shocked after learning about the Revolutionary Army from various newspapers. It seemed he had joined an extraordinary pirate crew. Each officer had an outrageous bounty. It turned out that Redfield also escaped from Impel Down yesterday. His situation didn't seem much better than Brooke's. Barrett, upon knowing Yamato, Aramaki, Iwa, and the bear had bounties exceeding 2 billion, his gaze became more piercing. No wonder Crocodile and that lightning guy were doing so many things to raise their bounties. It turned out that the bounties of these 2 Logia-type guys were so different from the first-tier officers on the ship. Barrett's bounty from over 20 years ago couldn't even compare to the current Crocodile. Although he, who only pursued strength, didn't care much about these bounty numbers. He couldn't be lower than those weaklings like Crocodile. At least he had to be on par with Aramaki and the others, or even higher. And Crocodile and Hanazawa finally found amusement in Moonlight Moria. This guy was shouting, "I will never yield to Yamato, I swear." The 2 didn't care anyway. Revolutionary had already decided to alter Moonlight Moria's memories. They were too lazy to persuade Moria to surrender, but finding amusement was still possible. Perona and Dr. Hogback were already scared to shiver. Even the transparent Absalom turned pale. There were too many terrifying monsters on this ship. There were 3 warlords of the sea on the same level as their captain, Moonlight Moria. Moreover, it seemed that Crocodile and Hanazawa's status was not very high. Even top-tier strongmen of the warlords of the sea were only mid-tier strongmen on this ship. This was too scary. Revolutionary, you've arrived at the Flag Island. Violet reported the itinerary. Their journey through the Grand Line was also very tight. They still needed to hurry back to the New World and return the spoils to the Vegapunk Institute on Zo Island. Capture the user of the Heat Fruit and take them away. Law will arrange the tasks. With Yamato and Enel, there's no worry about a lack of manpower. Understood. The next target's pointer to Long Ring Island is already prepared. Violet turned sharply, leaving behind a capable silhouette. Law chuckled softly. She truly is a competent woman. The Ichino family of Flag Island, known as the Pirate Flag Hunters, specializes in capturing pirate crews passing through this sea area. Even supernovas with bounties exceeding 100 million might not be able to defeat Don Ichino's Heat Fruit abilities. This ability can reach temperatures of up to 10,000 degrees, making metal weapons mere toys in his hands, easily melted. Not to mention mere mortals. Newbie pirate crews that haven't learned Haki are likely to meet their end if they encounter him, even supernovas. However, today, they unexpectedly encountered the 5 emperors who took the initiative to come to them, and they're the absolute main characters in the newspapers. Without wasting much time, the Ichino family was defeated by Enel, and all were captured. The candidate for the Seraphim's superhuman abilities has increased by 1. 3 days after the incident in Impel Down and Eni's lobby, the new bounty order for Law's World crew finally appeared alongside the news of the defeat of the former warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, and various gossip from high-ranking Navy officials. The Navy headquarters officially announced the defection of Black Arm Zephyr. This former admiral and chief instructor of the Navy has become a wanted criminal. Among all the new bounties, the one for the big news Morgans was placed at the top. That's right, the world government updated the bounty for this bastard. Morgans used his own formatted wanted poster for the World Economic News. As for the ugly wanted poster from the world government, to hell with it. World government version. Rumormonger Morgans, bounty of 1. 3 billion berries. World economic version. News King Morgans, bounty of 1. 3 billion berries. Next is the wanted poster for the evil Navy. However, Zephyr has publicly stated that he is the new Navy, while the world government and Navy headquarters refer to them as the evil Navy. Evil defector Zephyr, bounty of 1. 5 billion berries. Binks, superhuman with the Bloom fruit ability. Bounty of 220 million berries. Ein, superhuman with the reversal fruit ability. Bounty of 210 million berries. Souza, bounty of 200 million berries. The so-called Enyo new Navy rebel fleet isn't actually that strong, but apart from the 5 emperors, very few large pirate crews would dare to provoke the new Navy, which has the former Admiral Black Arm Zephyr. Following that, the heavyweights of Law's World crew made their appearance. The bounties of those who displayed their might in Impel Down and Eni's lobby skyrocketed. especially those who were stirring things up. Godslayer Law, bounty of 10 billion berries. Although Law didn't intervene much in Impel Down and Eni's lobby, the impact he brought was truly terrifying. Moreover, he commands strong and fierce criminals under him, posing a great threat to the world government. The title of the world's #1 criminal is well-deserved. But after this staggering bounty was issued, who would dare to lay a hand on the big boss of Law's world crew? This simply indicates Law's danger level, far exceeding that of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews. Ahaha. This time, those guys are really understanding. Aramaki laughed wildly, waving his wanted poster, looking very satisfied. The world government and Navy headquarters really gave him the bounty he requested during the live broadcast, which made him feel very dignified. It seems that the world government needs to be threatened more, not to mention that he beat up the Warden Magellan and took down a chief judge. Criminal Police Aramaki. Bounty of 3 billion berries. No, why are Aramaki's and Ishao's bounties higher than mine? Yamato held her own wanted poster, her eyes filled with unwillingness. She felt she had done nothing wrong, clearly working hard. Could it be that her opponent, Shiryu of the Rain, is not as good as Magellan? And the weak chief judge's death. Demon Princess Yamato, bounty of 6 billion berries. My bounty has changed too? Ishao was a bit confused. He felt like he had been coasting. When dealing with Shiryu of the Rain, he suppressed Shiryu. War criminal Ishao, bounty of 8 billion berries. It seems the world government recognizes the strength of the gravity fruit ability and values you highly. Bartholomew Kuma managed to pull a smile on his usually expressionless face. In Law's world crew, he has the best relationship with the equally gentle Ishao. Tyrant Kuma, bounty of 2 billion berries. Kuma's bounty didn't increase much, but for the great pirates of this world, this amount is already terrifying. How are the 3 calamities and the 4 stars of the 4 emperors going to survive now? Is money worthless now? Even the Red Count and Barrett, upon seeing these exaggerated numbers, couldn't help but narrow their pupils. It seems they have been locked up and impelled down for too long. The inflation in this world is quite severe. 30 or 20 years ago, such bounty amounts could only be achieved by a few top pirates. I refuse to accept this. Why did my bounty increase so little? Clearly, I also took down a chief judge. Hanavza cursed loudly while holding the wanted poster, filled with rage. The world government and Navy headquarters are insulting him. King of Lizards Hanavza, bounty of 650 million berries. This is consistent with Fire Fist Ace's current bounty, yet still lower than Crocodile's. This made Crocodile reveal a calm smile. However, Crocodile's bounty didn't increase much, rising from 681 million berries to 700 million berries. It seems his performance in Impel Down didn't earn the world government's recognition. Taking down a weakling only earned him a little over 100 million. He could just smile about it. At least his current bounty has already surpassed that of the top flying 6 and the lowest of the 4 stars. Crocodile sneered. Hanavza attempted to take a shortcut, but ended up getting slapped by the world government. The people of the world government and Navy headquarters are not entirely foolish. Damn! Hanavza's eyes were filled with anger. It seems the shadow of being defeated by Fire Fist Ace will haunt him for a lifetime. If Fire Fist Ace's bounty doesn't increase, his bounty probably won't go up either. He likely needs to defeat Fire Fist Ace directly to break the shackles and raise his bounty. Those who have been defeated are meant to be looked down upon by others, viewed through colored glasses. Enel looked at his wanted poster, still unsatisfied, and it seemed the gap between him and Aramaki was getting larger. Thunder God Enel, bounty of 1 billion berries. His record of facing off against Magellan, along with the bonus from the Logia Rumble fruit ability, earned him a quite favorable bounty from the world government. However, Enel, aiming to match the 4 commanders, looks down on this bounty. This made him even more determined to accomplish something big. My bounty has increased, Bonnie shouted excitedly. At her age, being able to receive this bounty is definitely a rare occurrence. The tyrant's daughter, Bonnie, bounty of 320 million berries. This bounty has already made her very satisfied. At least it far exceeds the bounties of the supernovas. She is the supernova king of this year. Bonnie happily flaunted her bounty to Rebecca, Shiyu, and Manchuri. I said showcase more on the live stream. Look, my bounty and Aramaki's have both increased so quickly. Bonnie happily jumped around with her bounty notice in hand. Haha, even I have a bounty now. Shiryu of the Rain bit his cigar and looked at his bounty notice. He had just joined the Rorqual World crew and hadn't made a name for himself yet. However, his public defection as the chief warden of Impel Down had a tremendously negative impact. Shiryu of the Rain, bounty of 1 billion berries. His first bounty is at the billion level. It seems the world government really wants to eliminate the traitor Shiryu. The defections of Shiryu and Black Arm Zephyr have dealt a severe blow to the world government. They must stop this evil trend. Perhaps because the Red Count Redfield and the Devil's Descendant Barrett have not clearly joined the Rorqual world crew. This time, the bounty notices did not release new bounties for these two legendary pirates. Perhaps the world government still holds a sliver of hope, hoping that these two guys have not joined the Rorqual world crew, but are only in an allied relationship. In that case, the world government cannot issue bounties for the two and label them as part of Rorqual. The world government even hopes that these unruly conquerors of Haki will have internal strife. However, this is just their delusion. Once the Red Count and Barrett participate in the next battle on Rorqual's ship, the world government will immediately update their new bounties. After seeing the bounties of those big shots, the other little ones happily took their own bounty notices to share the joy. Girls like Rebecca, Shiyu, and Baby 5 saw their bounties rise a little. Although it cannot compare to Bonnie's significant increase, they still rose by tens of millions of berries. This made them a little happy too. The updated bounty notices indeed made the whole world experience a seismic event. Rorqual's 100 billion bounty has been completely recorded in history. Unprecedented and unmatched. The exaggerated bounties of the four major cadres silenced all strong individuals. And the new billion bounty pirates, Shiryu of the Rain and Thunder God Enel, stunned the world. The current bounties already range from 2 to 300 billion berries. If the bounties of those big pirates from Impel Down are updated, the total bounty of the entire Rorqual world crew might break astronomical figures. Now that the strength of the Rorqual world crew has skyrocketed, are they really going to take action against the Navy headquarters, Marineford, and the Holy Land, Mariehua? If they enter the New World without the four emperors uniting, they will be an easy target for the Rorqual world crew. Just the Red Count and Barrett alone are enough to challenge a four emperors pirate crew. However, significant news has already emerged from a New World. The red-haired pirates have abandoned their subordinate pirate crews and territory, seemingly making way for the Rorqual world crew. This shocked numerous pirate crews. Has the red-haired pirates retreated without a fight? Now the defenses of the red-haired pirates' territory are extremely weak. But no pirate crew dares to touch these territories. Even the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates do not dare to take action. The entire New World seems to have tacitly accepted that the Rorqual world crew is about to take over the red-haired pirates' territory. This colossal rise has no one daring to provoke it. If the Rorqual world crew does not come to annex them, they would already be grateful. After the seismic event of the new bounty of the Rorqual world crew, the world began to pay attention to the news of the warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, being easily destroyed by the Rorqual world crew. Although Morgans has dedicated a considerable amount of space to report on Gecko Moria's defeat, this news is no longer shocking to the world. After all, the major events of Impel Down and Judicial Island and the terrifying bounty of the Rorqual world crew have shocked the world for an entire year. A small warlord of the sea being defeated is just that. However, the news of Gecko Moria's defeat made the other warlords of the sea feel a sense of foreboding. Especially that guy, Don Quixote Doflamingo. He has sensed an extremely dangerous smell. Still in the North Sea, Doflamingo's veins bulged. He knew he had to make a decision quickly. He decisively abandoned the plan to search for Trafalgar Law and rushed back to Dressrosa. He was genuinely afraid that the Rorqual world crew would suddenly enter the New World and take down his stronghold. He must go back to prepare. If he needs to run, he must run. If he needs to surrender, he must surrender. Another person who is very afraid is Miss Bakken, who just made her son Edward Weevil agree to become a warlord of the sea for the world government the day before the major events at Impel Down and Judicial Island. At this moment, after reading the newspaper, Miss Bakken immediately called the Navy headquarters to refuse to become a warlord of the sea. As a result, Sengoku the Buddha coldly responded, "The announcement of Edward Weevil becoming a warlord of the sea will be made public tomorrow." Sengoku absolutely does not allow Miss Bakken and Edward Weevil to escape at the last moment. He originally planned to make the announcement on the day of the major event. However, the Rorqual world crew surprise attacks on Impel Down and Judicial Island caught Sengoku off guard. Sengoku has been extremely busy these days and had no time to deal with this matter. Since Weevil has agreed to the conditions and signed the contract, he can't think of running away. Even if he uses Rorqual's hand to eliminate these two, it is fine. After all, the world government and the Navy headquarters have not suffered losses. If Weevil is truly the son of Whitebeard, maybe he can even provoke a rift between Whitebeard and Rorqual. After receiving this response from Sengoku, Miss Bakken exploded with anger and regretted it deeply. She believed the Navy's nonsense, claiming that the Navy had gone to the North Sea to encircle the Rorqual world crew. Encircle my ass. The world government's Impel Down and Judicial Island have been taken down by the Rorqual pirates. Useless world government. Useless Navy headquarters. Now that they are joining the warlords of the sea, this behavior is equivalent to becoming a eunuch in the palace at 12 years old. Joining the National Army at 49, looking for death. Miss Bakken felt an overwhelming sense of despair. If the Navy headquarters announces tomorrow that Weevil has become a warlord of the sea, it is estimated that both mother and son will be directly finished. No way. They must run. Even if they hide in a deserted island or an old forest, they cannot become enemies of Rorqual. Miss Bakken decisively took Weevil and fled, hiding away. To hell with the warlords of the sea. Meanwhile, Jinbe was not so nervous. The relationship between Princess Shirahoshi of Fishman Island and Rorqual is very good. Rorqual's relationship with the Whitebeard pirates also seems decent. Jinbe is definitely safe and can relax. As for the pirate empress of the Nine Snake Island, upon learning that Luffy is finally going to take action against the 7 warlords of the sea, she feels as if happiness is knocking at her door. She is now eagerly awaiting the arrival of Luffy's crew. Once Luffy appears, without a second thought, she will join his crew. Grandma Giroliosa never expected that her words of persuasion to delay Hancock would come to fruition so quickly. There is no need for Hancock to actively set sail to follow. Luffy's crew has come knocking on their door. It's truly a stroke of misfortune. What will become of the future of Nine Snake Island? Giroliosa's face turned completely bitter with worry. But now they can only take it step by step. After all, Nine Snake Island cannot compete with Luffy's crew. They hope everything will turn out well. Perhaps with the protection of Luffy's crew, the world government will have to think twice before taking action against Nine Snake Island. Meanwhile, Mihawk, who is wandering in the New World, initially wanted to have a friendly competition with Luffy's crew. Now that he knows even the Red Count is aboard Luffy's ship, he cannot miss this opportunity. Luffy's crew is looking for the 7 warlords of the sea, and he, Mihawk, is also looking for Luffy's crew. Whether he will join Luffy's crew is something to discuss after the battle. Luffy's crew continues on their journey. Currently, aside from Hanavza and Enel, who are a bit unhappy, everyone else is in a good mood. After capturing the Ichino family at the Flag Island, Luffy's crew arrives at Long Ring Island the next day. While the Foxy Pirates and other pirate crews are competing, a vine shoots out from a passing airship in the sky, directly grabbing Foxy, the captain, leaving the members of the Foxy Pirates and the unfortunate pirate crew in a state of confusion. As the time without Foxy grows longer, the original members of the Foxy Pirates become increasingly anxious. Meanwhile, those pirates who were forced to join the Foxy Pirates through the competition are incredibly excited. They can finally break free from Foxy's control and continue sailing. Foxy has been captured. We are free. Run. Countless pirates excitedly run to reclaim their pirate flags and ships, frantically fleeing Long Ring Island. They do not want to remain on this island forever playing this pirate game. The cadres of the Foxy Pirates do not dare to stop the now completely crazed pirates. They can only escape back to the main ship of the Foxy Pirates, trying to find a way to locate their Captain Foxy. However, when it comes to the airship, they can only think of the Golden Lion Shiki and Luffy's crew. Both of these legendary pirate crews are not something they can provoke. This leaves the cadres of the Foxy Pirates in great distress. They can only drift at sea or elect a new captain. Meanwhile, on the Argo, Foxy is sweating profusely as he looks at these terrifying monsters, completely afraid to move. He was clearly in the competition, but ended up being captured on this golden flying ship. This situation is quite dire. Bonnie and the others are very interested in this little pirate who was specifically captured. He is a Paramecia type, slow fruit user, a power that can touch the side of time. Luffy can't even be bothered to put Sea Prism stone handcuffs on this timid guy or lock him in a Sea Prism stone cage. He just lets Foxy stay on deck. Please, don't hit me. I surrender. I want to join. Foxy kneels down and begs to join because he recognizes this group of monsters. They're the main characters of the big news over the past few days, Luffy's crew. The young man in front of him is the God Slayer Luffy, with a bounty of 10 billion. Being noticed by these big shots is a great honor for him. Slow, fruit ability? Come, let's play a bit. Bonnie and Rebecca directly take over Foxy and start their games. It is a power with great potential, but this guy is too useless. The Red Count observes Foxy and these little girls experimenting with abilities and discovers the strength of this power. However, he is currently only interested in the mythical Zoan-type vampire fruit. This ability, which cannot restore youth, has no appeal to him. He covets the abilities of the mythical Zoan-type Yamato no Orochi, Shadow Fruit, Transparent Fruit, Ghost Fruit, Heat Fruit, and Slow Fruit. He truly desires a powerful Devil Fruit ability. Shiru the Rain's eyes flash with desire, especially when he sees Absalom, lingering a few extra seconds. He doesn't mind becoming a sitting duck as long as the devil fruit can make him stronger. The transparent fruit ability fits his taste perfectly. He wants to obtain these powerful abilities, but unfortunately, they have all been acquired by these guys. Wearing a mask, Alpha quietly murmurs to Califa, expressing her desire to obtain every ability of these captives. Among them, the Shadow Fruit, Transparent Fruit, and Ghost Fruit abilities are particularly suitable for their CP agent spy operations. Unfortunately, they cannot obtain them. There is currently no technology or ability in this world to recover devil fruits. Luffy brother, are we going directly back to Skypiea now? Isa from Skypiea is very excited. After being away for so long, she can finally return home. During her time on the ship, she has become much stronger, especially with her observation haki. She has also experienced many amazing islands outside of Skypiea. This has greatly benefited her, broadening her horizons and exposing her to the grand world. Finally go to Skypiea. I also want to go to Fishman Island. Bonnie is equally excited. Her dream is to travel to islands all over the world and go on adventures. Yes, we're going back to Skypiea. Luffy pats Isa's little head. Don't worry. We'll go to Fishman Island later. Luffy then ruffles Bonnie's pink hair. The Red Count seems very willing to teach Isa and Charlie, two naturally gifted observation haki users. Perhaps it's because they are of the same kind. Nowadays, Charlie's innate foresight with observation haki is becoming increasingly skilled and powerful, while Isa's innate large area observation haki can compete with Enel, who has the amplification of thunder and electromagnetic waves covering an entire island. This talent is incredibly extraordinary, and even Ihua, a master of observation haki, praises it, claiming he doesn't have the same talent as Isa. The battles in the Blue Sea are indeed more exciting than Apaya. Enel, rarely touched by emotion, reflects on the fact that he previously promised to be Luffy's priest for 5 years. But now he seems to be adapting more and more to life in Luffy's crew. His obsession with the infinite land seems to have faded considerably. He reluctantly accepts Hanavza, this troublesome friend, and also acknowledges the tree god Aramaki and the sand god Crocodile. There are many strong individuals here that he needs to work hard to catch up with. His current goal is to surpass these stronger individuals within 5 years. He, Thunder God Enel, will not be weaker than anyone else. How can he not be able to compete with others? Our base besides Zo Island, also has a Skypiea. This condition is too luxurious. Hanavza bursts into laughter, realizing he has chosen the right path. In the future, Luffy's crew is bound to become the ruler of this world. At that time, he too can rise to become a significant figure. Not long after, Violet, a smiling Eneru, and others were scouting something under Luoji's orders. Luoji was actually looking for the Golden Lion Shiki and perhaps could find him through the affiliated pirate crews and the Thieves Association under his command. After learning that Luoji was going to take action against Shiki, Robin and Bartholomew Kuma offered their suggestions. The Baroque Works could find those pirate crews that had joined under the Golden Lion. If you're looking for the Golden Lion, leave it to me. Crocodile, biting his cigar, finally found an opportunity to use his brain. After being around these monsters for so long, he had become somewhat insecure. He needed to return to what he was good at to demonstrate his wisdom. He couldn't win in a fight against these monsters, but he was confident that he could outsmart them by dozens of times. All right, this time we're going to find the Golden Lion Shiki. So use your abilities and wisdom to the fullest. Whoever finds the Golden Lion first will receive a substantial reward. If you want to see the design drawings of the Pluto, that's no problem. The real transforming battle suits will be produced soon, and you'll get to choose first. Luoji no longer held back, but directly utilized everyone's wisdom and abilities, wanting to quickly locate the Golden Lion Shiki. Upon hearing about the Pluto design drawings, Crocodile and Hanavza widened their eyes. The temptation was too great. This time, they had to find a way to come out on top. The Grand Line, Sky Island, God's Island, Appiato. I love it here. Bonnie rolled back and forth on the cotton-like island clouds like a little rhinoceros, her joyful laughter echoing across the Sky Island. She had finally landed on the beautiful island of her dreams. Kuma looked at his daughter, and his heart seemed to melt. He had fulfilled his travel promise with Bonnie, and had also taken good care of her for Ginny. They were finally back. Yamato looked tired, wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, and excitedly introduced the beautiful scenery of the Sky Island to some people boarding the ship behind him. With the return of the Arca proverb, the leaders of the Angel Beret troops and the Sandia warrior escort hurried to meet their god. When they saw the old god Eneru following the new god Luoji, they all showed incredulous expressions. They never expected that the brutal and arrogant thunder god Eneru had been tamed by the new god. Perhaps sensing the thoughts of these ants, Eneru merely snorted coldly and transformed into lightning, disappearing into the crowd. This was the place of his defeat. He did not want to see those former ants looking at him with such eyes. I felt the vigorous life force of this huge vine. The fruit user of the forest fruit, Aramaki, flew curiously toward the towering vine, seemingly searching for possibilities within this special plant to become stronger, such as making his devouring vines even larger. There really was a sky island above Gaia Island. Crocodile, biting his cigar, squinted his eyes. He had been entrenched in Alabasta for over 10 years and was not far from Gaia Island. He also knew of the legends about the Sky Island circulating on Gaia Island. However, he had never attempted a search for this elusive island. Perhaps the wise and cautious would not dare to take risks here. After all, riding the rising sea currents was extremely dangerous, with the risk of shipwreck and loss of life at any moment. Not every pirate crew had the luck and immortal aura of the protagonist group. The perilous adventure was enough to scare off all pirate crews. Let's take a break, and then we'll go find the Golden Lion Shiki. Hanavza was currently uninterested in the Sky Island, as the gold here had basically been plundered by Luo Ji and his crew. Now he was more eager to find the Golden Lion Shiki and catch a glimpse of the true form of the Pluto design drawings. If he could obtain a copy of the Pluto design drawings and keep it, even if he couldn't use it now, it would be good to pass it down to future generations. Luo Ji met with Gon Fol and the Sandia chief, the two rulers, to learn about the affairs of the Sky Island. Unfortunately, during this time, the Golden Lion Shiki had not visited the Sky Island. It seemed they could only look for the Golden Lion Shiki through the affiliated forces of the Flying Pirate crew. The next day, Crocodile and Hanavza couldn't wait any longer and headed down to Gaia Island. Kuma used his Pawpaw Fruit ability to send down the members who wanted to cause trouble. With the strength of Luo Ji's world crew, they should take the opportunity to find trouble with the world government. Even if the world government and the Navy found out, they would have to think carefully about how to deal with Luo Ji's world crew, and would not personally take action. They wouldn't be able to kill Luo Ji and his crew. The Navy headquarters strength could no longer handle Luo Ji's world crew. Luo Ji even planned to split his forces. He sent Crocodile and Hanavza, along with the CP9 team, to search for the whereabouts of the Golden Lion Shiki. He also had Kuma use his Pawpaw Fruit ability to send the Red Earl Redfield to the New World to find the location of Suga Town and locate the vampire fruit. If he needed to interpret ancient texts, he could ask Robin through the live phone bugs and transponder snail. Luo Ji also had Kuma personally go to Drum Island to bring back the user of the Munch fruit, Wapple. Previously, Kuma had gone to Drum Island to ask for medical help for Bonnie. Meanwhile, Luo Ji took a group of women and others to travel and adventure on Osaka Island, while also snatching back the demon Sword 7-Star Sword. A few days later, as Luo Ji's world crew acted separately, the world government officially announced the commencement of a world conscription. They even forcibly recruited powerful soldiers and guards from various affiliated nations to fill the Navy and CP ranks to deal with the tremendous threat posed by Luo Ji's world crew. This caused dissatisfaction among many affiliated nations. However, the protests and anger of these nations were directly ignored by the world government. With many strong individuals being reassigned, many affiliated nations experienced a security vacuum, which provided opportunities for the Revolutionary Army to launch extensive revolutionary actions and overthrow one brutal royal after another. The whole world became even more chaotic. The world government and the Navy headquarters did not pay much attention to the news of Luo Ji's world crew appearing in multiple locations. They were focused on expanding their own power. They did not respond to reports of the Red Earl appearing alone in the New World, and they were even somewhat excited. They speculated that the Red Earl had parted ways with Luo Ji's world crew, and that Luo Ji might not have tamed this proud Red Earl yet. The tyrant Kuma attacked Drum Island alone and captured the king of the affiliated nation, Wapple. This incident had an even greater impact, causing many affiliated nations to feel uneasy. Originally, the affiliated nations were already very insecure due to the world government's forced recruitment of powerful individuals. And now they heard that Luo Ji's world crew was going to take action against the kings of those nations. They became even more anxious. Meanwhile, the main force of Luo Ji's world crew appeared on Osaka Island, attacking a Navy branch and severely injuring the branch training ground commander, Saka. This news left the Navy headquarters puzzled. They did not understand why Luo Ji specifically targeted a small fry. The Navy headquarters could only speculate randomly about Luo Ji's intentions as they departed from Osaka Island, heading toward the mysterious island of Baron Carnival. Luo Ji held a bizarre double-edged sword, standing on the deck of the Ark Proverb, forcibly taming this demonic sword. This sword surprisingly developed its own consciousness. Xiao was extremely shocked by this sinister 7-star sword, as even his supreme great blade had not manifested consciousness. Could this unknown grade demon sword be rarer and more powerful than the supreme great blade? In this world, anything is possible. Under Luoji's terrifying Conqueror's Haki, the 7-star sword completely succumbed to him. If the Yinma knife actively absorbed its owner's Conqueror's Haki and armament Haki to unleash stronger sword energy, the 7-star sword would absorb its owner's blood energy and soul force to unleash sharper and more bizarre sword energy. Thus, Luoji gained another powerful famous sword. As long as Luoji nurtured the 7-star sword with armament Haki and increased its hardness, this demon sword could soon be upgraded to the supreme great blade. A sword with inherent characteristics is relatively simpler to upgrade to the great blade and supreme great blade. Luoyi, are you sure that mysterious island has a plant with wisdom? Huangmu was very interested in the flower of life and death that Luoji mentioned, wondering if his Sun fruit ability could develop more additional abilities. I'm also very sure that I am quite interested in that Phantom Beast plant. Luoji wanted to transplant the man-eating demon flower, Lily Carnation, into his scroll world to cultivate it and improve his small world of mountains and rivers. While Luoji was wandering around the Grand Line, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock on Nine Snake Island was anxiously waiting for Luoji to visit. Every time she heard news of Luoji appearing elsewhere, her heart would ache once. She was truly worried that Luoji would forget her, the warlord of the sea. She even had the thought of actively sailing out to find Luoji's world group again, but she feared she would not be able to find the elusive Luoji's world group. The world's most beautiful woman became increasingly sentimental, growing more haggard by the day. Meanwhile, Crocodile used the power of Baroque works, alongside Hanafusa, to find the subordinate pirate crew of Golden Lion Shiki and started figuring out how to infiltrate Golden Lion's lair. Under Crocodile's planning, they successfully had Mr. 2, a person with the clone fruit ability, replace a captain of a subordinate pirate crew, officially establishing contact with the flying pirate crew. This marked a significant advancement in the plan to locate Golden Lion. After Luoji snatched the Demon Sword 7-star sword on Osaka Island, he went to the mysterious island of Baron Carnival and forcefully defeated Baron Carnival and Little Yellow Flower Lily together with Huangmu and others. That guy Huangmu drained half of his life from the flower of life and death, successfully developing a new technique for mimetic plants, adding another method to his attack arsenal. With the help of Yi Zhao's gravity fruit ability, Luoji stuffed the flower of life and death, roots and all, into his mountains and rivers world, adding a rare plant that could transform into creatures. The members of Luoji's world group were very interested in this flower of life and death, each utilizing it to satisfy their own regrets and feelings of longing. Luoji received a message from Crocodile via the snail phone, and after hearing the report on the progress of locating Golden Lion, he continued to lead everyone to the Beast Island in the Grand Line. Unfortunately, the Chilean lion at Beast Island had already died before Luoji's world group arrived, missing the opportunity for Luoji to capture it alive. Luoji could only take the Chilean lion's corpse, hoping to have Vegapunk clone this phantom beast. Even a synthetic animal-type fruit ability would suffice. The golden holy horn of this Chilean lion also possessed some animal-type abilities, allowing an ordinary person to transform into a fierce beast filled with extraordinary power. This definitely needed thorough research. Luoji also consumed a bit of the Chilean horn to enhance his physique. After all, his 3 abilities were all Paramecia type, which did not require additional strength. Fortunately, the physique cards obtained from Momonosuke and Kinemon had decent growth potential, combined with Luoji's transmigrated mutated body, allowing him to possess such strength now. After taking the Chilean lion, Luoji casually dealt with the Count Bartolomeo and his crew wandering near Beast Island. As for the little boy and those weak rare beasts on Beast Island, he left them to fend for themselves. Originally, Luoji wanted to take the opportunity to visit the little garden to find the 2 giant pirate crew captains, Dory and Broggy, to make friends and collect some ancient dinosaur seeds for his small world, gathering some animal-type genes. However, Crocodile suddenly sent an urgent message, stating that they had infiltrated the meeting of the flying pirate crew. Using Mr. 2's clone fruit ability, they replaced a subordinate captain and were going to gather at the lair of the flying pirate crew. Crocodile urged Luoji and the others to hurry back to hunt the old Lion King, Golden Lion Shiki. Luoji had to temporarily abandon his trip to the little garden and head straight back home to Skypiea. By the time they returned to Skypiea, Bartolomeo was already waiting. And there was also Walpole, a terrified captive on the island. Captain, Crocodile, and the others have already headed to Golden Lion Shiki's base. We need to follow them quickly using their live papers. Bartolomeo quickly provided Luo Ji with the latest information. Luo Ji and the others were a step behind this time. Crocodile and Hanafusa had already started moving. Then let's set off. I hope those two guys haven't been taken out by Golden Lion Shiki. Luo Ji felt a bit helpless about these two eager-to-achieve guys. It seemed they really wanted to obtain the design of the Pluto. When they captured Golden Lion Shiki, giving them a copy wouldn't be a problem. The Ark Proverb, which had just returned, took Bartolomeo and the captive Walpole and set off again, swiftly heading to hunt the big fish, Golden Lion Shiki. At this moment, Crocodile, Hanafusa, and other Baroque works elites disguised and in disguise had infiltrated the floating island lair of Golden Lion Shiki. They were surprised to find that Golden Lion was floating over a dozen islands in the sky. Even Crocodile and Hanafusa, both former warlords of the sea, were shocked by these floating islands. This was even more secretive than Skypiea, with no clues to follow. Skypiea had the legends of Gaia Island to speculate on. If it weren't for Golden Lion Shiki wanting to hold a new captain recruitment meeting again this year, these subordinate captains would not have had the chance to be brought to these floating islands by the flying warship. Will the captain arrive? We won't be able to take down Golden Lion Shiki by ourselves. Hanafusa was still very apprehensive about the legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki, as the saying goes. A person's name carries their shadow. Moreover, even if they were lucky enough to defeat Golden Lion Shiki without the float fruit ability to maintain these floating islands, they would also fall. They could become Golden Lion Shiki's burial goods in an instant. Therefore, they had to wait for the Art Proverb and Luo Ji's group to arrive before taking action, especially Ishao, the user of the gravity fruit. On the main island of the floating islands, the captains of 40 to 50 subordinate pirate crews under the flying pirate crew had all arrived, seated on the left and right sides. Behind each captain, there are several key members of the crew standing. This scale seems to exceed that of the Whitebeard Pirates-affiliated pirate crews. However, most of these affiliated pirate crews are from the Grand Line's Paradise. And there aren't many pirate crews with bounties over 100 million. In the New World, pirate crews whose captains have bounties below 200 million berries are not even qualified to be invited by the Whitebeard Pirates. Ha ha ha. The rules are the same this year. We must capture enough powerful and rare beasts to become the affiliated pirate crews of the Flying Sky Pirates. Of course, if I can get my hands on the design of the King of the Underworld from the Rogio World crew, I can even make him the president of the Pirate Council of the Flying Sky Pirates. The Golden Lion Shiki, with a helm stuck in his head and a cigar in his mouth, proclaimed loudly, "Go! Spread the news about my recruitment of new captains throughout the Grand Line and the Four Seas." The Golden Lion Shiki himself is surely too busy to take action personally. Over the years, he has distributed the task of recruiting new captains to his subordinates. The design of the King of the Underworld? Some affiliated pirate crew captains began to murmur to themselves upon hearing Shiki's task. The design of the King of the Underworld is currently in the hands of the world's most notorious criminal, the highest bounty in the world, the Godslayer Rogia. Not to mention that they, as underlings, could not find the Rogia World crew. Even if Shiki personally took action, he would probably not be able to defeat Rogia. Now Shiki actually wants them to find a way to obtain the design of the King of the Underworld. Is this not sending them to their deaths? If they had the ability to obtain the design of the King of the Underworld, wouldn't they just keep it for themselves? Who wants to be the president of this pirate council? They might as well directly join the Rogio World crew, which would be stronger than being this so-called president. However, now under pressure in Shiki's territory, combined with the lingering prestige of this legendary pirate, these affiliated pirate crews all echoed in agreement, eager to go through fire and water for Shiki. But whether they would actually do it is another matter. They worked hard to become the affiliated crews of the Flying Sky Pirates, just to hug the thigh of Shiki and cause trouble everywhere under his name. Asking them to do dangerous things? No way. This old man has indeed set his sights on the design of the King of the Underworld. The disguised crocodile and Hanavza stood behind Amar. 2, the captain, looking at the bald, old lion Shiki with a mocking smile. Once Rogia and his crew arrive and beat up Shiki, he will be able to obtain the design of the King of the Underworld. It was thanks to him that they were able to find Shiki's lair so quickly. As for Hanavza, this brash guy is basically just slacking off. The copy of the design of the King of the Underworld rewarded by Rogia will definitely be his. After playing in my Sky Island world for a couple of days, he should honestly go work for me. After exchanging pleasantries with these weak affiliated captains, Golden Lion Shiki left the gathering hall. To be honest, Shiki looks down on the strength of these Grand Line pirate crews. But there's no choice. The New World is the territory of the Four Emperors, and the elite pirate crews there primarily aim to join the Four Emperors' crews, looking down on the outdated legend that is Golden Lion. Plus, Shiki's floating world is in the Grand Line, so he can only pick the tallest among the short ones and recruit some Grand Line pirate crews as his subordinates. These useless pirate crews hardly played any role when the Straw Hat Pirates caused a ruckus in the floating islands, completely serving as background props. With Shiki's order, over 40 affiliated pirate crew captains began to tour and enjoy the floating islands. They also got to see the evolved beasts on the floating islands. Haha! The pirates under the Golden Lion are nothing but a bunch of useless trash. After the various pirate crews dispersed, Hanavza, looking like a lackey, whispered to the similarly disguised crocodile, "Confirm Shiki's location, and when Rogia and the others arrive, strike directly." Crocodile squinted his eyes, seemingly completely dismissing the legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki. But it's understandable. Even formidable figures like Red Count and Barrett were subdued by Rogia. What can a half-disabled Golden Lion Shiki stir up? Moreover, the power of the gravity fruit is quite effective against Shiki's float fruit ability. Mr. 2, who has the ability of the mimic fruit, was filled with anxiety yet excitement about this Golden Lion hunting operation. He never expected that this little pirate with a bounty of over 30 million could participate in a plan of this level. Their new boss at Baroque Works has turned out to be the famous Rogia. Even Amar, One Daz Bones, the user of the Chop Chop fruit, was looking forward to this hunt. Perhaps after this Golden Lion incident, they would be able to carry the label of the Rogia World crew and proudly roam the seas. While Crocodile and the others were wandering around to confirm the location of the Golden Lion's world, the Rogia World crew rushed towards the Golden Lion's floating base. Guided by the paper of life, they never expected to be able to hunt down the bastard Golden Lion Shiki today. Back then, during the Eight-Wolf Sea battle between the Roger Pirates and the Flying Sky Pirates, Barrett was still on the ship. At that time, they were indeed driven into a desperate situation by the large-scale Flying Sky Pirates. The continuous bombardment from 50 or 60 flying pirate ships nearly sank the Oro Jackson. Back then, the Golden Lion had a few powerful subordinates. If it weren't for a strange extreme storm, Barrett felt that the Roger Pirates, with just dozens of people, really couldn't outlast the Flying Sky Pirates, even if each crew member was incredibly strong, 1 against 100. The first legendary pirate to escape from Impel Down. Let's see what he's capable of. Rangy Lu was very much looking forward to this Golden Lion Shiki, who had left a shameful mark on Impel Down. He really wanted to stab this big shot to death. Just be careful not to let him fly away. This old lion, influenced by the helm on his head, can no longer exert much strength. Now, his float fruit ability is his only asset. Rogia is determined to capture Golden Lion Shiki, this half-witted Lion King, who occasionally loses his mind, absolutely won't escape. Also, if we manage to knock Golden Lion unconscious, the floating islands he controls will fall, so be cautious. Rogia reminded them at the end not to knock out Golden Lion Shiki. If he gets severely injured, he shouldn't die due to the danger of the island's collapse. Otherwise, that would be too much of a loss. On the second day of the affiliated pirate cruise tour of the floating islands, just as Shiki was about to send these weak subordinates away, the flying warship of the Rogia World crew finally arrived at the floating islands. Kuma immediately teleported over, leaving his pawpaw fruit teleportation marks on these islands. Rogia was also filled with disbelief at these dozen floating islands. He believed that his gravity fruit ability couldn't reach such a level. The float fruit ability indeed has its strengths. It can maintain so many islands floating high in the air. This old lion has been hiding here, living quite well. Barrett looked down on the behavior of the Golden Lion hiding away. Such a person might have long lost their ambition, just like that useless Moonlight Moria. Now, he probably even has a pitifully weak Conqueror's Haki. It's hard to believe that this guy once forced Roger into a life-or-death situation. First, let's take down the Golden Lion Shiki. If this floating island doesn't fall, you can go on your adventures and explorations later. Luoji noticed how eager Yamato and Bonnie were to ascend the island and began to arrange things seriously. If everyone is scattered across different floating islands, and if the Golden Lion Shiki is violently knocked unconscious, Luoji won't have enough people to rescue him. Anyway, taking down the Golden Lion Shiki won't waste much time. Luoji contacted Crocodile and the others through the Den Mushi, all the way to the island where the Golden Lion Shiki was located. The art proverbs flew to the main island immediately, and Ishiao was already prepared, ready to restrict the Golden Lion Shiki, the user of the float fruit, and would not give him a chance to escape. With such a luxurious lineup of powerful individuals, even him would have to kneel, let alone the old, weak, sickly half-waist Lion King, the Golden Lion Shiki. On the main island of the Floating Islands, there were numerous monitoring Den Den Mushi. When this golden flying ship suddenly intruded into the Floating Islands territory, Dr. Indigo immediately noticed the situation. When he clearly saw the flying battleship and the flag on it, he broke into a cold sweat. The Luo G World Group actually came knocking. He, in the Golden Lion Shiki, had coveted the design of the Pluto that Luo G had in his hands. But later, as the Luo G World Group's strength grew stronger, they had to give up on their ambitions to snatch it and didn't even dare to seek out the Luo G World Group. Even if they wanted the Pluto design, they could only let their subordinate pirate crews take a shot at luck. This is bad. Captain Shiki, the Luo G World Group, is coming. It's over, it's over. It must be that there were traitors among those subordinate pirate captains. Otherwise, how could they find us so quickly? Dr. Indigo hurriedly ran over to the Golden Lion Shiki, only to see Shiki dancing nervously. He directly slapped the Golden Lion twice to wake the bastard captain up. Luo G is coming? The pain on his face gradually brought the Golden Lion back to his senses, and his expression darkened instantly. He considered abandoning his foundation immediately. But the Golden Lion's pride made it impossible for him to decide to flee. If he were scared off by a newcomer, where would the Golden Lion's face go? Boss, we need to leave quickly, or we're all done for. Unless you want to join the Luo G World Group. Dr. Indigo pulled the Golden Lion Shiki's hand to escape, muttering under his breath. A few days ago, with the legendary pirates like Red Earl and Barrett being recruited by Luo G, the world knew that Luo G was aiming to infinitely expand his power and recruit more strong individuals. Naturally, the Golden Lion Shiki, such a big figure, was also among Luo G's targets. How could I possibly join a kids' pirate group? The Golden Lion Shiki angrily refused, saying that even Whitebeard and Big Mom didn't have that privilege. Then let's run, Dr. Indigo said helplessly, only regretting the loss of these experimental beasts. No more running. I want to cooperate with Luo G. The Golden Lion Shiki's eyes darkened. He was already old, and there wouldn't be another 20 years to develop his power. He wouldn't abandon these beasts. Now, he could only hope to reach a cooperative relationship with Luo G, even if it meant taking a loss. Cooperate? My captain, we currently do not have the capital to negotiate cooperation with the Luo G World Group. Dr. Indigo covered his face helplessly. The premise for cooperation is that both side strengths are not too disparate. Now, the Luo G World Group could easily deal with the Flying Sky Pirates. So what qualifications did the Golden Lion Shiki have to discuss cooperation? My float fruit ability is not to be underestimated. The Golden Lion Shiki bit his cigar, his eyes filled with arrogance. If Luo G wanted to break the net, he would show Luo G the tyranny and determination of this old predecessor. Dr. Indigo could only accept the captain's willful decision. However, he held no hope. Shiki. Barrett was the first to move, his violent Conqueror's Haki erupting wildly, engulfing the entire floating main island. He wanted to test his barely usable Conqueror's Haki on the Golden Lion Shiki, turning the legendary pirate into his defeated foe. Barrett's Conqueror's Haki terrified the subordinate pirate crews on the floating islands. That's the Luo G World Group. This is bad. The Luo G World Group is attacking Captain Shiki. Run. It's over. We can't escape. We're thousands of meters in the air. I shouldn't have joined the Flying Sky Pirates. I don't want to die. Why don't we surrender to the Luo G World Group? Luo G is the real big shot. Yes, we want to join the Luo G World Group. To hell with the Golden Lion Shiki. Luo G, I'm your fan. Please don't kill me. After the appearance of the Luo G World Group, many pirate crews among the Flying Sky Pirates immediately betrayed. Just as the Golden Lion Shiki and Dr. Indigo rushed out of the castle, they heard the shouts of some subordinate captains, and their faces turned dark. Anger burned in the chest of the Golden Lion Shiki. He knew these weaklings were useless, but he didn't expect their bones to be so soft. He didn't care if he had recruited these subordinates. It was better if they were gone. Once he reached an agreement with Luo G, he would definitely take care of these scum. Captain Shiki, watch out. Dr. Indigo saw Barrett charging down from the sky and hurriedly reminded the distracted Golden Lion Shiki. The enemy was already attacking, and he was still concerned about the traitors. Shiki, let's see how much strength you have left. Demon Impact. Barrett concentrated his violent Conqueror's Haki, unleashing endless black-red lightning, crashing down like a cannonball towards the Golden Lion Shiki. Damn it, I want to cooperate with your captain. The Golden Lion Shiki, seeing Barrett's imposing approach, could only take this greeting gift attack. Lion's Might, Thousand Cuts Valley. The Golden Lion Shiki suddenly gathered strength in his legs and slashed at Barrett. In an instant, the explosive air pressure erupted and Dr. Indigo was directly blown away by the violent shockwave, crashing into a building. Feels good. Shiki, it seems you're not too impressive after all. Barrett felt his own strength and realized that the power of Conqueror's Haki wrapped around him was indeed strong. Although he wasn't very skilled and couldn't gather a larger Conqueror's Haki, he was already completely in the upper hand against the half-disabled Golden Lion. You're that kid from Roger's ship? You actually mastered Conqueror's Haki wrapping. The Golden Lion, Shiki, gritted his teeth and forcibly resisted Barrett's fierce attack. Ever since that steering wheel was inserted into his head and he lost his legs, his body had weakened over time. Now, let alone Conqueror's Haki. Even armament Haki was difficult for him to use. You have become so weak that you can't even use your Conqueror's Haki. As the fierce clash continued, Barrett discovered that the Golden Lion Shiki had not used his Conqueror's Haki at all, nor even his armament Haki. He was purely relying on his swordsmanship as a great swordsman and the abilities of the float fruit. This left Barrett a bit disappointed. He wanted to properly train his Conqueror's Haki against the Golden Lion Shiki, but seemed that the now disabled Shiki could not provide him with an intense battle. Boom! After more than 10 seconds, Shiki could not withstand Barrett's attack and was sent flying, crashing into the ruins of the building. Meanwhile, Law had already begun to activate his gravity fruit ability, ready to suppress Shiki and prevent this legendary pirate from escaping. Law just quietly watched the battle among the few of them. The user of the float fruit was already in the bag. There were no surprises. In the ruins, the Golden Lion Shiki angrily flew out. In his memory, Barrett was still just a kid from the Roger Pirates, a failure who was captured and thrown into Impel Down. When Roger was captured and publicly executed, Shiki had caused a ruckus at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, only to be captured by Sengoku the Buddha and Monkey D. Garp. After Roger's execution, Barrett, unable to accept the outcome, began to wreak havoc on the seas. Neither Shiki nor Barrett could accept that Roger had died at the hands of those worthless Marines. Roger should have died at their hands, in a grand manner, not being executed like a coward. A year after Roger's death, Barrett was captured by the demonization fleet led by Sengoku and Garp and was imprisoned in Impel Down. 2 years after Roger's death, Shiki, who was imprisoned in Impel Down, escaped by cutting off his own legs and using the float fruit to flee from the underwater prison located in the doldrums. The news of Shiki's escape caused a stir in hell. To be honest, at that time, the Red Count and Barrett, as serious offenders, were indeed a bit envious of Shiki for regaining his freedom. If it weren't for Law's invasion of Impel Down, they might never have seen the light of day again. Barrett certainly wouldn't have been able to learn Conqueror's Haki to face his old rival Shiki. Fortunately, Redfield was not here. Otherwise, seeing Shiki in his current decrepit state, he would probably become even more obsessed with regaining his youth. Barrett grinned widely, staring intently at the decayed, legendary pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki. Once renowned alongside Roger, Shiki was now pitifully weak. Once he defeated Shiki, he would challenge another legendary pirate, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. You subservient people are not worthy to converse with me. Law, get out here. Shiki wiped away a bit of blood from the corner of his mouth. He still could not let go of his pride and quickly floated up, flying toward the golden flying ship in the sky, shouting, "Buzz!" A circle of purple energy enveloped the flying Golden Lion Shiki, and terrifying gravity pressed down on him. It felt as if a great mountain was pressing on his shoulders, causing Shiki's flying speed to plummet, and he rapidly fell back to the ground. Golden Lion, our battle is not over yet. Upon hearing Shiki's words, Barrett's expression darkened instantly. He had temporarily joined Law's crew to become stronger. He had not surrendered. Furious, Barrett charged toward the Golden Lion Shiki, determined to make this arrogant old man see reality clearly. Damn it, it's gravity. Shiki desperately unleashed his float fruit ability to counter the gravity fruit ability. These two abilities were mutually restraining devil fruit powers. Now it was a matter of which user's development was higher and whose power was stronger. How strong? Shiki had never experienced such a loss of composure. His float fruit ability was nearly going out of control. The gravity fruit user across from him was undoubtedly a top-tier powerhouse at the Admiral level. If he were younger, he wouldn't have feared an Admiral-level gravity user. But now his strength and physique were far from what they once were, and he simply could not withstand the continuous onslaught from the opponent. Moreover, Barrett, who had just grasped a bit of Conqueror's Haki, had already charged in front of him. Shiki never expected that he would be suppressed before even meeting Law. Old man, there are no pirate ships left in this era to carry you. Magic Flash Impact. A massive fist imbued with shimmering black and red lightning slammed toward Shiki. Perhaps seeing Barrett's heavy punch coming, the gravity suppression on Shiki completely vanished, giving him a moment to counterattack. If Roger hadn't rejected my offer, this world would have long been a pirate's paradise. Shiki was somewhat on the defensive. He was indeed very dissatisfied with his injured and sickly body, but he would never admit that he had fallen behind. His beast plan still had a chance to destroy this world. Lion's might, sky-slicing wave. Shiki actually disregarded the deadly threat of his head's helm and frantically unleashed his Conqueror's Haki to try and kill this arrogant kid, Barrett. Captain Shiki, Dr. Indigo, seeing the desperate Shiki, his head already starting to bleed, shouted anxiously. He was genuinely afraid that this boss might suddenly die here. If Shiki fell, everyone on the floating islands and the beasts would all die with the islands as they fell. Even Law, watching from the Arc Maxim, had his eyes narrow, his pupils flashing red as he activated his observation Haki to predict the future. If there was a real risk of Shiki dying, he would personally intervene to take down Shiki to prevent the float fruit from being reborn after Shiki's death. Boom! The clash between Barrett and Shiki once again sent violent shockwaves that destroyed the magnificent palaces on the floating main island. Shiki, as if aiming for transcendence, seemed to regain his peak combat power, with a crazed expression that suggested he wanted to slaughter Barrett. Bartolomeo, Muncholi, get ready to rescue him. If this goes on, this old lion is going to die. Law's eyes flashed red, constantly monitoring the peak battle between Shiki and Barrett. Understood. Bartolomeo, the user of the pawpaw fruit, and Man Shirley, the healer, both prepared to save the prideful and reckless golden lion Shiki. Ah, that's it. Get even stronger. Barrett felt Shiki's power and became increasingly excited, fully honing his Conqueror's Haki as he ruthlessly bombarded the golden lion Shiki with fierce attacks. Today, even though I'm old, I'm not someone you can bully. Lion's might, God slicing. The black and red lightning splashed out from beneath Shiki's feet once again, beginning to gather overwhelming killing intent. Even Barrett's gaze grew incredibly serious because he had seen this move before. This is the ultimate killing move of the golden lion Shiki in Roger, comparable to Roger's godly evasion. Back then, I couldn't fend off Roger's godly evasion, leaving me with over 20 years of regret. In prison, I constantly thought about how to deal with Roger's godly evasion. Today, I will definitely block your god slash. Barrett's eyes turned crimson, and an overwhelming amount of armament Haki erupted from his body. This time, he didn't use the relatively unskilled Conqueror's Haki, but instead utilized the armament Haki he had honed for over 20 years. Bullet Devil Impact. The massive armament Haki on Barrett's body condensed like an ocean, crashing towards the golden lion Shiki's god slash. Such powerful armament Haki. It can actually rival the Conqueror's Haki. In this world, there are probably few who can surpass Barrett in the training of armament Haki. The three types of Haki each have their strengths, all stemming from the power of life. Conqueror's Haki is not necessarily the strongest power. Just because those who awaken Conqueror's Haki are rare, doesn't mean it is stronger than armament Haki. The ultimate armament Haki is definitely not inferior to Conqueror's Haki. On the Arc Proverb, Roger, Yasop, Yamato, Kuma, and others were expressing their admiration, highly affirming Barrett's armament Haki. Perhaps only Carp, the Navy hero known for his iron fist, could rival Barrett in the training of armament Haki. Even the current Roger admits that he cannot match Barrett's talent in armament Haki. However, Barrett is only proficient in armament Haki, with slight deficiencies in Conqueror's and observation Haki. But this strength is enough for Barrett to stand at the very top of the first echelon. In less than half an hour of fighting between Barrett and the Golden Lion, Roger's expression changed. If this continued, the Golden Lion would be finished. Barrett, that's enough. Don't kill the Golden Lion. Roger's eyes flashed red as he decisively rushed down, with Yasop quickly following. Kuma, with Mancheri on his shoulder, had their ready healing team prepared to rescue the Golden Lion. At this moment, the Golden Lion Shiki was already gasping for breath, his face covered in blood flowing from his head, looking extremely grim. But this bloody appearance also resembled the end of the old Lion King, evoking a sense of tragic closure. Haha, Golden Lion, I also want to give you a glorious death. But unfortunately, that guy Roger won't allow you to die here. After Barrett sent the Golden Lion Shiki flying with one last punch, he immediately stopped his movements. He could feel that the Golden Lion was at the end of his strength, no longer capable of being his opponent. Why? The Golden Lion Shiki was like a madman, unable to accept his defeat once again. This time, he hadn't even seen the opposing leader before being beaten. This was even more distressing than the inexplicable storm he faced against Roger's pirate crew back in the day. How could he, the Golden Lion Shiki, have ever experienced such treatment? Even Roger had to take him seriously when they met. Why did this junior Roger look down on him so much? In his anger and unwillingness, the blood on the Golden Lion's head flowed faster, and his consciousness began to blur. An island began to shake violently, swaying uncontrollably. This scene frightened Dr. Indigo and a large number of affiliated pirate captains into a panic. If the Golden Lion perished, they would all be buried with him. Golden Lion, it's not your time to die yet. Roger quickly rushed to the Golden Lion Shiki, grabbing his shoulder and casually blocking the Golden Lion's weak counterattack, even directly pulling out the cherry blossom and wooden frame under the Golden Lion's feet. The intense pain made the Golden Lion cry out, restoring some of his consciousness. However, this made the Golden Lion's injuries even worse, causing several islands to shake even more. Seeing Roger had grabbed the Golden Lion, Yasop no longer focused on him, activating his gravity ability to stabilize the nearby trembling islands. You brat! The Golden Lion Shiki glared fiercely at Roger, who had just appeared, his eyes filled with anger. Unfortunately, he had little time left. Otherwise, he would really fight Roger. His grand plan to destroy the world had also collapsed. I know you're unwilling. Don't worry. You won't die yet. With a wave of Roger's hand, Kuma and Mancherry instantly teleported over, quickly providing emergency treatment to the injured head and feet of the Golden Lion Shiki, saving this old lion's life. As the treatment continued, the shaking islands gradually stabilized. This made the beasts, the pterosaurs, and the affiliated pirate captains all quiet down, looking as if they had just escaped death. You want to subdue me? Or do you want my unparalleled beasts? Just as the Golden Lion Shiki's vital signs stabilized, he angrily questioned Roger. You think too much. You and your useless beasts don't seem that important. Roger directly shackled the Golden Lion Shiki's neck with a sea prism stone collar, casting a cold glance at the still arrogant Golden Lion Shiki. The Golden Lion's reaction made Roger feel an intimidation similar to snatching a rotten mouse from a hawk's beak. The evolved beasts that the Golden Lion spent 20 years creating were not even worth Roger's attention. They were merely toys for Xiaoyu. Useful, but not much. Yasop sensed Roger using the sea prism stone on the Golden Lion and quickly used his ability to stabilize most of the islands, fearing that they would suddenly collapse and kill countless lives. Fortunately, being restricted by the sea prism stone and losing consciousness was different. The effects of the float fruit still existed. These islands did not fall. The float fruit ability is indeed such a bug. And the Pirate Empress's sweet fruit ability is even more incomprehensible. Even if the user is defeated, the petrifying abilities will not be lifted. Then what do you mean by dealing with me? The Golden Lion became even angrier when he heard Roger refer to his precious beasts as a pile of useless trash. Since you look down on my beasts, then let's destroy them all. In Roger's disdainful gaze, the Golden Lion Shiki, blood boiling, unexpectedly charged at Kuma with the ship's rudder on his head, seemingly wanting to knock himself out or kill himself, dragging these islands and beasts to bury them. Especially those traitorous affiliated captains, they all had to die. Childish. Always keeping an eye on the Golden Lion, Roger swiftly grabbed him and jabbed a large tranquilizer into him. No fainting or dying allowed. Everything you have is my spoils. Even if I don't want it, you can't destroy it. Roger then quickly put another sea prism stone handcuff on the defiant old man, rendering him unable to move. The weakened Golden Lion Shiki, unable to activate his float fruit ability, couldn't even move his body. Only his eyes could still turn, but his consciousness remained very clear. All right, next up is your adventure time. Xiaoyu, go capture some beasts as your pets. Roji brought the barely alive Golden Lion Shiki back to the Ark Proverb and instructed Yamato, Bonnie, Shiyu, and Rebecca to conquer these floating islands. He also sent Aokuma, Ichao, Crocodile, Enel, and Hanabza to deal with the members and subordinate pirate captains under the Golden Lion. This included those scientific researchers and meteorologists. While Barrett reflected and summarized the gains from this battle, enhancing his Conqueror's Haki and armament Haki significantly. Roji collected the blood of Golden Lion Shiki in special test tubes and had Kuma send back all the various ability users' blood and genes collected recently to Zo Island. He instructed Dr. Vegapunk to quickly initiate the cloning program and extract the Paramecia-type abilities green blood. On the deck of the Ark Proverb, Golden Lion Shiki was roughly thrown into a sea prism stone cage. The Moonlight Moria and his crew were sweating upon seeing this legendary pirate captured by Roji's world group, especially Perona, who was already desperate to surrender. She and Absalom had been persuading Moonlight Moria for a long time, but he refused to yield, shouting that he would never be in the same faction as Kaido's daughter. However, Dr. Hogback, who only had a cooperative relationship with Moonlight Moria, directly surrendered. He had joined Moonlight Moria's crew only because Moria's Shadow Fruit ability could bring back the person he admired, Sindori. Now that Moonlight Moria was in danger, he couldn't remain loyal to him. Roji planned to send this top doctor to assist Vegapunk, allowing Vegapunk to train him. In the Sea Prism Stone Cage, the transparent black charcoal snake saw Golden Lion Shiki and felt a sense of familiarity. Years ago, Black Charcoal Mushi had shown him the young form of Golden Lion Shiki. Black Charcoal Mushi had also mentioned some things about herself, Golden Lion Shiki, Miss Bakken, and Kaido. These were powerful individuals that Black Charcoal Mushi and Black Charcoal Shenru had met in the outside sea. Back then, Black Charcoal Mushi chose to invite Beast Kaido into Wano because Golden Lion Shiki was much stronger than Kaido at that time and ignored them completely. Meanwhile, the emerging and infinitely potential Beast Kaido was just right for them. At that time, the Flying Pirate crew was even larger than the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates. It was the largest among the 3 legendary pirate crews. If it weren't for the defeat in the Aitwo War, the Flying Pirate crew might have been the top of the 4 emperors. After all, the allure of the Flying Pirate crew was immense. Flying in the sky was a level above sailing on the sea. Roji noticed that Absalom and Perona seemed to be very concerned about Moonlight Moria's will and decisions. Since Moonlight Moria refused to surrender, the memory alteration was inevitable. That meant Moonlight Moria no longer qualified to stay on the deck. Even Black Charcoal Snake had lost the significance of remaining on the deck. Roji directly locked these two into the dark, lightless scroll prison. Seeing Moonlight Moria disappear, Perona and Absalom were even more terrified, trembling in a corner. Meanwhile, Shiren, the user of the familiar fruit, saw Black Charcoal Snake vanish but remained silent and continued her cleaning work. She had already accepted her role as the cleaner of the Ark Proverb. As for her thoughts of waiting for the Red Scabbards and the Kazuki siblings, they were fading. She felt she might never have the chance to return to Wano. Only when she occasionally heard Yamato talking about returning to Wano to defeat Beast Kaido did a glimmer of hope spark in her eyes. She was also paying attention to the strength and bounties of Roji's world group. When she learned about the bounties of Roji's crew and the Beast Pirates, she realized that Roji's world group was already stronger than the Beast Pirates. As long as Roji was willing, his world group could directly crush the Beast Pirates. However, recently Shiren had seen news in some newspapers about an alliance between the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. She knew both pirate crews were among the 5 emperors. If Roji's world group wanted to take on these 5 emperors, even if they could win, the losses would likely be severe. This would allow the world government and the marine headquarters to take advantage. Thus, Shiren speculated that Roji's world group would need a long time before they could act against this alliance of the 5 emperors. Her return to Wano was becoming increasingly distant. Now she could only hope that Yamato would persuade Roji to act against Beast Kaido soon. Captain Roji, the world government's global conscription has already recruited most of the powerful individuals from the allied countries. Ivankov and Dragon said the Revolutionary Army is preparing for a major move. He hopes we can help a bit, show our faces, and attract the attention of the world government. After Kuma sent back the blood of various Paramecia-type ability users to Zou Island, he received a message from Ivankov via a snail phone and related to Roji. Now, Dragon had intentionally reduced communication with Kuma, opting instead to communicate through Ivankov, as Kuma and Ivankov were closer. Both Kuma and Dragon did not want Roji, the super overlord, to have any misunderstandings. The global conscription might bring forth even more powerful individuals. Roji sat on the railing, looking at the floating islands below, revealing a faint smile. Now that Ichao and Aomak were under his command, Roji didn't believe the world government could unearth more admiral-level powerhouses. Moreover, he heard from Morgans that the conflict between the Hawks and Doves within the Navy was quite intense. Akainu seemed intent on taking the position of Fleet Admiral and was very dissatisfied with Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Even Kizaru and Akiji had been distanced by the world government and the Celestial Dragons. If it weren't for the fact that the senior combat strength of the Marine headquarters couldn't be replenished in a short time, coupled with the significant threat of Roji's world group, these high-ranking Navy officials would all be dragged off to military courts for trial or loyalty investigations. The explosive scoops Roji released, combined with Morgan's instigation, had caused even ordinary Celestial Dragons, let alone the five elders, to distrust these Dove faction high-ups. Currently, the world government and the Marine headquarters were not only busy with the global conscription, but the five elders also ordered Admiral Akainu to eradicate the so-called New Navy led by Black Arm Zephyr in the New World. This would be an important task for Akainu Sakazuki to advance to Fleet Admiral. The Revolutionary Army, knowing the Navy's internal and external troubles, seized the opportunity to plan a major revolutionary event. If Roji's World Group made a public appearance, it would surely make the world government and Marine headquarters extremely tense, facilitating the Revolutionary Army's actions. Dragon and Ivankov's calculations were quite clever. Furthermore, Roji's World Group didn't need to do much and wouldn't face any danger. With the current size of Roji's World Group, just a stomp could make the world government tremble. Thus, the Revolutionary Army also wanted to leverage Roji's World Group's might, telling Dragon, "We will attract the attention of the world government and Marine headquarters, allowing your Revolutionary Army to act freely." Roji thought for a moment and decided it didn't matter. It was just right to spread the news of capturing the Golden Lion Shiki. This news would likely make the Navy headquarters uneasy, especially since they were still unclear whether Shiki had submitted to Roji. If Shiki had become a member of Roji's World Group, like the Demon Air Barret, the Five Elders, and Sengoku would probably be even more panicked. Understood. Kuma nodded slightly and conveyed Roji's intention back. Now that Roji's World Group and the Revolutionary Army had reached a tacit cooperation, Kuma felt a sense of comfort inside. Their current goal was the same, to overthrow the rule of the Celestial Dragons. As for what would happen later, they would deal with it after the Celestial Dragons were overthrown. After receiving Roji's response, Dragon decisively mobilized the entire Revolutionary Army to start their grand plan. This time, they aimed to instigate a major revolutionary event across the Four Seas and the Grand Line, taking advantage of the global conscription weakening the Allied nations and Akainu's new navy targeting Zifa, along with Roji's World Group attracting fire. The Revolutionary Army aimed to simultaneously launch revolutions in at least 15 countries to overthrow the brutal aristocracy. With Ivankov's return and the stimulation and guidance from Roji's World Group, after discussions among Dragon, Ivankov, and various military leaders, they decided to declare war on the world government and the Celestial Dragons, just like Roji's World Group. They would completely raise the banner of the Revolutionary Army in their revolutionary declaration. They had waited for this day for over 20 years, and now they could finally stand up and confront the world government head-on. Thanks to Roji's World Group as a pioneer, otherwise, they might have to wait another 2 years for the world government's Quadrennial World Conference to declare war on the world government. So Dragon finally dared to show his face. Roji was chatting casually with Kuma, while also keeping an eye on Yamato and Bonnie as they tamed the evolved beasts and ferocious beasts on Beast Sky Island, Melvy Island. Some of these beasts were comparable to Navy rear admirals and admirals, requiring Yamato to take action to defeat them. With the help of her companions, Yamato had already used her dumpling ability to capture a large number of beasts and fully assembled her beast army. She even captured a yellow flying duck named Billy that could use lightning, flying around in the sky, temporarily leaving behind her phantom beast pet, Komichio. Dragon was considering many things, which is why he was being more cautious. Kuma knew that Roji was somewhat uncomfortable with Dragon's excessive caution, so he could only evaluate his old friend more objectively. Speaking of which, after the Revolutionary Army helped overthrow those royal families, wasn't there a bit of a problem with the subsequent handling? They chose to install the so-called wise new royal family on the throne, or ignore it, and let the people elect a leader to manage. Whether it's the new royal family or the leaders holding power, perhaps their generation would be responsible. But would their next generation and the generation after that be the same? Dragon's revolution was merely pruning the decayed branches. The roots of peace and equality remained unchanged. Roji and Kuma lightly shared their thoughts, and Kuma began to ponder. As a slave of the Bacchania race, he had never attended school and had always relied on Ginny and Ivankov. Asking him to think about the essence of revolution and systems was truly a bit beyond him. Never mind. Revolution and benefiting the world are grand subjects. Mere passion is not enough. Productivity, laws, the use and restraint of power and strength, the distribution of interests, these things cannot be learned and clarified in a day. Roji looked at Kuma, who seemed a bit overwhelmed, and couldn't help but laugh. Even he couldn't figure out these issues, let alone Kuma, who was an uneducated, backward native. Right now, Roji only knew that he could not allow a millennia-old immortal who could threaten his life to exist. Him and the five elders, these immortal monsters, had to be eliminated. As for what the future would hold, they would deal with these dangers first. even if it meant uniting with the Revolutionary Army, the Four Emperors, or even a navy and the new navy. Roji had to eliminate him first and then slowly handle other issues. Perhaps Roji would become the next him, ruling this world. Who could say for sure? I believe you can make this world a better place. Kuma looked at Roji seriously, his eyes filled with hope and expectation. This sincere gaze made Roji feel a bit embarrassed. After all, he wasn't exactly a good person. Haha, that's for sure. Roji looked into Kuma's eyes and suddenly burst into laughter. At least he could ensure a relative fairness in this world, allowing more people to eat their fill and live stably. The peaceful world you envision will surely come. Roji whispered softly. This was said to Kuma, and it was also Roji speaking to himself. After Roji and Kuma envisioned the future, he took out Morgan's Den Mushi to personally contact him about this big news. Haha, esteemed and great Lord Roji, is there more big news? Morgans exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the Den Mushi's mimetic form. After all, Roji rarely contacted him personally. Usually, it was Nico, Robin, and Violet who exchanged information with him. You got lucky. Now that the Golden Lion Shiki had been captured by me, spread this news and make the world government and Navy headquarters nervous. Got it? Roji didn't specify whether he had subdued or captured the Golden Lion. He believed Morgans would understand his meaning. Ha! Lord Roji's first move is extraordinary, capturing the Golden Lion Shiki, who has been hiding for 20 years, so quickly. Please send me some photos. I will ensure your name shakes the world again. Morgans laughed excitedly. Another legendary pirate had been captured by Roji, and this issue's newspaper would definitely sell out again. Previously, the news of Roji's world group capturing Impel Down and Judicial Island, along with the rumors about the Navy's high-ranking officials and the capture of Moonlight Moria, had already generated a lot of traffic for Morgan's newspaper. To his surprise, after Roji had kept a low profile for over a week, he had quickly pulled off another major event. Morgans had intercepted information from the world government before, and was also aware that Roji might possess some kind of predictive ability. Now Morgans was basically certain that Roji definitely had predictive abilities, whether it was invading Impel Down or the confidential information of the high-ranking world government and Navy officials, along with now quickly finding the Golden Lion Shiki. Each of these events proved Roji's mysterious and unpredictable abilities. I'll send them to you shortly. I want to see the newspaper tomorrow, Roji said lightly before hanging up the Den Mushi. As you wish, my most respected lord. Morgans quickly replied. Roji soon had Kuma use the photography Den Mushi to take some dramatic photos of the Golden Lion Shiki, including a stage photo of Roji personally holding the Golden Lion. Kuma sent these photos to Morgans using the transponder snail. They used this news to attract firepower for the Revolutionary Army, hoping that Dorag would not disappoint them again. If one Golden Lion is not enough, then let's bring in another warlord of the sea. Luo Ji thought of the Pirate Empress, one of the warlords of the sea. And since they were still on the Grand Line, it was time to capture the world's most beautiful woman. Otherwise, after returning to Zo Island in the New World, who knows when they would come back to the Grand Line Paradise. Boa Hancock, this woman, should have a good impression of him, the God Slayer. A standard Dragon King smile appeared on Luo Ji's face. Under the powerful influence of Luo Ji's world group, the captains of the subordinate pirate crews under the Golden Lion all came forward, kneeling before Luo Ji and his strong companions. However, Inel, who had yet to take action, would not let these weaklings off so easily. A large number of subordinate captains were baptized by lightning, leaving them with significant psychological scars. Even the notorious guy, Aramaki, was drained dry. This made the subordinate captains realize that joining Luo Ji's world group was 100 times more difficult than mingling with the Flying Sky Pirates. Meanwhile, with the help of Yamato, Rebecca, and Baby 5, Shikuya tamed more and more fierce beasts. As the number of fierce beasts increased, it became easier for them to capture more. They directly used the tamed fierce beasts to gang up on the solitary ones, defeating them easily. Powerful green mantises, black and white striped brown bears, spear ants, fire-breathing beetles, scythe foxes. These were even stronger than the beasts in Impel Down. This time, Shikuya really hit the jackpot, with dozens of fierce beasts under her command boasting combat power of over 1 or 200 million berries. All of this was the hard work of the Golden Lion Shiki over the past 20 years, now all benefiting Shikuya. Now Shikuya finally deserved her title as the Beast Princess. This army of fierce beasts rampaged across the floating islands, with every girl having a fierce beast mount. Under Luo Ji's arrangement, Wanda and Pedro specifically went to collect the evolution herbs and IQ plants from the Melville Islands to return to Dr. Vegapunk, providing more powerful materials for the Moon Lion transformation potion. Who knows, perhaps the fur tribe could not only transform into moon lions at any time, but could also evolve additional abilities like those fierce beasts. In the end, even Luo-Ji personally took action, using the scroll world to collect some research bases and equipment made by the Golden Lion Shiki, bringing them back to give to Vegapunk. A smile gathered those winged tribe members who had been forcibly taken by the Golden Lion Shiki, hoping that Luo-Ji would take them back to the Sky Island or Zou Island. This rare race that can learn to fly is worth Luo-Ji's effort to capture. Luo-Ji did not refuse a smile and included these winged tribe members into his own world, planning to arrange for them slowly later. After scavenging all the good items and handling all matters, the Luo-Ji World Group held a grand banquet on these floating islands. Compared to the ever-changing and turbulent situation outside, it was incredibly comfortable. Meanwhile, the world government and the Marine headquarters took advantage of the calm period of the Luo-Ji World Group to quickly deal with internal traitors and mobilize for a massive conscription. In a volcanic region of the New World, a large fleet consisting of 20 firepower-type warships surrounded the sea and islands. These demon-slaying designated warships are the most solid and aggressive warships of the world government. Every direction of the fleet was densely packed with turrets, and each demon-slaying warship had over 1,000 elite sailors. Most of them were professional gunners, specifically trained to destroy and eliminate islands and enemies that posed a threat to the world government. This time, to eradicate the traitorous new navy led by Zifa, the world government dispatched Marine Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, 10 Marine Vice Admirals, and over 100 Marine officers. The world government was determined to annihilate this rebel force to establish the discipline and dignity of the Navy. Not a single elder who had a good relationship with Zifa, such as Sengoku the Buddha, Iron Fist Carp, or Vice Admiral Tsuru, was mobilized. Even Kizuru and Akiji, Zifa's students, did not participate. This was a task and test for Akainu from the world government. And it was also a military achievement prepared by the 5 elders to push Akainu to the position of Marine Marshal. Now, under the fabrications of Luo-Ji and Morgans, the pacifist Navy members like Sengoku the Buddha, Iron Fist Carp, and Akiji Kuzan were indeed gradually losing the trust of the celestial dragons and were beginning to distance themselves from the center of power. If it weren't for the concern that the Navy might enter a power vacuum and lose combat effectiveness, the celestial dragons would have directly sanctioned these high-ranking Navy officials who had done various foolish things. The 5 elders and the celestial dragons have now clarified that Sengoku the Buddha indeed adopted Don Quixote Rosanani, a discarded member of the Don Quixote family. The loss of the surgery fruit was indeed related to Don Quixote Rosanani. The news of Iron Fist Carp still being in contact with Dorag was also confirmed. Even the rumors about Akiji Kazan letting the devil child Nico Robin go at O'Hara were proven true. In contrast, Kizuru, who was most slandered by Luo-Ji, was found to have no connection with the Revolutionary Army. Kizuru only had a good relationship with Vegapunk and Bartolomeo, with a slight possibility of defection. Peach Rabbit Shuan and Chafun Kaji, who were very close to the pacifist high-ranking officials, were also included in the key investigation personnel. The promotion paths of these 2 candidate admirals were far from certain. However, this time the massive conscription had yet to produce any admiral-level monsters, making the world government quite anxious. The 5 elders desperately wanted to give the high-ranking Navy a major overhaul, but unfortunately, no suitable strong candidates appeared. Otherwise, they would definitely spare no expense to promote Marine Vice Admirals or even Admirals out of the Navy. At this moment, in this volcanic archipelago, Admiral Akainu Sakazuki led a group of Marine Vice Admirals to surround his former teacher. Zifa-sensei, can you tell me where those junior students went? Akainu's entire right arm dripped with magma, emitting thick black smoke as he looked expressionlessly at his former teacher. Cough! Zifa spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at these disciples with self-deprecation. A hint of sadness flashed in his tiger-like eyes behind his sunglasses. He had dedicated his life to the Navy, and even his wife and son had died at the hands of pirates. He never expected to die at the hands of the students he taught. His life was truly a great tragedy. They have already left. The seeds of the new Navy will not disappear. Zifa regained his composure and coldly looked at Akainu. Now, most of the sailors of the new Navy had perished at the hands of their former colleagues. He knew that the newly born new Navy could hardly escape this calamity. When he led Akainu and the others to this volcanic archipelago, he had already let Seijo take Ein and Benji, these disciples, to escape through the only submarine. He himself acted as bait, attracting the main force of the Navy. Those remnants would surely burn under my magma. Today, I ask you to be buried here, teacher. Akainu clenched his fists and in his cold, merciless eyes, a hint of fluctuation seemed to flash, but his actions were resolute. For absolute justice, to ascend to the position of marshal, and to do more things for greater power, he had to take action. The hawkish vice admirals behind Akainu showed a hint of hesitation and guilt in their eyes. But now, Zephyr is their enemy, under the highest orders of the world government. This traitor Zephyr must be brought to justice. The now precarious Marine headquarters needs an iron-blooded person to cleanse everything, and that person is Admiral Akainu. Whether it's the traitor Zephyr, or Sengoku and Garp who are out of line, or Akiji, traitors will not be forgiven. Cowardly actions will not be tolerated. In a submarine that was quickly diving into the deep sea, I knelt on the ground, covering his face and crying bitterly, tears flowing through his fingers. Benz and Suzuki silently huddled against the corner wall, heads down, burying their painful expressions in the shadows. They survived once again, but this time, not only did all their comrades die in the war, but even their teacher Zephyr would fall. They wanted to live and die together with Zephyr. However, Zephyr's final instructions forced them to carry on the hope of the new Navy. From now on, the burden of a new Navy rests entirely on their shoulders. If teacher Zephyr really died, I will definitely seek revenge for him, even if I have to become the most hated pirate. Suzuki gritted his teeth and pounded the wall, his eyes turning red. He hated his own weakness and hated that he couldn't help Zephyr even a little. Suzuki, we are the new Navy. We absolutely cannot go against teacher Zephyr's will. Vince, hearing Suzuki's angry words, grabbed his collar and scolded him fiercely. If they really became pirates to specifically retaliate against the Navy, then what meaning would there be in following Zephyr to establish the new Navy? The Roger pirates do not deny that they are pirates, do they? And that bastard Roger, didn't he openly say he would support us? Were they now? Suzuki recalled Roger's nonsense slander and recruitment against the Navy's high command during the live broadcast. If the Roger pirates had appeared now, Akainu and those vice admirals wouldn't be so arrogant. Their new Navy wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. Akainu and his group came too quickly. Those guys from the Roger pirates were still in the Grand Line. Teacher, and we underestimated the world government's determination to eliminate us. Binz's expression was extremely pained. If they had hidden a little better, run a little faster, perhaps they could have waited for the Roger pirates to enter the New World. But the intelligence capabilities of the world government and Marine headquarters were simply too strong. They couldn't escape the encirclement of the Marine headquarters at all. Moreover, Zephyr also had his own pride. When he just defected from a Navy and entered the New World, he never thought of seeking refuge with Roger, one of the Yonko. To seek revenge for teacher, to rebuild the new Navy, we need the power of the Roger pirates. Ein wiped away the tears on his face, and his gaze gradually became mature and cold. Without Zephyr's protection, they must grow quickly and bear the burden of the new Navy. Then we need to find a way to contact Roger quickly and seek their help. I hope that bastard Akainu still has a bit of humanity. Even if they imprison teacher Zephyr and impel down, we still have a chance to rescue him. Ein, Binz, and Suzuki were thinking of ways to save Zephyr. Their strength alone couldn't save Zephyr. They could only seek stronger external support. But they didn't know that the Roger pirates had no intention of entering the New World just yet. Meanwhile, the big news of Shiki the Golden Lion being defeated by the Roger pirates began to spread all over the world. The Revolutionary Army also started their Great Revolution. When Akainu led the Demon Hunter fleet to hunt down Zephyr's new Navy, the Roger pirates and the Revolutionary Army were also carrying out their actions. When the Gorosei and Sengoku saw today's news report, they were immediately shocked. Even they couldn't find accurate intelligence on the Roger pirates. They didn't expect Morgans to directly report the movements of the Roger pirates. This action was very troublesome even for the Marine headquarters, as Shiki the Golden Lion, a user of the float fruit, could potentially join the Roger pirates, causing greater trouble for the world government and Marine headquarters. Originally, just the presence of one of the Roger pirates' ships, the Ark Maxim, had already caused the world government a lot of headaches. If they were to face an aerial fleet and potentially appearing floating islands, how many top-tier forces would be needed to protect important places like Mariewa and Marine headquarters at Marineford? And how many forces would they still have left to hunt down the Roger pirates? In this case, the Roger pirates would further gain the initiative in the war. Even if him was strong, there was a possibility of being toyed with by Roger, slowly erasing the power of the world government and Marine headquarters. Originally, Sengoku was already feeling extremely troubled by his suspicions about the celestial dragons and the encirclement of Zephyr. Now, seeing the news about Roger and Shiki, He was even more restless. He no longer cared about maintaining the image of the Marine Admiral, dyeing his hair black and restoring an old appearance with white hair. His spirit and state had already dropped several levels compared to before. Every time Roger caused trouble, it put immense pressure on him. Furthermore, after the news of Shiki the Golden Lion being defeated by the Roger Pirates spread, urgent news of the Revolutionary Army launching revolutions in multiple affiliated countries quickly reached the intelligence organization of the world government. This infuriated the Gorosei. Some powerful individuals who were summoned to the world government and marine headquarters heard that their country's royal family was overthrown, and one by one wanted to return to their homeland to rescue them. This caused a huge upheaval in the process of global conscription. The simultaneous actions of the Roger Pirates and the Revolutionary Army caught the world government off guard. Now, they had also sent a Kainu and a considerable amount of strength to the New World to encircle Zephyr. At this moment, they didn't know how to arrange their forces. Besides leaving enough strength to guard Mariehua and Marineford, how many powerful individuals should they send to suppress the Revolutionary Army's uprising and respond to the appearance of the Roger Pirates? The world government and marine headquarters seemed to have entered an unprecedented period of weakness, unable to suppress the simultaneous uprising of the Roger Pirates and the Revolutionary Army. Even the Yonko and great pirates of the New World seemed to be ready to take advantage of the chaos, making the world government even more nervous. It seemed that this world had truly entered an era of great contention. As the Roger Pirates looked at the latest newspaper today, they had already flown into the doldrums. They were about to capture another warlord of the sea, putting greater pressure on the world government. In the leisure area on the deck of the Ark Maxim, Brother Roger, can you really make the Pirate Empress fall in love with you in 3 sentences? Brother Roger, don't brag. The Pirate Empress is the most beautiful woman in the world. Listening to Crocodile and Hanavza, they said that the Pirate Empress is also a user of all 3 types of Haki, with a very proud personality and looks down on any man. She also hates men very much. As Roger's bragging continued, girls like Bonnie didn't quite believe it. Even men like Crocodile didn't believe it. Perhaps Roger could use his overwhelming power to make the Pirate Empress submit, but it was absolutely impossible to make her fall in love with him in 3 sentences. This is simply a far-fetched tale. Don't worry, I've read all the online dating manuals, and there won't be any problems at all. My love can warm her heart and reach the depths of her soul. Luo Ji's exaggerated confidence made everyone feel that he was completely unreliable. However, even if Luo Ji couldn't charm the Pirate Empress, they could directly subdue her and tie her to Luo Ji's bed. Well, it should be, invite her to the ship of Luo Ji's world group, in the palace of the daughter kingdom of 9 Snake Island. It turns out that Master Luo Ji went to deal with the Golden Lion Shiki. The Pirate Empress Boa Hancock looked at the latest news, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. After Luo Ji's world group captured Moonlight Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, she had been longing for Luo Ji to arrive at 9 Snake Island. But as time passed, she became increasingly anxious. She feared that Luo Ji would go directly to the New World and dominate a territory. With the continuous updates from Shaki, even the Pirate Empress and her crew learned about the news that red-haired Shanks had abandoned his territory. There was a real possibility that Luo Ji's world group would give up on the Pirate Empress and Jinbei, these 7 warlords of the sea, to enter the New World and occupy the territory of the red-haired pirates. Now knowing that Luo Ji was still in the Grand Line and quietly took down Golden Lion Shiki, this filled the Pirate Empress with hope for Luo Ji's arrival at 9 Snake Island. Even Golden Lion Shiki fell. Granny Gorgona looked at the information and couldn't help but sigh. Back then, for love, she abandoned her position as the king of the Daughter Kingdom and captain of the 9 Snake Pirates, resolutely joining the Rocks Pirates. During that time, she had been partners with fierce individuals like Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Newgate, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, Kaido of the Beasts, Miss Bakken, Wang Ji, John, and Silver Axe. Her relationship with Golden Lion Shiki was quite good. When she heard that Golden Lion Shiki had escaped from Impel Down, she was happy for the old lion for a few days. Unexpectedly, the Golden Lion Shiki, who had been hiding for 20 years, was still caught by the emerging Overlord Luo Ji in his old age. The overwhelming momentum of Luo Ji's world group surpassing the Rocks Pirates was something even Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, and Gorgona, who were original members of the Rocks Pirates, could not deny. The current Luo Ji's world group has already surpassed the Rocks Pirates of that time. There is no suspense that Luo Ji's world group will become the next overlord of the New World. Luo Ji is even challenging the rulers of this world, declaring war on the world government and the celestial dragons. This is even crazier than the rocks back then. Luoji's ambition and wisdom are definitely stronger than rocks. Luoji will definitely not end up like rocks, who fell in the Valley of God, for no reason in a war. I have a feeling that Master Luoji will soon come to Nine Snake Island. Boa Hancock, filled with anticipation, also had a hint of nervousness. Sandersonia, Marigold, which outfit do you think will make me more charming? The Pirate Empress, the most beautiful woman in the world, unexpectedly began to pick out clothes to welcome the arrival of Luoji's world group, wanting to leave the most profound first impression on him. The Empress is the most beautiful woman in the world, and we believe that even in the most ordinary clothes, Master Luoji will fall in love with you at first sight. Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold were full of confidence in their sister Hancock. They had no objections to their Empress's infatuation with Luoji. This hero who dared to take action against the celestial dragons was also a benefactor in their eyes. Although I'm the most beautiful woman in the world, in front of Master Luoji, I still want to show my most beautiful side. The Pirate Empress rummaged through her personal wardrobe and finally chose the imperial robe of the Daughter Kingdom, which was full of majesty. Beauty and majesty coexist. This will definitely give Luoji a sense of conquest. I will definitely become Master Luoji's strongest aide. Boa Hancock waved her imperial robe, confidently whispering firmly. She would push aside Princess Yamato, the daughter of Kaido, and become the true mistress of Luoji's world group. Granny Gorgona looked speechlessly at the Pirate Empress who was about to send herself out. Luoji seems to be even more charming than Captain Rocks back then. Damn it. The queens of their Daughter Kingdom, generation after generation, ultimately could not escape the fate of unrequited love. And Gorgona did not know that Luoji's world group had indeed entered the waters of Nine Snake Island. The Pirate Empress's premonition had actually come true. At this moment, on the other side of the world, in the castle of Elbaf, the Giant Kingdom, a group of giant guards lay on the ground, rolling their eyes, bloodied, and completely unconscious. Two figures left the castle and arrived at the frozen underworld beneath the Tree of War. Soon, even the giant beasts of the underworld were pierced by arrows on the icy ground. Loki, I'll give you one more chance to speak. Do you really want to refuse to become a celestial dragon? Do you not want to become a knight of God? Fegaland Shamrock looked expressionless at the giant Prince Loki, who was heavily bound by sea prism stone chains. Seeing your familiar face reminds me of that bastard red-haired Shanks. I didn't expect you to be biological brothers. My anger towards you celestial dragon bloodlines has increased. I will carry the fury of my beast friends and take revenge on you and the whole world. Loki looked at the fallen beasts, his tone filled with anger and killing intent. Stubborn. This is the first time Mary Geos has invited someone from the lower realm. Your refusal and threats have displeased me greatly. Fegaland Shamrock coldly looked at Loki and slowly drew out his divine sword. Come out, Hellhound. The western sword in Shamrock's hand began to wriggle rapidly, the tip and body transforming into a three-headed hellhound. The new leader of the Knights of God wielded a devil fruit weapon, a rare, mythical Zoan-type ability. This is countless times stronger than Spandam's elephant sword, Funkfried. A woo, woo, woof. The three heads of the hellhound let out brutal roars, and a black flame cloud swirled around them, unleashing awakened power. Zoan-type dog fruit, mythical beast-type. Cerberus. What is this thing? Its aura is so evil. Loki's face changed dramatically as he struggled, but the sea prism stone chains tightly bound him, leaving him completely unable to resist. This is my sword. If you survive, you can come to me for revenge at any time. At that time, I will personally be your opponent. Now my foolish brother seems to have also landed in Elbaf, so we must set off. Shamrock sensed the aura of red-haired Shanks and chose to execute the giant prince instead of wasting time recruiting the arrogant Loki. Damn celestial dragons. This is bad. Loki continued to struggle, sensing the evil and brutal killing intent, becoming a bit flustered. In Shamrock's hand, the long knife was connected to the hellish three-headed dog, from which each of the three heads spat out a long knife. The collar around its neck began to spin rapidly, and the three dog heads detached from the neck. Flying into the sky, the three heads that spat out knives, propelled by the spiraling collar, fiercely stabbed towards Loki. Shamrock sheathed his long knife and jumped onto the arrowhead bandage bird summoned by the military child, flying away from the underworld. With Loki's scream, the three dog heads with knives plunged deep into Prince Loki's chest and abdomen. The red-haired pirate crew, just landing on the War Tree's sunlit realm, was warmly welcomed by the giants. But suddenly, red-haired Shank's eyes flashed red as he looked into the distance in shock. He sensed a familiar aura. He was actually in Elbaf. Red-haired Shanks was taken aback, his right hand involuntarily tightening around the famous sword griffin. What's going on? Shanks. Ben Beckman sensed Shanks' unusual behavior and quickly inquired. Even Jesus Burgess and Lakiru quietly gripped their weapons, entering a state of alert. An enemy that could make Shanks lose his composure was definitely not a simple foe. Shanks, what's wrong? The giant warriors inquired, as they had a very friendly attitude toward red-haired Shanks, the benefactor friend who captured Loki. The Knights of God have arrived. Red-haired Shanks did not clarify the identity of his twin brother. He did not want to see this celestial dragon brother right now. In fact, Shanks had visited Mariewa once. But in the end, he chose to return to the more free sea, back to his companions, refusing to become a celestial dragon. What? The world government's forces have actually landed in Elbaf? The giant warriors drew their weapons, intending to drive these so-called Knights of God out of their homeland. Not good. Loki's aura is fading. Red-haired Shanks' terrifying observation, Haki, sensed the situation in the underworld, and his expression changed again. His celestial dragon brother had actually assassinated the imprisoned Loki. What? Do the bastards of the world government want to kill Loki? The faces of the giants varied. Although Loki had committed the heinous act of regicide, he was still the prince of the giants. The elders of the giants did not want to execute this prince with pure royal blood. The other prince of King Harold, Helding, could not inherit the ancient giant bloodline because his mother was not a giant of Elbaf, and he lacked the iconic double horns. Therefore, the giants did not value this mixed-blood prince Helding as much as they did Loki, the pure-blood prince. The giants had not yet figured out how to deal with Loki. So, they had only imprisoned this sinful prince. They still held a glimmer of hope that Loki would reform, or let Loki breed. Giving birth to a pure royal bloodline would be acceptable. At least he must possess ancient blood. Hearing that Loki was to be killed by the Knights of God, a group of extremely traditional old giants rushed toward the underworld to rescue the pure-blood prince Loki, just as the giants hurriedly left the sunlit realm. Fageland Shamrock and the military child flew in from the other side, encountering the red-haired pirate crew. Shamrock and Shanks met again after many years. Both felt a bit awkward seeing the familiar face. The members of the red-haired pirate crew looked at the enemy who looked exactly like Shanks. Although Shanks had given them a heads up, they were still extremely shocked. This was their first time seeing Shanks' biological brother. As for the military child, she was very displeased with red-haired Shanks, this celestial dragon traitor who looked like their captain. When red-haired Shanks was wanted, she had helped him choose the most handsome photo for the bounty notice. Worried that his image would affect Shamrock, red-haired Shanks' bounty notice was also the most handsome among the 4 emperors. It became a poster adored by countless noble ladies. Some celestial dragon women even admired Shanks like they did Shamrock. The military child wanted to eliminate red-haired Shanks, not allowing this traitor who willingly fell to piracy to occupy Shamrock's handsome face. But unfortunately, she could not defeat red-haired Shanks, this 4 emperor. Even Shamrock could not overcome this celestial dragon traitor. Red-haired Shanks inherited the noble and powerful bloodline of the Fageland family, but was unwilling to return to Mariewa. The military child had always been extremely dissatisfied with red-haired Shanks. Now, your clan needs you very much. Return to Mariewa. I can arrange for your crew to become high-ranking CP0 or even lofty Knights of God. Shamrock and Shanks exchanged glances for a long time, and in the end, it was Shamrock, the elder brother, who spoke first. After all, the world government needed more combat power to deal with the increasingly swollen red-haired pirates. Now that Loki had rejected their recruitment, they needed Shanks' strength even more. You know this is impossible. Also, what do you mean by coming to Elbaf to assassinate Loki? Red-haired Shanks gripped the hilt of Griffin, looking at his celestial dragon brother with a complex expression. A fool who rejected the world government's recruitment dares to threaten me. Such a brainless brute, it's better he dies. Shamrock was once again rejected by Shanks, also gripping the hilt of the 3-headed held dog Cerberus, his expression slightly cold. The atmosphere between the two began to tense, a terrifying aura spreading. Both the military child and the red-haired pirate crew stood on high alert. Captain, our combat power is insufficient. We need to call in another batch of Knights of God and CP0. The military child intervened to stop the confrontation between the two brothers, as they only had the 2 of them right now. Let's go. Shamrock released his grip on the knife and ordered the military child to leave directly. To make a move on Elbaf, they needed more manpower to control all the children of the giant warriors. Only then could they make the giants comply. Seeing Shamrock and the military child fly away, red-haired Shanks ultimately did not take action. However, His expression grew increasingly grim. He did not expect such a major change to occur in Elbaf, and he wondered if the exposure of his relationship with the Fageland family would lead to the giant's estrangement. Especially now that his celestial dragon brother Fageland Shamrock had assassinated Prince Loki. Even Ben Beckman slowly lit a cigarette, frowning deeply. The situation seemed to have worsened. The red-haired pirate crew's predicament might become increasingly dire. Even the New World might not have a place for the red-haired pirate crew. It must be said that Shank's celestial dragon bloodline and identity indeed made their identities as pirates somewhat awkward. The scene shifted back to the waters of Amazon Lily. An airship finally entered this daughter country where men were prohibited from landing. Brother Red, it's time to see how you perform. Let's see how you seduce the pirate empress onto the ship. If you can conquer the pirate empress in half an hour, then we won't need to take action. The members of the Luigi World team watched as Luigi rode the divine, painting giant dragon alone, setting out to conquer the pirate empress. They really wanted to see how Luigi would charm the pirate empress with just a few words. The world's #1 beauty. Could she really be that easy to win over? Luigi stood on the back of the divine, painting giant dragon, looking down at the island. On the majestic natural city walls, large serpents were carved, winding around the walls. Each fierce serpent head extended outward, seemingly watching all enemies landing on Nine Snake Island. However, such walls were meaningless to true powerhouses, not to mention the destructive power of the Tremor fruit. Even the fierce Angel Mihawk could slice half of Nine Snake City in one strike. Moreover, the calm zone that Nine Snake Island had relied on for hundreds of years no longer posed a danger from Sea Kings after Vegapunk invented the technology for embedding Sea Prism Stone in warships. The Navy's large forces could safely pass through the calm zone and completely encircle Nine Snake Island. Of course, as long as one is powerful enough. Even without the Sea Prism Stone embedding technology, they could still directly invade Nine Snake Island. Powerful figures like the Dark King Rayleigh and the Tyrant Kuma could swim directly to Nine Snake Island or land on the island using their Devil Fruit abilities. Even the Blackbeard pirates could ignore the threats of Sea Kings in the calm zone with their strong combat power and brazenly invade Nine Snake Island to capture the pirate empress's Sweet Fruit ability. The appearance of the divine, painting giant dragon quickly alerted the national warriors of Nine Snake Island. In just a few seconds, the entire daughter's kingdom was in an uproar, entering a state of battle. Various shouts and alarm signals rang out. It seemed that some iconic items needed to be showcased. Luigi summoned a scroll and placed the golden bell on the rapidly enlarging Thunder Nimbus. Boa Hancock, I hope you show some grace and don't let me embarrass myself. Thinking of the crew watching the show on the Arc Maxim, Luigi struck the golden bell. He had already boasted that he would charm the pirate empress with a few words, and now it was time to see if the pirate empress had fallen for him. The God Slayer. If that didn't work, Luigi would have to unleash his big move. The resounding sound of the bell instantly spread across Nine Snake Island. Giant phantoms appeared around Luigi, as if an army was pressing down, exerting pressure on Nine Snake Island. On the Arc Maxim, didn't Luigi say he would charm the pirate empress with 3 sentences? Now, with this lineup, is he forcing the world's #1 beauty to submit? I thought Luigi would use his charm to win over the pirate empress, but it seems like he's using brute force to suppress her. The women of the Luigi World team felt that Luigi had definitely been boasting earlier. Perhaps those 3 sentences were not sweet words for seduction, but rather domineering threats and temptations. They had expected Luigi to have some astounding skills in wooing women, which left them quite disappointed. The equally beauty-loving Hiramu sighed, thinking he could learn a thing or two from Luigi. But he probably thought too much. A fight is also good. I just want to see that proud woman suffer a crushing defeat at the captain's hands. Hannes chuckled maliciously. Over the years, the Shichibukai had gathered at the Navy headquarters several times. The proud pirate empress left a deep impression on the other Shichibukai. However, it must be said that the pirate empress, possessing 3-color Haki and the Sweet Fruit ability, was indeed very powerful. Only the sharp aura of Mihawk could suppress her. Even Doflamingo, who also possessed 3-color Haki, didn't want to provoke this woman. The pirate empress has appeared, as expected of the world's #1 beauty. Just seeing her from a distance made hearts race. The crowd saw the figures surging in the palace of the daughter's kingdom and caught sight of the pirate empress's beautiful face, immediately falling victim to the passive attack of the Sweet Fruit ability. Anyone who became infatuated with the pirate empress will be directly petrified into a statue. This applies to women as well. The beauty and charm of the pirate empress, along with her Sweet Fruit ability, knew no gender or age. As soon as the pirate empress stepped out of the palace, she swiftly charged towards Luigi on the back of the divine, painting giant dragon. What the hell? What am I seeing? The pirate empress actually dared to take the initiative to attack the captain? No. Why do I see the pirate empress rushing toward the captain like a lover, with no anger or killing intent? Damn it. Luoji hasn't even spoken yet, and it seems the pirate empress has already surrendered. Vang Difa. Does it mean Luoji doesn't even need 3 sentences to conquer the pirate empress? It seems he doesn't need to say a word. Have Luoji and the pirate empress known each other for a long time? Or is Luoji an old flame of Boa Hancock? The members of the Luoji World Team were left dumbfounded by the bizarre unfolding of events. Standing on the back of a divine, painting giant dragon, Luoji saw the pirate empress rushing towards him with no hostility. He knew that this was forcing him to act cool. He had made a bold claim, and perhaps he could exceed expectations. Lord Luoji, you finally came. The pirate empress rushed to the front of the divine, painting giant dragon, clasping her hands in front of her chest, looking up at Luoji and calling out with anticipation. Her tone was filled with the grievances of a little girl and the longing of a lover. Seeing the pirate empress's shy and flushed appearance, Luoji instantly understood the situation. This love-struck brain has already self-navigated. Hancock, sorry to keep you waiting. Luoji revealed a warm smile, jumped off the divine, painting giant dragon, and landed directly in front of the pirate empress, as if they were old friends. Hearing Luoji call her name, the pirate empress's face flushed even more, and a wave of happiness surged in her heart, lost in fantasy. Luoji noticed that white smoke was actually rising from the black hair of the pirate empress, as if she had overloaded and crashed, standing there awkwardly. Hancock, are you willing to stand with me against the celestial dragons? Luoji looked at Boa Hancock, who was lost in her own fantasies, and directly extended an invitation. I am willing. I am 1,000 times willing. The pirate empress, still in her fantasy, seemed to have heard Luoji proposing to her and quickly responded loudly. A small hand swiftly landed on Luoji's large hand. Her ring finger even slightly curled up, as if waiting for Luoji to put a wedding ring on her. Luoji looked at the shy pirate empress, not knowing how far this woman had fantasized at this moment. She might have already imagined having several children. Since the world's #1 beauty had actively come to him, Luoji had no reason to refuse. He was not like Monkey D. Luffy, who was an emotional idiot. And we'll be a family. Luoji held the pirate empress's small hand tightly. Noticing that her ring finger remained stubbornly upright, he didn't break the pirate empress's fantasy. Luoji quickly found a golden ring from a pile of treasure stored in a scroll and solemnly placed it on the pirate empress's ring finger. This scene left the women of the Luoji World Team in shock. Luoji really managed to charm the pirate empress with 3 sentences and even put a ring on her finger. What the hell is this divine operation? Even Crocodile, who considers himself wise, couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Is this still the proud empress who looks down on everyone as trash? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is the world's #1 beauty. The pure love warrior Amiku, with no courage, bit his sleeve, his eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. He thought that Luoji was making a fool of himself, but it turned out he was the clown. Is Lord Luoji proposing to the pirate empress? I don't even have the ring personally put on by Lord Luoji. Baby Five's big eyes were also filled with envy. She hoped Luoji could be that romantic with her. Damn it, brother Luoji is being seduced. That woman is shameless, throwing herself at him. Bonnie felt a bit unhappy. She didn't expect Luoji to really win over the pirate empress with just a few words. She had wanted to see Luoji's boastful embarrassment, but this scene made her feel awkward. Well, Heart Thief. The relatively mature women, Nico Robin, Violet, and Shirahoshi, couldn't help but complain a bit. Is this how the warlord of the sea is settled? It seems there won't be a fight after all. Yamato had no feelings about Luoji putting a ring on the pirate empress. She just felt a bit regretful for the lack of battle. However, this all-women island is worth exploring. This is an island even Odin's voyage diary did not record. It seems she is about to surpass Kazuki Odin. The ultimate challenge for her is the final island, Laugh Tale, where Kazuki Odin landed with Pirate King Roger. Boring. Barrett didn't want to watch any longer. If there was no fight, he would just go back to training. Enel and the Rainy Shiryu also followed Barrett expressionlessly into the Colosseum scroll world. The captain is indeed an interesting man. Captain Luoji is a fated person with great fortune. Ishiao and Bartolomeo seemed unsurprised by Luoji easily winning over the pirate empress. They had full trust in Luoji. Even if Luoji was bragging, they believed it was true. In front of the Daughter Kingdom Palace Gate, Granny Groliosa looked a bit disbelievingly at this somewhat theatrical proposal. If she hadn't known that Hancock was indeed meeting Luoji for the first time, She would have thought the two were longtime lovers. How could it be that after just a few words on their first meeting, their hands were intertwined, and the ring was put on so quickly? Even a play wouldn't perform like this. What does it mean that she abandoned her position as the king of the Daughter Kingdom and the captain of the Kuja pirates to pursue that man? She suddenly felt a bit envious that Hancock could directly find the man she admired without having to suffer so much hardship and longing. Is the princess getting married? Sandersonia and Marigold were also stunned. They never expected things to progress so quickly. This is simply a rapid version from meeting to falling in love to getting married. Lord Luo-ji, I will definitely be a good wife for you. Boa Hancock looked at Luo-ji, who had truly put a wedding ring on her. Her eyes instantly filled with tears, full of emotion and surprise. Looking at Luo-ji, Hancock felt as if he had known her for a very long time. Could this be fate and destiny? Luo-ji looked at the pirate empress, who seemed ready to be his wife, and couldn't help but feel a rush of emotions. This is too fast. The pirate empress is going to be his wife so soon? Before Luo-ji could respond, Hancock suddenly lunged forward, hugging him tightly and throwing herself into his embrace. Lord Luo-ji, take me away. I don't care about the Daughter Kingdom, the Kuja pirates, or the position of Warlord of the Sea. I believe you can defeat the celestial dragons. In Luo-ji's embrace, the pirate empress's tearful eyes were filled with trust and desire. Don't be afraid. I will protect you, as well as the Daughter Kingdom and the Kuja pirates. Luo-ji knew that Boa Hancock still cared about the citizens of the Daughter Kingdom. He didn't want the pirate empress to leave with worries. He also didn't want Snake Island to become a breakthrough point for the world government against Luo-ji. As for the Marine Headquarters Sea Stone battleships, they were just using the sea atmosphere of Sea Stone to deceive the Sea Kings in the Calm Belt. Now Luo-ji not only has the friendship of the Sea King Poseidon, Princess Shirahoshi, but also possesses the observation Haki to listen to all things. He could give some Sea Kings a call to take care of Snake Island, burying the invading Sea Stone battleships directly in the Calm Belt. Furthermore, now that the Golden Lion Shiki has fallen into Luo-ji's hands, they would soon acquire the ability of the Float fruit. At that time, whether it's Snake Island or other important islands, Luo-ji could move them to safe seas at will. If Luo-ji wanted, he could even directly use the Scroll World to relocate the citizens of Snake Island to Sky Island, Zo Island, or the Germa Kingdom. Lord Luo-ji. Luo-ji's voice filled Boa Hancock with a sense of security, an unprecedented feeling. It was warmer and more reassuring than the kind of rescue and protection from Fisher Tiger and Rayleigh. Luo-ji had a charm that made people believe in and rely on him. Seeing the pirate empress throwing herself into Luo-ji's embrace, both the people of the Daughter Kingdom and the members of the Luo-ji World Group continued to widen their eyes. The speed at which these two went from meeting to holding hands, to putting on rings, and then embracing was truly astonishing. Everyone was completely stunned. Next, will it be the wedding chamber? Luo-ji's slightly gentlemanly hands ultimately wrapped around the pirate empress's slim waist. The feeling of being with the world's #1 beauty is wonderful. Feeling the touch of Luo-ji's hands, Hancock trembled slightly. But soon, she pressed closer to Luo-ji's chest, as if wanting to melt into his body. This feeling was very subtle and wonderful, making Hancock reluctant to leave Luo-ji's warm embrace. Time quietly passed. The two embraced for more than 10 minutes before Luo-ji actively released the pirate empress's slim waist. After all, if this continued, the women on the Arc of Prophecy would explode. I'll take you to meet the members of the Luo-ji World Group. They are all partners in dealing with the celestial dragons. Luo-ji gently stroked the pirate empress's black hair and said softly, "MHM." The pirate empress was a bit reluctant to leave the comforting arm, but also felt a bit shy. However, thinking about becoming the lady of the Luo-ji World Group, she burst forth with a determined aura. Even if the Oni Princess Yamato got on board earlier than her, she wouldn't let anyone monopolize Lord Luo-ji. The pirate empress's suddenly erupting Conqueror's Haki surged dramatically as if venting her sovereignty, directed towards Yamato, who also possessed the 3 types of Haki. Yamato, feeling a bit confused, thought the pirate empress wanted to fight her, and suddenly felt a bit excited. As for Robin, Violet, and Charlie, they were quite interested in watching how these 2 women with kingly qualifications competed for the position of Luo-ji's main consort. On the deck of the Arc Proverb, the pirate empress and Yamato exchanged glances, their auras clashing sharply. The pirate empress exuded a determination and momentum to become the main mistress, while Yamato simply thought the pirate empress was looking to spar and fight. Since the new member, Boa Hancock, was the first to unleash her Conqueror's Haki, Yamato retaliated without hesitation. The intense clash of their haki made Crocodile and the others feel a bit stifled and uncomfortable. They had not awakened Conqueror's haki, and yet these two women, possessing kingly qualifications, were actually competing for Luoji's affection. It truly was a case of droughts and floods. With Luoji and his women, there were now 3 users of Conqueror's haki. If Luoji were to establish a new family, they would surely become an extremely powerful lineage of kings. Yamato, wielding a kanabo, invited the Pirate Empress to fight. I never shy away from battle. The Pirate Empress thought Yamato was trying to intimidate her and directly agreed to the challenge. She followed Yamato into the portal to the scroll world. Aren't you going to stop them? Seeing the 2 women disappear, Nico Robin revealed a fox-like smile and teased Luoji, suggesting it was a good way for Hancock to see her own strength. Her personality was indeed a bit willful. Luoji chuckled softly, unreservedly wrapping his arms around Robin's waist to teach this scheming archaeologist a lesson. He understood the character flaws of the Pirate Empress. This woman would be completely submissive to Luoji, but would certainly be proud and difficult to deal with around others. It was also good for Yamato to temper the Pirate Empress's pride. In terms of raw strength, Luoji felt Yamato was slightly stronger. Whether it was the entangling of Conqueror's haki or Yamato's pure-hearted nature, she had a complete advantage over the Pirate Empress. Yamato's naive personality was comparable to that of Monkey D. Luffy. She was hardly affected by the passive effects of the sweet fruit. It was impossible for her to be attracted to the Pirate Empress's beautiful face. Yamato didn't even distinguish between genders. If it weren't for Luoji, the White Wolf Knight, acting swiftly and decisively, Yamato wouldn't have experienced the pleasures of being a woman so soon. The only threat the Pirate Empress posed to Yamato was her unreasonable petrification ability. However, with Yamato's reaction speed and haki, she should be able to suppress the Pirate Empress. The crew of Luoji's world rushed into the scroll world to witness the emergence of the Women of Kings. At this moment, Yamato and the Pirate Empress had already fiercely engaged in battle. The Pirate Empress, in addition to her sweet fruit ability and 3-colored haki, also had excellent martial arts skills. Her powerful leg techniques, honed from her long legs, clashed back and forth with Yamato's kanabo. The daughter kingdom of Amazon Lily was originally a nation that cultivated haki. And with Hancock having received careful guidance from the Pirate King Rayleigh, her haki and martial arts were both strong. This woman was surprisingly strong. As fellow warlords of the sea, Hanavusa and Crocodile felt immense pressure for the first time witnessing the Pirate Empress fight at full strength. They truly felt they had no confidence in defeating the Pirate Empress. This woman was too powerful. No wonder Fleet Admiral Sengoku had shown caution towards her. The 2 most famous women in the world were Charlotte Linlin, the Yonko Big Mom, and the world's most beautiful woman, Boa Hancock. Currently, among the 5 strongest women in the open, besides Big Mom, both Yamato and the Pirate Empress were included. The remaining 2 were Big Mom's daughter, Charlotte Smoothie, and the Navy's Tontada. If the captain were to win over Smoothie and Tontada, then all the beautiful, strong women in the world would belong to the captain. With such a powerful family, their offspring would surely produce a large number of kingly successors. Luoji mentioned that the Celestial Dragon family, the Figaland family, had produced 3 great kings, becoming the greatest enemy of Luoji's world. The crew of Luoji hoped that more and stronger kings would emerge from his lineage in the future. While watching the battle, the crew couldn't help but sigh. Among the 3 female users of Conqueror's haki currently in the world, 2 had become Luoji's women. This would definitely make countless men envious and jealous. Most importantly, the strength of the 2 women could make them Luoji's right and left hands, conquering the seas. Only those who awakened Conqueror's haki possessed the entry ticket to reach the pinnacle of the strongest in the world. Barrett watched the clash of haki between the Pirate Empress and Yamato, his eyes filled with endless battle intent. The emergence of more and more kings would make this battle for the strongest in the world increasingly exciting. Hearing Barrett's words, Enel was filled with disbelief. This god had not awakened Conqueror's haki. This left him feeling resentful, and the thunder on his body grew more violent. He also wanted to possess such power. Meanwhile, Rain Shiryu silently lit a cigar beside him, feeling stimulated by Barrett's words. However, even without Conqueror's haki, he was confident he could take down 1 or 2 users of it. After all, there weren't many who could master the entangling technique of Conqueror's haki. He didn't fear people like Green Pepper, Don Quixote da Flamingo, or even the Pirate Empress, Karakuri. Rain Shiryu was not intimidated by them. Moreover, there were many potential awakeners of Conqueror's haki who had yet to grow. In the midst of battle, the Pirate Empress was continuously pushed back by Yamato's entangling Haki. She had experienced the entangling Haki of the Pirate King Rayleigh, but that was during her training, with no killing intent. It was completely different compared to Yamato's current demeanor. She knew the extreme difficulty of mastering the entangling technique of Conqueror's Haki. She still had not grasped it. Seeing Yamato skillfully use the entangling Haki, the Pirate Empress felt a bit defeated, as if she truly couldn't measure up to Yamato, who was 3 years her junior. This filled the Pirate Empress, who was eager to claim the position of main consort, with pressure. With her raw strength already inferior to Yamato, she was now hesitating during battle. As expected, the Pirate Empress found herself at a disadvantage, being completely suppressed and showing signs of collapse. Luoji looked at the proud Hancock, who was gritting her teeth and refusing to concede. He knew it was about time. This battle needed to make the Pirate Empress see her own strength. But he couldn't let her be truly defeated by Yamato. Otherwise, it would affect her confidence. Let's end today's sparring here. Luoji suddenly jumped in a battlefield, grabbing one of the Pirate Empress's long legs with one hand and catching Yamato's kanabo with the other, forcefully stopping the battle between the two women. I haven't lost yet. Seeing Luoji come to her rescue, the Pirate Empress felt very happy. However, she still wouldn't admit her defeat, as she still had a chance to vie for the main consort position. That was really enjoyable. You're much stronger than lizards and crocodiles. Yamato directly retracted her momentum, smiling as she spoke. In her eyes, this was merely a spar. As long as they had fun, there was no need to determine a true victor. Despite the battle between the Pirate Empress and Yamato being slightly at a disadvantage, not many dared to underestimate this wielder of the three-color Haki. Although Boa Hancock could not defeat Yamato, she was not so proud and could not treat the members of the Roger Pirates with the identity of a mistress. However, she still did not have a good impression of any man except for Roger. After a brief introduction, the Pirate Empress Boa Hancock officially joined the Roger Pirates. She was now eager to follow Roger away from Amazon Lily. But under Roger's reassurance, the Pirate Empress first returned to the palace of the Daughter Kingdom to arrange matters for her sisters. Roger then attempted to see if he could communicate with the Sea Kings in this sea area. If he couldn't, he would consider how to handle the security issues of Amazon Lily, whether to take the citizens of the Daughter Kingdom away through the scroll world or wait for the Archangel Jean Shurshur to grow up before relocating Amazon Lily. He might even directly alter the memories of Jean Shurshur to have him relocate the island. In any case, Roger had plenty of backup plans. After returning to the palace, the Pirate Empress intended to pass the throne to her two sisters, Sandasonia and Marigold. However, under the heartfelt pleading of Granny Garoliosa, Hancock hesitated. Seeing this, Granny took the opportunity to suggest that Hancock should temporarily keep her joining the Roger Pirates a secret until Roger could address the security issues of Amazon Lily. Granny did not stop Hancock from leaving Amazon Lily, but she needed to leave secretly. This way, the world government and the Navy headquarters would not discover that the Pirate Empress had left the Shichibukai in a short time. Hancock looked at her two sisters and, after careful consideration, decided to adopt Granny's suggestion. After all, as long as she could stay by Roger's side, it was fine if the news of her boarding the Art Proverbs was not made public. Meanwhile, Roger submerged near Amazon Lily and found some ancient sea kings. Using his observation Haki to listen to all things, he attempted to communicate with these sea kings. Initially, these sea kings were merely curious about this human who could communicate with them, but they had no intention of acknowledging Roger and even wanted to swallow him. However, when Roger summoned the Sea King Poseidon and presented the life paper he had specially made for Shirahoshi, the aura of the Sea Kings on the paper brought them a long-lost surprise. Their king had indeed reappeared. But wasn't their king supposed to be on Fishman Island, protected by those giant Sea Kings? How could her aura appear in the calm belt? Could it be that the Sea Kings were about to issue a command again? Roger held the life paper of Shirahoshi and ordered, in the name of Poseidon, for these Sea Kings to protect Amazon Lily. He instructed them to surface more often for patrols and destroy all ships except for the two giant sea beasts towing the 9 snake pirate ships, especially those Navy ships flying the Navy and world government flags. Roger even drew these two types of flags. Under Roger's deceptive persuasion, these Sea Kings agreed to these commands of the Sea King. Roger was very satisfied with this success, and he felt he had grasped some Sea King power. Shirahoshi, this good little sister, was truly worth his affection. When Roger returned to inform the Pirate Empress that Amazon Lily would no longer be threatened by Navy stone warships, she was filled with joy, especially when Roger also mentioned the follow-up safety plan regarding Jean Shurshur and the Archangel. Hancock excitedly rushed into Roger's arms again and even took the initiative to kiss him. According to Roger's plan, Amazon Lily would not fall into a real crisis. However, she still mentioned Granny's suggestion to temporarily keep her joining the Roger Pirates a secret to maintain the safety of Amazon Lily until Roger could relocate it. Roger did not oppose Hancock's concerns. After all, as long as the Pirate Empress joined his side, she could leave with him whenever she wanted. Thinking of the Pirate Empress's initiative and affection, Roger was already quite moved. Half a day later, after the Pirate Empress and her two sisters had discussed everything with Granny, she quietly boarded the Ark Proverbs and left Amazon Lily. The vast majority of the citizens of the Daughter Kingdom were unaware that the Pirate Empress had left Amazon Lily. Only some national defense warriors and crew members of the Nine Snake Pirates knew some news. Their Empress had given up her identity as a Shichibukai and joined Roger's side. After taking the Pirate Empress, the Roger Pirates directly returned to the New World to find Zoe Island, temporarily giving up on searching for Dory and Broggy in Little Garden, as well as abandoning the East Blue. After all, the Archangel plan was more important. Moreover, the territories abandoned by the red-haired pirates were waiting for the Roger Pirates to take over. Additionally, Roger also wanted to covet Big Mom's Soul Fruit ability and Steel Balloon physique, as well as Kaido's lineage, as one of the clone genes of the Archangel. During this time, the Dark Fruit should also be appearing soon, as the time for Straw Hat Luffy to set sail was not far off. In this timeline, hopefully, under various butterfly effects, Sachi could still find the Dark Fruit. Otherwise, Roger would not know where to find this devil fruit. Roger felt that the Dark Fruit might possess its own consciousness like the Nika fruit and would seek a suitable owner. After the Ark Proverbs left the Calm Belt, it flew straight towards the New World. The next day, the big news of Black Arm Zephyr's fall spread throughout the world. This former Marine Admiral died at the hands of his own student, buried by Admiral Akainu on a volcanic island. Originally, Zephyr wanted to detonate the DYNA explosive rock to drag these hawkish Marine officers who had perished with a new navy into the underworld. But seeing those Marine disciples, Zephyr hesitated at the last moment. In his hesitation, Akainu Sakazuki shot a magma dog that pierced through Zephyr's chest, incinerating his heart and entrails. Thus, the former Marine Admiral and Marine instructor, Black Arm Zephyr, closed his eyes, filled with hatred and regret, and perished. Watching this news, countless civilians felt a wave of emotion regarding the Navy headquarters' swift and decisive actions against the new Navy, which were faster than their actions against pirates. If only the Navy headquarters had this level of action and speed against the four emperors and other major pirates, then the pirates in the New World would not be so rampant. This heavy-handed approach to dealing with defected Marine leaders while dragging their feet against pirates left countless people feeling uncomfortable, especially since Zephyr's past reputation was still so good. On the rapidly flying Ark Proverbs, the pirate empress clung to Roger as they read the newspaper together. Roger remained silent for a long time upon seeing the news of Zephyr's fall. The actions of the world government and Navy headquarters were indeed swift this time. If he were in the New World, he might have really gone to save Black Arm Zephyr, even if just to annoy the world government. But now, it was all too late. The new Navy was already finished. Roger received the latest news that Zephyr's few students had successfully escaped, and the seeds of a new Navy were still present. Robin and Violet quickly reported the news. Ahaha, it seems that the new Navy still needs me to rise. Those new Navy will be led by me. Aramaki laughed heartily, as if he had found a new goal. He wants to be the new commander of the new Navy. The death of Zephyr will cause a greater rift between the Hawks and Doves at the Navy headquarters. Zephyr students are not just the hawkish generals pursuing him, but also the Dove generals left at the Navy headquarters for examination. Luo Ji muttered softly, his eyes flashing with thought. Zephyr's death seems to have no impact on Luo Ji's world group, even bringing a slight benefit. It turns out that in the timeline, the world government sent the neutral Kizuru to eliminate Black Arm Zephyr. This was somewhat a deliberate action by the Gorosei to have Kizuru take on this dirty work, taking the blame for Zephyr's death while conveniently reducing the conflict between the Hawks and Doves. After all, whether it was the Hawks or Doves killing Zephyr, the naval superintendent, it gave the other side a reason to criticize. Now that Akainu's Hawks killed Zephyr, there would definitely be Dove generals dissatisfied with them, especially Kazan, who has not yet left the Navy, and those generals taught by Zephyr. The hawkish generals will face hostility from the Dove Navy and even some neutral navies. However, the world government and the Gorosei have already begun to fully support the Hawks in the Navy. The era of hawkish rule has arrived. The strategic direction of the Navy will become more radical and iron-fisted to pacify this chaotic era of the five emperors. The power of the Doves like the Warlord of the Buddha and Vice Admiral Crane, as well as Kazan, will be weakened. I want to recruit Zephyr's new navy and form our new navy. I want to be the commander of the new navy, Aramaki announced loudly. Ishiao, come help me, and I'll have Luoji appoint you as a new navy general. Shiryu, you come too. You'll also be a new navy general. Barrett, you were once a soldier. Do you want to become a new navy general? Aramaki has already begun to sketch out his new navy blueprint, leaving a spot for Kazan and even Kizu to form the new navy's 4 and 5 generals, stronger and more numerous than the navy's 3 admirals. He feels that under Luoji's schemes, more navy generals will be forced out, and perhaps even the warlord of the Buddha and Iron Fist Carp will be compelled to leave Marineford. Ishiao did not directly refuse. Aside from his self-proclaimed identity as a liberator, he did not like the title of a national traitor given to him by the world government. Perhaps being a new navy general isn't bad either. Shiryu of the Rain did not pay attention to Aramaki's self-entertainment, but was waiting for Luoji, the boss's intention. Barrett only snorted coldly, indicating his rejection and disdain. Right now, he was just temporarily staying with Luoji's world group, not truly becoming Luoji's subordinate. What a ridiculous new navy general. He wasn't even interested in the position of Pirate King. His goal has always been to be the strongest in the world. Since Aramaki is so enthusiastic, I officially decide to incorporate the new navy under Luoji's world group and form our new navy. With Luoji's words, Ishiao and Shiryu were somewhat surprised. They did not expect Luoji to really go along with Aramaki's madness. However, they seemed to have caught on to Luoji's intention. This man seems to want to establish a second world power to fully counter the world government. Ahaha, this is how it should be played. Aramaki excitedly jumped up. He was finally going to be his favorite hero officer again. No, from now on, he is the hero marshal leading the new navy. I will also issue comprehensive bounties on the powerful figures in the navy and the world government. This time it won't be as trivial as the last bounty using the design of the Pluto, which lacked authority. Luoji's momentum surged, and he announced again. Now, Luoji, when he stomps his foot, the whole world should tremble 3 times. He is no longer the newcomer who issued bounties on the celestial dragons in Water 7. But no one paid attention. Bounties on the navy and celestial dragons? Crocodile and Hanavza, Shiryu of the Rain, those trouble-loving villains, all had their eyes shining. Rebuilding the new navy and issuing bounties on the navy and celestial dragons indeed made people eager to try. This would surely shock the world again. Under Luoji's world group, besides the new navy, I will also form the Cross Crusade Corps, allowing you to establish your own teams. Looking at the increasingly expanding force, Luoji plans to develop his power comprehensively. Hee, I have long wanted to rebuild my division. Hanavza laughed broadly. Being a little brother on the art proverb is not as good as going out to form his own division and be the boss. Just in time, this time entering the new world to take over the territory of the red-haired pirates. Who knows? He might even seize the territory belonging to Luoji's world group from the 5 emperors like Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido. After all, now Luoji's world group is the true top of the 5 emperors, so their territory should be the largest. Even the entire new world should belong to Luoji's world group. Otherwise, how can we fully go to war with the world government? Luoji wants to dominate the entire new world like Rox did back then and become the sole overlord of the new world. Let me be the head of the Cross Crusade Corps. Crocodile directly spoke up, asking Luoji for power. He has already figured out the personnel composition of Luoji's world group. Guys like Aramaki, Ishiao, and Kuma, who still have a conscience and justice, will definitely belong to the new navy. While Hanavza, Enel, and Barrett, these characters will probably become the knives in Luoji's hands. The sharp blades of the Cross Crusade Corps. I only thought of forming a new division. And you actually want to manage us? Be our leader? Hanavza stared wide-eyed at Crocodile. This bastard, his plan was too loud. Not a bad brain. That Cross Crusade Corps will temporarily be set up by you and Robin to build the framework. I hope the Cross Crusade Corps will have 10 strong divisions at the level of the Warlords of the Sea, called the 10 Extremes. Luoji waved his hand, distributing some power. He also wants Rob Lucci and the others from the original CP9 to form the Jinui, equipped with the latest transforming metal combat suits, to supervise the new Navy and the Cross Crusade Corps. You won't be disappointed. Crocodile revealed a faint smile, ignoring Hanavza's displeasure. Shiryu, I know you're more suitable for the Cross Crusade Corps. Do you want to become one of the 10 Extremes? Crocodile did not give the first position to Hanavza, the most proactive in forming a division, but instead called Shiryu of the Rain, who was invited by Aramaki to the new navy. I also feel that the Crusade Corps is more suitable for me. Shiryu of the Rain bit his cigar. Not very interested in Aramaki's general position, he pursued killing rather than the protection of the new navy. Damn, Sand Crocodile, how dare you steal my warden? Aramaki cursed, pointing at Crocodile. His new navy blueprint was unexpectedly torn apart so quickly. Shiryu, the former warden of Impel Down, was the highest-ranking person here and had a significant influence. He needed Shiryu's reputation to recruit more navy and those missing new navy members. The captain hasn't spoken, and Shiryu has his own decisions. Don't make a fuss here. Crocodile, also biting a cigar, said lightly. In terms of understanding human nature, he far surpasses this so-called new Marine Admiral, Akainu. In the future, the Cross-Crusade Corps under his leadership will definitely be stronger than the new Marine. As the Luo Extreme World Corps enters the New World and is replanning its power structure. The news of their victory over the Golden Lion Shiki and the fall of Black Arm Zephyr has already spread like wildfire around the world. In the following days, various major news continues to come out. The world government and the Navy headquarters officially announced that Edward Weevil, the son of Whitebeard, has become the new warlord of the sea. This has led countless pirates to mock this fool. How could he become a warlord of the sea while the Luo Extreme World Corps is continuously attacking the warlords? Isn't that asking for death? Now the four warlords of the sea, Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, Jinbe, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and Dracula Mihawk are probably in great danger. No one knows if the Luo Extreme World Corps will immediately target them after taking down Golden Lion Shiki. Major news is also coming from the Revolutionary Army, as they launched revolts in 16 affiliated countries on the same day. Within a single day, 8 royal families of the affiliated countries were overthrown. The remaining 8 affiliated countries were also being beaten back by the Revolutionary Army and the people, continuously seeking assistance from the world government and the Navy headquarters. This day was referred to as the Day of 8 Nations falling by Morgans of the big news. Akainu Sakazuki, who had just completed his mission by defeating Black Arm Zephyr in the New World, was hastily called back by the Gorosei to suppress the Revolutionary Army. Even the God Knights like Figerland Shander, who were executing tasks worldwide, rushed back to Mary Geos. Clearly, the Revolutionary Army poses a greater threat to the foundation of the world government's rule than pirates. They must prioritize eliminating the Revolutionary Army. Upon learning of the large-scale troop movements by the world government and Navy headquarters, Dragon and Ivankov quickly called Kuma and Luo Extreme to share some of the firepower and hold back the strong forces of the world government and Navy headquarters. After returning to Zou Island, Luo Extreme handed most of the prisoners over to Vegapunk for reform, then sent out a group of strong individuals. They began to openly occupy the territory of the red-haired pirates, recruiting troops and forming fleets to pressure various Navy branches in the New World. This crazy move immediately caused the world government and Navy headquarters to allocate half of their forces to the New World. Even Kaido of the Beast was stirred by the grand actions of the Luo Extreme World Corps. This guy excitedly flew away from Onigashima, seemingly wanting to join the fun. This further increased the pressure on the world government and Navy headquarters, as they were severely lacking in strong individuals. The Gorosei, left with no choice, sent the God Knights and the Hawkish Marines, led by Akainu, to quickly suppress and stabilize the rebellion of the Revolutionary Army and the 16 affiliated countries. Meanwhile, the Dove Faction Marines, including Sengoku the Buddha, Iron Fist Garp, Admiral Akiti Kazan, Vice Admiral Tsuru, Peach Rabbit Cheyenne, and the Old Fox Kazuro, were all dispatched to the New World to counter the threat from the Luo Extreme World Corps and the meddling Kaido of the Beasts. Even if these guys were to die in battle against the Luo Extreme World Corps, it seemed to be of no regret. Steelbone Kong and one Gorosei personally went to guard the Navy headquarters in Marineford, aside from 2 Gorosei stationed at Mary Geos. 2 others had temporarily lost contact and were nowhere to be found. This upheaval initiated by the Revolutionary Army and the Luo Extreme World Corps has made the entire world feel an oppressive sense of impending storm. Even the Whitebeard pirates dare not participate in this war, retreating early to a remote sea area to eat, drink, and have fun, appearing completely uninterested in outside affairs. The Big Mom pirates have also shrunk back to Tato Land, with Big Mom Charlotte Linlin constantly scolding Kaido of the Beast for acting on his own, which has made her feel very insecure. As for the red-haired pirates, they remain in the giant kingdom of Elbaf. The seriously injured Loki was rescued by the Pirate King's left hand, Shanks Jabba. This guy has been hiding in Elbaf, and he even has a half-blood son, Koron, with the giantess, Lilith. I have to say, this kid is quite capable. He is stronger than Rayleigh the Dark King, who has been hiding in the Sabati archipelago all these years without leaving a single offspring. After Shanks captured Loki back to Elbaf, The Sea Prism stone chains binding Loki have been kept in the custody of Shanks Jabba. Anyone wanting to release Loki must get his consent or pass his test. In the underworld of Elbaf, Shanks Jabba meets Shanks again. Shanks, you seem to be in quite a miserable state, forced into this situation. After confirming that Loki is still alive, Jabba took off his hat and teasingly mocked this outstanding junior. Unfortunately, Shanks' celestial dragon bloodline continues to trouble him. Back in the day, Shanks, like Buggy, also shouted to become the Pirate King. But after Roger revealed Shanks' identity to him, he gave up that dream and later entrusted Roger's will to Monkey D. Luffy. Buggy had once firmly believed that it was Shanks who inherited Roger's will. However, on the day Roger was executed in Logtown, Shanks told Buggy he would not become the Pirate King, leading Buggy to firmly refuse Shanks' invitation. I can't see through Luo Extreme. He seems to share the same surname as Captain Roger. Shanks is filled with helplessness. Luo Extreme has publicly exposed his celestial dragon identity and expressed very obvious hostility. This has forced him to temporarily avoid the limelight, not wanting to become the next target of the Luo Extreme World Corps. The current Luo Extreme World Corps is indeed terrifying in strength. I never expected even the Proud Barret would join the Luo Extreme World Corps. This guy is indeed formidable. Jabba took a sip of wine, still deeply impressed by Barret, a user of the three-color Haki who only pursued strength. I heard that even the Red Count has joined the Luo Extreme World Corps. That old guy is even stronger. Jabba continued, seemingly recalling the fierce battle with Red Count Leadfield back in the day. The Red Count indeed escaped from impelled down on Luo Extreme's ship, but now he seems to be searching for something in the New World. It has not yet been confirmed whether the Red Count is serving Luo Extreme. Shanks' eyes are filled with caution. He knows that there are many strong individuals from impelled down on Luo Extreme's ship, along with Yamato, Yasu, and Kuma, which is why he chose to hide in Elbaf. Given the nature of the Red Count, he probably struck some deal with Luo Extreme, and it is highly likely that he will fight for the Luo Extreme World Corps to repay the favor. Jabba frowned. The current Luo Extreme World Corps is indeed more terrifying than the Rocks Pirates back in the day. No wonder Shanks decided to give up his Yonko territory and run to Elbaf. Aha! I never expected a man who can scare both of you bastards to appear in the outside sea. I really want to see what kind of monster this is. I wonder if he wants to destroy this world. That bastard Shanks, the Celestial Dragon Brother, came to recruit me. Is it because of that man's rise? Interesting. Truly fascinating. The severely injured Loki suddenly burst into laughter upon hearing the casual chat between Jabba and Shanks, as if he had heard something very intriguing. He was very eager to meet this man named Roji. The boiling world has drawn ambitious individuals and rookie pirates from all over to the Grand Line, wanting to join this chaotic era. Supernova seeds from all corners are emerging one after another, breaking into the Grand Line paradise. Trafalgar Law, spurred by Roji, has already left the North Sea ahead of schedule and entered the Grand Line, heading towards the Sabiti Archipelago to enter the New World. He intends to find the Roji World Group and take revenge on Don Quixote Doflamingo. The Kid Pirates from the South Sea, the Fire Tank Pirates from the West Sea, and the Hawkins Pirates from the North Sea are all rising in fame, challenging the position of the Pirate King. Meanwhile, a Straw Hat Kid from the East Blue, Windmill Village, has officially set sail on a small boat. The gears of destiny have begun to turn, but the world has already changed dramatically. Can Straw Hat Luffy still grow smoothly? And there the Marine Ape is from the Grand Line, who has made a name for himself with his bizarre music fruit ability. Even at Marine headquarters, a Marine Major General who consumed an ancient-type dragon fruit has defected from a navy under the banner of avenging ZF the Black Arm, becoming a vengeful pirate known as the fallen Marine Major General Red Flag Drake. On another small sky island in the Grand Line, a Sky Island monk has descended to the Blue Sea, establishing the Breaking Monks pirate group to seek the truth of causality. The most notorious supernovas of this era are emerging one by one. The war between the Knights of God and the hawkish Marine forces against the Revolutionary Army has ignited among the 16 allied nations. The Dove Faction Marines and Centrist Marines have been sent by the world government to the New World to confront the Roji World Group and Kaido of the Beast Pirates. In this chaotic era, the Marines no longer have spare forces to deal with these rookie pirates. As the Cross Crusade Group under the Roji World Group launched bounties against the Celestial Dragons and the hawkish Marines, the entire world's commoners erupted in excitement. This bounty, driven forward by Roji and Morgans, sent a large number of brand new cross bounty posters to the entire world. Roji offered a bounty of 3 billion berries for each of the 5 elders and the leader of the Knights of God, Figureland Shallot. He even specifically offered a bounty of 4 billion berries for Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, putting the strongest admiral above those lofty, celestial dragons. I wonder what the elders and Shallot think about this. Other Knights of God have a bounty of 1 billion berries, while hawkish vice admirals and CP0 agents are at 500 million berries. Roji placed a bounty of 100 million berries on every ordinary celestial dragon. These well-crafted wanted posters truly overturned the worldview of the world's people. No one expected that someone would dare to publicly place a bounty on the highest power tier of the world government. Moreover, news of the Roji World Group's reconstruction of the new navy once again shocked the world. The new admiral of the new navy, Aramaki, and the new admiral, Raika, are openly recruiting like-minded justice individuals under the banner of overthrowing the celestial dragons. The remnants of the new navy, upon hearing the news, rushed to join the new navy under the Roji World Group to take revenge for ZEF the Black Arm. In no time, the framework and scale of the new navy quickly became robust. This time, the Roji World Group officially stepped into the spotlight, massively occupying territories and developing influence. Such a fierce posture not only caused the 4 emperors of the New World and the underground dark forces to feel a bit anxious, but even the world government was under immense pressure, fearing that Roji would truly unify the New World and become its absolute overlord. In just a week, the new navy and the Cross Crusade Group under the Roji World Group have rapidly gained strength. Aramaki and Ryakujiu have incorporated the remnants of a new navy and have recruited a large number of Marines who are wavering in their loyalty to the world government, expanding the new navy scale far beyond what ZEF the Black Arm had created. The captains of the 10 extreme teams of the Cross Crusade Group have emerged one by one. Crocodile, the person in charge, led the first team, while the second team was taken by Shiryu of the Rain, and Hanavza begrudgingly took the third team. A large number of prisoners from Impel Down who underwent memory modification, as well as elite clones from the German army, filled the 10 extreme teams, becoming the backbone members. However, Bartholomew, Kuma, Barrett, and Enel did not leave the Arc Maxim. Kuma did not want to leave Bonnie, while Barrett still needed to learn Haki from powerful figures like Roji and Yamato. Now, there's also the Pirate Empress, a user of all 3 types of Haki, needing to learn Haki mastery. Enel looked down on such titles and didn't he need weak subordinates. Of course, once the airships on Zo Island are mass-produced, he would want one to single-handedly overturn various marine branches and the territories of the 4 emperors. After searching for over half a month in the New World, the Red Count, Leadfield, finally found Sleepy Town. Through Nico Robin's live translation, he deciphered some ancient texts. This old guy, eager to regain his youth, finally found the legendary mythical Zoan vampire fruit. After consuming the vampire fruit, the Red Count directly attacked a marine branch, draining all the marine's blood and restoring his youth. His actions also formally announced his powerful return to the world. After regaining his strength, he didn't immediately return to the Roji World Group, but continued to enjoy freedom in the New World, making up for the lost time of 2 or 3 decades. The news of the Red Count's forceful attack on the Marine branch and declaration of war has increased the pressure on the high-ranking Marines stationed in the New World, such as the Buddha warlord. Faced with this legendary pirate who has regained his youth and consumed a legendary mythical Zoan devil fruit, Steelbone Kong personally set a new bounty of 3 billion berries for the Red Count, his old rival. He originally wanted to set a bounty of 5 billion berries, but the Cross Crusade Group set the bounty for the 5 Elders and the Knights of God at 3 billion berries. He had to first suppress the bounty amount for the Red Count. When Barrett saw that even the Red Count had a bounty, he couldn't help but want to follow the trend and sought a new bounty for himself. To this end, he directly synthesized a submarine, left the Arc Maxim, and went to find a Marine branch to showcase his strength to the world government. In response to the Revolutionary Army's actions, Roji has also been continuously making appearances in the early stages of a New World, refreshing his presence and putting maximum pressure on the Marines. It is precisely Roji's airship that has been elusive in the early stages of a New World that has put immense pressure on the Marines. So much so that many Marine branches cannot spare forces for protection, allowing the new Navy and the Cross Crusade Group to act rampantly. If they want to go to war with the Roji World Group, they must at least secure the full support of the 5 Elders and the Knights of God. Otherwise, they truly cannot withstand the comprehensive attacks from the Roji World Group, especially since Kaido of the Beast has also come to the forefront of the New World to join the fun. This chaotic situation has conveniently allowed them to deal with Don Quixote da Flamingo, a former warlord of the sea, and reclaim Punk Hazard's artificial devil fruit experimental equipment. Roji did not notice any new actions from Aim and the 5 Elders, so he temporarily had no intention of taking action against these pacifist Marines. He wanted the new Navy and the Cross Crusade Corps to continue developing. After all, the longer they developed, the more advantageous it would be for Roji's world group. Brother Roji, are you finally going to liberate Dressrosa? Upon learning that Roji was going to take action against Don Quixote da Flamingo, the most excited were Violet and Rebecca. They had been waiting for this day for nearly 2 years. However, 2 years was even earlier than they had imagined. If it weren't for Roji's appearance, they didn't know how many years they would have struggled in Dressrosa. Should they call the New Navy and the Cross Crusade Corps? It was estimated that Aramaki and Crocodile would also want to pull off something big. Nico Robin suggested, knowing that Roji, the warlord of the Sea Killer, probably wouldn't let the other warlords of the sea off the hook. He would either subdue or defeat them, capturing them until the warlord system was completely dismantled. This would cut down on the world government's military strength. Just like destroying Impel Down and Judicial Island, it was all about clipping the wings of the world government. Moreover, Roji also designed to sow discord among the pacifist Marines, creating a trust crisis between the Celestial Dragons and the pacifists. This was also aimed at weakening the world government strength. Every action and plan of Roji was basically aimed at strengthening himself and weakening the world government. This was much clearer and more effective than the Revolutionary Army's low-key development over the past 20 years. Doflamingo, a former Celestial Dragon, still wanted to play both sides between the world government and the pirates. Since he had bet half his chips on the world government and was still an enemy of Violet and Rebecca, it was time to deal with him. Dealing with Doflamingo didn't require that many people. A large-scale attack on Dressrosa might not be good. Making too much noise could attract a surprise attack from Im and the Five Elders. It was better to take down Doflamingo normally. However, Roji felt a bit regretful that he hadn't found Trafalgar Law yet before dealing with Doflamingo. This user of the Ope no me could only be considered later. Hearing from Morgans and Miss Foxy that Doflamingo was currently very actively seeking protection and cooperation from Kaido and Big Mom. If they acted against Doflamingo, they might offend these two emperors of the sea. Robin continued to analyze some potential hidden dangers. Kaido and Big Mom wouldn't go to war with them over a Doflamingo. Doflamingo was simply overthinking it. Moreover, Doflamingo's artificial devil fruit business with Caesar would be fully taken over by them. Roji didn't care about Doflamingo's so-called partners. This ambitious guy was always unwilling to truly join the Beast Pirates or the Big Mom Pirates. His downfall was destined. The cooperative, protective relationship sounded nice, but it would shatter upon contact. No wonder she had a natural aversion to this flamingo. She didn't expect he was also a celestial dragon. The pirate empress only learned about Doflamingo's celestial dragon identity later. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't have shared the same conference hall with Doflamingo during the Warlord's emergency meeting back then. When they took action against Doflamingo this time, the priority was to take down a little guy named Sugar. Roji explained to the women about Sugar's hobby fruit ability. The ability that only works upon touch was truly a bit useless. The pirate empress directly, disdainfully, said that she could turn these little chickens into stone from a distance. Under absolute Haki, any bizarre ability was trash. Barrett sneered when he heard Roji say that Sugar had forcibly controlled thousands of people in Dressrosa. Only weaklings would be controlled by devil fruit abilities. Since Roji valued this ability so much, even if he obtained it, it would basically have no effect on him. The Five Elders, the Emperors, or the Three Admirals. I was only interested in this hobby fruit ability, which can erase everyone's memories. Roji didn't care about Barrett's brash remarks. Every ability had its use. Moreover, how many people's Haki in this world could surpass that of Barrett, this monster? There were definitely not many who could directly dispel devil fruit abilities with Haki. Even a three-color Haki great pirate like Green Pepper wasn't in this category. The only ones who could withstand Perona's negative ghosts and Sugar's hobby ability were just a handful in this sea. Let's go. Taking advantage of the Marines retreating to the G1 branch's defense line, they went to attack Dressrosa, which was both a member state and Doflamingo, the warlord of the sea. They hoped that those guys in the Revolutionary Army wouldn't be driven back to their original form by the Knights of God and Akainu. Roji waved his hand lightly. His Roji World Group had already attracted most of the Marine headquarters' military strength to the New World. As for whether the Revolutionary Army could maintain the revolutionary achievements of those member states, it depended on their strength. Those already overthrown royal families might, with the help of the Knights of God and Akainu, sit back in their original positions. Roji felt speechless and suffocated about the Revolutionary Army's decision not to kill the royals and nobles after overthrowing the member states, only exiling these people. No wonder the Revolutionary Army had developed for so many years and was still in this state. If their methods weren't ruthless, how could they stand firm? What kind of revolution was this without the blood of royals and nobles? Roji truly wanted to have Dragon hand over the revolutionary army for him to lead. Roji wanted to tell Dragon that this wasn't how a revolution was done. But after thinking it over, he decided to let it go. After all, he was only using the revolutionary army to share the pressure and attention on the world government. His Roji World Group was the true future. At this moment in Dressrosa, since the day Roji World Group entered the new world, Doflamingo had been unable to sleep at night and was restless during the day, fearing that Violet and Rebecca would suddenly bring the Roji World Group to annihilate the Don Quixote family. As Roji World Group rebuilt the new navy, the world knew that Roji was going to establish a second world government to compete for the highest ruling power with the current world government. Doflamingo often thought that if only he had no grievances with Roji World Group, then he could happily watch Roji World Group and the world government fight to the death while he fanned the flames from behind, making the world even more chaotic. Young master, we still haven't found Kaido's whereabouts. Diamante and Monet, these executives reported back one by one, their foreheads covered in cold sweat. It was precisely because Doflamingo knew that Kaido of the Beast had come to the New World earlier that he didn't abandon Dressrosa to escape immediately. He still hoped to negotiate with Roji through Kaido to preserve the legacy of Dressrosa. If it came to a last resort, he would indeed join Kaido's ranks to seek his protection. The alliance between Kaido and Big Mom should make Roji a bit wary. Moreover, Kaido was also Yamato's father. So Roji should give him some face, right? What Doflamingo didn't know was that Yamato, this cotton-padded daughter, was still shouting every day about wanting to defeat Kaido and knock him away. The relationship between Yamato and Kaido, as well as the face of the world government, should be non-existent. In this most turbulent era, even the strongest figures like the warlords of the sea and underground emperors can hardly ensure their own safety. Even the four emperors are caught in the tide of this era, unable to remain uninvolved. The rapid rise of the Luo G World Group and the Revolutionary Army's patient development will explode together in this era, challenging the world government and the celestial dragons. This will be even more chaotic than the era of Rocks and the great pirate era of Joel D. Roger. The scope of this war will truly cover the entire world. Luo G aims to restart the massive war that has not truly ended for 800 years. To redefine the new ruler of this world. Standing at the bow of the Ark Prophesy, Luo G looks towards Dressrosa. Capturing Don Quixote Doflamingo is merely a small goal. It will send a very clear message to warlords of the sea like Dracul Mihawk and Jinbe. He really intends to take action against all the warlords of the sea. Even a powerful lone wolf like Mihawk must seriously consider how to respond to the targeting by the Luo G World Group. It's uncertain how this world's top swordsman, comparable to the four emperors, will ultimately choose, whether to side with his friend Shanks or the massive Luo G World Group. At that moment, on the King's Plateau in Dressrosa, Don Quixote Doflamingo is increasingly anxious as his subordinates have yet to find the whereabouts of the Beast Kaido. He is still secretly communicating with Virgo, trying to grasp the movements of the Luo G World Group. Meanwhile, the new Navy led by Aramaki is constantly recruiting those wavering Navy personnel across various Navy branches, with Zephyr's most trusted disciples, Ein, Binz, and Sabo, merging into the new Navy under the Luo G World Group. Many righteous Navy members and civilians see the immense potential and hope in the new Navy. Some Navy members who owe favors to Black Arm Zephyr and those harboring deep-seated hostility towards the Celestial Dragons are joining the powerful new Navy. Additionally, the news of Rear Admiral Drake defecting from the Navy headquarters to join the new Navy has spread widely. This has been secretly encouraged by the Navy headquarters, aiming to insert Drake, the spy, safely into the new Navy, which has inadvertently catalyzed more Navy defections, and the situation seems to be escalating. This is something neither Sengoku the Buddha nor Vice Admiral Crane anticipated. They feel like things are getting out of hand. In reality, Luo G has also played into this by letting Morgans take advantage of the situation to promote it wildly. Since Luo G knows the Navy headquarters is actively trying to insert spies, he has chosen to use this to his advantage, utilizing Drake for promotion. Now, Aramaki and Ein have already made contact with Drake. Luo G has also formally welcomed the Navy defector Drake into the new Navy. After all, what harm can exposed spy cause? Luo G intends to make Sengoku pay dearly. He also wants Drake to obediently work for the new Navy. Given time, perhaps there will be no need to modify Drake's memories. He might be assimilated and conquered by the new Navy's new ideology of resisting the Celestial Dragons. Drake has his own sense of justice. He even dares to take action against the Celestial Dragons lackeys, CP0. Doflamingo learned through Virgo that Aramaki and the main forces of the Luo G World Group are primarily targeting the Navy headquarters, which somewhat reassured him as he continues searching for the wandering Beast Kaido. The reason the strong figures at the Navy headquarters dare not take the initiative to attack, maintaining a defensive posture, is that the Art Prophesy led by Luo G is patrolling around, and the powerful figures on board are extremely dangerous. Doflamingo also senses that Luo G and his strong subordinates are covertly providing support for the new Navy and the Cross Guild, looking for opportunities to deal with the Navy headquarters, so they likely have not yet turned their attention to him. Moreover, the Luo G World Group is currently fully occupying and assimilating the territory of the red-haired pirates, which probably requires some time. Doflamingo intends to use this time to reach a final negotiation with Kaido of the Beasts. To this end, he has early on transported all the raw materials from Punk Hazard to Dressrosa to produce artificial devil fruits, intending to present all the artificial devil fruits to Kaido as his tribute. It seems that Luo G is only attracting firepower for the Revolutionary Army. Analyzing the latest intelligence, Doflamingo finds that the Luo G World Group has drawn the main forces of the Navy headquarters into the New World, yet they have not taken action for a long time. Perhaps Luo G is worried about the threats from Imu and the Five Elders, but the more likely scenario is that he is providing cover for the Revolutionary Army. If the Luo G World Group were not causing a stir in the New World, the world government and Navy headquarters could easily quell the Revolutionary Army's rebellion across the seas. However, as long as he does not gain the alliance and protection of Kaido and Big Mom, Dressrosa remains extremely dangerous. Doflamingo's forehead is bulging with veins. To be honest, he truly regrets it now. Initially, he thought he had everything in Dressrosa under control for the sake of Violet's stare fruit ability, choosing to let go of the third prince and Rebecca. This has led to the disastrous consequences faced today. This is his biggest mistake in life, even more severe than when he foolishly trusted Razanani and lost the op fruit. Indeed, to cut the grass is to remove the roots is a timeless warning, a deadly lesson learned from the numerous pitfalls of predecessors. Without Violet and Rebecca, he might have already been a partner of the Luo G World Group. Why should he be here anxious every day, hesitating between abandoning Dressrosa and fully siding with Kaido? On the Art Prophesy, Violet is earnestly reporting the locations of several Don Quixote executives. Unexpectedly, Doflamingo is truly able to remain calm and has not fled. Or perhaps he is reluctant to part with the Dressrosa he has managed for nearly 10 years. Luo G chuckles lightly. It seems Doflamingo is not as resolute as Crocodile. The Sand Crocodile casually discarded the Baroque works he had built over the years. Perhaps he trusts Kaido's protection more, as he has been doing very well in the artificial devil fruit business with the Beast Pirates. Nico Robin squints her eyes, roughly guessing Doflamingo's thoughts. Unfortunately, Kaido cannot protect him, as Yamato has always wanted to go to war with the Beast Pirates. Luo G chuckles lightly again. Doflamingo's schemes and self-righteousness are destined to make him a clown. I hear this guy's devil fruit has awakened. Then let him come to me. Barrett is very interested in Doflamingo, the wielder of three-color Haki and an awakened devil fruit user. Such a level of person is qualified to be his opponent. Defeating Doflamingo, a warlord of the sea, and then following the example of Red Count to destroy a Navy branch should quickly raise his new bounty. As the Art Prophesy reaches the high altitude of Dressrosa, Doflamingo did not expect Luo G to secretly come to find him rather than providing support for the new Navy and the Cross Guild. What kind of grudge is this? Recently, Ming Virgo had just spoken to him, and indeed, Moku and Ichi were still near the Navy's defense line. Could it be that Roji really wasn't afraid of Admiral Fujitora leading Kizuru and Akiji to take down those two fake marshals, Moku and Ichi? Doflamingo felt he had completely misjudged Roji's intentions and underestimated his courage. Now Roji dared to take the risk of splitting his forces. This bastard would rather let the new Navy take risks than not take action against him. This move was truly unexpected. Quick battle, quick resolution. I still need to go to Punk Hazard to catch Caesar and move things. Roji stood at the bow of the ship, controlling the Art Proverbs to quickly lower its altitude, directly breaking into Dressrosa and catching the Don Quixote family off guard. Under Violet's ongoing reconnaissance, most of the Don Quixote executives' positions were already known. Now it was just a matter of pinpoint hunting. Finding a user of the stone fruit hidden within the entire highland? This challenge was quite good. Enel couldn't seize Doflamingo as a boss, so he set his sights on the most troublesome top executive. Dealing with this stone fruit, user tested observation Haki significantly. This was just the opportunity to strengthen and train his electromagnetic wave observation Haki. Since you all chose, then I'll deal with that Diamante or any other executives. Yamato didn't compete for opponents with Barrett and Enel this time. When she and Roji came to this island, she had already heard the city's cries and learned from Roji about the toy fruit ability and various toys. This time, she wanted to quickly liberate these toys, breaking the island's evil thoughts and cries. The other executives were our opponents. Bonnie immediately jumped out, and even Rebecca and Shiyu were filled with fighting spirit. Rebecca and Violet fought for their hometown, while Shiyu wanted to show off her beast army and make a name for herself. She felt that, after this incident, her bounty would definitely catch up to Bonnie's. So many beasts, just thinking about it made her happy. This was the precious treasure of the Golden Lion Shiki. From now on, she would be the true beast princess. Galette and Wanda, the two furry girls, also had fighting spirit in their eyes. Pedro had already left the Arc Proverbs, choosing to become the captain of the Cross Guild's 4th Division, recruiting elite furry warriors from the Musketeer Corps and the Firearms Team to form the Furry Army. This opportunity to go to sea had excited countless furry warriors. Meanwhile, Baby 5, the maid, hesitated for a moment before choosing to stay on the Arc Proverbs, not wanting to confront the Don Quixote executives. Charlie and Aisha chose to accompany Baby 5 on the ship. Robin would accompany Roji to find Sugar, the interesting devil fruit user. Kuma would play the role of a caretaker, ensuring everyone's safety and coordinating the overall situation. The attack horn of Roji's world team was still blown first by Enel, the cold and ruthless god of thunder. A lightning pillar fiercely struck towards the palace of the King's Heights. As the Arc Proverbs lowered its altitude, some of the Don Quixote executives had already detected the invasion of this flying battleship. However, they didn't expect the attack to come so quickly. Even Doflamingo didn't have time to negotiate with Roji's world team. Enel's sudden attack signified the start of the war. Damn Roji! When Doflamingo rushed outside, he saw the sky filled with thunder and a robust figure diving down. This made his veins bulge, and cold sweat broke out. Roji still made a move against him, but he hadn't found that bastard Kaido yet. Directly use your awakened abilities, and let me see your power. Barrett descended from the sky. A massive fist infused with violent armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki directly slammed towards Doflamingo, the pink-haired flamingo. The Devil's Air Barrett. Monster. String Fruit Awakening. String Shield. Doflamingo did not hesitate for a moment, decisively slapping the ground, causing the entire ground and surrounding buildings to rapidly assimilate into white strings. These strings quickly transformed into a huge string shield, entwined with armament Haki, blocking Barrett's overwhelming attack. Boom! Barrett's giant fist slammed violently against Doflamingo's layers of string shields. Crack! Layer after layer of armament string shields shattered, causing Doflamingo's expression to change drastically. Such powerful armament. Is that Conqueror's Haki entwined? Doflamingo was startled by Barrett's incredibly hard armament, and even more shocked by the violent power. He had already witnessed Conqueror's Haki entwined with Kaido and Yamato. Now, even Barrett, a prisoner locked up for 20 years, had mastered Conqueror's Haki entwined. This made him feel a bit crazy and envious. He and Katakuri, who had been out in the world for decades as Conqueror's Haki users, had not mastered Conqueror's Haki entwined. How could this criminal failure learn it? Bang! Doflamingo's string shield was shattered layer by layer, and a massive fist crashed right in front of him. He could only quickly wrap his right fist with pitch-black armament Haki and clash with Barrett. So hard. Doflamingo felt immense pain in his armament Haki fist. Even his fingers began to twist, and his bones felt like they were fracturing. Whether it was armament Haki or power, he couldn't match Barrett. Doflamingo was violently sent flying after just a few seconds. Barrett's armament Haki was stronger and harder than Luffy's when he defeated Doflamingo. How could Doflamingo's armament Haki compare to Barrett's? Roji, I am a partner of Kaido and Big Mom. We shouldn't be enemies. You want Dressrosa? I'll give it to you. Seeing Barrett filled with killing intent, Doflamingo quickly activated his string nets, rushing into the air, yelling madly at the Arc Proverbs. He didn't want to continue fighting against a battle maniac like Barrett. There's no way to win, and it wouldn't be meaningful. Wanting to surrender so quickly? I won't allow it. I'll show you what awakened abilities are. Barrett grinned. An immense purple power surged forth, enveloping Doflamingo's awakened string domain. The awakened combined fruit ability expelled the awakened string fruit ability, restoring the ground and forming a giant earth golem. The violent awakened combined ability even fused into a deeper and broader area, expelling Pika's stone fruit ability as well. Moreover, Barrett erupted again with exaggerated armament Haki. wrapping the giant's massive fist, ruthlessly smashing it towards Doflamingo in midair. This violent awakened ability and armament Haki made Doflamingo feel a sense of suffocation as he frantically fled towards the white clouds above, escaping this damn violent attack. How could that bastard Roji tame such a monster? On the art proverbs, Roji ignored Doflamingo's furious roars. He casually summoned a scroll, releasing a pink giant dragon, and jumped onto its head. The masked pirate empress quickly jumped to Luoji's side, wrapping her arm around his and rubbing it between her breasts. Meanwhile, Robin spread her pink petal-like wings and flew to the other side of Luoji, seemingly oblivious to Boa Hancock's affection for him. Luoji, accompanied by the two women, flew directly away from the Arc Maxim and arrived at the King's Plateau in Dressrosa. Luoyi, come back here. Doflamingo twisted and moved his fingers, continuously shooting and pulling threads, trying to fly over to negotiate with Luoji. Swish, your opponent is him. The exceptionally large Tyrant Bartolomeo Kuma suddenly appeared in front of Doflamingo, expressionless, and slapped him back towards Barrett. Damn it! Doflamingo roared in anger as he was sent flying, feeling his pride severely wounded by Luoji's blatant disregard for him. What are you shouting about? Come and fight me. Barrett's mudstone giant took the opportunity to slap Doflamingo into the ground. Bang! The ground was smashed into a huge pit by Doflamingo, and the terrifying force made him spit out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't withstand it, not at all. The many strong members of Luoji's world made him see no hope of a counterattack. Run. I must run. After Luoji's obvious refusal to negotiate, only one thought remained in Doflamingo's mind. He couldn't care less about territory or subordinates now. He quickly controlled his thread clones and shot a continuous stream of diamond threads into the sky. Birdcage. Without hesitation, Doflamingo unleashed his strongest sealing technique, aiming to trap the strong members of Luoji's world for a while, allowing himself to escape. Luoji looked at the birdcage forming in the sky and felt no great worry. He believed Barrett could handle Doflamingo after all. There was a Kuma controlling the scene. However, could this so-called unbreakable thread birdcage really not be broken? Or was it that all the opponents Doflamingo encountered before were unable to break the birdcage, leading him to develop the illusion of it being unbreakable? A mere technique from a string fruit dared to call itself indestructible. Even Kaido, the strongest creature in sea, land, and air, would not dare claim his hard body could not be broken. Moreover, Doflamingo's birdcage technique had such a large range. Strong users who mastered armament Haki knew that the larger the area covered, the more the power was dispersed, and the weaker the defense became. Let's go. Luoji's eyes gleamed with red light as he took Hancock and Robin and directly charged into the underground factory below the King's Plateau, aiming straight for Sugar, the user of the Hobby fruit. Don't destroy the Don Quixote family's home. A sharp voice echoed from within the walls, and a massive stone hand came crashing down towards the three. Your opponent was supposed to be Enel. Since you dare to show yourself, let me show you what the gap means. In an instant, Luoji unleashed a torrent of Conqueror's Haki, shattering the massive stone hand with a single punch. As Luoji turned into an afterimage, he instantly flashed in front of a wall. An unparalleled punch directly shattered the massive wall into powder. Pika let out a tragic scream, a lot of blood splattering from the broken stones. Boss Shinto, are you also robbing this opponent? Enel appeared in a flash of lightning, sounding helpless. He should still be alive. I'll leave the rest to you. Luoji did not retract his momentum, turned, and continued deeper into the underground factory with Hancock and Robin. Even if he wasn't dead, he was half done for boring. Enel's electromagnetic wave observation Haki erupted wildly, and after Luoji left, he even gave Pika a little time to escape. This game of catching mice was more interesting. In the Colosseum area of Dressrosa, Diamante, the highest-ranking official of the Don Quixote family, was sent flying with just one move from Yamato's Thunder Bagua, losing consciousness instantly. There probably wasn't anyone in the Don Quixote family who could withstand Yamato's greeting move head-on. Rebecca looked at the murderer who killed her mother, Scarlet, and furiously punched Diamante's head again and again. She only barely stopped when Diamante's head became a bloody mess. Still not satisfied, she stomped on Diamante's arms and legs, handing this user of the Flare fruit over to Bruno and Kaku, the members of the CP. Seeing Diamante's miserable state terrified the other officials of the Don Quixote family. Even the fearless half-fishman Hybrid Dringe was sweating profusely and gulping down hard. The aura from Yamato made him feel suffocated. However, his opponent was a white-furred rabbit. To his surprise, the opponent was also a speed-type warrior. The two fought fiercely, turning into afterimages all over the place. But Galette, with her electric attacks and the enhancement of her electric blue battlesuit, was much stronger than Drench. Ultimately, the half-fishman was defeated by Galette, the new king of the fur tribe, and fell to the ground amidst swirling smoke. Bonnie, transformed into a giant, was surprisingly blocked by the old man Lao Ji. This old man practiced the Elder Fist, which could store youthful strength and release it during battle, restoring his robust body, comparable to a small giant. Under Kuma's close watch, Bonnie struggled fiercely against Lao Ji, getting hit to the point of blood spilling from her mouth. This nearly made Kuma personally intervene to beat up that old man Lao Ji. However, in the end, Bonnie, under extreme conditions, still unleashed the so-called Nika's punch, defeating Lao Ji. Little Yumi's beast army chased after Senor and Mahabai's, showcasing the terrifying advantages of explosive troops. Violet personally defeated Jorah, the user of the art fruit. Meanwhile, Gladius, the user of the bomb fruit, was also taken out in a single blow by Yamato, who then swiftly eliminated him as well. The Don Quixote family officials couldn't even handle Luo Ji's women, barely making any waves. Buffalot, terrified, quickly flew towards the Arc Maxim to seek Baby Five's protection. Baby Five chose to protect this big fat buddy she had grown up with, to avoid being beaten up by the ruthless members of Luo Ji's world. Buffalot proactively put on sea stone handcuffs and obediently stayed in a corner of the Arc Maxim's deck, waiting for Baby Five to build a good relationship with him before joining Luo Ji's world. Outside, the Don Quixote family officials were rapidly collapsing, and the situation was equally dire for Torpole and Sugar, who were stationed in the underground factory. No one expected that the world's #1 bounty hunter, the Godslayer Luo Ji, would personally come to block their door. The little lowly-like Sugar hid in her sister Monet's shadow in terror. Both Torpole and Monet were equally fearful, unable to muster a single thought of resistance, trembling uncontrollably. Oh, there's a natural beauty too. Nico Robin looked with interest at Monet, the user of the snow fruit, as snow began to fall all around and the temperature dropped. The woman seems to have not given up on resisting. Monet immediately came to take Sugar away after learning about the red-haired pirates invading Dressrosa in order to protect the Don Quixote family's trump card. Sugar is not only Monet's biological sister, but also a secret weapon that Doflamingo has redeveloped. Unexpectedly, her speed was already so fast that she was intercepted by the red-haired pirate's captain himself. Torpole, take Sugar and leave. Monet bit her tongue, forcing herself to muster her fighting spirit, standing in front of the three members of the red-haired pirates, determined to protect her sister and strategic-level ability user, Sugar. A mantis trying to stop a car. The pirate empress kicked Monet with her long legs. Even though Monet was quickly elementalizing, she was still hit by the empress's Haki-infused kick, spitting blood as she was sent flying. If it weren't for the red-haired pirates gathering ability users, that kick could have turned this snow fruit user into rubble. The two were simply not on the same level. Monet hadn't even awakened her observation Haki, let alone the advanced application of elementalization typical of Logia types. Sister, Sugar and Torpole had barely run a few steps when they saw Monet being knocked back faster than they could. Sugar rushed towards her sister, who was bleeding profusely, her face pale with fear. Ink arrow. The red-haired captain drew an arrow in the air, and black arrows pierced Torpole, pinning the snotty man to the ground. Your string fruit ability is almost like a Logia type. These black arrows are reminiscent of Emu's shadow arrows. Robin thought of Emu's exaggerated towering arrows as she looked at the red-haired captain's black arrows, both equally pitch black. The powers of devil fruits are filled with endless possibilities. The red-haired captain stepped forward and kicked Torpole into the scroll prison. Even a useless ability, like Torpole's sticky fruit, was not something the red-haired captain wanted to waste. Perhaps in the future, a subordinate would like this ability, or it could be used for some scientific research or invention. Don't kill us, Sugar cried, holding her severely injured sister, tears and snot flowing down her face, looking very pitiful and a bit dirty. Release your hobby fruit ability, and from now on, you sisters can join us, the red-haired captain said with a gentle smile at the legally recognized little lowly. Sugar appeared to be only about 10 years old, but in reality, she was already over 20. The moment she consumed the hobby fruit, her body stopped growing. We won't betray the young master. Monet gritted her teeth firmly, but before she could continue, the red-haired captain extended his index finger and with a Haki-infused flick, knocked the snow fruit user unconscious. Sister, Sugar, seeing Tori Pole disappear and Monet also knocked out, was completely overwhelmed with fear. Looking at the red-haired captain's terrifying smile, she fainted on the spot, collapsing onto Monet. The red-haired captain paused. This little lowly fainted just for being scared? It seems my lord red-haired is a bit terrifying. Look, even this cute little girl fainted from fright. Robin chuckled darkly, covering her mouth. It seemed their mission was already complete. As Sugar fainted, many people who had been turned into toys by the hobby fruit began to return to their original forms. Their memories were also returning. Rebecca, who had successfully avenged her mother, suddenly remembered bits and pieces about her father, Kairos, with tears welling in her eyes. Father. Rebecca wiped her tears, and her gaze became resolute. Dressrosa would return to its former peace. No one would ever be turned into toys again, becoming strangers to their loved ones, unable to recognize each other. All the toys in the towns of Dressrosa and those enslaved in the underground factory returned to normal. Countless civilians wept, and many pirates and marines angrily cursed Doflamingo, the mastermind behind it all. Meanwhile, Doflamingo, who was still fleeing from Barrett, knew something was wrong when he saw those toys returning to their original forms. This made him even more eager to escape Dressrosa without any attachments. However, under Barrett's relentless pursuit, he couldn't escape at all. Moreover, there was also the Tyrant Kumo watching closely. The most terrifying thing was that his invincible birdcage had actually been broken by Barrett and Yamato's Conqueror's Haki. This left Doflamingo feeling powerless. The intelligence personnel from various factions in Dressrosa, seeing the signal from the Den Mushi restored, quickly relayed the information. The red-haired pirates had taken down a warlord of the sea, and Doflamingo was about to meet his end. The underworld mediator, Joker, was about to fall, and all cooperative factions needed to consider their escape routes. At this moment in the G1 Marine base in the New World, Sengoku the Buddha learned that the red-haired pirates were attacking the Don Quixote family, his lips twitching slightly as his brows furrowed tightly. However, deep down he wasn't angry. Rather, he was pleased to see the evil former celestial dragon, Doflamingo, being taken down by the red-haired pirates. Sengoku had not forgotten Doflamingo's grudge against Razanani. Even Vice Admiral Tsuru wanted to see Doflamingo, this great menace, meet his end. Among the Marine generals, only Vice Admiral Virgo of the G5 Marine base felt anxious upon hearing the news. Marshal, now that the red-haired pirates have appeared in Dressrosa, this is a great opportunity for us to strike against the Wild Pasture and Smile. Virgo dared not directly say to support Doflamingo. He could only vent his killing intent towards the new Marines under the red-haired pirates. Perhaps if he could convince the Marines to attack the Wild Pasture, there might be a slim chance to force the red-haired pirates back to escort the new Marines. However, if Akainu Sakazuki, the hawkish type, was in the New World, he might be swayed by Virgo. But Sengoku and Tsuru, being doves, did not want to engage in a full-scale war with the red-haired pirates on behalf of Doflamingo. Moreover, Sengoku and Tsuru wanted to see Doflamingo wiped out. This needed to be reported to the Five Elders. Now that the Knights of God and Akainu were suppressing the revolutionary army in the Four Seas, it was not wise for them to engage in a two-front war against the red-haired pirates. Sengoku glanced at Virgo. This martial arts type vice admiral he had trained seemed a bit too radical, like a hawkish general. It seemed he needed to be taught a lesson. Marshal, we can't miss this opportunity. Virgo became anxious. If they continued to hesitate, Doflamingo would really be eliminated by the red-haired pirates. All right, I'll consult with the Five Elders. You all wait for news. Sengoku waved his hand to stop Virgo's speech. Even if the Five Elders wanted to save Doflamingo, he would drag it out and let the red-haired pirates take out that bastard. Virgo felt a bit desperate. If Doflamingo, the young master, was taken down, what significance would his undercover work in the Marines hold? If Doflamingo really died, he would betray the Marines, join the new Marines, and vow to find an opportunity to take revenge for Doflamingo. In the end, even if he couldn't kill the red-haired pirates, he would take a few of their women down with him, making the red-haired captain taste the pain of losing loved ones. After throwing Monet and Sugar into the scroll world, the red-haired captain continued to head towards the underground factory where the Don Quixote family cultivated artificial devil fruits. In addition to the already mature artificial devil fruits, Luoji has gathered all the fruit trees and sad materials into a small world of mountains and rivers. They can also serve as ornamental plants. Later, they can be transplanted to Sky Island and Zo Island. Along the way, many subordinates of the Don Quixote family surrendered to Luoji, and those pirates who had returned from their toy state also wanted to become Luoji's subordinates. They all wanted to cling to the thigh of this emperor. However, Luoji was too lazy to pay attention to these weaklings. Some of the Navy who had returned from being toys did not thank Luo-ji, their benefactor, but they also did not mindlessly attack this great pirate. Instead, they left quickly with complicated expressions, reporting the true situation of Dressrosa back. Luo-ji also did not attack these Navy. Their courage to come to Dressrosa to investigate Doflamingo, one of the warlords of the sea, showed that they had some sense of justice, which Luo-ji acknowledged. Boom! Not long after, a fierce explosion occurred at the Royal Plateau, causing the entire underground factory to tremble, with countless stones falling and triggering a massive chaos in the underground factory. Countless people were fleeing in panic. That guy Enel, does he want to destroy the entire Royal Plateau? Luo-ji stopped his massive scavenging at the underground port and looked up at the turbulent cave walls. Enel, in order to catch Pika, had no time to care about the Dressrosa Palace. He had to go stop him. After all, this was the hometown of Violet and Rebecca. Luo-ji put away a large number of super painting warriors. He had already moved most of the goods of the underground intermediary emperor, and it was fine to leave the last bit behind. Luo-ji immediately took Hancock and Robin and left the underground factory, returning to the Royal Plateau above. At this moment outside, the towering stone giant was even larger than Barrett's combined giant, but in the hands of the furious Enel, it was smashed to pieces by a medium-sized lightning strike. This terrifying scene frightened many pirates. The thunder god, Enel, truly lived up to his name, and this terrifying thunder was comparable to an island-destroying natural disaster. When Luo-ji and the others came out, Enel, relying on his powerful observation Haki, finally struck Pika accurately amidst the crumbling ground, forcing this mole out. Luo-ji initially wanted to take action himself, but Enel had already completed the task. Enel, who had wasted a lot of time on Pika, furiously chopped this stone fruit user into half-charred remains before bringing this trophy back to the Arc Maxim. Buffalo, who was bound in a sea stone cage on the Arc Maxim, saw the highest-ranking member of the Spade Pirates, Pika, in such a miserable state, and was very glad that he had decisively surrendered to Baby 5. Otherwise, he would have been one of those getting beaten up. With the Don Quixote family's cadres wiped out, Doflamingo still could not shake off Barrett's entanglement. This dark tyrant was increasingly unwilling and angry. The tyrant Kuma had blocked the sky, and he had no chance to escape. Now even the 5 emperors Luo-ji and the thunder god Enel were watching his battle with Barrett. Doflamingo felt he was completely finished. Luo-ji, I can do more for you. How am I worse than those 2 women? Doflamingo roared in anger, unable to understand why the value of the Don Quixote family was clearly higher than that of Violet and Rebecca. Yet Luo-ji would not accept his negotiations and allegiance. Your ambition is great, but unfortunately, your strength does not match. Moreover, your celestial dragon bloodline makes it hard to trust you. On the pink dragon's head, Luo-ji looked down at Doflamingo, who was constantly being pushed into a corner by Barrett. Luo-ji originally appreciated Doflamingo as a capable tyrant, but due to various factors, they were destined not to be on the same side. Doflamingo was the most business-savvy person Luo-ji had ever seen in this world. Being a subordinate would really be top-notch. It's just a pity about his celestial dragon background and his difficult-to-tame ambition. I still haven't witnessed the celestial dragons being brought down from their pedestal. I'm truly unwilling to fall here. Luo-ji, do you know that the celestial dragon's national treasure is the legendary Uranus? My last move is to imitate the attack of the king. Doflamingo seemed to throw caution to the wind, exposing the celestial dragon's trump card and secrets. He frantically activated the awakened string fruit ability, gathering 16 high-density white strings, entwined with all his Busashoka Haki, and thrusting them towards Barrett with all his might. This move is not bad. Bullet, Giant God Soldier's Fist. The combined giant transformed from Barrett, with thick Busashoka Haki and a hint of Haushika Haki wrapped around his fist, struck Doflamingo's beastly blow. Boom! The 16 purple-black strings shot towards Barrett's giant fist, bursting with waves of air explosions. The King Uranus's 16 destructive beams were not something a string fruit user could casually mess with. Luo-ji coldly watched Doflamingo's final struggle. This guy's 16 wholly deadly bullets could not even break through Luffy's 4th gear defense. There was still too much distance from the King's island-destroying strike. Furthermore, the islands attacked by the King were not only completely destroyed, but the terrifying obliteration force even prevented the seawater from refilling, causing the world's sea level to rise. Clang! Under Barrett's terrifying power, Doflamingo's Busashoku string burst apart. In the shocked gaze behind Doflamingo's sunglasses, the massive fist crashed into his entire body. Doflamingo instantly turned into an afterimage. piercing through dozens of buildings and creating a massive pit in the ground. This dark world's tyrant spat out blood. Lying in a large character shape embedded in the deep pit, his pink glasses shattered, revealing an unwilling gaze. His trembling pupils, after shaking violently a few times, finally faded away, rolling back white. He lost. The entire Don Quixote family was gone. The victor takes all, which is also the truth you have always adhered to. Luo flew to the edge of the giant pit, looking at the unconscious Doflamingo, and said lightly. Two super painting warriors walked out from the void gate of the scroll prison, helping Doflamingo put on sea stone handcuffs and dragging him inside. The scroll shrank and flew into Luo's hands. Don Quixote Doflamingo defeated, he became Luo's captive. Dressrosa, free at last. Rebecca and Violet embraced and cried as Doflamingo, who had oppressed the Riku family, finally fell. The Riku 3, Guild Tesoro, and the Little People warriors who rushed from the Flower Field base could hardly believe that the Don Quixote family had been defeated so quickly. They didn't even have time to participate in the battle before this war had already ended. At the G1 Navy branch, Sengoku had just finished reporting the situation in Dressrosa to the Five Elders. Before the Five Elders could make a decision, news of Doflamingo's defeat came from Dressrosa. There's also information about the Toy fruit ability. Surprisingly, there is a vice admiral in the Navy and several naval officers who have been turned into toys by a little girl from the Don Quixote family, becoming slaves for several months or even years. Countless citizens of Dressrosa have also fallen victim to the Don Quixote family's dark schemes, being transformed into companion toys for sale. This scandal has shocked many naval generals. How can that bastard Doflamingo treat his own citizens like this? Does he really deserve to be the king of Dressrosa? The naval high-ranking officials, including Sengoku the Buddha and Admiral Tsuru, are hearing about the Toy fruit ability for the first time. They never expected that Doflamingo had such a bizarre devil fruit user under his command. But now, this Toy fruit user has likely fallen into the hands of the worst generation. Does that mean the worst generation will become even more troublesome and difficult to deal with? Once someone is affected by the Toy fruit ability, all their memories will be erased. This ability is incredibly tyrannical and unbelievable. If the worst generation has secretly hidden a large number of strong individuals, they could suddenly attack Mariehua and Marineford, and the world government and Navy headquarters would have no related memories or intelligence. This would be a tremendous disaster. Doflamingo is hiding such a bizarre ability user. It's no wonder the naval high-ranking officials are in shock. Even the Gorosei are furious, saying that such ability users should be under the control of the world government. Doflamingo not only looted the Heaven's Gold, threatened the Celestial Dragons, and extorted a seat in the Shichibukai, but now he is also hoarding Toy fruit users, which shows his malicious intent and grand schemes. Now he has handed such ability users over to the worst generation, making the world government even more dangerous. Doflamingo, this discarded Celestial Dragon, truly deserves to die. Vice Admiral Virgo, upon hearing that Doflamingo has been defeated, feels as if a weight has been lifted from his heart. He secretly casts a cold glance at Sengoku the Buddha and Admiral Tsuru, filled with hatred in his eyes. He intends to defect from a navy and join the new navy. Virgo lowers his head, hiding his sinister gaze behind his sunglasses, and surveys other naval vice admirals and rear admirals. He plans to assassinate several naval generals as a token of his allegiance to the new navy. This is also a form of revenge against Sengoku for not rescuing Doflamingo. Amidst Virgo's expressionless military demeanor, Sengoku officially announces the order to abandon Doflamingo during the general meeting of the commanders. He also strips Doflamingo of his Shichibukai title. Sengoku is preparing to send someone to Dressrosa to clean up the mess and find Riku 3, restoring his kingship and doing his best to preserve this affiliated nation. As the naval high-ranking meeting concludes, Virgo begins his own plans and actions. Several naval vice admirals and rear admirals weaker than him become his assassination targets. No one expected that the Navy, already in a crisis, would experience such a terrible internal conflict. In Dressrosa, after the worst generation took down the entire Don Quixote family, Luffy gave Violet and Rebecca a few hours to reunite with Riku 3 and Cyrus and express their feelings. Luffy also made a trip to Greenbit, taking all the willing little people with him. They could go to Zo Island or Sky Island to cultivate artificial devil fruits. With the persuasion and attraction of Princess Mancheri and several little people, more than half of them are willing to leave Greenbit for other islands to live and adventure. Most of those unwilling to leave are the older generation who find it hard to part with their homeland. After Luffy settled the matters concerning the little people, Baby 5 reported to him about Doflamingo searching for Kaido and pleaded for her good friend Buffalo. No wonder Doflamingo didn't run away immediately after entering the New World. He wanted to pull Kaido into his plans. Luffy chuckled, thinking that Doflamingo never expected that he would suddenly attack Dressrosa without adhering to any rules of engagement. He has no royal demeanor at all. That guy can be left to you to handle. Luffy handed Buffalo, the fat guy, over to Baby 5 to deal with. As Luffy's woman, Baby 5 has the right to make such decisions. Thank you, Master Luffy. Baby 5 happily gave Luffy a kiss, planning to arrange for her childhood friend to work for Dr. Vegapunk on Zou Island and live safely. After all, Buffalo is just a greedy and timid big guy. With Violet and Rebecca's return, the worst generation left Dressrosa. As for the mess left behind in this country, it will be handled by Riku 3 and Cyrus. If they can't manage it, Riku 3 doesn't deserve to be king. The old king still can't let go of his citizens and is unwilling to follow Violet to leave for a safer island to retire. Then Luffy can only let them fend for themselves. If the world government and Navy headquarters really eliminate Riku 3, Luffy can only do his best to avenge him. After the arc Maxim left Dressrosa, it headed straight for Punk Hazard. There is still a Logia-type gas fruit user and experimental equipment for producing artificial devil fruits waiting for Luffy to harvest. News of another Shichibukai being captured by the worst generation quickly spread throughout the New World. Now only Pirate Empress, Dracula Mihawk, Jinbe, and the latest Whitebeard 2 remain among the Shichibukai. Countless people are speculating who the next target of the worst generation will be. Many forces are even guessing whether Doflamingo will join the worst generation and become Luffy's subordinate. If so, the worst generation will expand once again. After all, Doflamingo, as a Shichibukai and the underground Dark Emperor, holds significant power and legacy. Moreover, Doflamingo's strength is greater than that of Crocodile and Hannibal. If Doflamingo truly submits to Luffy, the worst generation will gain another formidable ally. Perhaps, besides the Shichibukai, even the underground Dark Emperor and the 4 emperors will become Luffy's targets. This man, showcasing the dominance of the New World, may once again unify the New World and gather a terrifying force to oppose the world government. Countless forces know that the heavens of the New World are about to change. On a giant golden ship sailing in the New World, a man dressed in a pink suit with slicked back hair suddenly gulped down a glass of red wine, a glint of determination appearing in his eyes. Luffy, this man, may really be able to overthrow the Celestial Dragon's rule. This reignited his desire for vengeance for his beloved woman and the hatred from 7 years of slavery. This overwhelming resentment can only be quelled with the blood of the Celestial Dragons. In the research facility of Punk Hazard, Caesar Clown was easily captured by the worst generation. "Spare me, Master Luffy," Caesar cried, terrified upon seeing that Doflamingo, his big supporter, had already fallen, not daring to resist at all. Now that Vegapunk and Judge are under my command, I can just rebuild the MADS research team. Luffy leaned down, patted Caesar's face, and revealed a sinister smile. If you, this so-called second-best blabbermouth scientist in the world, can't come up with research that satisfies me, then the natural gas abilities you possess will be handed over to someone else. There was a hint of killing intent in Luoji's tone. Caesar Clown had some use, but seemed limited. However, he did help Chopper improve the efficacy of the Rumble Ball, which was somewhat useful. Vegapunk's research capabilities were strong, but it was undeniable that scientists like Caesar, Judge, and Quinn had made significant achievements in other fields. I guarantee that I will present a research project that even Vegapunk does not have. Under the intense killing intent of Luoji and his subordinates, Caesar hurriedly promised in fear. But for now, let us focus on surviving before researching anything else. After returning, I need to quickly develop the posthumous transformation technology of Play Quinn. I have some subordinates who require this enhancement, and I'll have Judge cooperate with you. Don't even think about telling me that both you and Judge can't compare to Quinn. For now, Luoji had no use for Judge's technology that cultivated transformations from embryos, as it was too time-consuming and less effective than Vegapunk's Seraphim. Most importantly, that technology couldn't be applied to other subordinates. The techniques that Plague Quinn had for enhancing various transformed bloodlines were exactly what Luoji wanted. Those prisoners in Impel Down, along with the likes of Rain Bay and Hannibal, still needed these extra enhancements. I can definitely do it, even without Judge. Caesar reassured once again, even looking down on the idea of collaborating with Judge. It's just Quinn's technology. Give him some time, and he can figure out himself. I don't care about your conflicts. If you delay my matters because of your rivalry, you'll regret it. Luo Ji gave Caesar one last warning before looting and moving the raw material storage machine from Punk Hazard and leaving the poisonous island. As for whether this island, still partially shrouded in poison gas, would become a battlefield for Akainu Sakazuki and Akiji Kazan, turning into an ice and fire island, Luo Ji couldn't be bothered. The art proverbs flew back to Zou Island with the numerous spoils from Dressrosa and Punk Hazard, handing over the many ability users and experimental equipment to Vegapunk for processing. In Vegapunk's PH research base, Luo Ji looked at the seraphim embryos in the cultivation pods with a satisfied expression. These contained the cloning genes of formidable individuals like Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Red Count, Barrett, Smile, and others. The Pirate Empress, Crocodile, Hannibal, and Gecko Moria, the powerful members of the Warlords of the Sea, were to be included in the second batch of the Seraphim Project. The third batch aimed to incorporate the bloodline genes of the 4 emperors, the 3 admirals, and dragon into Luo Ji's target plan. Once a series of Seraphim grew up, how could the world government contend with him? Just these Seraphim could wage war against the Knights of God and even besiege the 5 elders. The commands of the highest authority have been embedded in the genes of these Seraphim, and they will absolutely obey your orders. As for me and my clones, we will acquire the secondary authority to cultivate and train them. Do you still need to grant the 3rd level or other level authorities to other subordinates? Vegapunk was at a high-tech control panel, continuously pressing various buttons. If Luo Ji wanted, his women or the highest-ranking subordinates could also obtain secondary command authority over the Seraphim. He could implant the same authority as yours into Robin, Violet, and Charlie. Luo Ji was confident in these 3 intelligent women, while Yamato, the Pirate Empress, and Baby 5 had some character flaws. They wouldn't be able to manage these Seraphim effectively. However, he could later give them some other command authorities, like those at the level of Bartolomeo. Understood. Vegapunk did not refuse, and he formally confirmed with Luo Ji the superhuman green blood to be used for the first batch of Seraphim. Most of the cloned strong individuals in the first batch were superhuman types and basically did not need to change their original devil fruits, which suited their inherent abilities better. As a natural type powerhouse, Awakened was removed from the first batch of cloned Seraphim after consultation between Luo Ji and Vegapunk and placed in the second batch instead. In contrast, Bartholomew Kuma and Wald were included in the first batch, as their superhuman abilities were quite useful. A few days after the Luo Ji World Group invaded the affiliated country of Dressrosa and defeated the Don Quixote family, the news of Warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo's defeat spread throughout the world. During this time, the Devil's Heir Barrett went out to sea alone and forcefully destroyed a naval branch. The new bounty for this legendary pirate was finally updated, astonishingly matching the red counts at 3 billion berries. It seemed that after Luo Ji's World Group offered the 5 elders a bounty of 3 billion berries, these newly emerging super strong individuals would temporarily not exceed this bounty unless Luo Ji raised the 5 elders bounty first. Regarding this bounty, not to mention the red count, even Barrett was dissatisfied. Barrett didn't want the younger Shanks to have a bounty significantly higher than his own. He wanted to create a super event, stepping on numerous strong individuals to reach higher positions in the world. Barrett never expected that a sea king he casually hunted while piloting a submarine could save a human and gain a permanent pointer to Raftel. Although Barrett was not interested in Raftel in the One Piece, he could use this permanent pointer to stir up the situation in the New World even more, luring out the elusive 4 emperors like Shanks and Big Mom. Perhaps this permanent pointer to Raftel wouldn't attract Whitebeard, but it would definitely draw out these 2 emperors. As for Kaido, he didn't need to be lured. He was already stirring trouble in the New World. When Barrett returned to Luo Ji's new territory with Buena Festa, the not-so-lucky or lucky planner, and the permanent pointer to Raftel, even Luo Ji had to admire Barrett's incredible luck. Luo Ji, I want to hold a pirate expo. If you want this permanent pointer, you have to participate as well. When Barrett presented the permanent pointer to Raftel, Crocodile and Hannibal's eyes widened, nearly popping out of their sockets, and their breathing became incredibly heavy. Had the permanent pointer not been in Barrett's hands, they would have attempted to snatch it away. No one expected that there would be a shortcut to Raftel without needing to collect all 4 pieces of the red historical texts. Regarding Barrett's request for Luo Ji's help in starting the Pirate Expo, Luo Ji was not surprised. After learning to use Conqueror's Haki, this guy was eager to fight the 4 emperors like Shanks, Big Mom, and Kaido to prove his strength. This coincidentally obtained permanent pointer to Raftel was a great opportunity, a direct chance to find the One Piece. You actually want to use it as a prize for the Pirate Expo? Hannibal exploded in frustration. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't defeat Barrett, he would really want to take down Barrett and seize the eternal pointer to Laughtail, not to mention the likes of Hanavza and Crocodile, who are eager to become the Pirate King. Even Nico Robin's breath was disordered. This eternal pointer to Laughtail was her best chance to unravel the blank history of the past 100 years. She turned her head, looking at Luffy with a hint of desire, waiting for his decision. Unexpectedly, the opportunity to become the Pirate King lay right in front of them. The Pirate Empress also felt a bit eager. She wanted to watch her beloved man crowned as king. This was the spark that ignited the age of pirates. Ishiao sighed. He didn't know how to deal with this eternal pointer at this moment. Should he let Luffy take the eternal pointer and find the great treasure of Laughtail, thereby ending the age of pirates early? Or should he destroy this potentially harmful eternal pointer immediately? Are we really going to find Laughtail? That's too fast. Yamato looked at the eternal pointer in Barrett's hands with shining eyes, her gaze flickering. Hey, this is something I found. Even if you want to go to Laughtail, you have to wait for me to finish the Pirate Expo first. Barrett looked at the covetous gazes of everyone and directly put the eternal pointer away. No one can take it. Ahaha. Then let us hold the Pirate Expo near the G1 Navy branch in the Balawang Sea. Either we don't hold it, or we do it to the fullest. Luffy's eyes sparkled. He was still thinking about whether to forcibly conquer the New World, gathering all the powerful pirates to battle against the Navy headquarters and the world government. Now that they have this eternal pointer to Laughtail, he could still gather countless powerful pirates to execute the plan to attack the Navy. The Emperors of the Sea and the great pirates who wanted to become the Pirate King, as well as the world government. Who didn't he want anyone to reach Laughtail and uncover the blank history of 100 years? All wanted this eternal pointer. This eternal pointer, which harbored the ambitions of countless people, would trigger another real world war. Captain Yo, Hanavza suddenly shouted unwillingly, feeling that he was a bit further away from the great treasure. Then let us hold it there. Strong figures from the Navy can also participate. Barrett's eyes lit up. He could already foresee this unprecedented chaotic battle. Who knows, strong figures from all over the world might rush to the New World. Luffy, what if him and the Gorosei come to join the fun? That is too dangerous. Robin's eyes were filled with worry. She always felt that this Pirate Expo would lead to an uncontrollable chaotic situation. I want to see him's true power. Luffy had very little information on him, and this time he took the opportunity to gather the 4 emperors and the Revolutionary Army to witness the true form of this ancient monster M. To gauge him's real combat power, Luffy didn't believe that him had reached the level of completely overpowering the 4 emperors. A monster frightened by Joy Boy's Conqueror's Haki surely has some issues in their mindset. Based on the information from the Doomsday murals of Elbaf, it is most likely the Doomsday Black Dragon that wants to steal the sun. This time, using the eternal pointer to Laughtail, he would gather all forces for a small showdown to give everyone a baseline. Him has been hidden for so many years. It's time for him to reveal his true face. Luffy would give him a chance to annihilate the 5 emperors and see if he would come in person. Luffy brought in the 4 emperors to probe Im's bottom line for safety's sake. He couldn't let Luffy's world team face Im and the world government alone. Let Morgans release the big news. Spread the news about the Pirate Expo, the title of Pirate King, and the battle for the eternal pointer to Laughtail. As for the address and time, they would announce it a few days after the news spreads. Luffy scanned the room and officially decided that even if they had to go to Laughtail in the end, this Pirate Expo must be held. At worst, they could make some small moves with the eternal pointer to Laughtail. However, even if the eternal pointer to Laughtail were destroyed, Luffy was confident he could find the 4 Red Poneglyphs and take Robin to Laughtail to fulfill her O'Haran wish. Since the captain wanted to put on a grand show, let us all go crazy together. Even Crocodile temporarily set aside his obsession with the title of Pirate King. Wanted to see how far the Pirate Expo could develop. It was estimated that once the news of the Eternal Pointer came out, the pressure on the Revolutionary Army would dissipate. Kuma said lightly that they had been applying pressure on the Navy in the New World to attract most of the firepower for the Revolutionary Army. But the Revolutionary Army still had to face the God Knights and Akainu's encirclement. However, the next day's news about the Pirate Expo and the Eternal Pointer to Laughtail would definitely force the God Knights and Akainu back to the New World. After all, the world government would never allow the Eternal Pointer to fall into the hands of pirates. They must do everything possible to destroy this Eternal Pointer. This also benefited Dragon once again. Luffy did not expect Barrett to suddenly bring back the Eternal Pointer to Laughtail, leading to the impromptu decision to start this Pirate Expo. It seems that besides Barrett having a bit of luck, even the Revolutionary Army has a bit of destiny on their side. Or perhaps, Is there some fate controlling that Sea King encountering Barrett and delivering the eternal pointer to him? In the three-world stories of the Elbaf murals, there appear the Earth God, Ocean God, Sun God, Fiery Serpent, Dark Giant Dragon, these gods, and Doomsday Phantom Beasts. However, right now, Straw Hat Luffy, the Sun God, has just set sail and is far from awakening his powers. This Pirate Expo is not a place for weaklings like Straw Hat Luffy to participate. Or is it that the will of the world or certain gods want to use this eternal pointer to Laugh Tale to eliminate Luffy, an outsider beyond the prophecy? To correct the prophecy of the Sun God brings a new dawn, Luffy looked at the busy members of his world team, and there was a hint of contemplation in his eyes. Besides the 4 emperors and the Revolutionary Army, even the retired Rayleigh from the Sabati Archipelago and Jabba from Elbaf, remnants of the Roger Pirates would all have to be brought out. Of course, getting the Whitebeard Pirates to join the battle would be the most difficult task. They had to find a way to pull Whitebeard into the fray and make use of Whitebeard's final remnants of strength. Luffy had a feeling that since the eternal pointer to Laugh Tale had appeared early, the dark fruit must have also appeared. It was likely that Sachi and Blackbeard's side would also encounter some trouble. The next day, originally, Sengoku, who was at the G1 Navy branch, was still puzzled by the sudden withdrawal of the new Navy members like Aramaki and Ishiao. However, the morning's big news hit him like a heavy hammer. Pirate Expo, Eternal Pointer to Laugh Tale, ticket to the title of Pirate King. These massive headlines on the newspaper left this Navy admiral in cold sweat. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is a rumor. This must be a conspiracy. How could the final island have an eternal pointer? If there were a permanent pointer to Laugh Tale, Shanks, a member of the Roger Pirates, would have landed on Laugh Tale long ago to seize the great treasure and the title of Pirate King. Sengoku, the Buddha, completely lost his composure and cursed loudly, saying that if there were a permanent pointer to Laugh Tale, then what was the point of the 4 emperors searching for and seizing the red historical texts? It should be noted that Kaido and Big Mom have been scheming over the red historical texts, completely unaware of the existence of any permanent pointers. The newspaper stated that this was guaranteed to be real by the God Slayer, Rob Lucci. Rob Lucci also boldly claimed that one could go to the Sabati Archipelago in Elbaf to verify it with the Pirate King's right-hand man, Silver's Rayleigh, and the giant Jabba. The members of the Roger Pirates basically all knew about the existence of this permanent pointer to the final island. Vice Admiral Saru read through the newspaper seriously, and the well-written information on it added a weight to her heart, especially since the newspaper even published a photo of the permanent pointer to Laugh Tale. This made Vice Admiral Saru feel that it was highly likely to be true. That means if Rob Lucci wanted to, the Rob Lucci World crew could now land on the final island, Laugh Tale, and become the new Pirate King. It's just unclear why Rob Lucci chose to hold a Pirate Expo to determine who could obtain this permanent pointer and become the new Pirate King. The newspaper also had yet to provide the time and location of the Pirate Expo. Toki shouted suddenly, a chilling thought surged in her heart. Rob Lucci would definitely use this permanent pointer to Laugh Tale and the Pirate Expo to deal a heavy blow to the world government and the Navy headquarters. If the world government and the Navy headquarters do not take action, once the new Pirate King appears, the world will probably become even more chaotic. Rob Lucci is now releasing information to ignite the whole world. His ultimate target is definitely the world government and the Celestial Dragons. Next, we're going to face a terrifying super war. Vice Admiral Tsuru also figured out Rob Lucci's true purpose in preheating this Pirate Expo. Rob Lucci does not want to be the Pirate King at all. His goal has always been the world government and the Celestial Dragons. He probably no longer sees the position of Pirate King. He wants to be the king of the entire world. That is why he released the permanent pointer to Laugh Tale as a prize. This man's ambition is truly terrifying. Now the Rob Lucci World crew has released multiple pieces of information stating that they do not wish to target all the Navy, especially the justice-loving Dove faction of the Navy. Rob Lucci will only target the Hawk faction of a Navy that is loyal to the world government and the Celestial Dragons. However, if the Dove faction and the neutral Navy continue to be foolishly loyal to the Celestial Dragons, they will also become targets for the Rob Lucci World crew. Is war coming? Kazan's face was extremely serious. He did not expect this world war to come so quickly, leaving him a bit caught off guard and confused. Do the Celestial Dragons really deserve him risking his life to defend? Is the new Navy established by Zephyr really the future of the Navy? This is too terrifying. Kizaru wiped the non-existent cold sweat and felt quite uneasy. Can't this world be a bit more stable? He really wants to live a leisurely life for a few years. All units enter the highest state of combat readiness. I need to discuss the decision with the Agora CI. Sengoku the Buddha hurriedly left the meeting room to let those at the highest power in the world decide how to respond to this crisis. At this moment, all over the world, various forces and strong individuals were shocked by today's news, stunned by this super big news. Could it be that the new Pirate King is about to appear at this Pirate Expo? This is so exciting. Whoever obtains the permanent pointer to Laugh-Tale represents obtaining the key to the great treasure, becoming the first candidate for Pirate King. Countless ambitious pirates went crazy. The title and power of Pirate King are right in front of them, waiting for them to seize. If the newspaper had not yet released the address and time of the Pirate Expo, they would have really wanted to set off immediately for the venue. On the Sabaody archipelago. How is that possible? That permanent pointer was clearly thrown into the sea by Roger. How could it appear in Rob Lucci's hands? Silver's Rayleigh, like Sengoku the Buddha, was equally stunned. What significance did Jabba, hiding the red historical text from Fishman Island and Elbaf, have? With this permanent pointer, there is no need to gather the 4 pieces of red historical text at all. Did you really create a permanent pointer on the final island? Good job, Rayleigh. Why have you never mentioned this information to me before? Shaki looked at this man she had lived with for over 20 years and twisted Rayleigh's ear. How many secrets does this guy still hide from her? That permanent pointer was secretly made by that bastard Morin. After he was discovered by Roger, that permanent pointer was thrown into the sea. Who would have thought it was not destroyed and was found by the Rob Lucci world crew? Rayleigh's eyes were filled with anger towards Morin, while he lamented the play of fate. Why didn't Roger just crush this permanent pointer directly instead of throwing it into the sea? Is all of this fate? Morin? That Morin who retired from the Navy? Are you sure he isn't a spy for the Navy? Shaki exhaled a puff of smoke, somewhat speechless. Recruiting a former Navy colonel as a partner speaks volumes about Roger's courage and thought process. Roger said Morin had no ill intentions, and you know Roger's special observation Haki. Rayleigh sighed. Morin was also their good brother, having spent over a decade together, but after he secretly made that permanent pointer, he became someone all the partners looked down upon. After the Roger pirates disbanded, he completely lost contact. No ill intentions do not mean everything. Perhaps his family is controlled by the world government, forcing him to complete certain tasks. Secretly creating a permanent pointer seems to have caused you no harm. Shaki, an intelligence expert, felt that Morin must have issues. After all, it is not uncommon for the world government and the Navy to plant spies in pirate crews. The world destroyer, Bondi Wald, fell to the CP spies. Before, Shaki was fine not knowing about the permanent pointer to Laugh-Tale, as Morin had always been on the Roger pirate ship. Until the Roger pirates disbanded, that was considered loyalty, start to finish. But now knowing what Morin has done, she even suspects that Roger's terminal illness might be related to Morin. She knows that human nature is the most unobservable thing. In the sunny realm of Elbaf. Jabba, is this true? Did you really create a permanent pointer in Laugh-Tale? Red-haired Shanks, after seeing this news, shouted frantically at Spark Jabba. If this is true, then what is the meaning of some of his preparations and plans? They would be completely ruined by this permanent pointer to Laugh-Tale. Wasn't it thrown into the sea by Roger and destroyed? How is this possible? How could this happen? Jabba was also filled with shock, as if he had seen something incredible. Even if that permanent pointer was not smashed at that time, but after being soaked in the sea for over 20 years, it should have turned to mush by now. How could the Revolutionary Army possibly find this eternal pointer in the vast ocean? Is it true? Shanks closed his eyes and sat helplessly in his chair. Now all the initiative is in the hands of the Revolutionary Army. Does Luffy still have a chance? Are the prophecies left by Captain Roger really true? The fact that the Revolutionary Army knows that Jabba is hiding in Elbaf shows that they indeed have prophetic powers. Perhaps the Revolutionary Army's ability to find this eternal pointer is also due to this prophetic ability. Ben Beckman silently smoked, quickly thinking in his mind. Even the fact that the Revolutionary Army can recruit so many strong fighters might be thanks to this prophetic ability. That girl Shiryu actually joined the Revolutionary Army. Her divination ability is very strong. Back when we went to Fishman Island with Roger to find her, she successfully predicted the birth time of the Mermaid Princess. Jabba felt that the Revolutionary Army's prophetic ability is actually Shiryu's divination ability. Who would have thought that this divination ability could even find an eternal pointer thrown into the sea? That's too bizarre. What should we do now? The Revolutionary Army will definitely use this eternal pointer to disrupt the balance of the world. This might not give Luffy a chance to grow. Shanks took a large gulp of his drink, feeling he couldn't fulfill Captain Roger's dream. Then let us destroy it. I believe the world government and the Navy headquarters also want to destroy it. This pirate expo might be very exciting. Jabba's tone was filled with boldness. Since Roger couldn't destroy this eternal pointer back then let them destroy it again. But our combat power is hard to influence the situation. Shanks glanced at his companions and Jabba. With just these people, how can they grab this eternal pointer from Laughtail during this pirate expo? I will persuade the giants to send an elite team. And have you forgotten about Loki? I'll go find Loki for a deal to help us snatch back that eternal pointer. I believe he wouldn't want to miss this world-class war. Once the mission is complete, if he doesn't T1 return to Elbaf, we'll just grab him back. This time, I also want to bring that old guy Rayleigh. A glint of wisdom flashed in Jabba's eyes, tricking Loki, who is always shouting about destroying the world. Will be no problem. Doesn't he want to destroy the world? Then let us give it a try. This pirate expo will not only have the 4 emperors and countless great pirates, but also underground dark forces, the world government, the celestial dragons, the navy, and even the revolutionary army. Let us see if he can destroy this world. With the red-haired pirates, the remnants of the Roger pirates, the giant warriors, and that guy Loki, their strength could become a powerful third force. They could be strong competitors for snatching the eternal pointer from Laughtail. Then I'll leave it to you, Senior Jabba. Shanks suddenly felt that having an old man at home is like having a treasure. It's truly wonderful. With Jabba and Beckman strategizing, he didn't need to worry at all. How to land Pirate Expo. Eternal pointer from Laughtail. Pirate King. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin never expected that the trigger for the battle for the position of Pirate King would not be the Red Poneglyph, but an eternal pointer. All those years she hid a Red Poneglyph were like a joke. The Pirate King is mine. The great treasure is also mine. Once I become the Pirate King, all pirates must obey my orders. I want to establish a grand nation. Big Mom unleashed her Conqueror's Haki, her eyes filled with desire. No matter how great the danger this time, she would not back down. This is her lifelong dream. Mom, this Pirate Expo is too dangerous. I'm afraid for my younger siblings. Katakuri braced himself, trying to convince Big Mom to change her mind. He knew this terrifying war would cost many brothers and sisters. He understood that under the schemes of the Revolutionary Army, all the powerful forces in this world would definitely be attracted. That terrifying lineup will be very dangerous even for the 4 emperors. Shut up. For the dream of Tato Land, everyone must give their all. Big Mom decisively decided to participate in this Pirate Expo. Of course, she didn't forget her ally Kaido. That reckless brother is currently in the New World. I wonder if he has seen the newspaper or if the calamities have informed this reckless captain. At this moment, in a certain Navy branch in the New World, Beast Kaido had just destroyed a Navy branch when he received an urgent call from Calamity Queen, learning about Doflamingo's demise and the latest news about the Pirate Expo. Worororo, the Pirate Expo, that guy from the Revolutionary Army, is quite something. I must participate in this war. Beast Kaido laughed wildly. He just happened to be too lazy to collect the Red Poneglyphs. An eternal pointer from Laughtail could solve the problem in one go. Moreover, this time he would have the chance to battle the world government, the Navy headquarters, and even the other 4 emperors. This world-class war is exactly the kind of war he has been looking forward to. From this Pirate Expo, the strongest Pirate King will emerge, possibly even the new ruler of the entire world. Beast Kaido excitedly transformed into a dragon and left the smoke-filled Navy branch. Meanwhile, in the G1 Navy branch, Admiral Sengoku had just held a conference call with the Gore CI and Admiral Steelbone. Just as he hung up the call, Vice Admiral Tsuru rushed into the marshal's office with a grim expression. Not good. Beast Kaido has destroyed the G-15 Navy branch. Vice Admiral Jirochi and numerous Navy officers are dead. G5 Navy Base Commander Virgo poisoned the food and ambushed the defending commanders, capturing the missing Vice Admiral Red King, Vice Admiral Dolor, and Brigadier General Kermako, as well as Brigadier General Seraph. He has now defected from the Navy to join the new Navy. The series of terrible military reports from Vice Admiral Tsuru made Sengoku, who was already exhausted, feel his vision darken, almost fainting. How dare Virgo? Sengoku felt a wave of suffocation. He had high hopes for the diligent Vice Admiral Virgo, yet he was about to deliver another heavy blow to the weakened Navy. Now the Navy's situation will become even more dire, and morale will plummet further. How are they supposed to face the upcoming Pirate Expo and all the schemes of the Revolutionary Army? On the new Navy fleet, the eager Aramaki rushed to welcome the Navy Vice Admiral who came to defect. This was still a powerful Vice Admiral, the commander of the G5 Navy base. Unexpectedly, just days ago, they had received Rear Admiral Drake, and now another Vice Admiral had come. Moreover, Virgo had brought along 2 Navy Vice Admirals and 2 Navy Brigadier Generals. This is a good omen. Welcome, welcome. From now on, We will pursue true justice together as the new Navy. Aramaki warmly welcomed Vice Admiral Virgo, his eyes filled with excitement. The commander of the advancing city, Rain Zilu, did not join the new Navy, but instead went to the Cross Crusade, which left Marshal Huangmu feeling frustrated for several days. As a result of their extensive publicity and recruitment efforts, they gained the support of Rear Admiral Drake and Vice Admiral Virgo, which would surely strengthen the new Navy. The traitor Rear Admiral Drake looked at Vice Admiral Virgo and several captured Rear and Vice Admirals with an expressionless face, not revealing his inner thoughts. Teacher Zephyr had once taken good care of me, and now he was killed by Kainu while I was powerless to help. Sengoku and Garp showed no old loyalties, and Akiji and Kizuru had also forgotten the teachings of Teacher Zephyr. I did not want to stay in that decaying Navy. Marshal Huangmu. From now on, I will be a soldier under the new Navy, fighting for my justice and for Teacher Zephyr's justice. Vice Admiral Virgo displayed a look of indignation and pain, grieving for Zephyr and resenting the Navy's pacifist approach. When Huangmu heard Vice Admiral Virgo address him as Marshal Huangmu, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. However, since Virgo was speaking out for Zephyr, he could not show a smile. Ein, Binz, and Xiuzhao, the students of Zephyr, felt a surge of goodwill towards Virgo upon hearing that he remembered Zephyr's kindness and was willing to defect from the Navy. With the assistance of Vice Admiral Virgo and others, the new Navy would surely grow stronger. Don't worry. One day, we will avenge Mr. Zephyr. Huangmu energetically rallied everyone. Vice Admiral Virgo, as the base commander of the G5 Naval Fortress, I now appoint you as a Vice Admiral of the new Navy and a candidate for Admiral. Huangmu knew that he had to set a good example for the Navy to attract more members to their new Navy. Now I'm Binz and Drake were all Vice Admirals of the new Navy. Xiuzhao, a former Navy Brigadier General, also soared to the rank of Vice Admiral. There was no choice. The new Navy was severely lacking in strong members, and they had to forcibly promote this group. However, these four naval leaders were all quite powerful, comparable to the strength of Rear Admirals, especially Xiuzhao, a member of the Longhand tribe, who, as Zephyr's proud disciple in his later years, had already mastered armament Haki with the rank of Brigadier General and was proficient in the 6 forms of the Navy. Even Rear Admiral Drake had only just begun to practice armament Haki. However, with Drake's ancient species abilities as an enhancement, his training in armament Haki would progress very quickly. Within a year or two, he could reach the strength of a Vice Admiral, even comparable to CP0 elite agents. Vice Admiral Virgo was even more outstanding in armament Haki. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been valued by Sengoku the Buddha and stationed at the G5 naval base. At your command, Marshal Huangmu. I will fight for justice until my last drop of blood. Virgo saluted seriously, excitement flickering in his eyes behind his sunglasses. He smoothly joined the new Navy and landed a candidate position for Admiral, entering the core circle of the new Navy. It was worth the effort he put into capturing several naval leaders as a show of loyalty. This way, he would have the opportunity to infiltrate the power circle of the Rogio World Group and find a chance to rescue Don Quixote Doflamingo. If Doflamingo had already fallen, he would seek revenge against Rogia and his woman. Good. Huangmu became excited. He liked when former Navy leaders like Virgo called him Marshal Huangmu, unlike that bastard Yishao, who wouldn't even call him Marshal Sir. It was a shame he made Yishao the first admiral of the new Navy. Huangmu wanted Morgans to publicize Virgo's joining the new Navy, highlighting the justice of the new Navy and attacking the decay of the old Navy. The justice of their new Navy was the true justice, while the justice of the old Navy was merely the pawns of the celestial dragons. Ein and the others congratulated Vice Admiral Virgo, the candidate for Admiral. Rear Admiral Drake, as a naval spy, also congratulated Virgo to avoid revealing any flaws. However, his peripheral vision kept an eye on the severely injured naval leaders like Rear Admiral Red King, Rear Admiral Doro, Rear Admiral Kermako, and Rear Admiral Sifu. Virgo was too ruthless. He defected, but why did he have to capture so many naval colleagues? When Rogia received Huangmu's report and learned that Virgo had brought 4 naval leaders to defect, he was momentarily stunned, then revealed a strange smile. He didn't expect that the new Navy, just established, would already have spies like Drake and Virgo. One must admit the interesting twists of fate. However, Rogia had no intention of exposing these 2 spies. He wanted to continue to stir the pot, using the defection of these naval leaders to let Morgans and the world government engage in a war of public opinion against the Navy headquarters. This would sway more naval officers and attract more just Navy members to join the new Navy. Sengoku the Buddha was probably sweating profusely by now, under Rojia's instructions. The next day, in addition to the big news of the Pirate Expo continuing to spread, the news of Vice Admiral Virgo, the base commander of the G5 naval fortress, defecting from a navy to join the new navy and becoming a candidate for admiral, shocked countless people. The news that Zephyr's students Ein and others had become vice admirals of the new navy was also spreading wildly. Rogia had Morgans write more about the deep teacher-student bond between Zephyr and Virgo, Drake, and to create some touching little stories. This would not only resonate with more of Zephyr's students, attracting them to join the new navy, but also contrast the heartless and brutal nature of Akainu. It would also subtly mock the ungratefulness and inaction of Akiji and Kizaru towards their former teacher. Once this newspaper was published, the three admirals of the Navy and those students of Zephyr suffered further damage to their reputation. These little stories and essays, whether from the hawkish or dovish factions, or neutrals, as long as they were students taught by Zephyr, were caught in a massive whirlpool of public opinion regarding justice and teacher's grace, faced with the cold mockery and fervent criticism in the newspapers. Both Akiji and Kizaru felt a bit depressed and irritable. Even Akainu, this cold-hearted person, was furious about the malicious little stories in the newspaper. He couldn't finish reading a single newspaper before burning it. Even the hawkish leaders who had always firmly followed Akainu seemed to be experiencing some self-doubt. One can only say that the little essays written by Morgans and the editors under Rojia's guidance struck directly at the moral bottom line and deep into the soul, resonating with many Navy personnel and civilians, igniting their anger. At the G1 Naval Branch, Sengoku the Buddha angrily tore today's newspaper into shreds. Virgo's defection from the Navy to become a candidate for Admiral of the new Navy dealt a heavy blow to the Navy. Moreover, the articles on the newspaper about Virgo and Zephyr's teacher-student bond and Drake leaving the Navy to avenge Zephyr completely whitewashed these two naval traitors, placing them on a moral high ground. Zephyr's students had even become heroic fighters. Even wanted criminals like Ein, Binz, and Shiozao had transformed into loyal new Navy vice admirals. This gave some wavering Navy personnel a noble opportunity and reason. They left the old Navy and joined the new Navy not as a betrayal of justice, but as an embrace of true justice. The combination of strength and wisdom in Luo-ji is even more terrifying than the thoughts of the Revolutionary Army. Admiral Tsuru looked at these touching essays and depictions of world truth, feeling a slight shift in her heart. One must admit that Luo-ji's various descriptions and portrayals of justice, humanity, power, and the celestial dragons struck deep within. The justice of the Navy is the justice of the celestial dragons. The Celestial Dragon Triannual Human Extermination Competition is a complete trampling of the Navy's justice. Karp began to slack off after the God Valley incident, refusing promotions and not wanting to do the dirty work for the Celestial Dragons. Immediately call all Navy Vice Admirals and Rear Admirals for a meeting. I must firmly reinforce their sense of justice. They cannot be influenced by the rumors and fallacies of Luo-ji and Morgans. Sengoku sighed deeply. The situation regarding the permanent pointer to Laugh-Tail was already very bad. And now, there was a significant crisis of belief within the Navy. If they didn't stabilize the morale and conviction of the Navy quickly, the five elders and Admiral Akainu would undoubtedly be furious with him. Tsuru, Karp, Kazan, Borsellino, Gion, Kaji, you all go calm those Navy lieutenants down. After I admonish the Navy commanders, I'll teach those little guys a lesson. Also, confiscate all newspapers from the past few days. Starting today, no one is allowed to purchase Morgan's Economic News. Sengoku painfully instructed the higher-ups to stabilize the Navy situation. Luo-ji's media offensive had a more severe impact on the Navy than the news about the permanent pointer to Laugh-Tail. The five elders ordered Akainu to kill Zephyr, the former admiral and chief instructor of the Navy. This was truly a massive decision-making error. They thought it would deter the turbulent sentiments within the Navy, but instead, Luo-ji used Zephyr's death to continuously attack and undermine the Navy's justice and conviction. Had they known this would happen, they should have had Akainu capture Zephyr and imprison him. That way, those Navy personnel who had been taught by Zephyr wouldn't be facing public condemnation and cracks in their sense of justice and conscience. One must admit that Luo-ji's move was indeed ruthless. Let the Navy reign supreme. Sengoku murmured weakly. There was already a significant rift between the Hawks and Doves within the Navy, and now Luo-ji had dealt a heavy blow, worsening the already divided convictions of the Navy. Luo-ji allowed the Pirate Expo and the new Navy's winds to continue blowing. He wanted the permanent pointer to Laugh-Tail to attract more big fish, creating greater upheaval within Navy. Luoji planned to let the bullets fly for a few more days before announcing the time and place of the Pirate Expo. News had already come from the Revolutionary Army that the God Knights and the hawkish generals led by Akainu had retreated, temporarily giving up on suppressing the Revolutionary Army and those fallen allied nations heading towards the New World. The emergence of the permanent pointer to Laugh-Tale had drawn extreme attention from the Five Elders. The world government was prepared to use all its power at any cost to destroy this key that could unlock the century-old truth of the blank history. Taking advantage of the time when the strong from the Four Seas and the Grand Line were making their way to the New World, Luoji personally went to find the Whitebeard pirates, who were hiding in a remote corner of the New World to avoid the storm. Accompanied by the Red Count and Barret, Whitebeard wanted to keep to himself and had no intention of getting involved in the war between Luoji and the Celestial Dragons. He was not interested in the great treasure of Laugh-Tale or the title of Pirate King. He just wanted his sons to live safely. However, Luoji seemed unwilling to let go of the combat power of the Whitebeard pirates. "Old man, we want to go to the Pirate Expo." "Yeah, old man, such a grand pirate event. How can we, the Whitebeard pirates, not be a part of it? This is also a conference to determine the Pirate King. We don't want to miss it." Whitebeard did not want his sons to take risks, but deep down, these sons wanted to push their father to the position of Pirate King, proving that Whitebeard was no less than Roger. Moreover, all 5 emperors of the New World were likely to show up, and without the Whitebeard pirates, it would be too embarrassing, especially since Luoji, the Godslayer, had come personally to invite them. They couldn't refuse. Otherwise, others might think the Whitebeard pirates were afraid. After all, they were the original top of the 4 emperors. Whitebeard was still the world's strongest man. "You foolish sons, you've been bewitched by Luoji and don't even realize it." Whitebeard looked helplessly at his enthusiastic sons. It was clear that they were eager to participate in this Pirate Expo and witness the world strong. This was likely the grandest pirate event in hundreds of years. Missing it once might mean never having a second chance. Of course, they didn't want to be absent. "Ha, old man, Luoji has treated you once. At least give him some face." Fire Fist Ace laughed. He was truly eager to push Whitebeard to the position of Pirate King, replacing that bastard Father Roger. This time, the Pirate Expo would definitely be filled with strong people. But Ace would not give up. Who could laugh last, who knows? The permanent pointer to Laugh-Tale was his for the taking. At this moment, in the kitchen of the Moby Dick, among the meat, wine, and fruits collected and purchased by the 4th Division's chef, a basket of fruit unexpectedly hid a dark purple, strange fruit. One of the chefs from the 4th Division quickly discovered this bizarre fruit while washing and cutting these fruits. He seemed to remember something, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He picked up the dark purple fruit and hurried to find Captain Sachi. "Captain, is this a devil fruit?" This chef excitedly sought to take credit from Captain Sachi. After all, Sachi had repeatedly instructed that the first devil fruit they found should be given to the 5th Emperor Luoji as a reward for treating their old man. As the most loyal Whitebeard pirates, this chef never thought of keeping the devil fruit for himself. "Did we really find a devil fruit?" Sachi took the dark purple devil fruit, his eyes filled with disbelief. This was indeed predicted by Roji, and it was about the time Roji was coming. Could it be that Roji came to find them not only to invite the Whitebeard pirates to participate in the Pirate Expo, but also for this devil fruit? "Captain, what kind of devil fruit is this? Is it a powerful ability?" Besides the chef, several other cooks from the 4th Division were filled with curiosity. This was a sea treasure that could change a person's fate. If one were to eat a powerful ability, one could instantly achieve a leap in social status. It seems I haven't seen this shape in the devil fruit encyclopedia on the ship. This should be a devil fruit with an unknown ability. Sachi examined the dark purple devil fruit carefully several times, but did not recognize it. However, since he had promised Roji, he was too lazy to investigate the specific ability of this devil fruit. This devil fruit would surely allow the captain to gain the deep friendship of the 5 Emperors Roji. Then our 4th Division could walk even more confidently in the New World. Idiot, we can find more rare ingredients through Roji's world team and make even more delicious food. Who knows? Maybe ALLBLUE is on the final island. I really want to have ALLBLUE, which is all the ingredients in the world. The chefs of the cooking division were filled with desire. In their eyes, finding ALLBLUE was much more important than a devil fruit. The person most likely to find Laugh-Tale now was definitely Roji, with their strongest old man being second. I wonder if Roji could predict that we found the devil fruit today. We have to give him a surprise. Sachi smiled as he put the devil fruit into a luxurious treasure chest. When Roji's world team arrives, he would personally give it to Roji. During the previous conversation with the snail, Roji specifically inquired about it. But at that time, they really hadn't found this devil fruit. It seems Roji's predictions are not 100 certain. At this moment, on the spacious deck of the Moby Dick, hundreds of pirates were happily eating, drinking, and having fun, singing and dancing. Blackbeard Teach sat gloomily in a corner. He did not expect that there was a permanent pointer to Laugh-Tale in this world. What was the point of his hard work in collecting information about the red historical texts? Teach also inadvertently obtained information about the Three-Eyed Tribe, interpreting the historical text. Besides searching for the dark fruit and plotting for the quake fruit ability of his old man, he was making all sorts of preparations to become the Pirate King. Whether it was power, strong crew members, or information on road signs, he had made many plans and preparations. But now the dark fruit had not appeared. Without this prerequisite, all his preparations were castles in the air. How could this happen? Where is the dark fruit? Why hasn't it appeared yet? How can the permanent pointer to Laugh-Tale appear at this time when I haven't become a big shot? Teach's heart was filled with unwillingness. He estimated that a second Pirate King would appear at this Pirate Expo, and the dark fruit he had always desired would not show up. Did he really have to live a mediocre life? He was truly unwilling. He watched as Shanks stepped up to become one of the 4 emperors and watched as Roji. This monster rose rapidly. To be honest, he was really jealous of Roji, this lucky kid. He was able to recruit so many strong people and grow to this height. Able to confront the world government head-on. Teach, come drink. You look like you have something on your mind. Why don't you tell me? Maybe I can solve it. If I can't, there's always everyone else. If it really doesn't work, just ask Roji. He can definitely solve any of your problems. After all, he is a man who knows everything. Fire Fist Ace, half drunk, found Teach, the old man of the 2nd Division, and threw his arm around him, shouting, No, I'm just worried about why I'm so weak and can't get the permanent pointer to Laugh-Tale for my old man. To help him ascend to the position of Pirate King. Teach said with a naive expression, wishing he could risk his life to snatch the permanent pointer back for Whitebeard. Don't worry, we still have a chance. We just need to give it our all. Ace's eyes revealed a determined look. Even Roji couldn't stop him from seizing the permanent pointer to Laugh-Tale. On the other side, after Sachi temporarily stored the dark purple devil fruit, he left the kitchen department in an extremely pleasant mood and continued drinking with the captains of various divisions. If it weren't for Roji coming soon, he would have wanted to share this joy with all his brothers immediately. But after thinking about it, he decided to give everyone and Roji a surprise instead. After all, everyone would know about the devil fruit tomorrow. What Sachi didn't know was that this thought saved his life. If he had taken out the devil fruit to share his joy right now, Teach would probably have taken action to send him to hell tonight. While Sachi was drinking with Ace, he also had a few drinks with Teach. Teach looked at the half-drunk Sachi and felt a vague emptiness in his 3 hearts. What's going on? Teach, already feeling gloomy, became even more uncomfortable, as if he had missed something important. Could it be the new Pirate King will really appear at this Pirate Expo? Teach indeed felt a bit suffocated. He also wanted to become the Pirate King and be the strongest fruit user. But now everything felt so far away from him. If the dark fruit really wouldn't appear, he could only retire in the Whitebeard Pirates, living a mediocre life until he died. Whitebeard Newgate looked at his happy sons. He knew their thoughts. He wanted his sons to live safely, but each of them wanted to help him become the Pirate King. What a headache. Thinking of the World King Im, who had exposed a terrifying aura on Egghead Island, Whitebeard felt a heaviness. He had no confidence in protecting so many sons under such a monster. That bastard Roji was really causing trouble, making it hard for people to have peace. When Roji arrives, he must be taught how to be a proper person. On the Moby Dick, only the members of the 16th Division felt a somewhat heavy atmosphere. Now, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi had also found the Whitebeard pirates and boarded this main ship of Whitebeard. Whitebeard and Marco welcomed the 2 old crewmates very warmly. Whitebeard even wanted Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, these 2 powerful mink tribe members, to form the 17th and 18th divisions as division captains. However, these 2 retainers of the Kazuki family chose to temporarily join the 16th division, which Aizu was part of, to protect Kazuki Hayori, just like Denjiro. With the addition of Inuarashi, Nekomamushi, and Denjiro, the current 16th division had become the strongest division of the Whitebeard pirates. Even stronger than the 3 main combat divisions led by Marco the Phoenix, Diamond Jozu, and Flower Sword Vista. Hearing that the Roger World Group was coming to visit, Inuarashi and the Viper, who had been expelled from Zo Island by Roger, were very unhappy. Especially the Viper, who wished that the Whitebeard pirates would help him beat up Roger. But this idea was destined to be impossible. Marco and the others had to persuade the Viper for a long time to calm some of his anger. However, The Viper still didn't want to see Roger, filled with resentment. After Kazuki Hiyori didn't want to go to war with the Beast Pirates while with the Whitebeard Pirates. She once considered seeking help from the Roger World Group, but her distrust was somewhat fueled by Yamato's identity as Kaido's daughter. Although it was rumored that Kaido and Yamato had become enemies and their relationship had broken down, she still had some concerns. So she remained on the Moby Dick, unsure of what to do. Among the four emperors, should she seek out the red-haired pirates to deal with the Beast Pirates? Kazuki Hiyori also knew Shanks from the red-haired pirates. When her father, Kazuki Oden, joined the Roger Pirates, she, her mother Toki, and her brother Momonosuke had boarded the Oro Jackson for a while. Later, due to Toki's illness, Hiyori, Momonosuke, the Viper, and Inuarashi had to disembark early, returning to Wano instead of going to Laugh Tale. With the alliance between the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, and the semi-alliance between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Roger World Group, Kazuki Hiyori seemed to see no chance for her country's restoration and revenge, which left her in deep sorrow every day. Furthermore, the absence of Kazuki Momonosuke and the other four Akazeya 9 deepened her despair. She could only naively pray that the demon Kaido would die at this pirate festival. At this moment, in a certain sea area on the rapidly flying Arc Maxim, Newgate, this guy really was becoming more and more sentimental and cowardly, protecting a group of adopted sons like children. The silver-haired Red Count, Redfield, leaned against the railing, his skin healthy and firm, exuding a powerful aura with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Whitebeard actually went into hiding for the safety of those pirate sons. This old man truly no longer deserved the title of the strongest man in the world. Indeed, not only does strength weaken over time, but so does courage and guts. However, if he hadn't found the vampire fruit himself, he might also fear aging and death. He really wanted to have a fight with Whitebeard in advance. Barrett's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Whitebeard was as strong as Roger, and fighting him would surely be exhilarating. However, this time, inviting the Whitebeard pirates to participate in the pirate festival probably wouldn't work out. When the pirate festival came, he had to battle against each of the four emperors to make himself stronger. He could also see Ace again. He wondered if Ace had gotten stronger. Yamato thought about Ace's bounty, which had barely changed, feeling somewhat disappointed. She had high hopes for Ace, yet his bounty was even lower than the Calamities. Fortunately, Henavuz wasn't on the Arc Maxim. Otherwise, upon seeing Fire Fist Ace, he would probably break down. Bonnie smirked, as Fire Fist Ace was the reason why Henavuz's bounty had never increased. As long as he joined the Whitebeard Pirates and accepted Whitebeard's protection, whether as a division commander or subordinate captain, his bounty would rise very slowly. After all, not many Navy and pirates dared to provoke the Whitebeard Pirates. And the Whitebeard Pirates weren't like the Beast Pirates, causing trouble everywhere, leading to much less fighting. Nico, Robin, and Violet knew that the bounties of the three division commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates were lower than those of the Beast Pirates' Calamities, simply because the Whitebeard Pirates were very stable and didn't like to stir up trouble. Whitebeard's fate seemed to have completely changed. Charlie looked at Roger with burning eyes. Before Roger appeared, she had used her divination orb to predict many times. She saw Whitebeard dying at Marine Ford, the Whitebeard Pirates falling apart in the future. But now, everything had changed. Roger lay back on a sun chair with his eyes closed, accepting Hancock's legal oiling, her small hands massaging him all over. Hancock felt his muscles and skin, her face flushed, seemingly greatly satisfied. This active touch and massage, like being ravaged by Roger's storm-like whip on the bed, made her feel immensely joyful. Haha. The pirate empress let out a moan like a love-struck girl, breathing out warm, white mist, about to transform into a steam princess. The dark fruit really hasn't appeared. Roger comfortably accepted Hancock's massage while thinking about the whereabouts of the dark fruit. Although this devil fruit had weaknesses like being unable to elementalize and suffering double pain, its advantages were equally strong. Sealing and depriving devil fruit abilities were very overpowered abilities. Moreover, in the murals of Elbaf, the first world was engulfed by death and darkness. Perhaps in ancient times, the dark powers of the dark fruit had already appeared, seemingly even a bit earlier than the sun god Nika, who descended from the prayers of slaves. The abilities of the dark fruit were definitely not inferior to those of the Nika fruit. Currently, Roger possessed 3 superhuman abilities without any side effects and no devilish will or curse. Theoretically, Roger could still consume another devil fruit ability, but that devil fruit ability would probably turn Roger into a landlubber cursed by the sea. To be honest, Roger didn't want to leave himself with a fatal weakness. However, the power of the dark fruit made Roger very covetous. If he were to obtain the dark fruit now, he might fall into a dilemma. Now that the dark fruit had not appeared, he was too lazy to worry. He still wanted to think about how to drag the Whitebeard pirates down with him. That old man Whitebeard definitely didn't want to participate. But as long as he dealt with those division commanders, Whitebeard probably wouldn't go against so many sons' opinions. Placing too much importance on these sons would inevitably lead to being influenced by them. This was Whitebeard's weakness. A lifetime of fighting desperately for family would ultimately lead to dying because of family. Something approached in the sky. It was the Roger World group coming. In the center of 4 medium-sized white whale ships, an incredibly large white whale flagship stopped amidst the gentle waves. The lookout of the Whitebeard pirates shouted hoarsely. Surrounding them were various pirate ships with bear heads, giraffe heads, buffalo heads, crocodile heads, elephant heads, octopus heads, caterpillar heads. It was said that the Godslayer Roger personally came to invite Old Man Whitebeard, and a large number of subordinate pirate ship captains came to join the excitement. Besides wanting to witness the legendary 5 Emperors Roger, they also wanted to know more details about the pirate festival and the permanent pointer to Laughtail. Perhaps today they would learn the time and place of the pirate festival. They might even get to see the permanent pointer to Laughtail. This was the key to the position of the Pirate King. Among the numerous subordinate pirate groups, the DeKalban brothers, who had a bit of friendship with Roger, were excitedly boasting with other pirate captains, making themselves seem like Roger's good brothers, attracting envy and jealousy from some pirate captains. They hold great respect for Whitebeard. But everyone knows that the future world belongs to the young Luffy, not the aging Whitebeard. Building a good relationship with Luffy means that even after the era of Whitebeard, they can still walk proudly in the era of Luffy. The resounding and long-lasting sound of the golden bell spreads across this sea. Within that bell sound seems to be a power that can bring peace to people. Even the Viper, who is very displeased with Luffy, feels a lot of resentment calm down upon hearing the bell. It has appeared. It is the eternal golden bell of the Luffy World Group. What a wonderful sound. It actually makes the mood feel comfortable. This golden bell sound is like heavenly music to allies. But to enemies, it is the death knell. Wow, what a big golden bell. All made of gold. How much would this be worth? Hundreds of billions? Thousands of billions? Whether it is the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates divisions or the captains of the affiliated pirate crews, they all listen intently to this beautiful sound of the golden bell. The Luffy World Group hasn't even arrived yet, and the bell sound has already set a high standard. What is that? My God, it's a dragon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 divine dragons are pulling the ship. After the sound of the golden bell, everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates finally saw the approaching Luffy World Group. The exaggerated scene before them completely exceeded their imagination. They were all dumbfounded, their jaws dropping to the deck. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, gold, silver, and black. 9 dragons of different colors pulled a golden battleship, making a magnificent entrance. They thought the bell sound was already very showy, but they didn't expect an even more ostentatious scene of 9 dragons pulling a ship. All the showiness was completed by Luffy. Kazuki Hiyori watched the exaggerated entrance of the Luffy World Group as if it were gods descending, her eyes wide in amazement. She even saw one of the dragons pulling the ship, a green dragon, that looked very much like Kaido of the Beast transformed into a green dragon. Does Luffy not fear offending Kaido of the Beasts? He actually used a green dragon to pull the ship, and it's just one of the 9 divine dragons. In Luffy's eyes, could Kaido of the Beasts simply be a mount for his divine dragon pulling the ship? At that moment, Kazuki Hiyori's eyes sparkled with hope. Blackbeard Teach looked at this exaggerated and showy entrance, swallowing hard, thinking to himself, a true man should be like this. If I get the dark fruit, I will definitely replace Luffy. Teach screamed in his heart. This 9 dragons pulling the ship was simply too cool, too ostentatious. He never imagined such a dazzling entrance, even in his fantasies. His imagination was still somewhat lacking. This time Luffy's entrance was worth studying frame by frame. Marco, Ace, and Sachi, the captains of the divisions, also had shining eyes, wishing to board the Arc Maxim to try out this envious and jealousy-inducing magnificent entrance. Wow. Luffy is really too showy. Whitebeard saw the envious gazes of his children and, feeling jealous, unleashed a powerful Conqueror's Haki, the pale golden aura, shockwave, quickly spreading, instantly waking everyone from their enchanted state. Ha ha ha, Whitebeard, you're doing well. Luffy's booming laughter echoed in the sky, also bursting forth with a mighty Conqueror's Haki. The dark golden shockwave colliding with Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki in a grand greeting. He felt Whitebeard's displeasure. It seemed his flamboyant entrance had attracted the attention of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates and the affiliated captains, sparking envy in this old father. After all, Whitebeard could not provide his children with such a luxurious entrance. It was like an old father seeing his beloved daughter enviously looking at another father who bought pretty dresses for his daughter while he could not afford it. In fact, when Luffy unveiled the golden bell and drew 9 dragons pulling the Arc Maxim, even the people on the ship were impressed by Luffy's showiness. They had never imagined such a luxurious entrance. Even the lone wolves like Red Count and Barrett were thoroughly enjoying this breathtaking moment of entrance. The women of the Luffy World group took out their camera snail, crazily taking pictures to commemorate this highlight moment. It was fine before. Now you've really angered me. Why show off like this? Doing all these unnecessary and superficial things. Whitebeard wished he could use an empty shockwave to shatter those divine dragons, as they had captivated the hearts of his children. Haha, Newgate, are you feeling envy and jealousy? Another explosive wave of Conqueror's Haki surged from the Arc Maxim, a crimson shockwave joining the royal greeting. The Red Count stood at the bow of the ship, looking down at the Whitebeard pirates below. It's you, Redfield. Whitebeard looked at the vigorous young man, his eyes filled with disbelief. The Red Count Redfield had actually regained his youthful peak state, and he was even stronger. Once a legendary pirate who walked alongside Old Man, Roger, and the Lion's Gold, the Red Count Redfield. Some of the older members of the Whitebeard pirates looked at this silver-haired man, who was even younger than themselves, filled with shock. The latest bounty for the Red Count had just been updated, with a bounty of 3 billion berries. Previously, when Red Count acted alone in the New World, some speculated that he had not joined the Luffy World Group. Now that Red Count had reappeared on the Arc Maxim, those speculations could be laid to rest. How can there be a clash of kings without me? A robust figure jumped onto the railing, wildly unleashing his Conqueror's Haki. A blue Conqueror's shockwave joining the grand clash of Haki. The violent clash of Conqueror's Haki tore through the sky. The clouds shattered, and the gently undulating sea was suddenly stirred into towering waves. Pirate ships rocked in the turbulent waves, filled with a sense of unease. Witnessing Whitebeard alone facing the 3 kings of the Luffy World Group, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates and the affiliated pirate captains were filled with worry, feeling a bit guilty for not being able to help Whitebeard. Meanwhile, Fire Fist Ace, seeing Whitebeard's grave expression, suddenly felt very guilty for his laziness during this time. Under Whitebeard's guidance, he had learned that he also possessed the potential for Conqueror's Haki. He finally understood how he had saved Luffy from that pirate back then. It turned out he had awakened Conqueror's Haki unconsciously at the age of 10. Damn it, how do I unleash Conqueror's Haki? Fire Fist Ace thought about Whitebeard's teachings on Conqueror's Haki, desperately squeezing out his latent power. I must help Dad. Ace's face turned red, with veins popping on his forehead and neck. But perhaps Ace knew that the Luffy World Group's visit this time did not pose a deadly danger. He actually still couldn't unleash his Conqueror's Haki. Marco, the Phoenix, looked at Ace, who seemed to be constipated, filled with anxiety and helplessness. These days of leisure had indeed been too relaxing. In the coming days, he would definitely have to ensure that Whitebeard strictly taught Ace until Ace mastered Conqueror's Haki. Woohoo! I'm coming too. A cheerful exclamation rang out, followed by a burst of Conqueror's Haki joining the great clash. A silver-white Conqueror's Haki recklessly charged into the colorful clash of Haki, occupying corner. It was the Demon Princess Yamato. One ship for kings. The Roque World Group is terrifying. At this moment, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates deeply felt the fearsome presence of the Roque World Group. On this golden ship, it seemed that the new navy and the Cross Guild strong members had yet to arrive, but they felt that the 4 kings of Conqueror's Haki already exerted endless pressure on them. The God-Slayer Roque, the Red Count Redfield, the Devil's Heir Barrett, and the Demon Princess Yamato. This was too terrifying. With such horrifying power, how could a single Kaido of the Beast withstand it? Kazuki Oden was filled with longing. If Roque was willing to take action, the Beast Pirates would barely be able to stir a ripple. Clearly a friendly gathering. Why did Dad have to unleash his Conqueror's Haki first? Sachi muttered helplessly, wishing he could immediately make Dad and Roque stop their clash of Haki. When it came to the clash of kings, he couldn't insert himself at all. What an enviable power. Watching the clash of the 5 kings. Blackbeard Teach revealed his missing front tooth, his eyes filled with desire. Damn it, I have to help Dad. Fire Fist Ace shouted frantically. A raw Conqueror's Haki erupted, and the orange Haki forcefully pushed into a small corner of the great clash, faintly visible, ready to be shattered at any moment. Ace, you did it. The immortal bird Marco shouted excitedly. The Whitebeard pirates had successors. At just 20 years old, Ace would surely grow to the level of the Yonko. Shouldering the banner of the Whitebeard pirates. Does Captain Ace also have the qualities of king? Blackbeard Teach looked at the erupting Conqueror's Haki from Ace, his eyes flickering. Girarur. Not bad. Ace, the once very strained Whitebeard, seeing Ace awaken Conqueror's Haki again, felt a sense of comfort in his eyes. This time, the Conqueror's Haki taking a hit was not in vain. Those guys from Roke finally did something good. The clash of the Six Kings Haki, a sight never to be seen again in a lifetime. All the pirates shouted, not only the Whitebeard pirates' crew cheering, but even the Roke World Group's members were shouting in support. Then another Conqueror's Haki joined the battlefield. A graceful masked woman appeared beside Roke, and a pink wave of Conqueror's Haki pressed down firmly on Fire Fist Ace. My god, there's actually another king who has awakened Conqueror's Haki. On the Roke World Group ship, there were actually 5 holders of Conqueror's Haki. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates was going crazy. This was too terrifying. Luckily, the Roke World Group was not their enemy. Otherwise, even if they were the Whitebeard pirates, they would probably be finished. First, it was the 9 dragons pulling the ship. Now it was 5 kings on one ship. Trudy Imbuvid. Blackbeard Teach clenched his fists tightly. The strongest moments and strongest pirate crews he envisioned seemed to pale in comparison to the current Roke World Group. Who was that masked woman? She actually also possessed Conqueror's Haki. The ice which Whitey Bay saw that there were 2 queens on the Roke World Group's ship. Her proud eyes filled with disbelief. She also wanted to possess this kingly power, to prove she was not weaker than men. To prove herself. This initial old crew member who even Marco had to call senior left the Moby Dick to form her own pirate crew, becoming one of the affiliated pirate crews. But unfortunately, she did not have the qualifications of a king. When did the Roke World Group gain another strong holder of Conqueror's Haki? There was not a hint of news. Marco, who managed most of the Whitebeard pirates' intelligence, also did not know who this masked woman was. Marco, hurry up and fly up to remind Roke. We need to make Dad and Ace stop. Seeing the 7 kings still fiercely clashing, Sachi felt a bit scared, worried that real fire would break out. Moreover, the pirate ship in the surging waves was very dangerous. Some pirate ships of slightly poorer quality had already been shattered at a distance by this terrifying Conqueror's Haki. A number of underlings couldn't withstand the impact of this Conqueror's Haki and fainted. Just as Marco and Sachi, Jozu, and Vista were preparing to stop this clash of Haki. Roke's loud laughter rang out first. Ha! Whitebeard, you must repay me for helping Ace awaken his Conqueror's Haki. Everyone stop. Roke laughed, taking credit for Ace's eruption of Conqueror's Haki. This would make it even harder for Whitebeard to refuse Roke's invitation. This is Ace's own effort. As Roke first stopped his Conqueror's Haki, the Whitebeard crew also stopped in succession, halting the clash of the 7 kings. Woo! Awesome. Yamato retracted her Conqueror's Haki, wiping a bead of cold sweat from her forehead. But she felt that her Conqueror's Haki had been greatly enhanced. Barrett and the Pirate Empress also gained a lot from this extreme clash. Only Fire Fist Ace felt a bit weak and mentally exhausted. Marco quickly went to support the nearly collapsing Ace. After many years, Ace awakened Conqueror's Haki again and faced so many top-tier strong opponents. It was as if he had accidentally wandered into a peak match right after leaving the novice village. Luckily, the Roke World Group had no hostility. Otherwise, this newcomer to Conqueror's Haki might have suffered without a chance to grow. Roke dispersed the very showy 9-colored Divine Dragon, put away the Golden Bell, and controlled the Arc Proverbs to lower its altitude. Seeing Roke about to descend, Sachi hurried back to his room and took out his gift. He believed Roke would definitely like this surprise. You really are a terrible guest, coming to visit and knocking out so many of my kids. Whitebeard grumbled at Roke as he saw the members of the Roke World Group coming down from the towering black ladder, displeased. He initially wanted to teach Roke some manners. But with so many Conqueror's Haki monsters from the Roke World Group arriving, he thought better of it. I can't win. But he certainly couldn't show weakness in words. You were the one who unleashed your Conqueror's Haki first. Roke laughed back, waving his hand to summon a scroll, releasing a sealed large jar containing a high-proof liquor that Roke had Bay Japan distill. This was dozens of times better than any rum, beer, or wine in the world of One Piece. Some tough guys in the Roke World Group really liked this kind of strong liquor. As Roke opened the lid, a strong aroma of alcohol spread across the vast deck of the Moby Dick. So fragrant. Jozu, the drunkard, immediately drooled, eagerly gathering around. He didn't care that this was fine wine gifted to Dad. After all, Marco's medical team often restricted Dad's alcohol intake. What kind of wine is this? It's even more fragrant than the wine god's strong liquor from the West Sea. The alcohol-loving Whitebeard's eyes also lit up. He was a man who drank liquor like water before falling seriously ill. He wouldn't let such fine wine go to waste. This is the high-proof liquor that I and Bay Japan concocted. It's called Real Man's Burned Liquor. Real men love to drink it. Roji grinned and even gave a thumbs up to promote the drink. Real men drink liquor? Come on, bring me a big bowl and fill it up. Whitebeard turned to his son and asked him to bring out his super-sized liquor bowl. Dad, you need to drink in moderation, or your old injuries will flare up again. Marco helplessly tried to persuade him, but the kitchen staff still brought out the giant bowl. This bowl would probably empty Roji's huge liquor vat. Slow down. Leave some for us. Joseph shouted as he saw Roji pouring the fine wine, quickly bringing over his own large bowl. Such fragrant wine, he couldn't miss out on it. Seeing this, other division leaders and some pirate captains quickly brought their bowls over as well. The Ice Witch, Wade-Eye, even scooped a bowl directly from Whitebeard's giant bowl, wanting to taste the real man's liquor. Whitebeard noticed that his other sons also wanted to imitate Wade-Eye and quickly lifted the not-yet-full bowl to take a big gulp. Hiss! So strong. This is the strongest fine wine I've had in all my years. Refreshing. Whitebeard shouted, his face slightly flushed, feeling a burn in his stomach. Others began to drink heavily as well, with some even choking, yet everyone shouted in exhilaration. The crew of Roji's World watched as the Whitebeard pirates focused solely on their drinking, completely ignoring their guests. One can only say these people were too carefree. Not to mention the etiquette of hospitality, there was not even a hint of vigilance. Was it because Whitebeard protected them too well that they lost the caution expected of pirates? Or did they overly trust Roji, this emperor? However, Yamato and Galette noticed the members of the 16th Division standing behind them. These people were watching Roji's crew with great vigilance. Samurai from Wano, Lord Inu Erishur, and Captain Snake? Yamato seemed to recognize Denjiro and Kazuki Hayori. Galette and Wanda yelled out, surprised to see the two exiled former kings here. Don't drink without me. Roji, I even went to get a surprise ready for you. At this moment, Sachi ran out with a treasure chest, pretending to be seriously angry. You can't miss me. What surprise? Ordinary treasures wouldn't catch my eye. Roji personally poured a glass of wine for this candidate for the dark fruit, not knowing that under the butterfly effect, Sachi hadn't had the chance to obtain the fruit yet. This will definitely surprise you. Sachi boldly took the fine wine poured by Roji and gulped it down. After coughing a few times with a flushed face, he opened the treasure chest in front of everyone and pulled out a dark purple devil fruit. At that moment, the entire world seemed to freeze. Roji and Blackbeard Teach's pupils constricted simultaneously, revealing shocked expressions. Roji was overjoyed and immediately took the dark fruit from Sachi's hands, while Teach clenched his fists, trembling all over, his face twisting in fury. Why is the dark fruit in Sachi's hands? Damn, Sachi, why did you hide it? Teach looked at the dark fruit in Roji's hands, feeling as if the entire world was abandoning him. If the dark fruit were in Sachi's hands, or even in Dad's hands, he would have done everything possible to steal or beg for it. But now that the dark fruit was in Roji's hands, his chances of snatching it were almost zero. What to do? Is it too late to ask Whitebeard to get the dark fruit back? Or should he immediately join Roji's crew and kneel to ask Roji for the dark fruit? The success rate of these two plans was low, but there was still a glimmer of hope. Sachi, you really found a devil fruit. Why didn't you tell us? Marco and Ace both knew about Sachi's deal with Roji and were very interested in the news of the devil fruit on board. They didn't expect Sachi to prepare a little surprise for them without them knowing. This was also the devil fruit he found among the fruits just yesterday. I checked, and the devil fruit encyclopedia on the ship doesn't have this fruit listed. So it's a devil fruit of unknown abilities. If Captain Roji intends to let others consume it, he must think it through. Sachi smiled. He wasn't too fixated on this unknown devil fruit. He always held a grateful heart for Roji's crew for treating Whitebeard. Sachi, this is truly a huge surprise. You're my good friend. Roji laughed heartily while holding the dark fruit, even glancing at Blackbeard Teach, who was standing in the crowd. Seeing Teach's nearly broken expression, Roji laughed even more wickedly. Teach's rise to power had been completely cut off. This fat black guy should just stay in the Whitebeard Pirates to retire. Seeing Roji so happy, the entire chef division was also very pleased. Their captain Sachi had truly gained the friendship of the god slayer Roji. They might also benefit from it in the future. Perhaps even go to Raftel together to find All Blue. Blackbeard Teach also sensed Roji's sinister gaze. He definitely knew that this devil fruit was the dark fruit. He was aware of everything. Thinking of this, Teach felt even more despair. However, Roji was already a user of a devil fruit. He hadn't eaten the dark fruit, so there was still a sliver of opportunity. Dad, I want that devil fruit, please. I'm willing to give everything. And Captain Roji was already a devil fruit user. Please let me buy back that devil fruit. Teach crawled and rolled to hug Whitebeard's leg, crying out in desperation, looking pitiful. This was his only chance to get the dark fruit. He didn't want to give up this glimmer of hope. As long as no one had eaten the dark fruit, he would never give up. Teach's sudden plea made Whitebeard's hand, holding the liquor bowl, stiffen for a moment. Sachi looked at Teach with a grim expression. He had just given this devil fruit to his benefactor and good friend Roji. And now Teach shamelessly asked for this devil fruit. It made him feel embarrassed. Not only would this offend Roji, one of the emperors, but it would also put him in an awkward position between both sides. Teach, what are you doing? Stop causing trouble here. If you want a devil fruit, we can find another one for you later. Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division captain, quickly rushed over to forcibly pull Teach, a 2nd Division member, up. With such a joyful banquet going on between the Whitebeard pirates and Roji's crew, Teach was crying while hugging Dad's leg. This was truly embarrassing for the Whitebeard pirates, and it also disgraced the 2nd Division. Ace, Dad, I want that devil fruit, please. Teach, an old member, turned to hug Ace's leg, looking miserable as he cried out. The exaggerated crying and the tears streaming down his face made him look just like a child begging for candy, completely unlike a seasoned pirate. The Red Count and Barrett, those big pirates, watched Teach with great interest, their expressions betraying a sense of amusement at the spectacle. If the Whitebeard pirates were to go to war with the worst generation over an unknown devil fruit, it would certainly be a serious fight. After all, they were eager to test the strength of Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. The commanders and subordinate captains of the Whitebeard pirates glared at Teach with disappointment, even a bit of disgust at his disgraceful display. Teach's pathetic wailing truly embarrassed the Whitebeard pirates. Even if the ability of this devil fruit was unknown, it was still not worth such a significant loss of face for the Whitebeard pirates. Enough. Teach, according to the ship's rules, whoever finds the devil fruit gets to keep it. This devil fruit was found by Sachi and the others, so it should be handled by them. Now that he has given the fruit to Law, it belongs to Law. If you want a devil fruit, we'll find you another one. Whitebeard took a deep breath and loudly reprimanded his reckless son, setting aside the fact that the devil fruit had already been given away. The strong presence of Law's crew made him reconsider. If they were to turn against Law now, it was likely that the Moby Dick and most of his children would suffer. The 5 Conqueror's Haki users on Law's ship were formidable. It would be unwise to provoke Law's crew over a devil fruit, hearing that his father and Ace were unwilling to help him. Teach's heart was filled with resentment. I'm your son. Dad, why won't you help me? Teach screamed in his heart, his mind racing with other ideas. Since Dad and Ace were being unsympathetic, he could only make a final struggle. He abandoned the idea of clinging to Whitebeard and Ace and instead knelt before Law. Captain Law, I am willing to join the worst generation and become your most loyal subordinate. Please grant me this devil fruit. Teach looked at Law with longing, his eyes fixated on the dark fruit in Law's hand. Boom! Teach's words instantly ignited chaos within the Whitebeard pirates. Teach, what are you talking about? Are you going to betray us for a devil fruit? Bastard! You traitor! You've truly embarrassed us. Dad, please enforce the ship's rules on this bastard. Get rid of him. I'm ashamed to be associated with him. The commanders and subordinate captains all glared at Teach and began to curse him, the mood growing increasingly heated. Whitebeard's face turned ashen as he looked at Teach kneeling before Law, his anger boiling over. Teach had once knelt before him, begging to join the Whitebeard pirates. Now it was happening again. Whitebeard had thought Teach was just lacking ambition and being reckless, but he didn't expect him to be such a coward. Teach! Fire Fist Ace furiously grabbed Teach by the shoulder, wanting to throw this disgraceful bastard out. But despite all his strength, he couldn't lift Teach, who seemed to be glued to the ground, kneeling before Law with a face full of madness and desire. Whitebeard, do you want me to take care of your son? Law looked at Whitebeard with a calm expression, seeking the ship owner's opinion. Upon hearing that Law had no intention of accepting him, Teach completely lost his mind. Did Law look down on him, this nameless nobody? If he had known this would happen, he would have made a name for himself. And Law wouldn't treat him with such disdain. Seeing the dark fruit so close, Teach's malice surged, and he elbowed Fire Fist Ace away, suddenly pushing off with his legs and charging at Law like a cannonball. He was going to snatch the dark fruit. Once he had the fruit, he would dive into the sea and escape. He He had hidden his strength, but it wasn't enough. Law's eyes flashed with a red light, and he revealed a sinister smile. His long legs enveloped in Conqueror's Haki, kicking the crazed Teach away. Ace. Teach. The deck of the Moby Dick erupted into chaos, the atmosphere growing extremely tense. The powerful members of Law's crew prepared for battle. Barrett and Enel, who thrived on chaos, were eager to fight. Even the Red Count had his hands on his umbrella sword, his index finger tapping rhythmically, exuding an overwhelming aura as a small raccoon appeared on his shoulder, its claws adorned with green leaves. The commanders and subordinate captains of the Whitebeard pirates charged at Teach in anger, wanting to subdue this bastard. Meanwhile, Firefist Ace quickly got back up, blood trickling from his mouth, shocked that Teach, this old schemer, had such strength and even used armament Haki, catching him off guard. What was supposed to be a gathering had turned into this. Sachi cursed loudly, filled with self-reproach. Had he known it would turn out like this, he would have quietly given the devil fruit to Law. Lock this ungrateful brat up, Whitebeard shouted in anger, ordering Jozu and the others to confine Teach to the ship's cabin. Although Teach had embarrassed them and even uttered traitorous words about joining Law's crew, Whitebeard still had no intention of executing him. Whitebeard, though maybe a bit untimely, I still want to remind you. Marshal de Teach, being one of the D-Clan, is not simple. He joined the Whitebeard pirates for a specific devil fruit. Over the years, he has hidden his strength and harbored great ambitions. Even Shank's 3 scars on his eye were left by him. If he uses his hidden strength and ambushes you, all the commanders might be in danger. You should be careful if you decide to imprison him. Law said to the enraged Whitebeard, looking at the restrained Blackbeard Teach. I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Whitebeard huffed in anger, unwilling to lose face. Teach, this little brat was disappointing, but Law also annoyed him greatly. If Law hadn't come to invite him to that ridiculous pirate expo, the Whitebeard pirates would still be a loving family. The fact that Shank's 3 scars were left by Teach had hidden his strength. The commanders and subordinate captains of the Whitebeard pirates were somewhat incredulous. That slacker, who didn't even want to be a captain, had such strength and a glorious history. The D-Clan? The Red Count and Barrett became interested in Teach. They had thought he was just a pathetic insect annoying Law, but it turned out he was a hidden little hero. Dad, I was just momentarily possessed. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare me this once. Realizing that things were hopeless, Teach quickly put on a show of restraint and acting, crying and begging for mercy. Just wanted to save his own life. As long as he was still alive, there would still be a chance. Teach's pitiful appearance of repentance immediately stirred the hearts of Whitebeard and the other commanders. After all, they had been family for over 20 years. Yoho Teach, nice acting. Bitavier, Marco. You all know his body is an aberration. He has always coveted Whitebeard's tremor fruit abilities. Believe it or not, Law has completely uncovered the truth about Blackbeard Teach. If anything unexpected happens to the Whitebeard pirates, then there's nothing we can do about it. Teach coveting Dad's tremor fruit abilities? How is that possible? The Phoenix Marco was shocked. Could it be that Teach wants to obtain the tremor fruit after Dad's death? Then why does he want the devil fruit that Law has so badly? Enough. Law, get the hell away from me. The situation on the Moby Dick doesn't need your interference. Whitebeard had had enough of the terrible atmosphere on the ship. He had always longed for his children to get along harmoniously. Even if Teach made a mistake, he didn't want his children to be filled with hatred and anger. Well, I hope you won't miss the pirate festival. Law shrugged his shoulders, not wanting to stay in the awkward atmosphere of Whitebeard teaching his son. Sachi, Ace, don't worry. You're still my good friends. This small matter with Teach won't affect us. But just a final reminder, be careful of that guy. He has the strength to kill you. Law said with a gentle smile to Sachi and Ace, tossing Ace a blood crystal dandelion to help him recover from the small injury at the corner of his mouth. I'm really sorry, Law, for making you laugh. Sachi smiled a bit awkwardly. This was supposed to be a happy gathering, but he didn't expect it to be disrupted by Teach. His biggest worry was that a rift would develop between the Whitebeard pirates and Law's world. That would be a big problem. See you at the World Pirate Festival. We'll hold a feast then. Law once again released a barrel of genuine man's liquor and led everyone back to the Arc Maxim. Barrett and Enel left with disappointed looks, still unable to fight. No one expected this meeting to end so quickly, even before the main banquet began. It was abruptly terminated because of a devil fruit sent by Sachi and Teach Ruckus. Law tossed the dark fruit, glanced at Blackbeard Teach, and left with a smile. Teach clenched his fists, watching the dark fruit disappear into the distance, his heart bleeding madly. His dream seemed to be coming to an end. Whitebeard glared at the Arc Maxim as it departed, coldly staring at the trembling Teach. The D family. an aberrant body, hidden strength, joining the Whitebeard pirates for the sake of the devil fruit, coveting his tremor fruit abilities? Could it be that he was truly deceived by this son's innocent appearance? But Teach's explosive power that injured Ace just now was no lie. In the bizarre atmosphere, not to mention the division commanders starting to take Law's warning seriously, even Whitebeard began to pay attention. After all, it is well known that Law has a certain prophetic ability. Dad, I was really wrong. I was just momentarily bewitched. Teach felt the unkind gazes from Whitebeard and everyone else, and quickly put on a pitiful act, begging for mercy with tears flowing. Marco, Josu, test this unfilial son's true strength. Whitebeard angrily issued the order. If Teach really had hidden so much strength, then they had to take it seriously and figure out Teach's true ambitions and objectives. Yes, Dad. The division commanders immediately instructed the sailors to find a small island to test Teach's full strength. Kazuki Odin's snake, and Inuyarashi watched the golden ship disappear into the sky with deep gazes. Kazuki Odin sighed. Not to mention that Snake and Inuyarashi had a great enmity with Law. Just the relationship between Yamato and Kaido made her quell the thought of seeking Law's help. On the departing arc Maxim, why are we leaving so quickly? I haven't even fought with Newgate yet. The Red Count looked at Law, who was still holding that devil fruit, his eyes seemingly hesitant. Could this devil fruit possess some incredible powerful ability? Or does Law already have a devil fruit ability and is still coveting this devil fruit? Exactly. Just now, Whitebeard was so arrogant. We should have gone all out with them. Barrett wished that Whitebeard and Law couldn't help but start a fight just now, so he could face Whitebeard head on. Law, what is this ability? Why do you and that black fatty both seem to want it so badly? Yamato squeezed next to Law, ignoring the pirate empress's jealousy, filled with curiosity. Even Bonnie and Hiyori rushed to Law's side, wanting to know what ability this devil fruit had. The world's most evil ability. Law held the dark fruit, feeling a bit conflicted. He hadn't expected Sachi to really obtain this devil fruit. Just a few days ago, he called Sachi an ace and hadn't gotten it yet. And now Sachi just got it yesterday. Is this destiny? If the dark fruit also has a devil consciousness, was it prepared for Blackbeard Teach or for this Godslayer? The world's most evil? Even the Red Count and Barrett became serious upon hearing this introduction. What kind of ability can make Law value it so much? Eating it would bring the curse of the sea again. Is it worth it? Law murmured to himself, furrowing his brows. You can still eat a devil fruit? Everyone was shocked. Law could actually obtain another devil fruit ability. Haven't you already tried to erase the devil consciousness? What are you afraid of? The Red Count said coldly, his mind filled with speculation. Could it be that after erasing the devil consciousness and lifting the curse, you can consume another devil fruit? Wouldn't that mean you could keep erasing and keep eating? Isn't it just being restrained by seawater and sea prism stone? With our Haki and strength, are we still afraid of being thrown into the sea? Barrett scoffed as well. If one day he really got thrown into the sea by an enemy, then he would die. So, be it. Dying in pursuit of being the world's strongest only proves that he is not that great. Barrett was unafraid of all challenges and dangers for the sake of power. Hearing Barrett's determination and confidence in pursuing the world's strongest, Law's inner conflict vanished. That's right. My other abilities are not afraid of being restrained by seawater and sea prism stone. I can use the surrender fruit to make waterproof battle suits. And I can use Haki to block all sea prism stone attacks. The king of the world the sun god Nika, the Gorosei, the three admirals, the three pirate emperors. Which one of them is not an ability user? Only red-haired Shanks, Roger, and Garp are not ability users. In this world, the top powerhouses, devil fruit abilities are mainstream. They're not afraid of the curse of the sea. What am I afraid of? Endless determination flashed in Law's eyes. What is there to fear about mere sea prism stone and seawater? The chance to become stronger is right in front of him. How can he give it up? Compared to the shortcomings of devil fruits, its advantages are even greater. Kaido said that Haki is supreme, yet he was still taken down by the sun god Nika's fruit ability. Even he himself cannot do without the super strong enhancement of the dragon fruit ability. The notion of supreme Haki is merely Kaido's personal opinion. As a traverser, can Luo-Ji really have it both ways? He wants the strongest Haki and the strongest ability as well. Why separate Haki and devil fruit abilities for comparison, belittling one side? Kaido praises Haki. Zifa downplays devil fruit abilities, and Blackbeard believes that devil fruit abilities are stronger. All of these are wrong. The strongest person should cultivate and develop both the three types of Haki and devil fruit abilities to the utmost. Otherwise, They're just a failure on the path to becoming the strongest. In the astonished eyes of everyone in Luo Ji's world group, Luo Ji, who had just been conflicted, unexpectedly resolutely took a big bite of the entire dark purple devil fruit. Luo Ji remained expressionless, forcibly enduring the disgusting taste of the devil fruit. Indeed, as long as he successfully erased the consciousness of the devil fruit and broke the curse, he could continue to eat another devil fruit. The Red Count seemed to have discovered some great secret, instantly transforming into demigods, deducing the true truth and rules. What? This is the secret and truth of consuming a second devil fruit? It turns out that the explosion from eating 2 devil fruits is due to the consciousness of the devil. No wonder Brother Luo Ji can use painting abilities and clothing abilities in addition to his scroll ability. Brother Luo Ji, you're actually a multi-fruit ability user, right? You're not just using abilities developed from the scroll ability. As Luo Ji successfully consumed the dark purple devil fruit, nothing unexpected happened. Everyone on the Arc Penance deck was completely stirred up. Even the Red Count, Barret, Bear, and Enel were filled with desire for a second ability. In response to the Red Count's wise deduction, Luo Ji could only respond with a deafening silence, speechless. Then everyone should work hard to awaken their abilities and erase the devil's consciousness. Until you no longer fear Sea Prism Stone and seawater, perhaps you can consume a second devil fruit. Luo Ji emanated pitch black dark matter, using a kind light to encourage everyone to train hard and awaken their devil fruit abilities. As for whether they could erase the devil's consciousness and break the curse of Sea Prism Stone and seawater, Luo Ji stated that he could only leave it to fate. Awesome. We really have a chance to escape the fate of being poor swimmers. And there's a chance to eat a second devil fruit. Yamato, seeing Luo Ji's successful demonstration, excitedly hugged Luo Ji and kissed him, her eyes filled with hope. Lord Luo Ji is mine. The pirate Empress Hancock, not wanting to be outdone, squeezed in after Yamato finished kissing and stuffed Luo Ji's head into her ample bosom. If Dr. Vegapunk knew these secrets, he would definitely be very excited. This is the first time Bear clearly recognized that Luo Ji possesses multiple devil fruit abilities. Previously, seeing Luo Ji's scroll ability, painting ability, and clothing ability, he thought they were techniques developed and extended from a single devil fruit ability. They were even more than his own pawpaw fruit abilities techniques. Bear was very shocked by Luo Ji's developed abilities. Now he discovered that Luo Ji is actually a multiple devil fruit user. The power of darkness? The Red Count, seeing the dark matter that Luo Ji just released, felt a hint of pure dark power and a vague sense of threat. Luo Ji, let me see what this most evil power is. Barret, ignoring Luo Ji and the women's intimacy, directly spoke up without any emotional intelligence. Luo Ji left the tender embrace of the pirate empress, took a few deep breaths. Hancock's great love truly took his breath away. The most evil ability, the dark fruit ability, can counter all devil fruit abilities. Dark water. Dark swirling smoke erupted from Luo Ji's hand. His palm, facing Barret, and a powerful attraction appeared, pulling Barret towards him. Gravity? This is not enough. Barret had fought with a smile before, and was quite familiar with this kind of gravity or attraction. He not only did not fear it, but even wanted to use this pulling force to attack Luo Ji. Isn't this letting you experience the ability of the dark fruit? Are you really going to fight? Luo Ji saw Barret unleashing his armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, and immediately began to curse. Clones. Scrolls appeared under Luo Ji's feet, and dozens of identical Luo Ji surrounded him. Luo Ji quickly contained the power of the dark fruit, mingling it with the clones, all attacking Barret together. Bang, bang, bang. The clones were continuously shattered by Barret's furious strikes. These flashy tricks are useless. Barret impatiently smashed these distracting techniques. Is that so? Luo Ji's eyes flashed red, and he instantly appeared behind Barret, a faint smile on his lips. A large hand filled with dark power grabbed Barret's shoulder. Barret felt not only that his observation Haki had completely failed, but also that his devil fruit ability had vanished. Even when his devil fruit ability disappeared, his power and Haki briefly faded, resulting in a feeling of emptiness. It was as if he had been touched by Sea Prism Stone. When Barret's power and Haki surged again, he was suddenly kicked away by Luo Ji, flying into the void door of the scroll world. If they had just fought for their lives, that brief moment of weakness would have been enough to seriously injure him. Luo Ji said lightly, but he knew that using the dark fruit against a Haki user was still somewhat insufficient. He could only rely on the fact that the other party did not understand the ability mechanism of the dark fruit to achieve a surprising victory. Of course, Luo was not completely dependent on the dark fruit's abilities. He had plenty of means. Observation kill. Your Haki has indeed grown stronger. The Red Count felt that even his observation Haki was severely affected by Luo, and Barrett's observation Haki was probably completely ineffective. As long as you don't truly come into contact with me, this ability seems unworthy of the title of the most evil. Barrett's face turned dark as he walked out of the void door of the scroll. His 3 types of Haki and Devil Fruit, except for the armament Haki, were actually suppressed by Luo. This left him feeling very unhappy. The path to the strongest is still long and arduous. The name of the most evil is not just because the dark fruit can counter other devil fruit abilities. The dark fruit ability can also deprive other devil fruit abilities. Dark matter swirled wildly around Luo, making him look like a true demon. Depriving devil fruit abilities? Everyone was shocked, their eyes filled with horror. There is actually such an evil ability in this world. Does that mean that in the future, Luo will be the nightmare of all ability users? Even a Red Count and Barrett's expressions grew serious. Fortunately, they're still members of Luo's world group. Otherwise, they could be defeated by Luo and have their devil fruit abilities stripped away at any time. Soon you will witness the power of the dark fruit ability. Luo suddenly directed his sinister gaze at the long-imprisoned Kaido. The crowd followed Luo's gaze and looked at the mythical beast user, the Yamato no Orochi. No wonder Luo had never subdued this old man and had kept him locked in a sea stone cage on the Arc Proverbs. It turns out this guy's fate had long been sealed. Perhaps Luo had foreseen the emergence of the dark fruit 2 years ago and had prepared this mythical beast test subject. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I beg you, Lord Luo. As the members of the Luo world group mocked him, the black charcoal snake trembled as he knelt on the ground, banging his head repeatedly while crying uncontrollably. Which lucky person would obtain this rare, mythical beast ability? The Red Count scanned the ship. There were not many non-users left on the Arc Proverbs. That guy, Rangy Shilio, would probably like this mythical beast ability. Barrett casually remarked that among the non-users in Luo's group, the strongest was Rangy Shilio. He believed that with the Yamato no Orochi fruit ability, Rangy Shilio could become his sparring partner. That despicable bastard Shilio might prefer that transparent fruit ability instead. Enel sneered earlier on the ship. His observation Haki had detected that Shilio's gaze lingered on the transparent fruit user the most. This indicated that Rangy Shilio favored that old cunning ability. Absalom, locked in the sea stone cage, was terrified to hear that Luo had acquired the most evil ability to deprive others of their devil fruit abilities and that someone had their eyes on his transparent ability. He immediately shrank back into the corner, trembling in fear. Moonlight Moria and Perona also turned pale. Lord Moria, I don't want to die, Perona said pitifully, sitting on the ground, overwhelmed by an unprecedented fear of death. Then there were Donachino and Foxy, the captives who had always wanted to surrender and join Luo's group, fearing they would become subjects of Luo's ability deprivation experiments. Moonlight Moria never expected that Luo could also deprive others of their devil fruit abilities. At this moment, he was afraid. He feared that he had dragged Absalom and Perona down with him. Did he really have to kneel and beg for mercy to join Luo's group and become one of Luo's subordinates alongside Kaido's daughter? The previously nameless cleaner, the Shushu fruit user Shun, felt incredibly happy to hear that Lord Luo was finally going to execute the black charcoal snake. Earlier, she had quietly watched Kazuki Odin's daughter and the others on the Arc Proverbs, feeling that the hope of Wano country was still alive. Everything was so beautiful. Gallet, you queen of the fur tribe, do you want to become a user? Luo looked around at the non-users on the ship. Charlie, Isa, Gallet, Wanda. He also thought of the already dispatched members of the Jinjui squad, Califa and Alpha. However, he ultimately decided to give the Yamato no Orochi ability to Gallet, this genius of the fur tribe. Me? The little rabbit Gallet pointed at herself with a dazed expression, her mind still unable to process it. After all, she had never thought about becoming a devil fruit user. She was already very satisfied with her electric blue battle outfit and the elephant sword of Zoe's glory. Upon hearing Luo's decision, Barrett and the others fell silent, no longer caring. However, they still wanted to witness how Luo would use the dark fruit ability to deprive a devil fruit user of their power. After all, it would relate to their obtaining a second devil fruit ability in the future. They all had a strong confidence in erasing the demonic consciousness of their first devil fruit. Since Luo had succeeded, there was no reason they couldn't. Quickly agree to Lord Luo You silly queen. Wanda quickly poked Galet's waist to remind her. Now that Luo-Ji wanted to further strengthen the new king of the fur tribe, how could they refuse? Wanda also hoped Galet would become stronger. At least stronger than Duke Inuarashi and Boss Kinemon, to secure her position as the king of Zou Island. Oh, okay, I want to be a user, thank you. Lord Luo-Ji. I really like Lord Luo-Ji. Galet quickly responded, bouncing around in front of Luo-Ji, jumping up to hug him and rubbing her fluffy face against his. This scene made the pirate empress widen her eyes in surprise. Another little rabbit competing for affection. After obtaining the Yamata no Orochi ability, she would need to train hard. Perhaps one day, she could use the moon lion form and become the 8-headed lion dragon. Luo-Ji patted Galet's little head, and she instantly felt comfortable, squinting her eyes and smiling adorably. I will definitely transform into the 8-headed lion dragon covered in lightning, Galet said with a smile, full of determination and confidence. Meanwhile, the black charcoal snake, hearing his death sentence, frantically kicked his legs and squeezed himself into the corner of the cage, his eyes filled with panic as his mind broke down. Don't kill me. Kaido, save me. Murin, Chimaru, save me. The black charcoal snake was utterly terrified, causing the other captives in the cells to feel equally afraid. Especially Absalom, the candidate target, who nearly lost control of his bowels in fright. In the face of death, any loyalty to Moria was forgotten. He wanted to surrender. He absolutely had to surrender. Seeing the black charcoal snake's ugly state made Shun laugh happily. Shut up. Enel shot a bolt of lightning, knocking the black charcoal snake to the ground, and the ship fell silent. Shun quickly opened the cage door and dragged the black charcoal snake out. After all, she was usually responsible for escorting the black charcoal snake, the mythical beast user, to serve as a punching bag for the female officers. Everyone eagerly watched Luo-Ji's performance. Luo-Ji, with Galet, approached the scorched black charcoal snake. Endless dark matter surged from Luo-Ji, completely enveloping the black charcoal snake, even swallowing Luo-Ji and Galet inside. All that could be seen was a large black sphere wrapped in dark matter, filled with eeriness and evil. Wanda was the most nervous, fearing something would happen to Galet, the silly new queen. Only a little over 10 seconds passed. The entire dark sphere dissipated, and everyone found the black charcoal snake lying on the ground, completely devoid of life. Galet closed her eyes, clenched her fists, and concentrated. Did it succeed? Bonnie and Wanda shouted, while the Red Count and Bartolomeo observed seriously. Little rabbit, let them see your ability. Luo-Ji chuckled. This was his first time successfully depriving a devil fruit user, and it went surprisingly smoothly. After all, this was just a weak guy who had lost consciousness. The mechanism of the dark fruit ability was above all devil fruit abilities. Roar! Galet tightened her fists, suddenly opened her eyes, and her black round pupils transformed into slits as her neck began to elongate, turning into a dragon's head. From the sides and back of her neck, 7 smaller dragon heads emerged. The Yamata no Orochi that Galet transformed into was not the green dragon heads of the black charcoal snake. Instead, it resembled the white Yamata no Orochi that Orochimaru transformed into a Naruto. It worked. Lord Roji really deprived that guy of his devil fruit ability. Galet, you're so cool. Is this the terrifying aspect of the most evil ability? To take away devil fruit powers and bestow them upon oneself. Originally, the Roji World Group was already powerful with Vegapunk, the world's #1 scientist, but now Roji has become the most evil ability user, able to plunder devil fruit powers at will. The Roji World Group will become even stronger in the future. The members of the Roji World Group on the Arc Purgatory deck were completely ecstatic, envisioning a glorious future. Count Red Barrett, along with the arrogant Enel, even began to consider their second devil fruit abilities in their hearts. They firmly believed that after awakening their abilities, they could erase the will of the devil and gain the qualification to consume a second devil fruit. Meanwhile, the other prisoners in the sea prison were like they had seen hell, their psychological defenses completely shattered. They had to succeed in joining the Roji World Group, or they would become the next death row inmates deprived of their devil fruit abilities. My power has increased so much, Galet shouted excitedly. Even her electrical abilities had multiplied several times. Surely, Aisha, Wanda, if you want to become devil fruit users, you should pick out your desired abilities first. Roji chuckled lightly, and a mass of dark substance emerged from beneath his feet, wrapping around the corpse of the black charcoal snake to clean the deck. Forget it. Although I really want a powerful devil fruit ability, if I become a dry duck, this mermaid will lose all face for the merfolk. Shirley continued to refuse, stating that she could never eat a devil fruit, not in her lifetime. Swimming ability was the bottom line for the merfolk. Thank you, Lord Roji. Aisha and Wanda did not refuse and had already begun to consider in their hearts how to make themselves stronger. They even started to think about those strong individuals who had already been sent to Vegapunk for memory modification. For example, the great pirate prisoners in the 6th level of Impel Down, even the World Destroyer and the Golden Lion. They wondered if Lord Roji would be willing to give them the abilities of these powerful modified individuals. However, they still tried to avoid making things difficult for Lord Roji. They would choose other devil fruit abilities that would not affect Roji's plans. In the sea prison, Donachino and Foxy, as well as Absalom and Perona, were desperately pleading to join the Roji World Group. Moonlight Moria did not stop the surrender of these two subordinates, even wishing that they could survive like Dr. Hogback. After all, being deprived of a devil fruit ability meant death. Absalom and Perona even persuaded Moonlight Moria to surrender as well. But Moonlight Moria remained controlled by his hatred and was unwilling to ally with Yamato. Roji directly ordered Kuma to send Moonlight Moria back to Zou Island for memory modification by Vegapunk. Leaving Moonlight Moria alive was already a consolation for Perona. Otherwise, Roji would directly deprive Moonlight Moria of his Shadow fruit ability and give it to members like Shiryu of the Rain or Califa, Alpha, etc. Perhaps Lord Moria will live better without memories and hatred. Absalom and Perona watched Moonlight Moria being taken away, constantly comforting themselves. This at least saved their lives. I hope you all work hard to cultivate and contribute to the Roji World Group. Otherwise, the abilities you possess will be given to others. Under the fear of the death of the Black Charcoal Snake, Roji officially approved the joining of Perona, Absalom, Donachino, and Foxy. We will definitely work hard to become strong and be valuable aids to Lord Roji. These new members expressed their loyalty one by one, eager to show Roji their hearts. Roji knew that Shiryu of the Rain had a bit of an affinity for the transparent fruit ability. But Roji did not want Shiryu to eat this mediocre ability. Shiryu should consume a stronger devil fruit ability to maximize his strength. Even a teleportation fruit ability would be better than the transparent fruit ability. Not to mention other mythical Zoan and Logia types. To obtain transparency, couldn't they just use transparent battle suits or the modification technology of Queen of Plague? Under Roji's friendly exchange, Vince Smoke Judge, the guy pretending to be crazy, finally revealed the hidden invisible black battlesuit that was solely for Sanji, allowing Roji to research it. Now Roji could produce invisible black battlesuits. And Caesar Clown, who was captured, along with Judge, was already working with Vegapunk to comprehensively study Queen the Plague's modification technology. It is believed that soon, the three scientists will completely crack Queen's modification technology and even enhance it to become stronger. It is estimated that Shiryu of the Rain and Hanavza would go so far as to modify their bodies for power and strength. Now, with Roji obtaining the most evil ability to deprive devil fruit users at any time, the strong members on the Roji World Group ship were all gearing up to cultivate in order to awaken their own devil fruit abilities, thinking of ways to erase the devil's consciousness and break the curse of the sea. Barrett, who had already awakened his devil fruit ability, became the most proactive among them, wanting to learn and spar with Roji almost every day to enhance his Conqueror's Haki, and also began to study how to erase the devil's consciousness. The Roji World Group had left Whitebeard's territory, but news of their brief meeting had already been relayed back by various spies and informants. Roji personally invited Whitebeard to participate in the big news of the Pirate Expo, which quickly spread throughout the world the next day. The world government and Navy headquarters became extremely tense. They were genuinely afraid that Roji had gathered the 4 emperors and the Revolutionary Army to launch a full-scale attack on the world government. Such a grand scene would be difficult for even the 5 elders to control. It was necessary for the king of the world, M, to personally oversee the situation. As the big news of the Pirate Expo spread and fermented further, the ambitions and forces around the world became agitated, with strong individuals gathering in the New World. Even some supernova pirates who had only recently entered the Grand Line wanted to accelerate their entry into the New World to participate in this once-in-a-century pirate grand event in the contest for the title of Pirate King. The main fleets of the 4 emperors, Big Mom Pirates and Beast Pirates, had already left their respective territories, setting out from Tato Land and Onigashima to the front of the New World, waiting for the Slayers of Gods, Roji, and Big News Morgans to announce the time and place for the Pirate Expo. Even the Golden Emperor Tezulo's Golden Entertainment Island ship and the warships of various underground Dark Emperors were heading to the territory of the Roji World Group, which was originally the territory of red-haired Shanks. At this time, under Crocodile's scheme, the Cross Guild under the Roji World Group had set its sights on a no-man's-land sea area, once the base of a new world overlord, the Rocks Pirates. Now a pirate sanctuary directly occupied by the Pirate King, Hive Island, Hachinos. This island is almost in the center of the new world, at the central intersection of the four Emperor's territories. Geographically, it is situated on the edge of the vast territory of the Whitebeard Pirates, nominally belonging to Whitebeard's domain. However, Wang Ji relies on his connections with the Rocks Pirates to balance various forces, maintaining a considerable degree of independence, even avoiding paying protection fees to Whitebeard. Whitebeard himself is too lazy to manage this former stronghold of Rocks. Currently, Crocodile feels that the Roger Pirates, as the strongest among the four emperors, are unworthy of their title by merely taking over the trash territories of red-haired Shanks. Previously, the four emperors, Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido, gave Wang Ji, a former cadre of the Rocks Pirates, a bit of face by allowing him to occupy the pirate Holy Land, Hive Island, preserving Rocks' legacy. However, the Roger Pirates would not extend the same courtesy to Wang Ji. The Roger Pirates need this prosperous sea area as their core territory to continue developing and expanding their influence. Moreover, Crocodile harbors a little grudge against Whitebeard, wanting to forcibly take this territory that nominally belongs to Whitebeard. Despite Wang Ji, a veteran pirate, not paying protection fees to Whitebeard, he is not considered Whitebeard's subordinate force. However, on the surface, attacking Hive Island would be a show of strength against Whitebeard. The ignorant masses and subordinate pirates around the world do not know about the old partnership between Wang Ji and the four emperors. After all, most information about the Rocks Pirates has been erased by the world government and the Navy headquarters. Crocodile calculated that the old Whitebeard wouldn't dare to fall out with the Roger Pirates over Wang Ji and Hive Island. In Crocodile's eyes, Whitebeard has become a cowardly caretaker, always protecting those so-called sons who are content with indulgence. The Whitebeard Pirates no longer have the capital to confront the Roger Pirates. The powerful forces of the Roger Pirates can completely destroy the Whitebeard Pirates head-on. However, the slight cooperative relationship between the Roger Pirates and Whitebeard only makes Crocodile sigh, seeing no possibility of conflict between the two sides for the time being. Therefore, he can only use Hive Island to annoy Whitebeard, letting him experience the feeling of being pressured by others and unable to retaliate. He believes this old man will be quite displeased, thinking of making Whitebeard unhappy. Crocodile eagerly pushed forward with the plan to attack Hive Island. He not only brought along Shiryu of the Rain, a bloodthirsty swordsman, and Hanavza, a fool seeking revenge on Fire Fist Ace, but also persuaded Aramaki, the new admiral of the new navy who wants to enhance the new navy's reputation. Crocodile wants to have the Cross Guild and the new navy work together to convince Roger to take action against Hive Island. When the Ark Proper returned from the Whitebeard Pirates to its territory, Crocodile decisively brought along Aramaki, Shiryu of the Rain, and Hanavza to report this attack plan to Roger. Crocodile cleverly let Aramaki present the plan, using him as a scapegoat due to his desire for face and fame. He also had Shiryu and Hanavza recruit Barrett and Enel, two battle maniacs, to fully promote this Hive Island expedition. Meanwhile, he would act like a crocodile lurking underwater, strategizing from behind the scenes. Even if the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates ended up at odds, it wouldn't seem to concern him, as he had Aramaki, Barrett, and Hanavza taking the lead. However, Crocodile never expected that Roger would casually agree to Aramaki's plan to attack Hive Island without any hesitation or concern for the implications it might have on their alliance with the Whitebeard Pirates. This shocked Crocodile. It seemed that Roger didn't care at all about the alliance with the Whitebeard Pirates, and he didn't even need Shiryu, Hanavza, Barrett, or Enel to speak up. Crocodile felt he might have overthought things and acted unnecessarily. This reignited his thoughts. He knew that sooner or later, the Roger Pirates would consume the Whitebeard Pirates, giving him a chance for personal revenge against Whitebeard. You just agree like that? Aramaki, who had just finished discussing the Hive Island expedition plan, stared wide-eyed in shock. Crocodile had spent so much time discussing various interests with him to persuade Roger, even provoking the Whitebeard Pirates in the process. Yet Roger had agreed so readily, showing no concern about potential conflicts with the Whitebeard Pirates that could affect the upcoming pirate festival plans. It's just Hive Island, after all. Roger's eyes were filled with dominance and disdain, seemingly unafraid of any repercussions from Whitebeard. This domineering tone made the women of the pirate empress fill with stars in their eyes. Aha, that's how it should be. Barrett laughed, having heard of Wang Ji, who before the rise of the Roger Pirates and the great jailbreak in the city, was known as the strongest pirate beneath the four emperors. This Wang Ji could occupy the pirate Holy Land, Hive Island, and was one of the cadres of the Rocks Pirates. His strength is not to be underestimated. Barrett hoped this veteran pirate and gatekeeper of the four emperors would give him a good time. Shiryu, are you interested in the Phantom Beast-type Pegasus Fruit user and the Superhuman-type Teleportation Fruit user and the Superhuman-type Power Fruit user in Wang Ji's pirate crew? Roger, surrounded by swirling dark matter, looked with interest at Shiryu of the Rain, the bloodthirsty warden. Although the transparent fruit ability was gone, there were still transparent genetic modification technology and transparent battle suits to assist. If Shiryu of the Rain enjoys being a sneak, he cannot do without his invisibility and ambush capabilities. Amid the curious gazes of the Cross Guild and New Navy powerhouses, Bonnie and Gallet, the two excited little ones, quickly explained to Aramaki, Crocodile, and Shiryu about Roger's newly acquired dark fruit abilities. They vividly painted a picture of the super secret of consuming a second devil fruit, filled with expectations and fantasies. What? Lord Roger's dark fruit ability can freely deprive others of their devil fruit power, erase the devil's consciousness, and break the curse of the sea, allowing the consumption of a second devil fruit. As Gallet demonstrated the Phantom Beast-type Yamato no Orochi ability that originally belonged to the captured Kaido, Crocodile and Hanabza were filled with shock, while Shiryu's eyes glinted with bloodlust. This meant he could now choose a devil fruit ability at any time. This was too surprising. He could really acquire a second ability? Aramaki and Ichao were equally astonished. Like Barrett and the Red Count, they were all confident in their strength and talent, with Roger as a clear example of success. They believed that in the future, they too could become dual fruit users or even multiple fruit users. Awakening devil fruit abilities and erasing the devil's consciousness would be their most important path of cultivation in the future. As Shiryu glanced at Absalom, who had been released, the transparent fruit user quickly shrank behind Roger, fearing that the bloodthirsty warden would target his transparent fruit ability. You don't need to covet his transparent ability. Now I can use the invisibility battle suit created with my power. Later, Vegapunk will produce a real invisibility battle suit and even modify the transparent factor bloodline. Like Plague Queen, I can become a modified human with various bloodline factors. Seeing that Rain Shiryu actually has thoughts about the transparent fruit ability, Luo-Ji directly dispelled this idea and casually threw out an invisibility black battle suit transformation coin. Upon hearing Luo-Ji's words, Rain Shiryu decisively ignored Absalom and directly used the transformation coin to start trying the invisibility black battle suit. Brother Luo-Ji, when did you get this battle suit? Why didn't I know? I want to play with this. Bonnie, dressed in the spark red battle suit, quickly acted spoiled towards Luo-Ji, filled with curiosity about this new battle suit. A few days ago, when sending Caesar back to Zou Island, she had just intimidated Gaji into getting this invisibility black battle suit. Luo-Ji smiled faintly and casually tossed out some invisibility black battle suits. Not to mention playful girls like Bonnie and Xiaoyu. Even the old cadres like Huangmu and Hanafusa couldn't resist the temptation of invisibility, each scrambling for the invisibility black battle suits. However, the blind guy Yixiao, along with the Red Count and Enel, who were strong in observation Haki, ignored these chicken rib transparent battle suits. In their observation Haki, the energy, emotions, thoughts, and voices of these transparent guys were clearly visible. Now that their transparency technology, I'll choose the superhuman type teleportation fruit ability. Transparency plus teleportation, what a wonderful combination. Rain Shiryu revealed his form in the invisibility black battle suit, biting a cigar, and with a bloodthirsty expression, he applied to Luo-Ji. He gave up the Phantom Beast-type Pegasus fruit ability and the superhuman-type Strength fruit ability. He still preferred to be the old sixth. Alright, I'll give you the teleportation fruit ability. Everyone, let us set off for Hive Island. Before the Pirate Expo, let us give the world an appetizer. Luo-Ji's lips curled up slightly. Dealing with Hive Island wouldn't take much time. It could also enhance the Luo-Ji world group, so why not? That guy Wang Ji, I didn't expect him to survive through the Rocks era and the Yonko era, only to die at your hands. The Red Count sighed, wondering if this guy Wang Ji would surrender. It said that he didn't even submit to the Yonko like Whitebeard and Big Mom, always guarding the Rocks headquarters, dominating one side. Phantom Beast-type Pegasus fruit ability? Upon hearing this name, Aisha couldn't help but think of the somewhat ugly pink Pegasus from Conqueror, a bird that ate the horse fruit. This made Aisha feel a bit nauseous. She didn't want to become a silly and cute Pegasus. She wanted to continue selecting better devil fruits. Wanda heard that Rain Shiryu had chosen the teleportation fruit ability, and she was also considering the Phantom Beast-type Pegasus fruit ability and the Superhuman-type Strength fruit ability. Both abilities were strong, and she would carefully choose to enhance her combat power. She aimed to catch up to Garad's strength and support this new queen well as a guardian of the fur tribe. This time in the Huangmu did not bring along new generals like Virgo and Drake. Otherwise, if they heard about Luoji's newly acquired Dark fruit ability and the secret of eating a second devil fruit, they would probably go completely crazy. Even the Genie Wei sent out couldn't return to the Arc Prophecy in time. Luoji led a group of strong individuals and cadres straight to Hive Island. If Khalifa, Alpha, and Kaku knew they could freely choose devil fruit abilities, they would definitely be very excited. They would carefully select the abilities that suited them best and then prepare detailed reports and plans to submit to Luoji for approval, waiting to snatch devil fruit abilities. At this moment, no one expected that Luoji world, which had just invited the Whitebeard pirates to participate in the Pirate Expo, would invade Hive Island, Hakanosu, without warning. Major forces were still waiting for Luoji to announce the time and location of the Pirate Expo, so they could arrive at the venue on time and make various preparations and plans. For the world government and the Navy headquarters, waiting was also a torment. With so many forces gathering in the New World, their military strength was hard to guarantee. One wrong move could really deal a heavy blow to the world government, even leading to disaster. The world government and the Navy headquarters were constantly mobilizing troops, but they also had to stabilize the situation in the Four Seas and the Grand Line, making their military forces increasingly insufficient. Moreover, a trust crisis had arisen within the Navy. The world government and Celestial Dragons were on guard against the Navy's Dove faction, making many righteous Navy generals uneasy. Coupled with the betrayal of Vice Admiral Virgo and Rear Admiral Drake, joining the new Navy, many just and righteous Navy personnel gained another option. At this time, the five elders, General Steelbone Kong, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku were already overwhelmed with work. They had to continue forcibly recruiting powerful individuals in various member countries, while stabilizing the opposition and decay within the member countries and Navy. The Revolutionary Army saw the world government as fatigue. Dragon and Ivankov once again mobilized the middle and lower level cadres of the Revolutionary Army to conduct a large-scale revolution. They left the Revolutionary Army headquarters with several army leaders, heading for the New World. They certainly wouldn't miss this Pirate Expo. This could be a comprehensive world war. How could they be absent? At that time, taking advantage of him and the five elders leaving Mary Geos, they could also sneak into Mary Geos. Let us see what extent Luoji can stir up this Pirate Expo. New World, Hive Island, Hakanosu. The pirates on this pirate island were also greatly stimulated by the Pirate Expo and the big news of the eternal pointer to Laughtail. Each one of the big pirates was already itching to go. If it weren't for Luoji not yet announcing the time and location of the Pirate Expo, they would have rushed out of Hive Island long ago. However, Hive Island is located in the center of the New World, making it convenient to go to any sea area. Once the time and location are confirmed, they can set off at any time. In the Skeleton Castle on Hive Island, Wang Ji, clad in golden armor, looked at the latest big news newspaper, his eyes filled with greed and gloom, along with a hint of unwillingness and defiance. Why did the eternal pointer to Laughtail fall into the hands of this little brat, Luoji? A few years ago, watching the little brat Shanks rise rapidly to become the new pirate emperor had already made him very uncomfortable. He didn't expect Luoji's rise to be even more exaggerated, reaching the top of the five emperors with overwhelming power and speed, becoming the strongest of the five emperors. It really filled him with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Ever since the Rocks pirates disbanded in God Valley over 30 years ago, he returned to Hive Island, occupying the headquarters of Rocks. It was only because Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Big Mom looked down on Hive Island that he had the opportunity to hold on to it all this time. He witnessed the rise of Whitebeard and Golden Lion, Big Mom becoming pirate emperors, as well as the deaths of scoundrel partners like Captain John and Silver Axe. Later, the Roger pirates conquered the final island, becoming the Pirate King. This world is transformed from the era of Rocks, the Pirate King, to the legendary era of Whitebeard, Gold Lion, and Roger, and then to Roger's Pirate King era, finally reaching the later era of the Four Emperors. Now we are in the era of the Five Emperors. He seems like a passerby watching the rise of these tyrants and emperors. He once thought he would always rise to prominence and become a local tyrant. With Roger's execution and Goldline's retirement, he believed his opportunity had come. However, Kaido, the intern crew member, quickly rose to prominence, overshadowing him and being referred to as the Pirate Emperor by the world government. He watched as Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido, former companions, were recognized as pirate emperors by the world government. He still hoped to become the fourth pirate emperor, unaware that Shanks, another intern from Roger's crew, emerged to claim that title. Being surpassed by these two intern crew members, King Ji was almost driven to despair. After struggling and developing for so many years, he only earned titles like Gatekeeper of the Four Emperors and the strongest pirate under the Four Emperors, while the world called him the Five Peaks King Ji. He is known as the fifth peak in the New World, besides the Four Emperors, hence the title of Five Peaks. Let it all descend into chaos. The more chaotic, the better. Only in chaos do I have chance. King of the world, the Five Elders, the Three Admirals, the strongest Five Emperors, Roger, the Four Emperors, the Revolutionary Army. You bastards, fight to the death. I am the one who stands at the end. You self-proclaimed geniuses. All of you should die like Rox and Roger. King Ji wishes that all these stronger beings would perish, so he could become the strongest in the world, the ultimate ruler. He envies the powerful abilities and talents of Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido, and hates the rapid rise of Shanks and Roger. All of these bastards' brilliance completely overshadowed his own strength. He occupies the central island of the New World, the pirate holy land, Hakinosu, and believes he is the destined pirate king. Once you all fight to the death, I will seize the eternal pointer to Raftel. King Ji feels that with his abilities, he still has a chance to seize the eternal pointer, find the great treasure, become the pirate king, and rule the entire world. On the bustling pirate island, with King Ji's order to gather the crew, many pirate crews that have not joined the Five Emperors responded to King Ji's command. They are ready for an all-out assault, looking to take advantage during the pirate festival. Captain, those pirate captains with bounties over 1 billion are already gathered at Skull Square. A man with white wings quickly flew into Skull Castle to report to King Ji, who sat on the throne. He is one of King Ji's 3 main officers. Pegasus, a mythical Zoan-type horse fruit capable of transforming into a Pegasus with a bounty of 720 million berries. Let these cannon fodder get excited. King Ji's eyes were filled with a mocking glint. Hakinosu, being the origin of the pirate game Davy Back Fight, is a place where winning members from other pirate crews through brutal games or life and death battles, or even directly annexing other crews, is not uncommon. King Ji's pirate crew has also recruited many strong pirates, officers, and even pirate captains through this pirate game. Back in the day, powerful figures like Whitebeard and Big Mom, who already had their own crews, were forcibly won back and subdued by Rox due to his immense strength. Therefore, after Rox was defeated by Roger and Garp, those strongest officers left the Rox pirate crew one by one, not even looking back at Hakinosu. This allowed King Ji to take advantage and occupy this pirate holy land. Captain, do we really want to participate in the pirate festival? I heard that this time the world government and the 5 emperors will also be present. Pegasus's eyes were filled with apprehension. With their King Ji pirate crew's strength, they wouldn't be able to make much of a splash at the pirate festival and could easily become cannon fodder. What are you afraid of? Who can say who will stand at the end? A robust half-giant roared with a deep voice, shaking the tables and chairs around. He is also one of King Ji's 3 main officers, a fish-giant hybrid, standing over 13 meters tall. Giant Mountain, a Paramecia-type strength fruit user, with a bounty of 630 million berries. Captain, we should wait for the right moment to strike, like a mantis stalking a cicada, while the yellow bird is behind. We must only make our move at the end. A man with a buzz cut and a long knife at his waist said indifferently, his eyes revealing something strange. He's also one of King Ji's 3 main officers, a man skilled in both martial arts and swordsmanship. The fierce hero, Perseus, with a bounty of 570 million berries. King Ji relies on these 3 strongest officers to maintain his position as the boss of Hakinosu, claiming to be the strongest pirate crew below the 4 emperors. The strongest person does not necessarily stand at the end. King Ji smiled broadly. Even the unparalleled Rox died in an ambush. As for who will be the final winner of this pirate festival, no one really knows. King Ji's bounty has not been updated for many years, as he has been holed up in Hakinosu and benefiting from the territory buff of the Whitebeard pirates. If it weren't for the emergence of the giant prince Loki 4 years ago, and the rise of Shanks, who defeated Loki and ascended to the position of 4 emperors, his bounty would still be among the highest. However, the world government directly issued Loki a bounty of 2.6 billion berries and pushed Shanks to the position of 4 emperors with a bounty of 4.0489 billion. This made King Ji, the veteran pirate, seem so low in comparison. Of course, it was also the rapid expansion and rise of Roger's world crew that caused an exaggerated inflation in bounties. This made King Ji, the old pirate, appear more like a weakling. The emergence of Roger's world crew even made the bounties of the 3 main division commanders, 3 main officers, 3 disasters, and 4 generals appear as if they were mere lackeys. If it weren't for the emergence of Roger's world crew, even a major news Morgans would dare to elevate Luffy, with a bounty of 1.5 billion, to the position of 5 emperors. This shows the value of a bounty over 1.5 billion berries. With the collapse of the warlord system, those warlords who had their bounties restored also saw an inflation of their bounties, raising the amounts to exaggerated figures. If King Ji were to cause any major incident now, a bounty of 2 billion berries should be no problem. After all, Crocodile and the Pirate Empress, these warlords, restored their bounties and reached 1.6 billion and 1.9 billion. And Blackbeard Teach, after defeating the remnants of Whitebeard and the King Ji pirates, occupied Hakanosu, causing his bounty to rise to 2,476 billion berries. This bounty has already placed Blackbeard among the 4 emperors. On the rapidly flying Arc Maxim, King Ji, with a bounty of only 1.559 billion berries, dares to claim to be the strongest pirate crew under the 4 emperors? Then, with my bounty of 3 billion, shouldn't I be able to call myself the 6th emperor? The Red Count can be called the 7th emperor, Barrett the 8th emperor, and Ishiao the 9th emperor. Even Day and Dashion can be called the 10th and 11th emperors. Aramaki laughed wildly while holding the bounty notice and information of the Wang Ji pirate crew. Among the strongest executives here, who has a bounty higher than Wang Ji's. If it weren't for Brother Luigi, you would still be in prison in the Taya Kingdom, while the Red Count and Barrett would be in Impel Down, and Uncle Ishiao would be a casino bodyguard on Snake Island. Sister Day is probably handcuffed with Sea Prism Stone in Wano Country. Even my dad Shiong has been turned into a robot by that bastard Vegapunk. Upon hearing Aramaki's arrogant voice, Bonnie directly interjected, instantly suppressing Aramaki's inflated arrogance. Luigi has changed the fates of many people. Sherry murmured softly, recalling some future she had seen through her divination pearl, many of which have already been altered by Luigi. As expected, her man is the true savior. His power is enough to change the future. Wang Ji is just a guy skilled at escaping. The Red Count said elegantly while sipping tea, belittling others. In his eyes, Wang Ji, who runs around and sneak attacks using the teleportation fruit, is not worthy to be his true opponent. Wang Ji and his 3 executives are decent, but they can only put up a fight. Barrett is already sharpening his knives, targeting all the strong members of the Wang Ji pirate crew, ready for a warm-up match before the pirate festival. The teleportation ability, like the invisibility ability, suits my taste very well. Rain Shiryu is also reviewing Wang Ji's past records to understand the strengths of the teleportation fruit. Is Luigi really not afraid of Whitebeard's wrath? After all, Hive Island is nominally still within the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Nico Robin has a slight worry. After all, the pirate festival is of great importance, and they cannot afford to lose the powerful force of the Whitebeard pirates. Just the Whitebeard pirates alone could tie up a significant portion of the strength of the world government and the Marine headquarters. There is definitely a bit of displeasure in terms of face, but Wang Ji is not a family member of Whitebeard. Wang Ji's death would not provoke Whitebeard's anger. Luigi said calmly, he knows very well who Whitebeard is. Whitebeard wouldn't even be willing to go to war for Kazuki Odin and Kaido of the Beasts. So how could he dare to go to war with Luigi's world crew for a former false partner like Wang Ji? The relationship aboard the Rock's pirate crew can be described as not friendly and even hostile. As for the nominal territory, this relationship can basically be ignored. So when Luigi heard that Aramaki wanted to attack Hive Island, he hesitated not at all. Meanwhile, the 2 Fur Tribe girls, Gallo and Wanda, are discussing whether to choose the mythical Zoan-type Pegasus fruit or the Power Fruit ability. Wanda sincerely expressed that she wouldn't mind either of these abilities. Now, they need to see the application situation of Aisha or other non-ability executive members. Of course, the most important thing is still Luigi's opinion. Besides that, the surrender situation of the Wang Ji pirate crew is also a key issue. These devil fruit abilities are not something that can be taken just because one wants them. These 2 little ones even want Pedro to get a devil fruit ability. After all, Pedro is the leader of the Fur Tribe's hero team and is stronger than both of them. If Pedro obtains a Devil Fruit ability, he might even be stronger than Inu Erashur and Nikomamushi. This attack on Hive Island is our new Navy's name-making battle. Barrett, you must not take action unless you join the new Navy. If you join the new Navy, I will immediately give you the position of Admiral. Hey, what kind of disdainful look is that? I can give you the Vice Admiral position too. After being poked by Bonnie, Aramaki, with nowhere to vent his frustration, could only warn Barrett, but more so try to build a relationship. However, he was infuriated by Barrett's dismissive glare, making his liver and stomach hurt. Barrett and Rain Shiryu. These two military-born bastards actually look down on his new navy, which makes him furious. Aramaki is also a bit troubled. The number of admirals in the new navy is still insufficient. How can he compete with the Marine Corps of Marineford and have a triumphant moment? It seems he can only set his sights on those developing Seraphim, or he might dig a few experts from the Marine headquarters. Amidst the commotion of Luagi's world crew, time flies quickly. The Art Proverbs is gradually approaching the waters of Hive Island. Under the secret intelligence of Stussy, the world government learned a lot of information about the 4 emperors and the underground Dark Emperor. Meanwhile, Luagi's world crew also gathered intelligence about the Marine strong members, the Knights of God, and even the 5 elders through Stussy. With Stussy's intel, Luagi learned that the red-haired pirates went to Elbaf. He even found out the top-secret news about Figureland Shan's assassination of Prince Loki. Luagi didn't expect that the twin brothers Shamrock and Shanks actually met in Elbaf. Luagi had previously been considering visiting Elbaf when he had the chance to obtain Loki's blood and let Vegapunk create a legendary artificial mythological fruit. This ability, passed down through generations by the giant royal family, should not be inferior to the sun god Nika. As for replicating the sun god Nika fruit ability of Monkey D. Luffy, if there is no destiny involved, this artificial devil fruit would likely remain as a rubber fruit ability for its entire life. While the Wangji pirate crew continues to rally the major pirate crews at Hive Island, they are unaware that danger from the sky has silently descended. All captains, strength does not guarantee survival until the end. The former New World Overlord Rox is dead. The Pirate King Roger is also dead. We still have a chance to seize the permanent pointer to Laugh Tale, find the great treasure, and become the Pirate King. We're just waiting for the 5 emperors and the world government and navy to fight to the death. The final victory might be mine, or it could be yours. Anything is possible. Everyone, gamble everything for the treasure and power of the Pirate King. Wang Ji shouted to all the pirates in Skeleton Square, especially those elite pirates with bounties over 100 million. Next, he still needs to meet with the captains of pirate crews with bounties over 300 million berries to form the Hive Island Alliance, creating a powerful faction second only to the 5 emperors. As the boss of Hive Island, he will of course be the leader of the alliance, commanding numerous pirate captains. On the golden warship in the sky, a group of minor pirates still wants to snatch my permanent pointer. Barrett looked disdainfully at those self-hyped New World pirates below. He didn't even know if 1/10 of those pirates could withstand the crushing of Barrett's Conqueror's Haki and the tsunami of armament Haki. Does this guy also want to become the Pirate King? Luagi crossed his arms, watching the robust old man giving an impassioned speech below. At his age, older than Big Mom, his ambition has not yet faded. With so many ferocious pirates gathering, Yixiao, let's go capture and suppress these pirates, and thoroughly make our new navy's name known. Aramaki can't wait to make his entrance and strongly suppress all the pirates on this pirate island. Brother Luagi, I still want to see the grand appearance of the 9 dragons pulling the boat. Scare these ambitious weaklings. Bonnie recalled the shocked gazes she received from the Whitebeard pirates and immediately wanted to experience it again. Only such a stylish entrance could showcase their strength as the strongest of the 5 emperors. A dragon boat? I want to try it too. Aramaki resisted the urge to fly over and start battle. Throughout the day, he had heard Bonnie and the other girls boast. Even the proud Enel and Barrett enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. Although Crocodile and the Rain's Shiru showed no expression, they seemed to be waiting for the operations of Roji. Since everyone wanted to be stylish, let's do it again. Roji smirked and released the already prepared 9-color divine dragon from the scroll. This time he also released 9 western dragons to pull the golden bell. Go! Thundercloud Nimbus. Roji placed the golden bell on the Thundercloud Nimbus, with the 9 western dragons leading the way. The sky and earth changed color, thunder roared, and it seemed as if a deep bell sound from the heavens was spreading to Honeycomb Island. The dragon boat followed closely. The roar of the giant dragon mixed with the bell's sound, as the members of Roji's world group stood at the bow of the Ark Proverb. Looking like gods descending from heaven, their might like the sea, their demonic aura like hell. The pirates on Honeycomb Island, who were shouting wildly, were suddenly interrupted by the profound bell sound. Countless people looked up at the sky in shock. They saw 9 giant dragons with different colors and wings quickly approaching, pulling a thunderous dark cloud. Above the dark cloud was a huge golden bell, and a magnificent bell sound emanated from it. The eyes of all pirates shifted from confusion and shock to fear and horror. They recognized the world-famous eternal bell sound. Before they could shout that name, the 9 divine dragons pulled a golden flying ship over. Oh no, it's the 5 Emperors Roji World Group. The Godslayer Roji has arrived. It's over. Just now. We wanted the world government and the 5 Emperors to suffer both losses. Now, they can't be here to take us down, can they? Everyone don't panic. Perhaps the Godslayer Roji is personally here to invite Lord Wang Ji to participate in the Pirate Expo. After all, he just went to invite Whitebeard 2 days ago. Lord Wang Ji is a former partner of Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido, and his strength and reputation qualify him to be invited by Roji's World Group. The pirates, including the Wang Ji Pirate Group, who were initially terrified, seemed to find some reason in this brilliant analysis. After all, Honeycomb Island and the Wang Ji Pirate Group had not had any conflicts with Roji's World Group. As for the previous boasting as the 5 Emperors, the Godslayer Roji should not choose to eliminate them over such trivial matters, right? That would only benefit the world government and the Navy. After the initial fear, they began to appreciate and be stunned by the stylish and magnificent entrance of Roji's World Group. Many great pirates, seeing the 9-headed dragon pulling the bell and the 9 divine dragons pulling the ship, suddenly became infatuated and started to think about joining Roji's World Group. They also wanted to show off. They also wanted such a cool entrance. Moreover, by joining Roji's World Group, they could walk sideways in the future. Wang Ji looked at the appearance of Roji's World Group, feeling both worried and wary, yet filled with desire. He feared that the Godslayer Roji would eliminate them, but he also wanted to be personally invited by the strongest of the 5 Emperors to participate in the Pirate Expo. How much face would that give him if it got out? The specifications that Whitebeard, one of the 5 Emperors, has, Wang Ji has too. The people on the art proverb watched the eyes of the pirates below shift from fear to envious desire, feeling as if they had drunk ice water. It turned out that being envied and hated by so many people felt this good. It was completely different from the fear of looking up. However, they still had to do what they needed to do next. They couldn't abandon their original mission just because of the admiration and desire of these pirates. Wang Ji, do you want to join Roji's World Group? Roji suddenly unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, waking up these mesmerized pirates, and loudly inquired about Wang Ji. A little courtesy before the violence. If Wang Ji surrendered directly, it would only mean that the Rain's Shiru and the teleportation fruit ability were fated to be out of reach. Join Roji's World Group? Weren't you here to invite me to participate in the Pirate Expo? Wang Ji was greatly disappointed. How could he, the boss of the Pirate Holy Land, Honeycomb Island, possibly join someone else's force? If he wanted to join someone else's ranks, he would have joined Whitebeard and Big Mom many years ago and could have fared better. Do you think I need to personally invite you to the Pirate Expo? Roji scoffed disdainfully, his eyes filled with contempt. What do you mean? Wang Ji was provoked by Roji's disdainful attitude and immediately turned cold, his eyes filled with malice. Honeycomb Island does not welcome you. I will not join anyone. Wang Ji was secretly furious. Even Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido wouldn't dare to look down on him like this. How dare this brat? It seems you have made your choice. Then Honeycomb Island will be taken by Roji's World Group. Roji glanced indifferently at Wang Ji, waved his right hand. And Aramaki and the Rain's Shuru, those ruthless guys, rushed down, attacking Honeycomb Island. Today, Honeycomb Island will change hands. One by one, the Devil Fruit abilities will also change owners. Roji, you dare. Wang Ji saw Roji's few words provoke an attack against them and immediately shouted, his eyes filled with disbelief. Not to mention that the World Expo is about to begin, the great pirates of the New World should avoid infighting. Honeycomb Island is the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Isn't Roji an ally of Whitebeard? How could he attack Honeycomb Island for no reason? Dade? I am a new Marine Admiral. You pirates should all go to PH prison for reform. Aramaki took the lead, charging into Skull Square, with endless vines surging and shooting through the gathered pirates, aiming straight at the boss, Wang Ji. Bandit Police Aramaki. Damn it. Wang Ji instantly disappeared from his spot, dodging Aramaki's armed color vine attack, breaking out in a cold sweat and cursing. Roji's World Group was actually serious. They really wanted to occupy Honeycomb Island. Relentless kill. Just as Wang Ji appeared, his skin suddenly felt an unbearable chill, and a scarlet blade appeared faintly in the air. piercing toward his chest. This scared him so much that he didn't think too much and teleported away again. He flashed onto the broad shoulder of the giant mountain, Chryseos, and cold sweat broke out all over his back. Invisibility ability? Wang Ji activated his observation Haki to the extreme, his eyes scanning all around. Hell, what a nice ability. The voice of the rains sure echoed in the air, but he still did not reveal his form. However, his voice and aura had already been detected by Wang Ji and Pegasus. Both looked towards the location of the rain shuru. It really is an invisibility ability. Everyone, be careful. Wang Ji looked at the giant mountain, Clusa, beneath him and the fierce beast, Perseus, on the other side. These two subordinates had slightly weaker observation Haki and could easily be ambushed. Hey, you big guy, I heard you ate a power fruit. Come on, I want to use Haki or abilities. Let us see who is stronger. Barrett didn't pay any attention to the warning from Huang Mu and charged into the battlefield. What new Navy territory? It was all nonsense. The most important thing was that he was having fun fighting. The Devil's Heir Barrett, even if Clusa was reckless and arrogant. Hearing the legendary pirate Barrett call him out made him break out in a cold sweat. After all, Barrett's bounty was almost twice that of his captain, Wang Ji, and his reputation was well known. It was likely that Wang Ji couldn't defeat Barrett. So how could he? Huang Kumu, Barrett. They were both monsters with a bounty of 3 billion berries. Captain, are we really going to fight? Pegasus had already felt fear and was ready to escape at any moment. With his mythical Zoan Pegasus ability and Wang Ji's teleportation ability, he could easily flee from Hive Island. At worst, he would abandon Clusa and that guy Perseus. Captain, the Godslayer, Roji, hasn't made a move yet. The fierce beast, Perseus, tightly gripped his famous sword. Just the officers of the Roji World Group could completely crush Wang Ji's pirate crew. Moreover, under the terrifying pressure of the Roji World Group, many pirate crews had already begged for mercy and even shouted to join Roji. It was completely different from the enthusiasm during the previous swearing-in ceremony. Of course, there were still many ambitious captains unwilling to join the 5 Emperor's pirates who had gathered at the pirate Holy Land, Hive Island. They were already hastily escaping towards the port, wanting to flee from this pirate Holy Land targeted by Roji. Clusa, go! Let Barrett see your strongest power. Perseus, go to the 5 peaks. Wang Ji's eyes were cold as he ordered Clusa to wrestle with Barrett. Hearing Wang Ji's captain's order, Clusa hesitated for a moment but still obeyed, charging towards Barrett, the little shorty, with overwhelming momentum, aiming to smash this arrogant little guy into meat paste. Barrett would not use Haki or Devil Fruit abilities, and Clusa felt that he could defeat this legendary pirate in a head-on strength contest. Hearing Wang Ji's order, Perseus glanced at his boss and then charged towards the main ship of Wang Ji's pirate crew, the 5 Peaks. He knew that he and Clusa had been abandoned by Wang Ji. Wang Ji wanted Clusa to hold off Barrett, while using himself to attract the attention of other enemies, allowing Wang Ji and Pegasus to escape without dragging anyone down. But at this moment, in the port of Hive Island, a smile slowly descended, and the supreme Great Blade, Extreme Dao Fire Line, was unsheathed, covering a vast area with gravity. All the pirate ships in the port floated into the air, completely cutting off the opportunity for pirates on the island to escape. Seeing the floating pirate ships that blocked out the sun, those pirate crews wanting to flee were filled with despair. Was the Roji World Group trying to wipe them out completely? Pirate with a bounty of 200 million berries. Show me your strength. Yamato jumped down from the Art Prophecy, wielding a wolf fawn club, excitedly looking at the hundreds and thousands of pirates, searching for worthy opponents among the strong pirates. The floating pirate ships in the sky, the ground covered in devouring vines, and the imposing Barrett, along with Yamato, were like fierce tigers blocking the road. The pirate crews on Hive Island fell into chaos. Crocodile, Hanavza, and others, along with the women of the Roji World Group, continued to land on Hive Island to join this territorial battle. Roji, carrying a large flag, soared to the highest point of the Skull Castle on Hive Island. With a casual kick, he knocked down Wang Ji's pirate crew's flag onto the chaotic Skull Square and planted the flag of the Roji World Group on top of it. From now on, Hive Island is the territory of the Roji World Group, Roji loudly announced, ignoring the still unescaped Wang Ji. The battle hadn't even ended, and he had already declared the result, showing off his arrogance. Roji, this is the base of the Rock's pirates. Whitebeard Big Mom and Kaido all emerged from here as pirate emperors. They want to let you, bastard, go unpunished. Wang Ji roared angrily, his fierce demeanor hiding his fear as he teleported away from Huang Mu and Rain's attack. He gave Pegasus a glance, signaling him to escape immediately, and spat out a final harsh remark. Huang Mu and Rain couldn't hit Wang Ji and could only attack Pegasus. As a result, Wang Ji actually teleported away with Pegasus. Wang Ji's escape made Huang Mu and Rain panic. The escape ability of this teleportation fruit was too strong. Seeing Wang Ji and Pegasus appear over the sea near the shore, a swirling flower appeared behind Huang Mu, and he hurriedly chased after them. Wang Ji sat on the Pegasus in its full beast form, looking back at Hive Island with anger in his eyes. His territory, managed for many years, had been taken away by Roji, just like that. He was unwilling to accept it. Roji, I will definitely come back. There is no one in this world who can catch me. I will destroy your territories one by one. I don't believe you could defend so many islands. Wang Ji shouted angrily, his eyes filled with resentment. Whoever didn't let him have it easy, he wouldn't let others have it easy either. Roji, on the Skull Castle, simply looked coldly at Wang Ji, who had teleported to the sky above the sea, the corners of his stiff mouth curling into a smile. His entire body suddenly turned pitch black, like ink. In the shocked gazes of everyone, Roji suddenly vanished, turning into black remnants. A pair of scarlet eyes appear behind Wang Ji and the white Pegasus. A dark, giant hand manifested in a transparent state. A terrifying attraction erupted wildly, making Wang Ji, who was within arm's reach, unable to activate his teleportation ability and fall directly into the grasp of the dark hand. Is it you who said no one can catch you? Roji completely appeared in a transparent state, a pitch-black hand gripping Wang Ji's neck, flickering with black-red lightning. Roji punched Wang Ji in the stomach, causing him to nearly lose consciousness, his internal organs tearing and bleeding. Wang Ji's face turned purple as he gasped for breath, staring at Roji with fear in his eyes. When did Roji appear? How did he not notice at all? And why had his teleportation ability completely disappeared? Endless panic spread across Wang Ji's face. I've been waiting for you here for 2.5 minutes. Your future has long been seen through by me. Your ending is already predetermined. Roji's eyes gleamed red as he grinned, his smile full of mockery. Roji's feet were wrapped in armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki as he kicked the winged Pegasus. The Pegasus instantly turned into an afterimage, crashing down into the port ground, creating a massive pit and kicking up clouds of dust. At this moment, on the Art Prophecy, the Red Earl, Redfield, suddenly looked on in shock at Roji, who was sipping tea in front of him. He knew that the Luo Ji who went to the skeleton castle to plant the flag was a clone, but he didn't expect that the one on the ship was also a clone. Even he didn't notice it at all. The real Luo Ji had long since left the art proverb and was waiting for Wang Ji to come to him. One exaggerated observation Haki. How far could he foresee the future? The observation kill was becoming increasingly terrifying, and even the red count didn't notice it. That guy Wang Ji, even more so, was completely unaware of Luo Ji's existence. Just thinking about how Luo Ji had been standing right behind Wang Ji, watching him arrogantly make threats, made the corners of the red count's mouth twitch slightly. What kind of twisted hobby did Luo Ji have to toy with Wang Ji like this? However, the combination of observation kill with the transparent battlesuit surprisingly had this effect. Luo Ji had really mastered these abilities and techniques. Baby 5, who was serving tea and water to Luo Ji's clone, only then realized that the guy in front of her was a fake. Do you think you're Grey Wolf? Saying I will definitely come back. You destroy my territory one by one, right? You think I can't hold my territory, huh? No one can catch you, right? Is your teleportation ability really that impressive? Luo Ji's dark left hand pinched Wang Ji's neck while his right hand slapped Wang Ji's old face repeatedly. Until Wang Ji was beaten into a pig's head, bleeding from 7 orifices, he dragged this old man who was boasting back to the art proverb. The Pegasus that Luo Ji had knocked down was also stabbed by Yuji Shilio and bound by Huang Mu, drained of its life force. Yuji Shilio then charged towards the port, violently hacking at those sea pirates who wanted to escape and had no intention of surrendering. Yamato and Yuji Shilio both focused on the formidable opponent, the wicked hero Perseus, the highest-ranking officer of Wang Ji's pirate crew. Such a formidable opponent with a bounty of 500 million berries was worth their effort. Meanwhile, Barrett was indeed competing with the giant mountain Chrysor in pure strength, trying to defeat the devil fruit powers with his physical body. In his devil state, Barrett's power was truly exaggerated. Chrysor could throw mountains, and Barrett could also fling a mountain. This exaggerated display of strength left many pirates in awe. This is the pure power of legendary pirates. Barrett, worthy of a bounty of 3 billion berries, was indeed a super pirate. Many pirates on Hive Island had already been intimidated by Barrett's terrifying power, increasingly inclined to submit to Luo Ji's world group. Even Wang Ji, who had teleportation abilities, fell in an instant to Luo Ji's hands. The gap was simply too vast. The Godslayer Luo Ji was indeed the man with the highest bounty in the world, a true overlord worth billions, the first among the four emperors. In the port area of Hive Island, under the encirclement of Yixiao, Huangmu, Yamato, Yuji Shilyo, Inner Crocodile, and Hanavza, many unyielding sea pirates chose to fight to the death. But under the assault of so many strong figures, even the powerful sea pirates with bounties over 600 million berries fell to Luo Ji's world group. Their ships floated in the sky with no way out, unless they could swim or dive to escape. Even several devil fruit users with flying abilities were directly suppressed by Yixiao's gravity and couldn't escape at all. This battle for Hive Island ended completely in less than half a day. This world-renowned pirate Holy Land was officially incorporated into Luo Ji's world group territory. Those pirate crews who had surrendered from the beginning, wanting to join Luo Ji's world group, were now waiting for their fate and incorporation. All important cadres of the Wang Ji pirate crew were captured, because Luo Ji's world group did not block the news after this war. They didn't let Inaru use lightning nets to isolate electromagnetic waves, nor did they use phone bugs to interfere with signals. Therefore, the news of Luo Ji's world group invading Hive Island and taking down the Wang Ji pirate crew quickly spread to various forces. No one expected that Luo Ji, who had just invited the Whitebeard pirates, would turn around and seize Hive Island, which nominally belonged to Whitebeard. This pirate Holy Land was once the base of the Rocks Pirates, the former employer of the three emperors, Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido. Was Luo Ji not afraid that the Whitebeard pirates would turn around and join forces with Big Mom and Kaido to teach this arrogant bastard Luo Ji a lesson? However, many pirates and underground dark forces felt that this was the beginning of Luo Ji's world group's conquest of the New World. Perhaps the other four emperors had already become targets of Luo Ji's world group. This pirate convention was where Luo Ji intended to conquer the four emperors and become the pirate king in the grandest spectacle. Everyone knew that this pirate convention was a war for kingship and even a world war for dominance with the world government. Countless civilians were terrified, and countless ambitious individuals were celebrating. No one knew who would rise powerfully, who would fall, or who would stand in the end as the final victor. Even the strongest world government and Luo Ji's world group could potentially be taken down by the combined might of many strong foes. With the news of Hive Island changing hands and the downfall of the Wang Ji pirate crew, Luo Ji also had Morgans announce the start time of the pirate convention. The location's news had not yet been released, but would be officially announced 3 days later. This big news set the entire world ablaze. All forces began to move. Those strong individuals who had not yet entered the New World accelerated their entry. The world government and Navy headquarters were preparing for battle. Meanwhile, a major incident occurred on the Moby Dick. Whitebeard Pirates 4th Division Captain Sachi died. Under Teach's superb acting these days, adhering to the principle of family love, Whitebeard and almost half of the division captains forgave Teach, the sincerely repentant former member. Only a few division captains and subordinate captains were still wary of Teach. As a result, Sachi, who was either lucky or unfortunate, unexpectedly received a dark-colored devil fruit. He even ran to give it to Teach right away, wanting to make amends and repair their relationship. However, the already gloomy Blackbeard Teach chose to kill Sachi, taking the dark-colored devil fruit and fleeing the Moby Dick. When Luo Ji learned the news that Sachi was killed by Blackbeard Teach, he remained silent for a long time before finally sighing. He didn't expect that even with his reminders, Whitebeard and those division captains still couldn't contain Teach's ambition. Luo Ji couldn't even imagine that Sachi would obtain another devil fruit. Sachi was quite naive to actively give Teach an opportunity. One must say, he was too trusting. Under Whitebeard's protection, these guys were sinking deeper and deeper into family bonds and loyalties, forgetting that they were pirates. Sachi, I can only say, you are truly an unlucky fellow. If the Whitebeard pirates cannot avenge you, I will help you deal with Teach. Luo Ji looked at the information in his hand and whispered softly. He would repay Sachi's act of gifting the fruit in his own way. Of course, after Teach's attack on Sachi, the angriest and most anxious person should be the members of the Whitebeard Pirates. A group of fools, deceived and confused by Blackbeard's antics, are on the Moby Dick. Sachi's corpse lies on the deck, and all the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, along with the subordinate captains, gaze at the dried blood and piercing wound on Sachi's body, engulfed in endless anger and sorrow. Why didn't I listen to Law? Fire Fist Ace kneels before Sachi's corpse, his head resting on the deck, crying bitterly, his tears soaking the wooden planks. They knew that Law had the power of foresight and had reminded them repeatedly. Yet they were still unable to change the future where disaster struck the ship. Teach had truly committed an unforgivable act. Sachi, who cared deeply for the harmony of the crew, rushed to find Teach after obtaining the devil fruit, but unexpectedly. That damned bastard Teach. Marco the Phoenix looks up, holding back his tears. He had already learned the situation from the 4th Division. No one had expected Sachi to find a devil fruit in a random decayed box and run to deliver it to Teach late at night. They also never expected that Teach, who had been mostly forgiven by everyone, would crazily kill Sachi when faced with Sachi's eager offer of the fruit, leaving the Whitebeard Pirates. What benefit did this bring him? Wouldn't it be better to stay in the Whitebeard Pirates and train to become stronger after eating the devil fruit? Why run away? Even if he didn't want to stay in the Whitebeard Pirates, he could have applied to leave without killing Sachi. Teach had violated the iron rule of the crew. Dad, we must avenge Sachi and take down Teach. The other captains were filled with righteous indignation, itching to chase after Teach and bring this despicable traitor back. Whitebeard sat on his massive throne, closing his eyes and trying to hold back his tears. He had given Teach a chance to reform, only to end up causing Sachi's death. If only I had listened to Law. Teach's acting and patience were truly formidable. Facing the beating and tests from so many captains, he managed to endure, using his battered body and a wronged, pitiful tone to gain the understanding of many. Teach is a member of my 2nd Division. I'll personally bring him back. Fire Fist Ace suddenly stood up, filled with rage, ready to leave the Moby Dick and rush to his small boat. Stop, Ace. Have you forgotten Law's warning? That bastard Teach is very strong. He has never revealed his full strength. Marco quickly grabbed the impulsive Ace, saying that even if they were to chase Teach, they should go together. Marco was right. They didn't know what ability that traitor had obtained from the devil fruit he snatched from Sachi, and perhaps that traitor had become even stronger. Jozu and Vista also stood in front of Ace, not wanting to see the hot-headed Ace fall into the hands of the cunning bastard Teach, who hid his strength. Enough. All the Whitebeard Pirates, head to the front of the New World. Send out the message to hunt down Teach. Have Law and Morgans help find this bastard. Whitebeard suddenly opened his eyes, a violent aura pressing down on Ace and Marco, stopping their argument. He would personally hunt down Teach, the traitor who killed his family. He would also participate in the Pirate Expo and have Law help predict where Teach had run off to. Yes, that. All the captains and subordinate captains shouted in unison. The main ship of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Moby Dick, along with 4 subordinate ships, and around 40 to 50 pirate ships from allied crews, left the territory of the New World in an imposing manner. Soon, the Whitebeard Pirates issued a bounty for Marshal D. Teach in the dark underground world, with a bounty of 1 billion berries. Anyone who provided an accurate location would receive 500 million berries. The Whitebeard Pirates also had Law's organization, the Cross Guild, issue the first pirate bounty that was not aimed at the world government or navy strongholds, also with a bounty of 1 billion berries. This stirred up excitement throughout the New World. After all, a single accurate location could earn 500 million berries. Many intelligence organizations and bounty hunters began searching for Teach, who was an unknown name, and capturing him would mean 1 billion berries, which attracted even more bounty-seeking strong individuals eager to take down this seemingly easy target. Little did they know that before the Pirate Expo was held, there were many appetizers to be savored. The ownership of Hive Island changed. The Wangji pirates were wiped out, and the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates fell. These events had a significant impact on the chaos in the New World. In the giant kingdom of Elbaf in the back of the New World, as Law announced the date and location of the Pirate Expo, the venue would soon be revealed. The left hand of the Pirate King, Yamato Jabba, after days of threats and inducements, finally reached a series of negotiations with Prince Loki. Under the watchful eyes of the red-haired pirates and the giants, the massive sea prism stone chains binding Loki were unlocked by Jabba. Ahaha! This sun god Loki is finally free again. This time at sea, I will definitely take down that celestial dragon. These 3 wounds still hurt. I must take revenge for the wolves and bears. With their hatred and death, I will destroy the world. Loki unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, and the raging aura shattered the surrounding snow. He touched the 3 scars on his chest and abdomen from the Hellhound's blade, laughing maniacally. Loki, don't forget our deal. Otherwise, we could suppress you again. Jabba and Shank's fierce aura instantly suppressed the arrogant Loki. Looking at the annoying face of Shanks, Loki snorted coldly, retracting his arrogance. Oomph. This pirate expo might very well be the opportunity to ignite the war that will destroy the world. If those two celestial dragon knights are there, I will conveniently take them down on my path to world destruction. Loki grinned, removing the blindfold from his eyes, revealing a pair of deep, starry eyes filled with confusion and deceit. Loki, you are not allowed to do anything that endangers Elbaf. The crime of killing King Harald of Germany has not yet been forgiven by the giant kingdom. After you help Mr. Jabba, you must return to serve your sentence. You need to marry and have children soon to continue the king's bloodline. The elders of the giants, led by the mountain-bearded Yuru, each scolded and warned this disappointing prince. Ahaha, since there is such an interesting pirate expo outside, Elbaf really doesn't have anything fun. Notify me when it's time to set off. I'm going to find my beast friends to play. Loki, like a mischievous child, ignored the giant elders and Jabba and Shanks, directly bounding into the cold forest of the underworld with exaggerated movements. Loki, you are not the legendary sun god who brings joy to the world. Your clumsy imitation lacks that comedic and joyful sense of freedom. Another giant prince, Hayarding, looked at the reckless pure-blood prince with displeasure, a parricide. It was because Hayarding's mother was an ordinary giant from overseas, and he did not inherit the ancient giant bloodline of King Harald. He had no representative double horns. His physique was also far inferior to that of King Harald and Prince Loki. Therefore, the elders of the giant clan could not see Hayarding, the mixed blood prince, at all. Moreover, Loki's biological mother, the late queen of Elbaf, was also a female giant with double horns and ancient bloodline. So, even though Loki committed serious crimes, Hayarding still had not become the heir of Elbaf. Hayarding had been working hard to become stronger. He wanted to prove to all giants that even if he did not have the ancient giant bloodline of royalty, he could still become the new king of Elbaf with his powerful strength. Ahaha, my foolish and weak brother. Then I will be the sun god that brings destruction. Loki glanced back at this weak brother, too weak. He probably couldn't even defeat the cadres under red-haired Shanks. Even if Loki did not become the king of Elbaf, it was still not Hayarding's turn, this ordinary mixed-blood prince. The sun god is a warrior of liberation that brings joy, not a demon that destroys the world. You misunderstood. You wretched creature. Mountain-beard Yarelu started cursing. Indeed, in the mural of Elbaf's divine scripture, there were records of the sun god bringing war. But the sun god would eventually bring hope and dawn. I don't want you to think. I want what I think. The sun god is the god of destruction. Ahaha. As Loki's voice grew fainter, his figure completely disappeared into the cold forest. The god of flames? The god of pranks? The unrestrained sun god? The joyful sun god with rubber-like properties? Jabba watched Loki leave, muttering to himself. Loki possessed the ability of the mythical beast fruit, which was snatched from the royal family. Like the sun god Nika, he also pursued joy recklessly. That is why Loki believed he was also the sun god. He even chose to be the god of destruction. His prank ability and deception ability, which brought joy, could only be established on the suffering of others. He could not possibly be the true sun god. Red-haired Shanks said firmly, believing that Luffy was the one Captain Roger had been waiting for, the liberating warrior who would bring joy. All right, prepare the supplies. We will head to the front of the new world tomorrow. Senior Yarelu, please select a group of elite giants to set sail with us. Jabba seriously instructed red-haired Shanks and mountain-beard Yarelu. This time, the plan to destroy the permanent pointer of Laugh-Tail needed to be thoroughly planned. They could not let others land on Laugh-Tail before Roger's successor grew up. He also had to contact Rayleigh and some old partners of the Roger Pirates to make a comprehensive plan. In a certain sea area of the New World, Blackbeard Teach was disguised and cautiously escaped from the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates, fleeing the New World. To ensure his underwater escapability, he had not eaten the devil fruit that Sachi had delivered to him until he reached Whitebeard's territory. On a cargo fleet of a shipping king, Teach blended in. This was indeed the devil fruit from ancient legends. In a storage room of the ship, Teach's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the dark-colored devil fruit. In his dreams, what he desired most was, of course, the dark fruit. With the dark fruit, he could freely plunder the strongest devil fruit abilities he wanted. With the most powerful natural type, the dark fruit ability, he would scheme against Whitebeard's strongest superhuman type, the tremor fruit ability. In the end, he would choose the strongest mythical beast ability. Then he could possess the strongest abilities of the three types, dominate the world, and become the new ruler of this world. The mythical beast ability he most wanted had candidate targets like Kaido's Azure Dragon Fruit ability and the ancient legend's world-ending Sun God Nika ability, the world-destroying Black Dragon, and the Fire Snake. Unexpectedly, After losing the dark fruit he desired most, he actually obtained this world-ending mythical beast ability from Sachi. The Fire Snake. The world-ending giant snake. Why couldn't I obtain the dark fruit ability first? But it's just a slight issue with the order of appearance. I still have hope to become the strongest user of 3 abilities. Blackbeard Teach was filled with resentment. Without the plundering ability of the dark fruit, his hopes of achieving his dreams would become incredibly difficult. He also lost the convenient path to train his subordinates. I hope the Roger pirates haven't eaten the dark fruit yet. If a user of the dark fruit appears, I will definitely kill him and let the dark fruit ability be reborn. Blackbeard Teach swallowed the mythical beast fruit, the fire snake fruit, in one bite. To become stronger, he had to change the order of obtaining the 3 devil fruit abilities. As long as he gets the dark fruit in the future, he can still continue to consume devil fruits. Power. Endless power. Feeling the world-ending power of the fire snake, Blackbeard Teach felt immense joy. Is this the terrifying power of the ancient world-ending divine beast? It seems that the tremor fruit ability he craved most is not much different. If I'm not mistaken, the ability of the World King is the ability of the world-ending Black Dragon. The only one left is the sun god Nika, who has yet to appear. Blackbeard Teach's eyes sparkled as he felt he had the potential to compete for the world. Next, he would wait for the world government, Navy headquarters, and the 5 emperors to suffer losses, from which he would benefit and rise to power. Roger, you better not have consumed the dark fruit ability. Blackbeard Teach had not given up on his obsession with the dark fruit. However, if during this pirate festival, the World King and the likes of Roger, Whitebeard, and Kaido fell, countless powerful devil fruits would be reborn. Then, even if I don't have the dark fruit ability, I might directly find the second strongest devil fruit. Blackbeard Teach's eyes flickered as he began to fantasize. In fact, he did not necessarily need to gather the strongest devil fruits of all 3 types. If the world-ending black dragon fruit of Kaido's azure dragon fruit, and that unknown sun god fruit appeared in front of him, he would eat it without hesitation. 3 of the strongest mythical beast abilities could also be accepted. It would be best to gather the fire snake, world-ending black dragon, and the 3 most powerful mythical beast abilities of the sun god. The more Blackbeard Teach thought about it, the more excited he became. The dark fruit ability, the tremor fruit ability, and one of the strongest mythical beast abilities was his initial ideal plan. But now he first obtained the world-ending giant snake, the fire snake ability, which only existed in ancient legends. The dark fruit was snatched away by Roger, forcing him to completely change his plan. Other strongest ability combinations seemed not impossible either. However, the world-ending black dragon was probably with the World King and the whereabouts of the sun god ability were unknown. Obtaining these abilities was incredibly difficult. Blackbeard Teach still wanted the dark fruit the most, so he could plunder other devil fruit abilities. No need to wait for the devil fruits to be reborn and then search for them painfully. He can also plunder the abilities of the devil fruits for his subordinates to use, recruiting more followers. Blackbeard Teach's eyes grew increasingly determined. The darkness fruit is still the devil fruit he desires the most next. But if the sun god Nika fruit appears in front of him, he would eat it too. At this moment, he wishes that at the pirate festival, all the powerful individuals with strong devil fruit abilities would fall. Then he could seek the next strongest power. It would be best if the king of the world, the 5 elders, the 3 admirals, and the 5 emperors all died. The more devil fruits that are reborn, the more opportunities he would have. The tremor fruit, the azure dragon fruit, even Big Mom Soul fruit, he wouldn't mind. Of course, it would be best if he could retrieve the darkness fruit from the Roronoa Zoro group. Then he would have greater initiative. Blackbeard Teach seemed to be daydreaming, filled with endless fantasies and desires, as he traveled with the shipping fleet to the front of the new world. He still needed to quickly familiarize himself with his apocalypse, giant serpent power, and elevate his strength to the highest level. Having lost the darkness fruit, but gained the infernal serpent fruit, Teach felt he was still a child of destiny. This is the strongest power for destruction. He should be able to grow to the level of the king of the world in the future. His potential is extraordinary. As the major powers gather at the front of the new world, the foundational power of the world government is continuously gathering at Redport Island beneath Mary Geos, preparing to head to the G1 Marine headquarters in the new world. In the most luxurious world government building in Redport, a magical teleportation array, Abyss, the Knight of God, with both hands on the ground, created a circular pitch-black magic circle over 10 meters wide. Several powerful figures appeared within it. One by one, The Knights of God walked out of the magic circle. Even Roronoa Zoro might not understand why Junzi, the user of the arrow fruit, could also activate the teleportation magic circle at will. Could this also be a power bestowed by him? Besides the five elders, does every Knight of God possess this teleportation ability? Damn Roronoa Zoro, you made me waste so much time. A robust man appearing in a Chilean half-beast form scolded as he walked towards the leader of the Knights of God, Phagoland Summerlock. However, Captain Summerlock, I found an island in the North Sea that is very suitable for holding competitions. Once we follow Lord M and the five elders to annihilate those scummy pirates, we can relax on that island. Rimos for Chilangamsing said excitedly as he returned to human form from his half-beast form. Chilangamsing, exterminating the Roronoa Zoro group is more important than games. Be serious. A tall, broad-shouldered Knight of God, with shoulder-length hair and a beard, took off a pair of gold-framed glasses, elegantly wiped them, and put them back on, speaking in a calm tone. His name is Shepherd T. Somas. From the family of the five elders, Jupiter's agricultural god, Shepherd T. Peter. The Knights of God from the families of the five elders hold a superior status compared to knights from other families. However, it was unexpected that in the past 2 years, the 6th-ranked Phagoland family, which controls the Knights of God, was valued by Lord M after the death of Jagarcia Satan. Not only did Phagoland Gallon become the new five elders, but Phagoland Summerlock also successfully rose to the position of leader of the Knights of God. This made the Phagoland family go from being the 6th among the celestial dragons to becoming the top family. They even overshadowed the top of the five elders. Mercury's law god Topman Walkeely. They have a momentum of the strongest family among the celestial dragons. Chilan Gamsang, be patient. I have already decided where to start our game. The world's strongest nation, the giant kingdom of Elbaf. Isn't that a non-allied nation full of adventure? Phagoland Summerlock thought of Loki's rejection and his foolish brother Shanks, who got along well with the giants. Let him want to destroy this so-called strongest nation, the giant kingdom. Since Loki doesn't give face, and the giants won't join the allied nations, then if they can't have it, they should destroy it. Elbaf, Captain Summerlock, making you our boss is indeed a clear choice. Chilan Gamsang's eyes lit up, and he burst into laughter, not expecting the newly appointed Summerlock to want to destroy Elbaf. Even Gallon before hadn't thought of such a thing. It must be said that the seemingly amicable Summerlock actually has such boldness. Other Knights of God were excited to hear that the new leader Summerlock planned to set the location for the Celestial Dragons Triannual event, the human extermination competition at Elbaf. If they could incorporate Elbaf into their slave territory, they would never lack giant slaves in the future. However, dealing with this world's strongest nation indeed poses significant risks for those weak tribes. These powerful Knights of God might enjoy themselves, but ordinary tribespeople risk injury or even death. After all, the giants who fight back desperately are not ordinary celestial dragons who can hunt at will. Protecting so many ordinary tribespeople requires a lot of security forces. This is also an important reason why the celestial dragons have not targeted Elbaf in the past 800 years. Holding a competition in Elbaf is entirely different from a full invasion of Elbaf. Captain Summerlock, let's discuss the competition later. For now, we should meet with the Marines to discuss how to deal with the Roronoa Zoro group and destroy the Raftel permanent pointer. A cold light flashed in Shepherd T. Soma's gold-framed glasses, and he had considerable objections to Summerlock's decision. The impending pirate festival is fraught with crises. Those 5 emperors could land on the final island at any moment with the Raftel permanent pointer, contesting for the title of Pirate King and even exposing the blank century's history. These guys actually still have the heart to think about competitions and games. The pride and arrogance of the celestial dragons have blinded their eyes, making them unable to see the lurking dangers. The world situation is unpredictable, and time quietly passes. Soon, the day for the public announcement of the Pirate Festival's location arrived. All forces in the world were waiting for the latest newspaper from the World Economic News. After all, there are only 3 days left until the Pirate Festival. If the prediction is wrong, and the location is too far from the front of the New World, some powerful individuals might not make it in time. As the morning news bird flew out, all forces eagerly bought the newspaper. It turned out to be Sulper Island. Isn't this the island between the Navy's G1 fortress and G5 fortress? Roronoa Zoro actually wants to hold the Pirate Festival at the Navy's doorstep. Roronoa Zoro has gone mad. Why not hold the Pirate Festival in the rear of the New World? After grabbing the Raftel permanent pointer, he could immediately search for the final island, find the great treasure, and become the Pirate King. The Roger Pirates are planning to gather pirates from all over the world to slap the face of the world government and the Navy headquarters. With so many powerful individuals converging, let us see if the world government and the Navy headquarters can withstand it. The entire world is buzzing with excitement about the Pirate Expo, which concerns the permanent pointer to Raftel and the title of Pirate King. The time and location have finally been completely confirmed. Time, June 6th, 1520 in the sea calendar. Location, Fushing Island, Sulphur Island, in the front section of a new world. It is adjacent to the Navy's G1 branch and not far from the G5 naval fortress. Countless powerful figures are flocking to Sulphur Island, and the world government and Navy headquarters have entered the highest state of combat readiness. Many rookie pirate crews that just entered the Grand Line have missed the chance to enter the new world and participate in this Pirate Expo, missing out on the battle for the title of Pirate King. A small pirate ship with a ram head has just left the East Blue, enduring countless hardships, and has finally entered the Grand Line. This is none other than Straw Hat Luffy, who set sail right after his birthday on May 5th, starting from scratch. Straw Hat Luffy has gathered his 4 crew members over the course of a month, acquired a pirate ship, and defeated numerous enemies, officially entering the Grand Line. Under the lighthouse at Twin Cape, the ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates, Kurokas, is expressing gratitude to the Straw Hat Pirates for helping to calm the island whale Laboon, while observing Straw Hat Luffy, the inheritor of Shanks' hopes. After reading today's latest news, he intends to set off immediately for the New World, hoping to catch up with this grand pirate event. Even if he arrives a bit late, whether the Pirate Expo has already started or ended, perhaps he can still provide some medical support to Jabberelli and Shanks' crew. What? The competition for the title of Pirate King has already begun? The prize for the competition is the permanent pointer to the final island, where the great treasure is. Oh no, I haven't found 10 crew members yet. I can't become the Pirate King. Upon hearing Kuroka's mention this casually, Straw Hat Luffy panicked and shouted. Does that mean his dream of finding the great treasure and becoming the Pirate King is gone? Well, that's still uncertain. After all, the world government and Navy headquarters, and even Shanks, there are many people who want to destroy that permanent pointer. If successful, in order to find the great treasure, one still needs to gather the legendary red road sign texts. Kuroka sighed quietly, looking at Straw Hat Luffy. This little guy who inherited Roger's will is still too weak. At this point, he could probably wipe out the Straw Hat Pirates by himself. This rookie, who just received a bounty of 30 million berries, isn't even qualified to participate in the Pirate Expo. Even if he goes to Sulphur Island, he would just be cannon fodder. After all, this Pirate Expo will gather the strongest in the world. Even Kuroka's, a decent ship's doctor for the Pirate King, can only stand aside, providing some auxiliary support and healing to Rayleigh, Jabba, and Shanks. What a terrifying Pirate Expo. It's likely that all the emperors will participate. The little thief Nami trembled as she looked at the newspaper. It's important to note that a dragon with a bounty of 20 million berries has oppressed them for so many years. What kind of monsters are these super pirates with bounties in the hundreds of millions or even billions? That world's #1 swordsman would also participate in such a war, right? The pirate hunter Zoro's eyes flashed with determination. But when he thought of his significant power gap, he felt a sense of unwillingness. The Vinsmoke family was actually subdued by the Roger Pirates. Sanji a cigarette, revealing a hint of concern in his eyes, worrying about his sister Reiju. As for that ruthless father and those beastly brothers, he didn't care whether they lived or died. Luckily, we are still far from the New World. It has nothing to do with us. Usopp gratefully opened his thermos, poured himself a cup of hot tea, and leisurely sipped it, ignoring the crying and shouting Straw Hat Luffy. Laboon and I will set off for the New World immediately. Good luck to you all. I hope you can grow up and become formidable pirates. Kuroka's looked at the weak Straw Hat Pirates and didn't want to involve them in this terrifying war. Wait, Uncle Kuroka's, you're going to the New World? Are you going to that Pirate Expo? Straw Hat Luffy shouted excitedly upon seeing Kuroka's packing up. His eyes filled with desire. He also wants to participate in this Pirate Expo. You're too weak. You should just continue your journey. Kuroka saw through Straw Hat Luffy's thoughts and gently rejected him. He somewhat believes in the prophecies left by Raftel. The decision that the sun god, Nico, will rise and become the final savior. Perhaps this Pirate Expo is just a farce. He believes that with Rayleigh, Jabba, and Shanks, along with the involvement of the world government, the chance of that permanent pointer being destroyed is quite high, bringing everything back to normal. Uncle Kuroka's, just take us to see it. Straw Hat Luffy earnestly knelt before Kuroka's, pleading with desire. This filled Usopp and Nami, the two cowards, with fear. And even Zoro and Sanji grew tense. This war is still too dangerous for you. Kuroka's rejected him again, but he planned to ask Shanks and the others for their opinions. Upon hearing Kuroka's refusal, Straw Hat Luffy's eyes filled with disappointment. But he glanced at the Mary and the large Laboon. A flash of inspiration struck his mind, and an idea surged into his head. Meanwhile, in the mid to later stages of the Grand Line, a yellow submarine is rapidly heading towards Sabeti Archipelago, intending to enter the New World through Fishman Island. Trafalgar Law learned that the Don Quixote family had been taken over by the Roger pirates, and Doflamingo had also become a captive of Roger. This made Trafalgar Law even more eager to join the Roger pirates, seeking an opportunity to personally take down Doflamingo and avenge Corazon. As a member of the D family, he also does not want to miss this rare pirate expo. In a certain sea area of a new world, 3 small islands are floating in the sky, moving slowly. On the central floating island, there are neatly arranged dozens of air battleships similar in style to the Arc Maxim. Ahahaha, this ship of mine is called the Infinite Earth. Enel did not expect to regain a flying battleship of his own so quickly. Besides having a lightning-driven system like the Arc Maxim, this flying battleship also possesses floating capabilities granted by Shiki the Golden Lion, making it even faster. A golden-haired Shiki, resembling a robot, wearing a transformation combat suit and a lion mask, stands in the battle formation behind Roger. Along with Shiki, there are also otherworld destroyers like Bondiwald and Gecko Moria, dressed similarly with various types of masks. And of course, there are those pirate prisoners from Impel Down. These are all puppets who have completed memory modifications. Although it affects some of their fighting power, they completely obey Roger's commands. To know that the Tyrant Bartolomeo Kuma from the original timeline, after being completely transformed, can still use the abilities of the pawpaw fruit to crush the ancient giant ores, who has a bounty of 550 million berries. Our fur tribe also has our own flying battleship now. This lightning-powered system is perfect for our electrical abilities. Our flying battleship is called the Duke Zhao. Pedro, Wanda, and Galette of the Fur tribe cheered excitedly. Galette, holding the elephant sword, the glory of Zhao, officially named this flying battleship. Without the support of electrical abilities, the speed difference is so significant. The farmer muttered in dissatisfaction, wanting to complain about the scientists at Vegapunk, wondering why they couldn't create a permanent energy source. Wouldn't that mean his ship, the Natural Father, would need to recharge often? He needed to get a few power sources. Maybe he should create a batch of electric blue combat suits or recruit some elite fur tribe members on board. Has Kuma and Dracula Mihawk entered the New World? Rob Lucci, sitting on the throne, looked at the senior officers who had obtained the flying battleship and turned to ask Tyrant Kuma. This pirate expo is likely to draw out him. Therefore, the more high-end combat power, the better. Even if Dracula and Whitebeard don't want to participate in the battle, the invisible pressure they exert on the world government and the Navy headquarters is immense. If M and the Gorisei, the God Knights, all leave Mary Geos, Rob Lucci would dare to send people or unite with the Revolutionary Army to take down the Celestial Dragon stronghold. Dracula and Ivankov have already arrived in the New World. Kuma responded seriously, saying that this pirate expo was of enormous scale, making him extremely nervous and tense. The fleets of the Whitebeard pirates, Beast pirates, and Big Mom pirates have already arrived in the Mid-4C area. Have you found the whereabouts of the red-haired pirates? Rob Lucci's fingers tapped on the armrest of the throne, paying great attention to the intelligence regarding the red-haired pirates and the remnants of the Roger pirates. There is currently no news about the red-haired pirates' ship, the Red Force. However, Elbaf has sent a small fleet of 3 massive warships, and they are on their way to the front of the New World. Even the Golden Emperor Teselo's ship, the Grand Teselo, has arrived in the Dressrosa Sea area. Robin and Violet quickly supplemented the latest intelligence. That Teselo dares to join in the fun? Isn't he afraid of being taken down? Rob Lucci chuckled lightly, considering whether to subdue this Golden Emperor before the Pirate Expo. It seems the Golden Emperor is preparing to show us goodwill, as if he wants to pay us a hefty protection fee like he does to the world government. Robin reported that the Golden Emperor Teselo conveyed certain messages to them through the underground Dark Emperor Morgans. He will eventually become one of us. A dark vortex appeared in Rob Lucci's palm, sucking an apple from the table over, and he took a bite, juice splattering. Lord Rob Lucci, after the world government issued a strong summons for the warlords of the sea, they have already urged us for the 4th time to converge at the G1 Navy Fortress. The pirate Empress Boa Hancock, after sealing her 2 younger sisters' emergency Den Den Mushi, leaned into Rob Lucci's embrace to report. The 9 Snake Pirates received the world government's forcible summons days ago. Originally, the Pirate Empress intended to refuse directly and announce her allegiance to Rob Lucci's world team. However, Rob Lucci instructed the Pirate Empress to inform Sandersonia and Marigold to agree to the world government summons first and deceive the world government by saying that the Pirate Empress has already headed to the New World. To boost the confidence of the warlords of the sea, her sister just mentioned that apart from Edward Weevil, a new warlord of the sea has joined. The Pirate Empress was drawing circles in Rob Lucci's embrace, clearly uninterested in this new warlord of the sea. A new warlord of the sea? Rob Lucci raised an eyebrow, wondering if it was Blackbeard Teach. But now that Impel Down has been taken down by him, what use is it for Blackbeard Teach to join the warlords of the sea? Moreover, what ability does the devil fruit that Blackbeard Teach snatched from Sachi possess? He hoped it wouldn't be something outrageous. Jinbei also agreed to the world government summons. However, he conveyed through Princess Shirahoshi that he would not be an enemy of Rob Lucci's world team or the White Beard Pirates. Robin shared news about the other warlords of the sea, but currently information about Mihawk and the second Whitebeard is not clear. The warlords of the sea are not a concern, Rob Lucci said lightly, as the Pirate Empress and Jinbei were both on their side, while Mihawk was probably just slacking off and the second Whitebeard was merely a fool. As for this new warlord of the sea, even if it is Blackbeard Teach, he shouldn't be able to stir up much trouble. Release the news. Monkey D. Garp, a member of the D clan, has reached the end of his hiding time. As the natural enemy of the gods, the D clan will fulfill their ancestors' wishes and overthrow the world government. Additionally, let Morgans secretly release news in the underground dark world that Portgas D. Ace is the biological son of the pirate king Joel D. Roger, whose real name is Gold Ace. Also, the new sun god Nika has appeared, and he is also a member of the D clan. He is the grandson of the Navy hero Monkey D. Garp and the son of Revolutionary Army leader Monkey D. Dragon. The D clan will comprehensively overthrow the world government and annihilate the celestial dragons from the Navy, Revolutionary Army, and pirate factions. Rob Lucci's fingers tapping on the armrest of the throne grew faster as he quickly instructed Robin and Violet to spread these messages. At this moment, Iron Fist Garp still wants a mix in the Navy headquarters. That's not going to happen. As long as Iron Fist Garp is captured by the Gorosei and the Knights of God, the Dove faction high-ranking members like Sengoku the Buddha, Suru, and Akiji will become even more estranged from the world government. The Black Arm Zephyr, the Navy's chief instructor, being sacrificed isn't enough. They need another Navy hero. Let's see how the world government and the Navy headquarters respond. As another day passed, countless forces gathered at the front of the New World, converging towards the Sabeti archipelago. Today's news featured a full page publicly displaying the Millennium feud between the Celestial Dragons and the natural enemy of the gods, the D clan. It also shared the top powerhouses of the D clan throughout history, including the New World Overlord Rox D. Zebek, Pirate King Joel D. Roger, Navy hero Monkey D. Garp, and Revolutionary Army leader Monkey D. Dragon. This showcases the powerful legacy of the natural enemy of the gods, the D clan. The newspaper also portrayed the Monkey D. clan as the strongest family within the D clan, even comparing them to the Figureland family among the Celestial Dragons. The article detailed the relationships and strong bloodline heritage of Garp, Dragon, and Luffy. This left countless forces and newcomers intrigued and shocked. When the report revealed that Fire Fist Ace is the biological son of the Pirate King, not only was the world government and Navy headquarters greatly surprised, but even the Pirate King Rayleigh, Shanks, and the red-haired pirates were extremely shocked. The most distressing thing is that the newspaper has revealed that Monkey D. Luffy is indeed the sun god Nika's ability user. In an instant, the red-haired pirates, remnants of the Roger Pirates, and the Revolutionary Army are all on edge. Today's news report has seriously threatened the lives of Portgas D, Ace, and Monkey D. Luffy. Both of them have become thorns in the eyes of the world government, especially the yet-to-be-grown Monkey D. Luffy. Dracula Mihawk even scolded Morgans furiously. This news has pushed both his father and son into a fire pit. How can he not be angry? Dracula Mihawk has no choice but to mobilize more forces into the New World, joining this world war, and send people to find the Straw Hat Pirates to protect this foolish son. At the G1 Navy headquarters in the New World, this newspaper has caused great turmoil among the high-ranking officials of the Navy. The entire G1 fortress has fallen into a tense atmosphere. One by one, the armored Knights of God look with murderous intent at Marine hero Monkey D. Garp. In particular, the leader of the Knights of God, Fagalan Shamrock, looks at Garp as if he is a dead man. What qualifications does the Monkey D. family have to be compared with their Fagalan family? Moreover, all members of the D. family deserve to die. Enemies of the gods. Bah, they all must die. Marine high-ranking officials closely related to Iron Fist Garp, such as Sengoku and Akainu, have grim expressions as they subtly confront the Knights of God. Shamrock, this is Roger's scheme to sow discord. Don't fall for his trick. Sengoku advises the murderous Knights of God earnestly. The founder of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dracula, is Garp's son, right? We will verify whether his grandson, Monkey D. Luffy, is the sun god Nika's ability user. But, Portgas D. Ace is his adopted son, right? Monkey D. Garp, how dare you adopt Roger's son? You're simply lawless. Deserving of death. The Knights of God directly attack Garp, the marine hero and enemy of the gods. Regardless of whether Garp still holds onto justice in his heart, he is no longer trustworthy. Besides, over the years, Iron Fist Garp has countless times disrespected the celestial dragons, which has made these Knights of God even more eager to eliminate this reckless man who disrespects the descendants of gods. Sengoku. Although the newspaper has incendiary implications, it cannot be denied that Monkey D. Garp indeed has the possibility of betrayal. I have reported to the Five Elders. Garp is not allowed to participate in this pirate festival. Just in case, we must capture Garp now, restrict his movements, and judge him after this war. Fagalan Shamrock coldly looks at Sengoku and the Dove faction of the Navy. If it weren't for the imminent pirate festival war and the urgent need for high-level Navy combat power, he wouldn't care about Sengoku's opinion, and would directly surround and kill Monkey D, Garp of the D, family. As the aura of the Knights of God erupted, even the hawkish Marines, led by Akainu, surrounded them. Sengoku's forehead is covered in cold sweat, and both Kazan and Vice Admiral Tsuru are starting to feel wet on their backs. Sengoku looks at Garp with a conflicted expression. Sengoku, arrest me. Garp raises his hands, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction, but he has to endure it. This is to avoid making things difficult for Sengoku and Kazan, not out of fear of these Knights of God. However, he indeed deserves it. Adopting Ace has already violated military law. Garp. Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru look pale at this old partner. Mr. Garp, Kazan, Tsuru, and other Marine leaders look worriedly at Iron Fist Garp. Having been in a bad mood lately and in poor condition, it's just the right time for a break. Iron Fist Garp smiles, sitting directly on the ground, calmly facing the Knights of God's interrogation. Take him down. Shamrock orders coldly while giving a faint glance at these Dove faction Marines. Yes, one by one, CP agents quickly take out high-purity sea prism, stone handcuffs, and foot shackles, along with chains to bind him completely. As Garp is trapped like a sea prism stone zongzi, one Knight of God even takes out a special drug and directly injects it into Garp's neck. Your Highness Shamrock, what is this? Sengoku almost couldn't hold back and quickly inquired. Just a weakening drug, a routine drug used in Impel Down, Shamrock said indifferently, waving his hand to let the CP agents take Iron Fist Garp away for detention, no longer allowing the Dove faction of the Navy to have contact. Until the pirate festival is over, they will judge and handle Garp. Watching Garp's figure disappear, the morale of the Dove faction's Marine leaders has significantly declined. Sengoku, Kong, and the Five Elders will soon arrive at G1 Fortress. I hope you don't do anything foolish. Prepare for battle to defeat Roger's world group for the world government. Shamrock warns Sengoku before waving his cloak, leading a group of Knights of God out of the Marshal's office. With the confrontation between the Knights of God and the Dove faction of the Navy coming to an end, the atmosphere in G1 Fortress begins to recover. However, the Navy's morale remains shaken. Despite the Knights of God and Sengoku's intent to block news of Garp's imprisonment, many rumors have spread quickly. Moreover, the numerous newspapers that the Newsbird freely threw into G1 Fortress have led many Navy officers to guess what has happened. Marine hero Vice Admiral Garp, a member of the D family known as the enemy of the gods, not only has a criminal son, but has also adopted the son of the Pirate King. He will not have a good outcome. Some Navy officers who have received favors for both Zephyr and Garp have begun to feel deeply confused. Can they still execute the justice in their hearts by staying in the Navy? Or should they follow Rear Admiral Drake and Vice Admiral Virgo's example and leave the Navy to join the new Navy? While internal turmoil brews at the G1 Navy Fortress, a small conflict also arises within the Whitebeard Pirates fleet. When the captain of an affiliated pirate crew, Don Quixote Squad, learns that Portgas D. Ace is Roger's biological son, he immediately rushes to confirm the situation. After Ace's own admission, Squad is both shocked and angry, nearly coming to blows with Ace. It should be noted that years ago, the Roger Pirates annihilated Squad's pirate crew, leaving him as the sole survivor. He cannot face the son of his enemy, Ace. Under Whitebeard's reprimand and persuasion, Don Quixote's squad chooses to leave the Whitebeard pirates. He does not want to coexist with the son of his enemy in the same pirate crew. Poor Gasty. Ace is also very helpless, once again taking the blame for this bastard Father Roger. After all, he has seen countless people harboring hatred for Roger throughout his life. The era of great pirates that Roger initiated has indeed harmed many civilians. Following the deaths of Sachi and the betrayal of Teach, the Whitebeard pirates face the troublesome situation of affiliated pirate captains leaving. This has cast another layer of gloom over the already silent atmosphere of the Whitebeard pirates. This seems to be a very bad omen. Whitebeard is filled with endless worries about the pirate festival. He even considered using the pursuit of Teach as an excuse to avoid attending the pirate festival. As a result, the next day, perhaps the Gains3 considered the negative impact of capturing Carp, and they announced the news of the new Warlord of the Sea. This new Warlord of the Sea is actually Blackbeard Teach, who defected from the Whitebeard pirates. Moreover, they have released Mihawk, Jinbe, and Edward Weevil, along with Teach, already gathering information about the G1 fortress. Miss Bakken, who had already escaped, could not escape the coercion and temptation of the world government, and even she was restricted in her freedom. Therefore, Edward Weevil could only obediently serve the world government. When Whitebeard learned that Teach had become a Warlord of the Sea, he had to attend the pirate festival. Even if he found other reasons, the division commanders would not let Teach go. The fact that Teach could become a Warlord of the Sea so quickly was not just because he captured a pirate with a bounty over 300 million. When news of his ability reached M and the Gains3, immediately wanted to eliminate Teach. However, M ultimately restrained the urge to kill, wanting to deal with Teach, a member of the D clan, after the pirate festival. He had the Gains3 not only approve Teach's request to become a Warlord of the Sea, but even gave him the chance to become a Knight of God. The condition was that Teach must abandon his surname and the D symbol, and absolutely obey the commands of the Gains3. The cunning Teach initially agreed to the title of Warlord of the Sea, claiming he would make a greater contribution at the pirate festival, ultimately earning honor and becoming part of the D clan. M and the Gains3 knew that Teach had ulterior motives. However, they still chose to make good use of this ambitious guy. After all, there were not many great pirates willing to become Warlords of the Sea. Perhaps Edward Weevil and Teach would become cannon fodder at the pirate festival. This way, M wouldn't need to deliberately eliminate Teach, allowing that ancient devil fruit ability to be reborn. If after the pirate festival, Teach abandoned his desire to become a high-ranking Knight of God and broke free from control, then I'm gonna have to take action to eliminate Teach. He had already given Teach a chance to become God. If Teach insisted on continuing to be the enemy of the gods as a member of the D clan, then Teach must die. There was no choice. M absolutely would not allow the power of the world-ending serpent, the flame of destruction, to be in the hands of others. On the 3 floating islands. It really is him. Law squinted his eyes, revealing a hint of dangerous light as he looked at the news of Teach becoming a Warlord of the Sea. A giant serpent that can spew flames? The battlefield left behind rocks cooled from lava, suspected of being able to emit high-temperature flames that could turn land into lava. Law's expression became serious as he looked at some battle intelligence and traces left by Teach, capturing several pirates with bounties over 100 million. This made him think of the ancient murals from Elbaf, depicting the world-ending serpent that could match the world-ending black dragon. No way. No way. Should we say it's lucky for Sachi, or is it even luckier for Teach? How could he obtain such a powerful devil fruit ability? With the support of such a powerful ability, along with his hidden combat power, Teach might not yet reach the level of the 4 emperors, but he would probably exceed the 3 calamities and 4 stars. However, Law was not worried that Teach could turn the tables. Instead, he was drooling over the flame serpent ability that Teach possessed. After all, this could be one of the strongest mythical beast abilities that could stand alongside the world-ending black dragon and the sun god Nika. The world-ending serpent, the flame of destruction. If he found an opportunity, Law must kill Teach and seize this ability. Even if he couldn't use it himself, he could give it to his women and subordinates. Lord Law, the world government has issued me an ultimatum. If I don't appear at the G1 fortress tomorrow, they will directly strip me of my Warlord of the Sea status and attack Amazon Lily. The pirate empress looked frightened, but there was no fear in her eyes, because they had the golden lion Shiki and the immature Seraphim. Law's world organization already had the strength to move Amazon Lily. After this pirate festival, they could find a safe new location for Amazon Lily. As for the immediate threat of attacking Amazon Lily, it could basically be ignored. Now, All the forces of the world government and the Navy headquarters are gathering in Maryua, Marineford, and the G1 Navy Fortress. Even many naval bases and allied countries in the Grand Line and the Four Seas are short on troops. Where would they have the time to attack the daughter country of Amazon Lily in the Calm Belt? Don't worry about them. When the time comes, you'll still give them a little surprise. Law said mischievously, stroking the pirate empress's black hair. Now, there are only 4 remaining warlords of the sea. Teach, the ambitious one who could run away at any moment or even stab them in the back. Mihawk, the lazy one who would withdraw his forces if he didn't find things to his liking. Edward Weevil, the fool, and Jinbe, who is one of their own. So, the warlords of the sea are practically non-existent. Law, news has come from the Fox side, confirming that the Navy hero, Iron Fistcarp, has been captured by the Knights of God. Robin ran over with an excited expression, not expecting that the news Law released would really cause internal strife within the world government and the Navy headquarters, cutting off a limb. It also severely affected the Navy's morale. At this time, even the Wild opened his mouth, saying that his subordinates, Virgo, Drake, and Ein, had already received some calls for surrender from the Navy. This is fantastic news. As the start time of the Pirate Festival approaches, countless pirate ships gather in the waters of Sabeti Archipelago. Faced with the overwhelming force of various pirates, the Navy directly abandoned the G5 base and moved to the G1 Navy headquarters. This completely allowed the pirates' arrogance to reach its peak. Large numbers of pirate crews stormed the G5 fortress, occupying this naval base, treating it as a temporary stronghold or launch pad. Some bold or ignorant pirate crews even landed on Sabeti Archipelago early, seizing advantageous positions, waiting for Law's World Organization to arrive. There were even some truly brainless pirate crews that dared to go to the G1 Navy headquarters to provoke the Superwar Fortress with the strongest lineup in history. As expected, the provoking pirates were all turned to dust. Now, even the 5 emperors dare not go to the G1 Fortress. It must be said that these pirates are indeed reckless. The strong forces of the Navy headquarters, along with the Knights of God, are enough to annihilate any pirate crew other than Law's World Organization. This indeed successfully suppressed the pirates' arrogance. As a result, Law took advantage of these foolish pirates' self-sacrifice to launch a large-scale operation to clear the Navy bases and drive all the Navy out of the New World. A large number of pirates took advantage of the strong momentum of the Pirate Expo to vent their desire for revenge, launching aggressive attacks on other naval strongholds in the New World. Faced with the uprising of pirates in the New World, Fujitora Sengoku could only withdraw all the Navy from other branches in the New World to focus on dealing with the Pirate Expo. Countless pirates excitedly looted and destroyed these long-established naval branches, even raising their own pirate flags atop these naval strongholds. At this point, the momentum of the New World pirates reached a new peak. The day of the Pirate Expo finally arrived. As the morning sun rose, this day, destined to go down in history, had come. June 6th, 1520, in the Sea of Sulphur Island, countless pirate ships and crews began to appear, and the entire sea area started to buzz with excitement. Today, the candidates for the Pirate King would be determined. Who could seize the permanent pointer to Laugh-Tale? Would Lord Trafalgar, Law, join forces with the other 4 emperors to attack the G1 naval fortress? If they could completely drive the Navy out of the New World, it would truly become a pirate paradise. TCH, have you forgotten that Shanks is a celestial dragon? The red-haired pirates might betray the New World and become the world government's lapdogs. It is said that some pirate crews in the Grand Line have set their sights on the Marine headquarters at Marineford. If the Navy's strongest forces all appeared in the New World, they would attack the Marine headquarters and leave their names in history. TCH, I also heard that the Revolutionary Army plans to attack Maryua, the holy land where the celestial dragons live, and that the ground there is made of gold and gems, rich beyond measure. The pirates gathered in the Sea of Sulphur Island were passionately discussing and shouting. Today, they mainly came to witness the grand spectacle and see if they could pick up some scraps. If a pirate king were determined, it would be convenient to directly latch onto them. Here they come, the combined fleet of the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, an alliance of the 4 emperors, something not seen in over a decade or two, with the formidable and terrifying presence of Trafalgar Law's crew. With the roar of excitement from these pirates, the 70 to 80 pirate ships of the Beast and Big Mom Alliance surged into the waters near Sulphur Island. Countless pirate ships hurriedly dodged, and some that couldn't escape were directly destroyed by cannon fire from the 2 4 Emperors ships, showcasing their dominance. Especially a terrifying super ship, almost a kilometer long, exuding an overwhelming pressure. It was the flagship of the Beast Pirates Expedition Fleet, the the ancient giant. What a massive ancient giant. It belongs to Kaido, the beast. Looking at the towering ancient giants standing on the super ship, some rookie pirate crews who had just entered the New World were left dumbfounded. With one swing of their club, their pirate ships would likely be reduced to dust. Is this the terrifying power of the Four Emperors? And this is only part of Kaido's forces. Those pirate ships can even sing and talk. You rookie pirates know nothing. Those are the homies pirate ships from the Big Mom Pirates, given souls by Big Mom. Truly an eye-opener. No wonder she is the pirate empress of the New World. Not to mention rookie pirate crews. Even many veteran pirate crews that have been in the New World for years have never encountered a fleet of the Four Emperors. Just hearing news of the Four Emperors' ships, they immediately retreated strategically, not daring to clash with their forces. This is the way to survive in the New World. If you don't join a Four Emperor crew, you can only keep your head down. Mama. Is Law not here yet? Big Mom Charlotte Linlin stood atop Zeus the Thundercloud, being the first to land on Sulphur Island, claiming a piece of territory. One by one, the Charlotte ministers followed Big Mom onto this terrifying island that was about to become a meat grinder. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed through the clouds, and a long, massive silhouette hovered in the stormy sky. Kaido, you finally showed up. I thought you got lost somewhere. Big Mom looked up at the sky. Kaido had not been with the Beast Pirates expedition fleet lately, and seemed to have gone to destroy a few naval branches in the New World. Wororo, why not just hold the event at the G1 Naval Fortress? Kaido's voice came down from the storm clouds. He was eager to directly launch the strongest war to overturn the world against the world government. He had actually been to the G1 Fortress recently and was shocked by the dense, terrifying aura there. The world government and marine headquarters had indeed gathered many strong individuals there. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, looking forward to the start of this super war. Kaido, our goal is the permanent pointer to Laugh Tale. Don't just focus on fighting. Big Mom flew up high, shouting at Kaido the Azure Dragon. She desperately wanted the great treasure left by Roger, which could possibly be the ancient weapon that the Golden Lion Shiki also sought to snatch. As a result, during the Battle of Eitwald, the Golden Lion Shiki's entire army was annihilated for no reason. Roger claimed that the great treasure he left behind contained the power to overturn the world. Are you teaching me how to do things, old hag? Kaido scoffed disdainfully. He had even lost the ship he had captured, the Pluto. What great treasure? Nothing matters. He just wanted to engage in a thrilling world war. At this moment, a fleet led by a giant white whale pirate ship came rumbling in, numbering over 50 ships, exuding an imposing presence. The Whitebeard pirates have arrived. This is too lively. Even veteran pirates like Marco the Phoenix and Diamond Jozu, who have been around for years, had never witnessed a pirate gathering of such scale. Even after Roger became the Pirate King, he did not have the ability or prestige to mobilize so many pirate crews. After all, the Sea Emperors like Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido would not pay any mind to Roger, the so-called Pirate King. Teach. Fire Fist Ace glanced at the direction of the G1 Naval Fortress. Now that Traitor Teach was on the Navy's territory as the new warlord of the Seven. If he saw Teach on the battlefield, he would personally take him down. The fleet of the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates is over there. With a shout from the lookout, all the division leaders and subordinate captains turned their attention to the massive fleet on the eastern side of Sulphur Island. Kaido, the two mink warriors, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, suddenly looked up at the enormous figure in the sky, their eyes filled with hatred. The retainers of the Kazuki family, Kinemon and Kanjuro, also looked angrily at the dragon figure. Kazuki Hiyori's eyes were fixed on the dragon that killed her father, filled with hatred, yet also a hint of helplessness. How could the Whitebeard pirates possibly take action against the alliance of the Beast and Big Mom? Right now, the Trafalgar Law's crew was merely a friend of the Whitebeard pirates, not a true ally. The Roji World Group does not have the same hatred and contradictions with the Beast pirates and the Big Mom pirates. Mama. Whitebeard, I never expected that after so many years, we three would have the chance to reunite. Back in the day with the Rocks Pirates, we were partners. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin flew in midair between the high-flying Kaido and Whitebeard on the sea, laughing. She wanted to improve the relationship. The power of the Roji World Group is too terrifying. She does not want Whitebeard to truly ally with Roji. Otherwise, this competition for the permanent log post to Laugh Tale would be impossible to play. Partners? That brat Kaido actually killed Odin. I will never forgive him. Whitebeard looked at the Azure Dragon Kaido in the sky, anger in his eyes, along with a hint of nostalgia. Over 40 years ago, 15-year-old Kaido wandered to Hive Island, and it was Whitebeard who personally took him to meet Rocks, allowing this demon tri-brat to become an in-turn crew member of the Rocks Pirates. Who would have thought that years later, Kaido would kill Whitebeard's former second-in-command, Kazuki Oden? Whitebeard, let's not talk about winners and losers. The defeated eat dust. That guy Oden has already left the Whitebeard Pirates and joined the Roger Pirates. None of Roger's crew sought revenge on me. What right do you have to talk nonsense here? Speaking of which, you should thank me for getting rid of a traitor for you. Kaido of the Beast looked down on Whitebeard's so-called forgiveness. He was stationed at Onigashima in Wano, and over the years, he had not seen anyone from the Whitebeard Pirates or Roger Pirates come to avenge Kazuki Oden. You. Whitebeard clenched his fists, angrily looking at the Azure Dragon Kaido, thinking he should have smashed this brat with a punchback on High Violent. My father is not a traitor. Hearing Kaido of the Beast slander Kazuki Oden as a traitor, a furious shout erupted from the Moby Dick. Kazuki Hiyori glared at Kaido of the Beast with red eyes. Those remnants are indeed with you. Whitebeard, you still act like a nanny, taking care of the children and subordinates of that traitor Oden. Don't forget how Oden betrayed you back then, joining the Roger Pirates and helping Roger become the Pirate King. Kaido of the Beast gave Kazuki Hiyori a faint glance. Noticing familiar figures, Kinemon and Kanjuro, along with the samurai dressed in Wano clothing, Denjiro and Aizo. As Kaido of the Beast finished speaking, a violent Conqueror's Haki erupted from Whitebeard, and the Azure Dragon Kaido in the sky also stood his ground, responding with powerful Conqueror's Haki. In an instant, the world changed color, clouds rolled, the sea surged, and the wind howled. The three calamities of the Beast Pirates looked unfavorably at the Whitebeard Pirates. The 15 captains of the Whitebeard Pirates and their affiliated pirate captains also glared angrily at the Beast Pirates, filled with fighting spirit. Run! Kaido of the Beasts and Whitebeard Newgate are about to fight. A large number of spectator pirate ships hurriedly fled from this dangerous sea area. Mama, mama, mama. The Roji World Group and the red-haired pirates haven't come, and you guys are fighting, not afraid that the world government and navy over there will take advantage? Big Mom also unleashed her Conqueror's Haki, trying to interrupt the rivalry between these two. The battle between Kaido of the Beasts and Whitebeard brings no benefit to Big Mom. At this time, the G1 Navy Fortress, closely monitoring the situation on Sabaody Archipelago. On the screen of the surveillance nail, they saw the clash between Kaido of the Beasts and Whitebeard Newgate. And the Knights of God and the hawkish Navy officers were eager for these two emperors to fight each other. They were waiting for the opportunity to take advantage and capture these great pirates all at once. Roji would not allow other emperors to clash. His goal is always the world government. The Pirate Expo is just a guise. Roji is merely gathering powerful pirates to storm the G1 fortress, even the Holy Land Mariewa. Seeing the self-satisfied expressions of the Knights of God and hawkish generals, Sengoku and Admiral Tsuru frowned and spoke up. The world government and navy headquarters have concentrated forces at the G1 fortress, this stronghold in the New World, precisely because they are worried that the Roji World Group intends to use the great pirates from the Pirate Expo to directly assault the Holy Land Mariewa. Now, the G1 Navy Fortress is the most solid defense line for the Holy Land Mariewa. Those reckless pirates are ultimately just a self-righteous bunch of loose sand. As long as the Roji World Group is defeated, these emperors and the onlooking great pirates will scatter in an instant, fleeing in all directions. Shamrock sat at one end of the long table, crossing his legs, his eyelids slightly drooping, his eyes filled with disdain and an extreme sense of confidence. This time, even Lord M will personally intervene. Every member of the Knights of God firmly believes in victory in this war, because God is the supreme existence that is invincible in battle. In another conference room, several people were also watching the surveillance screen. Among them, two big guys who were eating while watching. Has the Pirate Empress given up her position in the Warlords of the Sea? Blackbeard Teach stuffed several cherry pies in his mouth, his eyes glued to the clash between Whitebeard and Kaido of the Beasts, filled with a certain desire. For the Pirate Empress, who has missed the Navy's deadline, Blackbeard Teach also felt a sense of unease. For some reason, he suddenly thought of that masked woman in the Roji World Group. That clash of Conqueror's Haki between the Roji World Group and the 7 kings of the Whitebeard Pirates left him with a vivid memory of that woman. Could it be the Pirate Empress? After all, there are not many powerful women with Conqueror's Haki in this world. And the Pirate Empress just happened to be absent from this forced summons of the Warlords of the Sea. The thought that the world's most beautiful woman has fallen into Roji's embrace made Blackbeard Teach even more displeased. Moreover, having seen the most complete devil fruit encyclopedia, Blackbeard Teach knew well the secrets contained in that cherry blossom-like sweet fruit ability. The sweet fruit of the paramecia type in a normal devil fruit encyclopedia is a devil fruit shaped like a pair of twin cherries with two colors. However, the more ancient secrets that Blackbeard had learned indicated that this devil fruit's ability was not just limited to having petrification powers. Blackbeard had even considered obtaining this ability in the past. But after more options became available, he excluded this ability, listing it as a secondary candidate. However, if it were for his crew, this would definitely be a very powerful devil fruit ability. Could the Pirate Empress have already joined the Roji World Group? Blackbeard Teach looked at the position that should have belonged to the Pirate Empress, secretly muttering to himself. In another position, Miss Bakken, who stood on Weevil's shoulder, looked at the aging Whitebeard, her eyes filled with memories and a certain resentment. Miss Bakken looked at her foolish son, who was still gorging himself, and touched the explosive collar around her neck, her eyes filled with despair. Those Knights of God are far more ruthless than the Navy, with no room for negotiation. Not only was Weevil defeated, but she was also completely controlled, becoming a puppet of the world government. Regret not having made different choices. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have coveted the position of one of the 7 warlords of the sea. As a result, I ended up losing everything and became cannon fodder for the world government. She couldn't see a glimmer of hope at all. Jinbei the fishman sat upright, quietly watching the surveillance screen, neither eating nor speaking, appearing honest and silent as if silence was golden. Dracul Mihawk casually leaned his supreme sword, the black blade Yuru, against the chair, arms crossed over his chest, with his feet arrogantly resting on the table, showing no courtesy towards the food or the others. It was hardly in line with his noble demeanor. His sharp eyes were fixed on the images of Punk Hazard, lost in thought. But in the next moment, something unusual appeared on the surveillance screen. Blackbeard Teach also heard that familiar bell sound and the envious, jealousy-inducing divine scene. Moreover, this time it seemed even more exaggerated than when the Rocks pirates descended upon the Whitebeard pirates on a larger scale. Not to mention the 4 warlords of the sea. Even the God Knights in the adjacent conference room and high-ranking Navy officials widened their eyes. Even M and the Gorosei narrowed their eyes, sensing a hint of something to learn. This was the kind of might a divine being should possess. In the waters around Punk Hazard, the melodious and vast bell sound echoed continuously, spreading throughout the sea. The purifying sound of the bell calmed the noisy pirates. Even Whitebeard and Kaido of the Beast retracted their Conqueror's Haki and looked towards the distant sky. That is, countless gasps and shouts erupted. The rising sun was suddenly swallowed by endless darkness, plunging the entire sky back into night. Accompanied by the urgent, eternal bell sound, a colossal hand forcibly tore open the dark sky. Fingers entwined with lightning storms, the fingerprints clearly visible, exuding a sense of reality. A face of divine proportions emerged from the blackened gap, with starry eyes gazing at all beings. It was the Godslayer, Lord Rocks. He had become so gigantic. He must be a god. He is a divine being. Countless pirates, seeing that familiar face, gasped in surprise. The divine face dissipated, and the colossal hand clenched into a fist and opened again, as if presenting something. Accompanied by 9 colossal western twin-winged dragons. A massive golden bell flew out from the giant hand. The eternal bell sound transformed from urgency to a hopeful, vast resonance. Following that, 9 divine dragons led a golden flying ship, with 3 small islands trailing behind. Furthermore, from the moment the bell sound rang, Morgan's World Live broadcast had already begun. With the appearance of the Rocks pirates, everyone in the audience widened their eyes. Soon, the dark sky abruptly dissipated, and the colossal hand vanished as well. The Rocks pirates appeared as if they had broken through the darkness, presenting themselves to the world in the guise of a savior. In the air, Kaido, the Azure Dragon, gazed at the 9 twin-winged divine dragons, his eyes filled with desire. This was the Beast dynasty he had always wanted. But why did the Azure Dragon among the 9-colored divine dragons look a bit like himself? Damn it, why did he become a ship's mount for Lord Rocks? I'm so angry. That bastard Rocks not only took away his ship, but also used his Azure Dragon form to pull the ship. Having seen the Rocks pirates debut once before, the Whitebeard pirates were still immensely shocked upon witnessing it again. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin nearly shouted, "I want that." She also wanted to experience such a stunning entrance. Other pirate crews on the sea, from all corners, were wild-eyed. This was the supreme divine demeanor a pirate king should possess. The Godslayer Rocks deserved to be the pirate king. They wanted to join the Rocks pirates. They wanted to become die-hard fans of Rocks. At this moment, on the Arc Maxim, a green-haired girl had already collapsed on the deck. This was the largest phantom projection she had initiated since gaining the powers of the Phantom Fruit. She hadn't expected the dark sky initiated by Lord Rox to be so vast, forcing her to project the face and hand of Lord Rox to the maximum extent. A few days ago, Senior Winifesta had invited her to be a special guest and host for the Pirate Expo and to handle the projection work. After learning about her phantom abilities, Lord Rox quickly planned this unprecedented grand entrance with her. Although I was very tired right now, she knew she was about to become famous across the seas. Her future phantom appearances would be even more popular, and her value would surely increase dozens or even hundreds of times. As the 3 islands floated above Ponk Hazard, the 9 twin-winged dragons vanished, and the golden bell was retrieved by Rox. The 9-color divine dragons also disappeared. Everyone's gaze and attention were completely focused on that golden flying ship. A large number of live news birds captured the formation of the Rox pirates, as well as images of the other emperors and powerful pirates. As Rox stepped forward to the bow of the Arc Maxim, the entire sea area fell silent. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow. He felt as if he had experienced such a moment of grand entrance under the spotlight before. Tap! As Rox completed his final step and stopped, the world finally saw the deity who had torn open the dark sky. This was the man with the highest bounty in the world, the Godslayer Rox. All the great heroes of the seas, welcome to the Pirate Expo. As Rox's bold voice echoed, the entire sea instantly erupted, with countless pirates shouting wildly, Lord Rox, Pirate King. This enthusiastic cheering even made Big Mom and Kaido feel jealous and displeased. Neither the former New World Overlord Rox nor the Pirate King Roger had ever experienced such popularity and support. Today, Rox attracted countless pirates' admiration and worship with the opening of the Pirate Expo and a stunning grand entrance. In this moment, Rox seemed to have become the new Pirate King, accepting the adoration of countless pirates. After Rox announced the opening of the Pirate Expo, Barrett was the second to stand up, holding the Eternal Pointer to Raftel. Want to get this Eternal Pointer, land on Raftel, and find the great treasure? Then join today as strongest battle. Now I announce the rules of the World Expo. Within a week, whoever kills the highest ranking person in the world government and the Navy headquarters will obtain this Eternal Pointer. The Gorosei, the Supreme Commander, and the Fleet Admiral are all of the same level. The Admirals and the God Knights are of the same rank. If there are 2 or more people with the highest kill count, then a true battle for kings will take place. Only the strongest can stand until the end, and the winner takes all. Of course, if you can kill the king of the world, don't even mention becoming the Pirate King. Even Rox promised to make you king, help you dominate the whole world. Barrett looked around at Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, and the other 4 emperors, loudly announcing. This rule was set by Rox. Barrett was just the announcer. Barrett also wanted to fight against Whitebeard and the others, but before the internal war among the pirates. He planned to attack the G1 Navy Fortress as the opening act of the great battle. Whether it was against the 4 emperors, the 5 elders, the 3 admirals, or the Knights of God, Barrett didn't care. After all, the one who stands until the end is the strongest. What? They are really going to attack the world government and the Navy headquarters. No wonder Lord Trafalgar decided to gather at Sulphur Island near the G1 Navy Fortress. Is Lord Trafalgar going to lead the 3 pirate emperors to attack the world government and the Navy headquarters? Countless pirates were shocked, and more than half of them became excited, looking forward to the start of this great battle. They had long wanted to give the world government a taste of their power. However, many pirates were frightened and prepared to watch the excitement and then run away. They didn't want to participate in a world war of this scale. Whitebeard showed an expression of as expected. However, he happened to want to capture the traitor Teach in the G1 Navy Fortress. Whitebeard wanted Teach to know that even if he became a warlord of the sea and hid under the protection of the world government, he would still catch this traitor who dared to kill his comrades. Wuro, I like this rule. Let the war overturn this world. Kaido of the 100 Beasts laughed wildly. Just the chaotic battle among the 5 emperors and great pirates in the New World wasn't enough. He wanted to drag the world government and the Navy down too. This aligned perfectly with Kaido's thoughts. Are they still going to provoke the world government and the Navy? Although he had guessed some things before, Big Mom's eyes still flickered slightly when she actually heard this rule. If not handled properly, even the pirate crews of the 4 emperors could be in danger in an instant. The audience watching the live broadcast around the world did not expect that this pirate extravaganza, this battle for the title of Pirate King, would actually turn its focus toward the world government and the Navy. At this moment, countless civilians became tense. This major event seemed to be heading in an unpredictable direction. Meanwhile, the high-ranking Navy officers and the Knights of God in the G1 Navy fortress all entered a state of combat readiness. They had long suspected that Trafalgar's target was them, so they were not too shocked. However, many naval commanders still became nervous. After all, this was a massive gathering of pirates in the New World, a terrifying war like never before. Trafalgar's target is us. Shamrock's eyes were icy cold. Trafalgar actually placed the Knights of God and the 3 admirals at the same level. This would undoubtedly make those great pirates target them, who were slightly weaker in strength and fame. Both the Knights of God and the 5 elders rarely made moves. Their powerful feats were seldom circulated on the sea. The 3 admirals, the fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong, and others had gradually climbed to such high ranks. They were the strongest combat power of the Navy. Sengoku the Buddha and Steelbone Kong had both been admirals and were extremely powerful. The red-haired pirates and the revolutionaries had not yet appeared. Chief of Staff Crane reminded that if all attention was focused on the pirates at Sulphur Island, there could be unexpected occurrences at Holy Land Mariewa and Navy Headquarters Marineford. That traitor Shanks would not set foot in the Holy Land again. However, the revolutionaries indeed needed to be guarded against. Shamrock's expression became serious. This time, even Lord M and the 5 elders had to take action, and the Holy Land Mariewa would experience a real period of vulnerability. However, the 5 elders should have arranged some forces to protect the Holy Land and those ethnic groups. At this moment, a giant monstrous bird appeared in the sky over the G1 fortress, circling above the clouds. On the monstrous bird were only 3 figures. But soon, as one of the figures summoned 2 magical teleportation arrays, 2 more figures appeared on the bird's back, totaling 5 figures. 4 figures knelt on one knee behind a thin, long-sleeved figure in the lead. This was M and the 5 elders. And this monstrous bird was the 5th of the 5 elders, Marcus Moss Saint. This time, only 4 of the 5 elders personally came to the G1 Navy fortress, while M and the last 5 elder were summoned from the Holy Land, Mariewa. If anything unexpected happened in the Holy Land, they could immediately use the teleportation ability to return. M was very confident that Trafalgar had no backup plan for releasing Joy Boy as Conqueror as Haki. However, to be cautious, they still kept a backup plan. They couldn't say that among these pirates, someone as Conqueror as Haki could rival Joy Boys and force them back. M did not believe that this era had a Conqueror as Haki powerhouse of Joy Boys level. Every 5 elder and Knight of God bore a teleportation mark. Without the mark, they could not be transported through the magical teleportation arrays. Thus, others could not use the teleportation arrays to travel. If the teleportation mark were destroyed, the transported person would be forcibly sent back to their original location. Previously, on Egghead Island, Trafalgar activated the Conqueror's Haki left by Joy Boy, which destroyed the teleportation marks on the other 5 elders, forcibly sending them back to Mariewa. On Sulphur Island, all captains, aside from the competition for the permanent pointer to Laugh-Tail, the bounty notices of the Cross Crusade are still valid. Now, the bounties for the 5 elders, Steelbone Kong, Sengoku the Buddha, and Akainu Sakazuki are 4 billion berries, while Akiji and Kizaru, the 2 admirals, are 3 billion berries, and the Knights of God are 2 billion berries. CP0 agents are 1 billion berries, Navy Rear Admirals are 500 million berries, and Navy Captains are 300 million berries. Go fight to your heart's content. After Barrett announced the rules, Crocodile, the leader of the Cross Crusade, stood up again to increase the bounty range. This war could no longer give the Navy face. As long as they served the Celestial Dragons, they would be enemies of Trafalgar's world group. However, Trafalgar still prioritized the Celestial Dragons, offering very generous bounties. It is believed that many great pirates, whether for the permanent pointer to Laugh-Tail or for the bounty, would focus on hunting these Celestial Dragons. After Barrett and Crocodile made their announcements, the entire sea area welcomed a second wave of fervor and endless clamor. Even the Whitebeard pirates, who were somewhat reluctant to get involved, were infected by this heated atmosphere, each one filled with passion. At this moment, Trafalgar stood up again. He had observed the surroundings. Indeed, the red-haired pirates and remnants of the Roger pirates had not yet appeared. These bastards were probably waiting to pick up the pieces, coming out to mediate the war and end the war when things were about to escalate. Trafalgar was too lazy to wait for them to show up. Next, it will be up to us, Trafalgar's World Group, to lead the charge. Do you want to obtain the great treasure? Do you want to become the Pirate King? The Celestial Dragons hold the secrets to immortality. Kill. For wealth, power, and immortality. Trafalgar roared loudly as the three floating islands began to accelerate towards the G1 Navy fortress. As for Sulphur Island, it was merely a facade of a gathering island. Beast pirates. All troops attack. Although Kaido of the 100 Beasts was quite displeased with the world government's pirate crew's 9 dragons pulling the ship, upon seeing them truly launch a full-scale war against the world government and navy, he was the first to excitedly join the battle. The 100 Beasts pirate crew's expedition fleet immediately obeyed their captain's orders, leaving Sulphur Island and heading towards the G1 Navy fortress. That attention-seeking brat. Whitebeard coldly glanced at the already departed world government crew and the 100 Beast pirates. Whitebeard pirates, set sail. We will retrieve Blackbeard Teach from the hands of the world government. Even the traitor of the Whitebeard pirates can't be protected by the world government and navy headquarters. Whitebeard shouted his battle cry, which was to hunt down the new warlord of the sea, Blackbeard Teach. If the world government and navy headquarters do not hand over Blackbeard Teach, he will sink the G1 Navy fortress. How did a battle for the Raftel permanent pointer turn into an assault on the world government? That bastard, Roji, has plotted against all pirates. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin cursed inwardly, but now that the situation had developed, she couldn't back down. Otherwise, it would ruin the reputation of the Big Mom pirates. Big Mom pirates kill. We are not like the red-haired pirates, those turtles. Red-haired Shanks, a descendant of the celestial dragons, is unworthy of being one of the 4 emperors. Today, I officially declare that I do not recognize red-haired Shanks as one of the 4 emperors. The New World still has only 4 emperors. Big Mom laughed out loud, even starting to mock red-haired Shanks, the one who hasn't shown up, completely isolating the red-haired pirates. She cut off the red-haired pirate's chance of seizing the title of Pirate King. That meant one less competitor for her. Big Mom actually expelled red-haired Shanks from the ranks of the 4 emperors? Let her do it then. The red-haired pirates have no territory and no affiliated pirate crews. This celestial dragon is indeed unworthy of being a pirate emperor. Seeing the god slayer Roji, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, Whitebeard Newgate, and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin leading their large fleets towards the G1 Navy fortress, countless pirate ships followed closely behind, joining this unprecedented super war. Big Mom's declaration of not recognizing the red-haired pirates also sparked heated discussions among all pirates and the world audience. At this moment, the pirates of the New World indeed looked down on the absent red-haired pirates. This cowardly former pirate emperor, who didn't dare to participate in the pirate festival, had now been stripped of the title of 4 emperors. Meanwhile, in a certain sea area, the red-haired pirates successfully met up with the remnants of the Roger pirates, with 3 giant battleships of the giant clan following behind. Poor Shanks had actually been expelled from the ranks of the 4 emperors by Linlin. Back in the day, Linlin was a great beauty. Who would have thought she would turn into an increasingly annoying, ugly old woman now? Jabba watched the live broadcast and began to tease red-haired Shanks, even lamenting the appearance of Charlotte Linlin. It's worth noting that Jabba, the missionary of love, particularly enjoyed being with big, beautiful women. Back in the day, Charlotte Linlin was one of his ideal women. However, later on, Jabba ended up with an even larger beauty from Elbaf. That was his proudest achievement. Furthermore, his woman, Lipri, was still very young and a great beauty. The lifespan of the giant clan is far too long for humans. Jabba can enjoy Lipri at her most beautiful time. The Dark King Rayleigh looked speechlessly at Jabba, the old pervert, while red-haired Shanks and his subordinates all had grim expressions. How dare Big Mom humiliate them like this? They definitely had to make a trip to Tato Land one of these days to show the Big Mom pirates the vengeful heart of the red-haired pirates. Too slow. Too slow. What are you waiting for? You coward, red-haired Shanks. Loki stood at the bow of a giant battleship and shouted at red-haired Shanks on the Red Force. He was eager to join this world-destroying war and couldn't understand why they were dawdling here. A real man should face things head-on. However, Loki's shouts were ignored by Shanks and Jabba. This infuriated Loki, who wished he could throw the giants on the ship overboard and participate in the pirate festival himself. Not long after, under the world's live broadcast, the torrent of pirates from the New World, with a murderous aura, surged towards the sea area of the G1 Navy fortress. To everyone's shock, from one of the floating islands, dozens of flying battleships emerged. Then, 3 floating islands, carrying a destructive aura, crashed one after another into the G1 Navy fortress. At the same time, bright lights flashed in the sky. There were even meteorites crashing down towards the G1 Navy fortress. Is this the greeting gift from Roji's world crew to the world government and Navy headquarters? Countless pirates and spectators, witnessing this exaggerated scene of destruction, widened their eyes in tension. Is this the attack method of Shiki? That old man will give it a try too. Whitebeard looked at the falling islands, seemingly recalling the time of the Rocks pirates. He thrust his Bicento to the side, and with a sudden burst of strength, smashed downwards on either side. In an instant, two gigantic tsunamis, towering 200 to 300 meters high, surged towards the G1 Navy fortress. This apocalyptic, disaster-like attack frightened countless Navy soldiers into a state of panic. Even Blackbeard's pupils trembled involuntarily. This is one of the strongest powers he desires. Roji, on the Arc Maxim, watched the descending islands and meteorites, along with the massive tsunami approaching. He was eager to see which of the many strong individuals from the world government and Navy headquarters would be the first to act, who would deal with the islands and meteorites. As for the tsunami, perhaps only the ice fruit user, Kazan, could handle it. But in the next moment, Roji's eyes, glowing red, suddenly looked up at the higher sky. In the almost indistinguishable heights, a small black dot hovered there. A giant monstrous bird was slowly flapping its wings. Its multiple circular pupils, resembling the Rinnegan, coldly met Roji's gaze. Roji's observation, Haki, instantly experienced a tremendous fluctuation, almost completely disrupted, losing all foresight of the future. Has it already come? Roji's imposing aura exploded, ignoring the many powerful figures of the G1 Navy branch, and focused intently on the sky. Feeling Roji's terrifying aura and his upward gaze, Red Count Redfield and the Devil's descendant Barrett both looked towards the horizon. Even Kaido, transformed into an Azure Dragon, shifted his attention from the G1 Navy fortress to the sky, revealing a frenzied battle intent in his eyes. Is this the power of the king of the world? If we are to fight, let us fight with the strongest king. He had already lost interest in those Navy strongmen and the Knights of God. Let the people at the G1 Navy fortress be dealt with by the Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom pirates. He wants to go with Roji to take down that world king. Have they discovered it so quickly? Not bad, Haki. On the back of the giant bird, coldly murmured. Then let's start the war directly. There is no way to make a grand entrance now. The war begins in full force. Endless shadows surged from him, instantly engulfing the sky, plunging the world into darkness once again, almost identical to the moment when the Roger pirates appeared. A massive black dragon, comparable to the Tree of War, emerged from the shadows, with a gigantic dragon head and two horns piercing the heavens. Its fierce mouth devoured several falling meteors from space in one gulp. Boom! The meteors exploded in the black dragon's mouth, fire and sparks flashing among its sharp teeth before fading into silence. This dark dragon, which consumed meteors upon its appearance, was as terrifying as the world-destroying dragon, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation, just like when Roger made his entrance. What kind of monster is that? It actually ate the meteors. Countless pirates and livestream viewers were once again shocked, their eyes wide with fear. The appearance of this dark dragon made many of the great pirates, who had been inspired by Roger, tremble with fear, their expressions suddenly clear, even infused with terror. It turned out that the enemy also had terrifying monsters like Lord Roger. Inside the G1 Navy fortress, Blackbeard Teach looked at the dark dragon with excitement and desire in his eyes. It's it. It really is it. The legendary world-destroying dragon. The power of this ancient mythical beast truly resides in this world king. Blackbeard Teach was extremely thrilled, as if he could see his future. His world-destroying snake ability was not inferior to Im's world-destroying dragon ability. After being the world king for so many years, it should be his turn, Marshal D. Teach. In the next era, Roger, let's fight to the death. It would be best if we all perish together. The scene of the towering black dragon devouring meteors was indeed shocking to the world. Meanwhile, the islands that were falling and the tsunami below continued to surge. Great Buddha shockwave. With a dazzling golden light, a majestic golden Buddha appeared, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku was the first to attack a falling island. Meteor Volcano. Akainu Sakazuki and Keizura Borsalino also struck at two other rapidly falling islands. Ice Age. Akiji Kuzan leaped into the air, sending forth two ice pillars towards the cascading tsunami. As the cold ice touched the seawater, within just a few breaths, the massive, churning tsunami visibly froze in an instant. In no time, the entire G1 Navy Fortress Sea area transformed into a glacial world, as if it had become a realm of ice. Boom! The three islands, shattered by various attacks, continued to rain down on the G1 Fortress. At this moment, Navy commanders sprang into action to clear the falling debris. Even the four warlords of the sea were ordered to take action. Only the members of the Knights of God, the celestial dragons, remained with their arms crossed, coldly watching the first wave of attacks from the New World pirates. The terrifying natural disaster attacks from the Roger pirates and Whitebeard were blocked. Countless civilians from allied nations and branch navies watching the live stream were filled with excitement. The power of justice remained strong, not allowing these pirates to be arrogant. They believed in the strength and foundation of the world government, which could crush these vile pirates gathering to overturn the world. In another sea area, at the forefront of the New World, a giant ship with a dragon's head was carrying a group of people dressed in green robes and capes. Watching the live broadcast, this ship was the main vessel of the Revolutionary Army, the Wintergram. And the 5 elders had appeared on the G1 battlefield. The Knights of God were also there. Our opportunity has come. The commanders and deputy commanders were all excited. Now was the time when the defenses of Mariewa were the weakest. If not now, then when? Dragon squinted, his mind racing with various optimal plans. He hadn't expected that the World King Im would appear at the G1 battlefield right from the start. He thought they would have to wait until the Navy and the Knights of God had fought the New World pirates for a while before this ancient immortal would make an appearance. Crow, take Mori, Lindbergh, Sabo, and Lightning and raid Mariewa. Your mission is to create chaos in Mariewa, liberate the slaves, and burn down Mariewa's granaries. Dragon wasted no time. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Crow's ability to summon a flock of crows, Mori's pushing fruit ability, were both very convenient for a retreat from Mariewa. Lindbergh also had his own flying vehicle, and Lightning could quickly cut through various shackles and collars of slaves. This elite squad could definitely turn the empty Mariewa upside down. Complete the mission without fail. Crow and the others immediately returned a military salute to the Revolutionary Army and turned to execute their task. Crow Carlos quickly summoned a massive flock of crows, while Sabo and others put on their goggles and jumped onto the black crows. The group left the Wintergram and headed straight for Mariewa. Then let's also go to the G1 Navy Fortress to join the excitement. Dragon said to Ivankov and Bello Betty, his eyes gazing far into the distance. They were going to the G1 battlefield, not only to fulfill certain cooperative conditions promised to Roger, but also because Dragon wanted to rescue that Navy father. The news of Iron Fist Carp being imprisoned by the Knights of God was known not only to the Roger pirates, but also to the Revolutionary Army. Ultimately, Dragon could not let go of this old father and wanted to find a way to rescue this stubborn father. On the G1 Fortress battlefield, it had already transformed into a glacial world, providing a foothold for countless navies and pirates. Whitebeard looked up at the dark dragon in the sky, feeling a hint of unease. But those division commanders and captains of affiliated pirate crews were full of fighting spirit, especially after seeing Blackbeard teach shatter some falling island debris. Nearly everyone in the Whitebeard pirates fixed their gaze on this traitor. Only the members of the 16th Division, Kazuki Odin, Snake, Inu, and Tsunachi, who were Avengers from Wano country, continued to pay attention to Kaido and the movements of the Beast Pirates. Navy, hand over Blackbeard teach. Feeling the vengeance of his children, Whitebeard Newgate shouted at the Navy Fortress. If they could directly capture Teach, the Whitebeard pirates wouldn't have to fight so hard. Hearing Whitebeard's voice, Blackbeard Teach cautiously glanced at Sengoku and the Knights of God. If those bastards dared to sell him out, he would immediately make a run for it. This battlefield was still somewhat dangerous for him. However, once the battle began, he would still follow his plan to escape. Old man Whitebeard, what are you even worth? Today, you all must die. A figure surrounded by awakened flames, Sengoku the Buddha, stepped forward and shouted at Whitebeard. In the eyes of the Knights of God, with Lord Im personally taking action, the outcome of the war was already determined. They, the Celestial Dragons, would not fear the combined forces of all the pirates in the New World. If the world government gathers the strength of the entire world and the legacy of 800 years, yet still cannot defeat the pirates of the New World, then what right do they have to call themselves the rulers of the world? Bastard, you dare to insult my father. I will definitely kill you. As the Knight of God cursed Whitebeard, the entire Whitebeard pirates crew erupted in excitement, their fighting spirit reaching its peak. Harboring the traitor Blackbeard Teach and insulting Father Whitebeard, these Knights of God are courting death. Sengoku the Buddha and Vice Admiral Tsuru exchanged helpless glances with Morpheus Kirangam Saint. Why do they have to give these sons of Whitebeard an excitement buff and an anger buff? Oh no, this is not good. The King of the World and the 5 elders have arrived, and without Raftel and Kaido, we cannot defeat the Navy headquarters and the Knights of God. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin showed a hint of hesitation. The situation in the battle seemed a bit dire. At this moment, A dozen flying battleships that had taken off from the island flew towards the G1 fortress, joining forces with the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates, as well as the Beast pirates. Ahaha! Whitebeard, Big Mom, the Calamity Ember. The Knights of God are covered by our new navy and the Cross Guild. You have no objections, right? Marshal Aramaki of the new navy laughed excitedly, not expecting that one day he could arrange opponents for these four emperors. As Aramaki's voice fell, a terrifying pillar of lightning struck towards those arrogant Knights of God. Enel, the god of thunder from the Cross Guild under Raftel's command, did not hesitate to take action. The attack was swift and fierce. Boom! The Knights of God standing on the high platform were forced to jump away by this sudden lightning attack. Hey! This marshal hasn't finished speaking yet. Aramaki yelled angrily, but on the right side of a flying battleship, under Crocodile's command, a series of Tyrant Bartolomeo Kuma appeared at the railing. Fire! Crocodile ordered directly. The war had begun, and there was no need for Aramaki to dawdle here. Swish, swish, swish! Dense laser beams from the flying battleships bombarded the Knights of God. Kill! The Knights of God not only have a bounty of 2 billion, but they're also a ticket to seize the permanent pointer to Raftel. Countless great pirates also set their sights on the relatively weaker Knights of God. If this war does not result in the fall of the 5 elders and the 3 admirals, then taking down the Knights of God might just be the highest achievement. Other flying battleships also deployed a large number of puppet prisoners from Impel down, ready to join the battlefield at any moment. Even the puppet Golden Lion Shiki and Bondiwald were among them. The powerful figures who had already died were turned into zombies by the puppet Gecko Moria. As the elite Knights of God of the Celestial Dragons, their blood must be even more intoxicating. Rangy Lu's eyes glowed red. His transparent black battle suit slowly entered a cloaked state, and he instantly disappeared from his original spot. He had indeed chosen the superhuman type shifting fruit ability of the Pirate King. The combination of the transparent battle suit and the shifting fruit ability made him very satisfied. Remembering Raftel's sudden appearance to eliminate Wang Ji, Rangy Lu felt this was the bloodthirsty ambush he desired the most. Oh no, Raftel actually sent you all out? How is he going to stop him and the 5 elders? Big Mom saw the strong figures from Raftel's world join the battlefield, and she immediately regained confidence. With the Big Mom pirates plus the Whitebeard pirates and the 3 calamities, they could completely deal with the strong figures from the Navy headquarters. Moreover, the old fool Carp had already been imprisoned by those idiots. This war is worth fighting. For the permanent pointer to Raftel, we might as well take down Sengoku the Buddha. After all, according to the rules set by Raftel's world, the 3 admirals can only be on par with the Knights of God. Whitebeard, the Calamity Ember, leave Sengoku the Buddha to our Big Mom pirates. And the 3 admirals are up to you. After Big Mom chose the Knights of God as opponents for the new navy and the Cross Guild, she decisively targeted Sengoku the Buddha, the influential old man. The remaining 3 troublesome admirals would be handled by the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates. Without Big Mom needing to say anything, Akainu Sakazuki actually set his sights on Whitebeard, seemingly wanting to take the head of the world's strongest man to help him ascend to the position of Fleet Admiral. Now the Navy's Dove faction has greatly diminished. Zephyr has defected and died, Carp is imprisoned, and Sengoku has lost his prestige. This war is the right time for their hawkish navy to rise to the top. Akainu needs a dazzling achievement to promote himself to Fleet Admiral. He firmly believes that the final victory will surely belong to them, to absolute justice. If the king of the world himself cannot suppress Raftel, then let us all be destroyed together. At this moment, on the battlefield above, there indeed seemed to be a lack of combat power. Raftel only had Red Count, Barrett, One Smile, Yamato, and Kuma by his side. Of course, there was also Kaido of the Beasts, who was eager to battle the king of the world. Worororo, Raftel brat, leave the 5 elders to you. Let me handle that monster. Kaido, transformed into a blue dragon, excitedly charged towards the terrifying dark giant dragon. This monster could definitely kill him, but he wanted to become stronger in this extreme life and death crisis. He might even become Joy Boy, the liberator of the world. As mentioned by Ember, you are not his opponent. Kaido, Raftel rushed forward, leaving Red Count and the others to confront the 5 elders. Among the 5, only Yamato and Kuma were rather tense, but they were not afraid, because Kuma knew about some collaborations and transactions between Raftel and Dragon. Dragon should arrive on the battlefield soon. Watching Raftel and Kaido charge forward, the dark giant dragon's gaze was indifferent, its eyes flashing red. Its observation Haki, influenced by Raftel's Conqueror's Haki, could not see the future's trajectory either. However, Neither Raftel nor Kaido was the sun god Nika or Joy Boy. He had no worries at all, just two fish that jumped out of the pond. Kill them. Im coldly ordered the 5 elders to deal with the other rebels. He wanted to personally extinguish these 2 flames. Understood. X5, the Tenzin monster bird, charged directly towards the Arc Progenitor, with the 4-5 elders unleashing their furious Conqueror's Haki. Black-red lightning flashing everywhere. The people on the Arc Progenitor also raised their fighting spirit, each of them's momentum soaring. Roar! Is it you who has always oppressed the 100 races? Kaido roared violently. As a member of the Oni clan, he learned from Ember, the descendant of the Lunaria clan, the tragic tales of various rare races. Their Oni clan was also one of the rare races oppressed by the world government. The Vodka Kingdom, where Kaido resided, constantly waged wars to gather heavenly gold, with flames of war everywhere. In the midst of the continuous wars, Kaido's parents both died in battle when he was young, and he was forced to enlist at the age of 8 to support himself. With the powerful physique of the Oni clan, he became the strongest warrior of the Vodka Kingdom at the age of 10. However, by the age of 13, he was sold to the Navy by the king, preparing to be trained as the strongest henchman for the Celestial Dragons. Kaido, while enjoying the war, is also aware of its brutality. He wants to destroy the Celestial Gold System and annihilate the Celestial Dragons, the root of all wars. Therefore, he continuously develops his power to launch a colossal war that will overturn the world. Only by destroying the world government and the Celestial Dragons can the war be completely ended, allowing the various races to coexist. By the way, he aims to become the liberator mentioned by the Ashes, Joy Boy. Today, this war has finally arrived. Damn the Celestial Gold System. It was created by you, right? Take this, my Rising Dragon 8 trigrams. The beast Kaido, charging upwards, is engulfed in flames, transforming into a massive fire dragon comparable to an island, and rushes towards the dark, giant dragon formed by him. Rog did not intercept the fleeing 5 elders. They would face Red Count, Barrett, One Smile, Yamato, and Kuma. Rog believes that the 5 can hold off the 5 elders. He needs to deal with them, ensuring that Kaido is not slaughtered by him. Otherwise, if Kaido dies, he would have to face him alone, a difficult battle. On the 5 elders' side, Rog has Drag to support him. As long as Kuma and Yamato can hold on for a while, the Revolutionary Army will arrive at the battlefield. In fact, Rog did not expect that at the start of this war, the ultimate boss Im would already appear. This immediately escalates the war to its climax. Kaido also unleashes his big move right from the beginning. Everything is chaotic. It doesn't follow any rules. There's no gradual storyline. It's a king versus king ultimate boss battle from the get-go. Then let us unleash our moves. Let us fight. Today, I must see Im's true power. Endless dark power surges from Rog, and a pair of colorful scroll-like wings wildly flap. Each feather of the scroll is an elemental scroll, filled with a dangerous aura. The thunderous nimbus under his feet continues to accelerate, with each piece of his transforming battle suit equipped with thrusters spewing blue flames. Black Sun. Rog gathers a dark energy ball comparable to an island in his hand, spinning at high speed like a dark Rasengan. It resembles a black hole that devours everything, more like a dark sun during a solar eclipse. The massive orange fire dragon, with terrifying heat, distorts space, while the spinning dark sun also tears apart space at will. One orange, one black, one dragon, one ball, one left, one right, they rush towards the dark giant dragon in the sky at breakneck speed. This earth-shattering momentum causes everyone on the G1 battlefield to tremble. Even the viewers watching through the live stream feel difficulty in breathing, their hearts racing. Is this truly a power that humans can wield? This is simply the power of gods. To develop the Azure Dragon's ability to this extent, you are quite remarkable. Im looks at the flaming giant dragon. His expression becomes serious, with a hint of praise in his tone. However, when he sees the dark sun created by Rog, his expression suddenly changes. How is this possible? You little brat? Aren't you the one with the scroll fruit ability? Why do you possess the power of darkness? Im's expression instantly turns serious, and a violent shadow power erupts, completely losing the calm demeanor from before. This little brat, Rog, actually possesses the dark power that is of ancient world-destroying capabilities. A power even older than the sun god Nika's ability. Why does he have no information about this? Damn it. Those useless 5 elders, those useless knights of God, have made such a huge oversight. He never expected that after the emergence of the world-destroying Phantom Beast, the Flame Serpent ability, in this era, the dark ability that devours the world would also appear. Could it be that all powers to destroy the first and second worlds will emerge in this era? What about the power of death? Could it be that even the elusive Earth God and Ocean God will appear too? Just a few days ago, when Im and the five elders learned about the appearance of the sun god Nika's ability, which was on the Son of Drag, they immediately dispatched people to hunt down the Straw Hat Pirates. As a result, the suspected possessor of the sun god Nika's ability, Monkey D. Luffy, went missing after entering the Grand Line. The various ancient abilities appearing in this era suddenly make him feel like everything is about to spiral out of control. No, I can defeat the sun god Nika. I can defeat all enemies. Shadow Divine Spear. Im roars in anger. The surging shadow power forms two towering divine spears, aimed at piercing through the flaming giant dragon and the dark sun. Whether it's the dark fruit user, the flame serpent user, or that sun god Nika user, they all must die. Im absolutely cannot allow so many ancient world-destroying abilities to appear. These ancient powers must be in his hands. No one can take this world from him. He is the only king of the world. The two shadow divine spears violently slam into the flaming giant dragon and the dark sun, the raging energy splattering wildly, and black-red lightning fills the entire sky, shattering the clouds over the sea in an instant. Space tears apart and collapses, with waves of energy sweeping in all directions like chaotic sound waves. The Red Count and his group, who were just about to confront the five elders, whether in the form of the Jinzin, Ten Monster Bird, or Arc Prophecy, are swept down to the icy sea surface by the terrifying shockwave. All the strong fighters on the G1 naval fortress are startled by this exaggerated god-level collision. Even the likes of Whitebeard, Big Mom, and the three admirals of the Buddha, including Shanks, are no exception. This terrifying power even makes them feel a tremor in their souls. Blackbeard Teach watches as Rog unleashes the dark fruit ability he has long desired. Instantly, his eyes blaze with rage, fists clenched, grinding his teeth in hatred. He never expected that it was Rog who ate the dark fruit. He was still fantasizing that Rog had hidden the dark fruit away. Then he would still have a slim chance. The worst outcome he imagined was that Rog gave the dark fruit to other officers. Then he would find a way to take down this dark fruit user and let the dark ability be reborn. But why? Why is Rog also a multi-ability user? Could it be that he, like himself, has a special physique? Facing such a powerful Rog, how can he take him down? Moreover, Rog is even younger than him, only in his 20s. Is it possible that Blackbeard Teach will never have anything to do with the dark fruit in this life? At this moment, Blackbeard Teach feels extremely downcast. His imagined strongest combination of abilities has been shattered. Unless Rog dies at Im's hands today. Rog, Whitebeard, Kaido, you all die on this battlefield. Blackbeard Teach somewhat self-deceivingly begins to pray. Other than wishing for these people to die here, he truly can't think of a better way. However, Blackbeard quickly suppressed his feelings of disappointment, revealing his ruthless nature. Taking advantage of the fierce captains of the Whitebeard pirates being drawn in by the battle between Im and Rog Kaido, he seizes the opportunity to escape from the chaotic battlefield. He would engage in a death struggle with the Whitebeard pirates on this dangerous battlefield. He still has his own things to do. Is this the power of the king of the world? With just his own strength, he managed to block the attacks of the God Slayer Rob Lucci and the Beast Kaido. The celestial dragons of the world government are indeed terrifying. As the violent energy tide calmed down, countless spectators and pirates were shocked, and the Navy, whose morale had been somewhat low, now had a glimmer of hope in their eyes. It seemed that their chances of winning this war had increased. The world government would surely triumph. Everyone obey orders. Annihilate these rebels. On the glacier, Figureland Garling quickly regained his composure, faster than the other five elders and Sengoku, and drew his supreme sword, shouting. He charged towards the strongest member of the Rob Lucci world group, the Red Count, Leadfield. He wanted to prove that he was stronger than the other five elders. The Figureland family was the strongest among the celestial dragons. He wanted to be the leader of the five elders. Seeing Garling issue orders, Topman Wokuri's eyes narrowed. But he didn't take much action, transforming into a giant boar and charging at the Devil's Heir, Barrett. He didn't have time to argue with Garling about these matters. Killing the rebels of the Rob Lucci world group and achieving complete victory was the priority. Here it comes. Seeing the rampaging wild boar, Barrett unleashed his ultimate power, entering his devil form and excitedly charging forward. That strange bird is mine. You two be careful. With the power of the heavy fruit, Yada realized that the flying-capable Red Count had already engaged one of the five elders, so he had to deal with the flying-capable Itsuman 10. Understood. Kuma. You go fight that big bug. I'll take care of that bone horse with the supreme blade. Yamato tightly gripped her kanabo, entering her half-beast form of the great-mouthed true god, her conqueror's Haki erupting wildly, black-red lightning coiling around her pitch-black kanabo. If she wasn't afraid of Kaido, how could she be afraid of a bone horse? Even if she couldn't win, she could hold out for hours, even half a day or a day. All right, hold on. We have reinforcements. Kuma did not refuse, quickly removing his gloves to reveal his pink bear paw pads. In fact, before Rob Lucci rescued Bonnie, Kuma had already undergone part of Vegapunk's modifications, acquiring laser abilities long ago. After Vegapunk joined the Rob Lucci World Group, Kuma not only didn't let Vegapunk revert his modifications, but instead deepened this modification, enhancing his laser abilities. Don't worry, you be careful too. Bonnie is waiting for your safe return. Yamato smiled confidently, swinging her kanabo and charging forward, reckless as always. I won't die. Kuma smiled slightly, vanishing in an instant, rushing towards that ferocious bug. As the 5 powerful figures left, the Arc Prophesy flew away from the glacier once more. Lord Rob Lucci actually underestimated me. The masked pirate empress appeared at the bow of the ship, somewhat dissatisfied with Rob Lucci's arrangements. Is she unable to deal with the 5 elders and the knights of God, these celestial dragons? She still had some shadows regarding the celestial dragons, but it no longer affected her performance. Xiaoyu, hurry up. Release your monster army. Bonnie quickly urged Xiaoyu. They were about to officially join this war. How could this pirate festival happen without their presence? Our mission is to control those puppet powerhouses. Cooperate with the Cross Guild and the New Navy to defeat the Knights of God. Nico Robin arranged tasks for the women, as they still had some special Den Mushi. The modified puppets each had a specially made information Den Mushi in their ears. However, they only needed to issue some targeted tasks. These puppets still possessed their own combat instincts. As the 5 elders and the 5 powerful figures of the Rob Lucci World Group fully engaged in battle, the previously showboating Knights of God also became serious, joining the war in full. The leader of the Knights of God, Figureland Shamrock, coldly stared at this so-called new Navy admiral. Just a mere natural type. Dare to resist the world government. Hell is your destiny. Shamrock drew his sword, Cerberus, and unleashed an aura of Conqueror's Haki comparable to the 4 emperors, crushing towards the exuberant Aramaki. Feeling a cold, killing intent and an overwhelming pressure, Aramaki suddenly became serious. So strong. Among these pig-like celestial dragons, there are so many monsters. Aramaki became extremely serious. This Knight of God was even stronger than he had imagined. Moreover, this guy looked exactly like Shanks. Could he be as strong as Shanks? Is it a mythical Zoan? Chilin? This would match my second devil fruit ability. Enel had set his sights on one of the 9 Knights of God. Moza for Chilin Gom Saint, grinning wildly. He hadn't even fully awakened his rumble fruit abilities yet, and he was already looking for his desired second devil fruit ability after erasing his demonic consciousness. I have to say, Enel is really reckless. Crocodile and Hanabza were also searching for their opponents, while arranging tasks for the Golden Lion, the World Destroyer, and the prisoners of Impel Down. The 9 Knights of God were not just opponents of the Rob Lucci World Group. Many great pirates were also targeting them, seeking the qualification to compete for the permanent pointer to Laugh Tale. However, at this moment, the invisible Shiryu of the Rain had quietly teleported behind one of the Knights of God, revealing a bloodthirsty and cruel smile. The blood of the Knights of God belongs to him, Shiryu of the Rain. Pucci, with a flash of the blade. A scarlet blade pierced through the chest of the short-haired Knight of God, blood immediately splattering out. Ko-Saint. Bang, bang. With a roar, 3 gunshots rang out, aimed at the back of the short-haired Knight of God. Whoosh. Shiryu of the Rain executed a killing strike and instantly retreated. Thud. The Knight of God, Jacalcia Ko-Saint, clutched his chest. His face twisted as he knelt on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ko-Saint, are you all right? A shadow quickly appeared beside Ko-Saint. This person was the Knight of God who had just fired Mamana Newhouse Saint, holding a high-tech sniper rifle. No one expected that there would be an invisible person attacking them, not even sensing a hint of their presence. In theory, even the transparent fruit abilities couldn't evade his observation Haki. This despicable ambusher appeared as if out of nowhere, unnoticed by anyone, and then he vanished in an instant. Help me. My heart has been stabbed. Ko-Saint's face turned pale. He had already sensed danger when the unknown, powerful figure suddenly attacked him. But the terrifying speed made it impossible for him to evade the assassination. He could only desperately shift slightly, avoiding a direct hit to his heart. However, the demon sword's sharp blade had already sliced through his cardiac muscle, piercing his left lung, and the demonic energy was recklessly destroying his heart wound and left lung cavity. Now he was unable to fight. If he forced himself to exert strength, the wound on his heart would surely rupture completely, leading to massive internal bleeding and death. Unexpectedly, this dignified Knight of God, before even showcasing his might, was about to be heavily injured and put out of commission. As soon as he thought of the fallen former Elder Star Jakarsha Satan and Jakarsha Coke, he became even more anxious. If he did not achieve merit in this war, he would be punished by Lord M, or even die on this battlefield. Then their Jakarsha family would be left without successors and completely fall out of the power circle of the celestial dragons. He was unwilling. The once powerful Jakarsha family, after losing Satan among the elders, now even he, a Knight of God, was going to perish. Their family was truly going to decline to the level of those ordinary celestial dragon families. Hold on, I'll take you for treatment right away. Saint Mayman in New House hurriedly helped Saint Coke up and was about to take his friend off the battlefield. A Knight of God is seriously injured. Hurry up and kill him. I also have the chance to seize the qualification for the permanent pointer to Laugh Drew. Which great person's masterpiece is this? To actually severely injure a Knight of God with one blow. With Saint Coke severely injured, not only did the morale of the Roji World Group increase significantly, but many ambitious pirates also set their sights on this big piece of meat. They didn't have any clear targets before, but now they did. That Shirey is indeed insidious. Just after jumping off the flying battleship, Hanavza licked his eye with his long tongue, unsure whether he was cursing or praising Shirey's speed. The combination of the transparent black battle suit and the teleportation ability was indeed explosive. The war had just begun, and they had already achieved a good start. Despicable pirates. You all deserve to die. Knights of God, kill them all. As the leader, Figuran Shamrock became furious upon seeing his team member severely injured. The sword in his hand transformed into a three-headed hellhound and charged towards the pirate police officer, Huangmu. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki made Huangmu feel a bit intimidated. This enemy was indeed powerful, and he feared he couldn't withstand it. Old Shah, let the Golden Lion assist me. Huangmu requested support without hesitation, focusing on being steady. Crocodile gave Huangmu a contemptuous glance, but he still issued an attack order to the puppet Golden Lion. Now that Rain Shirey had severely injured a Knight of God, many pirates' attention was drawn away. This was good news for the Roji World Group. One severely injured Knight of God, plus another Knight of God wanting to rescue him, meant that those pirates could distract two Knights of God for the Roji World Group. It must be said that Rain Shirey had made a great contribution. Huangmu and the Golden Lion went to restrain the leader of the Knights of God, while Enel had already confronted the user of the Kirin fruit. Now Crocodile and the others still had 5 Knights of God to deal with. He and Rain Shirey, Hanavza, World Destroyer, Moonlight Moria, and a group of impelled-down prisoners divided up their fighting power. This war was basically stable. Moreover, they also had the women and fur tribe from the Roji World Group, along with the assistance and support of the Jinui, to deal with those CP agents. As a large number of pirates focused on the severely injured Knight of God, Saint Coke, many CP agents rushed in to protect him. The fighting began to escalate rapidly. On the Roji World Group's side, Crocodile, Nico Robin, and Violet were commanding the war. When a large number of petrified statues appeared on the battlefield, the Navy began to realize that the warlord of the sea, Boa Hancock, was actually at the G1 Navy fortress. But she seemed to be an enemy of the Navy. This made some Navy commanders start to feel fearful. Another warlord of the sea had joined the Roji World Group. Meanwhile, on the Navy's side, with the Big Mom pirates targeting the big fish, Sengoku, even Admiral Tsuru found herself surrounded. The entire Navy lost its commander and fought individually. Mama. Why are there so many strong people around that old Sengoku? Ember Kuremuti. You beast pirates go deal with Admiral Akiji. After the Big Mom pirates launched an assault on Sengoku, a large number of Dove faction commanders returned to the marshal's office. Even Akiji, who had frozen the sea and wanted to deal with the Whitebeard pirates, quickly rushed back. Facing Sengoku, Admiral Tsuru, Akiji, Mamaturo, and other strong Navy members, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin had no choice but to pull in her ally, the Beast Pirates. The Double Emperor Alliance fights against the Navy Dove faction. At this moment, Akainu Sakazuki led the Navy Hawks and had fully engaged in battle with the Whitebeard pirates, even summoning Kizaru. When Akainu confronted Whitebeard for a one-on-one fight, Marco the Phoenix and Ace the Fire Fist faced off against Admiral Kizaru again, continuing the battle from Egghead Island. But now, Fire Fist Ace had gradually mastered the three-color Haki, making him much stronger than before, able to keep up with the pace of battle. Meanwhile, Diamond Jozu and Flower Sword Vista, the captains, went to chase down Blackbeard Teach. Mihawk leisurely cut Whitebeard with a blade before confronting Flower Sword Vista, finding something to do for himself to avoid being targeted by the world government. Jinbe was unwilling to clash directly with the Whitebeard pirates, choosing to deal with unfamiliar pirates instead. As for Blackbeard Teach, he had already disappeared from the battlefield, infuriating the captains and subordinate captains of the Whitebeard pirates, who were searching everywhere for this traitor. No one could guess where he had gone. In a prison room of the G1 Navy fortress, the guards had twisted necks and lay on the ground in fear. "Let's go, Miss Bakken. Call Weevil, and let us leave this dangerous battlefield together." Blackbeard Teach removed the explosive collar from Miss Bakken's neck, grinning with a glint of cunning in his eyes. He hadn't even left the G1 Navy fortress yet. He had even boldly rescued Miss Bakken, who had been imprisoned by the world government to control Whitebeard too. These despicable Navy. One day, I will get Weevil to take revenge. Miss Bakken, this little old lady, stomped her little legs, stepping on the bodies of the guards to vent her inner anger and dissatisfaction. What is happening outside on the battlefield? Forget it, forget it. We'll call Weevil and leave right away. Miss Bakken quickly took out her special transponder snail and dialed the number hanging around Weevil's neck. At that moment, Edward Weevil, who was showing great power on the battlefield and fighting against dozens of subordinate pirate captains of the Whitebeard pirates alone, heard his mother's voice and erupted with violent power, driving back a dozen captains with his exaggerated strength, even killing 4 or 5 captains directly. Originally, these subordinate pirate captains were quite dissatisfied with Weevil, who was impersonating Whitebeard's son and wanted to surround and kill this warlord of the sea. They never expected this fool's strength to be so terrifying. The deaths of these brother captains filled them with immense rage, and just as they were about to call their commanders for revenge, Whitebeard too actually turned and ran without looking back. This left not only the subordinate captains of the Whitebeard pirates dumbfounded, but even the Navy commanders were cursing when they saw this warlord of the sea fleeing. "Edward Weevil, go fight," shouted the Navy Rear Admiral in charge of supervising the warlords of the sea. But all they could see was the back of Whitebeard too rushing back to the fortress base. He found that Blackbeard Teach had long since vanished. Even the Sea Knight Jinbe had gone to the battlefield of the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates, seemingly wanting to protect Sengoku the Buddha and deal with those great pirates. Among the 4 emperors of the sea, only Dracula Mihawk was engaged in a fierce battle with Vista, the Flower Sword. However, Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, seemed to be too casual. He was actually unable to defeat Vista after a prolonged fight. This left the Marine Vice Admiral feeling despair. These emperors of the sea were indeed unreliable. A masked figure, suspected to be the Empress of the Sea, appeared in the camp of the worst generation. This made him even more troubled. Somewhere in the G1 Navy fortress, Blackbeard Teach and Miss Bakken successfully reunited with Whitebeard too. "Weevil, from now on, Teach will be our ally," Miss Bakken exclaimed excitedly as she jumped onto the familiar shoulder position of her son. Only this position made her feel secure. "Miss Bakken, Weevil and I are both sons of Dad, and from now on, Weevil will be my good brother, and you'll be my mom." Blackbeard Teach smiled honestly, showing great respect for Miss Bakken. Looking at the honest and strong Blackbeard, Miss Bakken's heart warmed, and she thought she could have another foolish son. All right. That heartless thief, Whitebeard, abandoned me and Weevil back then. Now that he doesn't acknowledge you as his son, I will. From now on, you are my son. My good son Teach. Weevil, hurry and call him Big Brother." Miss Bakken's ambitious heart sparkled with excitement as she accepted this adopted son. From now on, she would have 2 sons of the level of the emperors of the sea. At that time, in this vast world, there would surely be a time for her rise. "Mom, he's my big brother? That's great. I have a big brother now." The simple-minded Whitebeard too, fully trusting his mother's words, jumped up happily. Since his mother said this black fat man was his big brother, then Blackbeard was his brother. "Good, Mom, little brother," Blackbeard Teach shouted excitedly a few times. But deep in his eyes, there flashed a strong, killing intent towards Miss Bakken. This powerful Whitebeard too would now be his brother. His first subordinate, Miss Bakken. "You old hag can't control Whitebeard too. From now on, he will be my subordinate." Blackbeard Teach secretly despised the seemingly happier Miss Bakken. What kind of person was this old hag, actually daring to think of accepting him? "Let's go. Mom, Weevil little brother, let's leave here first." Blackbeard Teach restored his honest expression and led the two to the other side of the G1 fortress. There, He had already prepared a submarine that he had bought at a high price from the shipping king. He would not participate in this war. He could only hope that more powerful individuals would die in this war, so that he could seek the reborn devil fruit in the future. Miss Bakken excitedly followed Blackbeard Teach away, fantasizing about the beautiful future of having two powerful sons. Little did she know that she had already stepped onto a dead-end path. She wanted Blackbeard Teach's loyalty, while Teach wanted her life, taking over Whitebeard too, this powerful force. The captains and subordinate captains of the Whitebeard pirates were angrily storming the G1 fortress base, trying to find the missing Blackbeard Teach and Whitebeard too, seeking revenge for Sachi and those subordinates who died at the hands of Whitebeard too. The hawkish and neutral generals of the Marine headquarters were doing their utmost to block the furious Whitebeard pirates. They would not allow the pirates to invade the G1 fortress. This was the last bottom line of the Marines. The war between the two sides became increasingly intense. In the deepest part of the underground prison of the G1 fortress, the Iron Fist Carp, bound in sea stone, felt the tremors of the ground and heard the sounds of fierce battles outside. He desperately wanted to go out and fight. But unfortunately, he was just a prisoner now. Damn Morgans. Damn Luffy. It must be you who smeared my name. You scheming bastard. Carp cursed, only able to vent his dissatisfaction in this way. The CP agents responsible for guarding Iron Fist Carp, hearing him curse their master, the Celestial Dragons, instantly turned cold. The Marines couldn't manage Carp, but they, the CP agents, would not indulge him. Inject him with a weakening agent. Make him shut up. Teach him a lesson. Let him know that the Celestial Dragons cannot be insulted. A few expressionless CP agents directly opened the prison door, intending to punish Carp, this foul-mouthed Marine hero. A Marine who often curses the Celestial Dragons is definitely not a good Marine. Carp's imprisonment was truly well-deserved. Amidst Carp's curses, the CP agents subjected him to cruel punishments meant for slaves. On the battlefield of G1 Island, Magma Brat, get out of the way. We only want Blackbeard Teach, and that Emperor of the Sea. Whitebeard Newgate, with great force, smashed Akainu Sakazuki away. He was no longer the sick old man, hanging on in 4 drip. With the help of the worst generation blocking the Gorosei and the Knights of God, as well as Big Mom pirates and Beast pirates blocking the pacifist Marines, the pressure faced by the Whitebeard pirates was not as severe as imagined. In fact, they were somewhat at ease. However, he still wanted to quickly capture Teach, the traitor, and exit this war to avoid greater casualties. Just now, the so-called Whitebeard II had actually killed 5 of his sons, making Whitebeard Newgate extremely angry. Now, in addition to Blackbeard Teach, another name had been added to his kill list. Whitebeard. You old thing, you can still unleash such strong power. Akainu, reappearing from the magma, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes becoming extremely serious. Whitebeard was even stronger than he had imagined. The old wounds of this old-timer from the old era had actually healed so much. Was this the ability and credit of the worst generation? Akainu thought of the world's #1 scientist, Vegapunk, who was captured by Luffy, and his expression grew increasingly grim. This war seemed to be slipping out of the control of the world government. He glanced at the terrifying battle in the sky. The usually extremely confident Akainu at this moment actually hoped that the king of the world, would quickly resolve the God Slayer Luffy and Kaido of the Beast, and then completely eradicate the 4 emperors, thoroughly pacifying the chaos of the New World. My body is in great shape, but you are soon going to turn into a pile of dead rock. Whitebeard swung his supreme great knife, the Tornado, and quickly hacked down at Akainu. According to the current trend of this war, the Pirate Expo launched by Luffy might really be able to deal a heavy blow to the world government. Then Whitebeard would have to exert a bit more strength. First, smash Akainu, then see if we can help Luffy and Kaido take down him, the World King. This world doesn't need such a 1,000-year immortal. Who lives and who dies is still uncertain. Akainu coldly responded, erupting with a powerful surge of magma, bravely confronting Whitebeard head-on. In an instant, the entire area turned into magma. Those without strong Haki wouldn't even dare to step into this magma battlefield. At this moment, the combined assault of Marco the Phoenix and Ace the Fire Fist, along with the dire changes in the battlefield, made Kizaru become extremely serious. Marco and Ace instantly felt unprecedented pressure and a sense of crisis. If it weren't for Marco's Phoenix ability and Ace's Logia-type Flame fruit ability, any other division captains joining the battle would have been turned into a sieve by Kizaru in no time. Kizaru's full outbreak drew Diamond Jozu to join the assault against him. The members of the 16th Division, including Viper and Inurami, finally gave up on ambushing the Beast Pirates executives and officially joined the battlefield, facing off against elite vice admirals like the Spider and the Flying Squirrel. This allowed the situation on this side of the battlefield to continue to maintain an advantage. On the G1 command platform battlefield, the three calamities of the Beast Pirates did indeed listen to Big Mom's temporary command and confronted Admiral Kazan. The calamities actually wanted to hunt down a Navy Admiral for Kaido as a ticket to seize the title of Pirate King. Ember felt that Kaido and Luffy's confrontation with the World King and would likely yield no results, and they might even return injured. So, they would be Kaido's strongest backup, thoroughly preparing for him. The Flying Six and the Brutes were also fighting against those Dove faction commanders, making the Navy cry out in distress. Among the Sweet commanders, Katakuri faced off against the T-Pig, while Smoker confronted the Peach Rabbit. Cracker's Biscuit Army was encircling Admiral Tsuru. At the end of the commanders, Snag was surprisingly up against Captain Bogart, Carp's vice admiral. He almost got killed by Bogart, who was in a bad mood due to Carp being imprisoned. If it weren't for Perisparrow's urgent aid, Snag would have been the first famous powerhouse to die. Mama. D. Zengoku. The 66-year-old Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, was entangled in lightning and fire, fiercely slashing with her giant sword, actually challenging the 77-year-old Buddha Sengoku. The Golden Buddha, formed by Sengoku, strong in his old age, showed no fear of Big Mom, this iron balloon. Their fierce clash made loud, explosive sounds, like the Diamond Sutra and the Steel Giant battling each other. However, as the overall planner Buddha Sengoku felt endless anxiety and worry on this evenly matched battlefield. If the world government and the Navy headquarters could not strongly suppress the New World Pirates and achieve victory, then the authority of the world government would become increasingly weak. If it weren't for Shamrock's repeated warnings, Sengoku would have really wanted to forcibly release Carp. One more high-level combat power would increase the Navy's chances of winning. But why wouldn't these celestial dragons give Carp a bit more trust? Now Sengoku could only pray that the World King and the Gorosei could quickly resolve their battle and overturn the entire battlefield situation. As for those Knights of God, Sengoku felt uneasy. A group of aristocratic powerhouses with high aspirations and low abilities, lacking real combat experience. Perhaps their strength and devil fruits were strong, but they were used to favorable conditions and overwhelming situations. Now, facing a slight headwind at the start, they might easily collapse if not careful. At this moment, on the battlefield between Luffy's crew and the Knights of God, the heavily pursued Jacalcia Coke Saint, under the protection of Mamine Newhouse Saint and a group of CP0 agents, was desperately retreating. This can't go on. Junzi, teleport Steelbone Kong, who is guarding the Holy Land. Over here, Newhouse Saint quickly shot down the surrounding pirates and shouted to another Knight of God. They had underestimated the danger of this pirate expo and even more so the power of Luffy, the God Slayer. In their imagined future, it should have been Lord M who strongly eliminated Luffy from the start, directly dealing a heavy blow to the morale of these pirates and scaring away the disorganized New World pirates. Then their Knights of God and the Navy could easily wipe out the fleeing pirate crews. But now, Luffy and Kaido were surprisingly holding their ground against Lord M, even temporarily blocking the Gorosei. As for their Knights of God, it was even worse. They had heavily injured one of their own at the start, becoming a huge burden. However, Commander Kong had to defend the Holy Land, preventing the revolutionary army that had not yet appeared. Junzi was overwhelmed by the zombies led by Moonlight Moria and the suicidal assault of the Crescent Hunter, Katarina Devon, and couldn't spare any effort. Doflamingo, you dare to attack me. Crocodile, you traitor of the Seven Warlords. D. Knight of God Shepherd Ten Somaz Saint was being jointly strangled by Crocodile and the puppet Doflamingo. This line combination. Furious, Somaz Saint exploded with rage, wanting to quickly eliminate these two traitors of the Seven Warlords, among whom Doflamingo was a discarded celestial dragon he particularly looked down upon. Wald and Jot, attack this horned demon with all your might. With Crocodile joining the battlefield, Nico Robin took over command. She ordered the modified puppet, World Destroyer Bondi Wald, and the giant Barrel Jot to attack the Knight of God, who had transformed into a goat skull demon. This horned demon was named Marcus Cox Saint, from the Marcus family of the Gorosei on Mars, and accompanied by the tyrant Pizarro, surrounded the black-haired female Knight of God. Pizarro even activated his Island Fruit ability to separate this Knight of God, making it easier for the two to launch a joint attack on her. This black-haired female knight was named Topman Gajaku, from the Topman family of the Gorosei on Mercury. The last masked Knight of God, a swordsman, had already been attacked multiple times by Rain Shiryu. After heavily injuring Coke Saint, Rain Shiryu focused on this masked man wielding a famous sword, wanting to single-handedly hunt down this Knight of God. This swordsman Knight of God was named Zambalin V. Vert is Saint, from the Zambalin family of the Gorosei on Venus. Each of the 5 Gorosei families actually had a Knight of God. This is the inheritance of the top celestial dragon families, passed down through generations. Each Knight of God is a candidate for the leader of the Knights of God, and the leader of the Knights of God is a candidate for the Gorosei. Now the Figureland family has risen, producing a Gorosei. Shamrock Saint has also ascended to the position of leader of Gains Saint's Knights of God. It can be said to be a meteoric rise. On the other hand, the Jacalcia family, first with Satan Saint's fall, and now even Coke Saint heavily injured. It seems that the Figureland family has deprived the Jacalcia family of their fortune and quickly climbed to the position of the strongest family among the celestial dragons. The 9 Knights of God, including Mamonin Newhouse Saint, Rimasefer Kirin Gomez Saint, and Junzi, do not come from the old and new Gorosei families, but their families are still among the more powerful families of the 19 celestial dragon families. Looking at the surrounded Knights of God, the pirate empress's eyes flickered, vowing to personally kill a celestial dragon to prove herself. Kill. Peacekeepers. Monster Army. Impelled Down Army. Zombie Army. Bonnie excitedly led Xiao Yu and the others into the battlefield, guarded by the elite of the Ming tribe led by Pedro, facing a large number of CP agents, including some CP0 agents attempting to launch sneak attacks. However, when the Mink warriors transformed into their moonlion forms during the day, not only were the CP0 agents utterly shocked, but even the snake and dog warriors on the other side of the battlefield shouted in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Why could they transform into moonlions? It wasn't even the night of the full moon yet, and it was still daytime. How could the elite of Pedro's crew and the gunner elite enter their moonlion forms? At that moment, the snake and dog warriors, who had been expelled from Zoe Island, were completely envious. Why didn't they know they could transform into moonlions during the day after being mink kings for over a decade? What on earth was going on? The powerful strike of this moonlion team boosted the morale of the Roger Pirates. At this point, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock stopped pretending. She set her sights on the ram-headed devil being attacked by the World Destroyer and the Big Barrel. The combat of these 2 modified puppets was too rigid, making it the perfect opportunity for her to deliver a fatal blow. The pirate Empress fiercely launched an attack on the ram-headed devil, Marcus Cox. With her 3-color Haki, petrification ability, and powerful leg techniques, she dared to kick even Barrett's strongest form. As the Roger Pirates gained the upper hand in the battle against the Knights of God, the 5 great powerhouses of the Roger Pirates faced off against the Gorosei on the icy battlefield. Yamato was being suppressed by Nesuduru, struggling to hold her ground, with numerous wounds inflicted by the first-generation sword, Onitetsu. In contrast, the seemingly underestimated Kuma used his great mobility to engage the sluggish giant sandworm in a back-and-forth battle, remaining almost unscathed. Ichiji and the strange bird, Itsumitin, were locked in a fierce struggle, with gravity abilities countering flight abilities. However, Masu's formidable undying power left Ichiji helpless, forcing him to continue wearing down his opponent. The sword duel between Garen and the Red Count was breathtaking, drawing the attention of Mihawk, who was watching from another battlefield. As he grew increasingly indifferent in his fight against Vista, the strongest swordsmen in the world were all on this battlefield. However, both the Red Count and Nesuduru were also mythical Zoan users, not purely swordsmen. Nevertheless, this did not affect their swordsmanship, which was equally fierce, rivaling great swordsmen like Mihawk and Shanks. Garen and the Red Count had reached a deadly intensity in their fight, both intent on killing each other. The brutal hand-to-hand combat between the Devil's Air Barret and the Giant Boar was the most savage. Even Barrett's terrifying armament Haki couldn't withstand the searing heat of the boar, forcing him to enter his giant form to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the boar. Fortunately, Roger brought the Justice Door obtained from Egghead Island and the one seized from Eni's lobby to Barrett, allowing him to merge into an incredibly hard steel giant. Emmett's hard iron fist was enough to shatter the giant boar's massive tusks. The steel material was truly impressive. The intense battle between the steel giant and the wild boar shattered much of the glacier. The 2 massive creatures continued their fight on the island of Fort G1, creating a terrifying battlefield where no one dared to tread. Meanwhile, Steelbone Kong, watching the live broadcast from Merigios, was eager to join the battle. He lamented that the Knights of God had imprisoned Garp. Otherwise, Garp could at least deal with a strong opponent and turn the tide of the battle. Damn it! The Roger Pirates' attack on Impel Down had swelled to this extent, and all those powerful prisoners should have been executed. Steelbone Kong looked at the Red Count, Barrett, and those great pirates from the 6th level of Impel Down, his eyes filled with rage. The powerful prisoners of Impel Down had indeed raised the Roger Pirates to an undeserved height. In the future, captured pirate powerhouses should not expect to survive. To prevent the resurrection of Devil Fruit users and for certain necessary experiments, these great pirates would have their tendons severed, turning them into non-threatening, useless beings. Just as Steelbone Kong awaited orders to assist at 4G1, the Revolutionary Army's disruption team finally reached the Red Line. At the edge of the Red Line below Mary Geos, Western Army Commander Mori used the push-push fruit to open a hole in the Red Line, allowing Sabo, Lindbergh Crow, and Lightning to enter the interior of the Red Line. The group then made their way along the Red Line, rushing up to the luxurious buildings beneath Mary Geos, searching for places to free slaves and store food. They planned to burn the Celestial Dragon's food and release all the slaves, thoroughly disrupting Mary Geos. They wondered if Im and the Gains3, along with the Knights of God, would come to their main base for support. In the waters near Fort G1, the Revolutionary Army's Winter Grammar had already arrived at this battlefield. Dragon and Ivankov had even seen the dark giant dragon in the sky in the terrifying battle between Roger and Kaido. The fluctuations of war made the heavens and earth pale. Was this the full beast form of the World Kingdom? Ivankov stared intently at the 3 kings engaged in battle, the exaggerated scene making him shudder. Even though he loved to joke, he couldn't smile at this moment. His expression extremely grave. If it weren't for the Roger Pirates leading the charge, using the Pirate Festival to rally the Whitebeard Pirates, Beast Pirates, Big Mom Pirates, and countless other great pirates, the world would likely still be unaware of the terrifying foundation of the world government. Without Roger's rise, the Revolutionary Army might spend decades developing, fighting a lifetime of revolutions, and still be unable to deal with the Gains3, the Knights of God, and the godlike world ruler Im. The Revolutionary Army's revolution seemed to Roger like a child's play. Commander, give the order. Let's help Roger and them, and take down this millennia-old immortal. Eastern Army Commander Bello Betty was eager to join the war and overthrow the high and mighty Celestial Dragons. As for the pirates, they could be dealt with later. Their biggest enemy now was the Celestial Dragons. They accelerated forward, preparing to land on the glacier. Dragon wasted no time. In addition to supporting the Roger Pirates, he also aimed to rescue Garp, this stubborn father. Otherwise, once the Celestial Dragons were free, this single-minded father would likely not escape the poisonous hands of the Knights of God. Even Sengoku and Tsuru wouldn't be able to save Garp. On the other side of the waters of Fort G1, the red-haired pirates and 3 giant ships of the Giant Clan also arrived at this battlefield that would determine the future of the world. I see it. It's the world-ending giant dragon from the mural. An endless darkness, that self-proclaimed destroyer. Is he going to transform into the true sun god to save the world? Prince Loki laughed madly, as if he had seen something incredible. He originally thought he would become the destroyer of the world, the sun god, but unexpectedly, 2 monsters that want to destroy the world have already appeared here. So he has to change his identity, from the sun god who brings war and destruction to the liberator sun god. There's no other way. After all, that dark giant dragon and the endless darkness are more like destroyers than he is. In order to join the war and become the enemy of the 2, he reluctantly transforms into the good guy sun god. Once he takes down these terrifying enemies, he will consider whether to destroy the world later. Is that the evil dragon that killed the sun god, Nika, 800 years ago? As Rayleigh and Jabba, who have landed on Laughtail, look at the dark dragon with serious expressions, it seems that things have completely exceeded the description of the prophecy. Now, Luffy from the Straw Hat crew hasn't grown yet, and the sun god Nika hasn't awakened. As a result, the evil black dragon Im has already reappeared in the world. The records and prophecies on the mural are real. There really is a destructive black dragon. The true dawn will definitely come again. The white sun god, Nika, will reappear in the world. The giants on the 3 giant ships are all in shock and shouting. The sun god Nika will lead the giants towards a better future once again. Uncle Rayleigh, Uncle Jabba, now the Pirate Festival has turned into a massive war against the world government. We don't even know where the permanent pointer of Laughtail is placed by law. What should we do now? Red-haired Shanks doesn't know how to intervene in this massive war. After all, their initial purpose was just to destroy the permanent pointer of Laughtail. The situation is still unclear. Let us wait a bit longer. A glint flashed in the golden-framed glasses of Rayleigh. Roger initiated the Great Pirate Era to let the world know the blank 100 years of history and to overthrow the decaying celestial dragons. If Law were to overthrow the decaying celestial dragons early, it wouldn't be too bad. This guy Law at the beginning even called himself GOLD Law, but later, the world government's bounty notice erased the D from Law's name, and the bounty notice from Morgan's absurdly completely erased the GOLD, leaving only the name Law. Rarely doesn't he know if this is Law's own intention. After all, everyone knows the relationship between Morgans and Law. This means that Law has likely abandoned the will of D. He is fighting against the world government and the celestial dragons in his own name. Law may have already looked down upon the will of D. After all, Carp became a navy, becoming an accomplice of the celestial dragons, while Rox and Roger both ended in failure. None of the D clan could accomplish anything. What are you waiting for? You're still dawdling here. I'll go kill him myself. I said I would take revenge for my friends and take down that bastard who looks like red-haired. Seeing the red-haired pirate stop again, Loki immediately shouted angrily. As he spoke, Loki entered his half-beast form, a fiery cloud swirling around his shoulder, and a violent aura erupted. He was only a short distance from the glacier. He could fly over himself. Loki, don't forget our deal. Jabba hurriedly ran to the bow of the Red Fourth and shouted at the eager Prince Loki. Ahaha, besides being the sun god, I'm also the god of lies. You better not block me. Otherwise, all those conditions will really be void. Loki, with his star-like deep eyes, looked at Jabba and Shanks with a reckless smile. He would help the red-haired pirates destroy the permanent pointer of Laugh-Tail, but taking down Shamrock was also his goal. Now he has included taking down that dark giant dragon and that dark ability user in his list of becoming a god. To become the sun god, he must first take down these dark dragons and dark gods that dare to destroy the world. Even if he has to destroy the world, it's up to him, the sun god, to decide. He could be the liberator sun god or the destroyer sun god. Goodbye, you dawdling waste. Loki seemed to have judged that red-haired Shanks and Jabba wouldn't fight him here, directly stepping on the air and flying into the sky, leaving behind his wild laughter. In his voice, there was even a hint of mockery and disdain. These humans have too many concerns. They look before they leap, afraid of tigers in front and wolves behind. Loki doesn't understand why that bastard red-haired is stronger than him. In the future, he must be stronger than that soft-shelled shrimp red-haired. Today, this war is his, the sun god Loki's, battle to make a name for himself. However, before hunting down the dark giant dragon and dark god, he must first take down Shamrock to avenge himself and his beastly friends. With surging emotions, Loki rushed towards a glacier at high speed. The red-haired pirates and the remnants of the Roger pirates watched Loki leave, and one by one, they relaxed their grip on their weapons. Indeed, there was no benefit to falling out with Loki here. They still needed to conserve their strength and find the most suitable opportunity to join the battlefield and destroy the permanent pointer of Laugh-Tail in Law's hands. Perhaps letting them both suffer would be better for our plan. Beckman withdrew his gaze from Loki and continued to focus on the live broadcast screen, exhaling a deep puff of smoke. The terrifying strength of the king of the world, indeed exceeded everyone's expectations. This dark dragon has actually suppressed the Godslayer Law and Kaido of the Beasts by itself. This strength definitely surpasses that of Rox and Roger. It's important to note that in this world, no strong person can withstand the continuous siege of two opponents of the same level. No emperor has ever dared to claim they could defeat two marine admirals. At the level of the 3 admirals and 4 emperors, there may be some gaps, but they're not very large. Now, I'm single-handedly battling Law and Kaido and still holding the upper hand, which proves that M's strength indeed surpasses the 5 emperors and has reached another level. Red-haired Shanks also looked at the live broadcast screen, focusing on a certain scene. He saw his celestial dragon brother, Shamrock, fighting against the new Marine Fleet Admiral Akainu and the Golden Lion Shiki, and he even had a slight advantage, truly stealing the limelight. However, a hint of worry appeared in Shanks' eyes. After all, the monster Loki is about to join the battlefield. Shamrock's situation will become very dangerous. Red-haired Shanks really wants to completely sever all ties with the celestial dragons, but he cannot escape the blood ties of the Figureland family. This makes him quite uncomfortable. How can this war restore a balanced state and stabilize the world situation? Shanks looked at the various forces fighting back and forth on each split battlefield. None of the parties had shown a crushing situation. The pirate festival would turn into a brutal meat grinder war. Countless Marines and pirates would die in this ongoing war. The red-haired pirates and the remnants of the Roger pirates chose to continue waiting for the best opportunity to strike. Not only must the permanent pointer of Laughter be destroyed, but this brutal war must also be terminated. The Revolutionary Army's winter grama is relying on the glacier. Dorag glanced at the battle of the three kings in the sky, his eyes flickering. Eva, you guys go help Bartolomeo. I'll be back soon. Dorag thought for a moment and decided to rescue his old friend first, letting Rajik hold on for a while longer. Okay, Ivankov probably understood what Dorag intended to do. However, he was very worried about Bartolomeo's safety and did not waste too many words with Dorag, directly leading his team to set off. After Dorag arranged the tasks, he transformed into a storm and flew rapidly towards the G1 naval fortress. Betty, Ashir, let's go. Ivankov, along with several commanders, rushed towards the battlefield of the five elders and Rajig's five great powerhouses. Ivankov would never let his sworn brother Bartolomeo come to harm. He had already lost one sworn sister. After the Revolutionary Army entered the glacier battlefield, a massive giant charged through the air, crashing down onto the glacier. Va? I'm here. Loki sensed the direction and instantly dashed towards that disgusting aura. He would not forget that sinister presence that had severely injured him. Cerberus, right? Even if it's a devil fruit weapon, he will smash it to pieces. When the Revolutionary Army and Loki appeared, many strong individuals sensed the arrival of these fierce fighters. Morgans immediately recognized the commanders of the Revolutionary Army and the famous Giant Prince. He excitedly introduced them in a live broadcast. Two more forces have joined the war. Will their appearance become the key to defeating the world government? Steelbone Kong, watching the live broadcast in Mariehua, immediately wanted to teleport to join the battle when he saw the Revolutionary Army had gone to the G1 battlefield. But at that moment, a huge riot suddenly broke out in Mariehua. The Celestial Dragon's granary had a massive explosion, flames shooting into the sky, and all the stored food in the Holy Land was destroyed. The food stored daily by each Celestial Dragon family would probably not be enough for them to eat for a week. Moreover, the Celestial Dragons have such high demands for food. If they don't quickly procure high-quality food from the lower world, even if the Celestial Dragons are wealthy, they will starve on Mariehua, which is over 10,000 meters high. Additionally, a large number of slaves were freed by the Revolutionary Army's invasion team, plunging Mariehua into even greater chaos. Now the five elders and the Knights of God are at the G1 battlefield, and even most CP agents have been dispatched there. The Holy Land, Mariehua, has truly entered an unprecedented period of weakness. Back then, Fisher Tiger took advantage of a large number of Celestial Dragons going down to participate in the triannual Human Purge competition, taking away a significant portion of CP's combat power. And the Knights of God were not in the Holy Land. This allowed Tiger to fortuitously free some slaves. However, the losses of the Holy Land Mariehua during that Fishman invasion incident were not as severe as imagined. It only made the Celestial Dragons feel like they had been slapped in the face by Tiger, losing a lot of face. Unexpectedly, after more than 10 years, the Holy Land Mariehua was invaded again, and even the granary was blown up. Some Celestial Dragons even saw the flags of the Celestial Dragons from Panga City and the world government being set on fire. This was truly a slap in the face to their divine descendants. One by one, the leaders of the Celestial Dragon clans shouted for Steelbone Kong, the commander, to capture the culprits. A large number of Celestial Dragon guards, along with some stationed CP0 agents and CP elites, were slaughtering the slaves who dared to escape. Crow and Sabo, along with Mori, did not hesitate to show up to battle these enemies and protect the fleeing slaves. Now that Mariehua's defenses were weak, it was their time to shine. Little thief, how dare you destroy the Holy Land? All of you die. The muscular Steelbone Kong, even at over 90 years old, still possessed terrifying strength, rivaling that of the three admirals and the five elders. He did not expect that the Revolutionary Army would dare to split their forces, with some going to the G1 battlefield and others attacking the Holy Land Mariehua. What a strong old man. Sabo narrowly dodged Steelbone Kong's domineering punch, but the wind from the punch grazed his face, drawing a few drops of blood. No need to fight him head-on. Just destroy Mariehua and cover the slaves' escape. Crow called out to Sabo as a swarm of black crows emerged from Kara's to attack Steelbone Kong. Meanwhile, Mori had already rescued a batch of slaves through a tunnel and hidden them in the Red Soil continent. Their mission was to create complete chaos in Mariehua, forcing the five elders and the Knights of God to return or disrupt the morale of those Celestial Dragon powerhouses. On the G1 battlefield, when Junzi saw the giant Loki aggressively charging towards Captain Shamrock, he was immediately alarmed. This time, she did not make excuses like she did with St. Newhouse and St. Coke. Instead, she quickly activated her Arrow Fruit ability to fly into the sky, escaping the entanglement of Moonlight Moria and Katarina Devon. Landing near Shamrock, she quickly summoned a black 5-star teleportation array to bring Steelbone Kong over. Captain, Loki is coming. I told you before that I would kill him to eliminate future troubles. Junzi shouted anxiously. Loki's strength was extremely powerful. If he joined Shamrock and the others against the Golden Lion, even Shamrock, no matter how strong, would not be able to withstand the siege of the three. Red-haired, celestial dragon. I'm coming. You said that if I didn't die under those 3 swords, you would personally come to take me down. Now I'm here. I'm giving you a chance. And that stinking woman, you dare to kill my friend. You must die, too. I will bring their hatred to take revenge on you. Loki, wielding Elbaf's strongest weapon, Iron Thunder Lagunier, leaped high into the air like a war god, slashing down at Shamrock. Elbaf Battle Axe, Sun God's destruction, the violent power, wrapped in the black-red lightning of Conqueror's Haki, even pulled the white thunder of the sky, crashing down fiercely. Where did this giant come from? Shamrock was startled by the suddenly charging giant Loki. But upon seeing that this giant's target was Shamrock, he quickly dodged to the side, watching the show. Damn it, another Conqueror's Haki user, and he even mastered Haki wrapping. Shamrock muttered sourly as he looked at the giant, displaying great power. You actually weren't killed by Cerberus. Shamrock did not expect that Loki, who had been trapped by Seastone, had not died after being pierced by Cerberus's 3 blades, losing the powerful recovery ability of his mythical beast form, and had actually been released by the giant race in Shanks. Shamrock quickly wrapped his strongest Haki around his sword, Cerberus, to confront Loki's charged attack. Divine Wing, Supreme Slash. Shamrock's right foot slammed down, and the long sword burst forth with hellish black flames, quickly slashing upwards. Boom! The Iron Thunder, Ragnarok, fell from the sky and collided violently with the hellhound, Cerberus, in a fierce clash. In an instant, endless black-red lightning and white thunder with black flames erupted amidst the intense collision and splatter. The ground beneath Shamrock shattered, and the entire earth sank down, with countless fragments of stone and soil swept away by the violent airflow. I hate those bastards with Conqueror's Haki. The desolate shepherd transformed into a treant, fiercely grasping the earth with both hands blocking his eyes. Even his sunglasses were wrapped in the armed color Haki, watching the intense battle between Shamrock and Loki. Junzi was also hurled away by the violent air wave. 2 arrows with bandages quickly pierced into the ground, his body swaying like a kite in the fierce wind. At this moment, Steelbone Kong, who was still chasing the revolutionary army in Mariewa, suddenly appeared in the 5-star teleportation array and was attacked by the strong wind and flying debris. Not good. Steelbone Kong was shocked. Now that there was a problem at the Holy Land, it wasn't the time for him to provide support. He had to return quickly. Otherwise, those CP0 agents and guards wouldn't be able to hold off the powerful Revolutionary Army members. Another strong enemy? The desolate shepherd suddenly looked at the abruptly appearing Steelbone Kong and felt that the battlefield was getting a bit chaotic. Everyone has come to support. Commander Kong, quickly help the captain kill them. As the collision's airflow weakened, Junzi, who had been tossed like a human kite, landed on the ground and shouted at Steelbone Kong. Although Steelbone Kong wanted to immediately deactivate the teleportation and return to Mariewa, he decisively attacked Loki instead. He couldn't expose the news of the Holy Land being invaded so quickly. Otherwise, the morale of the Knights of God would collapse. The supreme commander of the world government's entire army, Steelbone Kong? Quick, Golden Lion, stop him. The desolate shepherd shouted as he saw the sturdy old man attacking the giant, and he rushed over as well. Although he didn't know whether this giant was friend or foe, fighting against the world government made them temporary allies. This had to be helped. Binding Arrow. Junzi quickly shot out a sky full of bandaged arrowheads to block the attacks of the desolate shepherd and Golden Lion. But at that moment, Moonlight Moria threw one zombie after another to block these bandaged arrows. As the strategists Nico, Robin, and Violet quickly replenished their combat power, they confronted the fleeing Junzi. Damn pirates. Junzi's eyes were filled with killing intent, but the nine-tailed fox, Catherine, and the zombie king quickly attacked her from both sides, striking at various vital points. The immense crisis left Junzi with no time to focus on Shamrock and Steelbone Kong. Bang! Loki, who had just collided fiercely with Shamrock, was punched in the face by Steelbone Kong and blasted away, crashing to the ground and creating a large crater. However, before Steelbone Kong could continue his assault, the desolate shepherd's armed color vines appeared, blocking Steelbone Kong's path. The supreme commander of the world government's entire army actually ambushed. Do you even deserve those muscles and the justice cloak behind you. The desolate shepherd scolded Steelbone Kong, while the golden lion in the sky slashed down with golden sword energy at Steelbone Kong. It hurts like hell. Loki jumped out of the large pit, his facial wounds visibly healing at a rapid pace, and he glared angrily at Steelbone Kong, the old human. The giants of Elbaf say he is despicable and shameless. But these humans from the outer seas are just as despicable and unruly. Giant, are you all right? Giant, what is your name? Do you want to join our Rog World group and take down the world government together? The desolate shepherd glanced at the rapidly recovering Loki, shocked, and immediately extended an invitation to this giant powerhouse. I am Loki, the sun god of Elbaf. What is this Rog World group? Don't get in the way of me killing that red-haired celestial dragon and that bastard old man who ambushed me. Loki ignored the desolate shepherd's goodwill, wielding Iron Thunder, Ragnarok, and continued to attack Shamrock. Steelbone Kong quickly dispersed the golden lion's golden sword energy, looking at the desolate shepherd blocking his way with an increasingly grim expression. He didn't have time to tangle with the desolate shepherd. Otherwise, Marieva would be turned upside down by that group of Revolutionary Army members. But the situation on this battlefield was also extremely dire, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. If he directly deactivated the teleportation to return to the Holy Land, Shamrock would likely be beaten to death by Loki and the desolate shepherd. Loki? That giant prince with a bounty of 2.6 billion berries? Weren't you defeated by red-haired Shanks and imprisoned in Elbaf? The desolate shepherd finally remembered this fierce giant. He was the brutal prince of the giant race who was once known for having the highest bounty under the 4 emperors before he and the others rose. If Loki hadn't caused trouble at sea and been defeated by red-haired Shanks shortly after, and if he hadn't formed his own pirate crew, he probably would have taken the position of the 5th emperor, coveted by Morgans, who likes to stir up trouble. As Loki brazenly joined the battlefield, the Revolutionary Army members led by Ivankov also appeared on the battlefield of Tyrant Bartolomeo Kuma and the Death Sandworm, St. Peter. Ivankov unhesitatingly helped Kuma, and everyone joined the battle, not caring about other battlefields. Did anyone go help Yamato or other strong members of the Rog World group? Ivankov, you guys are here. Where's Dragon? After battling for 1 or 2 hours, Kuma finally awaited the arrival of reinforcements. With the strong members of the Revolutionary Army, they now had a chance to defeat the 5 elders. Dragon will appear shortly. Damn, this monster really has an immortal body, Ivankov briefly responded, only to see the Death Sandworm's wounds healing rapidly, and he was instantly shocked. This means that these monsters among the 5 elders are almost impossible to kill? Kuma immediately thought of Dragon possibly going to rescue Iron Fistgarp. It's great to be able to rescue family in time. If only he could have rescued Ginny back then, everything would have been so much better. Unfortunately, everything is already irretrievable. Revolutionary Army? Jupiter Shepherd, St. Peter, became vigilant upon seeing the Revolutionary Army join the battle, quickly searching for the whereabouts of Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. They would not underestimate this D-clan that founded the Revolutionary Army. Dragon, who is proficient in Conqueror's Haki, indeed has a chance to kill them. As for Kuma, St. Peter never worried that this slave of the Barcania tribe could kill him. He was worried that Dragon would also join the encirclement against him. With the addition of Ivankov, Bello Betty, and several vice commanders, St. Peter fought much more cautiously, allowing Kuma to finally catch a breath and gain a slight upper hand. However, Yamato over there was still in grave danger, gasping for breath after being battered by St. Nasushi, already showing signs of fatigue. Observing the overall situation with the ability of the stare fruit, Violet sensed that Yamato might not hold on any longer and immediately arranged for a dozen months' worth of lions to go over and restrain and assist. She even sent her strongest trump card, the modified puppet, Magellan, the warden of Impel Down, who has the poison fruit ability, to help Yamato deal with St. Nasushi. This stabilized the situation on the battlefield. While the battle outside was raging fiercely, Drake successfully broke into the internal prison of the G1 Naval Fortress. When he saw several CP agents executing Iron Fistgarp, he was instantly filled with rage. In a furious whirlwind of wind blades, the CP agents were all brutally killed. At this moment, Iron Fistgarp did not know how many doses of weakening agents he had been injected with. He couldn't even use his Haki. His mouth was battered, his white beard stained red, and all 10 fingers crushed by torture instruments, revealing his white bones. Clang! The sea-stone handcuffs and shackles on Carp's body were all released. Carp, feeling dizzy, looked at Drake. If he hadn't been subdued by the Knight of God and continuously injected with weakening agents, how could these agents have possibly harmed him? Leave the Navy. The Celestial Dragons can no longer tolerate you. Drake looked at his battered father and wanted to express concern, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. He came to rescue Carp, but he absolutely wouldn't let Carp get involved in this war again. Not to mention that Drake didn't want to see Carp indirectly serving the Celestial Dragons. If Carp faced off against the Revolutionary Army, it would be even more difficult for Drake. Are you teaching me how to do things? Damn ungrateful son. Hurry up and find me some food. How's the battle outside? Where are the Navy's casualties? Carp didn't care about the injuries to his mouth and fingers. As long as there was enough food, his strength and injuries could recover quickly. The Manchi family's monstrous recovery ability is no joke. This is the digestive and survival ability trained since childhood. Now Carp only cared about the Navy situation. As for the Celestial Dragons, it would be best if more of them died. You can't join the battle. I'm doing this for your own good. Seeing Carp's eager expression, Drake directly used the Conqueror's Haki-infused iron fist on Carp's neck. He had been beaten by Carp from a young age, suffering from Carp's iron fist of love. Today, he could finally, in the name of love, knock Carp out in broad daylight. You dare. Carp's eyes widened as he looked at Drake. But before he could finish speaking, he was knocked unconscious. Drake quickly carried the unconscious Carp out of the prison and the G1 fortress, sending him back to the Winter Grammar. He even stole a few doses of the weakening agents to give Carp a few injections, ensuring that Carp would definitely not participate in this war. As for what to do next, he would think about it after the war was over. At this moment in the sky, giant beasts circled, flames soared, lightning flashed, and darkness spread. Roji was actually standing on the head of the beast Kaido, fighting against the dark dragon transformed from Emu. Roji, get down here. The beast Kaido had numerous shadow wounds on its dragon body, with blood that had turned pitch black. If it weren't for me helping you absorb Emu's shadow power, even your Azure Dragon ability would struggle to heal those wounds. Roji spread his enormous, scroll-like wings, unleashing a barrage of wind, fire, thunder, and ice attacks against the dark dragon. Surrounding them were countless super beasts carrying DYNA, explosive rocks, and various technological weapons and bombs, launching suicide attacks against Emu to buy time for the beast Kaido to heal its wounds. What do you know? I can only achieve true awakening in life and death situations. The beast Kaido cursed at Roji. His Azure Dragon ability had an exceptionally high starting point, but similarly, awakening was of epic difficulty, even in its normal state. His Azure Dragon ability was stronger than the awakened state of ordinary ancient types, comparable to some mythical beast types. Once his Azure Dragon ability fully awakened, it would become the top power in the world, catching up with the current Emu. Otherwise, why would he often go to commit suicide? It was simply because there were not many people in this world who could kill him, and he sought to experience the feeling of death. Now, the Dark Dragon, transformed from Emu, should represent the awakened state of the strongest mythical beast ability. That was why I could face two opponents and suppress Roji and Kaido head-on. If it weren't for Roji's Dark Fruit ability being a high-level mechanism that could counter the Dark Dragon's performance, along with their proficiency in Conqueror's Haki, they could make up for some shortcomings in the development of their Devil Fruit abilities. Otherwise, they wouldn't last a few days before being defeated by Emu. Your Azure Dragon ability hasn't awakened yet. Roji couldn't believe that the Beast Kaido had such thoughts and had to withdraw the power of the Dark Fruit ability, allowing Kaido to truly experience the taste of death. I'm afraid you'll really die. No one can help me withstand Emu. Roji felt he couldn't place hope on Kaido. He also needed to achieve his own complete awakening, not only awakening the almost fully developed Pen Fruit, Scroll Fruit, and Serve Fruit abilities, but also finding the opportunity for awakening with the recently acquired Dark Fruit ability. Roji unceremoniously used the blood splattered from the Beast Kaido to draw a blue dragon in the void and charge towards the Dark Dragon. At this moment, the divine beast drawn by Roji, using the Pen Fruit ability, possessed nearly 80% of its own strength. The more stamina consumed, the stronger the super-drawn divine beast became. Under the oppressive atmosphere filled with the scent of death from Emu, both Roji and Kaido were seeking their breakthroughs. Becoming stronger in battle is the most basic talent of every strong person. Without the talent of getting stronger through fighting, it would be impossible to grow to the level of the four emperors. They would have long perished in this vast sea. What secret do you have? How can you possess so many Devil Fruit abilities? Emu looked at Roji's diverse attack techniques, filled with curiosity about this young kid who had only emerged in the past 2 or 3 years. For 800 years, the world government had not fully researched the issue of consuming multiple devil fruits. Why was there an exception with Roji? If they grasped the secret behind it, they would become even stronger. Their subordinates would also grow stronger alongside them, allowing them to gain deeper control over the entire world. Because you defied the laws of nature and stole the power of the gods, the Earth God and Ocean God want to eradicate you, this tumor of the world. That's why I came into being, unaffected by the curse of the sea, unbound by the limitations of the devil fruits. Roji spoke earnestly, quickly activating the dark fruit ability to directly swallow the shadow black spears of the dark dragon. The shadow arrows attacking from all directions were devoured by the void scrolls, directly returned to Imu, and shot towards the dark dragon. Nonsense. The so-called Earth God and Ocean God don't exist. I am a true god. The dark dragon transformed by Imu quickly entered a semi-beast form, turning into a 200-meter-tall giant with 2 horns. With its dark wings that obscured the sky and the sun, Imu's speed increased significantly. The most terrifying aspect was that this dark giant was actually holding a blazing sun, launching a world-destroying fire attack at Roji and Kaido. This high temperature was even more terrifying than the beast Kaido's fire dragon torch, as if the true sun was descending. Endless light illuminated the sky. Even Kaido, who was usually unafraid of death, did not dare to face these solar flames head-on. This high temperature could truly roast him into a dead mudfish. Lui retreated frantically, escaping from Imu's terrifying attack. Back then, this deity killed Joy Boy and seized the power of the sun god Nika. And today, this deity intends to kill you, Luoji, to take the power of world destruction and darkness. Imu whispered coldly, his eyes filled with endless indifference, imbued with divinity and pressure. Luoji was extremely shocked. This world-destroying black dragon, Imu, actually utilized the power belonging to the sun. This was the solar power that even the awakened form of the sun god, Nika, couldn't use. Could it be that 800 years ago, the sun god Nika was stripped of his solar powers by Imu? What does this mean? Can Imu's world-destroying black dragon ability also seize the powers of other devil fruits? Even my azure dragon flames are not as scorching. Kaido of the 100 Beasts was burned by this sun fire, crying out in pain, with places he couldn't evade getting his dragon scales charred. This made Kaido experience an unprecedented level of pain. What the hell is this? Joy Boy is dead, and yet he gave Imu a big gift? Luoji still wanted to use the strongest scroll to store the sunfire that Imu had stolen, but even the scroll was directly burned to ashes. Not even having awakened my ability, and you still want to block me. You all deserve to die. Just before Joy Boy revives, I will completely eliminate you. Imu revealed a faint smile. The power of the sun is indeed formidable. Not in vain for all the schemes he had back then to kill Joy Boy and steal the power of the sun god. How many abilities does this bastard's dark dragon capability possess? Luoji was filled with disbelief at Imu's hidden abilities, granting immortality and eternal life, teleportation power, shadow abilities, and even the stolen solar powers. How is this mythical beast-type, world-destroying black dragon's ability more comprehensive than the azure dragon and the pawpaw fruit abilities? It's even more exaggerated than my own 4 fruit abilities. This has already exceeded Luoji's estimates. Moreover, he hadn't truly tested Imu's trump card yet. He knew Imu must have stronger killing moves. This probing battle might get out of hand. It's really a trial that could lead to death. Kaido, if you don't awaken soon, we're all done for. Luoji admitted he was a bit panicked, and that bastard dragon still hadn't appeared to share some of the pressure. Looking at the flames of high temperature all around, Luoji kept retreating. His various scrolls and super divine beasts couldn't withstand this terrifying high temperature. Even his battlesuit was repeatedly torn apart, as if he had encountered a real sun. Below at the G1 fortress and the glacier, everyone looked up at the sky in terror as waves of heat swept down. In the sky, 2 suns appeared. So hot. The glacier was melting. Run away. On the battlefield of the glacier, the ice underfoot had turned to water, and everyone quickly fled back to their ships or rushed up to the G1 fortress. Many live broadcast feeds were having issues. The live news bird wouldn't get roasted, would it? Viewers worldwide watching the live broadcast saw several split screens suddenly disappear and all shouted in alarm. The king of the world actually turned into the sun, and the terrifying heat forced the god slayer Luoji and Kaido of the 100 Beasts to flee madly. Even the live phone bugs that were so far away began to malfunction. Loki, who was battling Shamrock, widened his eyes looking up high. How is this possible? This world-destroying black dragon can actually turn into the sun. I am the sun god. Loki, holding the Iron Thunder Ragnarok, was unwilling to believe this scene and began to curse in frustration. Lord Imu is the only true god of this world. You rebellious thieves must die. Victory can only belong to the clan of gods. As Emu unleashed his divine might, Shamrock was instantly filled with confidence, unleashing even greater power to directly slay Loki. To bury the strongest prince of the giant race here. Then it would be very appropriate for him to hold the Celestial Dragons game and competition every 3 years in Elbaf. If Loki dared to disrespect him, then he would enslave the entire giant race. Lord Emu's divine power is unparalleled. The 5 elders and the Knights of God looked up at the sun in the sky with immense admiration. They knew that as long as Lord Emu acted, these so-called 5 emperors could be easily destroyed. The 5 elders even had to thank Luo-Ji for organizing this pirate festival, bringing so many pirates together. It would make it convenient for Lord Emu to wipe them out all at once. After today, the pirate forces would be completely severed, allowing the world government to enjoy peace for decades, an entire era. Just after sending Carp back to the Winter Graham, Dragon looked up at the sky in horror. Is this the true power of Emu? What kind of terrifying monster is this? You all be careful, patrol nearby for self-preservation, and be ready to support us at any time. After handing Carp over to his subordinates to take care of, Dragon quickly arranged some tasks and then transformed into a storm to leave. He must quickly join the battlefield, or else Luo-Ji would get angry. If the Luo-Ji World Group and the Pirate Alliance can't hold out, the Revolutionary Army won't have it easy in the future either. In another sea area, the red-haired pirates and the remnants of the Roger pirates were also extremely shocked. Emu's power completely exceeded their imagination. They cannot let all pirate forces perish here. Quickly, join the war. Hope to force the world government to cease fire. Dark King Rayleigh and Shanks quickly ordered to set sail. Destroying the permanent pointer to Laugh-Tail is indeed important, but the 5 Emperor forces also cannot be wiped out at the hands of Emu. Otherwise, the sun god Nika, Luffy, would have even less chance to grow. They need the 5 Emperor forces to restrain the world government, allowing Luffy enough time to grow into the prophesied liberator. If Emu kills Luo-Ji and Kaido, then at least several 5 elders and Knights of God must fall on this battlefield today to maintain the balance of the world. Alright, after a moment of silence, Shanks quickly agreed. In fact, he very much wanted Luo-Ji and Kaido, these extremely unstable guys, to die on this battlefield. He only needed to ensure that the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates could leave safely. At that time, the 3 Emperor-level pirate crews would maintain the balance of the new world, waiting for the rise of newcomers, waiting for Luffy to become an emperor, or even a pirate king. Let us go, let us go. Taking advantage of Luo-Ji and Kaido being chased by Emu, they could propose conditions to Luo-Ji to hand over the permanent pointer to Laugh-Tail for them to handle, or directly force him to destroy that permanent pointer. Although this is not the best timing to strike, they couldn't just watch Emu kill Luo-Ji and Kaido and reshape the new world pirate forces. The Red Fist ship led 3 giant race warships swiftly into the battlefield. They needed to force Luo-Ji to deal with the permanent pointer to Laugh-Tail when he was in crisis, while also threatening the world government to cease fire, restore the balance of the world, and end this farce of the pirate festival. On the battlefield at the G1 Fortress Command Platform, Emu's terrifying eruption made Big Mom instantly wary, no longer crazily attacking the War of the Buddhas, and even began to show signs of retreat. Im's strength has completely exceeded their ability to respond, and Big Mom is a bit flustered. As Big Mom finds herself restrained and in a difficult position, the other cadres of the Big Mom pirates also retract their offensive and enter a watchful state. Even Whitebeard is considering retreat. He won't let his sons fall into a huge crisis. They can chase after Teach and Whitebeard too later. But Akainu becomes increasingly frantic, turning into a mad dog. And even with blood oozing from his mouth and nose, he continues to engage in a fierce exchange with Whitebeard, seemingly intent on wearing him down. Strongly suppresses Law and Kaido, boosting the morale of all the Navy, which begins a major counterattack. Many pirates participating in the Pirate Expo also show hesitation, considering self-preservation. When the wind is at your back, you are as fierce as a tiger. When against the wind, you panic like a dog. This is the seasoned pirates of the New World. Kill. Justice will prevail. The hawkish Navy is the first to launch a full counteroffensive. Once Im takes down Law and Kaido, victory in this war will belong to them. The 5 elders and the Knights of God are all in a state of full effort, aiming to boost morale to its peak and crush all the pirates of the New World on the G1 battlefield. Under the desperate protection of a batch of CP0 agents and CP elites, St. Newhouse, carrying the seriously injured St. Coke, finally retreats near the fortress building, escaping the mad pursuit of the pirates. Several CP0 agents have already died under the siege of the pirates, cut down by chaotic blades. The pirates are risking their lives for this seriously injured Knight of God, desperately trying to obtain this ticket. St. Coke is safe. Once Lord M takes down Law and Kaido and frees his hands to deal with those bastards, we can slaughter to our heart's content. St. Newhouse immediately arranges for medical teams to treat St. Coke. Their status as Knights of God is so noble that they cannot afford to lose personnel in such a war. Moreover, in their family, there happens to be an ambitious relative who has set his sights on a talented girl of suitable age from the Jagarsha family, one of the former 5 elders. He wants to strengthen the marriage ties to produce a more powerful pure-blood descendant. Thank you, St. Newhouse. Our Jagarsha family will forge a deeper friendship with the Mamina family. St. Coke is very grateful for St. Newhouse's life-saving grace. Otherwise, their Jagarsha family would indeed fall completely out of the highest power circle. After the continuous downfall of the 5 elders and the Knights of God, the Jagarsha family does not know how many years it will take to regain that position. St. Newhouse is very satisfied with St. Coke's promise. However, the next moment, St. Newhouse suddenly looks up at the sky. Watch out! With St. Newhouse's shout, endless wind blades sweep down, forcing everyone to defend themselves against the thousands of sharp wind blades. Dragon Claw Fist. A pitch-black dragon claw, entwined with violent Conqueror's Haki, strikes directly at the seriously injured St. Coke. The quickly arriving dragon did not go to help Law and Kaido, nor did he assist Kuma and Yamato. Instead, he came to assassinate a seriously injured Knight of God. This is something no one expected. Dragon's terrifying speed gave St. Coke no chance to react a second time, completing the unfinished task left by ranged Shiryu, utterly crushing St. Coke's heart. Inflicting injury to 10 fingers is not as effective as severing one. M's strength is too terrifying, and the 5 elders are immortal. They cannot be killed in a short time. Dragon does not want to harm the Navy generals. Therefore, it is better to kill a few more Knights of God to weaken the celestial dragons. This is the judgment of the leader of the Revolutionary Army. After Dragon's lethal strike, he does not hesitate to continue attacking St. Newhouse, aiming for a double kill. He may have arrived a bit late, but as long as he can achieve results, it's fine. St. Coke, Dragon, you dare! St. Newhouse angrily shouts, his eyes filled with killing intent, and his sniper rifle fires instantly. St. Newhouse, be careful. The remaining CP0 agents and CP elites, taking the damage from the wind blades, madly rush forward to protect St. Newhouse. You go to hell too, Celestial Dragon. Dragon's powerful black claw suddenly grabs towards St. Newhouse's head, ignoring the 3-armed bullets fired by St. Newhouse. As St. Newhouse's bullets pierce his heart, throat, and head, Dragon's dragon claw also grabs hold of St. Newhouse's head. Crack! The sound of shattering skulls rings out, and St. Newhouse's eyes are filled with rage and unwillingness. Dragon's foresight and observation Haki are so much stronger than his that he actually completed the elementalization in such an extreme distance, dodging his armed, deadly sniper bullet. How can I die here? Feeling the intense pain in his head, blood starts flowing from his 7 orifices, and St. Newhouse uses all his strength to frantically strike at Dragon. Dragon's body is repeatedly transformed into a storm under St. Newhouse's dying attacks. But the black dragon claws, entwined with Conqueror's Haki and armed Haki, firmly grasp the skull of this Knight of God. Let go of His Highness St. Newhouse. One by one, the CP0 agents desperately rush over, their eyes filled with fear and anxiety. St. Coke has already been killed in front of them. If St. Newhouse is also killed, their chances of survival will be even slimmer. It's the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Some pirates who were intimidated by M's Power Sea Dragon take down 2 Knights of God in one move, and their morale instantly recovers a bit. This war can still be fought. The 5 elders and the other Knights of God are all filled with immense rage at Dragon's despicable sneak attack. Dragon actually killed 2 of their elite kin in one go. These D family members, who refuse to change, truly deserve to die. They must eliminate the monkey family and wipe out these rebels. After Shamrock angrily repels Loki, he immediately takes out a special Den Mushi to give orders to the CP agents guarding Iron Fist Carp. Immediately execute Monkey D. Carp. He wants Dragon to also taste the feeling of losing loved ones. But what worries Shamrock is that his Den Mushi keeps going unanswered. This makes him feel very uneasy. Has Carp been rescued? Dragon, fully focused on killing St. Newhouse, is blasted into wind elements by a group of frenzied CP agents. But he has completely crushed St. Newhouse's head, covered with armed Haki, and 3 black dragon claws violently penetrate the brain, killing him completely. Dragon has taken down 2 Knights of God as soon as he appears. This sends a severe blow to the morale of the world government and navy, who would just raise their spirits. Im's overwhelming power, suppressing the Godslayer law and Beast Kaido, is certainly uplifting. But Dragon's powerful assassination of 2 Knights of God makes an even greater impact. Dragon, well done. Kill all these Knights of God. The cross-dresser Ivankov feels immense pride in Dragon's magnificent achievements. The Revolutionary Army finally has a day to stand tall. Despicable D family. St. Peter, transformed into a death sandworm, roars loudly and also launches a reckless suicide charge against the strong members of the Revolutionary Army, ignoring the attacks from Kuma and Ivankov. He wants to use his immortal body to take down these Revolutionary Army strongmen. Watch out. In the back, Bellet Betty, commanding the battle and adding buff gains, shouted fiercely at Deputy Commander Dubois of the Southern Army. The target of the death sandworm was him. Dubois, dressed in plaid overalls and shaped like an egg, quickly transformed into a spinning meatball, frantically fleeing from the death sandworm's hunt. He dared not confront the 5 elders head-on. He could only assist from the sidelines. Come here. Death Devour. The death sandworm opened its massive mouth, unleashing a terrifying suction force, spinning and rolling. Dubois was instantly pulled off the ground and swept towards the gaping maw by the violent airflow. Dubois, Death Charming Eyes Galactic Wink. Ivankov unleashed the power of the hormone fruit, his head instantly growing to an enormous size, and with a sudden blink of his large eyes, a blast of air pierced through the death sandworm's massive body. Air cannon. Kuma also rapidly fired compressed paw blasts at the death sandworm. Drak killed our Knight of God, and you will all die. St. Peter took the full brunt of Kuma and Ivankov's explosive attacks, and with a battered body, bit down on Dubois. The violent Conqueror's Haki wrapped around the giant teeth and instantly crushed Dubois' armament Haki defense. Crack! Deputy Commander Dubois was bitten in half by the death sandworm and swallowed whole. No! Dubois! Ivankov shouted angrily, extending his claws and charging at the death sandworm, slashing a large section of its body into pieces. Ivankov's deputy commander, Flash, went to Mariewa with Southern Army Commander Lindbergh. Now, in front of Ivankov, Lindbergh's deputy commander was bitten to death and swallowed by the death sandworm. How would Ivankov explain this to Lindbergh? Ivankov, be careful. The death sandworm paid no attention to its wounds. After swallowing Dubois, it turned and lunged at Ivankov. Kuma and Bellet Betty quickly rushed toward the death sandworm, punching and striking its massive mouth. Bang! The death sandworm's body broke apart, its upper half sent flying. The 5 elders are severed. Hurry and provide rescue. A large number of Navy soldiers shouted in panic, fearing that St. Peter had truly been dismembered. The wounds looked horrific, but it seemed there was not much blood splattering out. Don't worry about me. Continue fighting. Victory will surely belong to us. The severed half of the death sandworm quickly crawled back up, its lower body writhing and fully recovering in just a few moments. The legendary 5 elders indeed possessed an immortal body. This was truly incredible. We are sure to win this victory. The Navy's soldiers shouted in surprise, as if they could see victory in sight. The black dragon in the sky was already so powerful, easily suppressing Roji and Kaido. And now there was the immortal 5 elders. The world government and navy would surely overcome evil. Drak, kill my kin. One deputy commander's blood is not enough to repay the debt. St. Peter glared with murderous intent at Eastern Army Commander Bellet Betty and Deputy Commander Ashilu. Their strength was inferior to Kuma and Ivankov, making them easier to kill. Ivan, calm down. The enemy is strong. Kuma pressed down on the somewhat out-of-control Ivankov. Trading injuries with the 5 elders was simply not worth it. Although Kuma's pawpaw fruit ability and Ivankov's hormone fruit ability both had healing and recovery methods, they would ultimately be the first to crumble against the 5 elders, who possessed mythical zone abilities and immortality. Their mission was to hold back the 5 elders, not to fight to the death with them. Moreover, Drak would soon come over. They just needed to hold out a bit longer. We must kill this rotten worm today and avenge Dubois. If we can't kill him, I still don't believe we can't drown him. Under the reassurance of Kuma and Betty, Ivankov quickly calmed down. Looking at the fully restored death sandworm, he immediately thought of the natural enemies of all devil fruit abilities. No matter how powerful the immortal body, as long as it belonged to a devil fruit ability, it would surely fear seawater. When Drak arrives, we'll throw it into the sea. Betty waved her rallying flag, continuing to boost morale and enhance buffs for everyone. She also wanted to avenge Dubois and take down the 5 elders. She wanted to kill more celestial dragons for Commander Ginny and all the other sacrificed revolutionary comrades. At this moment in the sky, Roji and Kaido were almost blasted out of the G1 fortress airspace by the power of the sun, the terrifying heat making both feel a true sense of annihilation. If we don't dodge, we'll really die. Damn, so strong. Roji's face was filled with gloom. Im's hidden strength and trump cards were even more powerful than he had imagined. Thankfully, this time he used the Pirate Expo as a cover to gather many great pirates from the New World to test Im's strength. Otherwise, with the power of Roji's world group, they wouldn't be able to shake Im and the 5 Elders rule at all. Worororo, what a relief. This is the breath of death. The terrifying heat made Kaido of the Beast laugh instead, his fighting spirit undiminished, but instead increasing, a faint yet palpable pressure emanating from his dragon form. The burns and scales on his body quickly healed under his powerful recovery ability. Your Azure Dragon ability is about to awaken? Roji noticed some changes in Kaido. Could it be that this guy like Straw Hat Luffy, Trafalgar Law, and Kid inexplicably awakened his ability in intense battle? I want to defeat him. I want to become Joy Boy. I want to overthrow and rebuild this damn world. A black flame cloud, different from the Azure Dragon's black mane, quickly swirled around the Azure Dragon's neck. Kaido's injuries instantly healed, and his aura grew even more imposing. Various elements of thunder, fire, and wind surrounded the Azure Dragon Kaido, transforming him into a true divine beast. Damn, it really awakened? Roji was greatly surprised. This was too absurd. After once battling Rocks, Roger, Odin, and Shanks, he had thought that Haki was the strongest power. But after encountering him today, he realized that the power of Devil Fruit abilities was even more terrifying than Haki. Worororo, I've been developing the Azure Dragon ability for over 30 years, and now it has finally awakened. The Conqueror's Haki wrapped around him powerfully, but the awakening of the ability seemed even stronger, feeling the terrifying power brought by the awakening of the Azure Dragon ability. Kaido instantly transformed into the true Emperor of Fragrance, overwhelmed by the surging energy of the Azure Dragon's awakening. Even the deadly threat that Whitebeard and Red-Haired couldn't bring him. He finally felt today at Im's hands. The sun in Im's hand had a temperature exaggerated countless times beyond his flame dragon. But now that he had awakened, his Azure Dragon flames shouldn't be much inferior to Im's sun flames. Roji, you little brat, wait until I defeat him, then I'll deal with you. For Yamato's sake, I'll give you a chance to join the Beast Pirates. Then you'll still be my son-in-law. And also, remember to bring back Laozi's Pluto battleship. After Kaido of the 100 Beasts awakened his Azure Dragon ability, he was full of confidence and vigor. He aimed to defeat Im and become the new king of the world, while also capturing Luffy and Yamato, swallowing the Luffy world group, and completely dominating the new world. Without waiting for Luffy's response, the Azure Dragon Kaido transformed into a giant dragon soaring 10,000 meters high, his scales shimmering with a hard metallic cold light. As thunder and storm surged around him, charging back toward the sun, the super transformation of Kaido of the 100 Beasts sent the 100 Beast Pirates into a frenzy. And the Calamities were particularly excited, as their leader had become even stronger. Perhaps the ultimate victor of this pirate gala would not be the Godslayer Luffy, nor the World King Im, but their leader Kaido. Kill. Boss Kaido will lead us to dominate the world. Jack the Drought roared heart-wrenchingly, his eyes filled with admiration for Kaido purely and immensely. Amidst such excitement, the giant mammoth transformed by Jack erupted with a black flame cloud from its shoulder. He charged at Aokiji Kazan with overwhelming momentum. What? He has awakened too. Not only was Aokiji Kazan shocked, but even the Calamities, Queen and King, widened their eyes in disbelief. Jack's mammoth fruit ability had indeed developed recovery powers comparable to an awakening, but it had never fully awakened. Unexpectedly, today, this 26-year-old foolish fishman, under Kaido's stimulation, completely achieved awakening. Fuzuf and Saburo, the older members of the 100 Beasts, watched as Jack rose, snatching the spotlight. Now, they were witnessing Jack awaken his abilities. As a genius from CP9, Fuzuf, who was 10 years older than Jack and had eaten the ancient saber-toothed tiger fruit ability earlier, found it maddening that Jack awakened faster than him. Even Queen felt a twinge of jealousy toward Jack, as he was focused on technologically enhancing his body and had no thoughts of developing his Brontosaurus ability to an awakened state. However, he believed his modified body was stronger than Jack's awakened form. This is bad. Aokiji Kazan dodged Jack's reckless charge, unleashing 90 of his power to freeze the giant mammoth in place, nervously glancing at the enormous Azure Dragon in the sky. the legendary king of the world. Could he really fail at the hands of Kaido? High in the sky, Luffy clenched his fists tightly, watching Kaido's Azure Dragon charge at him. Are you the protagonist? Or am I? You actually awakened faster than me. Luffy inwardly complained, as Kaido had clearly become the center of attention, stealing the show. If you can defeat him, then I'll acknowledge you as my old father-in-law. But then again, I won't fall behind. Let you show off for a bit. I'm going to make my grand entrance. Luffy and Kid also awakened faster than Straw Hat Luffy, so I'm still the ultimate protagonist. Luffy's gaze sharpened as he grabbed a passing white cloud, an eerie power erupting. The whole cloud transformed into a scroll, continuously extending into the outer layers of clouds. Everyone saw the clouds in the sky morph into an enormous scroll, seemingly hiding a world within. Is this the awakening of the scroll fruit ability? I'm awakening now. Luffy looked at the descending scroll in surprise. Kaido, your stimulation is quite effective. A smile crept up on Luffy's face, like an unstoppable AK. A black pillar shot out from Luffy, piercing toward the sea. Then, a gigantic scroll appeared on the surface of the sea, spreading toward Fort G1. Splash! Suddenly, a giant mouth appeared on the sea, and endless seawater surged into the void. From above, the entire sea and Fort G1 seemed to be part of a colossal landscape painting. Countless strong individuals felt the changes beneath their feet, realizing they had likely entered Luffy's awakened ability range. The range of a non-cursed ability was astonishingly vast. Even Luffy was greatly shocked by the non-side effect ability he had gained. Although it leaned toward auxiliary, its potential seemed not inferior to those high-level abilities like the Dark Fruit. It could also traverse the scroll's alternate space. Luffy entered the cloud scroll, instantly appearing above Fort G1. The awakened ability of the scroll could actually share an alternate space like the Mirror Fruit. Divine Might? Yomi no Kuni? Luffy's eyes widened as he summoned a scroll, reaching inside to grab a position within the enormous scroll beneath him. The soldier entangled with Gecko Moria and the nine-tailed fox, Katarina, was suddenly yanked into the ground by a large hand. A figure was abruptly pulled out from the void scroll before Luffy. A hand swirling with dark power gripped the soldier's neck mercilessly. As the hand tightened, blood began to trickle from the soldier's mouth. Should I laugh like Blackbeard? Luffy mused, holding the soldier's neck and lifting the small divine knight into the air, chuckling to himself. This scene of Luffy grabbing the soldier was almost identical to Blackbeard's ambush on the Pirate Empress in the original timeline, except Luffy lacked Blackbeard's signature yaha, laugh. Soldier. Shamrock watched in panic as his little fan member was captured by Luffy. He immediately grew anxious, unleashing his Conqueror's Haki in a furious assault on Prince Loki. Ah, red hair brat, you're getting anxious. Witness the destructive strike of this sun god. Elbaf's blade, Twilight of the Gods. Loki, wielding Iron Thunder, Ragnar K, also unleashed explosive Conqueror's Haki, clashing head-on with Shamrock. Once he dealt with Shamrock, he would confront Luffy, the god of darkness, and the world-destroying Black Dragon. That Azure Dragon seems to be an extraordinary entity as well. Although the ancient murals of Elbaf did not record or prophesy the Azure Dragon, Loki decided to regard it as one of the strongest beings of this era. Perhaps this Azure Dragon could be added to the murals of the Fourth World. Of course, there was also himself as the new sun god. Get lost. Loki, get out of my way. Otherwise, I will ensure Elbaf disappears. Shamrock roared in fury, desperate to rescue the soldier from Luffy's grasp. Boom! Loki's Iron Thunder. Ragnar K collided fiercely with Shamrock's Hellhound, Cerberus, shaking the earth for miles. A large number of Navy and pirates approaching the battlefield were blasted away by the violent shockwave. If he could destroy Elbaf, it proves that the giant race is nothing special. Dying gloriously and returning to the embrace of the war god is still a form of honor. Loki was completely unconcerned by Shamrock's threats. He was never threatened. Just like when a soldier killed those beastly friends before Loki, he wouldn't even frown. He only carries the hatred and anger of his friends to take revenge on his enemies. An ignorant giant, Shamrock completely erupted, no longer elegant and calm, unleashing a Conqueror's Haki slightly inferior to red-haired Shanks, forcing the massive giant Loki to continuously retreat. That's it. Fight to your heart's content. Your ugly face is just like red-haired Shanks, but your strength seems to be quite lacking. Once I defeat you, I will slowly take my revenge on red-haired. Loki became more excited as the battle progressed, continuously getting injured but still able to trade blows with Shamrock. After him displayed his might, the morale of the world government and the Navy headquarters had just elevated a little. As a result, the leader of the Revolutionary Army joined the battle, swiftly slaying 2 Knights of God, followed by the awakening of Kaido of the Beasts, the awakening of Jack the Drought, and the awakening of Law, joining the ground battlefield and capturing a Knight of God. These sudden developments completely sank the morale of the world government. The morale of the Revolutionary Army and the pirates surged instantly, and everyone became filled with passion. Lord Law, your figure is truly captivating. I will not disappoint you. I will definitely kill a Knight of God. Pirate Empress Boa Hancock removed her mask and boldly charged into the battlefield where the world destroyer Bondi Wald and the big drunkard Jot were besieging the Horned Demon. D. Celestial Dragon. Conqueror's Haki Great Fragrance Kick. With the Pirate Empress's delicate shout, she sprinted rapidly, leaping high with a long leg enveloped in armed Haki and Conqueror's Haki. Entwined with black and red lightning. Like a cone bomb, it fiercely struck towards the Knight of God transformed into the Horned Demon. Boa Hancock, you actually abandoned your position as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, betraying the world government. I will definitely lead an army to destroy Amazon Lily and slaughter the land women. The Knight of God, Marcus Cox Saint, wielded a pitch-black scythe of death, shattering the massive cannonball attack of the world destroyer, sweeping away the alcohol fireball from the big drunkard. He faced the strongest strike from the Pirate Empress, the traitor of the 7 warlords of the sea. As a top powerhouse from one of the 5 celestial dragon families, he feared no challenge. The scythe of death from Marcus Cox Saint collided violently with the Pirate Empress's long leg. Clang! The pitch-black scythe of death fiercely blocked the Pirate Empress's powerful attack. I will make you my slave. On Marcus Cox Saint's skeletal face, a pair of black hole-like eye sockets burned with ghostly green soul fire. All celestial dragons must die. Hearing the word slave, extreme hatred and anger erupted in the Pirate Empress's eyes, and her Conqueror's Haki surged to another level. Just a mere woman from the lower world. Why is her Conqueror's Haki so strong? Marcus Cox Saint was horrified, and the pitch-black death scythe he was holding began to tremble violently, slowly forming a huge arc impossible. How could I, a Knight of God, be inferior to a warlord of the sea? Cox Saint also unleashed powerful mythical beast powers. The black awakened flame cloud, swirling around his shoulders, expanded significantly. Behind me stands Lord Law, the entire land of women. I must win. The Conqueror's Haki on the Pirate Empress grew stronger by the second, with black and red lightning wildly splattering, darkening the surroundings. How could this happen? Cox Saint watched as the death scythe bent to an unbearable degree. Under his cold, sweat-drenched, horrified gaze, the death scythe shattered, and a long leg fiercely kicked against Cox Saint's chest. Ugh! Cox Saint spat out blood and flew backward. White petrified material starting to appear on his chest. The World Destroyer and the Big Drunkard, both battered puppet cyborgs, immediately launched a full-scale attack on Cox Saint. Killing the enemy is their mission directive. Holding the military, Law saw the Pirate Empress's breakthrough and revealed a faint smile. This woman has finally completed her transformation into strength. She has broken through in psychological shadows and Conqueror's Haki, and even her devil fruit ability has received some enhancement. Perhaps the next opportunity will awaken her sweet fruit ability. Who should your arrow fruit ability be given to? Law glanced at the violent battle between Kaido of the Beasts and Im in the Sky. The overwhelming killing intent completely engulfing this Knight of God. A Knight of God is not worth his time. He needs to take advantage of the time while Kaido of the Beasts holds him back to eliminate more Knights of God, even the 5 Elders. He also needs to quickly complete the awakening of other devil fruit abilities. Kaido of the Beast's eruption blocked him, and Law suddenly joined the ground battlefield, giving Dragon the best opportunity to weaken the celestial dragons. Without hesitation, he opened a killing spree, madly slaughtering the surrounding CP0 agents and CP elites. He quickly flew towards the battlefield of the Lizard King Hanavza and the Tyrant Pizarro, because these 2 guys simply cannot suppress that female Knight of God, Topman Gajagon. Hanavza and Pizarro were almost killed by Gajagon. Crocodile and Doflamingo could at least have a back-and-forth with Shepherd the 10th Saint. God of Thunder, Enel, and Rain Ziryu could each hold their own against their respective opponents. Dragon understood the tempers of Law's world group cadres quite well. Hanavza was the easiest to bully. Other cadres might give him a dirty look if they saw Dragon interfering in the battle. The 2 leaders of Law and Dragon's massive forces forcefully joined the G1 battlefield, instantly turning the tide. Countless nobles and civilians from the allied countries watching the live broadcast felt an unsettling atmosphere. Meanwhile, the red-haired pirates and the giant warriors who had already landed on the Glacial Ruins battlefield did not expect the situation to flip so quickly. They still wanted to help the pirates deal with the terrifying Im. As a result, Kaido of the Beasts also had an eruption, allowing Law, the king, Time to return to the ground battlefield. So who should they help next? Should they help the world government and the Navy suppress the pirate forces and restore balance to the situation? Or should they wait and see? The Dark King Rayleigh stood on the sparsely melted glacier, looking up at the fierce battle between Im and Kaido of the Beasts. He had a feeling. Even if Kaido of the Beasts became stronger, he probably still couldn't defeat him. Kaido shouldn't last much longer. Shanks, it seems that Law is heading toward your brother. The leader of the Knights of God, Jesus Burgess, with his eyes shining red, shouted to red-haired Shanks while holding a telescope. The cadres of the red-haired pirates all looked at Shanks in unison. If Law were to attack Shamrock, should they intervene? Although Shanks had already distanced himself from the Celestial Dragons, he and Shamrock were ultimately biological brothers. Red-haired Shanks also had red light flashing in his eyes as he gazed at the divine beast war in the sky. However, whether in the aerial battlefield or the G1 battlefield, with Im and Law's extremely domineering Conqueror's Haki, the future scenes were almost invisible. This is why Jesus is both using the foresight of future sightings and the observation Haki while observing and judging with a super long-range telescope. Now is not the time for us to take action. Red-haired Shanks was silent for a long time, ultimately deciding to align with Rayleigh's viewpoint. Let's wait and see. He knows that this world king, who has lived for nearly 1,000 years, is certainly not that simple. Even if Kaido of the 100 Beasts completes the awakening of his top mythical zone abilities, he is still not a match for him. Perhaps soon, Law will return to the aerial battlefield. Even Dragon might have to go up to help. As expected by Rayleigh and Shanks, after just a few dozen exchanges, the Azure Dragon Kaido was already howling in pain, blood spilling across the sky. Law threw the crushed military officer into the scroll prison, intending to clear out the other God Knights, assassinate Shamrock, and recruit Loki. He even had the thought of killing Loki to reclaim Loki's mythical zone abilities. However, a cry of pain from the old Kaido echoed through the sky. Wasn't this brute very arrogant when he first awakened? How could he be beaten so badly so quickly? Without Law's dark fruit ability restricting Im's various moves, is Kaido really that miserable? Law was very disappointed in Kaido. He didn't give Law much time to develop. Nevertheless, Law still made a move against Shamrock. Using his extremely cunning scroll fruit ability and the overwhelmingly powerful dark fruit energy, he attacked Shamrock while Loki and Shamrock collided. Faced with Law's sneak attack, Shamrock chose to withdraw urgently at the last moment. But Law activated Dark Water Gravity, forcibly seizing the mythical Zoan Devil Fruit weapon, Cerberus, from Shamrock's hands. In a moment of confrontation between Law and Shamrock, Loki, who does not consider himself a good person, decisively attacked Shamrock. He even unleashed a wave of fiery energy towards the Dark Hand on Scroll. Anyway, after taking down this red-haired celestial dragon, Law, and it would be his next targets, caught between his beloved sword and his life. Shamrock had no choice but to abandon his beloved sword and quickly dodge Loki's overhead slash. The long knife Cerberus was forcibly pulled in the Dark Hand by a powerful attraction, disappearing into the void of the scroll. A dark vortex swallowed the fiery energy wave shot by Loki. You, Loki, actually have the nerve to sneak attack me. Law thought about taking Shamrock's sword and helping Loki at the same time. As a result, not only did Loki want to kill Shamrock, but he also aimed to sneak attack Law when he was injured. This giant prince has quite a bit of courage. If it weren't for Kaido already on the verge of collapse, Law would really want to kill both Shamrock and Loki. Ahaha, you are a despicable person. So am I. Thank you for your little help. After I kill him, I will come find you. Loki laughed loudly and continued to charge at Shamrock. Wanted to take the opportunity to beat a drowning dog. It was uncertain how much fighting power Shamrock would lose without his weapon. Then I will wait for you to take him down. Law smiled slightly at Loki while holding the struggling Cerberus long knife. He had already noticed the appearance of the red-haired pirates and the remnants of the Roger pirates. Law guessed that red-haired Shanks wouldn't just watch Shamrock and Garland get into trouble. So Loki wanted to take down Shamrock was probably a bit impossible. When Law made his sneak attack on Shamrock, red-haired Shanks in the distance had indeed gripped his famous sword, Griffin, almost unable to hold back from making a move. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Law did not continue to attack. Since the red-haired pirates had appeared, Law decisively gave up on the target of Shamrock. He glanced at the battle near the Gains3 and then instantly returned to the aerial battlefield with the Cerberus long knife. The violent Conqueror's Haki and dark fruit energy enveloped the Cerberus long knife. Forget that damn Shanks, from now on be my dog. Otherwise, I will kill you. Law directly threatened this mythical Zoan long knife that had a bit of sentient awareness. He didn't expect that a mythical Zoan-level devil fruit weapon would awaken its abilities. This made those with ordinary and ancient powers feel quite helpless. The strength of the world government's foundation is indeed formidable. They likely have already mastered the awakening methods for Zoan types. The abilities of the Gains3 and the God Knights have all awakened one by one. In the original work, even CP agents like Lucci and Kaku could be trained to the awakened state by the world government in just 2 years. In Impelled Down, there are still some failed awakenings among the Beast Guards, and those Zoan-type pirate users have very few who can awaken their abilities. Even among the strong of the 4 emperors, there are not many awakeners. For mythical Zoan users like Marco the Phoenix and Kaido the Azure Dragon, awakening is even more difficult, and they can hardly find methods or opportunities, wasting countless years. The oppressive power of the dark fruit made Cerberus's instinctual awareness filled with fear. Additionally, Law's Conqueror's Haki, which was even more domineering than Shamrock's, made Cerberus submit and change allegiance in just a few seconds. Moreover, Law's ability to listen to all things and his observation Haki communicated more smoothly with Cerberus's instinctual awareness than with Shamrock. Watching the 3 heads of Cerberus displaying obedient behavior, Law immediately revealed a satisfied smile. These devil fruit weapons are easy to change owners. They are completely different from those divine weapons in fantasy worlds that require a connection of minds and souls. Devil fruit weapons do not need to kill the original owner or any blood pact to recognize a new master. They can be directly subdued. Of course, the drawbacks are also obvious. If they are snatched away while in one's hands, these devil fruit weapons can quickly betray and break free from control. These devil fruit weapons are basically produced by Vegapunk, like Mr. Four's sausage dog cannon from Baroque Works, Spandam's elephant sword, and the New Navy's Zoro's alpaca cannon. These devil fruit weapons have flowed out from the world government through various transactions and gifts, appearing before their new masters. They can be used directly after a little bit of mutual understanding is cultivated. Shamrock dodged Loki's fierce attack again, angrily looking up at Law in the sky. When he saw his beloved Cerberus knife, which had already been obediently flattering Law, it instantly made the high and mighty leader of the God Knights turn pale, as if he had been cuckolded. "You rogue Law, I swear to kill you." Shamrock had never felt such anger. Even when Saint Newhouse and Saint Co were killed, and his military officer was captured, he did not feel as bad as losing his beloved knife. "Ahaha, you have no chance to kill him. Your little life is mine." Their lives also belong to this sun god. Loki laughed maniacally, and the Iron Thunder Ragnarok erupted with endless lightning, violently bombarding Shamrock. This red-haired celestial dragon, that day, took advantage of him being locked to the war tree with Seastone. Not only did he kill his ferocious beast friend, but he also severely injured him. This grudge must be repaid. "Shamrock, your highness, take the knife." Seeing Shamrock being forced back by Loki, a CP0 agent wielding a sword quickly threw his large knife, Onamaru Kunigami, toward Shamrock. He himself recklessly charged at Loki, trying to buy Shamrock some time to adjust. "Get lost, lackey." Loki smashed the man in the white suit away with a hammer. Iron block armed steel, just as this CP0 agent shouted the name of his technique. He was struck away by the lightning-powered Iron Thunder Ragnarok, spitting blood in mid-air, with black smoke rising from his body. Shamrock caught the CP0 servant's dagger, his face showing a hint of disdain, and hesitated for a moment before tightly gripping the hilt as if he had a cleanliness obsession. Having a large knife to use is better than having none at all. The thick armed color Haki instantly covered the large knife, turning it pitch black, with Conqueror's Haki swirling around it, and in an instant, black and red lightning erupted. "I must kill you, giant, then destroy Elbaf." Shamrock entered an unprecedented state of focus, his terrifying momentum rising repeatedly, nearing the level of the 4 emperors, almost matching the momentum of red-haired Shanks. "Seeing your face reminds me of that bastard. This time, I will not lose." Loki didn't want to lose to a pair of twin brothers. He aimed to kill Shamrock and then take revenge on red-haired Shanks. Boom! The large knife Onamaru Kunigami clashed violently with the Elbaf artifact Iron Thunder Ragnarok. Shamrock was fully committed to fighting Loki, both wanting to quickly kill each other to handle other matters. The violent battle waves were on par with the battlefield of the Gains3. Similarly, not many dared to interfere with their fight. Damn Revolutionary Army. Damn pirates. Steelbone Kong saw Dorag kill 2 God Knights in a row, and Luo Ji easily captured another God Knight, making the entire situation even more chaotic. He needed to hurry back to Mary Geos to deal with those Revolutionary Army invaders. Should he really give up the safety of the Holy Land, or believe that the remaining CP0 agents and Celestial Dragon Guards could handle those Revolutionary Army powerhouses. You old men are really tough. The armed color spikes of Aramaki pierced into Steelbone Kong, only sparking a few sparks. The exaggerated hardness of the armed color left Aramaki at a loss. Lordum, please quickly deal with Kaido and Luo-Ji. Steelbone Kong shouted to the sky, his tone filled with urgency. He saw Dorag, that despicable bastard, attacking Topman Jaggi Palace. If another God Knight fell, this war would become even more difficult. The Gorosei watched their strongest juniors fall into crisis, becoming increasingly anxious. Topman Volgali Saint watched as his most valued heir was besieged and killed by Dorag, his brutal aura skyrocketing. The terrifying high temperature on his body melted the steel giant formed by Barret, with chunks of molten iron falling to the ground. Barret's combined awakening ability couldn't withstand the terrifying temperature brought by the awakened mythical Zoan type, and it was difficult to maintain a large-scale combined state. Volgali Saint's high temperature could rival Kaido's previous Fire Dragon Torch, capable of melting everything. In addition to the high temperature, the terrifying impact of the mythical Zoan wild boar made it hard for Barret to resist. The most exaggerated part was that this mythical Zoan wild boar's Conqueror's Haki was also the top existence. A single roar of Conqueror's Haki left Barret in a terrible state. What Barret didn't know was that Volgali Saint was the leader of the Gorosei. He thought that Gaolin Saint, who charged first, was the strongest. That's why Gaolin Saint chose the strongest red count to start the battle. But now it seemed that his opponent was the strongest Gorosei. However, Barret was also a reckless madman. If Volgali Saint fully erupted, he would fight to the death with him. Let's see who fears death more. If you don't grow stronger in battle, you'll die in battle. Barret left the steel combined giant, using his devil form to fully unleash armed color Haki and Conqueror's Haki. And one iron fist directly smashed into the high-temperature iron head of the wild boar. Boom! Oh! Barret roared in anger, allowing his fist to burn with black smoke, continuing to pound the wild boar. The burns on Barret's body increased, but his Conqueror's Haki grew stronger. I am the immortal descendant of the gods. Turned to ashes in my anger. Volgali Saint continuously swung his head to ram into Barret, the high temperature on his body becoming increasingly terrifying, as if it could burn the heavens and boil the seas, wanting to turn this into ashes. Marcos Mas Saint transformed into the bird of Izano Mikoto, also seeing his direct descendant being heavily injured by the traitor Boa Hancock, a warlord of the sea. Ishao, do you really want the whole world to suffer before you're happy? Mas Saint entered his half-beast form, his sharp claws clashing violently with Ishao's supreme large knife. The extreme Dao fire line. His full beast form was restrained by the gravity fruit ability, making flying extremely difficult and hard to exert all his strength. Mas Saint knew it was difficult to take down Ishao. He realized that this blind man had a strong sense of justice and wanted to use psychological warfare to shake Ishao. I've heard from Captain Luo-Ji that your non-member human extermination competition has been held every 3 years for 800 years. Is that true? Ishao didn't stop, and at this stage of war, more words were meaningless. Mas Saint was silent for a moment. This proud Gorosei did not deny it. It seemed that the captain was right. As long as the tumor of the celestial dragons was cut away, the world would become healthier. Ishao became very serious. Before liberating the world, labor pains were inevitable. He now believed in Luo-Ji and the future of the new navy. Stubborn fool. This saint will hunt down all the remnants of the Tsangwa state and slaughter the twin Snake Island. This is all your fault. Ma Saint was filled with brutality and killing intent. He wanted to kill everyone related to Ishao, keeping him in pain. Then I must suppress you. Hearing Ma Saint's contempt for life threat, Ishao was completely enraged, wildly unleashing his gravity ability and slashing wave, wanting to completely hold Ma Saint here. Dorag, Luo-Ji, you all must die. Horse treads the world hell demon slash. Jin Xing Nejuro Saints, 4 bone legs raced, the first generation of Oni Cho crazily slashing. One Piece activist after another was cut down and frozen. Yamato teamed up with a modified Magellan, unable to suppress this unparalleled Gorosei great swordsman. If it were to say that among the old Gorosei, Volgali Saint had the strongest overall strength, then Nejuro Saint had the strongest killing ability. The peace activists sent by Robin and Violet to support Yamato were basically finished. The terrifying speed of the Hellbone horse couldn't even be blocked by Yamato. Now, his direct descendant Zambalin V. Vortices Saint was being ambushed by the traitor Rain Shinobu. Although it wasn't dangerous yet, the fall of other God Knights made Nejuro Saint increasingly anxious. The foundation of the celestial dragons couldn't be sacrificed too much. Otherwise, how could they suppress the entire world? Damn bald head. Yamato was panting, her hands gripping the wolf fang club, trembling slightly, and the white awakened flame cloud on her shoulder was flickering unpredictably. The hellish ghostly energy from the bone horse and the demonic aura from the first-generation Onizuka were both corrosive and sinister, causing Yamato's wounds to require more stamina to forcibly recover. If it weren't for the support from Magellan and the pacifists, she truly couldn't defeat this 5 Elders member. Hold on, I must hold this hellish bone horse down. Yamato's expression was incredibly determined. She had to buy time for the revolutionary army in the world of Raftel against this hellish bone horse. Perhaps that revolutionary leader would come to help soon. Big Bear and the revolutionary army were surrounding Peter Saint, and they were the team that had defeated the 5 Elders the most times. However, the immortal body of the Death Sandworm had terrifying recovery abilities. Even if Big Bear and Ivankov shattered the Death Sandworm's body time and again, this monster could still recover repeatedly. The battle was also at a standstill. On the other side, the Red Count and Gains Saint were still fighting, and it was impossible to determine a victor in a short time. Now only Doflamingo, the revolutionary leader, was expanding the battlefield, quickly assassinating other Knights of God. And in the high-altitude battlefield, dark vortices shielded the Azure Dragon Kaido from numerous Shadow Divine spears. Doflamingo once again flew up onto the head of the Azure Dragon Kaido without hesitation. Didn't you say you would come to subdue me after taking out Im? Why are you struggling so soon? Doflamingo looked at the gruesome wounds on the Azure Dragon and suddenly had a whim. He placed a hand on the dragon's scales, and a magnificent dark gold armor appeared on Kaido's dragon body. What are you doing? The Azure Dragon Kaido shouted in displeasure as he felt the battle suit armor on him. As the strongest creature in land, sea, and air, did he need this armor for protection? His dragon scales provided the hardest defense, and he had the strongest recovery ability. He didn't need any external objects. Stop whining here. Im's attack is coming. Hurry up. Pudding Dragon. Doflamingo quickly threw out huge scrolls onto the head of the dark giant dragon, and columns of water fell from the sky, flooding Tulvatsim. Even on the G1 fortress battlefield, scrolls suddenly appeared in many places, confiscating various energy attacks from the 5 Elders' 5 strongest warriors and 3 admirals, instantly transferring them to the high-altitude battlefield, bombarding the dark giant dragon. Countless powerful beings were startled by the sudden appearance of the scrolls. The war of Buddhas and Akainu Sakazuki, as well as the 5 Elders, all widened their eyes at the massive scroll projections on the ground, filled with anger and unease. The entire G1 battlefield was within the range of Doflamingo's awakened abilities, which meant he could confiscate their attacks at any time to strike at Lordum. This forced Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru to quickly think of ways to disrupt Doflamingo's awakened techniques. Ahaha, Kaido, thanks to your provocation, I've awakened the scroll fruit ability. I didn't expect the opportunity to awaken the fruit ability would also be on you. In the future, I will have more grandchildren with Yamato. Doflamingo stood on the dragon's head, like the beautiful Blink from X-Men, using his awakened scroll ability to open up space scrolls, transferring various attacks. Moreover, after Doflamingo added a set of Starforging Dragon King version Dark Gold armor battlesuit to the Azure Dragon Kaido's 10,000-meter awakened dragon body, his fruit ability unexpectedly awakened like that. This was such unreasonable and arbitrary behavior. When your strength reaches a certain level, as long as your mind will catch up with the devil fruit ability, the ability can naturally awaken. Trafalgar D, Waterlaw, and Kid both awakened suddenly during their fierce battle with the Yonko Big Mom. There was no grand eruption of a breakthrough, only the fitting infusion of mind, body, and ability, leading to a natural awakening. Doflamingo continued to strengthen the Azure Dragon Kaido with the strongest version of the Memory Metal battlesuit. Unfamiliar substances still couldn't evolve. To make the battlesuit stronger, one needed to come into contact with stronger metals or substances. Doflamingo also equipped himself with a set of battle armor, covered in various small cannon ports. Damn brat, get off my head. With the armor protection, the Azure Dragon Kaido charged towards him again, determined to fight to the death. In the end, Doflamingo was merely a support. Kaido was the true protagonist. No one could stand on the head of the king, not even Doflamingo, who was his cheap son-in-law. Ahaha, go for it. Kaido. Doflamingo, riding on the head of the Azure Dragon Kaido, showed no intention of getting off. As Kaido charged, dark energy swirled around him, laughing maniacally as they rushed towards the dark giant dragon. now that Doflamingo's scroll fruit ability and the fruit ability had awakened. The next step was to awaken the pin fruit ability and the dark fruit ability. Where was the opportunity for awakening? The opportunity lay within the battle. Damn Doflamingo! The Azure Dragon Kaido roared as he charged towards Im, his dragon mouth filled with fierce fangs, swirling with flames and lightning, biting towards the dark giant dragon. Who the hell are you? The dark giant dragon, bombarded by countless attacks, had shadow shockwaves forcefully shatter those detestable scrolls, and roared in anger. Looking at Doflamingo's dark body, it seemed to reveal a familiar figure. Hades? Impossible. The liberator of the sun god and the destroyer of the dark god Hades cannot exist. Im looked at Doflamingo charging on the dragon, filled with disbelief. He shook his dragon head, casting out the distracting thoughts. I am the only true god. Im thrust his left hand, holding the dark spear, towards the azure dragon, and his right hand, with the golden sun, smashed towards Doflamingo. Rising Dragon 64 trigrams. Thunder fire opens the heavens. The Azure Dragon Kaido crashed into the Shadow Divine Spear and Im's body, his eyes filled with madness. Liberation. Black Sun. Doflamingo, fueled by an unknown passion, actually faced Im's terrifying sun head-on. The horrific dark energy erupted instinctively, forming a black hole sun that charged towards the golden sun. This collision of seemingly fated suns erupted into a terrifying explosion that shook the heavens and the earth. The explosion from Doflamingo, Kaido, and Im ignited the entire sky. The sky tore and collapsed, as if the end of the world, with fragments of the sun and dark matter falling towards the G1 fortress and the sea. All the powerful beings looked up in shock at the sky. Even the proud and arrogant strongmen like Whitebeard and the Red Count felt a shudder. This had exceeded their imagination. This seemed to belong to the realm of gods. At the edge of the glacier battlefield, is it the sun god, Hades? The giants on the 3 giant warships looked fearfully at the collision of the suns in the sky, as if they recalled the Hades that brought destruction and war in the apocalyptic mural. Was the sun god Nika divided into white Nika and black Nika? The king of hell, Rayleigh, had a serious expression. This seemed a bit different from the prophecies of Laughtale. We are waiting for white Nika. Jabba frowned. He felt that I'm holding the sun, and Doflamingo, embodying darkness, could not possibly be Hades. Hades should be the corrupted sun god Nika, not another ability user. What is that over there? How is it the same as Doflamingo? This Luo-Ji looks more like Nika. A giant suddenly shouted and looked towards the distant battlefield. Everyone forcibly retracted their horrified collision in the sky, looking in astonishment at the battle near the Night of God. That was the legendary giant serpent, J. Remungender. What kind of ability user is that Knight of God? Jabba looked towards Shepherd Saint, Somaz Saint, and Crocodile, observing the battle on the side of Doflamingo. Somaz Saint could actually summon the illusion of the giant serpent J. Remungender. Moreover, many humanoid monsters appeared to attack Crocodile and the others. I didn't expect that the ones you fear the most are all Luo-Ji. Doflamingo, you abandoned dog, both afraid of Luo-Ji and Nika. Your fears have turned into a mess. You don't think Luo-Ji is the solar god Nika, the nemesis of gods, do you? Somaz Saint watched various forms of Luo-Ji fiercely attacking the sand crocodile duo. These were the very things that Crocodile and Doflamingo feared the most deep down. Even the modified Doflamingo still feared Luo-Ji deep in his memories. It was just a bit chaotic. After materializing that fear, the solar god Luo-Ji actually appeared. Among them was a bizarre Luo-Ji surrounded by white flame clouds and a dark body. Among the Luo-Ji that instilled fear in the two were armored Luo-Ji, 3-headed, 6-armed Luo-Ji, dark god Luo-Ji, and even a Pluto battleship version of Luo-Ji. Most of these were the fear illusions of Crocodile. There was also one wearing a captain's hat with golden hair and a white beard attacking Crocodile, while Kaido of the 100 Beasts and a certain arrogant celestial dragon were attacking Doflamingo. Bastard, what kind of ability is this? Am I that afraid of Luo-Ji and Whitebeard? Fake. It's all fake. Crocodile completely broke down, cursing madly. He had never feared Luo-Ji, nor had he ever feared Whitebeard. It was just that he was being beaten back by these materialized fear illusions, his cigar trembling slightly in his mouth. The modified Doflamingo was actually in fear, his combat power greatly reduced, while Somaz Saint single-handedly pummeled Crocodile and Doflamingo. First, let us take some interest from you. Somaz Saint thought of the defeated Newhouse Saint and Coke Saint, as well as the captured Junzi, his eyes filled with killing intent. He quickly seized Doflamingo and crushed his head, then completely obliterated Crocodile. Crocodile spat out blood, his entire golden hook arm shattered, heavily injured and fleeing, rapidly turning into a sandstorm, escaping the battlefield in a sorry state, disappearing before everyone. You run fast. Somaz Saint gritted his teeth and searched for the fleeing crocodile. Then looking at Doflamingo's headless corpse on the ground, he directly blew it up. Former celestial dragon, former warlord of the sea, former king of Dressrosa, former emperor of the underground darkness, Ten Yakuza, Joker, Doflamingo, dead. Somaz Saint immediately rushed towards other battlefields as the fear manifestations of Crocodile and Doflamingo gradually disappeared. In fact, not only was Doflamingo, the former celestial dragon, afraid of the solar god Nika, but even Junzi and other knights of God deep down also feared this solar god Nika. The celestial dragons truly feared this legendary liberator, the solar god, who could completely end their rule and annihilate all celestial dragons. Amid the intense shock waves of the high-altitude collision, three figures quickly fell, but they soon stabilized their forms and confronted each other again. Ahaha! So the awakening opportunity of the Dark Fruit's ability is actually on you. Luo Ji spat out blood. His whole body burned, emitting a meaty aroma. His battle armor completely burned away, dark energy frantically devouring the solar flames on him. Yet at this moment, he laughed maniacally, his eyes shining with brilliance. The Dark Fruit's ability seemed to be a natural nemesis of solar energy. Using the stolen solar ability, instead catalyzed Luo Ji's Dark Fruit ability to rapidly strengthen and awaken. Luo Ji knew that the awakening of the Dark Fruit's ability was within the life and death battle with him. Little Ji, don't yell here. You don't have the sustained combat power of a mythical Zoan. Obediently assist me. Once I defeat him and dominate the world, I'll give you a territory of the sea. Kaido of the 100 Beasts was also spitting blood, his whole body injured. But he did not forget Luo Ji's previous disrespect and immediately retorted back. Impossible. The prophecies are not yours. Im's decayed injuries rapidly healed. Looking at Luo Ji and Kaido with a furious gaze, he had prepared for hundreds of years to deal with the solar god Nika, only to face the Azure Dragon Kaido and the Dark Luo Ji. This not only completely deviated from the prophecies left by the Great Kingdom, but also greatly reduced the effectiveness of many techniques he had developed specifically against the solar god Nika. Damn Joy Boy. He actually deceived the whole world. Im resented Joy Boy even more, not expecting Joy Boy to play so big, deceiving all those who came before him. The true threat to Im was the dark god Luo Ji, not the solar god Nika. The so-called prophecies of Joy Boy and the Elbaf prophecy were all fake. Watching Luo Ji quickly recover while taking drugs, Im felt a stronger killing intent than when he thought of killing Joy Boy. This kid was smarter than Joy Boy, that stupid brute, and his dark abilities were more troublesome than the solar god's abilities. Don't waste, don't waste. Luo Ji waved out scrolls, quickly catching the splattered blood of the awakened divine beasts, the Azure Dragon Kaido and the Dark Dragon. With your essence blood, I shall paint my battle beasts. Luo Yi, having consumed the blood crystal dandelions, had not fully recovered from his injuries, yet excitedly began to use this blood to draw a powerful super-painted Azure Dragon and a super-painted Black Dragon. Here it comes, here it comes. Luo Yi, like a mad painter, wildly painted two blood-red, ferocious beasts in the void. This action resembled how Monkey D. Luffy rapidly thumped his chest and heart before awakening, stimulating the drum of liberation, entering the state of the solar god Nika. Had I known it would be so easy to awaken my abilities by battling you, I should have started the world war earlier. Luo Ji grew increasingly manic. With the awakening of the scroll fruit ability and the service fruit ability, the pen fruit ability also welcomed its awakening. Void painting, turning the void into reality, the finishing touch, the divine stroke. From now on, whatever he wanted, he could paint it. At this moment, he had uniquely become a god, not through the powerful mythical zone ability, but as a superhuman god of painting and creation. But 3 awakenings of superhuman abilities were not enough. He needed to awaken a more powerful world-destroying dark power, becoming the new dark god. Where there is sunlight, there is darkness. This is an eternal truth. You actually possess 4 devil fruit abilities, and awaken 3 abilities in one day. Kaido of the 100 Beasts looked at Luo Ji, his cheap son-in-law, in disbelief, his eyes filled with incredulity. Feeling the 2 drawn Azure Dragon and Black Dragon, their auras possessed about 60 to 70% of their battle power. leaving Kaido immensely shocked. Their blood, combined with Luoji's awakened abilities, could actually create such powerful puppet images. Not only do I want to awaken 3 abilities, I also want to awaken a 4th dark power. Luoji felt an unprecedented power surging within him. Even as Conqueror's Haki was continuously rising, with exaggerated black and red lightning making the very space around him seem illusory. Seeing Luoji's transformation, Im's expression grew increasingly grim. If Luoji were to break through at this moment and reach the peak state of Joy Boy from back in the day, the teleportation mark on Im's body could potentially be destroyed, forcing him back to Mariehua. There was even a chance that one of the Gorosei and Steelbone Kong would also be teleported back. If that happened, the war would come to an immediate end. I can't let him continue to grow stronger. The dark dragon that him transformed into instantly launched an attack. No matter what, he had to kill Luoji. The importance of Kaido, the Azure Dragon, was nothing compared to even a hair of Luoji. Once Luoji was dead, Kaido would simply be a punching bag for him. Azure Dragon, Black Dragon, go! Kaido, hurry and charge in. Luoji sensed Im's intense killing intent and immediately understood his intentions. However, it was too late for him to realize that Luoji was more dangerous than the sun god Nika. Luoji quickly dispatched the super drawing beasts while simultaneously void scrolls appeared around him once again, his battle armor reappearing, shrouded in dark energy. Damn Luoji, don't tell me what to do. Once we take down him, we'll split the world. Kaido cursed as he charged towards the dark dragon without hesitation, wanting to personally kill him. Originally, he had planned to subdue Luoji after defeating him and dominate the world, giving Luoji a share of the 4 seas or the Grand Line. But now, Luoji had earned his recognition through strength, and he was willing to share the world with Luoji. On the G1 battlefield, the strong warriors saw 2 monsters appearing out of thin air, their auras rivaling those of the awakened mythical Zoan-type users among the Gorosei, sending chills down their spines. The Godslayer Luoji's ability to conjure monsters was terrifying, rivaling that of the Gorosei. What kind of horrifying ability was this? The Knight of God, Soma's Saint, looked at the 2 super drawing beasts in utter shock. His ability could manifest the fears of his enemies, turning the intangible into the tangible. Yet Luoji could draw whatever he wanted with such realism and strength. The gap between their devil fruit abilities was too great. However, he couldn't afford to worry about the aerial battlefield anymore. He believed Lord M would surely defeat Luoji and Kaido. He had to rush to rescue Kaji Palace and St. Cox, who were being besieged by Dragon and the Pirate Empress. The Knight of God could not afford to lose more members. He had to exterminate those despicable pirates and the vile revolutionary army. As the world destroyer, the Beryl and the Pirate Empress attacked St. Cox, getting closer to his battlefield. Soma's Saint decided to save St. Cox first. Release your fears, ants. Soma's Saint's ability incantation activated, covering the 3 members of the Pirate Empress. In an instant, bizarre humanoid monsters formed, many of which were distorted celestial dragons wearing bubble glass helmets. Boa Hancock, do you fear so many celestial dragons? Have you seen that many celestial dragons? Who exactly are you? Soma's Saint looked at these manifestations of fear in astonishment, when suddenly, a shocking thought flashed through his mind. Was the Pirate Empress a survivor of the human purge competition? Or had she once been a slave to the celestial dragons? Ah, damn celestial dragons. The Pirate Empress was furious, as she once again saw the most terrifying scum of celestial dragons deep within her heart, even though she had already broken through her shadows. Why did she still feel fear at this moment? Was it the devil fruit ability of that celestial dragon? No, I can't be afraid of those pig-like celestial dragons anymore. Or else Lord Luoji will surely be very disappointed. For the sake of Lord Luoji, I will kill all of you. The fluctuating Conqueror's Haki of the Pirate Empress erupted wildly, her aura so immense that it left Soma's Saint and St. Cox, the sheep-head demon, wide-eyed. How could this woman suddenly become unreasonable and grow stronger, just like Luoji? Could it be that the Pirate Empress was also awakening her abilities and breaking through the realm of Conqueror's Haki? At the edge of the glacier battlefield, seeing Luoji and Kaido awakening and growing stronger, actually managing to block that mysterious king of the world, Rayleigh and Jabba from the remnants of the Roger Pirates felt a significant sense of anticipation. If they could kill him today and bring down the world government, it would be considered a victory for the era of great pirates. The difference was that Luoji and Kaido liberated the world, rather than the prophesied sun god Nika. They no longer felt such an attachment to the permanent pointer to Raftel. However, Shanks felt a bit uncomfortable watching the celestial dragons fall into a disadvantage. For some reason, his emotions became tangled. He had been keeping an eye on St. Garen, who was fighting against the Red Count, and Shamrock, who was fighting to the death against Loki. Dragon was an incredible ninja. Once he seized the opportunity, his methods were so decisive and clean. Ben Beckman admired as yet another Knight of God was about to die at Dragon's hands. Perhaps today's best killer would be Dragon, the Revolutionary Army leader who had endured for more than 20 years. Unexpectedly, the Pirate Empress not only withdrew from the Warlords of the Sea, but also joined Luo Ji's side, her Conqueror's Haki becoming so strong. Luo Ji was truly a monster. The strong ones who joined his side also became monsters. What kind of charm and aura was this? Jesus Burgess was filled with curiosity about the transformation of the Pirate Empress. Those former Warlords of the Sea who joined Luo Ji didn't seem that strong before. The likes of Brook, Izo, Yamato, and these previously unknown characters became exceedingly powerful after being discovered by Luo Ji. Could this be what it means to gather the strong together? To be honest, they felt that Luo Ji's charm seemed to have surpassed that of their boss, Shanks. If Luo Ji and Kaido took down the king of the world, their goal would only be the domination of the world, and the permanent pointer to Raftel would seem to be of no use. Luffy bit into a chicken leg and muttered that their plan to destroy the permanent pointer might not even be worth mentioning in Luo Ji's eyes. Luo Ji's goal was never to find the One Piece and become the Pirate King, but rather to take down the Celestial Dragons and the world government. Shanks remained silent, lost in thought and hesitation. On the G1 battlefield, Violet and Nico Robin quickly summoned their previous allies, Moonlight Moria and Ninetails Fox Catherine, to assist the Pirate Empress. They united with the World Destroyer and the Barrel, making every effort to take down St. Marcus Cox and Shepherd Somas Saint. On the other battlefield, Dragon had successfully dealt a heavy blow to Topman Kaji Palace and was about to finish off this female Knight of God. Dragon, wait, this celestial dragon is mine. Consider it a big favor owed to you. Hanavza shouted hurriedly, wanting to claim the credit for defeating this Knight of God. This battle could determine his future position within Luo Ji's world group. Hanavza did not want to return empty-handed. That bastard crocodile was already heavily injured and had retreated, and he had also taken down Doflamingo, the puppet cyborg. He wanted to seize the position of the leader of the Cross Guild. All right, don't give her any chance. Dorag glanced at the heavily injured Kaji Palace and chose to do a favor for Hanavza. Perhaps there would be unexpected gains in the future. Ha ha ha. Thanks. I will speak well of the Revolutionary Army in front of Commander Luaji. Hanavza excitedly took the Tyrant King to deal with the heavily injured Knight of God. If this cooked duck could escape, then he wouldn't have to mix in the Luaji world group anymore. Dorag quickly scanned the other Knights of God. He didn't want to get involved in the war between Shamrock and Loki. After all, that guy was the blood brother of red-haired Shanks. He also didn't want to interfere in the battle between Range Shiryu and Enel, because these two were both short-tempered bastards, and helping them would only bring trouble. The two Knights of God that the Pirate Empress was dealing with didn't seem to need his help either. Dorag observed the battles between the Navy, the Whitebeard Pirates, the Beast Pirates, and the Big Mom Pirates. He didn't want to deal with that either. He watched the fierce battle in the sky and then transformed into a storm, rushing towards the battlefield of the Five Elders. Perhaps he could work with Kuma and Ivankov to take down a Five Elder and severely damage the Celestial Dragon's foundation. Immortal Body? Dorag wanted to see if the Five Elders were really immortal. Luaji had already taken down a Five Elder on Egghead Island. Dorag was also capable of doing the same. What Luaji could do, Dorag could also do. If the tiger goes, so can I. All the pirate forces in the New World believed that the scales of victory were about to tilt in their favor. Perhaps today would be a historic day of change. The Navy and the Celestial Dragons grew increasingly anxious, and the allied nations of the world began to panic. If the world government were to collapse, would this world enter an era of pirate rule? How chaotic would the situation be then? Just minutes ago, outside the G1 battlefield, the Revolutionary Army ship Wintergram was cruising when it encountered a giant island whale over 400 meters long. In the shocked eyes of the Revolutionary Army on the ship, a small sailing ship with a goat head several dozen meters long was spewed out from the mouth of the island whale, crashing straight into the dragonhead gram. In an instant, the goat head at the bow of the Mary was broken off and flew out, while the Wintergram was also knocked out with a hole. A figure sitting on the goat head shot into the gram with a whoosh due to the massive impact. Straw Hat Pirates? How did you get here? Labu, what are you doing? Who told you to bring them here? Colokas was so furious at the sudden appearance of the Mary that he nearly exploded. Ugh, Labu whined pitifully. Luffy and the others said they wanted to help him find Brook, so he secretly brought the Straw Hat Pirates along. After all, more helpers mean more paths. What a sin. Coloccus looked at these weak burdens and felt his head swell. He couldn't even guarantee his own safety, and these newcomers who had just entered the Grand Line could die at any moment from the aftermath of the war. Oh no, Luffy got blasted away. Nami screamed, and Zoro and Sanji quickly went to look for Luffy. If Luffy, an ability user, fell into the sea, he would drown in no time. Usopp anxiously watched the broken head of the Mary. The ship that Kaya had given them was now headless. Mary. Usopp didn't immediately go to look for Luffy, but frantically tried to salvage the white goat head of the Mary. This broken white goat head even personified a bit of cold sweat and fear. Sailing with these guys is really thrilling. Meanwhile, inside the cabin of the Graham, a disheveled straw hat Luffy and a weak Iron Fist Carp stared at each other wide-eyed. Grandpa, what are you doing here? Luffy, what are you doing here? This pair of oblivious grandfather and grandson panicked and shouted. Amid Carp's scolding, Straw Hat Luffy rescued his grandfather. Moreover, from Carp's mouth, he learned that he had been kidnapped by a bastard son and urgently needed Luffy's help. Afraid of getting beaten, Luffy forgot about Carp's Navy identity and quickly carried him out of the Graham. The small cadres and squad leaders of the Revolutionary Army quickly surrounded the little pirate who had taken their leader's father hostage. Dorag entrusted Carp's safety to them. They couldn't let anything happen to Carp. Thus, Straw Hat Luffy got into a fight with the Revolutionary Army. Soon, Zoro and Sanji also joined the battle. Coloccus watched Dorag's Revolutionary Army subordinates attacking Dorag's son, and his face darkened. The most outrageous thing was that this bastard Carp was still cheering. Coloccus, the ship doctor of the Roger Pirates, was quite familiar with this old bastard Carp. What a troublesome family. Hey, orange-haired little girl, hurry up and bring me some food. I am your captain's most beloved and powerful grandfather. Iron Fist Carp looked at the battle between the three of the Straw Hat Pirates and the Revolutionary Army and felt that Luffy was still lacking a bit. So he quickly ordered Nami to bring him food to recover his strength. Nami, who was hiding, pointed at herself in terror. But after thinking for a moment, she chose to trust this old man. Hey, that revolutionary with the hat. Luffy is the biological son of your leader. Do you dare to hit him so hard? Even if I don't kill you, Dorag will punish you. Carp exposed Straw Hat Luffy's identity without any concern for the trouble. What? He is Dorag's son? Hearing Carp's voice, the Revolutionary Army's small strongmen immediately restrained themselves, not daring to hit the Straw Hat pirate too hard. After all, the elites of the Revolutionary Army who had come to fight in the New World would have some level of Haki. And also, Coloccus, I see you, you old bastard. Hurry up and treat me. I helped your bastard captain take care of Ace for so many years, and now I'm almost done for my old age. If you don't help me treat it, when I see Roger in the underworld, he will scold you to death. Iron Fist Carp felt that just food was not enough to recover quickly. If Coloccus, this famous doctor, helped him eliminate the effects of the weakening potion, he would recover faster. You really owe your whole family. Coloccus cursed, feeling overwhelmed by a straw hat brat, and Iron Fist Carp was even more shameless. He actually used Roger's favor to blackmail him. However, this Navy Carp had managed to preserve Roger's bloodline and was now even imprisoned. This did indeed give Coloccus a lot to think about. Coloccus jumped onto the Graham to give Carp an urgent diagnosis and treatment, roughly injecting him with a few vials of medicine. Remember, I have never owed that guy Roger anything. I only helped you because you took care of Ace. Old bastard, goodbye. After saving Carp, Coloccus didn't know if it would affect Rayleigh and Shanks' plans or the situation of the war. He could only avoid worrying and directly return to Labu to leave, going to find Rayleigh and the others. The Straw Hat Pirates are left to you, old bastard. Luffy, you all need to take care of yourselves and don't get involved in this war. Before leaving, Kuroka's reminded the Straw Hat Luffy, the little guy who inherited Roger and Shanksville. He didn't want to get involved anymore. Thank you, Uncle. And Laboon, while fighting against the Revolutionary Army soldiers. Straw Hat Luffy laughed and thanked Kuroka's. Oh no, Carp is about to recover. One by one, the elite members of the Revolutionary Army felt a great sense of unease. If Iron Fist Carp regains his strength, how could they possibly defeat this naval hero? You can leave now. I'll have a good talk with your leader about education. After taking Kuroka's special potion and eating meat to recover his strength, Carp even crushed the sea stone handcuffs and shackles on his body. As the overwhelming aura of Iron Fist Carp erupted, everyone looked at this old man in terror. So strong. Nami didn't expect Luffy's grandfather to be so strong. His mere presence blew her away. Even Zoro and Sanji were sweating on their foreheads. Straw Hat Luffy recalled the days when he was beaten by the iron fist of love and swallowed hard. Damn it, we didn't complete the task the leader assigned us. What should we do? We retreat. After a quick exchange among several junior members of the Revolutionary Army, they realized they couldn't defeat Carp. Moreover, Carp is the leader's father, and Straw Hat Luffy is the leader's son. They couldn't care less about that. Amid Carp's laughter and the wary gazes of the Straw Hat pirates, the Revolutionary Army tidied up and drove the Winter Graham away to report to Dragon. Carp followed Straw Hat Luffy back to the decapitated Going Merry. Luffy, Kuroka's was right. You all are too weak, so don't get involved in this war. Just take me to that glacier and leave. Iron Fist Carp wanted to teach Luffy, who went to sea to become a pirate, a lesson. But the current situation in the Navy was very precarious, and he didn't have time to educate Luffy. Besides, Luffy was already a pirate with a bounty, and everything was irreversible. Most importantly, Luffy's rubber devil fruit ability seemed to resemble that of the sun god Nika. This idiot grandson had already entered the Celestial Dragon's kill list. Carp no longer thought Luffy could become a Navy. He couldn't even protect himself. Forget it. As long as Luffy can live safely, let him be a pirate. How is that possible? I'm here for the permanent pointer to Raftel. This kind of convenient pointer, without adventure, shouldn't exist. Straw Hat Luffy shouted earnestly, but all he received was the iron fist of love. The Straw Hat pirates looked at Luffy, who had bumps on his head and was rolling his eyes in pain, terrified of this old man. As a rubber man, Luffy was beaten so badly. Under Carp's threat, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and Usopp rode like madmen, bringing Carp to the glacier. Protect your captain well, and leave here. Carp stepped off the Going Merry, leaving behind a burst of laughter. Nami, looking at the terrifying war in the sky, punched the eager Zoro, giving him a few bumps, and ordered Sanji and Usopp to row away from this sea area in fear. Such a terrifying war was indeed not a battle they could participate in. After rowing quite a distance, Straw Hat Luffy finally woke up. As soon as he woke up, he shouted to go back. He wanted to grab the permanent pointer to Raftel. In the heated argument among the five, Luffy, supported by Zoro, successfully used the captain's highest decision-making power. However, at Nami's pleading, they decided to assess the actual situation before quietly sneaking onto the battlefield. Nami and Usopp stayed on the ship, ready to retreat at any moment. Iron Fist Carp rushed to the battlefield near the War of the Gods. In his current identity, he didn't have time to care about the Gorosei and the Night of God. He only went to help his old friends, Wano and Tsuru. Ha! Wasn't Iron Fist Carp imprisoned by the Celestial Dragons? How'd he end up here? Morgans thought the battle situation had tilted toward the pirates, but unexpectedly, the naval hero Iron Fist Carp suddenly appeared. This guy might create another miracle and overturn the entire battlefield, right? In fact, Morgans had learned some details about the God Valley War. Back then, it was Iron Fist Carp and Roger who defeated the previous generation's New World Overlord, Rox. They are both part of the D-Clan, now that Carp had been imprisoned by the Celestial Dragons. Would this D-Clan still help the world government suppress the war initiated by Roger? Roger also seemed to claim to be part of the D-Clan at the beginning. Could the internal conflict of the D-Clan continue? Things were getting more and more interesting. Ha! Morgans immediately ordered a live newsbird to track Iron Fist Carp. This naval hero might really create miracles. Would fate repeat itself? Could Carp become the key point for the Navy's comeback? With Carp's appearance, not only did Dragon, who had just joined the siege against the Death Sandworm, get shocked, but even the eager red-haired pirates and remnants of the Roger pirates also held back from taking action again. This battle had introduced an unstable factor. They could hold on a little longer to find the most advantageous moment to strike. Perhaps they could wait for both sides to suffer losses, and then they could settle it in one battle. Dragon felt a bit anxious if the world government knew that Carp was rescued by him. He wondered if they would settle the score later. After all, Dragon knew that Roger had used a lot of public opinion warfare to limit Carp's actions, inducing the Celestial Dragons to imprison Carp. Dragon rescued Carp, but didn't keep an eye on him, which had already disrupted Roger's grand plan. For this, Dragon felt incredibly helpless. It was not enough to repay a little favor to Hanavza. Troubling father, incompetent subordinates, left Dragon mentally exhausted. What Dragon didn't know was that his weak and foolish son had quietly snuck into the dangerous battlefield, intending to seize the permanent pointer to Raftel. He wondered how he would feel when he saw Straw Hat Luffy. Charging into the battlefield, Carp ignored Akainu, who was fighting Whitebeard one-on-one, and was too lazy to care about the Yellow Monkey, who was being attacked by Marco the Phoenix, Ace the Fire Fist, and Diamond Jozu. However, Upon seeing Akiji being attacked by the three disasters, Iron Fist Carp decisively stepped in to help his big disciple. With a terrifying Conqueror's Haki shockwave, he sent the awakened Drought Jack flying. Scared, Plague Queen strategically retreated thousands of meters away. Carp's appearance instantly boosted the morale of the Navy. After all, this was a naval hero who had created countless miracles, the faith of countless sailors. Carp's participation startled Big Mom. Her Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates, lacking Kaido, didn't have enough manpower to deal with the three great powers, the War of the Gods, Iron Fist Carp, and Akiji Kazan. Damn Carp, you have already been imprisoned like a dog by the celestial dragons. Since you've escaped, don't show yourself. How shameless can you be? Big Mom cursed and immediately ordered a withdrawal. She realized that capturing Sengoku the Buddha was far too difficult. It would be more worthwhile to slaughter a few more god knights like Dracula Mihawk. I only fight to protect the future of justice. Carp believes he is not fighting for the celestial dragons and the world government. He is fighting for the justice of the pacifist navy. This is what he considers true justice. Carp's belief in Conqueror's Haki is my justice. As long as I believe it is the right thing, I will not hesitate. Carp. Sengoku the Buddha looked at Carp with guilt, not expecting that they would still rely on Carp for rescue. Even if Carp achieved great merit on the battlefield, under the celestial dragon's targeting, it was highly likely he wouldn't return to the Navy. This made Sengoku feel even more guilty towards Carp. However, after preparing for this war, he was also ready to retire. The future Navy would be left to Akainu, who was favored by the celestial dragons. He wanted to retire alongside Carp, believing that the world government would grant him and Carp a stable retirement life due to Carp's strength and achievements, as well as Sengoku's contributions. No more nonsense. Drive those pirates out of the Navy fortress. Iron Fist Carp showed no mercy towards the strong members of the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates, launching a violent attack. Damn Carp, we will avenge you against the Five Elders and the God Knights. Don't be foolish and intervene. Big Mom scolded Carp as he launched his heavy punches and ordered the two major pirate crews to abandon the pacifist navy and head towards other battlefields. Watching the pirates retreat from the command battlefield of G1, Iron Fist Carp truly did not pursue them further. You better kill a few more celestial dragons. Iron Fist Carp muttered softly. But facing the two major pirate crews, the Five Elders and the God Knights, he quickly scolded Sengoku the Buddha to block these strong opponents. Even Steelbone Kong began ordering Sengoku and Carp to join the battle. I will no longer protect those pigs. Carp refused Steelbone Kong's order and ignored Sengoku the Buddha's pleading gaze. Seeing that Carp was not wholeheartedly fighting for the world government, Dracula Mihawk felt a bit relieved. At least there was still something to salvage. However, what Dracula Mihawk never expected was to see his son appear on the terrifying battlefield with the Beast Pirates and Barrett. This not only shocked Dracula Mihawk, but also broke the resolve of the Red Hair Pirates, who rushed into the battlefield. Meanwhile, Luffy and Kurokas had just found them, ready to regroup. But Straw Hat Luffy was the first to show up. I think I saw that guy in the newspaper. The eternal pointer to Raftel is in his hand. Straw Hat Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji cautiously observed and wandered around the battlefield until Straw Hat Luffy spotted Barrett. This was the man who previously appeared in the newspaper headlines holding the eternal pointer. Straw Hat Luffy charged straight towards Barrett's battlefield, with Zoro and Sanji unable to hold him back. Hand over the eternal pointer to Raftel. I am the man who will become the Pirate King. Gum Gum Rocket. Straw Hat Luffy, like an ant charging into a battle between lions and tigers, rushed into the battlefield with an indomitable spirit and simultaneously attacked both opponents. This scene made Dracula Mihawk, who was dealing with the death sandworm in the adjacent battlefield, feel his scalp tingle. What kind of sin has he committed to have both a reckless father and a brainless son like the dragon and Luffy? Did all the intelligence and wisdom of the Monkey D clan concentrate on him? At this moment, Dracula Mihawk and red-haired Shanks rushed desperately towards the battlefield to save this godlike, courageous heir and bearer of will, through his awakened ability covering the entire G1 battlefield. Trafalgar Law also witnessed this scene. A smile appeared on Trafalgar Law's face. He knew the war was about to escalate completely. Where did this idiot come from? Barrett completely ignored Straw Hat Luffy's soft attacks. Without even Haki, the attack couldn't break his skin in its normal state. Moreover, he was now in his strongest devil form, surrounded by both Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki. He might not even need to use Haki to rebound. The terrifying high temperature of the beast monsters had already incinerated this ant that rushed over. Gum Gum, Fruit Ability, Monkey D. Luffy, Sun God Nika, Topman Wokuli, an old Five Elder, quickly recognized the Straw Hat Kid. In an instant, endless killing intent erupted. Wokuli's killing intent towards Straw Hat Luffy immediately surpassed that of Barrett. He wanted to eliminate this hidden danger while the sun god Nika had not yet awakened and was still weak. For Lord M, he would completely eliminate this threat. Wokuli directly took Barrett's fierce attack head-on and charged towards Straw Hat Luffy, the sun god Nika user. Turn to ashes. Nika. Temperature Conqueror's Haki roar. An even more terrifying temperature erupted from Wokuli, and the horrifying high temperature accompanied by the sound waves of Conqueror's Haki swept towards Straw Hat Luffy. As the high temperature sound waves passed through, a semicircular magma passage appeared on the ground, and the surrounding earth was crushed by the pressure of Conqueror's Haki. This move from Wokuli was his ultimate long-range attack, with an unparalleled attacking power. Only when facing this terrifying temperature and Conqueror's Haki did Straw Hat Luffy realize the vast gap between him and his enemy. So hot, so painful. Straw Hat Luffy's rubber hands were instantly burned and smoking from the high temperature, quickly retracting, and his pupils shrank into black needles. I'm sorry. I'm gonna die. Run. Zoro. Sanji. Straw Hat Luffy struggled to turn back, forcing a smile as he shouted at Zoro and Sanji. His clothes were melting and burning, and his iconic straw hat was also emitting black smoke. Spare me. Super God Avoidance. A red figure rushed over at high speed, the voice filled with urgency, with a red griffin sword energy slicing through. Stop. Wind God Fury. Sun Wind Barrier. A wall of wind, almost tangible, descended from the sky, blocking in front of Straw Hat Luffy, comparable to the strongest defensive barrier fruit ability. Dracul Mihawk rushed to Straw Hat Luffy's side, using his body to shield him from the violent energy backlash. Ugh! Dracul Mihawk's green cloak and clothes were instantly reduced to ashes, revealing his black armament Haki-covered back. But he still spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering it on Straw Hat Luffy's face. His black armament Haki body even showed signs of burns. Dracul Mihawk's urgent rescue left him seriously injured, but also proved the terrifying power of Wokuli, the head of the Five Elders. Red-haired Shanks' God Avoidance Griffin dispersed part of the thermal sound wave and even charged towards Wokuli, pushing the formidable beast monster back several dozen meters. Barrett's powerful punch struck the head of the pig-faced Feng Shi, shattering a tusk and sending it flying hundreds of meters. Feng Shi spat out blood, his pig face mangled. However, as the flying Wajili Saint saw that the sun god Nika was still alive, his anger surged. Shanks! Wajili Saint shouted in fury. He could understand Drago saving the Straw Hat Kid, but why did red-haired Shanks have to save the sun god Nika, his divine enemy? He was unhappy with Drago and Barrett, but he hated Shanks, the traitor of the Celestial Dragons, even more. I'm sorry. I have my reasons. Red-haired Shanks murmured to himself, looking at Luffy, who was being held by Drago, and slowly sheathed his beloved sword, Griffin. Ahaha! The last of the Five Emperors finally entered the battle. Shanks, you want to become the Pirate King too? Barrett looked at the familiar red-haired kid, feeling a bit of pressure from the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki. He never expected that the gentle intern from back then had grown into a ruler during the 20 years he spent in prison. No wonder Roger and Rayleigh valued this kid so much. It's no surprise Roger entrusted that straw hat to Shanks early on. Shanks indeed had that potential. However, Barrett now needed to prove that he was absolutely not inferior to Shanks. Why did Roger and Rayleigh value Shanks so much but refuse to teach him Conqueror's Haki? After all, back when he was in the Roger Pirates, his strength was countless times stronger than Shanks, and he was only 6 years older. Senior Barrett, I'm not particularly interested in the title of Pirate King for now, but could you hand over that permanent log post to me? Red-haired Shanks' eyes began to firm up as he looked at Barrett with a dominating aura. You want the permanent log pose? Defeat me first, and follow the rules of the match. Barrett grinned, his fighting spirit ignited as he stared at red-haired Shanks, ready to attack. Ah, what surprise. How did this happen at such a time? Just then, Rayleigh, the Dark King, Jabba, and the cadres of the red-haired pirates appeared around Shanks. Barrett, long time no see. Kid. Rayleigh and Jabba looked at Barrett, reminiscent of their past as partners. Barrett could call Shanks a kid, and Jabba was also qualified to call Barrett kid. Rayleigh, Jabba, you old geezers are still alive. Come on, let's have a good fight today. Seeing these familiar strong figures appear, Barrett grew even more excited. This was the purpose of his Pirate Expo, to bring out strong fighters from all sides. Yura, after the marine hero, Iron Fist Carp, appeared. The last of the Five Emperors has also shown up, and the right-hand men of Pirate King Roger have appeared too. It's Dark King Rayleigh and Jabba. Kill. We pirates are guaranteed to win. Countless pirates erupted in cheers, while the Marines' recently ignited counterattack was once again extinguished, and fear spread anew. On the Marine side, they gained Iron Fist Carp, but on the pirate side, they gained the Red Hair Pirates and a batch of remnants from the Roger Pirates. Wasn't this aiming for the lives of the world government and the Marines? However, it seemed that Barrett and red-haired Shanks, along with Dark King Rayleigh, were preparing to fight. This allowed Steelbone Kong and Sengoku to breathe a sigh of relief. The situation was not completely hopeless yet. I'm still alive. Luffy wiped the blood from his face, looking excited. Thank you for saving me, Uncle. Luffy looked at Drago, his expression full of gratitude. Zoro and Sanji, who rushed from the rear, were almost collapsing from tension. This battlefield was indeed too terrifying for them. They had to pull this idiot Captain Luffy away. Uncle, I'm your father. Drago looked at his foolish son with a black line, regretting giving Luffy to Carp for training. You're my dad? Luffy looked at this unfamiliar uncle with red sandal marks on his face, completely confused. I am your father. This place is dangerous. There's no time to explain. Hurry and take your friends and go. Drago, seeing Luffy's silly face, felt a bit helpless and quickly used a gust of wind to sweep Luffy far away. Zoro and Sanji, who were running over, were also blown back by the gust. Go quickly. Don't hesitate. The wind carried Drago's warning. Kill the Straw Hat Kid. The pig-faced Feng Shi, whose face and tusks were rapidly recovering, roared to the sky, issuing orders to all the Gorosei, the Knights of God, and the Marines. Compared to those powerful enemies, the weak sun god Nika was undoubtedly a more easily attainable target. Killing the undeveloped sun god Nika was more important and cost-effective than taking down these 5 emperors. However, Wadley Saint clearly misjudged the entire battlefield situation. Now, each of the Gorosei and Knights of God were struggling to protect themselves, engaged in fierce battles, and simply could not divert their attention to hunt down the sun god Nika. Instead, a group of CP agents strictly followed orders, madly rushing towards a Straw Hat Kid and his companions. Iron Fist Carp, upon hearing that the Gorosei wanted to kill his grandson, was already unwilling to help the Celestial Dragons, and now he wanted to take down the Gorosei and the Knights of God even more. Fire Fist Ace, upon hearing that Luffy was also on the battlefield and being pursued by the world government, became anxious. He couldn't understand. Logically, Luffy should have just set sail not long ago. So why was he in the New World so quickly? You're distracted, Fire Fist Ace. The Yellow Monkey's armed Haki-imbued, long leg directly kicked Fire Fist Ace into the ground, causing a massive explosion. Ace, Marco the Phoenix and Diamond, Jozu, both shouted in anger. Marco also swiftly flew up, executing an upside-down hook kick, filled with armed Haki, striking the Yellow Monkey into the ground as well, resulting in another terrifying explosion of golden light. Marco and the others rushed to rescue Ace. The Yellow Monkey could withstand Marco's kick, but Ace might not be able to withstand the Yellow Monkey's kick. Sengoku, Kazan, hurry and stop the Big Mom Pirates and the Beast Pirates. Carp, I know the Marines have wronged you. I don't ask you to help the world government or the Celestial Dragons. I just ask you to help the Marines hold off the pirates. Steelbone Kong roared at those Dove faction Marines. The current situation was extremely dire, approaching a life-and-death stage. The powers of the Roger World and the New World pirates far exceeded the world government's expectations. No one expected that a pirate expo would transform into this scene in such a short time. Meanwhile, Im, who was fighting high in the sky, was also paying attention to the battlefield below. Upon seeing the sun god Nika's user appear, a hint of determination and brutality appeared in his eyes. Disobedient dove faction marines. Traitor Shanks, useless neutral marines, and CP agents were all expendable sacrifices. It was a pity for the Hawk faction marines, like Akainu. But to wipe out so many rogues at once, along with the sun god Nika, his nemesis, the chips are not bad. Since they have all appeared at the G1 fortress, it's time to destroy them all at once. Let us have another blank 100-year fracture-style war. Im's anger erupted, sending Rob Lucci and Kaido flying, his eyes flashing with red light as his lips moved a few times. At that moment, a giant warship hidden in the nearby sky vanished into thin air. The nearly depleted Uranus, the king of heaven, initiated its final flight. If it doesn't receive any energy replenishment in the future, it will turn into a pile of scrap metal, just like the robot Emmet. Even the abandoned Emmet retains the energy for its last action, waiting for Joy Boy's return. Im is also preserving the last energy of Uranus, waiting for the return of the sun god Nika. Today, while Im intends to eliminate the sun god Nika, he will also clear away all the powerful figures of this era. It's another historical purge. At most, he can develop for a few hundred more years. Rob Lucci clearly sensed that something was off about him, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. But the Conqueror's Haki of him, Rob Lucci, Shanks, and Dragon interfered with each other, making it impossible for anyone on the battlefield to use observation Haki to foresee the future. Is him about to unleash a big move? Could it be the king? Rob Lucci's heart tightened as he began to closely observe Im's every move and the surrounding situation. He was even watching the actions of the 5 elders and the Knights of God. Sure enough, right after Im erupted, the 5 elders all paused for a moment, as if they had received some command. Is Im going to indiscriminately eliminate both pirates and the Navy? A terrifying thought emerged in Rob Lucci's mind. Has the self-proclaimed god Im become so indifferent to life? To eradicate the sun god Nika and enemies, would he spare no effort to take down the Navy as well? Kaido, be careful, Im is going mad. After warning Kaido of the beasts, Rob Lucci wanted to alert the other emperors and the Revolutionary Army on the battlefield. But Im took the initiative to strike first, rapidly transforming into a terrifying beast form, his overwhelming Conqueror's Haki sweeping across the area, instantly turning all the live news birds in the sky into a mist of blood. Im's target was actually the live news birds. In an instant, all live broadcasts worldwide turned into static, losing the battlefield visuals. Covering up the truth? Not good. Im is playing hardball. Rob Lucci felt a sense of alarm, an intense unease surging in his heart. Run. Everyone, get away from the G1 fortress. Kaido, tell your subordinates to run too. Rob Lucci shouted frantically, but I'm instantly charged at him. You can't stop this. Today, Nika is going to die, and everyone must die. Im's shadowy claws and scorching sun all surged toward Rob Lucci, ignoring the reckless Kaido. He didn't expect Rob Lucci to see through his plan to completely erase the G1 fortress so quickly. What are you shouting about? Why are you running? Kill him. Kaido of the Beast continued to charge at him, completely disregarding Rob Lucci's warning. Everyone down there, retreat quickly, Uranus is coming. Rob Lucci shouted desperately. Im was too ruthless and decisive. Im was willing to let the Navy be buried alongside him. But Rob Lucci couldn't bear to lose his own foundation. Hearing Rob Lucci's shout, Kaido hesitated for a moment, and the various factions below all looked up at the sky with different expressions, puzzled. The king is coming? Damn Rob Lucci. He actually knows about Lord Im's destruction plan. However, it's already too late. We're leaving. Let the Knights of God leave too. Victory belongs to the Celestial Dragons. The 5 elders, who had already received notification from him, erupted in a frenzy, pushing back the enemies and vanishing into the teleportation array. One of the 5 elders even directly deactivated the teleportation mark and returned to Mary Geo's first. It's truly regrettable that I couldn't kill you with my own hands. Just wait for death, foolish giant. After a fierce clash, Shamrock and Loki retreated to a distance, and as the teleportation array appeared beneath their feet, Shamrock coldly left a sentence for Loki before disappearing. Don't run, bastard. Loki swung his giant hammer, Iron Thunder Ragnar, and smashed down on the spot where Shamrock had disappeared, instantly creating a 100-meter-deep pit. Coward! Loki cursed angrily, his eyes searching for Shamrock's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Saint Fitis's and Saint Kiringam's, who were engaged in a fierce duel with Rangi, Lu, and Enel, found their chance to teleport and vanished without a trace. But Saints Cox and Somaz, who were being besieged by the Pirate Empress, World Destroyer, Big Drunk, Moonlight Moria, and Nine-Tailed Fox, couldn't escape at all and were blown out of the teleportation array. Saint Gaji, caught by Hanavza and the Tyrant King, attempted to forcibly teleport away. But Hanavza showed no mercy and directly decapitated him, fearing this Knight of God might escape. If he can't be captured alive, his body must be brought back. Steelbone Kong glanced one last time at the many Navy personnel with a pale face, then looked at the people of the Buddha's Wano with guilt in his eyes. He tearfully deactivated the teleportation mark and disappeared from the battlefield. With the disappearance of the 5 elders and the escape of the Knights of God, both pirates and the Navy felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Before they could react, the sky was shrouded in shadows, and a chilling atmosphere enveloped the G1 battlefield. Not good. Run. Red-haired Shanks, Dragon, and the Red Count, all strong users of observation Haki, shouted desperately. As flashes of light ignited in the sky, everyone was frantically fleeing. Dragon charged madly towards Straw Hat Luffy, abandoning the Revolutionary Army and even his father, only to save his closest son. He snatched up Straw Hat Luffy and dashed out of the G1 fortress, not caring about Luffy's 2 crew members. All the strong figures used their abilities to escape and protect themselves. The Red Count ignored everyone and left directly, while Kuma quickly knocked away the nearby Ivankov and Bello Betty, then instantly teleported to Bonnie. If Bonnie dies, he has no reason to live. Rangy Lu and Enel both teleported away, not caring about anyone else. The likes of Aramaki, Izo, Yamato, and Barrett widened their eyes, as if they didn't have enough time to escape. They could only brace themselves. Whether they could survive would depend on luck. Other great pirates and navy shared the same thought. Quickly gather together and defend with all your might. All strong figures who couldn't escape in time united to endure the unknown, terrifying attack together. The red-haired pirates and the remnants of the Roger pirates gathered together. The Whitebeard pirates, Big Mom pirates, and Beast pirates all moved closer to their core figures. The Navy's Dove faction and Hawk faction also came together. The Navy didn't expect they were also within the attack range. At this moment, countless Navy personnel felt utterly hopeless towards the world government. Even the airship of Rob Lucci's world faction couldn't fly out of the sky above the G1 battlefield, caught within the King's attack range. Are we going to die? Nico, Robin, and Violet both felt in endless despair. They can no longer accompany Luo Ji. The fighting pirate empress crazily shattered the sheep-head demon cocks into rubble. I killed the celestial dragon. I don't want to die. Why? The pirate empress was filled with unwillingness. She had just completed her breakthrough, and she hadn't married and had children with Lord Luo Ji yet. How could she die here? Damn it. You all deserve to die. I can't die. The repeatedly destroyed Saint Somaz was filled with anger and fear. But the World Destroyer and Moonlight Moria, along with the Big Barrel and Nine-Tailed Fox, relentlessly pursued him. Even though he was already severely injured and his limbs were mangled, he still fought fiercely with Saint Somaz without feeling any pain. Tyrant King, hurry, take me underground. Hanav's spirit flashed, asking the Tyrant King, who possessed the island fruit ability, to take him into the island's underground. He didn't believe this heavenly king could completely destroy the island's underground. Luckily, his partner was the Tyrant King. Otherwise, he would be doomed. Just as Hanavza had played a little trick and ordered the Tyrant King to take him underground. A void scroll appeared beside him. At the same time, many strong members of the Luo Ji World team also had void scrolls appear beside them. Even while being crazily beaten by him, Luo Ji, despite his own danger, desperately tried to save his people. In just about 10 seconds since the 5 elders left, the Heavenly King's Uranus world destroying light beams had densely bombarded the G1 fortress. Damn you, I'm going all out against you. Kaido of the 100 Beasts finally understood Luo Ji's warning. His 100 Beast pirates were gone, an endless rage erupted, and Kaido bit towards him recklessly. Luo Ji was equally furious. At this moment, he didn't even know how many people had successfully passed through the Scrolls Gate. The terrifying attack from Heavenly King Uranus had completely destroyed the awakening area of Luo Ji's scroll, temporarily losing all senses. I'm going to kill you. Luo Ji also went mad. Endless darkness engulfed his body. His eyes lost their whites and completely turned into black pupils. His hair transformed into black flames, and a black flame cloud floated on his shoulder. Impossible. The awakening of Paramecia and Logia types shouldn't have flame clouds. Did you eat a Logia type dark fruit ability or a mythical Zoan type dark god ability? Im was extremely shocked, his face turning incredibly ugly. Without a sun god Nika, now a true dark god has appeared. Damn you, Heavenly King. In a fit of rage, Luo Ji directly smashed out the underworld King Pluto, inside which were Caesar and Vinsmoke Sanji, 2 ambitious scientists, along with a large number of clone soldiers who were repairing the underworld warship. The main cannon was still barely usable, but it was directly smashed out by Luo Ji. No, how can I die here? Luo Ji, you bastard. You should die. Sanji and Caesar screamed in terror. There were still a large number of gas bombs and DYNA explosive rocks on the underworld, as well as energy devices. The underworld warship was directly smashed towards the Heavenly King Uranus, who was still launching world-destroying light beams. In an instant, the 2 ancient weapons collided, erupting in a world-destroying explosion. Even Luo Ji, and Kaido were blown away by the massive explosion, each spitting out blood as they were swept away. Sanji and all the clone soldiers evaporated in an instant, and even Caesar, a Logia-type user, was completely erased by the terrifying energy wave. Even a Logia-type, immune to physical attacks, couldn't survive such an explosive ability. No one expected the G1 war to turn out like this. Even didn't expect that the underworld King Pluto was hidden in Luo Ji's scroll world. Explosions were happening both above and below, with countless lives vanishing into thin air. This war, which caused a fracture among the world's powerhouses, was no less than the century-long war 800 years ago. Haha, destiny is with me. Destiny is with me. It turns out I am the final victor. Devil fruit, quickly regenerate. Devil fruit, quickly regenerate. Synopsis. The story begins with crossing through time and space, taking down Momonosuke and the five-man team. Pin fruit ability, scroll fruit ability, serve fruit ability. Conqueror's Haki. Observation Haki to listen to all things. Two-sword style of Yutian, Foxfire style, residual snow style swordsmanship. I want them all. Adopting Beast Emperor Xiaoyu, abducting Yamato, stealing the red historical text, plotting the underworld warship. Setting sail has already shocked the world. Tyrant Kuma, Green Bull, Fujitora. All my crew,